As the cousin of Zhou Ping, the great Xia Sword Saint, I am just a loser who drinks sorghum wine all day. In a fit of anger, the Sword Saint sent me to Cangnan to transform, not knowing that I awakened the supreme perilous divine realm, where as long as the Sword Immortal persists in drinking sorghum wine, they can become stronger. At this moment, I have just finished 3 bottles of Nyolan Mountain. My spiritual power has reached the level of a lamp, and I have learned the skill of sword control. Mission: kill 5 ghost-faced people in Cangnan City. Reward 5,000 points of permanent spiritual power, and 1 year of cultivation as a Wine Sword Immortal. Smelling the scent of thatch on my body, Zhou Ping shook his head again. It's over. My cousin is really done for. Just then, a fragrant breeze drifted in from the door, and a tall-legged girl stepped in. It was none other than the Red Tassel with legs longer than life. As soon as Red Tassel entered, she became the focus of the whole room. There was no way around it. Red Tassel's looks were truly exceptional, and when I saw Red Tassel appear, I knew she had come to take me to start working in Cangnan City. Zhou Ping opened the door and said straightforwardly, "This is my cousin Su Ming. Did Captain Chen agree?" Hong Ying immediately nodded. After all, it was you who spoke, and Captain Chen was personally informed by Yi Daisy. Please rest assured, Sword Saint, I will safely bring Su Ming back to Cangnan City. Zhou Ping nodded, hesitated for a moment. My cousin does not have the Forbidden Zone. So, Hong Ying understood immediately upon hearing this. I know. Captain Chen told me. Rest assured, I will take care of Su Ming from now on. In the name of the Night Watchman. Zhou Ping felt relieved when she made this vow. Okay, take him with you. And I put on an indifferent look, took out a bottle of Shaolang Mazu from my arms, and drank it gurglingly. Ding! The host drinks a bottle of Mazu, and the spiritual power permanently increases by 10. I drank happily, but Hong Ying frowned. I didn't expect the Sword Saint's cousin to be a little Mazu ghost. As a Night Watchman, drinking Mazu is strictly prohibited. This bad habit must be changed. Without waiting for Hong Ying to say more, her phone suddenly lit up with a red light, indicating that a mysterious incident had occurred in Cangnan City. As a key frontline force in the team, she couldn't be absent, so she dragged me to set off immediately. Zayamatsu, follow your sister Hong Ying on a mission. As we passed by the bar counter, I also casually grabbed 2 bottles of Maotai. Zhou Ping sighed at the sight. Oh no, my cousin is really useless. Sanjiu scolded even more fiercely. Su Ming, learn from Zhou Ping. Joining the army is a good opportunity to change your bad habits. I don't care at all, because there is a system that makes me stronger when I drink Maotai. I know I will definitely return in glory, so I loudly say to them, cousin, third uncle, wait for me to come back as an immortal. Third uncle was so angry that he threw his shoes. You brat, you've really had too much to drink. I let you join the army, but you want to cultivate what kind of immortal? It's simply a rotten Maotai ghost. Zhou Ping also looked helpless, half-jokingly defending me. Third uncle, have you seen The Legend of Sword and Fairy? Maybe Su Ming can become a Wine Sword Immortal. And Hong Ying has started to criticize me. Hey, little Meigizi, we are night watchmen, only beheading gods, not cultivating immortality. I continued to pick up a bottle of Jionanshan and started drinking. Hong Ying snatched my Meigizi bottle and looked at me seriously. Su Ming, from 1936 to now, 85 years, do you know how many people the night watchmen have sacrificed? The 136th team alone has to lose 2 members a year. Until Captain Chen came, the death rate dropped. I have seen too many comrades die in battle. Our task as night watchmen is very dangerous. Can you stop torturing yourself with Meigizi? Do you know what to do now? Red Tassel handed me the Meizi bottle, meaning to let me destroy it myself. I took the Meizi bottle, blinked, nodded, and continued to drink gurglingly. Red Tassel rolled up the sleeves of the coat, revealing a snow-white arm, clenched fists, wanting to beat me up, but thinking that I am Zhou Ping's cousin, and he promised to protect me, he had to helplessly lower his arm and sighed. Are you really the cousin of the great Xia Sword Saint? Why is the cousin a dragon and the cousin a bug? Forget it, let's go back to Cangnan first. Looking at my handsome face, she couldn't help but complain, it's a pity for this face. It's actually a waste that willingly falls into decline. However, Hong Ying is also open-minded. She decided to treat me as the mascot of Team 136, Little Mousun. From now on, your sister will really take care of you. Drink up, drink up. You won't be able to drink a drop after returning to Cangnan. On the way back to Cangnan City, I drank 2 more bottles of Jionanshan, and my spiritual power permanently increased by 100 points. The better the quality of Meizi, the more spiritual power is added. In just a few hours, my spiritual power has reached 1130 points. Plus I have the supreme perilous godly realm Sword Immortal. Now my strength is enough to easily kill the experts in the Qi realm. South team, I'm back, and also Su Ming. I'll take him for training. Lao Zhao, you go to the unfinished building in the north. Leave the tunnel to the east to me. Just as Hong Ying finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a while, then the atmosphere became a bit tense. Si Xiaonan shouted. What? Sister Hong Ying, you really brought back the Sword Saint's cousin. Lang Xian said indifferently. Good thing. When Qi Ma exclaimed, wow, the cousin of the Sword Saint of Daxia, must be very powerful. Zhao Kongcheng felt a bit overwhelmed. The Sword Saint's cousin has come to our Cangnan city. Then I, Lao Zhao, will have no chance to shine anymore? Wu Xiangnan calmly said. Didn't Ji Daixi Ming say that Su Ming has no forbidden ruins? It's dangerous for Su Ming to participate in this operation. Chen Mai sneered. Xiangnan, do you believe Yi Daixi Ming's nonsense? So, Hong Ying, have you confirmed it? Does Su Ming really not have forbidden ruins? Hong Ying helplessly replied. Sorry everyone. I have confirmed it. Su Ming really doesn't have forbidden ruins. As the cousin of Zhou Ping, the Sword Saint of Daxia, I am just a loser who drinks Maotai all day. In a fit of anger, the Sword Saint sent me to Cangnan for transformation, not knowing that I awakened the supreme dangerous divine ruins. As long as the Sword Immortal persists in drinking Maotai, he can become stronger. At this moment, after finishing 3 bottles of Nulinshan, my mental power has reached the level of a lamp, and I have learned the skill of sword control. Mission, kill 5 ghost-faced people in Cangnan City, reward 5,000 points of permanent mental power, and 1 year of cultivation as a Wine Sword Immortal. Smelling the scent of thatch on my body, Zhou Ping shook his head again. My cousin is really done for. Just then, a fragrant breeze drifted in from the door, and a tall-legged girl stepped in. It was none other than the Red Tassel, whose legs were longer than life itself. As soon as Red Tassel entered, she became the focus of the whole room. There was no way around it. Red Tassel's looks were truly exceptional, and when I saw Red Tassel appear, I knew she had come to take me to start working in Cangnan City. Zhou Ping opened the door and said straightforwardly, this is my cousin Su Ming. Did Captain Chen agree? Hong Ying immediately nodded. After all, it was you who spoke, and Captain Chen was personally informed by Yi Daixi. Please rest assured, Sword Saint, I will safely bring Su Ming back to Cangnan City. Zhou Ping nodded, hesitated for a moment. My cousin does not have the Forbidden Zone. So, Hong Ying understood immediately upon hearing this. I know, Captain Chen told me. Rest assured, I will take care of Su Ming from now on. In the name of the Night Watchman. Zhou Ping felt relieved when she made this vow. Okay, take him with you. And I put on an indifferent look, took out a bottle of Shaolang Mazu from my arms, and drank it gurglingly. Ding! The host drinks a bottle of Mazu, and the spiritual power permanently increases by 10. I drank happily, but Hong Ying frowned. I didn't expect the Sword Saint's cousin to be a little Mazu ghost. As a Night Watchman, drinking Mazu is strictly prohibited. This bad habit must be changed. Without waiting for Hong Ying to say more, her phone suddenly lit up with a red light, indicating that a mysterious incident had occurred in Cangnan City. As a key frontline force in the team, she couldn't be absent, so she grabbed me and set off immediately. Xia Maizi, go on a mission with your sister Hong Ying. As we passed by the bar counter, I also casually took 2 bottles of Maizi. Zhou Ping sighed at the sight. Oh no, my cousin is really useless. Uncle San scolded even more fiercely. Su Ming, learn from Zhao Ping. Joining the army is a good opportunity to change your bad habits. I don't care at all, because there is a system that makes me stronger when I drink Maotai. I know I will definitely return in glory, so I shouted loudly to them. Cousin, third uncle, wait for me to come back as an immortal. Third uncle was so angry that he threw his shoes, saying, you stinky kid, you've really had too much to drink. I let you join the army, but you want to cultivate what kind of immortal? It's simply a rotten Maotai ghost. Zhou Ping also looked helpless, half-jokingly defending me. Third uncle, have you seen Xian Jian? Maybe Su Ming can become a Wine Sword Immortal. The Red Tassel has started to criticize me. Hey, little Maizi ghost, we are Night Watchmen, only beheading gods, not cultivating immortality. I continued to pick up a bottle of Jionanshan and started drinking. The Red Tassel snatched my Maizi bottle and looked at me seriously. Su Ming, from 1936 to now, 85 years, do you know how many Night Watchmen have sacrificed? The 136th team alone has to lose 2 members a year. Until Captain Chen came, the death rate dropped. I have seen too many comrades die in battle. Our task as Night Watchmen is very dangerous. Can you stop torturing yourself with Maizi? Do you know what to do now? Red Tassel handed me the Maizi bottle, meaning to let me destroy it myself. I took the Maizi bottle, blinked, nodded, and continued to drink. Red Tassel rolled up the sleeves of the coat, revealing a snow-white arm, clenched a fist, wanting to beat me up, but thinking that I am Zhou Ping's cousin, and he promised to protect me, He reluctantly lowered his arm and sighed. Are you really the cousin of the great Xia Sword Saint? Why is the cousin a dragon and the cousin a bug? Forget it, let's go back to Cangnan first. Looking at my handsome face, she couldn't help but complain, it's a pity for this face. It's actually a waste that willingly falls into decline. However, Hong Ying is also open-minded. She decided to treat me as the mascot of Team 136, Little Mousun. From now on, Big Sister will really take care of you. Drink up, drink up. You won't be able to drink a drop after returning to Cangnan. On the way back to Cangnan City, I drank 2 more bottles of Jiananshan, and my spiritual power permanently increased by 100 points. The better the quality of Maizi, the more spiritual power is added. In just a few hours, my spiritual power has reached 1130 points. Plus I have the Supreme Perilous Sword Immortal, and now my strength is enough to easily kill the experts in the pool realm. South Team, I'm back, and also Su Ming. I'll take him to train. Lao Zhao, you go to the unfinished building in the north. Leave the tunnel in the east to me. After Hong Ying finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a while, then the atmosphere became a bit tense. Si Xiaonan shouted. What? Hong Ying, you really brought back the Sword Saint's cousin. Lang Xian said indifferently. Good thing. When Qi Ma exclaimed, wow, the cousin of the great Xia Sword Saint, must be very powerful. Zhao Kongcheng felt a bit overwhelmed. The Sword Saint's cousin has come to our Cangnan city. Then I, Lao Zhao, will have even less chance to shine? Wu Xiangnan calmly said. Didn't Ji Daixi Ming say that Su Ming has no forbidden territory? It's dangerous for Su Ming to participate in this operation. Chen Mai sneered. Xiangnan, do you believe Yi Daixi Ming's nonsense? So, Hong Ying, have you confirmed it? Does Su Ming really not have a forbidden territory? Hong Ying helplessly replied. Sorry everyone, I have confirmed it. Su Ming really doesn't have a forbidden territory. Everyone's earpieces were silent for 5 seconds. What about swordsmanship? How's that? To be confirmed. But the boy is a good drinker. Everyone's earpieces were, again, silent for 5 seconds. Team 136, led by Chen Mai, were all a bit disappointed. No band fares. Okay wine. Not even the younger brother of the commander-in-chief. Yi Fan. Isn't that the same as, well, another old Zhou? A younger version of the good old drinking show? But other people's old Zhou at least had enough chi and blood and good sword skills. What's a little drunkard without a band market doing here? In the squad, only Zhao Kongcheng was still dumbfounded and a little happy in his heart. Without the forbidden ruins, it's not just me and Lang Xian after all. And Su Ming is also the cousin of the Sword Saint. Old Zhao Mi. I finally have family. Wait. No. In a squad, 3 people who don't have the forbidden ruins. Damn. It doesn't make sense. Lang Xian is an important sniper, and I'm just an ordinary watchman. Su Ming is stepping in to replace my squad, right? Could it be that my old Zhao is going to be laid off? He's the cousin of the Sword Saint, a royal relative. I'm just a soldier. How can I compare with him? No way. I, Lao Zhao, have to kill a few more bastards today to prove myself. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongcheng immediately got into the black van, slammed on the gas, and in a buzz, sped toward the rotten building to the north. The other members, one by one, felt very sorry to go out on a mission. I thought that the commander-in-chief would send the squad a high-level combatant, but I didn't expect to send a drag queen. Chen Mai, who was in squad 136, silently sighed and said that he was under a lot of pressure, but the mission had to continue, so Chen Mai and Wen Qima set off. Upon arriving at the central area of the pit, looking at the densely packed ghost-faced people, Chen Mai said that he was under a lot of pressure. He silently lit a cigarette, interpreting what is called a blessing and a curse, going out without reading the calendar. Step on the word back. At this point, Red Tassel and Su Ming had arrived at the eastern tunnel. In the tunnel, there was a rush of footsteps and a chilling growl. Without hesitation, Red Tassel directly opened the black box on his back, and a lance was instantly pieced together and put into a state of battle readiness. Su Ming, watch this. I'll teach you how to destroy mystery. At the moment, there is a big chase going on in the tunnel. A 4-legged, lanky, ghost-faced man with its long, sharp, scarlet tongue sticking out was chasing down an overhaul worker. The inspector's face turned white and he ran for his life. Looking at both sides of the tunnel, the dark hideous figure, the workers were scared to death, such as cold water poured on the head of the General Cold, even rolled and crawled to escape to the tunnel door. Finally saw the sunshine. However, even under the sun's rays, he still had goosebumps, because the horrible ghost face of the ghost-faced man had been attached to the back of his head. A very strong smell of blood could be smelled. The worker was so scared that his feet went limp and he collapsed to the ground. And the moment he looked up, he just happened to meet the scarlet eyes of the ghost-faced man covered in blood. The worker's eyes were filled with terror and despair. His mouth was open so wide that he couldn't even make a cry for help. Just as the ghost-faced man opened his huge mouth and his long scarlet barbed tongue licked at the workers, in the nick of time, a lance was thrown over. A bit of coldness arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. It was the red tassel that struck. The lance penetrated the ghost destroyer's head like an arrow, and the tremendous impact sent the ghost destroyer's corpse crashing back into the eerie black tunnel. Subsequently, Red Tassel's beautiful figure stepped into the darkness and cleanly took the lance out of the Ghostface's mouth, lifting it up and using the forbidden market, may fire-feathered raiment. Su Ming, this is the forbidden ruin. Although you don't have a forbidden ruin, it won't do you any harm to take a look. With that said, Red Tassel rushed into the tunnel with his flaming lance in hand. Boom! The tip of the gun that flew up and down brought up a dazzling satin of fire. A rosy red spark blooming in the middle of the dark tunnel. The valiant Red Tassel, weaving back and forth among the ghost-faced men. Wherever the lance went, not an inch of grass was left. A group of ghost-faced people were instantly killed by Red Tassel, and the bodies of the monsters were burned out by the flames of the forbidden ruins. After gathering up the ghost-faced men under the tunnel, Red Tassel started communicating with his teammates without checking above the tunnel. The East Tunnel, I've got it. How are you guys doing? Chen Mai said under pressure. It seems like we've stirred up a hornet's nest, just in time for a clean sweep. Quite lucky, Si Xiaonan said without a trace of anger after decapitating the two Ghostface. It's only bad luck. So many ghost faces. Red Tassel ate and laughed, straddling his lance as he walked towards Su Ming at the tunnel entrance. She shook her white fists and said with a slight bend in her smiling eyes, "How's it going, Su Ming? Is Sister Zaza?" Su Ming ignored him and continued to drink tons and tons and tons. Hong Ying shrugged his shoulders, thinking that Su Ming was really down on his head. Not at all the spiritedness of a teenage boy. If it wasn't for the sake of the Sword Saint, he wouldn't have brought such an unintelligent drag queen with him. Red Riding thought the mission was over. Then he wanted to go and see how the other trawler, Lao Zhao, was doing. Just then, Su Ming saw that above the tunnel, there were two ghost-faced men, staring intently at Red Tassel's white neck, their barbed tongues dripping down with drawn mucus. Thinking about the fact that he also had a system quest that required him to kill 5 ghost faces. Just in time, the ghost-faced man had actually sneaked up on Red Tassel in front of himself, so he would have to show his hand? Plus a little pissed off about buying fake booze. Su Ming shook off the branch he had picked up casually. Imperial Sword Art. Activate. A full blow. The Red Tassel did not pay any attention to Su Ming, thinking that he was purely playing drunk, so he rubbed shoulders with Su Ming and said breathlessly, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's get you acquainted with old Zhao." However, Red Tassel had just turned her back to Su Ming when she suddenly felt a majestic sword intent steep behind her. She shuddered, her face horrified, and she snapped back. Surprised, he discovered 5 sharp longswords surrounding Su Ming. It's sword energy. At the same time, the two strange-faced men over the tunnel instantly launched a surprise attack. Su Ming raised his head blandly, and 2 blazing cold auras bloomed. With a casual wave of the tree branch in his hand, 5 razor-sharp sword chi, carrying a terrifying and overwhelming sword intent, instantly in the air, extinguished the strange-faced man. Swish, swish, the 5 biting sword chi, cleanly pierced through the ghost-faced man, pierced through the tunnel, and unstoppably rushed towards the northwest. Truly the sword chi was 30,000 miles across. Countless amounts of essence blood spilled onto the ground, condensing into beads that rolled in all directions. Seeing the ghost-faced man's body fall, Red Tassel was dumbfounded, and his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Shocker, terrible, so awesome. The color of surprise appeared in Hong Ying's eyes, and naturally and incomparably leaned on Su Ming's shoulder, and wrapped a hand around Su Ming's neck. Su Ming, what was that just now? You have a forbidden ruin? Swordsmanship. After Su Ming faintly said 3 words, tons and tons and tons. Mind you, I don't have the forbidden ruins, but I have the divine ruins. Looking at the armpit of Su Ming, still drinking, Hong Ying could not help but speculate. Both the Sword Saint and the commander said that Su Ming didn't have the forbidden ruins, and yet he was able to use what? Swordsmanship? Forbidden objects? Could it be that Su Ming is a genius who uses forbidden objects? Could it be that the branch in his hand? Is it a forbidden object? Just by using it, you can wield sword chi? Red Tassel looked at Su Ming's hand, the branch that still had green leaves on it, and decided that it was it. Su Ming saw that Hong Ying kept staring at the broken branch in her hand and thought she liked it, so she handed it to her. Love it, it's yours. Flattered, Red Ruffles let go of Su Ming and gripped the branch that was handed to him, feeling the majestic sword chi on it, as well as the spiritual power of the Marigold Realm. The red-tasseled man was dumbfounded. She looked at Su Ming with incomparable astonishment. Good lord, This little drunkard seems to have something. How can I still be a little touched by the fact that such an awesome forbidden object was sent directly to me? She immediately reported back to the team. Everyone, Su Ming seems to be able to skillfully use forbidden objects. I think old Zhao and Lung Xian can lose their jobs. When Lung Xian heard this, he was 100 times unconvinced and directly used mobile arsenal, pulled out a rocket launcher, and rushed at a group of ghost-faced people. Rumble. After the deafening explosion of artillery fire, Lang Xian's cold, icy voice came out of several people's earphones. Eliminate 3 and finish cleaning up immediately. Ha! Zhao Kongchun was struggling to chase the ghost-faced man, and when he heard that Su Ming could actually skillfully use forbidden objects, he was shocked beyond measure. Really just came to replace himself. So, he sold out even more. Carrying a large straight sword, he chased after the ghost-faced man and slashed. Zhao Kongchun cursed as he climbed the rotten building. Mud. Too able to leap. Seeing that the distance was getting farther and farther away, the ghost-faced man was starting to taunt Zhao Empyrean. Suddenly, there was a surge of sword chi in the air, causing Zhao Kongchung's scalp to tingle, his body to lurch, and his soul to feel a little trembling. A sword chi grazed Zhao Kongchung's face and flew past, directly lording over the ghost-faced man who was rushing Zhao Kongchung's arse. There were also 2 other ghost-faced men, and all of them were killed by the sword chi in a single breath. After the sharp sword chi stabbed the ghost-faced man to death, it was still piercing into the air, leaving behind a burst of air-breaking shrill whistles before disappearing into the vast sky. The people of the city of Zhaokong were dumbfounded. Seeing ghosts in the middle of the day? It was as if waves of shock had risen in his heart for a long time. Ah, what the hell? Who did this? Save me one. P.S. The new book's at sale. Begging for a little free gift from all the readers. Hikari, Ifei, and Pong Yuyen. Please. Chapter 4. The Ancient Church of God is frightened. The blazing angel Michael opens his eyes. Rotten building. Looking at the prey that he chased all the way, was intercepted. Zhao Kongcheng was very indignant. Who is it? Who did this? Seeing the ripe duck in his mouth fly away, he was so angry that Zhao Kongcheng stomped his feet. Seeing the countless beads of blood that had fallen, it was even more direct to vent on it and crush it with its foot in full. I ended up with a foot of blood on my hands and feet, and I called it bad luck. It was only when he wiped the soles of his feet and regained his composure that he began to think. Where did all this sword energy come from? Who so feels more powerful than the captain? Nope. It's worse than Captain Awesome. Killing 3 Ghostface in an instant couldn't have been done by the newcomer Su Ming. Ha ha ha. What was I thinking? That said, those 5 sword chi are true and now you can still see them dragging a long tail and flying into the distance. Where is this going? Peace firm. Underground. Wu Xiangnan, who was busy in front of the computer, paused after learning that Su Ming could use the forbidden objects. It had already begun to consider the matter of having Su Ming take over from old Zhao. However, just in this lurch, his left hand suddenly involuntarily trembled. From the intuition of an expert with a sword, someone high up in Cangnan City has struck. Sure enough, he had detected 5 sword chi flying in the air. Wu Xiangnan was incomparably shocked. What kind of person had made a move? Could it be that a genius had awakened a sword-type forbidden ruin? No, this sword chi is too strong. Is treading the horse against the sky sword class forbidden ruins. Sewer. Everyone in Squad 136 was struggling to cut down the ghost-faced men. Right after Red Tassel reported that Su Ming could skillfully use forbidden objects, Chen Mai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was somewhat useful, or else he wouldn't have been able to explain why he had allowed Su Ming to join the team. Red Tassel. What was that forbidden object that Su Ming used just now? Just as Chen Mai asked these words, his hand involuntarily shook. Then, the sweaty hairs on his body stood up steeply, because he felt a great terror. The other squad members also had this feeling. All of them could feel the air, as if a sharp sword had flown past, and the entire sewer was enveloped by a majestic sword intent. It's mind-numbing and body-shaking. This horrible feeling not only stunned the squad members, but even the ghost-faced man was trembling in fear. As the breaking sound from outside became more and more distant, the terrifying sword intent only suddenly extinguished. Chen Mai sweated and flicked his cigarette out, incomparably surprised. What was that extremely terrifying sword intent sharpness outside? He looked at Wen Qimo and realized that Qimo had long been stunned silly. It was obvious that the extremely terrifying sword intent just now had greatly exceeded his knowledge. Wen Qimo noticed that the captain was looking at him and immediately forced himself to stay calm and focused on the ghost-faced man. But to Wen Qimo's dismay, he noticed that the captain was sweating profusely and his heart rate had elevated quite a bit. This made Wen Qimo incomparably surprised. Did the captain of the Chuan realm feel that the sword intent just now was terrifying? That's really scary. Could it be that Cangnan City, there is a high-risk sequence that uses swords? Just as the two were doubly shocked, something even more shocking to them happened. Red Ruffian spoke up on his end. Reporting to the captain. What Su Ming used just now was a forbidden object that can release sword chi. After Red Tassel finished speaking, the entire 136th squad, collectively, fell silent. After a long time, everyone shouted neatly, "Red Rumor! Say that again! Su Ming he, what forbidden thing did he use?" The Red Tassels are stupid. Usually one by one eavesdropping on the corners of the wall is quite lucid. How is it that the collective deafness today? She had to repeat it again. "I'm not sure. A forbidden object that can release sword chi. Shonan, do you understand? Shonan?" After a long time, Wu Shangnan's stumbling voice came out of the headset, obviously shocked. "Sword chi? Gen-eating sword scabbard? No, this is the collection of the Bailey family. How could it be given to Su Ming?" Wu Shangnan froze for another moment before asking again. "What's the forbidden thing like? Red writing? A goose? A twig?" Ah, Wu Shangnan was dumbfounded. A branch? Kai, are you kidding me?" Looking at the ghost-faced man who kept moving, Shangnan could only temporarily collect himself. "Forget about the red tassel. Let's get it back first." At this moment, Si Xianan's voice rang out. "South team, the sewer situation here is complicated. Could a ghost face have escaped?" Wu Shangnan looked at the screen and said confidently, "Energy detection has not found any abnormalities for the time being. All the movements of the ghost-faced people are under surveillance." "Lao Zhao, how is it on your side?" Lao Zhao. After a long time, Zhao Kongcheng also came out with a stumbling and hoarse voice. My side." Listening to Zhao Kongcheng's zombie-like hoarse voice, everyone was worried. "Hey, Lao Zhao, don't scare me. Old Cho, are you okay?" It's fine. I was just shocked by Red Tassel's words," Zhao Kongcheng said in an incomparably shocked tone. The ghost masks on my side. All of them were lorded over by a few sword chi. You guys, who moved it? It definitely couldn't have been Su Ming, right?" At this moment, within Squad 136, there was once again a collective silence. Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Liang Xian, in a cold sweat, all silent and in the wind. The heart was even more overwhelmed. "Are you kidding me? Lao Zhao?" The sword energy traverses from the tunnel in the east, directly to the rotten building in the north, which can be 3 kilometers away. "Are you saying that Su Ming did all of this? How is this possible? Even if Su Ming is really a genius at using forbidden objects, taking the head of a ghost exterminator 3 kilometers away, what about haunting? Serial number 061's ultra-high-risk band market, Chopper White, is only 1,000 meters away. Impossible." Everyone thought it was impossible, especially the Red Tassels. Looking at the little drunkard Su Ming who continued to tons and tons, how could she not believe that Su Ming had this kind of ability? At this moment, the red light on the cell phone came on again. There was no more time to verify the authenticity. Looking at the screen, there were still ghost-faced people yet to be eliminated. Wu Shangnan urged. "Another mystery has appeared. Tighten up your defenses." At this moment, the power of Su Ming's all-out strike continued. He used the supreme dangerous God Ruin, Sword Immortal, and wielded the 5 Imperial Sword Technique Sword Chi. Truly the Sword Chi was 30,000 miles across, a sword light chilling in the middle of the 19 states. 5 Sword Chi crossed the sky above the Church of the Ancient Gods, causing the 3 evil god sculptures, all of them, to unconsciously reveal their miracles. The sword intent drifted by, causing the hearts and minds of the 3 ancient gods to tremble. The evil god agent murmur and the he believers were all startled and felt a palpitation and horror. Especially the president of the Church of Ancient Gods, Moon Samuel, even the divine artifact in his arms, the Black Lotus extinguishing Brahma, was reminding him to be safe. Samuel Moon people are dumbfounded. What the hell? There's a supreme god that's even more awesome than the world-destroying Brahma appearing? Moon. The blazing angel Michael who was stationed here slowly opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light flashed through his pupils. As he gazed at the 5 sword chi starlights, the expression on his face changed, and he looked violently, seeking out Su Ming's direction. He was surprised to find that Su Ming's body seemed to have the sprightly stance of a sword immortal, and there were 10,000 thousands of sword intentions flowing through his body. Michael released his divine aura and looked into his heart, but he couldn't see through anything. The Most High God? Michael was horrified beyond belief, and all 6 of his feathered wings trembled violently. When he observed the final destination of the 5 sword chi, his gaze looked in the direction of Sun City and revealed a smile of admiration. 5 blazing sword chi, divided into 5 directions, they flew to the frontier. Taking the form of sword chi, he fused with the Zhenguo divine monument, pouring the monument and renewing the life of the great Xia, with the light of a glowing fire, and the light of the white moon together. Resist the invasion of the mists. The sword aura emitted a buzzing sound that seemed to convey a sentence. Supreme God Sword Immortal. Bless all the people of Disya with peace for all time. Ran, although the light of the fire, but also above the 10,000 people. Therefore, the Western gods who detected a hint of sword chi all had puzzled faces and heavy hearts. It is said that there is no god in the Great Summer. Who is it that is still renewing the life of the Great Summer? With this biting sword chi, invading the Great Summer Kingdom seems to be on the difficult side. Chapter 5, Red Tassel brings back forbidden objects. The Sword Saint's cousin is great, isn't he? Red Tassel led Su Ming, after completing the task set by Wu Shangnan. Take him and return to the peace office. Red Tassel went to see Wu Shangnan with the forbidden things, while Su Ming lay on the sofa. Tons and tons and tons. The bottle of cheap wine bought at the station was also finished by Su Ming. At this moment, a system beep sounded in Su Ming's ears. Ding! The host drinks 1 bottle of wine and has a permanent +10 to his mental strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest, killing the 5 Ghostfaces that completed Cangnan City, rewarding 5,000 points of permanent mental power and 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Spiritual power reaches the pool realm. Acquired the skill Flying Star. Reward a wooden sword. Hearing in his mind the wonderful voice coming from the system, Su Ming's face raised a delighted smile. His spiritual power, truly stepping into the pool realm, was like the water of a pond, plentiful but immovable. At the same time, he felt a coolness that traveled through his limbs and bones. Wine Sword Immortal's 1 year's cultivation burst out within himself. His flesh, blood, bones, organs and bowels, all of them changed radically. This instant, Su Ming obtained an unspeakable sublimation, floating as if he could fly with his sword and return on the wind in the next second. Just as Su Ming was having an epiphany, a wonderful beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Host is awesome. Comprehending Imperial Sword Flight. Su Ming. He immediately opened the system panel to check it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhoping, nephew of 3rd uncle. Realm, Pool Realm. Mental Strength, 6,140 points. The more you drink, the more your mental strength increases. Power level, 1 year of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, easily kills the Chuan realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, swordsmanship, flying star, sword flight. Mission, refreshing. Seeing this, the drunkenness on Su Ming's face disappeared. Happy. Originally, a royal sword technique would have been handsome enough. And the sword art flying star? Tang Yu shall bow a foot to open the sea. His own sword shall not open the sky? There is also the Imperial Sword Flight. Can't even think about not being handsome. There is also the Wine Sword Immortal 1 year of cultivation. The level of strength can easily exterminate the Chuan realm of the god beheading world, and walk horizontally in Cangnan City without any problem. Looking at his realm and spiritual power, Su Ming knew that it wasn't enough. Far from enough. This was the god beheading world. Without surpassing the gods and beheading a few of them, it was simply impossible for him to return to his glory. So, in order to fight for his cousin and 3rd uncle, he returned to Shijin City in style. Su Ming decided to keep getting stronger. The level of strength was at least that of easily exterminating the Western gods. Looking at himself who was bound to the drink and get stronger system, there seemed to be 2 ways to get stronger, and those were drinking and doing quests. Quests happen to be available only, and drinking can be available all the time. Drink more, drink better, and improve your spiritual power to step into a higher realm. So, with a red face, Su Ming began to look for wine all over the house. Hey, the station sells fake wine is really second. There is a system he meow can blush. Why are you still a little dizzy? Su Ming took a nap on the couch because of the fake alcohol he drank. Inside the house of Wu Shangnan and the Red Tassel, the two looked at the forbidden things. Tree branch dumbfounded. Has been dumbfounded frozen for almost a minute. Wu Shangnan looked left and right. It is not just an ordinary tree branch. The Red Tassel mouth sword intent. The spiritual power of the realm of the calendars. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Through Wu Shangnan's professional appraisal, this was an ordinary tree branch. Not a forbidden object at all. Hearing Wu Shangnan's incomparably certain words, Hong Ying clenched her white fists. Shonan, you mean the forbidden object isn't this? That little drunkard Su Ming tricked me? Wu Shangnan nodded. Yes, I'm 100% sure that this is an ordinary tree branch. If Su Ming has a forbidden object, it must not be this one. Red Ruffian was furious and stomped his foot hard in anger. Damn, no wonder it was given to me directly. Is that guy's forbidden item a bottle of wine? Wu Shangnan touched his left hand and said, it's possible. It must be something that doesn't leave your hand. Yeah. Red Tassel directly pulled out her lance, wanting to go out and teach Su Ming a lesson. Let's see if sister doesn't break your legs. Stinky brother. Wu Xiangnan coughed lightly. Ahem. Red tassel. Although Su Ming tricked you, his strength in manipulating forbidden objects should not be underestimated. As you can see, not only did Su Ming eliminate the 2 Ghostface in the tunnel, he even eliminated the 3 Ghostface on old Zhao's side. Therefore, I have reason to deduce that when Su Ming struck, he appeared to be aiming at your back, but what he was actually aiming at was Zhao Kongchang. Hiss. Red Rumor sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. You mean, Su Ming he made a prediction? But can anyone really do that? Yes. Lang Xian walked in calmly, and the man answered the red tassel with a ruthlessness. Me. Su Ming prejudged 3. Ruthless. Hearing Lang Xian even say that, Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan were both a bit surprised. There weren't many that Lang Xian had complimented. Never would have guessed that Su Ming would count as one. That's when a lovely voice rang out. But the premise is high intelligence. Si Xiaonan also walked in and glanced mischievously at Lang Xian. Look at our little drunkard. Although he's handsome, his brain doesn't seem to be working well. Drinking fake wine. Who bought it for him? Lang Xian nodded and said coldly. Yeah, you tell me that little drunk out there has better prejudgment than even I do. And I don't believe you. Lang Xian's ice cube face was written with defiance. The god of wine holds a gun and shakes it too. Neither can the sword. He doesn't think drinking is good for anticipation and aiming. So just now, Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan came back, and after seeing the drunken Su Ming, their anticipation and shock for him subtracted a lot. Neither of them thought that it was Su Ming who had stepped in to eliminate the ghost-faced man on old Zhao's side. The Imperial Sword. Saving Red Tassel. Helping old Zhao from 3 kilometers away again. A little drunk. How could that be? Both of them thought that it must have been some other forbidden object envoy, or someone from the special squad, who had struck. Right at that moment, Chen Mai and Wen Qima also returned to the team. Wen Qima was startled when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the room and looked at Su Ming, who was lying soundly asleep on the sofa. What a special first meeting. Wen Qima hurriedly patted Su Ming's shoulder and reminded him. Hey, newbie, the captain's back. Wake up. Chen Mai took his hands out of his pockets and frowned, thinking, good boy, you're the first one who dares to drink in my place, and the first one who dares to sleep in front of me. Sword Saint's cousin. Amazing? Su Ming needs time to digest because he drank fake alcohol. So with a turn, he buried his head in the couch and ignored no one. Wen Qima are stupid. The first day of employment to drink, but also drunk. Looking for abuse, right? Chen Mai didn't say anything and quietly walked over, his face full of sternness. When GMO hurriedly advised, Captain, don't take it out on a new guy. Don't take. Blanket? When Qima was stunned beyond measure in his heart, his eyes widened and he swallowed hard. Captain, the sun is beating down today, and you're taking care of people? The man who can get the captain to cover his blanket himself must have a great deal of face. Chen Mai gently covered Su Ming with a blanket and glared at Wen Qimo. What did you expect? His brother is a sword saint. How marvelous. Sword saint's cousin. His sword skills must be very powerful. Wen Qimo looked at Su Ming's back, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. So, those ghost-faced men of old Zhao. He killed them? Not sure. Chen Mai shook his head, silently lit a cigarette and walked out. You watch him. I'm going to make a call. Hey, Sword Saint? Chapter 6. Zhou Ping shook his head. There's no way my cousin is that strong. Nishijin. Zhou Ping is scrubbing the plates at an incredible speed. A Cangnan City phone call came over, and Zhou Ping was stunned in his heart. It can't be. Is something wrong with Su Ming? Zhou Ping immediately got through, and the plate was not even brushed. Hey, is that Sword Saint? Which one? Oh, I'm Squad 136 Leader Chen Mai. It's saying something about Su Ming? Yes. Is the man alive? Alive. Okay, I'll go get him back. Sorry to disappoint you guys. No. Sword Saint, you misunderstood. I'm not kicking him out. Chen Mai hurriedly explained to Zhou Ping. He was looking at Su Ming's alcoholic appearance and really couldn't imagine how powerful Su Ming was. So, he wanted to inquire about Zhou Ping. Want to hear the truth? Sword Saint, I'm asking if you secretly passed on Su Ming's sword technique? Swordsmanship? Zhou Ping was stunned again. Not to mention swordsmanship. He hadn't even let Su Ming touch his own sword. No. Did something happen? No. Chen Mai's side was similarly stunned, and after 3 seconds of silence, he said excitedly, did you know that Su Ming used his sword chi and annihilated 5 Ghostface? Quiet. Jing. Zhou Ping was dumbfounded, shock written all over his face. Who? Su Ming. Are you kidding me? Zhou Ping was incredibly surprised. What? Are you talking about my cousin Su Ming? Yes. Chen Mai took a sharp drag on his cigarette and said slowly, according to Red Tassel and old Zhao's descriptions, Su Ming used his sword chi and first killed 2 Ghostface, then killed the other 333 kilometers away. Sword Saint, did you really not teach Su Ming to use his chi to control his sword or give any super dangerous forbidden objects? Clunk. It was obviously Zhou Ping's cell phone, the sound of it falling to the ground. A few seconds later, the phone was picked up. Captain Chen, don't be ridiculous. My cousin doesn't even have a forbidden ruin. I also felt a terrifying sword intent in Zaizen just now, but that was an oppressive feeling only found in the divine ruins. Do you think it's still my cousin Sumin? This direction of investigation can be stopped. Is there a Klein Realm powerhouse in Cangnan City confusing the public and working against Su Ming? If there is a need, I will step in. Chen Mai was silent, full of suspicion. If it was not Su Ming, then who would it be? Alright, I'll start investigating. Please don't worry, Sword Saint. This time, Zhao Kongcheng is back, sighing continuously. Ouch. Hey, so close. I was able to kill 3 ghost-faced men handily. Which one of you guys came out and screwed me anyway, right? He looked at them with a depressed spirit and an unhappy look on his face. When GMO stood beside Su Ming and spread his hands. Old Zhao. They all said it was Su Ming who made the move. The captain is confirming it. Here, you saw it. That powerful sword chi. Who do you think it is? Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head and plopped down on the back of the sofa, looking at the sleeping Su Ming and examining him for a while. Mind is a bit shocked. So this is Sword Saint's cousin. He's pretty damn handsome. But there is only handsome left. Killing Zhao Kongcheng, do not believe that those 5 biting sword chi. From this young man, it was an attack that was like a divine ruin. A sword chi that shook his heart and soul. Look at this sleeping Su Ming. How it looks like he's just a younger brother. Or a stupid brother. How did you drink this fake wine? It's called a bull. If a 500-kilogram bull can't take it, can you? And the blanket. Who would be so bold as to take the captain's blanket and cover a little drunkard with it? I guess it's Red Tassel. In the whole squad, this girl is the kindest. Listening to Su Ming snoring, Zhao Kongcheng laughed and started to act 13. Young man, you can't hold your liquor. You're drunk after just 1 bottle of wine. Wanting to replace me, Zhao Kongcheng, is still too young. Ha ha ha. That's when Red Riding stepped forward and spat. Brother Empty City, this little drunkard drank 7 bottles of wine today. I am convinced in this aspect of drinking. Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded and petrified. How much? As long as you don't drink to death, you drink to death. Right? Just as Zhao Empyrean City was shocked beyond belief and swaying in the wind, Chen Mai walked in. Seeing that Su Ming was still sleeping, he quietly summoned everyone into the house to discuss tomorrow's Ghostface purge. Zhao Kongcheng, Red Tassel, and everyone in the squad were dumbfounded. A meeting? Don't you have to wake up Su Ming? So much for giving face to the little drunkard. Ha! In exchange for Wen Qima sleeping, the captain would have run over with a kick. Wen Qima looked at the sleeping Su Ming with envy and jealousy. It's so good to be the younger brother of the Sword Saint, and at the same time lamented that the captain was biased and worldly. Chen Mai naturally has his own intentions, although the Sword Saint said that you cannot have to investigate towards Su Ming, but he is very concerned. Su Ming body must be hiding secrets. Maybe it is a shocking power. In Chen Mai's opinion, the Sword Saint must be hiding something. Su Ming was definitely not simple. During Su Ming's sleep, Squad 136, it's done meeting. It consisted of nothing more than continuing the siege of the Ghostface. And then there's the idea of following the Sword Saint's train of thought and investigating if there's a powerful person from the Klein Realm. After the meeting, everyone walks out and discusses what to do with Lower Sumin. At this time, Su Ming had already woken up, and the first thing he did when he woke up was, of course, to continue to look for wine to drink, and not to waste a single second. Seeing Su Ming looking for something, everyone followed him, wondering what he was doing. Red Coma thought that he was looking for the forbidden object that summoned the sword chi, so he signaled everyone not to interrupt Su Ming. As a result, Su Ming had searched for half a day, sniffing the fragrance of the wine, and surprisingly found Chen Mai's wine storehouse. Seeing that Su Ming was looking for alcohol, everyone fainted. Red Tassel yanked Su Ming out of the cellar with a chokehold. You kid, honestly, what is the forbidden object? And what is the sword chi about? Tell me about it. Chen Mai hurriedly signaled Red Tassel to let go. No violence. Come on, let's all get acquainted. Su Ming, I'm the leader of Squad 136 of the vigilantes stationed in Cangnan. Chen Mai, and the one sitting on the sofa is the vice captain, Wu Shangnan. Su Ming looked faintly at Wu Shangnan, who was also sizing up Su Ming, sensibly searching for clues. As soon as their gazes locked, there seemed to be a buzz in the air, the sound of pins and needles. Seeing that these two people were not dealing with each other and their auras did not match, Hong Ying hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt the awkwardness. You must be familiar with me. That one with glasses is Si Xiaonan. That one is Lung Xian, and Wen Qima. And this one is Zhao Kongcheng. Red Tassel introduced everyone once more, and Su Ming all had a go at it. His eyes kept on Chen Mai's wine cellar. It's even been secretly moved to the edge of the cellar. Everyone was speechless. What a cousin of the Sword Saint. What a royal sword art. Just a drunkard. Those 5 sword chi were either coincidental or aided by someone high up. The likelihood of a high-ranking person helping them was the greatest. Otherwise in the meeting just now, the captain wouldn't have asked them to search for a strong person of the Klein realm. At this point in time, everyone thought Su Ming was just an alcoholic and a future drag. Ha ha, no matter how you look at it, it's my old Zhao who has the advantage. Zhao Kongcheng was happy in his heart. If you want to steal the old man's position as a watcher, unless I die, old me is a genius with a sword. How could I possibly die? Ha ha, little brother Su Ming, you don't have a chance. While Zhao Kongcheng was secretly rejoicing, Chen Mai slowly drew out the 2 star swords and spoke. Su Ming, come with me. I'll try your qualifications. If you qualify, you can drink whatever you want from my cellar. Chapter 7, Chen Mai's Trial. Su Ming must not be simple. Chen Mai's words made everyone in Squad 136 dumbfounded. What? Test Su Ming's qualifications, and if he passes, the wine is casual. There are 15 cases of Wulianye locked up in the wine cellar. No, Captain, you damn well allowed this stinky brother to drink? Really? Just for the sake of Sword Saint Zhouping's face, give Su Ming the green light to act recklessly. Wait, Captain, what are you holding in your hand? Nima is holding 2 real knives. Are you trying to chop up Su Ming? All the players, once again, were dumbfounded. When Shima just now also spit out the captain's secular, the results of the captain, you are trying to get rid of the secular world. If you kill Su Ming, not to mention whether the commander-in-chief will spare you or not, we'll have to follow the Sword Saint alone. We can't afford the wrath of the Sword Saint. When Shima thought that Chen Mai was going to be impulsive and hurriedly ran to Chen Mai's side to persuade him. Captain, you use a bamboo knife to test your qualifications. What qualifications are you testing with an open blade? Besides, Captain, what's there to measure? Isn't it obvious? Su Ming is just an alcoholic. Chen Mai flung his twin swords and spoke indifferently to Su Ming. All the same, go to the basement. Su Ming is not afraid of boiling water, as long as there is wine to drink. Test it. Furthermore, although he was only in the pool realm, he had the supreme dangerous god Wine Sword Immortal, and had the cultivation of Wine Sword Immortal for 1 year. The abbreviation has a hang-up. At his current level of strength, he could easily exterminate a Chuan realm expert. Chen Mai's realm, coincidentally, is not the Chuan realm. Even if you really use 2 knives to cut Laozi will be afraid of you? But with Su Ming's understanding of Chen Mai, scaring himself was the most likely. After all, this man is absolutely qualified captain. Absolute positive energy. With life to defend the Book of Life and Death hero. Su Ming silently followed behind Chen Mai, thinking in his heart, if Captain Chen is willing to be my long-term drinking ticket, I don't mind stepping in to save the day. And by the way, the entire Cangnan city, watching Su Ming shake his thin body and really follow Chen Mai to the basement. Hong Ying was a little worried, but she held back and didn't advise, because she knew that Chen Mai must have his intentions, carrying the 2-star knives. Maybe it was just to scare Su Ming and help him quit drinking. So, Red Riding Hair, like the rest of the gloating team members, watched Su Ming go downstairs. At this moment, the one who was most gloating was Zhao Empyrean City. He looked at Su Ming's skinny body bones and thought that Su Ming was done for, thinking that Su Ming couldn't even withstand Captain Chen's slash. I think back then, when he sparred with Captain Chen with a bayonet, it was a tie, provided of course that one has years of experience with knives, a strong physique, and the talent of a melee master. But on the contrary, Su Ming has nothing to do with it. That's why General Zhao decided that Su Ming couldn't do it, determined that Su Ming would definitely be educated by Captain Chen, or educated to the point of skepticism kind of thing. Zhao Kongcheng hemmed and hawed. Little drunkard, I think you'd better keep going back to being a male. With a sword, no one knows Captain Chen better than me. Wait to be abused. Ha ha, see Xiaonan and Lang Xian. Seeing Zhao Kongcheng's dejected expression knew that old Zhao began to get on the mouth. This was a case of not being able to wait to see Su Ming's jokes. That's right, Zhao Empyrean City was full of confidence, believing that it was absolutely impossible for Su Ming to walk through around in Captain Chen's hands. When Shima shook his head and whispered to Si Xiaonan, Nan, Su Ming is the cousin of the Sword Saint. In case there's a death, I'll keep his whole body well. He Si Xiaonan was mischievous again. Not only was he being naughty, he was also helping Lang Xian and Zhao Kongcheng out. Both of them had a feeling that Su Ming was here to replace Lang Xian or Zhao Kongcheng. Hong Liao patted Minami's slender waist and told Minami to stop. When Su Ming makes a scream later, we'll go carry him. Nan, don't worry about treating him. Su Ming isn't here to replace anyone. He's just sent here by the Sword Saint for exercise. Let's hope that the captain will be merciful. Save your breath. Just then, Wu Shangnan reported to Chen Mai. Captain, there are about 10 Ghostface gathering in the sewers 5 kilometers from the office. Don't test them yet. Let's go. Chen Muyang people have gone to the basement. Standing in the darkness, like a living black erratic, he pondered for a moment, his face expressionless. 10, okay, squad 136, go! Seeing that there was a ghost-faced man stirring up the scene, causing everyone to not see Su Ming get punched, Zhao Kongcheng and Si Xiaonan said, no need for the captain to step in. This little thing, leave it to us. Captain, you focus on testing Suminga. Leave it to me. Even Long Xian ventriloquized that he'd go and fix it. Red Tassel would also love to see Su Ming get his ass kicked. No. Seeing Chen Mai help Su Ming quit drinking. So Ming, 2 real knives, just ask you if you're afraid? Thus, Red Tassel also said that there was no need for Chen Mai to make a move, and that it would be enough to leave it to them. Seeing that the team members were so active, Chen Mai didn't say anything more and delegated the power to Red Tassel. After waiting for Red Tassel and the girls to leave, Chen Mai first smoked a cigarette and played psychological warfare. Only after giving enough pressure to Su Ming did he slowly fling his twin swords, his eyes blossoming with a cold aura as he coldly said to Su Ming, I'll only cut you once. Take this slash and pass. 15 cases of 5-grain liquor are yours. If you can't take this slash, walk back to Nishijin yourself. Saying that, Chen Mai began to build up his strength as reddish energy fluctuations appeared on his body, unleashing the forbidden ruin, black impermanence. At the same time, the entire basement was filled with a ferocious aura, and a black silhouette emanating great terror appeared behind Chen Mai. The withered hands that stretched out with sharp rays of light glowing from their nails. Chen Mai's eyes were like knives, and his person was like a wolf, staring fiercely at Su Ming. It was as if the next second, he would be able to cut Su Ming's neck off. A coldness, with a rolling sinister aura, pounced on Su Ming's face. Su Ming was a little surprised in his heart when he saw this. Are you serious? You're damn straight with the ultra-high-risk band market, aren't you? And don't ask me if I have a forbidden ruin. In case I don't have one, do I have to die here? Su Ming felt the monstrous fury and helplessly took out his wooden sword. Chen Mai watched Su Ming finally light up his weapon. The corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. Brat, I knew you were hiding something. Seeing that Su Ming had taken out his wooden sword, Chen Mai had the bottom of his heart, so he no longer had any reservations and struck with all his might. Uncommon chop. Of course, it wasn't Su Ming's neck that was aimed at, but the top of his head. But the forbidden ruins, black impermanence, release of the Fury Chuan realm, release of the pressure, is not joking with you, is to scare you. Su Ming's, all pressed on Su Ming's body. If these fury and pressure were placed on someone else, they might have already begged for mercy and run away in fear. However, this was Su Ming, who possessed the strength to easily kill the Chuan realm, possessing the supreme dangerous god Ruin, Sword Immortal. No matter how strong you Chen Mai are, I, Su Ming, will always be above you. Therefore, Su Ming's eyes flinched, got serious, and said faintly, I'll only put out one sword. 2. Flying Star. Chapter 8. Chen Mai, how did I break both my swords? Ghostface King? Canyon City streets. The sprinklers had just dispersed the water, leaving many large and small puddles. Squad 136, led by Red Tassel, sped down the road, treading water, and sprinted out 5 kilometers, about to reach the mission site. Just then, they noticed that the puddle on the ground began to vibrate with ripples, followed by a violent tremor beneath their feet. They all knew that it was the captain releasing the forbidden ruins. The Red Tassel's heart was in awe, and a bad feeling was abruptly born. Just teaching a lesson to Su Ming, this little drunkard. Is the captain as far as using the ultra-high critical prohibition market? Could it be that the captain felt that Su Ming was an opponent that needed to be dealt with using the ultra-high dangerous forbidden ruins? Or perhaps an expert of the Klein realm has appeared? Red Tassel revealed a puzzled look as she looked at Lang Xian, wanting to ask the calmest person in the team what he thought. As a result, Hong Ying was surprised to find that Lang Xian's ice cube face melted. Lang Xian unexpectedly opened his mouth wide, incredulously turning back and looking at the firm. From Lang Xian's expression, one could tell that he was also in shock as to why Captain Chen had released the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins against a little drunk. As far as that goes, even if it's intimidating, 2 sharp real knives, isn't that enough? After Red Coma saw Lang Xian's expression, she secretly marveled in her heart. In the entire Cangnan city, there weren't many opponents that needed to have the captain use the forbidden ruins to solve them. Thinking of Su Ming's drunken appearance, Red Tassel, Lang Xian, is never believed that it needs to be dealt with by black impermanence. At this moment, seeing Lang Xian's shocked face, Si Xiaonan bulged her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She stumbled over her words. Captain. It must have been a rather difficult opponent, such as the guys from the Church of the Ancient God, that unleashed the Forbidden Ruins to take care of it. At this time, when Chi Ma interrupted, Nan, if that's true, wouldn't that be worse? I'd rather hope that Su Ming is more than just a drunk. Zhao Kongcheng hemmed and hawed, set up 3 notice boards, and unfolded the Forbidden Ruins, unrestricted airspace. You guys get started, finish the job, and go back and find out. The captain hasn't even let on. It must be fine. I think nah. Su Ming has a powerful forbidden object in his hands. That's why the captain used the forbidden market. Our captain, after all, is very strong. Hearing old Zhao's words, everyone collected their minds. Yes, or Lao Zhao see-through. Not in vain as a watchman for so long. We're on then. Lao Zhao, you watch the outside. No traffic ahead. Good. I'll be outside. At this moment, without thinking much about it, Red Tassel and the others jumped straight into the sewer. Not realizing that they were in big trouble. Everyone thought it was a simple task, and they didn't notice that the sewer was trembling abnormally, and that there was a scary guy from the Chuan realm. Peace firm. Basement. Chen Mai released the forbidden market, black impermanence, enhancing the pressure by countless times, and the entire firm, as well as several buildings around it, shook violently. Those who know are at high risk of banning the market. Those who don't think a magnitude 8 earthquake is coming. Chen Mai had put up a fight in order to test Su Ming, only to see Chen Mai's twin swords, in the blink of an eye, wrapped in black baleful chi, and his spiritual energy transformed into strands of red killing intent that danced on the tips of his swords. Thrilling. At the same time Chen Mai uttered his stance, the astonishing chopping attack, transforming into the black impermanence chopping Shou Sui, carried an incomparably strong pressure as it cut towards the top of Su Ming's head. Uncommon chop. The blade light surged out, 2 crosses of cold awnings, swirling with a tyrannical aura, instantly swept towards Su Ming. Chen Mai was appalling on the surface, but in fact, he was already smiling in his heart. Kid, see the gap between us. If you want to drink, win over my black impermanence first. Although I know you kid is not simple, but it's still necessary to dismount the newcomers. Therefore, Chen Mai was very confident and chopped out his killing move. The result was greatly out of Chen Mai's expectation. Su Ming did not dodge or flash at all. Instead, he jumped up high and wanted to harden against the uncommon chop, and talk about only one sword. Flying star? Whatever. Fly what I didn't aim at you. Don't fly up there and deliver it. Chen Mai was terrified. Never expected Su Ming to be so rigid. Is this little tantrum a little bit too much? He was incomparably horrified in his heart, and it was too late for him to stop. Don't. I'm in a super high-risk forbidden ruin. It'll kill me. Chen Mai just wanted to yell out. Brat, get out of the way. As a result, several dazzling rays of light lit up in front of Su Ming. Flashing Chen Mai couldn't open his eyes. When Chen Mai was able to open his eyes, he was shocked to see a scene that made his scalp go numb. Su Ming was in the air, drawing a pentagram with his wooden sword, the star of Daxia, flying star. In an instant, the majestic sword intent stirred, and the flying star sword light was like a rainbow, forming a hedge with the uncommon chop. As the sword intent grew stronger, the flying star took on an unstoppable power, easily shattering the uncanny chopping strike. Immediately after an ear-piercing sharp whistle rose, the flying star bloomed with dazzling sword light, carrying a blazing might and smashing heavily against Chen Mai with an irresistible pressure. This terrifyingly majestic sword intent fell. Chen Mai felt so familiar, exactly the same as the shock he had felt in the mine pit before. No running, the sword chi from before, and the flying star now, matched up. Just Su Ming. The corners of Chen Mai's mouth rose, as happy as if he had discovered someone else's study materials. Facing the incoming terrifying flying stars, Chen Mai knew that if he wanted to live, he either had to hide or block with all his might. Thus, Chen Mai used all his strength, releasing all of his forbidden ruin power to block the advancing flying star. However, Chen Mai realized that he was wrong. This flying star, surprisingly, was not something he could fight against. His own twin swords, as if ice and snow had met the blazing sun, instantly snapped. As the flying stars advanced, the 2 sharp long knives, all of them broke. Chen Mai's face revealed a look of horror, unexpectedly feeling the fear of death. Heartily exclaimed, played off, as the black erratic who hooks the soul and locks the life, to be killed by Su Ming back. By Su Ming hooked the soul and locks the life. Finished. I'm going to die in the newcomer. Died in the hands of their own people. That feeling of approaching death was incomparably familiar to Chen Mai, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just as Chen Mai closed his eyes, helplessly accepting the end of being pulverized by the flying star, a white shadow appeared, and Su Ming incomparably silky smoothly dodged to his side, using the hilt of his sword to gently push The flying star instantly crushed Chen Mai's 2 blades, using the wooden sword as a fulcrum, and flew diagonally from the roof with an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Chen Mai sat paralyzed on the ground, sweating profusely and in fear. If Su Ming didn't strike in time, he would be dead. Looking at the hollowed-out 5-pointed star on the roof, Chen Mai got goosebumps. Good lord, how many pieces would such a large pentagram-chopping blow fall on one's body? How many pieces would it have to shatter into? Su Ming, it's so terrifying. There was also his own twin swords. Not only were they broken, the blades were all crushed by the sword intent. How terrifying. It goes without saying, it's 2-star blades. It's only right that it never breaks. This fully proved to Chen Mai how powerful Su Ming really was. I'm afraid it's not the degree of the supreme god. It's more powerful than the Daxia sword saint. Looking at Su Ming again, his face was incomparably calm, and with a hint of sleepiness, he even stomped a yawn, as if with a joke. Chen Mai blindfolded, testing half a day. The original clown is actually myself, he asked in immense surprise. Su Ming, you have the forbidden market. No, you have the divine market? You guess. Su Ming said lazily, and held out his hand. Key. Chen Mai widened his eyes, glaring like copper bells, and couldn't help but spit out. Damn you. You broke my knife and you have the nerve to ask for the key? Besides, that's 15 cases of Wulianye. How much does it cost? Su Ming yawned, blankly glanced at Chen Mai, and twisted his head to leave. What 136 squads? No booze. No stay. Seeing Su Ming about to leave, Chen Mai hurriedly laughed to hide the embarrassment of losing to Su Ming and threw the key to Su Ming. Willing to gamble? 15 cases of 5-grain liquor. It's yours. It was only after Su Ming got the key that his face revealed a slight smile and faintly rushed Chen Mai. Thanks. Immediately hoofed it to the liquor store. Chen Mai looked at Su Ming's back like seeing a hungry wolf pouncing on his flock of lambs. It was like seeing a rogue pounce on his dear concubines. One can only silently light a cigarette. Brat, I knew you weren't simple. I didn't expect you to be so uncomplicated. Scared the hell out of me. The Sword Saint and Commander Yi Fan must have hidden it from me. You kid must have a divine ruin, able to shatter the Star Blade. The Supreme God? You're heck of a future bottom card of Disya, Sword Saint's younger brother. I know for sure it's not that bad, but I don't know that you're damn far beyond Sword Saint. Brat, I'll give you these 15 cases of 5 waves liquid. You, drink slowly. Heartbreaking, but Squad 136 has come with a supreme genius, an existence comparable to the Supreme God. It's worth it. These 15 cases of 5-grain liquid are a kind of meeting gift. Just as Chen Mai's heart was aching immensely and he was comforting himself, Red Tassel's incomparably urgent voice sounded in his earpiece. Captain, it's not good. In the sewers, there's the mystery of the Kawaraji realm. Let's call it for now, the Ghostface King. Chen Mai's heart thumped. What? The mystery of the Chuan realm? Chapter 9, The Shocked Squad 136. Red Tassel killed in action? Upon hearing Red Tassel's report, Chen Mai was stunned beyond measure and froze in place on the spot. The 2 broken knives in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. A dull thud echoed throughout the basement. Ghostface King? Kawasaki. Is it reasonable to show up in Cangnan City? Not good. No one in the team that went out on the mission can defeat the Ghostface King. At this moment, just as Chen Mai thought, there was indeed no one in the squad who could beat the Ghostface King. In the squad's headset, when Shima's desperate voice came out, Captain, Red Tassel and I are circling it. We really can't beat it. Red Tassel, be careful, bear. With when Shima's shout and a piercing sound, Chen Mai exclaimed, not good. Immediately, he scurried out of the basement and yelled into his headset, you guys stall, I'll be right there. Hearing Chen Mai yelling like a psychopath, Su Ming carried 2 bottles of Wulianye in his hand and came out to check. Seeing Chen Mai's sweaty dilemma, Su Ming faintly asked, what's wrong? Chen Mai said perfunctorily as he panicked and searched for a new knife. It's okay. It must be fine. Su Ming, it's okay, you go on. At the Chuan realm, there was no need for Su Ming to make a move. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. After finding 2 new straight knives, Chen Mai pushed the door and flew out like an arrow off the string, looking left and right for transportation. Pingan office is 5 kilometers away from the mission site. Since even if you run over there, the fastest would be 7 or 8 minutes. It's also a 2 to 3 minute ride on a motorcycle. 2 minutes, and it's likely that the entire squad, all of them, will be wiped out. Chen Mai was sweating, gritting his teeth, his spirit tight, looking around, not finding any transportation. Exasperated, Chen Mai stomped the ground viciously. Mud, where's the car? Su Ming opens a bottle of Wulianye, tons and tons and tons. He looked at Chen Mai's anxious appearance and knew that he must want to go to the mission site and drink the good, strong Wulianye. Su Ming was very happy, so he didn't mind helping Chen Mai. After all, He was also a member of Squad 136, and Red Tassel and the others were also his teammates, and he didn't want anything to happen to Red Tassel and the others. I still vaguely remember Red Tassel's line, "I'll cover Su Ming from now on, in the name of the Night's Watch." So, Su Ming decided to help out as he strangled and recited a spell, using the royal sword flight. As a sharp coldness took shape, a sword roar resounded in Chiang Mai's ears, and a long sword, 1 meter 8 in length and half a meter in width, had appeared at his feet. Chiang Mai found out. People stupid. What is this? Sword forbidden objects? Can you fly? With shock, Chiang Mai turned back to look at Su Ming again and realized that Su Ming was holding a bottle of wine in one hand, and with one hand, he was holding up both fingers and maneuvering the great sword. Chen Muyi people again stupid. The heart as if set off to shock waves in general, for a long time cannot be calm. Su Ming, Su Ming, how many more surprises you can create for me, worthy of being the brother of the great summer sword saint. As Chen Mai froze, Su Ming nudged his mouth. Go up, I'll walk you. Chen Mai is excited at the moment with tears in his eyes. I can't imagine that the most unreliable little drunkard is the most reliable one in Tama. 15 cases of 5 waves liquid. Not for nothing, brothers, nothing more to say, time is running out now, and a second's delay could extend the casualties. Thus, Chiang Mai chose to believe, and stood straight up on the great treasure sword, head held high, ready to fly with the sword. The moment Chiang Mai stood up, the sword slowly rose, giving him a feeling of flying with a sword. Chiang Mai was incomparably surprised, and simply had the feeling of a heifer sitting on an airplane. NB boom boom, so handsome. If old Zhao saw it, he'd be envious. Without waiting for Chiang Mai to speak, Su Ming pointed his finger to the sky. Go! The great treasure sword emitted the buzzing sound of a sword and instantly flew to the mission site with Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai were scared silly. His face was blown stiff by the wind, his hair was even unprepared, and was blown like a chicken nest, although fast, but a bit of a mess. Hell knows what he's been through. Moreover, it was Su Ming's first time to use the royal sword to fly, or to carry someone else with his sword, so he wasn't skilled at all. The accuracy was fine, but the precision was a bit skewed, and it threw Chiang Mai off from 5 meters. Fortunately, the place where it fell was directly opposite the entrance to the sewer, and Chiang Mai slid straight in. Still, it slid down in Zhao Kongcheng's incomparably shocked eyes. Watchman Zhao Kongcheng only heard Chiang Mai's miserable scream and almost didn't see it clearly. Thinking it was some new mysterious monster, he just watched the captain, like a big black rat, fall into the sewer opening. Not even a hand up. No! Zhao Kongcheng froze in place for 5 seconds, muttering to himself in surprise. I traveled to the future? This is just after reporting that there's a Ghostface king and the captain is here. That's too fast. And the twin swords, how come they're new? Where's the star sword? Zhao Kongcheng's mind was in a daze, but when he saw that the captain had arrived, his hanging heart was finally released. The Chuan Realm's Ghostface king can only be cleaned up by the Chuan Realm's captain. In the blink of an eye, the somewhat wretched Chiang Mai, twisting and clanking 7 times in the sewer pipe, instantly appeared behind Wen Qima and the others, battered and shaken to the bone. Su Ming, I'm going to kill you. But Chiang Mai heart system teammates, forced calm, climbed up. Teeth hate Su Ming, hate itchy. Damn, take back what I just said. Su Ming, you damn well can't be trusted at all. But looking at the teammates in front of him, you can say it's not reliable. But Su Ming did deliver it, powerless to spit. What a beep. Looking at the pieces of bloodstains in front of him and smelling the pungent smell of blood, Chiang Mai knew that there was no time to spit anymore. He had to hurry up and meet the Ghostface king. He gripped his twin swords tightly and walked straight towards the crowd. When Qima and Si Xiaonan heard a big commotion behind them and turned around with a jerk, seeing Chiang Mai carrying 2 brand new double knives, a divine warrior descending from the sky, they were all overwhelmed with astonishment. Captain, when did you learn to teleport? This is just after reporting to you and you're here. How did you do it? Captain, why did you change your sword? Is this new sword more powerful than the star sword? Captain, your face, why so wretched? Even Lang Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, was startled when he saw Chiang Mai suddenly appear. Chiang Mai didn't say anything, don't want to talk, and don't want to explain. Carrying his brand new twin swords, he walked up to a few of the men and noticed that several of them had bright red, fishy bloodstains on their faces and bodies. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle here. He looked around at the hacked-up corpses of the ghost-faced men, and followed the strongest scent of blood. It was up ahead, at the red tassel. Chiang Mai saw that the red tassel turned his back to the crowd, motionless, standing with his hand on the lance, blood constantly dripping downward from his body, and at his feet was a puddle of dark red. Red tassel, red tassel. Chiang Mai's eyes were red, thinking that red tassel had been killed in battle, and sprinted to her. Looking at the red tassel covered in blood, Chen Mai's heart was so incomparably guilty that tears were about to spill out. Yelled, "No!" Chapter 10, The Higher Man's Name is Su Ming. Wu Xiangnan's shock. Chen Mai's remorseful roar echoed throughout the sewers. Even Zhao Kongcheng, who was guarding the outside of the unrestricted airspace, felt the captain's anger. A shiver went up his spine and his heart stuttered. What was wrong? Is something wrong with anyone? At this moment, if there was no unrestricted airspace, the roar of a man, remorseful and angry to the extreme, could probably be heard for 10 miles around. Looking at the red tassel covered in fetid bloodstains and still dripping blood downwards, Chen Mai's face was involuntarily twitching. Looking at the fallen red tassel, in the last moment of life, but also rushed to his own smile, Chen Mai heart is very bad taste. Wait, the red tassel is laughing. Still laughing? Chen Mai blinked his eyes and realized that red tassel had been laughing the whole time and hadn't stopped. He scanned the bright red bloodstain on red tassel again and realized it wasn't red tassels. It was Mysteries. At this moment, Red Riding spoke, still in a very surprised tone. Captain, you've been ghosting something since it started. It scared me. You know, I actually injured the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. Yeah, too bad you didn't see it. But this stinking blood of mine can prove it. Hey, Minami and Prayer Inc. Did you see that? Tell old Zhao how cool that shot I just took was. He's going to have to die of envy and jealousy. Ha ha. Red Tassel's eyebrows fluttered as he bragged to Chen Mai that he had just used his lance to stab the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima also came over and confirmed this matter to Chen Mai. It's true. It was the Red Tassel that stabbed the Ghostface King. Chen Mai was incomparably stunned and a bit jaw-dropped after hearing this. No, Red Tassel, you are a pool realm, but you injured the Chuan realm. Across a large realm, injured the other party, and made the other party hemorrhage? How is this possible? Chen Mai instantly felt incomparably sweaty. The person was dumbfounded, frozen in place, and the silence inside was deafening. The captain was seen showing a dumbfounded expression with "I don't believe it" written all over his face. Red Tassel pouted her lips, crossed her waist, and looked at Chen Mai in defiance. What? Captain, am I weak? Chen Mai didn't say a word, his wolfish appearance, stiffening his face, messy in the wind. Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima covered their mouths and thought it was hilarious to see the arrogant Chen Mai actually showing this expression. Click. Crouching 100 meters away, Lang Xian grabbed the moment and pressed the shutter. A crisp sound rang out as a photograph washed out of the bottom of the telescope, and he reached out and carefully picked it up. Looking at the wretched Chen Mai, the unconvinced Red Tassel, and the snickering Si Xiaonan, and Winchester. What a great shot! Lang Xian treated the photo like a treasure and put it in a box, storing it close to him. After confirming that the ghost-faced king had left with injuries, Lang Xian stepped into the dark tunnel carrying his sniper rifle, sidewalking and lamenting. The terrifying sword intent just now. What exactly was it? Scary. On Chen Mai's side, he froze for a long time before coming to his senses. Seeing that everyone was fine and there were no deaths or injuries, he slowly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a hard drag. After the divine immortal herb refreshed his mind, Chen Mai slowly opened his mouth. I do understand, Red Tassel. You definitely can't beat the Ghostface King. Tell me, what's going on? Red Riding Hood wiped the blood off her face and let out a grunt. Unconvinced but still truthful, it turned out that the few people just now were indeed no match for the Ghostface King. Even with Lang Xian's long-range support, he was still being pressured by the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. That was why Hong Ying and Wen Qima asked Chen Mai for help. However, just as they were preparing to fight with their backs against the Ghostface King, an incomparably terrifying sword intent flew over from nowhere. Wherever their feet stood, they could feel the ripples of eerie sword intent, as if there was an endless stream of invisible killing intent stirring. Everyone could hear the sword chi, chilling to the bone marrow with a buzzing sound, though the buzz was crisp and faint. But everyone stated that they seemed to hear an incomparably loud sound, piercing gold and cracking stone, and curling the high heavens in general. It was as if a monstrous sword blade was traveling around every nerve, terrifying to the extreme, keeping everyone as sober as cold water on the head. Not only did Squad 136 have such a terrifying feeling, even the ghost-faced man and the ghost-faced king were also frightened by this incomparably terrifying sword intent that they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, petrified. Fear was all over his face, visible to the naked eye. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, Red Tassel braved it and gave King Ghostface a direct shot. As the Ghostface King was frightened by the morose sword intent in the air, he didn't even resist, and was directly stabbed by the Red Tassel, and his blood flowed like a spring. The spray splashed all over the Red Tassel. Moreover, the sword intent hadn't disappeared yet, and the Ghostface King didn't dare to resist. Injured, even though he was able to crush the red tasseled few, he still chose to escape. Seeing the Ghostface King escape, Red Tassel couldn't even believe it, so it stood on the spot. See, Xiaonan and Wen Qima both looked dumbfounded and froze in place as well. Just as the Ghostface King ran off with his front foot and the crowd froze, Chen Mai came out in an unbelievable and wretched manner with his back foot. After listening to the Red Tassel are recounted, Chen Mu wild man silly, a little skeptical of life, even comprehension, has regressed. The Red Tassels are meant to be the Ghostface King, scared off by Su Ming's flying star? Is it that much of a stretch? Chen Mai asked with dull eyes. No, Red, what do you think just happened? Red Tassel. She once again pinched her waist and stared at Chen Mai in a very speechless manner. Captain, you're usually pretty good at eavesdropping on me and Nan's wall. Why are you deaf today? Fallen stupid? I said, just now. A terrifying sword intent floated across the sky, scaring the ghost-faced king away, and I took the opportunity to give the ghost-faced king a shot. Chen Mai raised his hand to interrupt Red Tassel. You mean sword intent? Did the sword intent appear before you asked for help? Or after? After that, Everyone looked at Chen Mai in a daze, and Wen Qima even scratched his head as he continued. Not long after Red Tassel and I asked you for help, there was a burst of such terrifying sword intent floating by, even more terrifying than the last one. After? Chen Mai was once again shocked beyond belief. There's no escape. That's Su Ming's flying star. Flying star crushes his star blade and rushes out of the peace office before leaping another 5 kilometers and scaring off the Ghostface King? It was too terrifying. Su Ming's strength was too terrifying. Chen Mai silently finished the cigarette in his hand. After a cigarette was finished, he wanted another one and continued to fall into silence when he realized he had no cigarettes. His silent voice is deafening. At the same time, a tremor shook his heart. Good fellow. This kid Su Ming. He's even stronger than I imagined. You're stepping on a horse. You're a supreme god coming to Earth to cross over. Right. Red Tassel. A few people see that Chen Mai is not in the right state, and hurriedly asked the captain what happened. Is it because the Ghostface King ran away? Or did the captain take a hit when Red Tassel stabbed the Ghostface King? Chen Mai was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. It seems that we have a high-ranking person in Cangnan City. A high person? Red Tassel froze for a moment, then showed a look of surprise. It's good to have a high person. It can reduce our pressure. Yes, that tall man helped us destroy the Ghostface man and scared away the Ghostface King. Where is he? I want to thank him face to face. Praying Mo. How can a high-level person show up so easily? Twice now. People are secretly striking, really strong and mysterious. All of them were shocked at the presence of the higher power, but at the same time, they were all happy. It's all starting to hold up the tall people. Worthy of a high-ranking person, the sword intent is really powerful. At least it's the sea realm. No, it's the infinite realm. Praying Mo. You can pull it off. Scaring away the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. It must be the Klein realm. Minami is right. I remember the captain gave us a meeting and told us to watch out for Klein realm powerhouses. That sword just now. It was that powerhouse. Higher person's hand. Right. That sword is so strong that it can be called the peak of the mountain. I'll go. It can't be Commander Yi or Vice Commander Zhua coming. Right? Chen Mai looked at the few people who were wildly blowing up the taller people, shook his head helplessly, and said silently in his heart, hey, you guys better not know, because the name of the highborn is Su Ming. In the way of his own thinking, Chen Mai did not confide the truth to his teammates. He felt that it was the Sword Saint and Commander Yi, who intentionally concealed Su Ming's strength, and intentionally said that Su Ming did not have the Forbidden Ruins, with the purpose of letting hide Su Ming, and use it as a bottom card when Daxia encountered danger in the future. Worse, Su Ming is the human ceiling that replaces the Sword Saint, or one person is the future of Daxia. Thinking of this, Chen Mai's heart was horrified, and he subconsciously went to pull out his cigarettes. It seems that one has to maintain this great god. Just as the red-tasseled few were discussing enthusiastically who the tall man was. At this moment, Wu Shangnan's incomparably shocked voice came out from everyone's earphones. You guys, what you just said, is it true? That 5-pointed star sword on just now, was it stabbed out by a high person? The peace firm. When Wu Shangnan finished his command, he immediately rushed out of the command room. He had felt the terrifying sword intent from just now, watching the pentagram sword awnings fly off into the distance. But the rules bound his curiosity, commanding the squad to complete their task before rushing out in a hurry to check. But, long ago, the people had left, and any sword intent had disappeared without a trace. Only under the feet. Chen Mai tests Su Ming's basement roof. There is a skeletonized huge pentagram. Wu Shangnan's heart tightened. No way. It's Su Ming? Chapter 11, Things Child Mom of Wu Shangnan. When GMO was envious and jealous, Wu Shangnan greeted the night sky, and under the moonlight, he scrutinized the 5-pointed star skeletonized area under his feet. It's highly doubtful that Su Ming did it, but but anyone who knew anything about swords knew that this was simply impossible. 3 kilometers with sword chi, killing 3 ghost-faced people with precision would be outrageous. 5 kilometers with the sword, directly scared away the Chuan realm of the ghost-faced people. How can this be? Su Ming is a human being, not a god. Looking at the shape of the 5-pointed star at his feet, Wu Shangnan fell into thought. Anyone who could use sword chi to cut out such a large shape was at least an expert of the sea realm or above, or use the ultra-high-risk forbidden market. But when Chen Mai tested Su Ming, he would never allow Su Ming to use a forbidden object. So, it must not be Su Ming. Su Ming did not ban the market. Is that a coincidence? Someone has infiltrated Cangnan City and is secretly protecting Su Ming? It couldn't be the sword Saint Zhou Ping himself, could it? After all, blood is thicker than water. So reasonable to speculate. Never mind. Let's just observe for a while. Wu Shangnan is very strict and only uses data to speak. Seeing is believing. Otherwise, without seeing Su Ming's sword with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone else said it. What makes a little drunkard a better swordsman than him? Absolutely not. However, before observing Su Ming, he still had many questions he wanted to ask his teammates. Hong Ying, you said that you just stabbed the Ghost Face King. Is he really in the Chuan realm? Lang Xian, is it true that your sniper rifle couldn't even do any damage to it? Lang Xian, hey, I don't know where you went again. Nan, when you were treating everyone's injuries, did you pay attention to the direction the ghost-faced king escaped? Praying Mo. How far away was that sword chi from you when it flew past? Did you perceive it? Also, Captain, when you tested Su Ming's qualifications, did you find any forbidden objects from him? Did he cheat? Hey, I asked you guys a question. How come none of you answered it? Is the mic broken? Hello? No. Why is Su Ming drinking again? Chen Mai, aren't you indulging Su Ming a little too much? In the sewer. Chen Mai was speechless as he listened to Wu Shangnan chattering and listening to Wu Shangnan's questioning. Are you the captain or am I the captain? Chiu, I'm out of cigarettes. Forget it, let's rub old Zhao a box later. Chen Mai spread his hands and put away his twin swords. The other members of the team were speechless as they listened to Shangnan Wu's chatter. There were whispers. No, what's it to him? Things mom? That's right, Shonan is the thing to push the body. He. Sitting in the command room for a long time, lonely and cold, right? Just as the team members collectively spat and spoke ill of Wu Shangnan brightly, Wu Shangnan's voice came from the headset. Hey, I heard everything. At least I'm a lieutenant, so please respect my headset. Thank you. Everyone stuck their tongues out at each other and started spitting with their lips. Wu Shangnan is such a thing, Mom. Chen Mai watched everyone spit on Wu Shangnan brightly and silently sighed in his heart. Hey, you idiots. If you guys knew that Wu Shangnan was a member of the once famous Blue Rain Special Squad, you could probably drop your jaws in shock. Just look at you guys. Knowing that there are people of high rank in Cangnan City, you don't make any effort? In case I don't have it someday, who will take up the heavy responsibility? Forget it, you guys mustn't know about Su Ming, or you'll all be ruined. Thus, Chen Mai said indifferently, okay, stop talking bad about Shonan. Although I also think he'll never find a wife in his life. Wu Shangnan, cough. Wu Shangnan's coughing was deafening. The players all revealed a bad smile, or the captain is ruthless. In order to teach Wu Shangnan's inverted heavenly deity a lesson, directly tell the truth to satirize Wu Shangnan, Chen Mai also revealed a haughty hint of a smile. Then, immediately, he got serious, and said with a straight face, although Cangnan City has a high-ranking person, but the high-ranking person is so godlike that he won't actively show up to help us. At most he'll give us a ride. Therefore, the escaped Chuan Realm Ghostface King deserves our special attention. Gather early tomorrow morning and we'll start rounding it up. Alright, dismissed. Go to your homes and find your moms. Roger, Captain. Let's go. That old Zhao. You stay for a bit. Leave me a box of red tails in the car. If it's not the captain, we'll just rub it in. Roger that. Chen Mai wiggled his neck and felt the need to go and press the button tonight, calling 8 girls. Since he, the captain, has spoken, it's off duty. Red Rouge looked at his body, covered in dirty blood, and felt that it wasn't quite appropriate to take Su Ming home now. So he wrote down the address of his home and asked Wen Qima, praying Mo. I'm going home to take a bath. This address. You take it to Su Ming and tell him to come by himself at night. When Qima received the note with the address with both hands, his face red with envy and jealousy. Su Ming, that little drunkard. What makes it so easy to get the address? Red writing. Even I don't know where your house is. Seeing Wen Qima's misunderstood look, Hong Ying hurriedly explained a sentence. Don't think wrong. I promised the Sword Saint that I would take care of Su Ming. That's it. Nan. Let's go. After Si Shaonan made a face at Wen Qima, She was about to walk out the door with Hong Ying's hand in her hand, seeing Red and Minami leaving, when GMO hurriedly asked the captain, "Captain, don't we need to bring C Minami to treat Sumin or something?" Chen Mai said indifferently, "No need." Si Xiaonan smiled and made a mischievous remark. It seems that the captain still cares about the Sword Saint's face. He actually didn't kill him. Chen Mai gave Si Xiaonan a meaningful look and fell silent. The sound of his silence was deafening. Didn't lay a deadly hand on Su Ming? Sorry, I'm down. But it was almost countered by Su Ming. Very concerned about the Sword Saint's face? Sorry, I didn't care. If Su Ming wasn't concerned about the Sword Saint's face and afraid of causing trouble for the Sword Saint, I, Chen Mai, would have been killed on the spot. Chen Mai was scared for a while, and silently went to ask old Zhao for a cigarette. Looking at Chen Mai's forlorn back, the red-tasseled few misunderstood inside. Hey, this meritocracy, secular society. Ah, the captain is submerged. Can only condone Su Ming drinking. Yeah, if it wasn't for the face of the Sword Saint and the commander, it's estimated that Su Ming would have been crippled long ago, unconscious for a day and a night in the martial arts arena like me. Ha ha, even if we didn't disable Su Ming, I guess we'll have to leave him psychologically traumatized. Our captain's forbidden ruins. They're terrifying. Okay Nan, stop it. Let's go. This smells like blood. It's disgusting. Go go go. I'll wash with you. No, I'll rub your back. When Shima watched Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan leave, holding the address of Hong Ying's house in his hands, glumly, Su Ming, you little drunkard. You're really a fool for a fool. Envious of your background. Sword Saint's younger brother. Say it out. How pretentious it must be. When GMO spat as he walked towards the peaceful office, going back to see how badly Su Ming was beaten by the captain, at least let him mentally balance himself. However, when Shima came back and saw Su Ming who was happily drinking, he was shocked beyond words, not to mention wounds on Su Ming's body. Not even a cold hair fell off. When Shima rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. No, you passed the captain's test? Or is it that with the background of the Sword Saint, the captain was pressured into subterfuge? Looking at Su Ming's drunken appearance, when GMO felt that the second possibility was the most likely. He was well aware of the captain's strength, and he could remember it for the rest of his life after knocking him out in the martial arts training ground back then. You tell me, this scrawny little drunk in front of me, can he be even with the captain and still be unharmed? Simply unbelievable. Crazy. Chapter 12, Shocked when GMO. Shocked gods. The peace firm. When Shima looked at Su Ming, who was drinking Wulianye as mineral water, and was incomparably shocked, especially when Su Ming spoke out of turn. Is this 5-grain liquor? It's not as good as Nulinshan. Captain Chen wouldn't have bought fake wine, would he? When Shima's white eyes almost rolled into Su Ming's face. Do you think all are you will buy fake wine at the station? I can't believe you said Wulianye is hard to drink. You have drunk too much fake wine. The captain can't afford to take out a bottle for a weekday get-together. This is the real Wulianye. Mountain pigs cannot eat fine chaff. Cut. Just as when Shima was expressing his speechlessness towards Su Ming, the door of the command room opened with a creak. It's Shannon Wu. He drew the tracking map of the Ghostface King and walked out after his busy work, stretching hard. When Wu Shangnan saw Su Ming drinking posture, very speechless, which has such a drink. This is not drinking. This is in the waste of wine. Even a plate of peanuts do not take on the? He looked at Su Ming, who was drinking wildly and blowing into the bottle, shook his head, and walked away, and left 3 sighs at the door. Hey, ouch. After 3 sighs, Wu Shangnan's figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, when Shima received a message on his cell phone, I have peanut rice and tofu skins in the house. Get 2 packs for Su Ming and keep an eye on him so he doesn't vomit in the living room. When GMO looked at Wu Xiangnan's message and was powerless to spit. Not bad for you, Vice Squad. Hey, come alive again. When Shima held the note in his hand, and although he was very reluctant, he still walked to Su Ming's front, and handed the red-tasseled note to Su Ming. Su Ming was full of thoughts about drinking and didn't want to know what the note said, so he handed Wen Shima a bottle of Wulianye and told him to drink with him. Wen Shima waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he didn't drink, and explain it. This note says the location of Red Tassel's house. You're drunk. Let me take you there. I haven't even been there yet. As soon as he heard that he was asked to go to the Red Tasseled house, Su Ming also waved his hands. No, this is not a delay in my drinking. Holding me back from getting stronger? Women will only slow down the speed of my becoming stronger, so 15 boxes of 5-grain liquor, drink up and go again. Without hesitation, Su Ming pushed the note back into Wen Shima's hands, pointed to the 15 cases of Wulianye, picked up a bottle of wine, and tons of. Wen Shima people are dumbfounded. looking at a face of determination, focused on drinking Su Ming. Frozen place. I nay, drink before you go? Brother, here 15 boxes of 5-grain liquor ah. You have to drink to the monkey to go ah. If you do not drink at all, you do not go to the house of the red tassel in this life? Don't! And so on. When Chi Ma said in his heart, Su Ming, this kid cannot be making bad, in showing off, in half-hearted, in the ing polite with me? So, when Chi Ma had to take the red tassel went to take a shower. She won't come to invite you, so don't pretend, bro. Here's the address. Go. Still, can you take me there too? Su Ming laughed and continued to tons and tons and tons. The meaning is obvious. Drink up before you go. When Chi Ma looked at Su Ming's determination and had to finish his drink, and smacked his lips straight. TSK, TSK, tisk. That's too bad. Hey, that's the red tassel family. This is 15 cases of wine. Drink slowly. Don't die here in one gulp. Looking at Su Ming, whose small face was slightly red and focused on drinking, when Chi Ma had to silently walk into the command room and take out all the small snacks from Wu Shangnan's desk. Sitting on the couch, snacking and playing with my phone. Just then, the sound of Su Ming reciting a poem came from behind him. Don't you see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. Don't you see? The high hall mirror grieves for gray hair. As green silk becomes snow in the twilight. Life must be happy. Don't make empty bottles to the bright moon. Born to be useful. 1,000 golds are scattered and come back. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows is not a pleasure. It will be necessary to drink 300 cups at a time. Ha ha. Good wine. Good wine. The more this wine is drunk, the more flavorful it becomes. Ha ha. Listening to Su Ming read the poem, and those drunken words, when GMO stood up, sighed, and put the address of Hong Ying's house on the table. Su Ming must be drunk. Don't play drunk at me. Slip away. However, just as when GMO stood up, Su Ming hooked his neck and took a sip of his own before handing it to Wen GMO. Brother praying Mo. Brother praying Mo. Will enter the wine. The cup will not stop. When Chi Ma smelled the fragrance of the wine and looked at Su Ming with wide eyes, his heart drumming. Su Ming, you don't go to Red Tassel's house. It's not because of me. Right. Although you're very handsome. I'm a straight man. It's not possible. Not waiting for Wen Chi Ma to reject Su Ming. Su Ming had already shoved the bottle of wine into his mouth. With great reluctance, Wen Chi Ma was given a large gulp of wine. The spicy liquor choked Wen Chi Ma as it entered his throat. The face was instantly red. He clenched his fists, trying to teach Su Ming a lesson not to play drunken pranks on him when he did. Wen Chi Ma's ears once again resounded with Su Ming's verses. Sing a song with you. Please pour out your ears for me. Listen. I heard your mom. Words. When GMO was just about to lash out at Su Ming when suddenly, a monstrous sword intent stirred up and surrounded him, causing him to unexpectedly gain an understanding of the spiritual realm. I seem to have realized. I drank a sip of Su Ming's wine. How come my perception of the spiritual realm has deepened? When Shima was incomparably shocked and jerked back to look at Su Ming, he was shocked to discover that the wine bottle in Su Ming's hand seemed to have golden laws flowing through it, and the transparent liquid had a dense and majestic Tao energy stirring in it. He only drank a mouthful of wine. Can have a sense of the realm. Drink a bottle of wine in the hands of Su Ming. Shall not directly break through the pool realm. Could it be that Su Ming's hand is a forbidden object that can turn wine into experience value for the realm? I'll be damned. Summing, you've got some stuff. When GMO became extremely fawning after discovering this big secret. Come on, have some peanuts, tofu skin, and drink dry wine. Just wait. I'll go through Shannon's private stuff again. These snacks aren't enough for wine. I'll get another roast chicken. That, Brother Ming, can I have another bite? At this moment, in the sky above Cangnan City, the flying star that Su Ming had swung out was still continuing to fly. Incomparably shining, incomparably majestic. Those who saw it all felt their souls trembling, terrified, and thought it was a meteor falling on Daxia. As the flying star crossed the head of the Church of the Ancient God, the Church of the Ancient God, which was full of thoughts about how to revive the evil god and destroy the world. From top to bottom, all of them, were shocked beyond measure. This time, the flying stars were several times more appalling than the 5 swordchi from before. Looking at the sharp edge of the sword's intent that rapidly crossed overhead, Ufy and Rumor, all of them were incomparably shocked as they looked in the direction it flew from Cangnan City. At this moment, the evil one sends down a decree to the agent. Go to Cangnan City and see what's wrong with Treadmill. Who the hell is trying to bail out Cangnan City? Ufy and Rumor hurriedly began to prepare, all incomparably shocked, incomparably careful attention to Cangnan City. They began to think seriously about who to send in the face of such a powerful swordchi. I 1/2. At this point in time, it wasn't just the mortals of Daxia who were surprised by the flying stars. This flying star leap was such that even the gods, all of them, felt a tremor. It was keenly captured by the blazing angel Michael. On the moon, compared to the previous 5-sword chi, this flying star was even more terrifying. The 5-pointed star was covered in endless Tao energy, as well as vast sword awnings. Michael was stunned and incomparably curious. Just who on earth was Daxia to be able to wield sword chi that surprised even the gods one after another? This guy who couldn't even get a peek or two at the gods, could it really be the supreme god of Daxia, who had come back? At this point in time, the Western gods were all shocked by this imposing flying star, for that seems to be the law of mankind. It is called the law of the sword. That is a law that has never existed in this world. Mysterious and unfathomable. It was impossible to probe. But the gods could clearly see that there was a place for this human on top of the avenue that wove countless laws. Although in the great summer flight of the sword, incomparably shallow, but its law, in the avenue on top of the vaguely have the tendency to crush other laws. Its appearance caused the other outer gods, all of them, to be shocked beyond measure. Egypt. Sun City. The silhouette standing on top of the sun god pillar looked at Daxia with incomparable astonishment. After staying frozen for a long time, it still couldn't believe that Daxia was powerful. Northern Europe. Asgard. Odin's one eye, which was filled with shock, couldn't believe that a district human could make such waves. Greece. Olympus. Zeus couldn't help but let out a shocked gasp. It was unexpected that another guardian had appeared in Daxia, or to the extent of a supreme god, and was beginning to reconsider his plans. India. Temple of God. Brahma's 4 faces, all of which were open, were cast towards Daxia, only to find nothing. What was left for him was only shock. In the midst of the consternation of the gods, the flying star that Su Ming had swung out, in the sky above Cangnan city, shattered into a multitude of starlight and flew in 9 directions, nourishing the 9 Jingguo divine monuments of the Great Xia. The shattered and roiling sword intent sent out a burst of sword sounds at the 9 places of Daxia, seemingly saying, Supreme God Sword Immortal, bless all the people of my Daxia with peace for all times. Chapter 13, Sword Saint Shock. Venerable Yifan's Shock. Nishijin. When the flying star that Su Ming stabbed out flew over Xizan city, everyone thought it was a meteor streaking by and closed their eyes to make a wish. Zhou Ping was a little stunned in his heart after seeing that flying star. There was someone who was even more powerful than him in terms of sword chi attainment. In this instant, Zhou Ping's forbidden ruin, glazed red heart, was unleashed, and his attainment of sword cultivation was taken to another level of enlightenment. This stunned Zhou Ping. In Disya, there was actually a sword cultivator who was stronger than him who had appeared. He looked in the direction of Cangnan city, thinking of it as a shooting star, and prayed that everything would go well for Su Ming and that he would be safe. As Zhou Ping closed his eyes and prayed, he heard the sound of frying in the kitchen, a 5-second pause, and the sound of his third uncle's prayers coming through. Although it was a whisper, Zhou Ping could hear it unmistakably. If there is a God, hear my prayer, please, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, bless that brat Su Ming. Just get a sergeant in the army. This brat, like Ping, has suffered for 18 years. It's time for a turnaround as an adult. Why don't I give that kid all the fortune of this vegetable restaurant and bless him to get advanced in the army? Please. The corner of Zhou Ping's eyes flashed with a tear, knowing that on weekdays when third uncle yelled and cursed at Su Ming, it was all for Su Ming's good. Although the third uncle's face shows that he looks down on Su Ming, but in reality, there are good food, good drink, all secretly let him give Su Ming, and, every time Su Ming makes a mistake, it is the third uncle who gives Su Ming a peace of mind. Let's hope that Su Ming can make a name for himself in Cangnan City's Squad 136, Shangjing City, Vigilante Headquarters. 2 figures in dark red cloaks were checking out Chen Mai's application for a new blade. Both of them scared and were shocked. This is the first application for a new blade since the Night's Watch was founded and has had its own star blade. It wasn't even interrupted during the sparring match with the evil god. Surprisingly, it was Chen Mai who had his twin swords broken by Su Ming during his training with him. Both men read it and their brains buzzed with the feeling that they had read a fake application. Su Ming? Zhou Ping's cousin? That little drunkard? Yifan held his cigarette in his mouth and stared incredulously. Didn't Zhou Ping tell me that Su Ming didn't have a forbidden ruin? Now how did he break the star blade? Using the divine ruins? The divine ruins can't break the star blade. Su Ming is a supreme god? Is he, Chen Mai, sick, or am I sick? How can Su Ming be a supreme god? On one side, Zuoqing looked solemn, his eyes equally filled with shock. Only after a long time did Zuoqing slowly open his mouth. Commander, it's impossible. It's impossible for the star sword to break. Did Captain Chen have some special reason for submitting the application for a new blade? I also suspect that there's something odd in there. Yifan removed the cigarette he was holding and his expression became serious. Zhuoqing ah, go check it out. Forget it, this is too big. I'll talk to Chen Mai on the phone. You go out first. Good. Zhuoqing left with an incomparably heavy heart, with a million doubts in his heart. Chen Mai, you damn well lied about military intelligence. Next time can you make up a reliable reason? Even if you say that a Western ancient god has appeared in Cangnan city and what if you lost your sword? I'll sign it over for you. But, you said that Su Ming, that legendary little drunkard, the punk brother of the sword Saint Zhou Ping, broke the star blade, or two of them. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Zhuoqing knew that there must be something in there. Maybe it was a secret message between Chen Mai and the commander. Something must have happened within Daxia, or something must have gone wrong with the secret Chen Mai was carrying. Thinking of this, Zhuoqing's heart tightened, foreseeing that in the future Cangnan city, something big will happen. Until then, be sure to be fully prepared to deal with it. It's time to train a bunch of new recruits and set up Special Squad 005. Tada! Zhuoqing's cell phone rang. It was a message from Xia Simling of Phoenix Squad. Zhuoqing? Damn you for moving my mom out of the blacklist. I want to complain. Inhumanity. Oppression of labor. Beware, we will rise up and take our place. At this moment, Yi Fan has spoken to Chen Mai. Old Chen, what the hell is going on? Commander Yi? Wait a moment. You guys, go out for a while. You're in pretty tough shape. How many of these do you want to fight? Ha ha, look to the leader. Commander Yi. I know it. Su Ming must be the top secret of the Night Watch. You don't need to say much. I understand. At that time, when I watched Su Ming use his sword Chi Flying Star to directly crush my Starblade, I was humanly dumbfounded. It really deserves to be Zhou Ping's brother. There is a supreme jeopardy, divine ruins. Right. You can rest assured, Commander Yi. This matter is only known to me. I will definitely not let others know that Su Ming is even more powerful than a sword saint. Commander Yi. Don't worry. I'll definitely conceal Su Ming. Serve him well with good food and drink. And when the time comes that I need to be beheaded, I'll immediately send Su Ming to you. Commander Yi. Why don't you say something? Is it because you can't trust me? Old Chen? You'll give me a pass on that application of mine. I didn't do it for myself. I even helped Su Ming with his application. Just don't worry. I'll die without telling anyone about Su Ming's heaven-defying strength. Good. After Yi Fan hung up, the cell phone fell to the ground with a snap. He didn't bother to pick it up either. Because he was confused. He was shocked beyond belief. He was dumbfounded. A flying star crushing a starblade? The supreme perilous god ruins? Zenith? Strength against all odds. Su Ming. Ha! After the shock, an expression of incomparable surprise appeared on his face, and he looked up to the sky like a fool. Ha ha ha! If what Chen Mai said is true, that little drunkard Su Ming is really something. It was only sent to me at the time of the divine beheading. Now it's on the same level as Zhou Ping. No! It's even better than his brother Zhou Ping? Well, Zhou Ping, you kid, also learn to hide. There is such a powerful a cousin. You damn give me pretend. Okay. Surprise me then. There's hope for us vigilantes again. Hey. Zhuoqing. There's heavenly good news. Forget it. I won't tell you. All you need to know is to block all news about Su Ming. That's all. Zhuoqing was all confused. First Xia Simeng, then the commander-in-chief. Mixing the night watchman is not a good mix. Good news? Blocking the news of Su Ming? What do you mean? Commander? Day 2. Cangnan City. A terrified yelp came out of the peace office. Ah, it's Chen Mai. He looked at the empty wine bottles all over the living room. And the man was dumbfounded. His fists clenched intense. Eyes glazed over. Heart pounding and tingling. He looked at the snoring Summing. You kid, one night. The 15 boxes of 5-grain liquor all dry. Ah. You stepped on a real alcoholic in the world. Ah. Never had a good drink, right? You girl so unproductive. Caught a good drink to death. Ah. Heartbreaking. Oh, mountain pig. Spoiling a good thing like that? Xiangnan, look at Su Ming. Is he still breathing? Chapter 14, Entering the Chuan Realm, 100 Steps Flying Sword. The Hunt for the Ghost-Faced King. The Peace Firm. Chen Mai saw that Su Ming had dried 15 cases of 5-grain liquid in one night, not leaving a single drop for himself, and felt that he had been emptied out. I should have known not to order 8 girls last night. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Wu Shangnan looked at the empty bottles all over the ground, and the table full of their own small snacks. The mood was not much better than Chen Mai. Trembling, and even trembling. I don't care about these drinks. I'm just asking. Praying Mo. Who let you take so much peanut rice to him? Said 2 packs. Uing gave him 50 packs. He mustn't drink it to death? Chen Mai heard. Why? There is still the matter of Wenqima. He heard the back of the sofa, came a snoring sound, so he followed the sound to seek over. Found the face red. Drunk sloppy Wenqima. Chen Mai's heart tightened and he exclaimed, Maru spicy. Praying mo. How the heck are you drunk here too? Maru spicy. Maru spicy. When Shima was taken off course by Su Ming. People have divine ruins. Sleeping every day is awesome. You damn learn from others. Compare with others? Chen Mai looked at Wen Shima painfully with a hateful expression. Lang Xian silently took out 2 submachine guns and pressed them against the heads of Su Ming and Wen Shima. And the man was ruthless and asked, military justice? Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan gulped at the same time, wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads with their hands, and told Lang Xian to put down his gun first, and to have a word. After Lang Xian coldly looked at Su Ming, he shook his head and collected his gun and sat to the side. The coldness emanating from his surroundings made Wen Shima sneeze. Only Su Ming let out 2 cold laughs, as if he had dreamed of something interesting. And talking drunk. Wine. Shao air. Serve the wine. As these 2 cold laughs and drunken words entered his ears, Lang Xian's face was drawn, and he took out his rocket launcher, aiming it at Su Ming. Captain. A word. Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan hurriedly waved their hands, telling Lang Xian to calm down. The 2 of them looked at the sleeping Su Ming and saw that he was still alive and let go of their hearts, before they could say anything. At this moment, Red Riding Hood came rushing in with an exasperated yell. Su Ming. Seeing Lang Xian aiming the rocket launcher at Su Ming, Red Tassel struck out like lightning and held the muzzle of the cannon, preventing Lang Xian from doing so. Lang Xian said coldly, I'm teaching him things. You stay out of it. Si Shaonan also hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive Honging. Lang Xian is just scaring Su Ming. You're so protective of him. He'll never realize how bad drinking is. Red Raider said as he pushed the bazooka away, his body on fire. Who says I'm defending him? I knew Lang Xian wouldn't really do it. So, I'll do it. Su Ming. You. It's too much. In vain I packed a big clean room for you. Pajamas are ready for you. And you didn't even show up. Hiding out here. And, drinking with a man. You still drink. If you drink anymore, you're really wasted. When Shima got up in a daze and looked at the exasperated Red Tassel, not knowing what was going on, but still waved at Red Tassel out of politeness. Hi. You know what Honging? I followed Su Ming and drank all night. My current realm. Scram! Without waiting for Wen Shima to finish speaking, Honging kicked him off. Wen Shima, from now on, you're not allowed to spoil Su Ming's drinking. You can't drink anymore either. Get it? Our squad was already under a lot of pressure. How can we protect the city if we drink another one away? If it wasn't for the appearance of a high-ranking person in Cangnan City, humph. Honging blankly glanced at the sleeping Su Ming. Urge him to get up. Come on, sister, take you out on a mission to clear your head. However, Su Ming did not care. A smile. Continue to sleep. After all, last night's self was trying too hard. 15 cases of Wulianye dried in one night. 6 bottles per case. A whole 90 bottles. Because one has the supreme dangerous god Wine Sword Immortal, one is very, very capable of drinking. Unlike Wen Shima, who drank 3 taels of wine and got drunk for the whole night. A bottle of wine increased Su Ming's mental strength by 200 points. In one night, Su Ming had gained 18,000 points of spiritual energy. The realm has directly stepped into the Chuan realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the Chuan realm and comprehending the 100 steps flying sword. The mission has been refreshed. Save Lin Xie and kill the Ghostface King. Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power and 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Got a new assignment? Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly and began to check the system panel. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous god's Wine Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhoping, nephew of third uncle. Realm, Kawasaki. Mental strength, 24, 140 points. The more you drink, the more your mental strength increases. Power level, 1 year of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, comparable to the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art, flying star, sword flight, 100 steps flying sword. Quest, save Lin Xie and kill the Ghostface King. Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power and 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Seeing that after stepping into the Chuan realm, together with Wine Sword Immortal's 1 year of cultivation, his strength was already comparable to the Sea Realm. Su Ming's heart was bursting with joy. Distance yourself from becoming strong, becoming a god, and returning to your home in honor. Another step forward. Watch the new skill, 100 steps flying sword. Su Ming had already thought of the image of himself pretending in front of everyone. There's also a new quest that rewards 50,000 points of permanent mental energy and 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal upon completion. That would not be heavenly. Half a foot into the Sea Realm, strength far beyond the sea realm. Ha ha, Lin Xie, I'm coming. Su Ming staggered to stand up, his eyes confused, looking at the red tassel. Only the pool realm, 7,500 points of spiritual power, revealed a smile. When Red Coma saw that Su Ming was still smiling, he wanted to punch his face, but looking at such a handsome face, he really couldn't lay his hands on it. Seeing that Su Ming and Wen Qima were both awake, Chen Mai did not blame Su Ming, nor did he let his teammates blame them. After all, only Chen Mai knew how powerful Su Ming really was and didn't dare to teach a lesson. Everyone thought that Chen Mai gave face to the Sword Saint and the Commander-in-Chief Yifan, and all of them looked at Su Ming, the relation, with exasperation. Only Wen Qima, with a grateful face, looked at Su Ming. One is to follow Su Ming to mix. To the pool realm of perception has improved a lot. If he originally only 5,000 points of spiritual power, with Su Ming after drinking a night of wine, now at least 8,000 points of spiritual power. Secondly, it was in the light of Su Ming's connected family that he wasn't reprimanded by the captain. So lucky, and after being kicked in the face by the red tassel, Wen Qima also stopped telling everyone a secret. That is, Su Ming is a support system. Follow Su Ming and drink to get stronger. But he didn't dare to say anything more for fear that people would say he had been drinking too much. And he did drink too much and mistakenly thought that Su Ming was in the auxiliary lineage. But in reality, Su Ming was in the horror lineage. The horror lineage with incomparably terrifying strength. At this moment, Wu Shangnan shouted, "A mysterious energy fluctuation response has appeared on this side of the old town. All get ready and head out." Chen Mai nodded and looked at Su Ming and Wen Qima, who were still a bit drunk, shaking his head and said, "You two stay behind. Give Shangnan a hand and sober up. The rest of you come with me. With luck, you might be able to round up the Ghostface King." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming spoke faintly. "No, the Ghostface King left it to me. Red Tassel, Shannon Wu." All. Chapter 15, The Ghost-Faced King Left You. Are you crazy? Leave the Ghost-Faced King to me. Su Ming's words silenced the entire Ping'an office, except for Chen Mai, who understood Su Ming's strength. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they looked at Su Ming incredulously. Everyone couldn't believe what they were hearing and suspected they had heard wrong. Everyone was silent, and the silence was deafening. Even when Qima was awakened by Su Ming's words. "I'll leave you with the King of Ghostface, the King of Ghostface of Chuan, for New Year's Eve? Su Ming, are you kidding me? Let alone the Ghostface King. The Ghostface man left for you to struggle. How can you be so good at pretending? That's what it's called. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, right?" Everyone saw that he couldn't even stand up and his face was covered in drunkenness. So they all thought that Su Ming was talking about drunkenness. Everyone smelled the alcohol on him and assumed he was drunk and still sober. So at the moment, except for Chen Mai, everyone didn't treat Su Ming as a human being. All of them automatically skipped over him and prepared to set off. Seeing that no one cared about himself, Su Ming continued to ask indifferently, "Who am I grouped with? Everyone is stupid. Su Ming, what did you say? And what did you say, drunk? Just now the captain did not say it. Let you and Wen Qima stay. You brain tile collapse? Just down to say drunkenness even if. And now really intend to go off?" Red Tassel walked over and dominantly pressed Su Ming onto the sofa, pressed against his nose. He lectured, "Just now I wanted to take you out on a mission to sober up. But this mission, with the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm, is too dangerous. Stay home honestly, and I'll fix you when my sister comes back from her mission." However, Su Ming revealed a hint of a smile and said as he looked at Red Tassel's colorful eyes, "2 bottles of 5-grain liquid. I'll protect you this time and make sure you don't get hurt." Red Ruffles lowered his head, his black hair cascading down in a waterfall of anger. "You mean, sister is weak? I fight." Red Tassel's eyes were on fire, and he punched Su Ming's face. Su Ming obediently lied backward, and Red Tassel's perfect body, directly lying on Su Ming's body. Su Ming lay on the sofa and smiled. "I have to admit, the Red Tassel is a real top. Really top. Really top." Her face was filled with blush, and she lightly struck Su Ming's chest with a fist, twisting her body to run towards Si Xiaonan. Blushing red, she said to Minami, "When you treat Su Ming in the future, help me pinch him hard." Si Xiaonan also glared at Su Ming with red eyes and said coldly, "Don't worry, I promise to strangle him." Su Ming stretched his back and looked at Si Xiaonan, who only had 5,200 points of spiritual power, and said with a crooked head, "I'm sorry, you don't stand a chance. I can't be hurt." After mocking Si Xiaonan, Su Ming tilted his head to sniff and smell where there was still good wine. Being mockingly slapped in the face by Su Ming, Si Xiaonan got a bit angry and raised his white fist, about to K-bomb Su Ming's head. Not having a red tassel to hold on to, Si Xiaonan had already jumped on Su Ming's head and exploded the hammer. Chen Mai looked at the time and knew that it was time to depart. the longer the delay, the greater the impact caused by the mystery. The Ghostface King must be solved before the ordinary people discover the mystery. Since Su Ming was willing to come out, Chen Mai was of course very happy. After all, Su Ming could be the undercard of Daxia, as well as the undercard of Cangnan City in Squad 136. So he silently lit a cigarette and said solemnly, "Okay, stop it. I'll go look at the map of the Shonan markers and give me a minute on the grouping." So, everyone rushed to get serious, got ready, and walked into Wu Shangnan's command room. Only Su Ming, still tilting his head, searched for the scent of good wine. But sadly, the whole peace office, it seems, is devoid of it. There's no more wine. As the future wine swordsman, what if there's not enough wine? I'm looking for a drink. Su Ming began to scan the circle of teammates around him. Red Rouge had just scolded himself and was taken advantage of, so he definitely wouldn't buy himself another drink. Lang Xian, as soon as the mission was opened, he didn't know where to run to take pictures, so he couldn't rub it in at all. And because of Si Xiaonan, it would be nice not to fire a black gun at himself. Rubbing in the wine. Don't even think about it. Si Xiaonan seemed to dislike herself. Was it because she had robbed her of her red tassel? Plus his own taunting just now. Ha da. So Si Xiaonan didn't have to think about it. Xiangnan Wu, Lieutenant Wu, great drops of good people, but it's also a total thing, Mom. Eating him some peanuts and tofu skins can reprimand Wen Qima, let alone let him buy a drink. Next, Wen Qima, this kid RTM rubbing their own wine, said that the roast chicken, waiting for a night and did not buy, more can be directly pass off. The captain, well, is an arrogant and good person, but he just lost 15 cases of 5-grain liquor to himself, and has just hemorrhaged money, so it is absolutely unlikely that he will be able to give himself any more wine. Besides, by the captain knowing his strength, it was probably impossible to bet against him again. You can't rob a captain that good. No, against the moral line of things, absolutely cannot do. Cannot steal, not rob. Otherwise how to cousin and third uncle Shema. Su Ming's goal was to become a supreme god and return home with honor. So, only Zhou Hollow City is left? Isn't it a coincidence that the person is nice, has savings, and is available? And the key is that one's mission includes killing the Ghostface King? When the time comes, before Zhao Kengchang uses the Ghost God lead, one sword to solve the Ghostface King, then Zhao Kengchang will have to thank us. OMG. Accidentally found the perfect person to dilly-dally with. So, Su Ming's pair of drunken eyes stared at Zhao Kengchang with a hint of delight. Zhao Kengchang was a little hairy in his heart and trembled when he was given such a look by Su Ming, not knowing what he was looking at himself for. Wouldn't really want to take his position as a watchman. Zhao Kengchang involuntarily shivered all over, wanting to tell Su Ming, it's hard to be a watchman. It's not easy carrying 3 band signs around. The key thing is to bleed. Summing you're so young, it's easy to get hollowed out. However, Su Ming had already walked over to Zhao Kengchang's side, patted his shoulder and said, Lao Zhao, let's team up. Zhao Kengchang's heart flinched as a chill surged through his heart, looking at Su Ming's mysterious smile. Lean, is this kid really here to replace the old man? This all volunteered for an internship. Old Zhao was a bit confused and looked at Chen Mai. I didn't expect that Chen Mai didn't even hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. Zhao Kengchang sighed in his heart. Hey, it's good to be a relation. It's good to be the cousin of the great summer sword saint. Even the captain has to be spoiled and have to give face. Hey, unaware that Chen Mai was doing it for Lao Zhao's good. Only Chen Mai knew that Su Ming was the highest combatant of the entire squad. The highest combatant of the entire daxia. The first person in 1,000 years who could crush 2-star blades was still not the highest combatant? However, the other people who knew nothing about Su Ming's battle power, after hearing that Su Ming was teamed up with Zhao Empyrean City, they threw over their contemptuous gazes. No wonder he dared to go on a mission with us. So he went to rely on old Zhao as a watchman? There was no need to enter the boundless hollow to fight monsters at all. There was no danger. Hearing Su Ming's words, Si Xiaonan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Su Ming, you're outside of the unrestricted airspace, sleeping with old Zhao. Surely you won't be injured for the rest of your life, yeah. Su Ming ignored her, intent on dabbing at the wine. That's why Su Ming sized up Zhao Kengchang with a delighted gaze that almost didn't scare Zhao Kengchang to death. Can't wait to get out on the mission. Su Ming's movements were extremely fast, like a shadow, closely following Zhao Kengchang. Although the pace of his feet was messy, like a drunkard, it was incomparably swift, as if it were Lingbo Weibo, so that old Zhao couldn't shake it off even if he ran. Zhao Kengchang had no choice but to drive the black boxcar, reluctantly pulling Su Ming, and head to the mission location, lay out the unqualified airspace, and the others. On the other hand, under the leadership of Chen Mai, they swept from the outer to the inner circle according to the position marked by Wu Xiangnan, rounding up the Ghostface King. After excluding the low-risk territories, the crowd went to join Old Zhao and Su Ming, coming to the high-risk location. In front of the unrestricted airspace sign, the crowd saw Su Ming, who was drinking again. Hong Liao frowned and questioned Zhao Kongcheng. Old Cho, why are you giving him a drink too? Zhao Emporian City had a look of helplessness and suffering. No way. If I don't give this kid a drink, he moves my steering wheel, pull my sign. If I hadn't been afraid of the Sword Saint coming for me, I would have slashed. Hey! When Hong Ying heard the word Sword Saint, his anger subsided for the most part, and when he looked at Su Ming, who continued to be tons and tons, he kept shaking his head. For the sake of the great summer Sword Saint, I will endure. Si Xiaonan did the same, but still couldn't help his mouth from stinking. Su Ming, we go out on missions to fight mysteries, and you go out on missions to drink and sleep? Didn't you say you left the ghost-faced king with you? Be careful, the ghost-faced king will bite you. Su Ming shook the bottle in his hand and squinted at Si Xiaonan. Ha ha, it wouldn't dare. Si Xiaonan pinched her waist and beamed, very disdainful. Che, just brag. Su Ming was not impressed and continued to tons and tons and tons. At this moment, a battle-inducing roar emanated from within the unrestricted airspace. It was the Ghostface King. Si Xiaonan's face changed and glared at Su Ming. Look, the Ghostface King knows you're bragging. Didn't you say that the Ghostface King left it to you? Go ahead. Chapter 16, Lin Chie. Save your life. Buy me a drink? Hearing Si Xiaonan's jokes, Su Ming simply ignored them and continued to tons and tons and tons. He only cared about his mission, which was to save Lin Chie and kill the Ghostface King. Instead of looking for Lin Chie and the Ghostface King a little bit in such a large area, it would be better to just follow Zhao Emporian City, have a drink, find Lin Chie, and meet the Ghostface King. Isn't it beautiful to complete system tasks with ease? Therefore, Su Ming drank when he had the time and didn't even bother to step into the unrestricted airspace to go. Chen Mai was aware of Su Ming's horrifying strength, and knew that he absolutely could not reveal Su Ming's ability until he had no choice. District to Chuan Realm Ghostface King, let Su Ming out, is not the same as a nuclear bomb to hit a mosquito? Furthermore, he had just promised Commander-in-Chief Yifan that he would never reveal Su Ming's true strength. In case you can't do what you say, not only will you not be able to get the 2-star knives, you'll probably be disciplined. Therefore, in order not to expose Su Ming's true strength, it was appropriate to not allow him to participate in the battle. Thus, Chen Mai said with a straight face, "Alright, stop fooling around. Everyone follow me. The mission to round up the Ghostface King begins. For you, the Chuan Realm is an unprecedented challenge. When you find the Ghostface King, hand it over to me immediately." Everyone nodded, and after Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan held hands and glared at Su Ming together, they set off after Chen Mai. Everyone's silhouettes immediately disappeared after stepping into the unrestricted airspace. And Su Ming, with a look of indifference, continued to tons and tons and tons. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Su Ming bull drink. People are stupid. Heart both admire and fear. Su Ming, if you're going to drink like this, aren't you afraid to drink yourself to death? Ouch. Ha, a box of old village chief wine. This moment a bottle went down. Don't die here, or I can't explain. Forget it, buy this kid something to drink. The halibut at the street corner is quite fragrant. Go buy 2 bowls. Zhao Kongcheng stood up, lit a red Tashan, and said to Su Ming, I'm going to get you some downers. Stay put. There's a trash can next door. Go there if you want to throw up. AI. My old Zhao's life of worrying about things. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng's back, as well as the wine in his hand, Su Ming wiped a handful of wine stains from the corner of his mouth and silently said, just for your old Zhao's attitude, I, Su Ming, will definitely save your life. Tun 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 tun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drinking a bottle of wine. And a permanent +10 to mental strength. This wine seems to have been added a bit less. Lin Chie, old Zhao, if I save your lives, it shouldn't be too much to blackmail some expensive wine, right? In unrestricted airspace, Chen Mai and a group of team members were rapidly clearing out the Ghostface. It's a crushing momentum, but it's slow to advance. Chen Mai didn't even expect that after yesterday's deaths and injuries, this group of ghost-faced people had actually learned to be smart, especially the Ghostface King. After being frightened, suddenly grew a brain and knew to set up traps. Wen Qima, because he had not yet completely sobered up, stepped on hidden traps twice and was always injured, consuming a lot of Si Xiaonan's mental energy and giving the ghost-faced people a wake-up call. Ghostface runs away when he hears the sound of a trap being triggered, and starts playing tunnel warfare with Squad 136. Now, if the enemy advances, I will retreat. If the enemy retreats, I will disturb. If the enemy is tired, I will fight. Ghost-faced people are able to play on the art of war, causing Chen Mai and the others to have a very hard time advancing, fighting from the afternoon until the night. Tired and hungry, and still slow to find the ghost-faced king's traces. Chen Mai was in a hurry. Mud. These mysteries, they're getting harder and harder to deal with. Shonan, what's the best way to get them all in one go? Hold on. I'm looking for a solution. Yeah, Team Nan. It feels like I'm losing my mental focus. I can't heal anymore if this keeps up. Chi Ma, remember, no more drinking with Su Ming in the future. Okay, Red Riding. I'll remember. Next time, I'll be careful. I detected the Ghostface King, in the corner ahead. Be careful. Upon hearing that Wu Shangnan had detected the Ghostface King, everyone got excited. The riveting punch is over. Him. As a sound of slashing and chopping came out, the aura of Squad 136 was sky high, and everyone wanted to eliminate all the ghost-faced people as soon as possible and kill the ghost-faced king off duty. However, heaven forbid, since Chen Mai was not using the original Star Blade, the two new blades weren't very smooth to use, and coupled with the previous exertion of the team members, the state of fatigue allowed a few Ghostface to slip away. At this moment, there was still the Ghostface King blocking the way. Chen Mai several people, for a while, could not break through. With no choice, Wu Shangnan had to notify Zhao Concheng. Old Cho. At this moment, Zhao Concheng was squatting in front of the entrance of the unrestricted hollow, continuing to brush up on happy dissipation, as if Su Ming was his lucky god. Listening to the sound of Su Ming drinking, Zhao Concheng unexpectedly grew his brain and broke through several big hurdles. Just as Zhao Empyrean City was about to continue the challenge, Wu Shangnan's voice came from his headset. Old Cho. As soon as Zhao Concheng heard that it was Wu Shangnan, he knew that it was bound to be no good. If Su Ming was his lucky god, Wu Shangnan was the ghost that urged his life. But who made Wu Shangnan the vice team? Zhao Concheng immediately returned. Here. What's wrong? Shonan? Lao Zhao. Call me lieutenant during work hours. Slipped a few ghost faces. They are seeping into the old city from the west and south directions. Ghost-faced people are a deadly threat to ordinary people. Head to set up the boundary immediately. After setting up the boundary, join the search immediately. Copy that. Shonan. Ah, Lieutenant. Zhao Concheng looked at Su Ming, who was still tons and tons of drinking, and decided to go on the mission himself. He took off the vigilante's cloak and draped it over Su Ming, saying like a big brother, Su Ming, I'm going to set up a new, unrestricted airspace. You just drink here and wait for the captain and the others to come out. Don't run around. Got it? Su Ming blinked his eyes. His mouth didn't stop, and he continued to tons. But in his heart, he was quite fond of Zhao Concheng. Zhao Concheng saw Su Ming dry 4 bottles of wine in a row and drank his little face red, and did not care if he understood or not. Immediately jumped into the black van and drove to the old city that Wu Shangnan said. Watching Zhao Concheng run away, Su Ming knew that Zhao Concheng would definitely encounter Lin Qiye after setting up the boundary, so there is not much time left for yourself. Su Ming hurriedly put up the bottle of wine in his hand. Tons and tons. Done. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drinking a bottle of wine, and a permanent +10 to mental strength. Afterwards, Su Ming opened the last bottle of wine and poured it into his mouth while using the royal sword flight. After having the experience of giving Chen Mai the sword for the first time, flying with the sword again on his own was obviously much more skillful. Not only the speed, precision and landing point can all be controlled perfectly. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in the sky above the old city center, flying with his sword, quite the style of a sword immortal. He stepped on his sword, and looked down. In a clear view of one could clearly see Lin Qiye's few people, about to encounter the ghost-faced man. The wind in my ears even clamored, but not enough. So, Su Ming drew out his wooden sword and decided to use that move 100 steps flying sword. Meanwhile, the old city was covered by the unrestricted airspace, and Zhao Concheng had already arrived with his sword drawn. The corner of Su Ming's mouth lifted into a smile. Sorry about that, Cho. No more chances for you to be cool. The moment Su Ming held the wooden sword in his hand, the wind is rising. The gale has suddenly risen. The mountain rain was coming down, and Su Ming's vertical sword style was building up its strength. The wind with sword intent swept through Lin Qiye's black satin, making him feel incredibly stunned. Dreaming back 10 years, it was as if the blazing angel Michael was talking to him. But, no. This sword intent as well as divine might was even more powerful than Michael. The wind slapped across Li Yifei and Lu Yuan's faces like a slap, leaving the two of them horrified. What weird wind. It's too weird. Wang Xiao originally arrived at the corner, originally wanted to separate from the group, directly blown by the gust of wind back to Lin Qiye's side. He shouted ghosts. Jiang Qian's skirt, blown by the wind, was about to lift up, forcing her to walk to the center, protected by a few boys. At this moment, a fishy odor swept in, and everyone saw terrifying eyes glowing scarlet in the dark alley. There are monsters. There are definitely monsters. At this moment, although the ghost-faced man also felt that the wind was fishy, but seeing a person, there was no reason not to eat. Therefore, the two ghost-faced men running from the west instantly stretched out their terrifying tongues and pounced and bit at Lin Xie and the others. Lin Xie was terrified, and Zhang Qian and a few others had already screamed in fear as well. Just then, an ink-like black dragon whistled out and descended from the sky. The biting sword she shocked the two ghost-faced men silly and froze in front of Lin Xie's men. The terrifyingly hideous Ghostface was face to face with Lin Xie, face to face. Meanwhile, the sky was dark around a few people, and Su Ming's sword had come out and its momentum is like an abyss. Its sword is like a rainbow. 100 paces of flying sword, a blade to break the throat. The wooden sword flashed with a greenish-colored cold aura, and with the black dragon wrapped around it, it stabbed into the ghost-faced man's throat. The terrifying impact sent it flying, snapping the other ghost-faced throat with a single blade as well. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of Lin Xie and the others, this invincibly strong sword chi, carrying the sword spirit of the profound rainbow sword, melted the two ghost-faced men and pierced through the sky, flying off into the distance. With a finger of Su Ming's hand, the wooden sword drew back and stood in the middle of Lin Xie's several people. Immediately afterward, he slowly falls down in a dark red cloak, carrying wine in his hand, and begins to act like a man. Bah! Homage to the Wine Sword Immortal. Come with your sword on the wind. Get rid of the demons between heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming stood on the wooden sword with one foot and looked down at Lin Xie, slowly asking, Lin Xie, save your life and buy me a drink? Lin Xie was baffled by the question and was tempted to say, are you nuts? But at this moment, in the dark alley to the south, there was also a strange noise, and under the wavering dim light, several terrifying ghost-faced shadows surfaced. A violent stench once again ran into Lin Xie's nostrils. Lin Xie couldn't help but frown, realizing that things weren't simple, and retreated behind the crowd, and immediately turned to Su Ming and respectfully said, please senior, save me. Chapter 17, I want to live. Su Ming once again executed the 100 steps flying sword. Please, elder, save me, I want to live. Su Ming, for all, Chen Jiang et al. Phi, *0. Su Ming felt very flattered. Suddenly being called senior was really good. Lin Xie is telling the truth. Blind for 10 years, and was treated as a psychopath for a year. It is not easy to go to high school and get on track. How can I die here? So, the one who knows the time is the one who knows the time. Seeing Lin Xie respectfully call senior, he even rushed towards himself and gave a deep salute. Su Ming poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, as if it wasn't quite appropriate to not make a move anymore. So, Su Ming jumped down from the wooden sword and lifted it. Zhang Qian and the others were a bit unconvinced of what was in front of them. How could the always calm and collected student Lin Xie say that? So in tune with the alcoholic in front of you? As good looking as he is still an alcoholic. No, are you guys shooting a movie here? And seniors? The sword chi just now, was it a special effect? What an advanced special effect. This must not be true. We're on a movie set by mistake. These are fake, right? Shots. Where are the shots? This handsome alcoholic with a bottle of Old Village Chief in his hand is a special effects actor, isn't he? Wea. He must have been dangling from the Wea before he slowly landed on the wooden sword. Zhang Qian's several people stared with disbelieving eyes and began to look for the pressure on Su Ming's body. However, looking left and right, they found nothing. Zhang Qian's several people were dumbfounded. Holy cow, it's true. If Su Ming hadn't stepped in just now, they would have died for sure. Thus, Zhang Qian and the few others followed Lin Xie's actions and rushed towards Su Ming to give him a deep salute. Please senior, save me, we want to live too. Su Ming didn't bother with them, lifting the bottle, tons and tons and tons. At this moment, in the alley to the south, those black shadows have already approached. The ground was stepped out thud, thud, thud sound. It was like a pack of wolves, slowly closing in on their prey. Soon before the ghost-faced man's figure arrived, the scarlet barbed tongue arrived first, accompanied by a foul odor of corruption. Zhang Qian's few people wanted to vomit as they smelled the fishy odor that was 10 times worse than rotten eggs. Seeing those long flexible tongues that were just like snakes, Zhang Qian's few people recognized the reality. This meow, where is the shooting of the movie? Which is what special actor? In front of the eyes of these ghost-faced people, is a monster. They were now tempted to run, not daring to trust their lives to the drunken man in front of them. Although that sword just now, 1 through 2, was awesome, but there seems to be a lot of monsters in the south alley. I don't know if Elder Drunkard, can he cope with it? So, they all cowered behind Su Ming, not daring to breathe, just as a group of ghost-faced men approached, their hideous and ghastly faces, all exposed in the dim light, behind Zhang Qian and the others. A heart-shaking voice also came. It was the sound of a rush. Knock knock knock. Lin Xie judged with his voice that it was a man of around 150 pounds. Not a monster. He forced himself to look at Su Ming again and found that Su Ming wasn't the least bit flustered, and continued to drink tons and tons of wine, having already drunk half a bottle. This drinking and enjoyable appearance really has a bit of the style of the Wine Sword Immortal in the world. But Wine Sword Immortal is Wine Sword Immortal, and Wine Sword Immortal doesn't use wooden swords. This thing, can it really destroy this bunch of monsters? Listening to Su Ming's drinking voice, Lin Xie unexpectedly had a strange feeling, exactly the same as when Shima's feeling last night, as if he had a sense of the realm of spiritual power. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Xie tried to open his eyes, how hard he tried to break free from the shackles, he just couldn't do it, as if he still needed one more thing, or a burst of boost. At the moment, footsteps were approaching behind him. Sure enough, it's human. It's Zhao Empty City, Zhao Empyrean City, carrying the Star Sword, hurriedly arrived and was relieved to see that several people were still alive. Looking again at what stood in front of a few people, it was Su Ming. Zhao Kongcheng was startled and incomparably surprised. Elder brother Su, why are you here? What are you doing here if you're not going to guard the Ringless Hollow? No, you're chopping mystery with a wooden sword. Back off. As he spoke, Zhao Kongcheng had already run to Su Ming's body, flinging his star blade, slashing at the ghost-faced man's tongue, and protecting them with his body. He yelled as he sold his swing. Su Ming, there are a lot of ghost-faced people. I can only cut down 3 of them. I won't be able to hold out for long. This way, I'll cover. You guys retreat. Mud. The pressure's on. Forget it. Fight. Seeing Zhao Kongcheng's sold-out and laborious appearance, Lin Xie, Zhang Qian and a few others were incomparably alarmed. Maru Spicy, turns out to be hard to deal with these monsters? The drunk who just drank, was he faking it? They once again looked at Su Ming, who calmly unfolded his arms and like an eagle pouncing on a chicken, drove Lin Xie's few people into the alley and walked at least 100 meters. Lin Xie and the others were dumbfounded. No, senior, you were really pretending just now? We all believed it. People tell you to take us out, so really just do it. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng, who was struggling to resist, and listening to the terrifying crunching sound of sharp teeth gnawing on a steel blade, everyone was sweating. Lin Xie frowned and asked Su Ming seriously, Elder, are you selling teammates? Su Ming handed the bottle of wine into Lin Xie's arms and said indifferently, No, I'm afraid I'll hurt you by mistake. Saying that, Su Ming lifted the wooden sword up, and in an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the entire old town was filled with majestic sword intent everywhere. The dim lights swayed, and a terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, surged in all directions. Lin Xie and the others stared wide-eyed, their mouths opened into an O shape, and one by one, their hearts set off shocking waves in general. Unable to calm down for a long time, they were all dumbfounded, their brains buzzing, all horrified. Buzz, degree asterisk. Oops, wrong senior. Elder this is he going to zoom in again? Seniors are seniors, really reliable. I shouldn't have said that seniors. Selling teammates, we're the ones dragging senpai down. Under their very expectant gazes, Su Ming threw the wooden sword lightly. Snap, it fell to the ground. Zhang Qian several people, all frozen. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded and stared daggers at Su Ming. No, senpai, what are you messing with? Are you good or not? Just as Lin Xie and the others expressed their skepticism, Su Ming's left and right hands, each revealing 2 fingers, opened the bow on the left and right, and together they pointed at Zhao Kongcheng. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed colors as Su Ming's body gathered majestic sword chi around him, causing Lin Xie and the others' scalps to tingle, their spines to chill, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Only Su Ming said indifferently, Royal Sword Flight, go! 100 steps flying sword, go! In an instant, 2 incomparably terrifying sword chi, one after the other, flew towards Zhao Kongcheng and a group of ghost-faced people with monstrous might. Swish, swish swish, 2 sharp whistling sounds of sharp swords piercing through the air came, and the entire alley was silent in an instant. The silence is terrifying. Even Zhao Kongcheng had no voice. Lin Xie asked hurriedly because he was still wrapped in black satin and couldn't see anything beyond 10 meters. What's wrong? What's wrong? No, you guys, what's with the look? Lin Xie was shocked to find that everyone around him, all of them, had a look of horror on their faces, their eyes looking straight into the distance, and their mouths unconsciously opened so wide that they were able to stuff down a large duck egg. It was as if he had seen something horrible. Lin Xie was shocked beyond belief. Cold sweat was pouring down his face. He only felt his eyes go black. His voice trembled as he asked, What the hell? What's going on? Chapter 18, Two-Sword Chi scares off Ghostface King. The gods were shocked. Li Qiye couldn't see what was happening in front of him, so he could only ask. However, no one answered himself, so he panicked, especially after seeing the terrified expressions of Jiang Qi and several people. His heart panicked even more. He decided not to ask anyone else. He was going to see for himself and find out what was going on. I won half. Just then, Jiang Qian trembled and said in a tone of incomparable trepidation, "Student Lin Qiye, there's someone's flying." Lin Qiye's foot that was just about to take a step froze. Fly? Who flew? This is not scientific. Then, Jiang Qian's silver bell-like voice once again rang out. Elder's finger. As soon as he pointed it out, a big sword with golden light flew up with that uncle. Lin Qiye was incomparably surprised after hearing that. Fly up? Sword flying? Cultivation? What's this nasty bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Just as Lin Qiye's brows furrowed, disbelief written all over his face, Li Yifei's shocked voice rang out. And that wooden sword. It's so sharp. It took the heads of a bunch of monsters directly from 100 paces away. After Lin Qiye heard this, he fought to open his eyes. He wanted to see if it was true or not. He didn't believe it. The way Su Ming looked just now. He was a lousy drunk. Respect him and call him senior. If you don't respect him, he's just a pretentious drunk. The wooden sword had clearly landed on the ground within his visual range. How was it sharp? And how did it destroy that group of monsters? Lin Qiye's heart began to mutter. Jiang Qian and Li Yifei. The more he said the more outrageous. How not to say broken days? How come you don't say this alcoholic? Poking the sky? Not to be able to sword. Not to cultivate immortality. Not 100 paces away to take the head of the monster well. You do not open the sky it? Why don't you open the sky? Lin Qiye spat madly in his heart, no longer believing in other people's words. At this moment, he only believed in himself. Therefore, Lin Qiye took a step and walked over to inspect it. How could I expect that Lu Yuan and Wang Xiao's voices were ringing in my ears? I'm going to. Li Yifei, did I see it right? That sword. It seems to have even split the sky behind it in half. I'll go. It's true. Elder opened the heavenly gate with a sword? The sky is now bright in the center and dark on both sides. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is not reasonable. No. You're all ganging up on me for being blind, aren't you? First, someone's imperial sword flew up, and then the wooden sword lorded over a group of monsters within 100 meters, and that flying sword chi, but also trampled split the sky and opened the gate of heaven. Is there anything more outrageous? More outrageous? Dare you? Lin Qiye was confused. His worldview collapsed. Although he knew the world wasn't simple after he'd locked eyes with the blazing angel Michael as a child and gone blind. This was too epileptic. Too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Feeling the shock of the people around him, looking at the old village chief Wine held in his arms, he was in the wind. It feels like it's all, well, surreal. At this point in time, what he doesn't realize is that Su Ming swung out the 100 steps flying sword twice in succession, and two incomparably biting sword chi successively passed by the Ghostface King and Chen Mai on their way to battle, flying towards the Borderlands Jingguo Divine Monument. It was these two times that the sword chi from the 100 steps flying sword flew by, saving Squad 136 and helping Chen Mai a great deal, just as Su Ming saved Lin Qiye. On the other side of the unrestricted airspace, Chen Mai led the members of Squad 136, struggling laboriously to fight the Ghostface King, since Chen Mai's two-star knives, both of which had been shattered by Su Ming. The two new knives that were temporarily brought out were neither smooth nor sturdy. The two new swords were easily broken by the Ghostface King during the struggle with him. Right after the broken sword, as Chen Mai's heart trembled, and Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan, and the others' hearts jumped in fear. The 100-pace flying sword that Su Ming had used to swing his sword to save Lin Qiye arrived above them, just sticking to the high altitude of the unrestricted airspace. The incomparably terrifyingly sharp sword intent was like a carving knife that kept on slashing and pulling at the Ghostface King's heart. Invisible killing intent stirred around his body, and there was a terrifying feeling that as long as the Ghost-faced King moved, he would be pulverized and fall into an endless hell. The Ghost-faced King was once again scared silly, holding Chen Mai's two broken blades, frozen in place in shock, as if he had been nailed, and must not move. Terrifying sword intent stirring, so that the entire space has issued click-click glass breaking like buzzing. It made Chen Mai, Red Tassel, and the others all startled, while their heads broke out in cold sweat and goosebumps. But Red Tassel and the girls had experience and thought that another high-ranking person had stepped in to help them. So Red Tassel raised her lance and rushed at the Ghostface King's head and stabbed it. Last time I didn't stab it to death. This time I'll stab the vitals. However, the moment Red Tassel leapt high into the air and stabbed at the Ghostface King, the first sword chi flew far away. Ghostface King regained his senses. the hand of the broken blade a throw. With the force of 1,000 pounds of big hand slap, directly will pool realm of the red tassel, slapped fly out. The red tassel was like a kite with broken strings, out of control. At the same time, the Chuan realm of the Ghostface King, moving like a rabbit, lightning like leap to midair, rushed to the red tassel longer than the life of the legs. A vicious bite. At this point, it's too late for anyone to save. Lang Xian's sniper rifle wasn't even as fast as him. Even if it was Chen Mai, it was already too late to make a move, and red tassel's legs were bound to be lost. However, right at this moment, a biting sword aura once again came from the air. It was Su Ming who once again struck the 100 steps flying sword, and the sword energy cleared out all the ghost-faced people in the dark alleys of the old city, once again flying towards the Jinhua Divine Monument at the border. This sword chi was even more terrifying than the previous one. It could be said that Su Ming's strikes were stronger than ever, and his sword chi was more terrifying than ever. Two terrifying sword chi attacks in succession. The sword chi chills into the bone marrow. The Ghostface King felt that it was hard not to be intentional. Threats. Once again, the Ghostface King was threatened. So the Ghostface King froze in midair, his big mouth open, 2 rows of sharp fangs, glowing with a cold light, just didn't dare to bite Red Tassel's big white leg. Eyes wide open. He watched as Red Tassel raised his lance and rushed his head with a vicious shot. This shot hit Ghostface King squarely on the center of the eyebrow. The foul-smelling blood splattered in all directions once again, and the ghost-faced king didn't dare to get involved in the battle. And the moment he landed on the ground, he pulled out his legs and ran. The Ghostface King escaped with injuries once again. History is always strikingly similar, and it's Red Tassels again. Chen Muyi people are stupid. I have not yet made a move. How did the monster disappear? Scared off by Su Ming again? How is the Red Tassel again? Su Ming, you kid in the red tassel on the body to plant monitoring it. How back and forth can be so just right to save the red tasselet? You guys are a CP. How do you feel kinda good to be high? However, within everyone, only Chen Mai knew that it was Su Ming who had made the move. The others? Still feeling high. Wonderful. Another high-level person to help me. Captain, did you see that I stabbed King Ghostface again? Wow. Rouge, you're awesome. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see if you're hurt and need healing. Captain, it's this sword aura again. It seems to be spreading from the old city center. Old town? Isn't Su Ming at the door? I'll go. There can't really be another high-ranking person. Just then, Wu Shangnan spoke up. Zhao Kongchang, how is the situation on your side? Something's wrong, right? There was a moment of breathlessness as we listened to Lao Zhao's speech. After a gust of wind and the dull sound of falling, Zhao Kongchang's voice came out intermittently. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thought I was dead. Su Ming came to my place. It's okay. Su Ming? Everyone was puzzled for a while as to what Su Ming was going for and what he could do. Then there was a burst of worry. Lao Zhao, you must protect Su Ming. Only the corner of Chen Mai's mouth raised a smile. So that makes sense. Nishijin. Zhou Ping was still brushing the dishes, looking at the 2 brilliant sword chi drifting across the sky, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No way. There was a sword genius in Cangnan City who was even more powerful than him. I hope Su Ming won't be intimidated and won't lose his moral heart for being inferior to others. When Uncle San saw the sword chi, he thought it was another meteor and closed his eyes, continuing to pray for Su Ming. Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, the great Luo gods and immortals, bless Su Ming with peace and security, and just have enough to eat. Upper King City. Zhuo Qing was incomparably shocked and reported the 2 radiant sword chi observed to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was incomparably excited as he looked at the 2 sword chi. It's even better than the last flying star. No way around it. Su Ming is a genius. Zhuo Qing, keep blocking the news for me. Yes, Commander. By the way, that Su Ming kid is a good drinker, isn't he? That's right. Su Ming's a little drunk right now. Send my 4 cases of Qing Hualang, along with Chen Mai's knife, to Cangnan City. Commander, you indulged him. Zhuo Qing, forget it, I won't tell you. After all, he's Zhou Ping's brother. If you like to drink, drink something good. Commander, you're so biased. $1,000 a bottle. Zhuo Qing, what do you know? Go! The 2 sword chi wielded by Su Ming, one in front of the other, flew in the sky above Daxia, like 2 barriers that sheltered Daxia. Any outer god who cast their gaze over could sense these 2 biting sword chi. The laws of the way of the sword were on top of the great Tao, shining and glittering as if warning all the gods. Don't mess with Daxia. You can't afford the consequences. 2 sword ons appeared at the same time, causing the other outer gods, all of them, to be horrified. Egypt. Sun City. The silhouette standing on top of the sun god pillar once again looked at Daxia with incomparable astonishment, froze again for a long time. His heart was incomparably alarmed. Dasha, what does he want? Northern Europe. Asgard. Odin stood up, shock covered inside his one eye, followed by anger, feeling that Dasha was flaunting his power and bullying him that there was no one in Asgard. Greece. Olympus. Zeus sat on the god seat and was silent for a long time. Dasha had a guardian of the supreme god level in place, wanting to take it down. It wasn't easy. India. Temple of God. Brahma's 4 faces, all of which were open, searched the Dasha with all of his divine power, and found nothing as a result except shock. What was left for him was only endless shock. In the midst of the consternation of the gods, the 2 100-pace flying swords wielded by Su Ming flew in 2 directions, one west and one north, in the skies above Cangnan city, upholding the great Xia's divine monument of suppression. The majestic roiling sword intent emitted a burst of sword sounds on the divine monument of Dasha, seemingly saying, Supreme God Sword Immortal, bless all the people of my Dasha with peace for all times. Chapter 19, Me? I am the only one who can't be drunk from 1,000 cups. I am the Wine Sword Immortal. At this very moment, there were no words that could express the shock in Lin Qia's heart. He couldn't believe what he saw, couldn't believe what he heard, couldn't believe what had happened to him. Sword Saint, Sword Immortal, Sword God? Using Qi to control the sword, a sword to open the sky? What is all this stuff that only exists in the world of fairy tales and is pulling my leg here? Am I nuts or are you guys nuts? Lin Qia was incomparably shocked, wanting to walk up and see how those monsters were doing. He was now furious. Was someone making fun of him as a blind man? At the same time, the anger within him was like a torrent, pounding the door of the divine ruins over and over again. But unfortunately, the blazing angel's divine ruins confinement was dead set against Lin Qia breaking through the shackles. But due to his anger, Lin Qia's body already had threads of divine aura traveling through his limbs and bones. It was only that Su Ming was too dazzling and everyone's attention was on Su Ming. No one noticed Lin Qia's abnormality. At the moment, within 10 meters of Lin Qia, there was Su Ming stepping in, and he extended his hand to himself to take the old village chief wine in his arms. In front of Lin Qia tons and tons and tons. Lin Qia's throat beads rolled, swallowing hard and revisiting. This time, Lin Qia didn't treat Su Ming as a drunkard, but rather scrutinized him as a senior. Lin Qia's heart and body both shook, breaking out in a cold sweat. Unable to tense up, he was once again shocked by Su Ming. Can't believe what I'm sensing? What was the matter with the sword intent law flowing from Su Ming's body? What was the matter with Su Ming's hovering divinity between that exhale and inhale? What about the river of stars that flowed from Su Ming's glittering eyes? Lin Qia was confused. He couldn't read it. The perception ability that he had inexplicably acquired. Although he could see through and see every single part inside the machinery, he just couldn't read Su Ming. Can't see what's flowing on Su Ming. What's the awesome coaxing thing? And look at Jiang Qian, pink and fleshy. Then look at Wang Xiao and the others. They were all throbbing muscles and nerves. Where was the terrifying divinity in Su Ming? Glancing at each other with Su Ming, his mind was as if the sky was covered with thunder, separated by countless dimensions that were generally unattainable. Terrifying as hell. Is it really the Wine Sword Immortal descending to the world? Under Lin Qia's shocked gaze, Jiang Qian and the others also trembled with fear and admiration in their eyes as they asked in a low voice, Elder, you're a sword immortal? Elder, is this an immortal technique of yours? Senior, do you still accept disciples? Elder, do you think I'm qualified? I'll learn one of your moves. Facing Jiang Qian and their inquiries, Su Ming only looked at Lin Qia quietly. It seems to say, do you have anything to ask? There was so much Lin Qia wanted to ask. Thousands of questions converged on his lips, and all that was left was a polite remark. Lin Qia clasped his hands and asked with a very respectful arch, following the example of people in the immortal world. May I ask, Senior, what is your name? The corners of Su Ming's mouth raised into a smile as he lifted the bottle up and said lightly, in the world of demon removal, there is wine and joy. 1,000 cups of wine will not fall. Only I, the Wine Sword Immortal. I am the Night's Watch. Su Min. As he spoke, Su Ming poured 2 mouthfuls of wine into his mouth, followed by a hook of his finger, harnessing his sword with his qi and bringing Zhao Kongqing back from the sky. A set of moves that flowed like a cloud. Quite the immortal. Cool. How can I say handsome? Lin Qia saw a huge glowing sword, carrying Zhao Kongqing, appearing in front of his eyes in an instant. Convinced, and with incomparable respect and admiration for Su Ming, Jiang Qian and several people also opened their mouths at the same time, dumbfounded as they watched Su Ming use his qi to master the sword. Powerful as hell. Being so handsome by Su Ming. If adult, Jiang Qian directly proposed to Su Ming, go to his meow what 3 good students, which has a husband is a sword fairy hanging ah. At this moment, the heart of Zhao Kongqing, who was forced to descend, was so flustered that his heart was as if it was about to burst. From that high up, landing instantly, like riding a jumper, is not gentle at all. The hair is a mess. It's a bird's nest. He instantly understood how Chunmai instantly moved yesterday and why he was in such a sorry state. It turned out to be the kid Su Ming. There was also Su Ming's strength, killing several ghost-faced people with a single sword, touched by Zhao Kongcheng, terrifying as it was. Feeling the monstrous sword intent, he suddenly understood how Chen Mai's twin swords broke and why he needed new ones. Old Zhao is very smart. Thought Chen Mai have not exposed the strength of Su Ming. Their own in the face of things Mom Wu Shangnan inquiry. Naturally keep their mouths shut. Said nothing. Once again coming to Su Ming's side, Zhao Kongcheng burst into a giggle, like he was happy to see his brother's study materials. So you kid. So hung. Zhao Kongcheng silently gave Su Ming a thumbs up. Thinking back to earlier, why Captain Chen had agreed without hesitation when Su Ming wanted to team up with him. It turned out that Captain Chen had long ago tested out Su Ming's strength, which was stronger than the entire 136th squad. It seemed like he was indulging Su Ming, but in reality, it was to protect him. Zhao Kongcheng, looking at Su Ming, who was perfect except for his hobby of drinking, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but pat his arm. This is a meaning that only a brother would understand. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly realized that Lin Xie had a divine aura on his body. Divine auras visible to the naked eye, like silk threads, slowly traveled around his body. He walked in front of Lin Xie and opened his mouth in extinction. You can see it, can't you? Jiang Qian and the others were dumbfounded. Ah, people Lin Xie students, obviously blind. His aunt came to give them eggs to beg for care. How can they see? However, to their surprise, Lin Xie nodded. But I can only see 10 meters. Zhao Kongcheng nodded and sent an invitation to Lin Xie. I think you have potential. Join our professional team. We'll help you awaken. Besides, it's going to be hard to explain when you go back with this on you, isn't it? It was at this time that everyone noticed the hints of divine aura on Lin Xie's body. It was obvious that Lin Xie wasn't immortal, awakened a little bit of divine power, but not fully awakened. At this moment, Lin Xie was like a butterfly stuck in a cocoon, slow to complete its metamorphosis. It's going to be a pain in the ass if the transformation doesn't work. Therefore, Zhao Empyrean City kindly extended an invitation to Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie unsurprisingly refused. Although he also wanted to go with Zhao Kongcheng and learn sword techniques from Su Ming, he couldn't do it because he had a family and attachments. As for these wisps of divine aura on his body, he felt that he could press them back into his body. Therefore, Lin Xie silently walked away. As he passed by Su Ming, he said very respectfully, "Thanks, Wine Sword Immortal Senior." Su Ming shook the bottle and said two profound words to Lin Xie. One drink will finish the river. Then drink and swallow the sun and moon. Lin Xie is full of confusion. What does it mean? Oh, can't understand it, can't realize it. Without saying anything, Su Ming directly stuck his wine mouth into Lin Xie's mouth, forced a mouthful of wine on Lin Xie. The cool and choking liquid went down, and Lin Xie was confused. He swallowed his drink unawares, his eyes wide with anger. Elder is crazy. You give minors alcohol? Zhao Kongcheng was also dumbfounded. Jiang Qian and the others were dumbfounded. Both wanted to yell. Yeah, Su Ming, are you crazy? And then, just then, a flurry of sharp sword paths instantly severed the shackles binding Lin Xie, and the black satin cloth was instantly split in two. Lin Xie was enlightened. He looked at the sky that Su Ming had cut open with his sword, and following the traces he had cut open, he seemed to see Michael on the moon. After 10 years, Lin Xie finally saw Michael once more. This instant, Micah also cast a shocked gaze downward at Su Ming. Just like that, Michael and Lin Xie, two bundles of shocked gazes locked together. Between Daxia and the moon, an incomparably bright golden pillar appeared, illuminating Cangnan city and shining throughout Daxia. At this moment, Lin Xie awakened the divine ruins, mortal dust divine realm. Chapter 20, Lin Xie, Unite Watchmen. Are also rogue? Looking at the incomparably bright pillar of light on Lin Xie's body and the powerful divine might on his body, Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded. God's ruins? Shining, burning, holy, and this breath of creation. This is the agent of the divine codename 003 Michael, King of Angels. Good lord, this kid is a divine agent? My old Zhao really did not see wrong. Invited the right The point is that awakening the divine ruins of this jam is hard. He was all stuck at the cocoon-breaking butterfly just now, and unless he wanted Commander Yifan to come, no one could help him. As a result, old brother Su Ming, after directly pouring a mouthful of wine to Lin Xie, broke through the shackles and directly awakened the divine ruin? Su Lao Di, you're really awesome. How many more surprises can you bring me? Zhao Kongcheng silently lit a cigarette and looked at Su Ming with shocked but surprised eyes. In his heart, he secretly resolved that he would definitely tie up with Su Ming on future missions. Nope. Welded. This is safe. At this moment, looking at the divine aura on Lin Chia's body, Jiang Qian's few people were dumbfounded. They stared daggers at those divine ons, their faces seemingly scorched by the searing heat. If they weren't standing by Su Ming's side, with the biting sword intent stopping them, they, the group of mortals, would have long since been scorched into meat jerky by the heat. Looking at the golden light on Lin Chia's body and feeling the powerful sword intent law on Su Ming's body, Jiang Qian and a few others let out a gasp. Oh my god! Student Lin Chia can see. He's become a god? No! Student 7 Knights is not as powerful as the Su Jinxian in front of us. The Jinxian hasn't even become a god. How could student Lin 7 Knights become a god? Holy! Do you guys remember when Elder Su poured a mouthful of wine into student Lin Chia? And it was this mouthful of wine that caused it. Could it be that? Elder Su, it is possible to create a god. Senior, my name is Li Yifei. What do you think of my qualifications? Some of the Jiangqian few were shocked by Lin Chia's golden light, some were shocked by Su Ming's wine, and some directly wanted to worship Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming's 100-step flying sword, everyone was a bit indifferent to the pillar of light on Lin Chia. After all, Su Ming had just opened the heavens with a sword. It was just too shocking. Moreover, this pillar of light from Lin Chia was following that gap in Su Ming's open sky to meet the gods. Everyone's hearts felt incomparably surprised and shocked. Could it be that Senior Su Ming had already figured out that it was a deliberate attempt to open the heavens and intentionally pour wine, and that its purpose was to help classmate Lin Chia release the divine aura on his body? Sure enough, after this golden pillar disappeared, the wisps of divine aura on Lin Chia's body were released in full, fusing with his body. Everyone on the scene, once again, was dumbfounded. It turns out that all of this, all in Su Ming Senior's calculations, everything is according to his script to go? Looking at Su Ming's drunken look as he shook the bottle and drank the last sip of wine, everyone couldn't believe it. Su Ming, a true man of God. Not only were the others dumbfounded, even Lin Chia himself was dumbfounded. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Not only can I see, but I've gained mystical powers and my body is so hot. Li Chia casually waved his hand and a 20-meter, mortal dust divine domain, unexpectedly unfolded under his feet. This made Zhao Concheng satisfied. Yes, this kid can become a great man. Zhao Concheng looked at Su Ming again and found that Su Ming had a calm face, as if he had already known the result. Jiang Qian and the others, on the other hand, were taken aback. Sure enough, student Lin Chia had gained transcendent abilities. The golden spell formation under his feet was strong to look at. Lin Chia quickly accepted his current situation and casually waved his hand again. The spell formation underneath his feet disappeared and he reverted back to being an ordinary person. He crouched on the ground, meditating bitterly on how he had gotten this way. The awakening just now was so shocking even to himself that he unconsciously forgot how he had awakened. He remembers wisps of divine aura appearing in his body, remembers wanting to go home, not joining the night's watch to come, and then, by Elder Su Ming, forcibly, poured a mouthful of wine. Right, Elder Su Ming forcefully poured me, a mouthful of wine. Lin Chia snapped his head up and looked at Su Ming. Zhao Concheng walked over and spat a smoke ring in his mouth at him, choking Lin Chia. Ahem. No, you vigils are also rogue? Ahem. Zhao Concheng laughed out loud. Hey kid, if it wasn't for my old brother Su's hand just now, you'd be in jail today. Do you believe that? After all, we vigilantes don't communicate with the police department in Cangnan City. In case you're found out, it'll be troublesome. Not only you, but your family will be implicated. If it wasn't for old brother Su using a mysterious method to help you awaken, how could you possibly get rid of the divine ruins confinement so easily? Why don't you go and thank brother Xiaoming? Lin Chia was so fooled by Zhao Emporian City that he hurriedly ran to Su Ming's face and once again gave a deep salute. Thanks. Thank you senpai. Su Ming waved his hand and threw the bottle in his hand into the trash can, staggering into the dark alley. He left only a languid message. Remember to buy me a drink and I'll see you again. Swish. A giant sword that shimmered with golden light took shape, and Su Ming lay on the giant sword, returning with incomparable panache with his sword. Simply handsome and tragic. Look at Li Yifei drooling and envious. Jiang Qian also watched as her maiden heart flooded, feeling that her heart had been stolen by Su Ming. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan regretted, had known to worship. Suddenly, they thought of the wine bottle Su Ming had just thrown. Lin Chia was able to soar after just one sip of wine. Could they not do the same? The idea came to both of them at the same time. All rushed to the trash can at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, turning left and right, ignoring the mud and dirt on their bodies, rummaging through the bottles of wine that Su Ming had thrown. This behavior made Zhao Emporian City's few people look dumbfounded. especially Zhao Empyrean City. Mind, if you want Su Ming's bottles, look me up. I've got tons of them in my car. After Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan rummaged around, they finally found the bottle, but it was already empty, and only at the mouth of the bottle, a few drops of liquid remained. The two of them were as enchanted as if they were looking at the same as the agar jelly, both sticking out their tongues and licking furiously like dogs. This could make Zhao Empyrean City's few people look silly. Holy crap, crazy. Zhao Empyrean City shook his head straight as he watched. Just for your IQ, you won't even survive the first episode. So, miracles didn't happen. Both were flesh and blood, mortal, muggle. However, both of them thought that this was a test that Su Ming, the Wine Sword Immortal, had placed on the two of them, so in both men's hearts, the seeds of drinking were planted to learn from their predecessors. Zhao Kongcheng was very speechless and no longer paid attention to these two lunatics. Instead, he walked over to Lin Chie and once again threw out an olive branch. Lin Chie, are you considering joining us now? Lin Chie lowered his head in a difficult situation as he bit his lip and said, I reconsider. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Lin Chie's departing back and decided to be his guide. After all, it was the divine ruins, and divine agents were rare. Developing a divine agent was tantamount to contributing to Daxia and sheltering the well-being of Daxia's people. This is very necessary and meaningful. As Zhao Empyrean escorted Jiang Qian on their way home, he began to think, I'm really convinced that Su Ming, this old sixth, can help Lin Chie awaken the divine ruin by pouring a mouthful of wine. Awesome. Does old brother Su Ming have a way to make my old Zhao awaken the forbidden ruins? I'm such a genius. Ha ha ha. Buy another case of Old Village Chief and have Su Ming try it for me. The Old Village Chief is dropping the ball a bit. Why don't you ask Su Ming what he likes to drink? He can't like to drink Mao Zi. Woof, woof. Lin Chie just walked into the building. The little black dog issued a welcome home bark. He stroked the little black dog's head and stepped into the house. Yang Jin smelled the smell of blood on his body, and then associated it with the terrifying sword chi and golden light just now, and felt that Cangnan City was going to change. He hurriedly asked Lin Chie if he was alright. And, brother, you can see? Lin Chie nodded. Yes, I'm fine. Auntie heard that Lin Chie had returned and hurriedly brought out the warm dishes, all of which were delicious food left for Lin Chie. Today was Lin Chie's first day of school, and his aunt had specially made braised pork for him. Seeing Lin Chie without the black satin cloth and revealing his bright eyes, his aunt hugged him and cried tears of joy. Ooh, 7 nights. It's great that you can see. Thank God for that. 7 nights. I knew you were okay. God willing. We're going to have a college student in our family. When Auntie finished being happy and greeted young Jean for dinner, Lin Chie squatted her bowl and asked, Auntie, do we have any wine at home? Yes, of course. Auntie pointed to the cabinet. The top row. This is the celebratory wine reserved for you and young Jean. But 7 nights. No alcohol for minors. Lin Chie's face showed delight. No, Auntie, I have a friend. Chapter 21 Shock. 4 cases of cyanide sent by the commander? Su Ming flew with his sword and soon flew back to the peaceful office. The first thing you do when you get back, of course, is sleep. But before you go to bed, Su Ming still took a look at his system panel to see the situation first. Host, Su Ming, age, 18. Forbidden Ruins, Sword Immortal, quality against Divine Ruins. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136. Cousin of Dixia's Sword Saint Zhoping. Nephew of Third Uncle. Realm, Kawasaki. Mental Power, 24. 200 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, 1 year of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, comparable to the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Quest, save Lin Chie and kill the Ghostface King. Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power and 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Half of the mission had been accomplished. So next, just take care of the Ghostface King, right? Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power and 10 years of cultivation by the Wine Sword Immortal. It looked so strong. Well, according to his memory, the Ghostface King appeared the day after tomorrow. Until then, just have a nice long sleep and dabble with General Zhao tomorrow. Lao Zhao saving your life. Can you buy me a drink of Mauzi? Su Ming spoke drunkenly and slowly fell into sleep. Hearing his sound in the living room, Wu Shangnan curiously walked out. He smelled the smell of alcohol all over the room, and was a little angry to see Su Ming, red-faced and clutching his wooden sword, lying on the sofa and huffing and puffing. Wu Shangnan shook his head, although he wanted to grab Su Ming up and ask him and Zhao Kongcheng what the situation was, and how many ghost-faced people he had met. It was tempting to ask Su Ming why he didn't stay put, why he didn't guard the unrestricted airspace, and go to Zhao Kongcheng to add to the chaos. It was even tempting to reprimand with a stop drinking, but to see Su Ming can come back safely, the heart even put down. There is nothing more delightful than the team members can return safely to the team. After all this time, Shannon Wu's favorite phrase is still, Commander. The squad returned in one piece with no casualties. However, the Night's Watch is the most dangerous profession of all, and no matter how hard you usually train, when it comes to facing the mystery, it's all just flesh and blood, and no one is immune to death. Thinking of this, Wu Xiangnan's left hand began to ache faintly. The corners of his eyes were even flooded with tears as he blinked his eyes, forcing back the tears to keep them from flowing. Red-eyed, looking at his junior, Su Ming. Su Ming. In fact, there's nothing wrong with being an invalid, but we're the Night's Watch. The mists can cause us to feel despair and fear. Others may not go, but not us, the Night's Watch. Hey, Su Ming, next time you'd better follow the captain. At least it's safer. After some emotion, Wu Xiangnan wiped her tears away and silently picked up her blanket before setting it down. After rummaging around and finding the captain's blanket, he covered Su Ming up. Sorry, I'm a clean freak. Afterward, Wu Xiangnan entered the command room again and began to continue searching for the Ghostface King. However, to Wu Xiangnan's dismay, the Ghostface King's signal disappeared, and with 2 injuries in a row, it evolved. It has actually learned to hide its message. Captain, it's not good. From now on, we can only rely on the traces of the Ghostface King's blood for our search. This will greatly slow down our progress. Do you have any more valuable information on your side? On Chen Mai's side, after hearing Wu Xiangnan's words, he said helplessly, No. Then from now on, our squad 136 will implement a rotation. Tonight, when Chimo and I, tomorrow, Hongying and Si Xiaonan will take our place. Wu Xiangnan sighed, and that was all that could be done. Listening to Su Ming's mindless snoring outside, he once again let out a sigh of relief. Being a cutie is the happiest. The following day, early in the morning, the peace firm, a pair of white, tender hands lifted Su Ming's head from the sofa. Su Ming slightly opened his sleeping eyes and saw that it was Si Xiaonan. Immediately following, the red tassel then came into view, to the sleepy and confused Su Ming, handing over a bowl of hot porridge, still bubbling with white-hot air. Drink it. Millet porridge nourishes the stomach. With a tilt of his head, Su Ming collapsed into the soft sofa once again, muttering in a low voice, No, I don't want porridge. I want wine. The red man's brow furrowed and he clenched his fists. If it weren't for the face of the Sword Saint, I'd put up with it. If it weren't for the captain's fear of you dying and letting me take care of you, I'd put up with it. The red tassel lowered his black-faced head, and when he raised it again, he changed it to a smiling face, his black hair hanging down like a waterfall, still unable to hide that beautiful face. Good boy. Drink it up. Drink it up, sister will take you to a good place. Su Ming was still lying on the sofa, shaking his head in resistance. I don't drink early morning porridge, only the strongest wine. I want wine. Red Tassel handed the porridge to Si Xiaonan and swooped down on Su Ming. Opening his white hands in the shape of dragon claws, he wanted to tear Su Ming apart, but thinking of the lessons learned earlier, being eaten by Su Ming, he had to stand up and yell, Mainami, release Lao Zhao. Si Xiaonan whispered. Old Chou's not here, said he went to raid a high school kid. Red Riding froze. This old cow still likes to eat young grass? Then, release Lang Xian. Si Xiaonan whispered again. Lang Xian went to bed. He and Xiangnan are on night duty tonight. Red Riding. Is there any man left in that house? Pop. The door to the office opened. Chen Mai and Wen Qima walked in with dark circles under their eyes, listless as if they had sucked. Grandma, I've searched all the downtown area in the east, but I just can't find the Ghostface King. Stuck. Chen Mai directly collapsed on the sofa opposite Su Ming, like a turtle on all fours. Captain, let's rest. Let's leave the western side of the city to Xiangnan and Lang Xian at night. When Qima yawned and came to Su Ming's heel, Brother Xiao Ming, raise your leg high. As soon as Su Ming retracted his legs, Wen Qima immediately collapsed. His head was leaning on Su Ming's leg, dipping a bit of the sofa and falling asleep. Su Ming stood up in disgust, stretched, and swept the circle of his teammates, realizing that none of them could dabble with the wine. Hey, sure enough, we still have to go to General Zhao. Thus, Su Ming shook his body and prepared to go to the squatting Zhao Kongcheng. At this time, Wu Xiangnan came back holding the courier sent from Shangjing. Captain, it's from headquarters. Chen Mai heard that it was the headquarters, immediately opened his eyes. His black eyes instantly popped open, and sat upright, his heart pounding, thinking that something had happened. Upon seeing that the courier was his own twin swords, Chen Mai went limp with joy. It seemed that his application for the twin swords had been approved, so he laid back into the sofa, really sleepy. Just as Chen Mai closed his eyes and fell into a state of sleep, Wu Shangnan exclaimed. Ha! Chen Mai was taken aback. With a jolt, he popped up and sat up, growling at Wu Shangnan in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Wu Shangnan took out a card and read it. For cases of Qing Hua Lang, Su Ming collects. The giver, Yi Fan, Commander-in-Chief. Ah, Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima, all stared at the 4 boxes of express delivery with wide eyes and dumbfounded. Only Su Ming, surprised, turned back. Oh, Wu Shangnan opened the courier box, and the expensive packaging engraved in cyanotype was revealed, and it was really 4 boxes of cyanotype. Su Ming was as happy as a child, jumped straight up, and hugged the 2 boxes of Qing Hua Lang to death. Ha ha ha, we, Lao Li, have never fought such a rich war in our lives. Like a happy kitten tearing at the wrapping paper in search of a beloved little ball of fur, Su Ming opened a bottle of Qing Hua Lang and began to tun. Chen Mai and the others looked at Su Ming in a very speechless manner. A mountain pig. Spoil things. Chen Mai was okay, knowing why Yi Fan had given Su Ming the wine. It was to defend Su Ming, so that Su Ming would remember his goodness. And in the future, when something happened in Daxia, he would need Su Ming to smooth things over. But others just can't see it. What an indulgence. Nima Commander are condoning Su Ming's drinking. This is really going to be ruined. Wen Qima, truly worthy of being the younger brother of the Sword Saint. Even the commander gives so much face. Wu Shangnan, forget it. Drink. There's nothing wrong with being an invalid. At least Lao Zhao's job is saved. Red Tassel, yeah, hang out with us. I'll protect him. I promised Sword Saint I'd cover him. Si Xiaonan, however, Su Ming isn't considered to be officially joining. Right. He has to participate in intensive training as well. So when the time comes, it'll be our people who will be disgraced. Hearing Si Xiaonan's words, everyone looked at each other and began to worry about Su Ming. Only Chen Mai laughed. Disgraced? Impossible. Impossible to be disgraced in this life. Su Ming being in Squad 136 was Squad 136's greatest honor. Chapter 22, drawing out 4 cases of Cymbalta in one day. Couple catching adultery in a hotel. The Peace Firm. Su Ming held 4 boxes of cyanophilus and it was on. Aside from Chen Mai, everyone was looking at Su Ming with great contempt. Alcoholic. Wasted. How come the top brass is also harboring this grandson so much? Really just for the sake of the great summer sword saint to be able to come out of the mountain. Not to use all means chant. Everyone so wanted to gather Su Ming up and bring him to the martial arts training ground for training. Otherwise, it would be a shame to spread the word if we were to continue to be so disheveled forever. However, seeing that the captain Chen Mai didn't even say anything and all acquiesced, the others could only watch Su Ming drink to the death. Tun. Nima, it's the same as catching tap water in a bucket. Wu Shangnan recognized this as Chung Hua Lang, $1,000 a bottle it. Looking at Su Ming cattle drink, the heart is dripping blood. What an animal. A mountain pig arching a cabbage. Such a good wine. All spoiled. Hey. Wu Shangnan looked straight up and shook his head, taking another look at Chen Mai's swinging appearance. Wu Shangnan let out a long sigh. Hey. Oops. However, Su Ming does not care. Has already finished a bottle of King Wulang Gulp. In just a minute, a bottle of Tsing Hua Lang has been dazzled out. Worthy of $1,000 a bottle of King Wulang. Good wine. Into the throat is not spicy at all. The taste is very mellow, so that people can feel its thickness and richness as soon as you taste it. In addition, it has a lingering sweetness that is unmatched by all the wines I've had before, or the kind of sweetness that you can't help but be happy with after drinking it. An ice-cold liquid, down the throat, sliding into the stomach, surprisingly warm and comfortable. A bottle of Dazzle finished, mouth and mouth, aftertaste long, cool. Looking at Su Ming's cheeks flushed and his eyes a little bit mesmerized in his little look, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan gave him a blank look and left. The two took over from Chen Mai and Wen Qima and went on a street patrol. After letting out countless exclamations one after another, Wu Shangnan also entered the command room and began to assist in the search for the Ghostface King. Only Wen Qima, with dark circles under his eyes, revealed a lewd look. He quietly touched Su Ming's side with a smile on his face. Brother Xiaoming, how's the wine? Is it good? Can I have a taste too? Su Ming was generous and directly handed Wen Qima the root of the wine, which was at least $20 worth, and Wen Qima was ecstatic. Once again, like a licking dog, he shouted thank you, Brother Ming, and then couldn't wait to drink the bottle of root. However, with just one sip, Wen Qima got drunk and instantly collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. An incomparably happy smile spread across his face, as he could clearly feel that his forbidden ruin realm had taken another big step forward. That's the efficacy of following Su Ming to dabble in alcohol. If the current Forbidden Market Spirit points had 8,000, one sip of wine would bring the Forbidden Market Spirit points straight up to 14,000. When Shima was so happy. Originally, he only had 5,000 points of mental power, and the last time he rubbed up against brother Xiaoming's 5-grain liquid, his mental power skyrocketed by 3,000 points in one night. Now just a hint of Cymbalta and a surge of 6,000 points of mental energy. Happy. Follow Xiaoming brother every day, and take 10 years less detours. Thus, when Shima fell asleep in this happy atmosphere, at this moment Chen Mai, while dozing, while wandering up, when Shima this brat, before, but drops of alcohol does not stain, how 2 times in a row, looking for Su Ming drink it, hey, I hope when Shima won't follow Su Ming and learn to waste Chen Mai fell asleep without realizing it amidst such worries, all day long. Su Ming finished 4 boxes of Qinghua Lang by himself, looking dumbfounded at Chen Mai, when Shima and Wu Shangnan. When a few people came in the morning, they saw Su Ming drinking, after a good night's sleep, a midday meal, and a busy evening. Look at Su Ming, still drinking. At this moment, Su Ming was just like a non-stop water fountain. Tons and tons and tons. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Very rhythmic booze. It was such an easy way to bowl through 4 cases of Qinghua Lang and 24 bottles of wine in one day. It is valued at a whopping $24,000. Back to the red tassel and Si Xiaonan are stunned. Good guy. Really drunk even the plate of food do not take on. All dry Even Lang Xian, who had come to replace him, was shocked out of a cold sweat on his ice cube face when he saw Su Ming's feet. This guy, he's even alive? Well nah. Si Xiaonan spread his hands. This kid is the drinking sacred body. Not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. Pissed off. Su Ming didn't care about the mockery of Lang Xian's 2 families. He only cared about how much his spiritual power had risen. Because the ears, all the time, were ringing with wonderful sounds. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 1,000. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 1,000. A single bottle of Tsinghua Lang adds 1,000 points of permanent mental energy. Tried 24 bottles in a row today and it was awesome. Sure enough, a drink is a good drink. The guy who sells his own fake wine at that station. Sooner or later go and teach him a lesson. That green robe. Su Ming couldn't forget it for the rest of his life. However, this was not the time to care about him. What Su Ming cared about most was his own panel. He immediately opened it and checked it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136. Cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Nephew of third uncle. Realm, Kawasaki. Mental power, 48. 200 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, 1 year of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, comparable to the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Quest, save Lin Xie and kill the Ghostface King. Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power in 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. After drinking 24 bottles of Qinghua Lang, his spiritual power increased by 24,000 points, and his strength went from being comparable to the Sea Realm, to being comparable to the Sea Realm, improving by a large level. Yes, Su Ming could clearly feel the increase in strength, and the more he drank, the more he realized about the sword way. At this moment, Qinghua Lang had all been finished, but Su Ming felt that it wasn't enough. When good wine goes down, you won't get drunk at all, so Su Ming can still drink. Counting on his teammates was out of the question, and he suddenly thought of Lin Xie. The boy still owes himself a drink. I already told Lin Xie yesterday that I would be looking for him, so, it is today. So, he shook himself and went to ask Lin Xie for a drink. He thought about it a little. The current Lin Xie was probably tied up there by Zhao Kongcheng. Fun place to be. So, with a mysterious smile, Su Ming walked out the door, watching Su Ming leave without a word. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hurriedly followed, just in case, to protect him. A couple hotels. Inside the dynamic passion theme king room, Zhao Kongcheng was talking to the kidnapped Lin Xie. The two had an in-depth conversation. In the end, Zhao Empyrean City still didn't persuade Lin Xie, who was really too family-oriented to give up the chance to join the Night's Watch. But Zhao Kongcheng was still trying to persuade and even fooled Lin Xie. Su Ming is a great summer Sword Immortal. If you join, you'll have a chance to become the Sword Immortal's disciple. Since Zhou Ping is a sword saint, then his cousin, Su Ming, is not a Sword Immortal. So, Lin Xie, do you want to become a sword god? Come, join us in the Night's Watch. Under Zhao Kongcheng's lulling, Lin Xie was a bit moved. At this time, Su Ming had already arrived at the front desk of the hotel with a slight smell of alcohol. He opened the door and asked the female clerk directly if there were 2 men in a room. The female sales clerk was stunned and blushed as she looked at the invincibly handsome Su Ming. There are, after all, in Daxia, it's still rare for 2 men to come to a room in the open. Su Ming faintly asked, "Which room?" 3966. "Are you coming?" Su Ming said grimly in order not to reveal his identity. "Catch an adulterer." The female shopkeeper's brain went down again as she looked at the invincibly handsome Su Ming. "Ha, so handsome, but curved? Oh, what a shame, but I'm so excited." Su Ming ignored her and ran straight to room 3966. Snap, open the door. Routine inspection. The 2 people in the room were shocked. Goosebumps rose along the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The whole of Zhao Kongqing won't be able to do it. Lin Qiye despised a sentence. "Hey, I thought you said this was a safe house." "Safe my ass. It's the police coming to check the room." "What to do? How to explain?" Zhao Kongqing looked at the interesting implements around him and sighed helplessly. "There's no way to explain. You're still a minor. Tell you what, when I go in, you go to the Pinyin office. Find a man named Chen Mai. Tell him the situation. He'll know what to do." Just as Lin Qiye was very speechless, he heard an incomparably familiar voice. "Hey, open the door, boy. Where's my drink?" Lin Qiye saw with his perception ability that the person knocking on the door outside wasn't a cop at all, but Su Ming. He said to Zhao Kongqing with great contempt, "Open the door. It's Elder Su Ming coming." Upon hearing that it was Su Ming, Zhao Kongqing was furious and rolled up his sleeves to Su Ming, opened the door and said very respectfully, "Brother Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Yo, you guys are playing quite fancy." Su Ming patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder and walked straight to Lin Qiye. "Kid, where's my drink?" Lin Qiye seemed to have seen a savior and immediately opened his book bag and waved to Su Ming. Come, Elder, try this bottle of wine. I still have it at home. Take me away." Su Ming looked at the 2 bottles of Daughter's Red in his book bag, gave Lin Qiye a thumbs up, took the wine and left. Lin Qiye was confused. "Elder, save me." Su Ming opens the wine. "Tons and tons and tons. I'm just here to ask for a drink. You guys go on." "That big banana. Not bad." Su Ming walked away, leaving behind 2 people who were messed up in the wind. "Damn, can't explain it." At this moment, the female clerk watched Su Ming carrying 2 bottles of wine, tons and tons and tons down, immediately sprinted up, running with the wind. She took Su Ming's hand in hers. "I can." Su Ming blinked and immediately had a melancholic look in his eyes. "I'm sorry, my heart is dead and I won't love again." With that, he shook off her slippery hand, leaving her with a melancholy back. Cool. Crouching outside the door, the Red Tassels and Si Xiaonan, who hated their teeth, waited for Su Ming to stagger away and rushed in, glaring angrily at the female store clerk. "Where did you, that handsome guy from earlier, go?" The shopgirl was dumbfounded and stuttered. 3966. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan immediately rushed up. The shopgirl exclaimed with a frown, "What are you going for?" Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan looked at each other and said thoughtfully, "Catch an adulterer." The shopgirl was petrified, her brain buzzing. This relationship is so messed up. Who's going to dish it out? What is the relationship between the 5 of you, anyway? Chapter 23, Want to drink 2 pots of wine on a rainy day. The 2 boys were fooled into buying alcohol. Su Ming walked out of the couple's hotel in a very dashing manner, drinking the mellow Daughter's Red, incomparably happy, amber in color, transparent and clear, rich and aromatic. The taste is soft, mellow and sweet, and there is a slight unctuous sweetness. This Su Ming is really like. I can't imagine that Lin Qiye's family has this good thing. After drinking the wine, the bottle of wine Su Ming did not even bother to throw, hidden under the sofa of the peace office. Catalyzed by 4 cases of Qinghua Lang and 2 bottles of Daughter's Red, Su Ming fell asleep with incomparable comfort. Ding! Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 400. Ding! Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 400. The next day, Zhao Kongqing was barking furiously with a face full of huffing and puffing. You three, Su Ming, I almost raided Lin Qiye. I almost snubbed him into the night's watch. What the hell are you looking for him for wine? How is that wine so good? Su Ming raised his hand and said with drunken eyes, I have to say, the Daughter's Red given by Lin Qiye is really good. Lao Zhao, when you go to his house, shout for me. Zhao Kongqing was furious. Roll. And going to his house. Do you know how embarrassing last night was? Rouge. Si Xiaonan. Catch your sister in the act of adultery. Did you guys see Lin Qiye's expression? Did you guys see my expression? Oops. Can't explain it. I'm sitting on the fact that I'm a huge pervert. The hotel was supposed to be a good place for me to act like a pussy. but after being messed with by you three, Lin Xie doesn't want to see me for the rest of his life. Did you guys see the look on that shopgirl's face? If we leave any later, the cops are going to come for porn. How humiliating for our squad 136 once we alert the higher-ups. I'll have to be permanently nailed to the Night's Watch's pillar of shame. Seeing Zhao Kongqing so angry, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hurriedly advised. I'm sorry, Lao Zhao. We won't next time. Yeah, next time we'll wait until you're done before we go in. There will be a next time? Zhao Kongqing covered his face with his hands, not wanting to recall. I'm really convinced you old sixes. Finish what? I was really serious about doing my job yesterday. It's not what you think. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan. Why are you guys thinking in that direction? Red Rouge and Si Xiaonan looked at each other and revealed a tacit smile. Lao Zhao. It seems like it's hard for us not to think that way. At this moment, Wu Shangnan and Lang Xian returned with dark circles under their black eyes. Seeing the emotional Zhao Kongqing, Lang Xian didn't forget to poke fun. Yo, old Zhao is having quite a good time. Wu Shangnan followed along and messed with him for fun. Yes, old Zhao, teach me. How did you convince Lin Xie to go to a place like that with you? Certain people say I'll never find a wife in my life. And I'm not looking. Zhao Kongqing blushed like a monkey's ass and secretly gave Wu Shangnan a thumbs up. Awesome, Lieutenant. You're tough enough to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. At this time, Chen Mai and Wen Mo came. The two of them didn't speak and looked at Zhao Kongqing with a bad smile on their faces. The sound of TSK kept coming out, making Zhao Kongqing want to turn into a worm and burrow into the ground. Chen Mai saw that Zhao Kongqing was really angry and really didn't have any face, so he hurriedly called for a stop. Alright, this is the end of Old Cho. Xiangnan and Langshuan, you two rest. Red Ruffles and Minami, you two stay with me. Zhao Kongqing and Su Ming, you guys go on patrol today. Zhao Kongqing saw the captain give himself a step down and hurriedly pulled Su Ming out the door. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to me. At this time, Wu Shangnan even reminded it. Hey you two, when you encounter the Ghostface King hurry up and report back. Don't act without authorization. Do you hear me? Chen Mai sat down and silently lit a cigarette. The ghost-faced king met Su Ming before he should refrain from taking any unauthorized actions. A bit of drizzle in Canyon City today. The breeze wrapped around the raindrops, hitting one's face and still hurting a little. Zhao Kongqing looked at the gray sky and drove Su Ming to the bank. He told Su Ming to wait in the car while he went to the ATM to get the money. Su Ming is bored and lying in the passenger side. So much want to drink He swept a circle of Zhao Kongqing's van. Clean, and also trampled on clean. Except for the cigarettes. Not even a ration of his ration of alcohol. Su Ming tilted his head and shook his upper body, looking out at the drizzling rain, so much so that he wanted to drink. On days like this, you should drink Red Star Erguotu with shabu shabu, or one of those copper pot shabu shabu, dipped in sesame sauce. A mouthful of hot shabu shabu, with a high number of Red Star Erguotu. That taste, do not dare to think how beautiful. Just as Su Ming was thinking about Erguotu and constantly drooling, Zhao Kongqing, draped in a dark red cloak and holding piles of banknotes, drilled into the car. He took stacks and stacks of bills and carefully coated them in his bag. Sit up in the driver's seat and think. Su Ming knew what he was thinking. He must be going to find Lin Xie, circumambulate him, and in the meantime see if there was any room for redemption. Su Ming watched the increasingly noisy rainfall, knowing that the ghost-masked king would appear in the old city tonight. He slumped back in his seat and with a tilt of his head, he looked at Zhao Kongqing and coldly came up with a sentence. Old Zhao, I saved your life. Please do you want to buy a drink of thatch? Zhao Empyrean City was startled by Su Ming, clutching the bag in his hand to death in his arms and staring angrily at Su Ming. You're nuts. I'm useful with this money. After saying that, he hit the car and put it in first gear, ready to drive to find Lin Xie, but, just put it in first gear and took it off again. He tilted his head and really didn't know how to face Lin Xie. Su Ming saw him so entangled and was just about to say something to enlighten him when he suddenly saw two familiar figures outside, walking into the bank to withdraw money. It was Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan. These two came to get money to pay for today's extracurricular materials. When Su Ming saw these two, he immediately had an idea. Today, just fool the two boys into buying themselves a drink. So, Su Ming searched Zhao Kongqing's car to see what he could take away as a prop. The only thing I ended up finding was a lighter, and a half-used matchbook. Su Ming looked at Zhao Kongqing's loaded and bulging bag and spat out a sentence very breathlessly. Old Zhao, if we don't have any money, don't pretend, and don't just brag to others that our night watchmen are treated well, okay? You're like that. You'll bring down the kids. Su Ming sighed while passing away the lighter and matchbox. Zhao Kongqing was a bit shocked, how his own thoughts, all by Su Ming this kid touched through. Could it be that this kid, in addition to the strength of the heavenly, but also ing will read the mind? Just as Zhao Kongcheng was stunned, Su Ming had already pushed open the car door and went down. He pretended to walk to Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, and without saying a word, he just swept a glance at the two of them and shook his head and left. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan recognized Su Ming at once. Isn't that the Wine Sword Fairy? What does it mean when seniors shake their heads at us? Something is wrong. Something must be wrong. So, they both immediately went with Su Ming. He kept shouting senior at the back of the room. However, Su Ming didn't listen. His stance was extremely strange, seemingly walking slowly, but in reality, he was fast as a horse, and also kept a distance of 5 paces from the two men, who couldn't catch up in any way, so they could only sell out to catch up. Su Ming led the two to the wholesale liquor place before stopping and turning back to frown. What are you two ing ghosts doing following me? These words startled Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan. Cold sweat. Ha? Are we both dead? The two slapped each other. No yikes. Su Ming did not pay attention to the two men, picked up a bottle of Red Star Erguatu at the wholesale office, and opened tons. Learn from Chen Makino and play psychological tactics. The thing about fortune telling is that if you believe in it, you can have it, but if you don't, you can't have it. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, seeing that Su Ming didn't say anything, the two of them panicked even more, knowing that Su Ming said that. There must be a deeper meaning. Damn ghosts, must be talking about us. Does that mean we're in for a bloodbath? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the horrible experience they had the night before. All of them were startled and immediately knelt down in front of Su Ming. Please senior, save me. The people who sell alcohol, they looked dumbfounded. What's going on? Su Ming did not push more. Tons and tons dried a bottle of wine, and then looked at the 2 cases of sea blue. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan immediately understood. Boss, how much are these 2 cases of wine? We'll buy them, the wine seller howled and warned. I say, you two, don't be fooled. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan gave him a blank look. Ignorant. How much? 480 for a case. 950 for 2. Here. We'll take it. The two of them held a box of wine each, and followed Su Ming to the corner of the, again, respectfully, please, Elder Su, help. Su Ming was satisfied with this and threw Zhao Kongqing's lighter and matchbox, casually, to them. Keep it, it will save your lives. Saying that, Su Ming used his royal sword technique, dragged 2 boxes of wine, and disappeared into the smoky rain, looking for a place to drink. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan held the lighter and matchbox, so excited that they both knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Elder. Elder, take care. Wang Xiao, my lighter, how come it won't light? Is it broken? Don't question the tall man. Why are my matches half used? Yo, Li Fei, what a coincidence. You came to buy wine too? Yeah, what are you guys holding? Get away from me. Aha. Chapter 24, One-Faced Ghost King. Old Zhao crossed his sword towards the abyss, blood staining the dome of the sky. Old Town. The sky was still gray and drizzly, but the good thing was that the wind wasn't too cold, and it blew comfortably on my face. During the day, the Old Town is very noisy, and even on depressingly rainy days, you can hear the sounds of ordinary people struggling to provide for their families. Su Ming had sword intent protecting his body, so his body wasn't drenched in the slightest. When passing by a fruit and vegetable stall, a 5-year-old girl with a dirty body, but tender white hands, saw Su Ming and smiled happily, clapping and shouting, Magician! Magician! Looking at Su Ming royal sword, dragging 2 boxes of sea blue, the cute little girl also thought that she met a magician, full of worship, deep dimples under the smile, like a doll. There are a lot of people in the Old Town too. There was the bare-chested waterman who carried 4 buckets of water with tongs and climbed the stairs as swiftly as an ape. There are standing under the eaves, on crutches, constantly probing, waiting for the rain to stop the grandmother, full of silver hair, the wear and tear of the years, still cannot cover her yearning for life. There is light in the eyes. There was also a middle-aged woman, holding a lot of vegetables, some ribs, some bean curd, handing Su Ming an umbrella. She had a warm smile and was a good person. Even the little black dog she had raised licked Su Ming's water-stained shoes. The Old Town is smoky, grounded, simple, and everyone seems to be living hard. Despite living the life of a cow or a horse, there is always a sense that tomorrow will be better. A return to the ordinary, a return to the down-to-earth. This is the Old Town that General Zhao Kongqing swore to protect. Looking at this group of ordinary people, Su Ming was surprisingly doubly touched. Because, who stepped on a horse and wasn't already an ordinary person? There's no such thing as a good time. It's just that someone else is doing the walking for us. Su Ming opened a bottle of wine and raised it into the air. To the soldiers, policemen and firemen. To the doctors, teachers and scientists. to the farmers, the watermen and the deliverymen, to everyone who has worked silently for Dasha, I'm dry. Make yourselves at home, in the dark corners, unnoticed in the dark alley, listening to the pattering rain. Sumin started it. Tun 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 tun. Drinking a little heavy because that middle-aged woman from earlier kind of looks like a mom. I can only say that the people in the old city, really good. Passing by the rice donut takeout clerk to see Su Ming dry drinking, even put his own big cake, divided into Su Ming half. Brother, don't panic. Look up, look forward. Don't be confused. Don't be sad. There's still moonlight when the sun goes down. Come on, Ollie give. Buzz, the delivery man's scooter, disappeared inside the rain and fog. Su Ming picked up half of a large cake and tasted it. Sweet. 1 bottle of wine down. A system beep sounded in Su Ming's ears. Ding. The host drinks 1 bottle of wine, and his mental strength is permanently plus 100. Tun 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 dash. Ding. The host drinks 1 bottle of wine and has a permanent plus 100 mental strength. Evening. It's raining harder and harder. Su Ming sat cross-legged in his umbrella and saw Zhao Kongcheng, who was clad in a dark red cloak, striding into the hallway of Lin Chie's house. It was the middle-aged woman who opened the door, and the little black dog's woof woof of welcome. This made Su Ming a little surprised. In the world, was there such a good woman? A good man should not have a gun pointed at him, and a good man should be treated well by the world. Su Ming swallowed a mouthful of wine. Even if old Zhao does not make a move, the sword in his hand, he will not allow any mystery to stain the old city center. Just then, the 5-year-old girl with a red umbrella, led by the owner of the fruit stand, went home. After the little girl saw Su Ming, she took out a red apple from her arms and handed it over. It also has a creamy, milky flavor on top. Here you go, magician. I hope you continue to bring joy to people. Su Ming took the apple. The skin was warm and hot from the little girl. The owner of the fruit stall, frowning, looked at Su Ming, and just wanted to curse a rotten drunkard. But for the sake of his daughter, he sighed. Magician, come home early. Let's go. Girly, bye. Su Ming smiled at Nyo Nyo, took the red apple and took a sweet bite. At this moment, Lin Chie, who had been drenched into a soupy chicken, hurriedly ran past and hastily greeted the fruit stall owner and the little girl upon seeing them. Hello, Uncle Lee. Hello, Nyo Nyo. Hello brother 7 Nights. 7 Nights, why did you come back drenched? You didn't call your aunt to pick you up. It's okay, bye. Lin Chie wetly rushed up the stairs, and his aunt's concerned voice immediately came from the hallway. Aya, 7, why are you drenched like this? Get changed. What if you catch a cold? Su Ming listened to Aunt 7 Night's concerned voice. Why did he feel that the wine in his mouth was sweet? So strange. Tons and tons and tons. The 10th bottle of wine went down. Ding. The host drinks 1 bottle of wine, and his mental strength is permanently plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 50,000 mental power and comprehending the new sword art, crossing the 8 directions. Su Ming froze for a moment. Oh, exempt. Straightforward. It was a lot of fun. This rainy day is perfect for a little drink to warm you up and a surprise. Su Ming opened the system panel. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhoping, nephew of third uncle. Realm, Kawasaki. Mental power, 50,000 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, 1 year of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, comparable to the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, swordsmanship, flying star, sword flight, 100 steps flying sword, crossing the 8 directions. Quest, save Lin Chie and kill the Ghostface King. Reward 50,000 points of permanent mental power in 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming looked at his quest, and all that was left was to kill the Ghostface King. The rewards at the back are kinda greedy. Taking these rewards was one step closer to becoming a god and returning home in honor. At this moment, looking at the cozy Lin Chie family, Su Ming thought of his cousin and his third uncle. I wonder what they're doing. If they're calling themselves losers again. Hey, people are really herd animals. Wherever you go, you will be homesick. Su Ming picked up a bottle of sea blue again. Tons and tons and tons. That's when a message came through on the cell phone. It's from Red Tassel. Su Ming, it's been a whole day and I can't see you. Get your ass back to Ping'an office at speed and eat. Look at the tone of this text. Like a wife calling herself home for dinner. The corners of Su Ming's mouth lifted up. He didn't even agree to it himself. But Red Tassel wanted to take advantage of Lousy. No way. Although his mouth was stubborn, he still gave 3 words back to Red Ruffian. Got it. he pulled out another bottle of aquamarine. Tons and tons and tons. He can't leave now, because there's a mission tonight. With himself gone, Zhao Kongcheng would really be General Zhao. Sure enough, Su Ming had already heard in the sewer the sound of a giant thing crawling, and there seemed to be a fishy odor coming from it. But Su Ming didn't bother to look in the sewers. He knew that if he followed General Zhao, he would definitely be able to catch the Ghostface King. So, Su Ming continued to tun. The happy hour of drinking is short-lived. Soon, 2 cases of aquamarine, drank up and took a nap. 10 minutes later, a rush of footsteps roused him. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhao Kongcheng at just the right time. Zhao Emporian had just left Lin Xiye's house and the voice of Wu Shangnan rang in his headset. Old Zhao, there's a trace of the Ghostface King. Red Tassel is on its way to you now. You and Su Ming are tasked with evacuating the residents of the old residence. The sooner the better. Also, if the Ghostface King really goes to your place, don't clash head-on. You and Su Ming open the unrestricted airspace to trap it. Understand? Su Ming is with you, I guess. You two must be safe. Zhao Emporian looked at the empty darkness around him and pretended to be relaxed. Yes, we've both been together. Don't worry, Han Ying. I didn't put a bottle of wine in my car. Su Ming didn't drink a single drop of wine today. Ha ha. After hanging up the communication, Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly called Su Ming. I'm sorry, the user you've dialed is busy. I'm sorry, the user you've dialed is busy. Zhao Kongcheng was speechless to death. Brat, where did he hide to drink again? Just then, he arrived near Lin Xiye's house. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he shook his head. When he was about to tell Lin Xiye to evacuate them, there was a foul odor coming from the well cover not far away. He stared in dismay and immediately reported to Wu Shangnan, then quickly set up unguarded airspace. The manhole cover at the moment was already like a spring, gushing outward stinking water like crazy. Zhao Kongcheng had just finished setting up the notice board when the massive Ghostface King stood proudly in front of him. He calmly bit his fingertip and called Su Ming, unfolding the unrestricted airspace. Hey, Su Min, you have 1 minute. Come to the old town and save the old man. Tide. Chug chug. There was a chorus of knives, though people out there can't see it and think the years are going by. But inside, a grueling duel had opened up, and General Zhao had been bruised all over in order to guard the peace of the old city. At this time, Lin Xiye appeared and frantically slapped the unrestricted airspace, hitting the air next to the notice board with force. Zhao Kongcheng, let me in. After a while, Zhao Kongcheng's voice came out. You don't eat on a ING night, you come out and sneak around. My ass, get the outta here. Marred. Su Ming, you kid is really unreliable. Forget it, we can at least live a little. It's not a loss. Watchman's position. Sent to you. However, Lin Xiye knew that things were bad and didn't want to owe him a favor by crashing hard. At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng in the ringless airspace was at his limit, and he took out his Ghost God Guide. Read it out loud. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. Oathkeeper, Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xiye's eyes turned red as he yelled. No, you can't die. Just then, an incomparably sharp sword aura pierced through the ringless hollow. Ka-ching, pow, countless dark red shards, falling in the swaying of the wind and rain, fell with an unmistakable clang. The Ghost God Guide in Zhao Kongcheng's hand was knocked away by the sword chi and landed on the ground. His mouth was wide open, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Su Ming, you, how did you do that? Lin Xiye was also outside, looking at the wretched, blood-covered Zhao Kongcheng and at the hideous and terrifying Ghostface King. His brow furrowed and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Zhao Kongcheng, have you guys been fighting this kind of monster all this time? At this moment, Su Ming's pleasant voice rang in the ears of the two. The pupils of the autumn water and the sword of the shooting star. The title of the poem is Bones and Wine is God. The white-robed, cloud-clad guest. Life and death for whom a throw is light. Su Ming slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and slowly walked towards Zhao Kongcheng. He carried a majestic sword intent all over his body, causing the rain to shun it, paralyzing the ghost-faced king with fear. Then, Su Ming revealed a bright smile. Old Zhao, save your life. Please drink thatch? Chapter 25 Nyan. Come see the fireworks. Across the 8 directions, Zhao Kongcheng broke down in tears as he listened to Su Ming's voice and saw his teammates appear. It felt like it didn't hurt all over. He cursed with a laugh. Su Ming, I'm buying your mom's head. Why did you step on the horse before coming? I almost used the ghost god's lure. Get lost, don't get in my way. Playing handsome, realizing that he had survived a great disaster and had almost been magnificent just now, Zhao Kongcheng broke down emotionally in the rain and wailed. The fervor of a moment ago dissipated, and now the aftermath was overwhelming. That's why Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but be crying, grinning, facial twitching, shedding tears and cursing at the same time. Su Ming, your ass. It hurts old me. You just came. The rain wet Zhao Kongqing's face, hair, and stubble, and the rain and tears were so intertwined that it was impossible to tell which was water and which was tears. But one could clearly see Zhao Kongqing with his mouth wide open and hear him bawling his eyes out. At this moment, Su Ming's majestic sword intent was like a supreme god descending, hard controlling the Ghostface King. It left the Ghostface King shivering and frozen in place. It thought of several previous experiences that those sword chi that floated by were able to scare the Ghostface King half to death, and now that there was a sky full of sword intent in front of him, he was even more frightened to the point that he was twitching and about to pee in fear. Both feet were weak, but they didn't dare to move a step. So, Zhao Kongqing had plenty of time to finish venting his emotions. Zhao Kongqing regained his emotional stability after a bout of violent crying, and seeing that the ghost-faced king was scared by Su Ming and stood still like a statue, Zhao Kongqing didn't hesitate. Gripping the long knife with both hands, he rushed at the ghost-faced king's head and slashed. Cut and run. Men, you can't lose face. If you lose face, you have to find a way to make up for it. Ghostface King, you damn just made me lose face. Right. Well, I'll make up for it now. Get up from where you fell. After slashing, Zhao Kongqing immediately ran to Lin Xie and pretended. Lin Xie, that slash I made just now, was it handsome? Lin Xie was so speechless that he wanted to say, handsome your mom's ass, but looking at the tear stains in the corner of Zhao Kongqing's eyes, soldiers who were really ready to die just now, to protect him, to protect Old Town, to fight alone against such a horrible monster. Lin Xie was greatly shocked. He shouted without hesitation. Cool. Very cool. General Zhao, you are very handsome. Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Xie with a shocked face, as if he saw the seeds he had planted with his own hands sprouting. He was very pleasantly surprised, wiping away the tear stains from the corner of his eyes and flashing a middle-aged man's ecstatic smile at Lin Xie. Then, Zhao Kongqing flung his injured arm and shouted at Su Ming with incomparable excitement. Su Min, it's Mao Zi, I'm buying. Su Ming looked at Zhao Kongqing who was covered in blood, 2 broken ribs, still holding on to the military posture of the tall figure. The corner of his mouth lifted up a smile, and rushed to Zhao Kongqing then a big okay. Subsequently, Su Ming's eyes flinched as he removed the wooden sword from his shoulder and laid it across his chest. His fingers flicked on the wooden sword, the orange light shining brightly, and his eyes stared coldly at the Ghostface King. That cold gaze that struck the Ghostface King was like a sharp blade that pierced straight into its heart. Sharp pain. Ice cold. The liver and the guts are going to explode. Again. It was as if cold water had been poured on its head, making it incredibly sober and painfully clear. Under the feet of the Ghostface King, it was as if it was frozen, unable to move a millimeter. The sharp claws were shivering, and the body that was huge like a small mountain was as small as a mole cricket in Su Ming's eyes. It shivered, knowing that if it didn't fight back, it would surely die. Therefore, the Ghostface King could only muster up the courage to roar at Su Ming and use the forbidden ruin, Ghostface Xiangdi, with a ground-shaking bellow. It instantly attracted the attention of people in the old town, but due to the rain and fog covering the area, no one could see what was happening. At this moment, an incomparably huge ghostly face emerged on the ground, and Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie instantly felt like heaven and earth had turned upside down. A wave of dizziness washed over the two. Lin Xie felt like everything in front of him was like a spinning kaleidoscope and was about to pass out. But fortunately, Zhao Kongqing patted Lin Xie fiercely. The pain caused him to instantly regain his mind and look along a radiant light to see Su Ming's handsome figure clearly. Then, Zhao Kongqing gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder and said with great pride, "Boy, watch this. This sword of Su Ming's will be awesome." Lin Xie's eyes widened as he looked at Su Ming, who was holding an orange light weapon in his hand, with a light blue sword chi wrapped around him that the wind and rain couldn't intrude on, and was incomparably drawn and handsome, and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. "It's not handsome enough for this treadmill. How much more handsome?" Zhao Kongqing actually didn't know, but he felt that Su Ming's next sword must be handsome. As expected from Zhao Kongqing, Su Ming's sword was much more handsome than he had imagined, only to see the wooden sword in Su Ming's hand, accumulating countless orange sword chi, as if it was wrapped up in an erupting volcano. Even if it was one of their own, they all felt as if they were stabbed in the back and were terrified. Not to mention the Ghostface King who was facing Su Ming directly. Even after releasing the forbidden ruin, Ghostface phase ground, he still couldn't block Su Ming's skyrocketing sword intent, and that horrible as hell feeling of oppression. Su Ming coldly looked at the trembling Ghostface King, that icy gaze, as if to say, "Dare to touch my teammates, touch the people of Dixia, give me death." After sensing Su Ming's monstrous killing intent, the Ghostface King stared with incomparably shocked eyes. That thick arm, huge body. There is no place that is not trembling, as if seeing the king of Hades to claim its life. Incomparable fear, but it couldn't escape. It couldn't avoid. It could only wait for death in place. Su-ming stepped on the sword chi under his feet and slowly walked into midair, placing his wooden sword, which was flickering with orange light, and gently swung it at the ghost-faced king, across the 8. In an instant, an incomparably powerful sword chi was unleashed, directly chopping apart the ghost-faced king's forbidden ruins. Sharp sword chi, rigid and fierce, hegemony is very, with the power of destroying, unstoppable momentum, the ghost-faced king cut off the waist. The ghost-faced king's decapitated place instantly burst into flames. Incomparably splendid. Su-ming took a look. Isn't this what fireworks look like? His eyes glanced up just in time to see the little 5-year-old girl. No. She was lying by the window, looking at herself with a look of adoration, pointing her finger at Su-ming, and chanting under her breath. Daddy, look, the wizard is giving us fireworks. Su-ming read it, and he continued to gather orange sword chi. And with a swing, another ripple of orange chi, and flames flared up on the ghost-faced king. Incredibly gorgeous. Nyo-Nyo was very excited to watch the fireworks from the window and smiled happily. Su-ming saw that Nyo-Nyo smiled, so he continued to swing the wooden sword. Blue sword chi, orange sword chi, red sword chi, golden sword chi. 1 in a row. Arlian, trifecta, 10 in a row. The colorful sword chi exploded on the ghost-faced king, burning up incomparably splendid fireworks, and the powerful explosion unexpectedly gave birth to a miracle, dispersing the rain and fog in the old city. The fire exploded in the air, setting off fireworks of incomparable warmth and splendor in the darkness of the night. The lively commotion outside caused the residents of the old town to turn on their lights, light candles, and look out. There was Nyonya's father, Lin Chie's aunt, a gray-haired grandmother, and a passing deliveryman. Su-ming looked at the 100 lights behind him and shouted, Nyonya, Auntie, come see the fireworks. Wow. Su-ming directly swung 100 across the board. A gorgeous fireworks show for the people of Old Town. Though it would take 100 points of mental energy to wield it across the board, but seeing the smiles on the faces of the people in the Old Town, Su-ming felt it was worth it. His roiling sword intent bloomed in the air. Long ago killed the ghost-faced king, chopped even the dregs are not left. What the body is not the body. 100 across the 8. Sea realm to come also suffered. Therefore, Su-ming used his sword chi to light up the entire old city. Incredibly cozy. Chen Mai and Lin Chia both looked dumbfounded. What a situation. It feels like Su-ming, he's really handsome. It's more handsome than they thought. At this moment, the 136th squad that had rushed here urgently, looking at the fireworks in the sky, were all dumbfounded as well. No way. Obviously Chuan realm of mystery in the old city rampage. Obviously a bloody storm. A mountain of corpses is right. How do I feel like today with the new year? It's beautiful. Lung Xian set up the sniper at the same time. Once again click. Took a photo of Su-ming, Zhao Conchang and Lin Chie. Looking at the dazed looks of Zhao Conchang and Lin Chie under the fireworks, Lung Xian smiled and put it in the box as if it was a treasure. At the moment, the people in the old town who witnessed the splendid fireworks were happy. Only Yang Jin, incomparably stunned, looked towards those gorgeous fireworks. Only he knew that they weren't fireworks, but rather, they were sword blossoms produced by countless pounds of majestic sword intent, colliding with each other. This massive sword immortal laws, relying on each other and hedging against each other, changed this side of the heavens and earth. Only a few sword blossoms remained to light up the hearts of the people of Old Town. Feeling the monstrous sword intent, Yang Jin could not see who did this, but he seemed to be able to detect that this person had no malice and could even warm the heart. At this moment, the little black dog also used its little head, rubbing against Yang Jin's pants leg, as if to let him not think too much, because the little black dog sensed it. These sword intentions came from that person. After a burst of brilliant sword flowers, 100 sword intentions that traversed the 8 directions were all gathered in the sky above the old city center. Su-ming struck a crisp ringing finger, and all of them flew in all directions as if they were orange Dao Dao meteors, slicing through the night of Cangnan city, slicing through the night of the great summer, and dispersing in all directions towards the borders Jinghua Divine Monument. This incomparable fireworks display was seen by Michael, who was far away on the moon, and instantly felt his heart shake. He snapped his eyes open and looked at the splendid sword flower. Who on earth had done it? And as a result, he still couldn't see anything. Only countless orange sword-ons were seen, melting in all directions as if they were starlight, transforming into the will to guard and merging into the Jinghua Divine Monument above. He seemed to hear the sound of the sword. Supreme God Sword Immortal. Bless all the people of Disya with peace for all time. Chapter 26, The God's Horror. The red tasseled 3 were stunned. The moment Dasha Cangnan City was the brightest star in the entire universe. As soon as Su Ming's 100 transverse 8s came out, not only did it cause Michael on the moon to be stunned beyond measure, even the Western gods all felt threatened. Previously, a few ordinary sword chi could make a god sweat, let alone this time, when Su Ming swung out 100 sword chi one after another. Even Michael, the king of angels, could feel threatened, not to mention the group of gods that had been spying on Dasha. All the outer gods who cast their gazes over could clearly sense the biting sword aura that traversed the 8 directions. The sharp sword Dao laws, on top of the great Dao, glittered and shone for eternity, and under the golden light, all the laws of the gods looked like they had lost their colors. That great sense of oppression spoke for itself. Those 100 orange sword awnings that traverse the 8 directions seemed to be warning all the gods. Within the great summer, foreign gods are forbidden to enter. This instant, as Su Ming chopped up the Ghostface King and set off fireworks for the people in the old city, 100 sword awns appeared at the same time, causing the entirety of the gods in the world to be shocked and horrified. All the gods, thinking that something had happened to Dasha, must have made some big move before they transformed 100 sword awnings one after another. Egypt, Sun City. The silhouette standing on top of the sun god pillar looked at Dasha in incomparable horror. It had been baking in the heat for a long time, and it had also been frozen for a long time, and its heart was incomparably terrified. Dasha, well, water does not interfere with river water. I have not done anything. Do not hit me, okay? Northern Europe, Asgard. Odin stood up, sat down, stood up, sat down, and lost his essence as if possessed by something. Inside his one eye, greed for Dasha was written all over it, itching to annex Dasha in one bite right now. So he looked to Loki. The great summer is still flaunting its power. Does it really bully me that there is no one in Asgard? Loki, do something. Loki shrugged off his green robes and said with an honest smile on his face, very reverently, leave it to me, father. I'm going to find out what's going on in Dasha. Greece, Olympus. Zeus sat down on the god's seat and was silent once more. Isn't Dasha godless? Isn't Dasha godless? Can someone please tell us what's going on with Dasha? This terrifying sword intent. What the hell is going on? Dasha, by what right is there still a guardian of the degree of a supreme god in? Is it hard to believe that the great summer gods are playing a big game of chess? In short, Zeus wouldn't dare do anything rash until the matter was investigated. India, Temple of God, Brahma's 4 faces, all of which were open, once again deduced. However, he was still unable to surmise the sword immortal in the slightest, and he was once again shocked by Su Ming's sword aura. Still undeterred, he searched through Dasha with all of his divine power. However, apart from the shock left to him by the laws of sword intent, nothing was found. This time even more shocking to him, he could clearly feel that the sword immortal laws were growing beyond the speed of God. It even gave him the feeling of being untouchable. As long as Brahma tried to get his hands on everything about the sword immortal again, he would suffer a backlash in general. The gods can't get their hands on Dasha, can't see past a tiny canyon city? Brahma simply couldn't tolerate it, and he immediately summoned the followers of the Church of the Ancient God to check hard, turn over the great summer and find out about this mysterious sword cultivator. It is better to merge into them. India. The gods of Dashine can't, but the gods of India can. Unbeknownst to me, these sword arms but it's Su Ming. In order to give the folks in the old city of Cangnan City a boost, just as an early New Year's Eve. If this group of incomparably shocked and suspicious gods were made aware of Su Ming's true intentions, they would probably be able to faint from anger on the spot. The moment. Squad 136 Rescue has arrived in Old Town. Red Tassel and the others looked at the colorful fireworks in the sky and fell into silence. What kind of fireworks are these? Aren't these roiling sword chi? As for why it was presenting colorful fireworks, it turned out to be a sword flower produced by sword chi colliding with each other. There is no doubt that it is the high man who has struck. They let out a slight sigh of relief, since a high-ranking person had made a move. Then Su Ming and Zhao Kongcheng and the others must be fine. So, with fluke and elation, they dashed towards where old Zhao had reported. Su Ming sensed Red Tassel and the others approaching, and immediately rushed to Zhao Kongcheng, wiping the blood from his body onto his own hands, and then wiping it onto his own body and face, and then throwing the wooden sword in his hand. He laid down on the ground, pretending to be dead. This operation made Zhao Emporian City and Lin Chia look dumbfounded. Su Ming, seniors, what are you doing? Su Ming half opened his eyes and said with a mysterious smile at the two. Trees are big, those who can do more. The Ghostface King was killed by you two, haha. Ouch. I'm dying. Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Chia were both very speechless. Sigma, degree. Two faces of confusion. Sigma, degree. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, forcing the two to freeze in place. After the colorful sword light above their heads dissipated, the old city was once again plunged into dimness, and magically, it was raining everywhere but the old city. Only the old town became a piece of pure land with a little swordflower, like a paradise, desirable. As the sound of footsteps approached, Zhao Empyrean's headset had already heard Red Tassel's voice. Lao Zhao, how are you guys doing? We're almost there. Are there any injuries? Just now, the high man made a move, didn't he? What's the situation with the Ghostface King? Was it scared off again? Zhao Conqing sighed as he looked at his feet. Some of the remaining ashes of the Ghostface King, and the hideous traces left behind from the battle just now. No, King Ghostface didn't run this time. Wiped out. The moment Zhao Empyrean's words came out, Hong Ying was startled. Even the footsteps running towards old Zhao froze in place and almost fell over. Emotions stirred within. Even if the lake and sea were turned upside down, it would not be enough to describe it. How is that possible? Si Xiaonan and Wen Qimo blinked their eyes and looked at Red Tassel with great consternation. What's wrong? What's wrong? It's old Zhao and Su Ming. Did something happen? Red Tassel ignored the two of them and stumbled to ask Zhao Conqing. Ghosts? Ghostface King? Was eliminated? Wiped out by who? Red Tassel's question startled Si Xiaonan and Wen Qimo. The two men were in a cold sweat. Their scalps were numb, and they all froze in place. Si Xiaonan couldn't help but scream even more. What the hell? The Ghostface King was annihilated. By whom? That's the Chuan realm. Old Zhou, you're kidding. Wen Qimo also opened his mouth wide in surprise. Then we're in a hurry. The Ghostface King was actually annihilated. Old Zhao is really lucky. Hong Liao made a silent gesture at the two of them and asked Zhao Conqing with a forced calmness. Old Zhao, who annihilated the Ghostface King? Zhao Conqing blurted out. Su Ming. As soon as those two words came out, the three Red Tassels were dumbfounded. After 5 seconds of silence, a trio of screams in unison came out of the headset. Ah, Su Ming, Lao Zhao, you're kidding me. Zhao Conqing also realized that he had spoken early and was filled with embarrassment as Su Ming lay on the ground gesturing madly towards him. Stop, stop. Zhao Empyrean was full of apologies, and in a flash of inspiration, he immediately added a sentence. Su Ming, it's Su Ming. He's covered in blood. He's dying. You guys come and save him. When Hong Ying heard this, her body trembled, and she immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. Something can't happen to Su Ming. In the heat of the moment, she directly opened the Forbidden Market, rose fire feather dress, and her feet were like stepping on two wind and fire wheels, illuminating the darkness and running wildly towards Su Ming. When Si Xiaonan and Wen Qimo learned of this, they also immediately ran. But no matter how much the two ran, they couldn't keep up with Red Tassel. After all, she had long legs and was worried. So Red Tassel rode off in a flash and soon ran into Su Ming's neighborhood. Su Ming, who was lying on the ground, gave Zhao Conqing a thumbs up, said with a mouthful, I want Red Riding to give me artificial respiration. Got it? Zhao Conqing also gave Su Ming a thumbs up and threw over an incomparably greasy wink. Lin Qiye watched the interaction between the two, very seriously learning it, and thought it was a secret code between the Night's Watch. Although he couldn't read it, Lin Qiye was greatly shocked. After today's events, Lin Qiye suddenly figured out a truth. There is no such thing as a good time, but someone is just carrying their weight for them. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Ordinary people like Zhao Conqing were fighting for Dasha, for the old city, for him. So why doesn't he, the divine agent, come forward? You can't protect your aunt and young Jean with only education and money. So the only way to give everyone a safe environment is to completely eliminate mystery. But the prerequisite for destroying the mystery there is power. Having power like Su Ming Sr. Therefore, Lin Qiye decided to worship Su Ming and join the Night's Watch. Just as Lin Qiye was preparing to pay homage to Su Ming, the Red Tassel trio arrived with a pat on the back. Seeing Su Ming, who was covered in blood, Hong Ying's eyes turned red, and she lay on Su Ming's chest, crying out, Little drunkard, stinking drunk, rotten drunk, wake up, don't scare me. How am I going to explain to Sword Saint if you die? It's my fault. Came too late. Shouting, tears were falling from the Red Tassel. Si Xiaonan rushed over and resuscitated Su Ming. Red Coma nervously looked at Su Ming, looking at his bloodless face, and nervously called out, Minami, you have to save him. Si Xiaonan placed his hand on Su Ming's chest and began to heal, only to find that it was useless. Si Xiaonan looked at Su Ming, whose pulse was thick, lifted his glasses, and viciously pinched Su Ming. Hong Ying looked at Si Xiaonan stopping his hands and kept pinching around on Su Ming's body, and asked eagerly, how's it going? Minami. Si Xiaonan sneered, it's okay, you can pull it for cremation. Red Riding was startled. Zhao Conqing would come over here, said with a straight face, old brother Su Ming is hurt so badly, He needs artificial respiration. Hong Ying, you do it. And Nan, hurry up and save me. I've broken 2 ribs. All my bones are falling apart. I'm dying. Help me. Help me. Help me. At this point, as soon as Wenshima heard that little brother Ming needed artificial respiration, he immediately volunteered. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Brother Xiaoming has done me a great favor. I shall repay it from the spring. Red Tassel, don't you steal from me. I'm stepping on the horse. Xiaoming brother. Chapter 27. As expected of the Sword Saint's brother. Indifferent to fame and fortune. Looking at Wenjimo's big face that came over, Sumin cocked his head. Winchester changed directions and tried to continue again. Sumin tilted his head in another direction again. Like the old demon of Black Mountain, when he sucked the essence of supreme treasure in Tang Monk. He fled and he chased, and he could not escape. When Chima directly pressed Su Ming's head, closed his eyes, puckered his lips, and kissed, Su Ming slipped silently stood up and nimbly dodged. Afterwards, he made a disgusted expression at Wen Chima. I'm good, I'll be damned, thank you. Praying ink. When GMO still had a naive face. Hey, you're welcome, let's drink together sometime. Brother Xiaoming. Su Ming secretly clenched his fist, trying to rub my drink again. I'll fight. Without waiting for Su Ming to pass a blank stare to Wen Qiamo, Hong Ying had already hugged him. Su Ming, I'm glad you're okay. I was worried sick about my sister. The blood on you. What's going on? Ghostface Kings? Did you hurt the Ghostface King too? How about that? Isn't that great? Su Ming felt the softness of his chest, blinking his eyes and, no, it's old Zhao. Old Zhao and Lin Xie killed the Ghostface King. I'm just a soy sauce player. The moment Su Ming's words came out, it was another stone-cold shock that startled everyone. Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qimo were all dumbfounded. What the hell? The one who killed the Ghostface King was old Zhao, and a high school student? At this time, Lin Xie understood that Su Ming was helping old Zhao, because Lao Zhao spoke, wanting to be a general who was full of merits and achievements, and returned to his home in honor. So, he stepped forward as well, addressing the red-tasseled few. I didn't play much of a role either. The one who killed the Ghostface King was Zhao Kongchang. Zhao Empty City are stupid. What is the situation? Cupping? Su Ming even if. Figure their own Mao Zi. You Lin Xie why also come to join in the fun? Zhao Empyrean City was just about to retort a sentence when a sharp pain came from his ribs and he coughed up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. It was only after seeing Zhao Kongcheng coughing, all spitting up blood and phlegm, that the red-tasseled three woke up from their shock. Si Xiaonan blankly glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, thinking that old Zhao was also joking. Old Zhao, your gums are bleeding aren't they? So much for acting? Just now, I wanted Hong Ying to give Su Ming artificial respiration. Why are you so bad? Si Xiaonan didn't believe that it was Zhao Kongcheng who had killed the Ghostface King at all, thinking that there must be someone high up to help him, and that Zhao Kongcheng was just a pickup. Perhaps, there is no King Ghostface here. Pretending, the three Su Ming people, loaded. However, Si Xiaonan didn't expect a treatment that startled her. Old Cho, you, how did you get hurt so badly? You really have the Ghostface King's blood on you. No way. Cho, is it really you who annihilated the Ghostface King of the Kawasaki realm? Zhao Kongcheng didn't want to take the credit alone, and was just about to give Su Ming up when Su Ming stuck out his finger at him, meaning in saying, 2 cases of Mutai, a credit to Ghostface King. For you. Lin Xie also balked at the fact that it was Zhao Kongcheng who had killed the Ghostface King. Since it was a rainy day, the surrounding surveillance, nothing was captured. Furthermore, both parties involved had said that it was Zhao Kongcheng who had killed the Ghostface King. So, no matter how outrageous the truth was, what Su Ming and Lin Xie said was the truth. No way. The Red Raider was only able to report the truth. Captain Shonan, the Ghostface King was wiped out in the old city. Upon hearing the report from Red Tassel, Wu Shangnan's expression was stunned beyond measure. Red Raider, call me Lieutenant. Forget about the details for now. How many of you moved? And how did the Ghostface King die? Make sure it's killed and cremated properly, because I'm afraid there are still parasites. Red Riding let out a soft chuckle. Xiangnan, you'll never believe it. It was old Zhao who killed him. Su Ming and Lin Xie can both corroborate that it was old Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng who killed the Ghostface King. This is a great credit. Lao Zhao can get an award. No, can go up. After the Red Tassel report, the Wu Shangnan people were stupid. He didn't care about the latter words, mainly the earlier ones. The first one, who killed the Ghostface King? Old Cho? Zhao Kongcheng, who had a mortal body, no forbidden ruins, and only close combat techniques, and a novice knife, could kill the Chuan Realm's Ghostface King? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? No way. An absolutely impossible thing to do. Wu Shangnan sucked in a breath of cool air, incomparably surprised. The expression on his face was wonderful, and he sat frozen in the command room. His heart, like a tsunami, churned and boiled, fluttering and flopping and beating like crazy. Wu Shangnan didn't believe it. He repeatedly confirmed that it wasn't Zhao Kongcheng. After receiving several affirmative replies one after another, Shangnan Wu just had to believe. Old Zhao, who didn't have the Forbidden Ruins, killed the Ghostface king of the Chuan realm, accomplished a feat in human history and became the hero of the entire Cangnan city. Wu Shangnan removed his own glasses, still unable to accept this fact. When did it become so easy to kill the mystery of the Chuan realm? Looking at Wu Shangnan's puzzled look, puzzled, but still turning his brain to find a hint of truth. Chen Mai lol, Shangnan ah, think about it, you can't even guess it was Su Ming who did it. I can't help it. This is a top secret of the Night's Watch hierarchy, and as much as I'd like to tell you, I'm sorry, rules are rules, and I know you're the most rule-following of all, so I can't break the rules. He, and Su Ming, you kid can really act. Obviously it's all you're doing. Obviously your damned strength is heaven-defying, yet you give such a great credit to old Zhao, truly worthy of the Sword Saint's brother, indifferent to fame and fortune. It seems that you, Su Ming, are already an incomparably qualified vigilante, and it's time for this star blade to be given to you. Chen Mai held a star sword in his arms, striding out with the name Su Ming engraved on it. This blade, bestowed upon the hero. Right, Xiangnan, report Lao Zhao's deeds to the headquarters. The old boy is long overdue for promotion. Nishijin. Zhou Ping was still brushing the dishes and was a bit surprised as he looked at the several strong sword chi floating across the sky. What was wrong with Cangnan City? Had two sword art geniuses more powerful than him appeared one after another? The day before yesterday, he had just crossed the sword chi of the vertical sword art, but today, he had even crossed the sword chi of the horizontal sword art. If someone could learn all of the two types of sword chi, wouldn't they be invincible? I hope Su Ming won't be intimidated. Let's just be an ordinary person. Don't compare ourselves with geniuses. It's gonna hurt. Just like him, Zhou Ping, just keep a normal heart. That said, Su Ming had been in Cangnan City for 2 days now, and Chen Mai hadn't called since that day, indicating that Su Ming should have already adapted. With the help of that little girl, Red Tassel, Su Ming should be able to deal with a mystery. I wish it was just like this, a peaceful life. He prefers to scrub dishes and clean up after himself as opposed to solving mysteries and repelling gods. If only everything was as easy as scrubbing the dishes. Zhou Ping looked at the time. It was evening again. The guests were getting more and more. It was time to get busy. Since two powerful guys had appeared in Cangnan City, it was probably time for Yifan to make a move, cultivate them properly, and maybe he wouldn't need him, the Sword Saint, to come out in the future. It's nice to be quiet and stay in the earthy restaurant. At this time, the third uncle, who was preparing the food, saw the sword chi in the sky and thought it was another meteor shower. With a joyful expression on his face, he hurriedly closed his eyes and continued to pray for Su Ming, Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, the great Luo gods and immortals. Bless Su Ming with smooth sailing. With so many shooting stars, you should be able to make a lot of wishes, right? I hope that Su Ming kid does well in the army. I hope that Su Ming kid meets a good leader. I hope that Su Ming kid has a mother-in-law to like. Asterisk. Just thinking about that brat Su Ming, Xiao Ping has forgotten. I hope Xiao Ping can be happier. Upper King City. Zhuo Qing was incomparably shocked and reported the observation of several strong sword chi to Yifan. Cangnan City. It's Cangnan City again. Yifan was incomparably excited as he looked at the sword chi roaming the sky. It's even more powerful than the last 100 steps flying sword. It's not going anywhere. Su Ming is the ultimate genius, worthy of being Zhou Ping's cousin. There was light in Yifan's eyes as he looked toward Cangnan City. Zhuo Qing, keep blocking the news for me. Yes, Commander. Another blockade? Zhuo Qing, do you have any good wine at home? Commander, I don't drink much, but I keep a few cases of Mianju-chan at home to entertain guests. How many? 10 boxes, I think. Good. Command has levied and sent to Cangnan City, in my name, to Su Ming. Commander. You indulged him again. Zhuo Qing, you'll understand later. I won't tell you now. That's Zhou Ping's brother. So drink if you like. One defa. Commander, that's my family's wine. $300 a bottle. Zhuo Qing, you are my favorite heir. Do you want to be the future commander of the Night's Watch? If you want to, go. Okay, right away. Wait, Zhuo Qing, just now Wu Shangnan reported to me that this time, Squad 136 killed the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. Old Zhao is the head honors. He killed the Ghostface King. Reward him. What? Old Zhao is the head honcho. He doesn't even have a forbidden ruin. How could he kill the Ghostface King? No matter what. Su Ming and Lin Xie standing up for Zhao Concheng as eyewitnesses. That's true. Promote Old Zhao. He's getting old. Don't be on the front line anymore. Transfer him to be an instructor. Yeah, the rookie intensive training is about to start. We're just short of instructors. Commander Yi, you're really an old fox. A hero instructor is really enough to bluff. Teaching people, it doesn't matter if it's powerful or not, just as long as it can bluff people. P.S. The new book sets sail, begging for a little free gift from all the readers. Hikari, Ifei, and Pong Yuyen. Please. Chapter 28, Old Zhao invites to drink flying mutai. The transfer order? The old town of Cangnan City. Si Xiaonan had already helped Zhao Concheng heal his injuries. Squad 136. To celebrate the fact that Zhao Empyrean had made history by killing the Ghostface King, the players are pestering Zhao Concheng for a treat. Treats. Zhao Concheng happened to owe Su Ming 2 boxes of Mauzi, so he invited them together. Thus, the day of choice was made. It's just for today. Go down to the restaurant. Once again, they didn't shout things Mom Wu Shangnan. It is directly and automatically ignored. Even Lang Xian called out. Even Lin Xie shouted on. Just not a single person shouted at Wu Shangnan. The peace firm. After a long day of work, Wu Shangnan was a bit hungry and walked into the living room. Saw a table full of dishes, sautéed peppers, sautéed carrots, vinegared cabbage, and the big one, scrambled eggs with scallions. The food was ready at 6 o'clock, and due to the appearance of the ghost-faced king, everyone went out on a mission without eating. Looking at the neatly arranged tableware, Wu Shangnan decided to wait for his teammates to come back before eating, even though he was hungry. We share the same blessings, and we share the same difficulties. He is a man of principle, and he will not move his chopsticks until all the people are together. Even though his hungry stomach was already rumbling, he still did not give up and waited for everyone to come back to eat together. Everyone is working too hard, going out on a mission at 6 o'clock and not coming back at 8 o'clock. It's not easy to go out in the field. Coo coo, coo coo coo. Chuck a piece of green pepper. No one should notice, right? No, no, no. My teammates are still fighting in blood to eradicate mystery. How can I not wait for them to come back? Wu Shangnan, are you still a man? What is this hunger in the district? I endure. Koku Koku. Busy downtown. A smokin' hot Sichuan restaurant. The big red and green sign is appetizing to look at. People came and went inside and it was unbelievably busy. Zhao Concheng booked a large private room, holding 4 boxes of Mao Tai. Incomparably domineering walked in. The youngsters who ate in the hall all cried with envy, especially a yellow hair, drooling out. Mao Zi, or 4 boxes of Mao Zi. What status to drink Mao Zi? The chopstick snapped into the boiled fish soup, causing his companions to scold him. Unseen. It's just Mao Tai. Who hasn't had it yet? It's not good. That's 4 cases of flying mutai. Splat. Snap 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 snap. Zhao Concheng held 4 boxes of Mao Zi, strutted up the stairs, and set them on the table in a domineering manner, his mouth grinning like 80,000. Come on, make yourself at home. Tonight everyone. No drunkenness. Su Ming, look at the menu. What do you want to eat? Just order. Su Ming waved his hand, letting him look after himself, because Su Ming wasn't concerned about what to eat, but what to drink. He didn't say a word and directly unpacked the wine, saw the markings on the fly and couldn't help but be skeptical. Old Zhao, this old fox, won't fool me. So he took the lead and tasted 2 bites. Tons. Seeing Su Ming's bashful manner of drinking, Lin Xie was secretly shocked. If he drank like this, he really couldn't learn. I can only say that it is worthy of being a codename Wine Sword Fairy. So it is true that 1,000 cups of wine cannot be drunk. Take advantage of Su Ming ton. Zhao Empyrean handed the menu to Hong Ying. Come on, Red Tassel, you first. Everyone order a dish each. I'm telling you guys, this family's fish-flavored shredded pork is one of the best. Okay, shredded pork with fish. Mainami, here's your menu. Yes. Nan, you come, let me tell you. The boiled pork slices in this place are a masterpiece. Okay, boiled pork slices. Here, Lang Xian. Come on, Lang Xian. Order whatever you want. I'm telling you guys, the stir-fried yellow beef in this place is one of the best. Good. Right. Praying ink. Look around more. I'm telling you guys, this place has the best roasted peppers turned into eggs. Do I have a choice? Lao Zhao. Or you can arrange it. Here you go. 7 nights. Hey, 7 nights. See what's there that you like to eat? Order. Whatever you want. Don't ever be polite with me. Whoever is polite with me, I'll be angry with them. I'm telling you, This place's white meat with garlic paste is one of the best. Waiter, order food. While others spoiled Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye didn't and directly ordered a whole book. Looking at the waiters had come, the dishes had been ordered, or he had bragged about letting Lin Qiye order whatever he wanted. Zhao Kongcheng couldn't say anything more. It can only be said with a smile. Serve. However, Lao Zhao's heart was dripping blood. Just then, Chen Mai smoked a cigarette and walked in. When he saw the 4 cases of Mao Tai on the table, his eyes glistened and his cigarette almost fell on the floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Zhao, we're done? Zhao Kongcheng spread his hands. Who told him that he owed Su Ming a favor? And could only smile awkwardly. Chen Mai was surprised. No, you know all about it? Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded. Know what? Without waiting for Zhao Empyrean City to open his mouth, the red-tasseled few had already begun to rush to ask. Captain, know what? What happened? What does Lao Zhao know? Tell us. Captain, don't sell yourself short. Tell us. Gossip is human nature. There's no way around it. Especially when there are 2 women on a team. It's gossip without end. At the first sign of a breeze, that burning heart of gossip will be unstoppable. Chen Mai looked at the gossipy eyes and curious faces of the others, except for Su Ming, who was bent on drinking, and took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Hey, you guys don't know. It's the transfer order that came down. Our old Zhao's transfer order. Zhao Kongcheng's transfer order. He's been promoted. Transfer orders? Squad 136 was taken aback. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan immediately slapped the table and stood up. When Chima froze with his mouth wide open, even Lang Xian was surprised. A face of ice, and screwed up to the bone. What kind of transfer order? Transferring Zhao Kongcheng? Why? In the face of everyone being puzzled, Chen Mai patiently gave an explanation. This is an order from the higher-ups. Zhao Empyrean City killed the Ghostface King. The higher-ups heard that old Zhao was powerful, and after comprehensive consideration, they transferred old Zhao. Says he's gone to be a set instructor. In past years, it was in Shangjing, so Lao Zhao, from now on, is a big city person. After Chen Mai finished speaking, everyone fell collectively silent. Nima, Lao Zhao was transferred. Today's meal, really become the old Zhao's farewell dinner chant? The atmosphere went cold for a while, and everyone was silent, especially Zhao Kongcheng, who shook his head repeatedly. No, Captain, Cangnan City can't do without me. Without me, who's going to set up the unrestricted airspace for you guys? Only Su Ming ton. A bottle of Mao Tai, about to hit the bottom. Chen Mai said after sipping the last mouthful of cigarettes. Lao Zhao, obey orders. Lao Zhao, however, slammed the table and shook his head repeatedly. Captain, no, I can still fight. I'm not going to retire as an instructor, Chen Mai said indifferently. Old Zhao, the mysteries have been getting more and more powerful lately, and it would be a kind of protection for you to go as an instructor, and it's an honor to teach. If you can teach monsters like Wang Nian and Xia Simeng, then you can similarly earn merit. The title of hero. You have it. Go train new people, take higher honors and fly higher. Zhao Kongcheng clenched his teeth. He couldn't bear to part with Squad 136 in Cangnan City. He looked over at Su Ming. At Su Ming, who was calmly drinking. Suddenly figured out. Su Ming, why the heavenly credit to himself, and feelings to let himself rise to the top. Really send it touched. Mud. This kid is a big wise guy. The one who should have gone to Shangjing to rise to the top was Su Ming. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng reddened his eyes and tried to tell the truth. The one who is truly powerful is Su Ming, and I, Zhao Kongcheng, am a waste of space. However, right at this moment, Lin Qiye, who had been silent, spoke up. Lao Zhao, haven't you always wanted to be a general? Haven't you always wanted to go back to your mom with a full body of merit? Have the opportunity not to go? Are you stupid? P.S. The new book sets sail, begging for a little free gift from all the readers. Hikari, Ifei, and Pong Yuyen, please. Chapter 29. Su Ming steps into the Sea Realm, comprehending the return of the 10,000 swords. Lin Qiye's words touched old Zhao greatly. Yes, he has always dreamed of becoming a general. And now, people Su Ming understand to give himself a heavenly merit. They do not cherish, can afford Su Ming? Moreover, with Su Ming's strength, a mere Ghostface King was not even in his eyes. There will be plenty of opportunities to build a career in the future. But for Lao Zhao, this may be the only chance in his life to be a hero. So, he had to cherish it. Everyone accepted this after they had calmed down. Old Zhao went to Shangjing City to become an instructor and got promoted. It's not like he's dead. When Shima shut your crow's mouth, is happy things? In the future, when we go to Shangjing, we still have people. But what about our watchers in the future? We can't find another guy without a forbidden ruin. I think Long Xian is just fine. At this moment, Lang Xian suddenly realized that something was wrong. After old Zhao left, the only ones left without the forbidden ruins were himself and Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming's thin appearance, and the disheveled look of the little drunkard, he would have to be anemic after intentionally using unrestricted airspace once. Therefore, Lang Xian suddenly saw his miserable future. Since we can't change the fact that the transfer is happening, we can only wish for it. Everyone started to say their blessings for Zhao Empyrean. Chen Mai silently placed 2 boxes of huazi on the table. In the past, I always rubbed old Zhao's hauntishan, but in the future I really can't rub it anymore, and I'm still thinking about it. He came in front of Su Ming and looked at Su Ming tun 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 tun. When Su Ming finished the bottle of thatch, he handed Su Ming something in his arms. When I applied for a double blade earlier, I applied for one for you as well. One of the 3 pieces of our night's watch. The star blade. Try to fit? Su Ming looked at the knife Chen Mai handed over and didn't want it. I'm a sword practitioner. What's the point of giving me a sword? Let the Queen Mother of the West refine a star sword for me. Forget it, go buy yourself later. He didn't even hold out his hand. He just shouted, Old Cho, good luck with your promotion, and I'll send you something nice. Old Zhao stuck out of the crowd with an incredibly touched head. Not only did Su Ming save me, but he would even send me something? Those 4 boxes of thatch were not wasted. Zhao Kongcheng happily walked to Su Ming's front. Su Ming pointed the dual swords that Chen Mai handed over, and using his qi to control the swords, he threw the star sword into Zhao Kongcheng's hands. A hint of his sword qi, sealed inside his name. The word Su Ming flashed with a little sword. Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded as he clutched the star sword. Ah, no, Su Ming, you sent me this? Then you, oh yeah, you practiced with your sword, but how it looks so perfunctory. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng's disappointed appearance, Su Ming revealed a hint of a smile. His hand stretched out, and another bottle of Maozi flew into his hand. Pulling off the bottle, Su Ming continued to bull drink. Tons and tons and tons. Not bad for a Maoko. Upon opening, the aroma is ethereal and delicate, surprisingly fruity and floral. The taste is dominated by soy sauce, with sweetness and acidity. The wine enters the mouth, delicate and mellow, with a long aftertaste. But unfortunately, Su Ming has never drank Mao Tai. I don't know if it's really fake, but the taste is really not bad. This scene was seen incomparably clearly by Lin Xie, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room. Spacing out? Sure is awesome. Lin Xie once again made up his mind that he must worship Su Ming. As for the others, Red Tassel and the others didn't care in the slightest and didn't notice Su Ming's details, and thought that Su Ming was just a small drunkard. At this moment, a bottle of mellow Mauzi went down. Su Ming's ears rang the wonderful beep of the system. Ding! The host drinks 1 bottle of wine, and his mental strength is permanently plus 2,000. 2,000? Su Ming was slightly stunned. OMG. The real thing. The real flying mutai. Su Ming's eyes were glowing. OMG. Bought the real thing by Zhao Kongcheng. Our old Su made good. This life also drink Maozi. Cool. Hurry up and hold the bottle. Tons and tons and tons. Drink. You have to drink it quickly. If you drink it late, it's gone. Mine. All mine. No one can take it from me. Just as Su Ming tons and tons and tons, the system's beep once again sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Saving Lin Xie and killing the Ghostface King, rewarded with 50,000 points of permanent mental power and 10 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stepping into the sea realm and comprehending the 10,000 swords. The quest has been refreshed. Save and Xingyu and help Lin Xie kill the Nandu Serpent Demon. Reward 100,000 points of permanent mental power and 50 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming froze for a moment. Oh, exempt. Straightforward. Luckily, he had been unrelenting with the system quests, and it seemed that these quests, the further back they were refreshed, the more rewarding they were. Now that he had stepped into the sea realm himself, he finally had a forced sword art. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Once it was made, all the swords were like servants meeting their masters, as if making a pilgrimage to a revered god. Countless sharp swords, flying and curling like a storm, flying in the sky. The swords were like a net, so powerful that it was a marvelous sight. To think that he could manipulate 10,000 swords to launch an attack, even if he couldn't kill a god, it would still be incomparably pretentious. The corner of Su Ming's mouth rose, revealing a hint of a smile before opening the system panel. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal, identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou, nephew of third uncle, realm, Sea Realm, mental strength, 102, 200 points. The more you drink, the more your mental strength increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 11 years of cultivation, easily kills the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Crossing 8 directions. 10,000 swords. Mission, save An Xingyu and help Lin Chiye kill the Nandu snake demon. Rewarded with 100,000 points of permanent mental power in 50 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming looked at himself who had become stronger and stronger, feeling that he was one step closer to becoming a supreme god and returning to his home in honor. There's also this new mission with An Xingyu, Lin Chiye, and Li Yifei, going to the campus to act like a bully. It's fun to think about. He glanced at Lin Chiye and revealed a meaningful smile. It's fun, but where's the fun in drinking? Or drinking thatch? Thus, Su Ming merely glanced at Lin Chiye and continued to tons and tons and tons. Lin Chiye was glanced at by Su Ming, and his clever brain instantly spun. That look, that smile, it's got to be right. Senior Su Ming is trying to take me as his disciple. It's crowded now. When it breaks up, at this moment, an entire book of dishes ordered by Lin Chiye had already come up. Shredded pork with fish, eggplant with fish, stir-fried yellow beef, wonton with hairy blood, white pork with garlic, boiled fish, boiled sliced pork, all kinds of red, covered with peppercorns, fragrant, spicy and numbing dishes were served, and just the smell of them made my mouth water. Zhao Kongqing looked to Chen Mai and asked the captain to speak. Chen Mai, as the captain, naturally had to say something, and the meal opened. So, he went to get the wine, only to find that Su Ming, this no-good fellow, had quietly finished off 3 bottles of flying mutai, $6,000, just gone. Looking at Su Ming's cow-drinking appearance, Chen Mai thought of his 15 cases of 5-grain liquid. What an animal! What a waste of fine chaff for a mountain pig. Wine. It's meant to be savored slowly. Good wine, but also need to know the wine people. To taste However, listening to the sound of Su Ming tons and tons and tons, like a water dispenser sucking water, he knew that if he did not open 4 boxes of wine, cannot last 3 hours. So, Chen Mai hurriedly grabbed a bottle of Mauzi and hurriedly opened it. I wish our old comrade, who is going well in Shangjing City, to go one, in a joyous atmosphere. Everyone drank from 8 until 11, 4 boxes of Mautai. Everyone froze and did not grab Su Ming, Zhao Kongcheng, Chen Mai, Lang Xian, 1 pray mo. 4 people drink a bottle of Mautai, even if more. Coupled with the fact that this Sichuan food was really authentic, Lin Chiye ordered another book, and everyone was so busy eating that they neglected to go grab a drink with Su Ming. When he reacted and went to get the wine, Su Ming had already drunk all 4 boxes of wine and was lying on the sofa asleep. So Zhao Kongcheng moved 4 more boxes of Harbin beer, and everyone had a great time. Even the Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan both took several sips. The moment Ping in office, Shannon Wu was still waiting for everyone to come back. Look at the watch. It's 11 o'clock. Is everyone so busy? It's not working. Looking at a table full of veggies, Wu Shengnan craved madly, but he is a man of principle. So, to death, did not move chopsticks. He called everyone. Everyone was in an unavailable state. A bad feeling surged to his heart. Squad 136. It won't be nothing. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness came, and Wu Shengnan fainted from hunger. P.S. The new book sets sail, begging for a little free gift from all the readers. Hikari, Ifei, and Pong Yuyen, please. Chapter 30. Old Zhao takes the knife. Wu Shengnan's silence was deafening. After everyone had eaten and drank well, it was time to part ways. Chen Mai handed the transfer order to Zhao Kongcheng, and everyone spoke to old Zhao from the bottom of their hearts. I wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors and the spreading of his wings. At this moment, looking at his former teammates, sent him away. Zhao Kongcheng heart mixed feelings, very bad taste, fueled by alcohol. A middle-aged man of 6'8" broke down in tears once again. Chen Mai silently lit a cigarette. Cry cry. Only men know men best. Lung Xian silently retreated into the darkness and, Ka-ching, click click click, Wen Qima, true to his nature, hugged Zhao Kongcheng and cried together. Aha! Old Zhao, how can I live without you? Kiamo, Wu Wu. Honging and Si Xiaonan were also infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help themselves, quietly shedding tears on the side. Only Su Ming, staggering, holding the roots of Mao Tai, one by one, into his mouth. Lin Chiye, on the other hand, took the initiative to assist Su Ming and help out, still waiting for the right moment to pay homage. After an emotional outburst, Zhao Kongqing looked at the knife in his hand. The word Su Ming shone especially brightly. He rushed the drunken Su Ming, said silently, thanks, bro. Before leaving, Zhao Kongcheng walked up to Lin Chiye and, with red eyes, wiped away the tear tracks at the corners of his eyes and handed Lin Qiye his sword. Here's a knife for you to start with. Train well in the squad, and by the time you pass the intensive training, you'll be a qualified night's watchman. Okay, will we see you again? Of course, we'll meet again. Don't forget that I'm an instructor. I might still be the one supervising you guys during the intensive training. I'll give you a break then. No, I need to get stronger. Good, very good. This knife is lent to you. Remember to return it to me when the time comes. Let's go. Learn more from Su Mingha. After hearing Zhao Kongqing's instructions, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan stared angrily at his back. Old Cho, you didn't even teach before you left. Let 7 knights learn what from Su Ming? Learn to drink? No, no, no. We already have an alcoholic in our squad. 7 knights. You mustn't learn from Su Ming. Yeah, where's 7 knights? What are you doing? At this moment, Lin Qiye was supporting Su Ming and was very seriously worshipping the master. Senior Su Ming, I want to join the night watch and gain the strength to protect Daxia. Therefore, I want to worship you and learn from you. Seeing that Lin Qiye had actually listened to Zhao Kongqing's words and actually wanted to worship Su Ming, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were greatly shocked and hurriedly advised Lin Qiye. 7 knights. You're crazy. You're worshipping Su Ming as your master to learn what? To learn to drink? 7 knights. Don't listen to old Zhao's nonsense. You mustn't learn from Su Ming. If you want to learn, you have to learn from the captain. Got it. However, Lin Qiye was aware of Su Ming's strength, so his expression was very firm and he was determined to worship Su Ming. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were speechless. Let Long Xian, Wen Qima, and the captain persuade Lin Qiye. When Chen Mai learned what happened, he silently lit a cigarette and secretly sighed in admiration. You can, Lin Qiye, worthy of being a divine agent with a discerning eye, to know Su Ming's true strength? That's right, to worship the strongest. Su Ming is the strongest in our squad 136 and even in Cangnan. No, the strongest in the whole of the Grand Xia. His strength is far beyond our imagination. When Wen Qi Mo and Lang Xian learned about it, they all had the same thought as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. No, you're crazy. 7 knights. Who is not good to worship? You worship Su Ming? Just as the two of them were trying to persuade a word, Su Ming directly came with a stone-cold remark. Only Su Ming said in a very pretentious manner. You don't deserve it. Pass the test of Squad 136 before you do. After saying that, Su Ming staggered towards the Pinyin office. Of all the people, except for Chen Mai, all of them were dumbfounded and confused in the wind. No, Su Ming, you're good at pretending. You're just a little drunk. What are you pretending to be? Damn you. Did you pass the test for Squad 136? This made the red-tasseled few people very angry, and they wanted to catch Su Ming and give him a good beating. Watching Su Ming's swaying figure, heading in the direction of the peace office, Red Tassel was even more indignant. Su Ming, am I so unattractive that you went to the firm to look for Wu Shangnan, but you don't want to go to my home? Si Xiaonan spat along with him. Humph, classless little drunkard. Yuck. When GMO reddened and snorted. Hong Ying, it's not that you don't have charisma, but Vice Captain Shonan. A strange expression appeared on Lang Xian's ice face. Wu Shangnan? Chen Mai silently inhaled a mouthful of smoke and exhaled the smoke ring into the air. Tonight's party is a secret. Hong Ying pointed at Su Ming's back and said, but boss, Su Ming is already far away. Chen Mai threw the cigarette in his hand and yelled, don't go after them yet. However, Su Ming's stance was extremely fast, stepping into the darkness and directly flying with his sword. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sleepy, off to bed. After all, it was 4 cases of mutai, 24 bottles of wine, 2,000 mental power in 1 bottle, a permanent increase of 48,000 mental power points in 1 night. It needs to be digested and digested. At the moment, Su Ming only knew the peace office, and the sofa in the living room was still quite comfortable. Lin Qiye looked at Su Ming's back, and as he listened to the words of rejection, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Is this being looked down upon? It's not just training through the 136th squad. Good. Come on. Lin Qiye held Zhao Kongqing's sword and silently followed behind Chen Mai's group. He wanted to prove to Su Ming that he would not fail Zhao Kongqing. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was qualified to be Su Ming's disciple. Zhao Kongqing, see you at the rally. I will stand in front of you as a disciple of Senior Su Ming, as an agent of the gods. Swear. The peace firm. Wu Shangnan fainted from hunger. Smelling the aroma of the food, his body instinctively stretched out his chopsticks, but quickly retracted them. He can't move on principle, but his stomach reminds him that if he doesn't move his chopsticks, he'll die. Even so, Wu Shangnan kept his principles and waited until someone came back. Looking at the clock on the wall, the hour and minute hands are almost coinciding at 12. It's early in the morning. It's so hard to have people out in the field back at this time of year. How can you move your chopsticks first when everyone hasn't eaten? Thus, Wu Shangnan sat upright and waited with high spirits for his first teammate to return. When the door was pushed open, a strong smell of alcohol went straight to Wu Shangnan's nose. In addition to the smell of wine, there is also the aroma of Sichuan food. There is an aroma of peppercorns, mace, and allspice. Wu Shangnan turned around and saw Su Ming, who smelled of alcohol and had a red face. Before he could speak, Su Ming spoke. Yo, Shannon, this is what you're having for dinner? Party. You smashed did not come ah? Wu Shangnan was confused. Ha? What party? Su Ming staggered and collapsed into the couch, closing his eyes. It's old Zhao's farewell party. Who? Wu Shangnan man froze, petrified like a statue. Lao Zhao's farewell party. How come I didn't know? At this moment, Chen Mai and the others panted and pushed the door, rushing in. So Wu Shangnan, who was covered in dead air, his silence was deafening. Everyone's whine instantly sobered up. Xiannan, did Su Ming say something to you? Call me Lieutenant. Didn't you guys say, out on a mission? What's up with old Zhao's farewell party? Shonan, Vice Squad, listen to us explain. P.S. The new book sets sail, begging for a little free gift from all the readers. Hikari, Ifei, and Pong Yuyen, please. Chapter 31 10 Cases of Mianzhu Spring from the Commanding General's Office. Shocking Lin 7 Nights. Explain? You don't have to explain. Do you know how long I've been sitting here dry and waiting for you? Say, did you guys forget about me? Wu Shangnan's questioning voice was deafening. Flesh is on fire all over. Chen Mai took a light drag on his cigarette. No, how could it be? Red Riding Hood put her hands behind her back in a whistling position, her eyes looking up at the ceiling. Hell no, are we like that? Si Shannon pinched her white fingertips and shook her head. We are a team. We are a lumberjack. Don't give up. Isn't that right, Leng Xian? Leng Xian hugged his shoulders, cold as an iceberg, always drinking, still full of indifference. When he heard Si Shannon ask himself, he immediately nodded his head. Yes, Wen Qima, on the other hand, arched his eyebrows and his eyes were closed. But I always remember Vice Team Wu. Looking at the perfunctory replies of the group of people, Wu Shangnan had dissatisfaction written all over his face. White eyes are rolling to the sky. He continued to question. Then why didn't you inform me about the party? Giving old Zhao a goodbye without calling me? If I didn't go, old Zhou mustn't die of sadness? Also, I called you guys and none of you answered. Did you blackball me? Wu Shangnan sent out soul tortures, all of which touched Chen Mai and their souls. And at this moment, everyone felt that Wu Shangnan was too matter. This party was originally organized by old Zhao, who didn't seem to be upset by you at all, and didn't even mention you, Wu Shangnan, at all. But in the face of Shangnan Wu's soul-crushing torture, everyone had to answer. The 5 men said in unison. The cell phone just ran out of battery. Cell phones are dead. All 5 of you at the same time? What the hell? Wu Shangnan immediately pulled out his cell phone to try. Just as Wu Shangnan looked up the phone, 5 people immediately chose to turn off the phone. No one knows who Shangnan Wu is calling, plus it's too late to unlock the blacklist. So, they chose to shut it down. Straight away. It's dead. It's just dead. Wu Shangnan looked at the 5 people as if they were looking in a mirror. The exact same movements. And was furious. The king's hair. I'm on the phone with Su Ming. Not with you guys. You. Sure enough. You guys blackballed me. Let me check Su Ming's cell phone. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Su Ming sleep. Nima with whom to talk to. This new one. Are pulling me black? This is not taking me as a vice squad at all, is it? I'm a vice squad. I'm the vice squad of squad 136. Growling. Wu Shangnan was hungry and furious. Furious. Everyone chose to pull out their ears, look after Su Ming, and fiddle with their black screen cell phones, and none of them paid any attention to Shangnan Wu. Only Lin Chie, like Su Ming, spoke out of turn. Excuse me, is this one called the Vice Squad? So cranky? Chen Mai rushed into the air, exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and slowly said, he's not usually like this. He seems really angry. When GMO spread his hands, Galen out of whisper. Silence breaks defense again. Red Rumor spat as he covered Sumin with a blanket. So careful. No wonder you can't find a daughter-in-law until now. Si Xiaonan cocked his head and smiled badly. Is this something you can't find now? You can't find it later. He. Langxian spun his black screen cell phone, and a bad smile followed on his face. Agreed. He. Wu Shangnan Wu Fish Sun. The whole person clenched hands, frozen in place, just like an ice sculpture. The inner heart set off a huge wave. I'm still ing here. You guys talk bad about me to my face. Do you really think I'm deaf? Wu Shangnan was just about to get mad when Lang Xian kicked the pile of boxes in the corner. What's this? Wu Shangnan sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of green pepper. Command sent the wine for Sumin. After all is said and done, click, 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 a build. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. How come the commander is still giving out alcohol to Somin? Wu Shangnan snorted coldly in his heart. Humph. Fuss. What means is obvious. This is to please the Sword Saint Zhou Ping to the Sword Saint's cousin to take such care of. Again, the human condition pathetic society Chen Mai viciously sipped a mouthful of smoke, his eyes looking towards Shangjing City. I Nima, Commander Yi really has you. Not even met yet. So pleasing to Su Ming, the aspect of enlisting people's hearts. Or you top management play 6 Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, 1 GMO, and Lang Xian, were all speechless. It's the face of Sword Saint Zhou Ping again. This is completely giving up on Su Ming. Has Su Ming been reduced to asking the Sword Saint to come out as a bargaining chip? Su Ming, fight for your breath. Don't disgrace Sword Saint Zhou Ping anymore. AI. All 4 of them made a pained expression, feeling sorry for Su Ming. It's a pity that such a handsome face and such a good body are so addicted to drinking that they can't help themselves, and they've completely become little alcoholics. And Lin Qiye, who had seen Su Ming's strength, was shocked beyond measure as he looked at everyone's subtle expressions at this moment. He flew around analyzing everyone's micro-expressions, whirling his brain around, analyzing the situation. Soon, he came to the conclusion. Holy, even the Night's Watch commanders spoiled Su Ming. The commander personally gave Su Ming a drink. So how powerful must Su Ming be? Understood. Su Ming the master. I'll follow you. At this moment, in everyone's shocked gazes, a white shadow lightly crossed. He familiarly tore open the box, picked up a bottle of Nianju-chun, and began to open the bottle with his fingertips. But being in a sleepy state, my fingertips were opening the bottle because of muscle memory. But I could only do a big scratching of the bottle top and couldn't open it at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless for a while. Su Ming, you're damn asleep and you're still thinking about drinking? Not bad for an alcoholic. So, Chen Mai told Wen Shima to walk over and prepare to carry Su Ming to the sofa. When Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's few people saw Su Ming's drunken appearance, they couldn't help but start up again. What a hopeless little drunk who only thinks about drinking. To put it nicely, it's the poetry fairy Li Tai Bai in the world. But to put it bluntly, it's a drunken denizen. But don't make a fuss. Poetry immortal Li Tai Bai at least had 100 poems in a wine fight. Su Ming's wine fight will only add to the chaos. Alright, come along and help out. Don't let Su Ming throw up on the floor. At this moment, everyone had just finished mocking the drunken Su Ming when Su Ming recited a few lines of poetry in his drunken sleep. 9 revolutions of the wheel and the nebula. 3,000 books and paintings for posterity to find. The sun, the moon, and the stars in my hands. There is no one like me in the world. Hearing Su Ming's drunken words, Chen Mai and Wen Shima were very speechless. All drunk like that and still acting like a pussy. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan sighed when they heard this. I'm sure I'm so drunk that I'm not even sane. Can Su Ming still distinguish between reality and dreams now? Lang Xian was very disdainful. Let's go. I'm so sick of this little drunkard Sumin. At this moment, only Lin Xie read it in a whisper. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. In an instant, golden light appeared on Lin Xie's body, and the range of the divine ruins, mortal dust divine realm, even directly became 30 meters. Lin Xie's face showed surprise. He recited Su Ming's poem once again, and the range of the mortal dust divine domain unexpectedly reached 50 meters, and the spiritual realm directly reached the peak of the Jiantian realm. Everyone froze. What's going on? Lin Xie awakened? No, it was Su Ming's poem that helped Lin Xie become stronger. Whereupon, all at once joined in reciting the poem. All repeated Su Ming's verse, and sure enough, all of them were enlightened. Su Ming's one poem had doubled Squad 130 CX's combat power. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Wu Shangnan also let go of his stigma and spat out loud. This is not scientific. Su Ming, are you awakening the assist class Forbidden Ruin? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lin Xie sneered. See, this is my master's true strength. By the way, the author is starving to death, begging on his knees for a reward. Please. Chapter 32, Lin Xie, you're not even close. Li Yifei reported the case. The peace firm. Everyone, because of Su Ming's one drunken poem, became stronger. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Even Chen Mai, who knew Su Ming's strength, was stunned beyond measure. How to get stronger is so simple. He was suppressing a mysterious ultra-high risk forbidden object, and he was subjected to the scorching of his soul every day. so it was absolutely impossible for him to get any stronger before it was too late. But these few lines of Su Ming's poem were actually like cool mountain spring water, dousing the flames that were scorching the soul and allowing Chen Mai's realm to advance by 3 points. With 7 more points, he would be able to break through the shackles and would be able to step into the sea realm. Chen Mai was incomparably shocked, staring blankly at Su Ming, never imagining that the lucky star of this life was actually Su Ming. Wu Shangnan and the others were also incomparably surprised, never imagining that by relying on Su Ming, this little drunkard, they could become stronger. They looked at their bodies, a little bit of growth in spiritual power. All of them could not believe that this was true. Each and every one of them all regretted for belittling Su Ming. However, as they looked at the divine aura on Lin Qiye's body, they were a bit skeptical as to whether it was because of Su Ming, or because of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye looked at the stunned expressions of Han Ying and the others, looked at their skeptical eyes, and was just about to tell them how powerful Su Ming was when Chen Mai hurriedly pulled Lin Qiye away, pulled him into the basement. Chen Mai was very serious and warned Lin Qiye incomparably harshly, never let the second person know the strength of Su Ming. This is an order from the commanding general, the top secret of the entire Daxia. Otherwise you think Commander Yi. On what basis did he give Su Ming so much wine? Lin Qiye was incomparably shocked inside when he learned about it. The top secret of the great Xia, Su Ming? Bullseye. He looked at Chen Mai, who knew the inside story, and was happy. At the very least, it proves that Su Ming is just awesome, or the awesome kind of awesome. Thus, Lin Qiye became even more determined to worship Su Ming. At the same time, he promised Chen Mai to keep the secret of Su Ming's strength. But, correspondingly, if Lin Qiye wanted to worship Su Ming, Chen Mai had to help. Chen Mai nodded heavily after taking a hard sip of his cigarette. Help, but you have to be strong to worship a master. You're too weak now. 7 nights. Lin Qiye thought of what Su Ming had said earlier, which was similar to what Chen Mai had said. All of them were saying that they were too weak to be worthy of worshipping Su Ming. Thus, Lin Qiye held his head high and said very firmly, "Please Captain Chen, help me. I want to pass the test of Squad 136. I want to worship Su Ming." Chen Mai nodded as he looked at Lin Qiye, whose eyes were resolute like he was joining a party. "Very well, then let the special training begin. From now on, don't you dare?" Lin Qiye clenched his fists and looked at the star blade in his hand that was engraved with the words Zhao Kongcheng, thought of Zhao Kongcheng's instructions, and nodded his head heavily. "Dare." Chen Mai nodded at Lin Qiye with great satisfaction. As if from his body, he saw the once untamed old Zhao. He picked up the 2 bamboo knives and finished the last puff of his cigarette as he looked at Lin Qiye with icy eyes. Silence, silence, gave Lin Qiye enough pressure. It was exactly the same as when they tested Su Ming's qualifications, playing psychological tactics first and overwhelming the other party in terms of momentum. Only, unlike before, when they faced Su Ming. Previously, Chen Mai had used 2 real star knives, while this time, he had switched to bamboo knives. After all, Lin Qiye was still just a high school student and had no experience with knives at all. That's why Chen Mai was afraid of injuring him by mistake. After a flurry of silence, watching beads of sweat trickle out of Lin Qiye's face, Chen Mai knew that the time had come and coldly came. Draw. Lin Qiye's hand trembled slightly as his eyes asked with a slight shock. Drawing a sword? I've got a real sword here, in case it hurts. Halfway through his words, Lin Qiye realized that he was overthinking it. The one who specially trained him was the captain of Squad 136. Seeing how the other party was swimming with ease, he was afraid of hurting him with a knife? As expected, Chen Mai sneered, his eyes merely sweeping Lin Qiye. A strand of suffocating sensation instantly assaulted Lin Qiye, and an invisible wave in the air seemed like a pair of withered hands that tightly strangled his throat. Even though Chen Mai was holding his dual swords and not moving a muscle, there was an incomparably heavy pressure that pressed on Lin Qiye's heart, making it unbearable to even breathe. It made Lin Qiye resist the urge to use the divine ruins to fight the fear in front of him, because at this moment, Lin Qiye had managed to be shocked by Chen Mai, and had already had his scalp tingling and shuddering. In an instant, Chen Mai had struck out at the speed of light, and the 2 bamboo knives were like they had eyes, madly pouncing on Lin Qiye's body. Ouch! A burst of pain. Lin Qiye hurried to return the hand, looking at the star knife, engraved with the name Zhao Kongcheng, determined to carry this will, through the squad's special training, to worship Su Ming as a teacher, to become the most awesome night watchman, to protect his aunt and Cangnan city. Ha! Lin Qiye's roar came from the basement, as well as the sound of the star blade breaking through the air. But soon, a crackling bamboo knife whipping sound. Chen Mai slowly walked out, calmly lit a cigarette. Non-stop shaking of the head. Too weak. Mainami, go heal him. When Si Xiaonan heard this, he hurriedly ran down and roared as he healed. Captain, Next time you hit someone half dead, don't ask me to heal them. It's mentally draining, okay? The red-tasseled few people were stunned for a while. Not the captain. A newcomer. How do you strike so hard, ah? Chen Mai smoked a cigarette and said slowly, the Night's Watch set this year is a tough one, and he wouldn't last a day without being ruthless. You guys too. Don't hold back when you specially train Li Qie. Red Tassel and the others nodded, knowing that this was also for Lin Qie's benefit. After all, being a night watchman was extremely risky. Furthermore, Chen Mai hadn't even beaten Lin Qie to half-death, but rather point-blank. Lin Qie was only broken by Chen Mai's words. Right after Chen Mai knocked Lin Qie down, he shook his head and said, you, not even close. Su Ming even shattered 2 of my star blades, and you couldn't even block my bamboo blade. So think about the disparity for yourself. Lin Qie was instantly dumbfounded after hearing this, still thinking that he had awakened the divine ruin. How powerful and terrific he was. It was unthinkable that the gap between himself and Su Ming was like a chasm, one in the sky and one on the ground. No wonder Su Ming didn't accept himself as his disciple. Thus, Lin Qie pondered for a long time in the basement, and even though he was covered in bruises, he climbed up in order to pay his respects to the master and live up to Zhao Kongqing's expectations. Taking up residence in a dimly lit basement, he was in the dark, swinging his knife, swinging his knife, swinging his knife, just to be a little closer to Su Ming. A little closer. For the entire half a month, Lin Qie never came out of the training ground, practicing with Chen Mai in the morning with his sword, practicing with Lang Xian in the afternoon with his gun, and practicing with Wen Qima in the evening with the Forbidden Ruins. Exhausted and panting like a dog every day, Su Ming really couldn't understand why Lin Qie was so desperate. The reason why he didn't accept Lin Qie as his disciple was because he didn't have anything to teach himself. He couldn't really teach Lin Qie to drink. You don't have the system that I do? Forget it. It's none of my business. My goal is to become a god, return home with my clothes on my back, and fight for my cousin and third uncle. Therefore, Su Ming chose to continue drinking, etc., waiting for the difficult snake demon to venture out, saving Xingyu and helping Lin Qie to kill the Nandu snake demon. So, for half a month, Su Ming drank, dabbled, and wandered around every day. Looking at the increasingly disheveled Su Ming, the red tassel couldn't stand it anymore, and it had already reached the point where he paid out of his own pocket and circled Su Ming in the villa for a drink. Don't go out and hang around and be embarrassed. Half a month later, after Su Ming finished the 100 boxes of Jingyang Chun in the red tassel villa, he staggered to the Pinyin office. After finding red tassel, Su Ming gave a sunny smile. Coma, we're out of wine. Red Riding clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with murder. That's 100 cases. Jingyang Chun, 300 a box. Half a year's wages for my labor. I fight. The red tassel dragged Su Ming to the boxing ring, revealing white arms, white legs, rushing Su Ming a burst of punches and kicks, referred to as the love strike. Just then, Li Yifei came running in panic, his eyes covered in blood, his body trembling to Chen Mai and Lang Xian. You guys? Who's in charge? It's no good. I want to report a crime. Cangnan no. 2 middle school. There's a monster. By the way, the author is starving to death, begging on his knees for a reward. Please. Chapter 33. Why are we wearing school uniforms and Su Ming he's wearing a suit? Ah, where's Senior Su Ming? Is Senior Su Ming here? This matter? It has to be Senior Su's hand. Li Yifei's horrified look didn't look like he was joking, so Chen Mai poured him a cup of hot water and patiently inquired. Lung Xian silently took out a notebook. Swish, swish, swish began to record. Record it as you go along in your mind. Insanity? Looking for what? Su Ming? That little drunkard can't save you. What you should be looking for is Captain Chen and Wu Shangnan. After listening to Li Yifei's description, things were obvious. It was the mystery that had appeared. A mysterious monster that can eat people and assimilate them has appeared in the second middle school of Cangnan City. The two knew that the situation was urgent and not optimistic. So, Chen Mai immediately called Wu Shangnan. Play to play. Fool around. Appeared mysterious, not to joke with you. Lives are at stake and must be acted upon quickly. Wu Shangnan also knew that the situation was urgent and was very cooperative, temporarily dropping his mustiness with everyone. So, once the captain and vice-captain conferred, they quickly made a decision, and Squad 136 set off, sending people to secretly sneak into the school and work inside and outside to destroy the monster this time. For the infiltration mission, Chen Mai already had a candidate. Let the young guys on the team step up. Su Ming, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qie. Hearing Chen Mai's candidate, Wu Shangnan frowned. Su Min? He reeks of booze and it's not a good influence to go into the school. There's also Lin Qie, who's only been training for half a month, and although he's made progress, he's still dangerous when facing the Jiantian realm and above. Shenmai waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, give the new guy a chance." Praying mo. Go tell Red Tassel to stop fighting and pack up for Su-ming and the others. There's a new mission and they're off. By the way, Su-ming smells of alcohol. Find a reasonable identity. Okay, leave it to me. 5 minutes later. Su-ming, Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie. The four of them then changed their clothes and appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the Red Tassel tied up in a ponytail and wearing a red and white school uniform, Shenmai nodded his head. It fits. If you didn't tell me, I'd think you were really in high school. Red Rumor looked at the school uniform on her body and gave a very disgusted expression. She then looked at Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie, all in red and white and all in blue and white, as ugly as they could be, and when she looked at Su-ming again, Hong Ying froze, asked with great consternation, "Captain, Wen Qima, why are we wearing school uniforms and Su-ming he's wearing a suit? That's not fair. Let Su-min seduce little girls? And the sign around his neck, why is it from the prosecutor's office in Shanjing City? On what grounds?" That's when everyone noticed. Indeed, Su-ming was in an invincibly handsome suit, white teeth and bright eyes, with a slender figure. It was simply a teenage girl killer. So handsome. No, why doesn't he have to wear a school uniform? Everyone's gazes, all of them, were directed towards Wen Qima, who was distributing the clothes, especially Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Without giving an explanation, they would definitely not let Wen Qima go. Wen Qima spread his hands and skimmed his lips. It can't be helped. Su-ming reeks of booze all over him. Have you guys ever seen a high schooler who reeks of booze? It's a struggle to get into the school gate, let alone into the classroom. With such a little brother Ming, it just so happens that this disguise, which was left behind by the previous vice commanders when he was on a secret mission, it just so happens that this suit is Su-ming's size. I'm not listening to the captain. To give brother Xiaoming a reasonable identity. After listening to Wen Qima's explanation, everyone calmed down and thought about it. And it was indeed true. Because from Su-ming's side, when he hit his nose, there was a faint scent of wine. One sniff told me that Su-ming hadn't been drinking a lot of good wine during this period of time, so it made sense for Su-ming's disadvantage to backfire and dress up as a leader. Seeing the envious eyes of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, Lin Xie had no choice but to step forward and round up the situation. "Sisters, look at me. How ugly I am in blue and white. School uniforms are different from person to person. I'm ugly in them, but Sister Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan look great." Lin Xie's highly emotional speech barely made Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan show a smile, but Su-ming didn't appreciate it at all. Peeling off his top and handing it to Hong Ying, and peeling off his shirt and handing it to Si Xiaonan. "Here, you guys wear them. I'm not going on this mission." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan clenched their fists at the same time. "I fight. Hooligans, get your ass over here and go on a mission with your sister. You won't get a drop of wine on this mission." Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan couldn't suppress their anger and set off, dragging Su-ming with them, leaving behind a winded Lin Xie and Li Yifei. 7 nights. These two sisters. They should be very bullish. Right, even senior Su-ming dares to fight? Somewhat. At this time, Lang Xian handed Lin Xie a gun and said coldly, "Si Xiaonan, not a divine agent. This mission is dangerous. 7 nights, take the gun and help me protect her." Having said that, Lang Xian then carried Zhao Kongqing's box from before and went forward to Cangnan No. 2 middle school to set up the forbidden object sign. Shenmai watched the team members set off and repeated this mission again in his headset. "You must memorize the objective of this mission. Sneak in secretly, and don't cause any disturbances. Destroy the mysterious monster this time with minimal casualties." 20 minutes later, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan dragged Su-ming. Lin Xie and Li Yifei silently followed behind, and the 5 of them arrived at the side wall of Cangnan's second middle school. Several people conferred on how to sneak in unnoticed. Red Riding looked at the wall with immense contempt. She could have gotten over it with a casual jump. And Si Xiaonan, easily. Both of them were looking at Su-ming, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei. Li Yifei said he had a leave slip and could walk through the gate. Lin Xie didn't care at first. He just looked at the high wall and blew on his palm, saying that he could climb over the wall. Next, it was up to Su-ming. Neither Hong Ying nor Si Xiaonan knew Su-ming's bottom line, and they didn't know how he was going to cross this wall. Si Xiaonan was even prepared to watch the joke. "Hey, Su-ming, come over the wall." "Hey, where are you going?" Su-ming directly Huda. "Ignore them," strutting to the entrance of the school, yelling at the security guard. "Blind, open the door. The leader is full of pies." Upon hearing that someone broke through the school gate, several young security guards with tiger backs immediately drew their batons and clustered around the head of security. He rushed out aggressively and stared angrily at Su-ming. "Kid, looking for a fight? If you don't want to get your ass kicked, get lost." At this moment, the security chief frowned, feeling that something was wrong, and was just about to speak. Su Ming's credentials were thrown directly in his face. Pow! In full view of everyone, Su Ming walked in with his head held high. The security guards were getting pissed off and were holding up their black batons and looking at the security chief. Just one word from the captain. Take it. However, at this moment, the security chief was filled with horror, holding the documents that had slipped off his face, and didn't even dare to let out a single fart. The expression on his face was so wonderful that it twisted and his hands shivered. Rushed to greet everyone to organize their instruments and put down their batons. The security chief slurred. Scots, prosecutor's office. The big official is here. Come on, report to the principal. Never mind, I'll report it. No, let me verify that from now on, all idle people are forbidden to enter. The security chief flew into the security room, sweating profusely to confirm to the upper head. In the end, is not the upper Beijing to come to the big official? At this moment, seeing Su Ming breaking in hard, Red Tassel and the others were dumbfounded. I nay? Su Ming, you are so bold. Are not afraid of document forgery? Captain under the mission objective. You forget? Are you still sneaking in secretly and not causing a panic? You damned directly hard to break in. Want to rebel? Ah, there's no way out. Must get enough information to quickly eliminate this mystery and reduce casualties before Su Ming's identity is exposed. So, Red Tassel and the others went right over the wall and in. Seeing a few people dashing in handsome over the wall, Li Yifei gluttonously cried, incomparably envious. But there is no way. Li Yifei, flesh mortal, not as capable as they are, only to enter through the front door. Fortunately he has a leave slip. Li Yifei hurriedly scurried to the main entrance, to go in to meet up with Su Ming and Lin Xie. However, just as Li Yifei walked to the door, several tiger-back security guards surrounded him. Hey you! Stand there! No entry! Brother security! Li Yifei, I have a leave slip. That will have to wait. Our captain has sent word that all idle people are forbidden to enter. Li Yifei was dumbfounded. Ah, are you sure this chapter? I'm a loser? Author is starving, begging on her knees for feeds, urges and rewards. Woo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 34. Su Ming drinking in the principal's office. The school leaders were all stupid. Li Yifei was speechless to death. Never thought that he would be stopped at the school gate because of Su Ming. Yet, the vacation note was written in vain. If I don't go in, what about the safety of my classmates? Being too worried about my classmates. So, Li Yifei hurriedly ran to the side wall and climbed. Like a snake, climbed the wall and enter. Li Yifei, who jumped down, was shocked himself. Am I awakening my superpowers? The moment Su Ming strutted into the school without encountering a single living soul except for the security guards at the entrance, the schoolyard, the roads, and even the parking lot were all empty and deserted, because everyone is in class. He weaved through 2 rows of lush pines, past the school's merit monument, and scanned the school's dogma of teaching the uneducated, dreaming of a student career, intense classes, frequent exams, multitude of homework burdens, anxiety, depression, and stress. All sorts of dead memories were frantically slapping Su Ming's face. High school campuses, such a bad place to be, unless it's the school director's kid or the school is owned by your family. It's a lot of emotions to be back on a campus that I hated, but missed enough. There are happy, sad, and a lot of years. Su Ming remembered his first love. Numb nuts, just when the nose gets a little sore. Lift it up and sniff. There's wine ahead. Women would only affect how fast he could get stronger. So he quickly looked at the school building, then the office building, and sniffed, and there was the scent of alcohol on both sides. Which way? Su Ming thought about it briefly. He only came here to fulfill his mission, to save Xingyu and help Lin Xie kill the snake demon. And then, there's getting drunk and getting stronger. Drinking comes first wherever and whenever you can. And he was certain that in the school, there must be alcohol. There are also unspoken rules on campus. Gifts and other favors are rare. As for the Squad 136 mission, sorry, not familiar. He looked at the 2 buildings and hesitated up a bit. There was the smell of mellow wine on both sides. At the moment, teachers and students, all in the classroom lessons, through the half-open window, can hear the sparse sound of lectures. The poem Pipa Xing that we learned today is about. You've mastered algebra before. So let's move on to geometry. And open your textbook to the first. English is actually very easy. Just need to master grammar and practice ABC. Su Ming gets a headache when he hears English class. No English. Thank you. Allergic to English. That's when the physics teacher's voice came back. Squad leader, come and light the alcohol lamp. Let's do an experiment today. Mud. No wonder the school building smells like alcohol. Therefore, the teaching building dogs do not stay. Su Ming straight to the office building, straight to the principal's office. Throughout the school, the principal's office is an absolute treasure trove. Su Ming's appearance made the students by the window take notice. The boys and girls leaning against the window couldn't help but look at this handsome man in a suit. Lu Xiaoyan, from the high school, 2, class, swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she saw Su Ming. Such a handsome man, I want to swallow him in one bite. Wu Shujie all looked dumbfounded, her eyes staring straight at Su Ming's back. Is there such a handsome man in all of Daxia? Is he a star? Our school is going to have a reality show? The girls who were in love were all mesmerized by Su Ming. Just what the Red Raider said. Seducing countless little girls. True teenage girl killer. At this moment, the security chief was shocked when he saw Su Ming's behavior. There's no running. Leader. Su Min is definitely the leader. He skipped right over the teachers, the little group of caramels that is the grade-level director, and went straight to the principal. Yikes. The head of security immediately followed. He hugged Su Ming's ID and quietly followed behind like a dog. He's been thinking, there must be some deep meaning in this great official dumping his papers on himself. It must have been given on purpose. This document has been verified and really couldn't be more true. If it's a real investigation, big and small officials, the Secretary of Education, the mayor, all have to accompany them. But now only the first official came alone, and even went directly to the leader's office, clearly to take advantage. The document flings itself in your face, as if you deliberately let yourself inform the leaders. So the head of security immediately telephoned the school's leadership. The report, the Shangjing City Prosecutor's office is here. I suspect, wanting favors. Su Ming walked straight into the leadership office building, in full view of the public, and walked into the principal's office, rummaging around. The school leaders are dumbfounded. Who are you? What are you doing? The principal's office. Do you think it's a public toilet? You just want to enter? And what are you rummaging through? Does the principal know? The sophomore year director stepped in, stopping Su Ming with a hand and asking sternly, where's the work? Su Ming turned out 2 bottles of Shi Wine 30, opened, in front of all the school leaders, tons and tons of. At this moment, the principal also heard the news and saw Su Ming take out his own Shi Wine 30 to drink. His face turned green with anger. That's a good 2,700 for a single bottle of wine that a parent just sent him to ensure their child gets into college. This big handsome guy in a suit. Who is it? The principal asked with a dark look on his face. Who are you? Facing the questioning of the principal and the others, Su Ming continued to tons and bull drink half a bottle of wine before letting out a cold laugh. I'm from the Shangjing Procuratorate, sent here to investigate corruption and your molestation of schoolgirls. Corruption? Molestation? The greasy grade director froze and touched his Mediterranean brain with a dumbfounded face. I a snake demon. I only eat people. Not obscene. The principal was dumbfounded. How does Sankyo know? Nope. The sky is the limit. How could the top possibly care about me? The principal was disbelieving and full of questions. The head of the yearbook questioned it as well. What's your last name? What's your name? Where are you from? How many people are in your family? How many acres of land per capita? How many cows are in your field? You name it. You name it, 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 you name it. Su Ming opened his mouth indifferently. My last name is Su. When the principal heard this, he was filled with nervousness and rushed the office to call the Department of Education to confirm. At this time, the head of security rushed in and handed the documents, respectfully, to Su Ming. Running to the principal's ear, he whispered something. Headmaster, it's been confirmed. Really? I suspect that one came to ask for favors. Look at all the alcohol he's drinking. It's definitely not a fishing expedition. Once the principal heard that it was true, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he only felt dizzy in both eyes and numbness in his scalp. A chill, from the soles of the feet straight to the brain. The whole brain is blank. It's over. It's over. But listen to what the security chief says later and get it. He immediately told the idle people to go out, and he himself came to Su Ming's side with a smile on his face, his arms crossed and hanging down at his waist, and he said with a fawning face, Inspector Su, please come inside. I have plenty of wine here. After the Shi wine, try this 82 Lafite. Mr. Su, don't just drink. Do you want to learn English? I think sophomores Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li are good. Su Ming nodded. It wasn't impossible. The principal gave a wink, and 5 minutes later, 10 tall girls came into the principal's office. Su Ming sipped his wine and hung a small smile as he looked at them. They also looked at Su Ming with an expectant face. There was no way. Su Ming was too damn handsome, suited and booted, walking teenage killers. Su Ming lifted his slender fingers and pointed at them. You, A burst of excitement from the girls who were pointed out. The face was a scarlet red. Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li, who were not pointed at, were full of defiance and even unzipped their tops. Push up your chest as if to say, what's the point of my mother being worse than them? Soon, Su Ming's next words surprised them both. You, and you, all of you get out. Going out? The girls who were named by Su Ming were surprised and so angry. But look at Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li's cups. Convinced. They could only regret that they were kicked out by the principal and didn't even get a chance to ask for their phone numbers. The principal had a fawning face, and before he could speak, Su Ming waved his hand and ordered, you get out too. The principal looked like he knew what he was doing and led a group of school executives out, and they exchanged eye contact before breathing a sigh of relief that it was done. Snap! The sound of a locked door came from the principal's office. The principal hurriedly pricked up his ears and eavesdropped. An ambiguous sound came from inside. Lu Xiaoyan, the language class representative, was very attentive and licked Su Ming's cheek with the tip of her tongue. Tian Li is even longer. Straight to the point, kneeling down to help Su Ming take off his shoes. You're burning up. Su Ming tun poured a mouthful of wine, stepped on Tian Li's face, and looked at Lu Xiaoyan with cold eyes. Snake demon, I've come to help you cultivate. Beg for hypes and bounties. Don't force me to get down on my knees and beg you. Master, the author kowtows to you. Clunk. Chapter 35. No wonder the city really knows how to play. Rising cheese. Principal's office. Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li. A feverish voice came out. Plus a sentence from Su Ming. I will help you to cultivate. So exciting. The eavesdropping school leaders felt a rush of heat and itching, all with their ears pressed to the door, lest they miss any details. Don't. Not there. It'll kill you. Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li's miserable screams echoed in every corner of the entire principal's office. Put. A sputtering sound came from inside. Splat. Snapped. The sound of something rolling down and changing positions? Bared. The sound of tearing things apart came out again. The principal and a few others listened with enjoyment and looked at each other in a bad way. The eyes were filled with admiration and envy for Su Ming. Not bad for the city. What a game. Up the cheese. Headmaster. Learn more from others too. You don't have fun every time. At this moment, the office manager ran to announce that the flag-raising ceremony was about to begin. The principal of several people listening to the playground outside has sounded the marching song, rushed to the podium to watch the ceremony. When they went downstairs, the school leaders all looked as if they hadn't had enough and left with immense regret. It didn't take more than a few minutes. Snap! The door to the principal's office opened and Su Ming Royal Sword dragged several boxes of good wine out. Full of joy, the principal's belongings, all scavenged. There are also several gold supermarket shopping carts. Behind them, in the principal's office, two bloody snake heads rolled by, eyes filled with spiteful hatred. It seems to say goodbye to helping us cultivate. My pants are off. Why the hell are you chopping off our heads? Still not a man? Man's mouth. Lying ghost. The snake blood in the room splattered on the walls, the floor, the computer desk, and the stench of blood was all around, wafting away for a long time. Because the office was just too flavorful, Su Ming decided to drink in a different place. Looking downstairs at the densely packed students, all gathering toward the playground, the dormitory building and the teaching building were empty. Where to? Su Ming thought about it for a second. The girls' dormitory. It's great, clean and hygienic. At this point, the flag-raising ceremony is ready to begin. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei came out of the classroom. Prepare to feel out the situation once the flag-raising ceremony begins. But what makes Lin Qiye feel worried is that Lu Xiaoyan has not yet returned. Was called away by the office director. Is to do what? This snake demon. It wouldn't have eaten and assimilated all of the school's leadership. That would be a big deal. There's no choice but to keep an eye on Han Ruoro first. Meanwhile, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were also in the 403 office, and had found a whole snake molt, and had just reported the information to Wu Shangnan when it was time for the flag-raising ceremony. The stairs were crowded and the two quickly exited the office building. At this moment, being reminded by Li Yifei, Lin Qiye and the others learned that Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruoro and Tian Li were all in the same dormitory. So there should be a lot of infected people in the girls' dormitory. Most likely, the mythical creature came out of the girls' dormitory. Thus, the flag-raising playground was handed over to Lin Qiye and Li Yifei, and the girls' dormitory was handed over to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Everyone start moving. The guidelines are still what Chen Mai said. Try to settle this group of snake demons in secret and don't start a riot at the school. However, things seem to have gone out of everyone's expectations and have moved towards an uncontrollable situation, because after the flag-raising ceremony, Lin Qiye realized that there were too many snake demons in the school. He rushed to report on the school situation. Everyone should be mentally prepared. It's hard as hell to solve this one quietly. The entire school, at least 60 students and teachers were transformed into monsters, not counting their families. The entire 136th squad, except for Su Ming, were all stunned. After a short silence, Chen Mai once again gave the order, leave it to us outside. Their families are infected. In school, it's okay to leave it to you guys, right? Lang Xian, open the ringless hollow. You guys, you can let go. Lin Xiye was well aware that the task was difficult, and after a moment of silence, he said easily, I know. Lin Xiye cut off the earpiece and immediately went to find Su Ming. As long as Senior Su Ming makes a move, not to mention 60 snake demons, 100, 1,000 are not afraid. But, Senior, where the hell did you run off to? Right, Senpai is a good drinker. He must have gone looking for a drink. The principal's office. Lin Xiye's brain was very bright. Knowing that there was wine in the principal's office, he flew over. 7 nights. Where are you going? Li Yifei also followed immediately. Headmaster's office. The situation is too dangerous now. It has to be Elder Su Ming's hand. Oh, good. I'll go too. The two of them crawled their way to the principal's office. The principal at this time, and was not there. He thought Su Chek was selling the battle and learning English. So, in order not to disturb the leader's good deed, the principal purposely left all the middle and senior management behind for the meeting. At this moment, Lin Xiye and Li Yifei, who flew to the principal's office, were horrified as they looked at the bloodstains all over the room. Looking at the two blackened snake heads in front of the sofa, and the dead, chilling eyes, Lin Xiye felt a chill. Bravely, he examined the snake demon's body again. On the chest of the red and white school uniform, the school license plate hanging, clearly written Lu Xiaoyan and Tianli. Lin Xiye sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but it was Lu Xiaoyan who was called away during class. Li Yifei also saw it and asked with incomparable surprise. 7 nights. Who did this? Lin Xiye carefully swept his surroundings and after seeing an empty wine bottle on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. There's no running away. It must be Elder Su Ming, directly lorded over the snake demon. Lin Xiye felt enlightened and opened the door to a new world. Seniors did it. Let's go. Keep looking for Elder. Lin Xiye excitedly closed the door to the principal's office and began to think about where Su Ming would appear. At this moment, Li Yifei opened his mouth again to disrupt Lin Xiye's thoughts. 7 nights. Didn't you say there's another Han Ruoro in our class? Should we remind everyone? Now that Lu Xiaoyan has been killed by Senior, will that Han Ruoro just storm off? Being reminded by Li Yifei so already. Lin Xiye nodded. Right. Go back to the classroom. Maybe Senior Su Ming went there too. Thus, Lin Xiye was led by the nose by Li Yifei and returned to the classroom. At this point in time, just in time to meet Han Ruoro to entrap Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was already mesmerized and floating. At this point, out of professional ethics, Lin Xiye directly beat the lovebirds with a stick and said quietly to Han Ruoro, actually, I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend. Your neck. I want to try it. Lu Yuan, W. The king's hair. Lu Yuan's silence was deafening. The swearing was deafening. At that moment, the English teacher walked in and gave him a hard stare when she heard the expletive. Lu Yuan, come out here for a second. Is that what teachers usually teach you? This time, Su Ming had already arrived at the girls' dormitory early. It was only when he got inside that he would realize that he was overthinking it. Women's dormitory. The words clean and hygiene have nothing to do with it. Any brothers who know what they're doing, come out and explain. Su Ming stepped on the dirty hallway, smelling the auntie's napkin, mixed with an indescribable smell, and went up to the 5th floor. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 36, Entering the Dirty Female Bedroom. Comprehending the 6-vein divine sword, Su Ming dragged a few boxes of good wine with his wooden sword, trying to find a clean room to drink in peace. But there aren't really many girls' dormitories that are clean. Su Ming is very puzzled. What the hell is this for? Because of the snake demon? It has to be. He imagined the girls' dormitory to be paradise, filled with the fragrance of young girls. His biggest dream when he was in school was to be a life committee member and check the bed at night. Still checking the women's bedrooms. But when he became a life committee member, let's not talk about it. Men's and women's beds are not interchangeable. Men are not allowed in the women's dormitory. Wine to come. Su Ming looked at the sky outside. It was still green. It should be Lang Xian opening the unrestricted airspace. There's no rush. At this time, Lin Xiye was still greening Lu Yuan and greening Li Yifei. There's no rush. It's not too late to strike when the sky turns red. Anyway, his mission was clear. Save Xingyu and help Lin Xiye kill the Nandu snake demon. For the rest, drink. He searched for it and went straight to the end of the stairs. The penultimate room on the north side. entered Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory, looking at the melon skins all over the ground. Not folded quilt. Su Ming could not help but knit his brows. This horse in the men's dormitory has a hairline difference. Oh, yeah, it's different. The room was filled with the smell of blood. There were several aunties' wipes in the trash can, but the clots were dark and appeared to have been sitting there for ages, and the 4 outside ones were glowing with yellowish skin, fluttering in the wind, and incredibly creepy. Luckily, Su Ming knew the plot, or else he would have been shocked to see this scene. Suspect the poisonous snakes that are all around you, under your feet and over your head. Still hiding here and drinking? Run away long ago. So, he picked out a cleaner bed, laid down in it, drew the curtains, and tons of. This bed is quite fragrant and the scent is quite familiar. Oh, come to think of it, it was Lu Xiaoyan who had previously used her tongue to lick her cheeks. Worthy of being a snake demon. You can't change the habit of liking to spit out letters in this life. That being said, the bed is quite roomy and can fit 3 people. I don't know what this group of snake demons are doing when they get together at night. Bondage SM? Su Ming stretched out his legs and lay on Lu Xiaoyan's soft bed, incomparably comfortable and cozy. Using his sword intent, he floated the bottle in the air and automatically poured wine into his mouth. Tons and tons. Drinking in this way becomes much faster and more efficient. But, it's a bit of a waste of good wine. This wine is soft in the throat, sweet, and has a great aftertaste. Good wine. This 82 Lafite in particular had a sour mouthfeel, astringent, not much mental energy added. Nima, there's fake wine in the emotional leadership too. Also 82-year-old Lafite, 82-year-old vinegar. Don't like it. Try something else. This otter sacrificed sake. What the hell? Talking out of the bird. Small time stuff. What a load of crap. Blah blah blah. Or Dacia's white wine, yellow wine, rice wine and beer, brewed with pure grain. Fragrant. After Su Ming found this unproductive way of boozing, the principal's several boxes of the most expensive wine all went into Su Ming's stomach. There were some foreign wines left, and 2 cases of regular Dream Blue M3 crystal. Su Ming's ears, which had been ringing with the system's wonderful beeps, didn't stop. Ding! The host drinks 1 bottle of wine and has a permanent plus 2,700 mental strength. Ding! Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 2,700. Ding! The host drinks 1 bottle of wine, and his mental strength is permanently plus 2,000. Ding! The host drinks 1 bottle of wine, and his mental strength is permanently plus 2,000. Ding! The host is awesome. Drinking 1,000 gold wines in great style. The fight is over, and he has comprehended the 6 veins divine sword. Oh, Su Ming froze for a moment. 6 veins of Excalibur? The strange scholarship to which the one yang finger has been refined? 10 fingers can shoot out spiritual power in the air. Like a sword. It can achieve a direct kill puncture with great power. Su Ming looked at the wooden sword floating on the windowsill and was very satisfied with the skill he had comprehended. The wooden sword has to be used to hold the wine. Cannot be used to play? Exactly 10 fingers for the sword. Just right. Unexpectedly, he drank the principal's 9 oxen of good wine, added 30,000 points of spiritual power, and directly comprehended the 6 veins divine sword. Su Ming seems to have found a good candidate for rubbing alcohol. Principal, you don't want the higher-ups to know about this either. Not much more. 10 boxes of thatch for me to the peace office. Thinking about this scene, Su Ming was simply exhilarated. He looked at his system panel and now had 174,200 points of spiritual power. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou, nephew of third uncle. Realm, Sea Realm. Mental strength, 174. 200 points. The more you drink, the more your mental strength increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal's 11 years of cultivation, easily destroying the Sea Realm. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art, flying star, sword flight, 100 steps flying sword, crossing 8 directions, 10,000 swords, 6 chakra divine sword. Quest, save Xingyu and help Lin Xie kill the Nandu snake demon. Rewarded with 100,000 points of permanent mental power in 50 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. For half a month, he drank 10 cases of Mianzhu-chun sent by the commanding general, which added 12,000 points of mental energy, and 100 cases of Dingyang-chun from Red Tassel, which added 30,000 points of mental energy. It was a blast rubbing the principal's nose in a couple cases of good wine again today. Tons and tons and tons. The sound of Su Ming's cow drinking came out again from the bed where the bed curtains were tightly closed. At this point, out of the ethics of a night watchman, Lin Xie had already made a move in the classroom and saved Lu Yuan's life. As for whether or not Lu Yuan listened to the advice, that was his destiny. While Lu Yuan was shouted out by the English teacher, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei continued to search for Su Ming. This uncontrollable situation could only be solved if Su Ming stepped in. As for Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan, they had already sneaked into the girls' dormitory. After coming to the 5th floor, the two heard the dark corridor at the same time. There are tons and tons and tons of sound coming out. It seems that there is a horrible monster in Lu Xiaoyan their house. The voice, however, was incomparably familiar, and for a moment the two could not recall where they had heard it before. Standing in the dark corridor with this eerie voice, Si Xiaonan only felt scared, hugging Red Tassel's leg and shivering, and Red Tassel was brave enough to carry up the lance and crash into Lu Xiaoyan's room, looking at the bottles of wine all over the floor, and the sound of tons and tons and tons coming from the bed. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan understood at the same time, and shouted together, Su Ming! On the bed with the curtains drawn, there was a brief pause in the voices, and then a continuation of tons and tons and tons. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, the two of them pulled open the bed curtains together, and sure enough, they saw Su Ming who was drinking. Both men clenched their fists at the same time. Su Ming, what are you doing in the girls' dormitory? Su Ming blinked his eyes and didn't answer, continuing tons and tons. At this moment, the sound of a group of girls chattering came out from the hallway. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hurriedly scurried up to the bed and pulled the bed curtains shut, and as a result, left Su Ming's head outside. Su Min Udon Ro. Due to the limited space of the bed, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan could only hold one of Su Ming's arms on either side. Su Ming sighed, too late to pull his head back, because he had already locked eyes with the girl at the head of the row. It's Jiang Qian. A group of girls, clustered around Jiang Qian came in. Jiang Qian was very surprised to see Su Ming. Senpai. Su Ming wore an awkward smile. You, Senior Su, what are you doing in the female dormitory? Jiang Qian turned around with a scarlet face, embarrassed and got up. Did you come to find me? The girls in the back were puzzled when they saw Jiang Qian's blushing appearance. Jiang Qian, it's this pervert who entered the women's dormitory. Why are you blushing? Su Ming was coughing madly in the back. Perverted nymphets. Believe it or not, I will cut you. Ahem. Classmate Jiang Qian, why are you here? Jiang Qian said with great embarrassment. We girls are preparing to organize a sorority tonight. We're here to inform Lu Xiaoyan and the girls. The girls in the back started chattering. Jiang Qian, what's the point of talking to him so much? He's a pervert. Let's go. That's it. Go. Let's go inform the girls next door. Su Ming's eyes flinched. Sorority? Well, Snake Demon deserves to play with his brain. It's a great meeting. A bull ***** sorority. It's a buffet. So, Su Ming directly shouted. Hey, you demons, let go of Jiang Qian, Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan, Jiang Qian, the girls in the crowd. How did you know we were snake demons? Then we'll just have to, well, eat you. The crowd of girls, having been recognized by Su Ming, stopped pretending and directly erupted with hunger and thirst. Several heads, blooming like buds, revealed red tongues and dense, hideous fangs. Jiang Qian was so frightened that she collapsed in front of Su Ming and cried out warily, Elder, save me. However, to Jiang Qian's surprise, Su Ming also opened his mouth wide. So it's a snake demon. Someone save me, I'm having a seizure. The eyes of the snake demons revealed a vicious light. Today, no one can save you. Su Ming hung his head and revealed a harmless smile. I faked it. Sisters, go. Swish. The bed curtains were instantly opened, and Red Tassel held the lance in her hand, while Si Xiaonan held the star sword, and instantly jumped from the bed. Look angrily at the snake demons. Red Tassel is here. I'll see who dares to be wild. Si Xiaonan is here. Have you thought about how to die? Su Ming grinned and grabbed a bottle of wine. Tons and tons and tons. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, you guys take Jiang Qian out for a bit. I want to fight 10. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 37, Sister. Su Ming pretended that he had a F***king sense of security. Hearing Su Ming spouting off about fighting 10 snake demons, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan San sculpted, froze right in place. No, Su Ming, don't you know what you're capable of? What class? Dare to brag like that? Si Xiaonan said as he rolled his eyes repeatedly. Su Ming, you're just an auxiliary forbidden ruin. Resign yourself to your fate. Before it was your luck that you had help from someone high up, so don't pretend today. If you had the captain's physique, Long Xian's sniping ability, or even old Zhao's knife skills, we'd have let it all go. Hey, look at the rest of the squad, and then look at you, as skinny as a Chow Chow man all over, and a little drunkard who loves to drink. Hey, wasted. Red Ruffian also shook his head, but didn't strike Su Ming. She crossed her lance and swept the tip of the lance on the ground. The rosy red flame drew a circle on the ground, shielding the three of them from Su Ming, and commanded in a valiant manner. Stop it, Su Ming, hide behind me. Due to the appearance of this ring of fire, a half-man-high curtain of flames isolated several eerie snake demons, temporarily. Su Ming, however, shook his head and picked up a bottle of Dream Blue. Tons and tons and tons. Originally, I wanted to spend time with you as ordinary people, but what I got in return was estrangement. Su Ming spoke in a damn bubbly voice that was sexy as hell and mesmerizing. He lifted the bottle and took 1 foot out of the ring of fire. Okay, Red Tassel. See Showdown. No more pretending. I'm the Wine Sword Immortal. I'm showing my cards. Jiang Qian listened with a face of adoration. Her 2 cheeks were red and hot, radiating heat like 2 warm babies. Jiang Qian used her small white and tender hand, covered her cheeks, and said to Red Tassel with great envy, "Wow, you night watchmen must feel very safe with Elder Su." Red Sakura and Si Showdown, watching Su Ming fill the cup in front of them, have clenched their fists. So angry that they want to hit him. Su Ming, Jiang Qian is still a child. What are you doing? You're committing a crime. You really want to be a teenage girl killer when you step on it. Red Tassel raises his lance. Si Showdown raises his star knife. Kill. However, Su Ming's appearance in a suit was so damn mega handsome. This big handsome guy was damn charming. And just now the bubble sound. Let the red coma and Si Showdown heart numb. Crispy. Hey, how the heart is still like a rabbit. Thump 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 thump, wildly beating it? Damn. Su Ming is old and young. Luckily, the night watchman was professionally trained, so Red Tassel and Si Showdown quickly escaped from inside Su Ming's damn charm. They looked at Jiang Qian's flamboyant appearance and immediately went up to advise. Nazi don't be fooled by Su Ming. He's just a wastrel who loves to drink. A little drunkard. You mustn't fall for it. You have to know that good-looking guys are scum. Like Su Ming, who loves to drink and is good-looking. From head to toe scum. That's right. What security can he give us? Don't you learn from him? Drinking alcohol hurts your health. And also, minors are forbidden to drink. Seriously, sis, stop looking at him. He's really PU8 if you look at him again. However, Jiang Qian was still full of adoration and said with peachy eyes, "Hey, but senpai, the way he drinks is so handsome." Hong Ying and Si Showdown were both speechless. What's the point of being handsome? Is being handsome a big deal? Does handsome represent strength? Can a handsome snake demon still not bite him? Jiang Qian covered her eyes with her small hand and swallowed a mouthful of water and said, "You guys, the snake demon really doesn't bite him. Wo Suman senpai is so strong. He must train very hard in general." Red Tassel, Si Showdown. The two of them twisted their heads in shock to see that the snake demons were literally frozen in place, not even moving. They even felt the powerful spiritual power of the sea realm. Obviously, the snake demons of only the Zhan realm were subdued by the incomparably powerful sense of oppression of the sea realm, and all of them spat out their letters, staring daggers at Su Ming. Seeing this scene, the 2 Red Tassels were horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Crazy. Su Ming is just a small drunkard. There is absolutely no way to have the sea realm. Not even Captain Chen Mai. What makes Su Ming? Tall man. The person that the captain had asked the Sword Saint to search for had appeared in the Klein realm. Take a look at the emerald green sky outside. It must have been the appearance of a high-ranking person that scared Leng Xian into this mess. Therefore, Su Ming had long foreseen that the high person would come, or knew the high person, and already knew that the high person was coming, so he dared to pretend in front of Jiang Qian. When you think about it that way, it makes sense. Thus, Hong Ying and Si Showdown continued to persuade Jiang Qian. "Sister, he's pretending. Someone high up is helping him. Where does he usually train? Just drink. He usually runs 2 steps and gasps." Jiang Qian covered her mouth and looked at Su Ming with a face full of adoration. "How can you guys wrong Senior so much? Look, Senior ran so many steps without blushing or jumping." Red Tassel, Si Showdown. Sure enough, Su Ming ran past the group of snake demons, opened the dormitory door, and ran. Ran away? Su Ming stepped on the horse and ran away. Red Tassel and Si Showdown are dumbfounded. Nima, Su Ming, you damn sure are faking it. But Jiang Qian still has a face of worship, love brain, and stupidity. Wow, so fast. Senpai is great. At this moment, Su Ming ran for a while and returned, taking a few big breaths outside the door and calmly pushing the door in. A walk. Red Tassel, Si Showdown. Su Ming, what are you pretending to do? Luring ignorant girls? The point is that you ran away. So how did you come back? After Su Ming closed the door, the sound of several snake demons, claws scratching the door, came from behind. Red Tassel and Showdown looked at each other and understood. No wonder. Inside the corridor, it was full of snake demons. Right. Showdown sneered and mercilessly mocked. See, what's the point of being fast? You're scared back by the snake demon. And, well, it's not like he can balance. Wow, without waiting for Showdown to finish, Jiang Qian had already revealed an incomparable look of admiration. Red Tassel. Showdown. What again? Red Tassel and Showdown's eyes widened as they twisted their heads to look. It turned out that a few seconds after Su Ming went out, the snake demons were able to move and crowded together to block the road. Su Ming then followed the body of the snake, climbed up, stepped on the head of this group of snake demons, and jumped in front of Jiang Qian in an incomparably handsome manner. Hi. About that damn bubble tone, and that crummy as hell look. What girl wouldn't be confused looking at that? Jiang Qian had fallen, opening her arms to Su Ming. At this moment, Red Tassel and Showdown, at the same time, brought up a kick and kicked Su Ming out. About your sister. Clang. The doors were given a kick and slammed open, and Su Ming landed in a group of snake demons in the hallway. The snake demon in the corridor didn't spoil you. Regardless of whether Su Ming was handsome or not, he had already opened his big mouth and bit over. Seeing that because of their impulsiveness, they let Su Ming fall into the snakes. Hong Ying and Showdown were terrified and rushed to save. By this time, the snake demons in the room had come to their senses, and without the oppressive feeling they had just felt, they opened their huge mouths together and bit at them. In order to protect Jiang Qian, Red Tassel couldn't cast and could only barely resist. And outside, a hopeful voice rang out. Senpai, I've come to assist you. It was Lin Qiye who had arrived. Swish swish swish. Bang, bang, bang. An incomparably powerful pressure fell, and after a sound of ejecting, the corridor outside was extraordinarily silent except for the sound of exploding heads drifting and echoing. Both Red Tassel and Showdown were dumbfounded. I throw. Lin Qiye, this newcomer. So, this author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 38, 7 Nights. What just happened? I don't build Cangnan 2 Middle School, girls' dormitory. A minute ago, the dormitory stairs, which were already dirty, were now even dirtier, and everywhere Lin Qiye decapitated snakeheads, hideous corpses spewing blood crazily. Red blood splattered everywhere. The floor, the stairs, the handrails, and the sign in the women's dormitory smelled like blood everywhere. But Lin Qiye realized that no matter how much he slashed, he couldn't achieve the effect that Su Ming had in the principal's office. Unable to complete. Elder Su Ming, that incomparably silky chop. He had carefully observed that Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li's necks were severed by an extremely sharp sword. The cuts were flat, smooth, and there wasn't a crumb on the bones of the neck, and the shape of the neck blood spatter is beyond perfect. The roof and the ground floor, both very symmetrical, are like blood butterflies with wings spread out. This kind of stunning effect, Lin Qiye couldn't even figure out how exactly Su Ming did it. How is it that Lu Xiaoyan is on top and Tian Li is on the bottom? One could only say that Su Ming was worthy of being an expert with a sword. Awesome. Lin Qiye then looked at the snake demon necks that he had chopped off. Each one had an arc, and there was a lot of bone crumbs in the cuts, so if it wasn't for the sharpness of the star blade, he probably wouldn't have been able to cut through it. Is this the difference between yourself and Su Ming? Lin Qiye felt that the gap between himself and senior Su Ming was as grand as a heavenly rift, but the more this happened, the more spirited Lin Qiye became. Even if there was a heavenly rift between him and Su Ming, he, Lin Qiye, would surpass you. Senior Su Ming, I will definitely worship you and then surpass you. Ha! Clack 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 clack. Lin Qiye carried a star knife in his hand and hacked all the way from the first floor up to the 5th floor. Blood flowing, just like that. Hand up, hand down, hand up, hand down, without blinking. Even the hostile ants couldn't stop them, because the hostess ant, too, has turned into a snake demon. After hacking his way to the 5th floor, Lin Qiye saw Su Ming, and a group of snake demons behind Su Ming. Su Ming twisted his head and entered the house after seeing Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's heart was broken. A bit of a defense breaker. Elder Su Ming, you're even willing to look at me one more time. What's the point of running when you see me? How much you don't see me? How much you don't want to talk to me? Wait, it can't be that I didn't honor senior with a drink. Elder, one shouldn't be so careful, right? Just when Lin Qiye was a bit enlightened, Su Ming was kicked out by a force majeure, along with the door. Then the group of snake demons at the door. All of them exploded with hunger and thirst in their eyes, grimacing with their terrifying snake heads, and like a group of piranhas, they frantically bit at Su Ming. Lin Qiye bellowed when he saw it. Senpai, I've come to assist you. Swish, He wielded the star blade and leaped high up towards the necks of the group of snake demons, and slashed. Give me the break. However, Lin Xie realized that the higher the floor, the more powerful and stiff-necked this group of snake demons became. This group of snake demons that pounced and bit at Su Ming had even more surprisingly hard necks. Through the mortal dust divine realm, it could be seen that on their necks, they were all covered in black scales, thicker than the snake demon he had hacked to death earlier by a full circle. At this moment, a terrifying thought surged into Lin Xie's mind. Evolution. This group of snake demons evolved. Ka-ching. Pow. There was a sound of breaking. At this moment, a pair of demonic vertical pupils pointed at Lin Xie in unison. Then look at Su Ming, still drinking calmly. Tons and tons and tons. On his body, there seemed to be a light blue circle. That was a sword intent that could only be seen in the divine ruins. That majestic sword intent. Terrifying sword intent. Sword intent so sharp that it made one's scalp tingle. There were also some incomprehensible sword immortal laws that were compiled together with the sword intent to form a protective shield that blocked all of the snake demon's bites, and even choked off all of the snake demon's sharp teeth. Thus, they gave up on attacking Su Ming and instead, they stared their terrifying demonic pupils at Lin Xie, and they attacked at the same time. Lin Xie was caught off guard, even in the mortal dust divine realm, facing more than 5 snake demons at the same time. He was overwhelmed. Seeing that Lin Xie couldn't dodge the snake demon's attack, Su Ming decisively struck. After all, there was still the task of completing one's own mission, allowing Lin Xie to decapitate the Nandu snake demon. Therefore, Lin Xie couldn't die here. Only Su Ming stretched out his 2 fingers, and a bold and majestic sword chi gushed out. The entire girls' dormitory was filled with riotous sword intent fronts. An incomparably powerful mighty pressure fell, and Tarzan's pressure generally pressed on everyone's heart, and it was incomparably difficult to even jump a little. In an instant, the sword intent on Su Ming's body converged on his fingers, reaching an extremely dense and majestic point. Before Lin Xie could react, countless colorful sword chi had pierced through the heads of a bunch of snake demons. Red, yellow, green, colorful and powerful sword energy that, in a flash, shooting out of the sky, 100 meters away, take the head of the snake demon. Even Lin Xie, who had opened the divine ruin, mortal dust divine realm, hadn't seen it clearly. How on earth did Su Ming's predecessor strike? Lin Xie looked down again, and his eyes were already filled with the horrifying corpses of snake demons. The weak parts of the snake's head were all pierced through by the sharp sword chi. The terrifying snake demons that were raging and flailing just now were all shot in the head. Lin Xie froze, unbelievable looking at what was in front of him. Senior Su Ming was too powerful. So powerful that Lin Xie wondered if it was Su Ming's hand or not. How do you do that? W. The point is, how come Elder Su Ming didn't cut his neck this time? How did he know that the snake demons evolved and directly exploded their heads off? I can only say that Elder Su Ming is awesome. One could only say that the speed of the snake demon's evolution was far less than the speed at which Senior Su Ming killed the snake. It's so dang good. At this moment, Su Ming had light in Lin Xie's eyes, but Su Ming, still very calm, continued to tons and tons and tons. This caused Lin Xie to be incomparably impressed and envious. This is what a high person should really look like. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. When it's done, I'll go away and hide my body and name. Both while Lin Xie was incomparably worshipping Su Ming. The battle in the house, too, had been resolved. Red Tassel's rose firefeather dress directly ignited a large fire, forcibly bursting the snake demons. On the one hand, Red Writing is really strong. On the other hand, it was the terrifying sword intent that erupted when Su Ming executed the 6 veins divine sword that once again chilled the snake demons in the room. Like King Ghostface, frozen in place. Once again, picked up by the Red Tassel. After eliminating the snake demon in the house, Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan and Jiang Qian, the 3 of them cautiously walked out, looking at the corridor full of snake demon corpses, incomparably dumbfounded. What happened? Lin Xie, so fierce? Or, Su Min? At this moment, Jiang Qian had already hugged to Su Ming, thanking the senior for saving his life, because Jiang Qian had seen Su Ming make a move, and that hand of 100 steps of flying swords was deeply engraved in her mind. Seeing Su Ming unharmed, Jiang Qian already knew what was going on, so, Jiang Qian was very excited to hug Su Ming. Su Ming, on the other hand, stroked her head calmly. Sis, it should be. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were dumbfounded. Su Min? Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan stared angrily at Su Ming. What the hell kind of forbidden ruins are you? Killing the marigold realm is like drinking water? Su Ming, are you hiding your strength by stepping on the horse? Are you in the pool realm like me? No. Are you in the Chuan realm? Su Ming spread his hands and didn't say anything. He's shown his cards before. He's told you all that he's the Wine Sword Immortal, and you don't believe him. Red Tassel and Showdown looked at Su Ming's unreliable and pretentious appearance and hurriedly pulled Lin Xie aside. 7 nights. What the hell is going on? Lin Xie thought of Chen Mai's instructions earlier. The matter about Su Ming was a top secret of the Night's Watch hierarchy, and must not be divulged, and must be kept secret from the team members as well. Otherwise, they all knew Su Ming's strength, so none of them would have to work hard. This puts too much pressure on Su Ming. It was too selfish to put the fate of the entire Xia on the shoulders of one person. Therefore, Lin Xie deeply shared his feelings, and he felt that Captain Chen Mai was right. So he said what Chen Mai had taught him before. Sisters, I'm not building it. You don't build it? Then 7 nights I ask you, did Su Ming do it? Sister Honging, no. I only felt an incomparably strong force coming from outside, helping us kill all the snake demons. Outside? Tall people? Honging and Showdown hurriedly looked out the window. The result was the sight of a serpent-tailed monster, coiled on the balcony of the opposite building. A pair of ghostly green eyes stared at them with malice. Fizzle dash. There are snake demons. Su Ming, you and Jiang Chen wait here. Nope. 7 nights. You and Jiang Chen wait here. Su Ming, for Jiang Qian's safety, you follow us. Su Ming has a look of indifference on his face. Tons and tons and tons. At this moment, Lin Xie said with a serious face as he pointed outside. No, I'm going to help, because with my divine ruin, I can see the snake demon. Also, it's going to lead the infected on a rampage. Hong Ying and Showdown were startled and looked over in a hurry. Sure enough, the snake demon leapt into the crowd, already leading the classes of infected and causing a riot. Hey, Sister Hong Ying, look at that. Looks like sophomore 2 class. What? Lin Xie was startled violently and looked in the direction of Xiaonan's finger, and he saw 2 golden lights flashing. The golden light flashed, making it impossible for the snake demon outside the door to enter. Your own class is safe for now, Lin Xie snapped. There are still experts in our class? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 39, shocked Lin Xie. Elder's treasure to Jiang Qianla, the 5th floor of the women's dormitory. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes and looked towards his class. He was shocked to see that it was actually Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, acting as door gods. This startled Lin Xie. No, after going through the Ghostface incident together, how come one of them is Superman? He had clearly used the divine ruin, mortal dust divine domain, to see that these two were ordinary people with fleshly eyes. How could an ordinary person have the ability to deal with a snake demon? Lin Xie frowned, knew something wasn't right. He looked closely again, taking advantage of the gap between the disappearance of the golden light, and finally realized that the 2 men were holding, in their hands, something mysterious, one that, when ignited, could turn into an indestructible golden flame and burn the snake demon to death. The other had the same golden shield as the Vajra bodyguard, invulnerable to all poisons and defending against any attack. The 2 of them worked together, one attacking and one defending, and managed to fend off the entry of the snake demon in the corridor. See here. Lin Xie had a nodding head. What's the situation? High risk of banned substances? Could it be that these 2 have had strange encounters in addition to themselves, and also gained a mysterious chance, obtained guidance from a high person, and got such a powerful forbidden object? Through meticulous observation, Lin Xie was shocked to discover that those 2 forbidden object-like things were incomparably powerful. One that could directly burn to death the snake demon that Lin Xie couldn't even hack to death with his effort just now. Flames are immortal to demons, but have no effect on humans. One that could protect himself and his companions from the snake demon's bites, and was similar to the shield that Senior Su Ming had just used. The golden shield, likewise, broke the snake demon's sharp teeth, chomping off. Lin Xie was doubly shocked. Bullseye. The high-ranking person who gave these 2 forbidden objects must be a very powerful character. It seems that the tall people in the mouths of Red Tassel and Showdown just now were really not empty words. If Lin Xie knew that this was nothing more than Su Ming fooling the 2 stupid boys into buying alcohol and taking the trash from old Zhao's car, he would probably be shocked out of his own jaw. At the moment, the school is in a very dangerous situation. The entire teaching building, except for the sophomore 2 class, all the other classes, were in chaos. Students and teachers, like headless flies, congested the stairs. So many students, densely rushing to the school entrance. However, the entire school was now open to the unrestricted airspace, so no one could escape. Without the consent of the red-tasseled few, Lang Xian would definitely not open the passageway to release the people. Seeing the urgency of the situation below, Red Tassel immediately jumped down from the 5th floor to go after the snake demon. Si Showdown followed close behind and commanded. 7 nights. Jiang Qian, you look good, ha. Su Ming. You are happy. After Red Tassel and Si Showdown jumped off the building, Lin Qiye and Jiang Qian all looked at Su Ming and asked very respectfully, Elder, what should we do? Now that the snake demon is raging, it's time for you to step in. Su Ming doesn't panic and continues to tons and tons and tons. A sip of cold wine in the throat is incredibly soothing. He gave a smug expression and said faintly, you guys go, I'll make a move. Go, where are we going? Lin Qiye and Jiang Qian froze. Don't understand what Su Ming means? However, Li Qiye quickly turned the corner but since Senior Su Ming said that he would make a move, there would be no problem. Perhaps this is a test of the former. Therefore, Lin Qiye decided that he had to put on a good show. Jiang Qian, come on, let's go to the classroom. Get your classmates out safely. Jiang Qian, however, shook her head repeatedly. No, 7 Night-san, it's safer to follow Senpai. Lin Kai, 7th century AD. PRC politician, prime minister during the spring and autumn period. W. He thought of what Si Showdown had instructed just now. Watch Jiang Qian. But Jiang Qian insisted on following Elder Su. What could he do? There's no way around it. So let's just go on our own. Thus, Lin Qiye respectfully spoke to Su Ming. Elder, then I'll go to the head of the battle. Support me if it's convenient. Inconvenient. Su Ming bluntly refused. Theo, where is this? I still have 2 cases of dream blue at my feet, so I don't have time to worry about you. There's no rush. So Su Ming continues to tons and tons and tons. After Lin Qiye was rejected, his heart was broken, and with a forlorn back, he bent down and prepared to leave. At the moment, Jiang Qian, however, had been pleasing Su Ming, opening wine for him and arranging the bottles neatly. Lin Qiye had just taken 2 steps when Su Ming spoke again. Jiang Qian, you're the class president. You have the obligation to get everyone out safely. Lin Qiye was shocked. What does it mean? Jiang Qian was also stunned. What does it mean? Elder, let me go to my death? Elder Su, an ordinary girl, not as powerful as Mr. 7 Nights. Oh, now you have. The sword comes. A wooden sword flashed with golden light and swept in front of Su Ming's body. Su Ming put his fingers together and gently pointed forward. The wooden sword was infused with Ikari's spiritual power. Su Ming flicked his finger again, and the wooden sword flew into Jiang Qian's hand, flooded with an intimidating golden glow. Although the wooden sword was blunt, the sword immortal laws covering it were glowing and incomparably sharp, causing Lin Qiye to tremble. The heart seemed to set off waves of shock, and could not be calmed for a long time. No, senior, you casually gave Jiang Qian your saber? This wooden sword. It's a forbidden item. Right, it's a super high-risk forbidden object? This thing, one's own people can't even look at it without their scalps going numb. Wait, the golden light on this. Why does it look so familiar? Consistent with the forbidden objects in the hands of Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan? No way. Is the tall man Elder Su? Of the 5 of us who experienced the Ghost Mask Man incident that night, only Li Fei and I don't have the forbidden objects of our predecessors? Lin Qiye was so disheartened that he wanted to cry in his heart. Ooh, senior, you're biased. Aren't I handsome? Why do even the 2 cannon fodder have forbidden objects but not me? To corroborate his suspicions, Lin Qiye planned to go back to the classroom to take a look. And so on. Back to class? Just now, Senior Su Ming also told me to return to the classroom. This is, pointing at me? Lin Qiye suddenly understood a little, thinking of Jiang Qian opening the wine for Su Ming just now. Jiang Qian has made Su Ming happy. Get the wooden sword. Kinda got it, Elder Su. I'm super brave. Just as Lin Qiye attempted to save the day, he was prepared to bend over for 3 buckets of rice to please Su Ming. At this moment, Jiang Qian had already thanked Su Ming and came to his side. Students 7 Nights. Senior told the 2 of us to cooperate. You find the snake demon and I'll behead it. The 2 of us, we mustn't let down Senior Su's trust. Let's go. Let's go get our classmates. All of them back. Lin Qiye was confused and looked at Jiang Qian with a shocked face. Isn't that his word? And why do you talk so tough and act like a class president when you have the forbidden objects from your seniors? Lin Qiye felt like he had become a supporting character. What are you doing? That's not right. I'm the main character in Ernest 9's book. Okay. This is a good time for a Just Cause song. Machine, you are so beautiful. However, not waiting for Lin Qiye to go on the talent, singing and dancing rap and playing basketball, dedicating the first time for Su Ming, the person was pulled away by Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian heart lol. Students 7 Nights. Senior is mine. No one can take it from me. Su Ming didn't pay any more attention to the 2 of them. Now he just wanted to drink quietly and grow his spiritual power. The sky is still green outside, and there's no rush to do the system quests. So, with a lift of his finger, a bottle of dream blue flew in front of him, and it was quite nice to drink like this. Tons. At this moment, Su Ming and Jiang Qian, who had come downstairs, flew towards the classroom. Along the way, there were literally snake demons blocking the way. After Lin Xie pointed out that it was a snake demon, Jiang Qian ruthlessly slapped it with her wooden sword and smashed it directly. Even if the black scales were sturdy, they were flooded with the power of the Sword Immortal laws and smashed to pieces. Lin Xie was incomparably shocked. Jiang Qian, you use your sword like this? With a smash? Dang. Dong. Jiang Qian slapped down 2 more swords and slapped the 2 snake demons like gophers. 7 Night Student. Is there a problem? Lin Xie's throat beads rolled as he swallowed hard. Fearing that Jiang Qian would slap him, he hastily shook his head. No problem. Go ahead. Just like that, Jiang Qian incarnated as King Kong Barbie, shooting from the first floor all the way to the classroom, shooting a group of snake demons surrounding the doorway. All of them. Not only did Lin Xie look dumbfounded, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan looked dumbfounded. All the students looked dumbfounded. Asterisk. Squad leader is awesome. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was incredibly shocked and very quiet, Lin Xie opened his mouth and asked, Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, your stuff, who gave it to you? Wan Sha straightened up and took off. Senior Su Ming. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was stumped. Ah, yes, probably, from the 2 high ones. Lin Xie frowned, his heart very unhappy. Good boy, not telling the truth. Are you? Wait to feed the snake demon. Manhwa student. Wait for the extra meal later, haha. But before that, Lu Yuan, your forbidden object. Bring it you. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 40, Lu Yuan. Protection has doo-doo. Start a game at ease. Lin Xie watched as Lu Yuan didn't give himself the truth and attempted to disrupt his thoughts. In his heart, he sneered, how can I make Lu Yuan feed the snake demon today? However, before that, the forbidden objects in Lu Yuan's hands had to be snubbed into his hands. Since Elder Su won't accept me as a disciple and won't give me the powerful forbidden object, then I'll grab it with my skills. Snatch. Borrow. Yes, borrow the forbidden object in my hand. That's always fine. So, Lin Xie intentionally didn't reveal Han Ruoro's identity as a snake demon, and even took Han Ruoro's hand to direct the evacuation of all people. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan hated his teeth. The hatred of taking his wife. This hatred is not common summer. Lin Xie looked at Lu Yuan, who was like a firepot and was about to erupt with a volcanic face, and was satisfied that this was the effect he wanted. Why don't they say that only men understand men? Lin Xie understands it too well. He ignored the furious Lu Yuan and instead pulled Han Ruoro and began to lasso Wang Xiao. Han Ruoro's face was white at the moment, and her hand was painfully clamped by Lin Xie, but she didn't dare to say a word and was at Lin Xie's mercy. No way. The person who clamped her hand like a vice was a divine agent. Leading the way in the front was Jiang Qian, who was holding the dreadful wooden sword. On the left is Wang Xiao with matches, the kind that can't move without lighting a snake demon to death. On the right is Lu Yuan, who has a lighter and summons an adamantine shield by lighting it. Maru Spice, surrounded by divine agents and horrible forbidden things. Surrounded, Han Ruoro can't cry. Who the hell is the pest? Who's the hunter and who's the prey? How does it feel like the roles have switched? Having no choice but to pretend to be scared, Han Ruoro could only cower by Lin Xie's side. Lin Xie viciously clamped her hand right, then she also wrapped her arm around Lin Xie's arm in death. The two seem to be ambiguous, playing hot, but in fact, they are secretly competing, not to die. Unknown truth. Lu Yuan, look at that, call a hate, sidewalk and spit blood. Han Ruoro, it's mine. Mine. Han Ruoro, wait for me. Right away I'll recapture you. At this moment, there should be a BGM of Take Back a Kia. Looking at Lu Yuan's expression of gasping like a donkey, Lin Xie was satisfied. He even rested Han Ruoro's head against his own bosom as he continued to lasso Wang Xiao. Lu Yuan is going to explode with anger. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. In the midst of incompetent rage, no one cared about his feelings at all. In the face of Lin Xie's setup, it was still Wang Xiao who was honest and friendly enough to tell Lin Xie the truth. The matter of himself and Lu Yuan, who met Senior Su Ming by chance and bought 2 boxes of sea blue for the senior, was told in a one-by-one manner. Hear this. Lin Xie was enlightened. No wonder Elder Su Ming was treating him like this. He was blaming himself for not knowing the ways of the world. Last time, Elder Su Ming only drank from him at the Lovers' Hotel. And then, there was no more. Thinking differently, Lin Qiye himself wouldn't take himself as a disciple. It's so stupid. It was only now that I understood what Su Ming's predecessor meant. But everything is redeemable and it's not too late. In the future, I, Lin Qiye, will cover all of Senior Su Ming's drinks. After he had just made this determination, he suddenly thought of the wine Su Ming had just drunk, Dream Blue. It's so expensive. The current Lin Qiye didn't have any money. Forget it, go to the mental hospital at night, ask my mom if there's a way to make money. Hey, if I don't have money to buy wine, it's fine for me to brew wine for Elder Su Ming. Right, that's right, I, Lin Qiye, am truly a genius. In the future, if you have something to do, hold the good wine and look for Elder Su Ming. Then after that, there's nothing in the world that can't be solved. Ha ha ha, come to think of it, Lin Qiye had a smile on his face, and no one knew what he was smiling about. Han Ruoro, who was fighting him, broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Lin Qiye's smile, it looked like he wanted to stew himself into snake soup. Lu Yuan, who was secretly hibernating and lying in wait, thought that Lin Qiye had revealed an evil smile and was going to make a move on his Han Ruoro. Lu Yuan frantically lit his lighter, the constantly flickering golden shroud of light resembling an electric bulb. At this time, Lin Qiye had already seen it. In Wang Xiao's hand was the half-used matchbox. Come to a snake demon. Light one, and you can burn one. The flames don't die. In Lu Yuan's hand was the broken lighter. With mystery around, the lighter is lit and Vajra guarded. Obviously, these two are full of unknown forbidden substances. Listening to Wang Xiao's description, these two items were given out by Su Ming very casually. The emphasis is on the word casual. Just look at the wooden sword in Zhang Qian's hand, casually slapping and exploding the snake demon. It's terribly strong. It was the same as Su Ming giving Zhang Qian an expert of the pool realm as a bodyguard. And in the hands of Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, matchboxes and lighters. The things that Elder Su Ming casually gave were all forbidden items, and they were all divine artifacts that were effective in resisting the snake demon. Lin Qiye became envious and wanted to worship the master even more. As long as one can become Senior Su Ming's disciple, wouldn't one take as much of this forbidden item as one wants? But if you want to pay homage to the master, you have to perform well in front of Senior Su Ming. Thus, Lin Qiye worked even harder, commanding the entire floor to retreat. Soon he had all the people on the 5th floor safely brought to the 1st floor. At this moment, Li Fei had already assembled all of the seniors and juniors. In the playground, Lin Qiye was a bit surprised. Li Fei seemed to have something. At this moment, Li Fei had just become the idol of the freshmen and seniors. So Lin Qiye walked over, patted Li Fei's shoulder, and complimented him. Well done. You've got a good chance of joining us. Li Fei was incredibly excited and worked even harder. He cooperated with Lin Qiye and Zhang Qian, and together, they eliminated the snake demons and the crowd of seniors and juniors, took these 1,000 people and sent them to the entrance of the unrestricted airspace. Li Fei was surprised as he worked. What the hell? My class president Zhang Qian is actually a Superman? No, it was Elder Su who gave her the forbidden object. Ha, I'm the only one who doesn't have one, and you all do? No, me neither. Well, that balances me out. Oh, but I'll have it in a minute. After Lin Qiye commanded the crowd of students to exit the unrestricted airspace, he had Lang Xian close the door. As a result, Lang Xian made an operational error and turned the sky blood red, like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Han Ruoro cowered in Lin Qiye's arms in fear. Lin Qiye had a plan and pulled Han Ruoro in front of Lu Yuan, looking at him condescendingly. Although Lu Yuan was angry at the moment, he was like a defeated rooster with no bottom. His eyes were red as he glared at Lin Qiye, itching to tear him alive. However, Lin Qiye changed his face. Lu Yuan, what Han Ruoro likes is actually you. Can't you see? She's been testing you. Lu Yuanran was confused. Ah. Han Ruoro was also confused. Ah. What did I test? Lin Qiye didn't care. And as soon as he did, he pushed the clueless Han Ruoro to the clueless Lu Yuan. He asked Lu Yuan seriously, do you, or don't you, like Han Ruoro? With tears in his tiger eyes, Lu Yuan hugged Han Ruoro tightly and shouted, I love it. Lin Qiye nodded and handed Lu Yuan a small object that glowed with silver light. Evacuation still needs time. You guys go to the piano room to talk about your hearts. By the way, Elder Su asked me to give you this. Lu Yuan took it curiously and looked at the doo-doo in his hand, and there was a silence in his heart. Really fake? Seniors are so sweet? Lin Qiye badgered Lu Yuan and nodded at him. Go on. Protection is their doo-doo. Start a game in peace. I'll stand guard for you. Lu Yuan put his hand in a fist over his heart and made a gesture of good brother. Lin Qiye also clenched his hand into a fist and struck his heart, making an I understand you gesture. Lu Yuan, You see, Elder Su gave you another good thing. That lighter? Sent you. The spermatozoa-ridden Lu Yuan threw the lighter to Su Ming and couldn't wait to hug Han Ruoro and enter the piano room. Lin Chia played with the lighter with a meaningful smile on his face. Meanwhile, the seniors and juniors, they're almost done evacuating. That leaves the 1st through 4th floors of the sophomore class. There was no one on the 5th floor anymore. And the snake demons had been cleared out by Jiang Qian and Lin Chia, and had killed a bloody path from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. But the Nandu snake demon had a lot of brains, and had sent snake demons to fill the vacancies in time. And the sophomores on floors 1 through 4 were still under siege from the snake demons. On the 3rd floor, and Xingyu looked at the hideous snake demon outside, not panicking in the slightest, and led everyone in a tight defense. Looking at the snake demon's head, he actually had the excitement of wanting to dissect it. It's funny. This world, it sure is funny. In order to wait for the rescue, and Xingyu asked everyone to reinforce the doorway once more, putting iron bars, desks and whatnot, blocking the doorway. Using her clever brain, and Kinjiu tied a Mobius ring to the doorway. It was always that the snake demon's claws were incredibly sharp and their teeth were incredibly sharp, but they just couldn't bite and break through in Xingyu's cloth defense. Although they were safe for the time being, they wouldn't last long if no one came to support them. Right at this moment, a majestic sword intent fell, causing Xingyu and a group of students to instantly feel their scalps tingle with horror. At the same time, the sound of swish, swish, swish resounded outside. There were also a couple of heavy objects that fell to the ground with a dull thud. The heavy objects blocking the door were all pushed out in a flash. The Mobius ring that Xingyu had taken the trouble to tie up was actually severed by a sharp chop. The classroom door creaked open. A great terror descended. And Xingyu was so frightened that her scalp went numb and her sweaty hair stood on end. The classmates behind him were so scared that they burrowed under their desks and lied to themselves like ostriches. Only Kinjiu bravely walked over to see what monster he could die at the hands of. Before you die, you have to die worthwhile, and it's not a bad idea to die with more knowledge. However, when Kinjiu, bent on death, walked to the door, she was shocked to find that it wasn't a monster. An alcoholic? A big handsome alcoholic? P.S. Thank you for all the yenzu. Also Fei, Pang Yuyen reward. Recently take care of sick children. Update is relatively slow. Forgive me, the numbers are dismal, so I'm begging for favorites, catch-ups, and 5-star reviews. Help, please. Chapter 41, and Xingyu's bad taste. Enjoy opening a game. Su Ming, who reeks of booze, upon entering the class, saying nothing, expressionless, he sat down next to Kinjiu, crossed his legs, and sat on the orange classroom chair. Tun 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 tun. Very cozy. Drinking in the classroom is something else. 2 more little sisters dancing to the pure land of ultimate bliss would be even better. And Xingyu, as well as a group of students, all looked dumbfounded after seeing Su Ming's performance. Who is this guy? There are so many snake demons out there. How did he get in here? This man couldn't have become a snake demon. Could he? Coming in and torturing and then eating people? It is highly likely. So, other than Xingyu, the others didn't even dare to look at Su Ming. For a while, the whole classroom was on edge, with the sound of a snake demon spitting its mail outside and a drunkard boozing inside. This silent intimidation spreads fear that chills to the marrow of the bones. Some of the girls were scared and cried, covering their mouths with their hands, not daring to make a single sound, with only crystal clear teardrops dripping down their tender cheeks in a continuous line. Boys with poor psychological tolerance. Some have already had a mental breakdown, shivering and lying under the window, the back of the hand veins protruding, blood vessels beating wildly, ready to open the window and jump. This is the 3rd floor. Jump and break at least one leg. Besides, the situation out there wasn't all that optimistic, because outside, there are also snake demons infesting the area. In the face of Su Ming's sudden intrusion, and then sitting beside himself and drinking, and Xingyu was like a fish in her throat at the moment, like a thorn in her back, and she felt very uncomfortable standing beside him. He asked in a whisper, "Hey, handsome, there are so many monsters out there, and you even have the heart to drink? You're a psychopath. Or, are you a higher power who came to save us?" And Xingyu was smart. His mind was spinning fast. He had already observed Su Ming from head to toe. It was found that although Su Ming was an alcoholic, reeking of alcohol and tons of crazy drinking, his face was only slightly flushed and he was a very capable drinker. Also, and Xingyu himself had the forbidden ruins, and he could feel the powerful spiritual power in Su Ming's body, as well as the terrifying wisps of sword intent that surrounded him. Examining Su Ming's hand veins in detail, one could even feel the terrifying sword intent surging and weaving powerful human laws from the blood flowing through Su Ming's body. What concerned him more was what Su Ming was wearing. A suit, A clean suit. The corridors were filled with demon and human blood, spraying everywhere, and anyone who took 2 steps would step on a bloodstain and get a few drops of blood splattered on them. Su Ming, on the other hand, but a piece of leaf does not touch the body. The suit is neat and clean. Walked into the soles of the feet. There is no blood stains. Very people can do. Therefore, An Kinjiu judged that the person in front of her was not an alcoholic. Even if he is an alcoholic, he is a very good one. And Xingyu was very interested in Su Ming. Putting aside other reasons, he was interested in why Su Ming looked so handsome and kept staring at him. The human eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge, slicing and dicing for clinical trials to see what is the determining factor between looks and DNA. Su Ming glanced at An Xingyu, knowing that this kid definitely wasn't thinking of good things, and was probably thinking of how to dissect himself and then slice him up for research. Ouch, that's a damn bad taste in small fish. In his words, it would be a thirst for knowledge. Blah blah blah. But your damned bad taste. Use less on Lao Zi. To dissect Lin Xie. He is the future Knight Heavenly Father. Lao Zi is just an ordinary Wine Sword Immortal. If he didn't have a system mission that required him to save An Xingyu, facing such a troublesome guy, Su Ming's heart was a bit resistant. Therefore, Su Ming tried to have as little contact with An Xingyu as possible. After all, this kid was too smart. And then the old man had a system. Yeah, it's scary to think about. In order to avoid being known too much by this kid, Su Ming decided not to say a word to him. Aren't you smart? Make your own guess. But before that, before Lin Xie slaughtered the Nandu snake demon, he had to make sure that An Xingyu didn't die. So, in the inquisitive eyes of An Kinjiu, continued to tons and tons and tons. The moment. Hongying and Si Xiaonan had lost the snake demon long ago. It was only possible to kill a few of the snake demons that were exposed on the outskirts of the school to the south. When they inquired about Li Chie's location, they were shocked to realize that the 2 had been tuned out. All the snake demons, all of them were concentrated in the north. The 2 hurriedly contacted Lin Xie. 7 nights. It's no good. Minami and I have been tuned out. Now, the entire 4th floor of students need you to lead them to evacuation. We're searching the cafeteria. We'll be on our way to you in a few minutes. Hold on for 5 minutes. Lin Xie looked at the students at the entrance and still needed time to evacuate. So he decided to give the order as a night watchman. Class leader Jiang Qian, you have the wooden sword of your predecessor. Guard the exit and organize these people to go out. Li Yifei and Wang Xiao, form an axe squad and go to the 1st floor first to open the way. Wang Xiao has senior's matchbox. Li Yifei, never mind, just snubbed it from Lu Yuan. The lighter is for you. Lin Xie had managed to be generous for once, but he didn't expect Li Yifei to wave his hand back and forth. 7 nights. 7 nights. I still like attack stuff. Do you have a gun in your waist? Lin Xie then remembered the gun on his waist, given by Long Xian. Alright, it's an emergency situation. Here's the gun. Loaded. Use it carefully, I'll be with you guys in a minute. Li Yifei, you really don't know what you're talking about. Senior's lighter is definitely more than just defense. Li Yifei took the gun and assured Lin Xie with serious eyes. Don't worry 7 nights. I will definitely bring my classmates safely out. After assurances were given, Li Yifei and Wang Xiao, with a few strong and sturdy students, drove off. Wang Xiao, why don't we split into 2 teams? Split into 2 teams for what? Distracting the snake demon. I'll do whatever I want. I have a divine weapon given to me by my predecessor that burns snake demons like drinking water. You, don't underestimate human heat weapons. Looking at Li Yifei's back, Lin Xie was a bit puzzled. How did Li Yifei know that the lighter was a banned substance for defense? And why did he split 2 teams with Wang Xiao? Forget it, I'll think about it later. For now, let's settle Han Ruoruo and Lu Yuan, the heir of the snake demon. Listening to the wonderful movement coming from the piano room, he couldn't wait to enjoy it. Thus, Lin Xie used his spiritual perception to see Lu Yuan and Han Ruoruo already doing something interesting. Under Han Ruoruo's entrapment, Lu Yuan even took off his pants. If you don't worry, I have doo-doo. Bummer. Actually, it's not necessary. It's not good, is it? What's wrong with it? Don't want to be eaten by me? Han Ruoruo reveals her scalp-numbing true colors. Lu Yuan wailed in fear, crying in pain. Just at this moment, a clear sound of a door opening rang out. Lin Xie carried his straight sword on his back and quietly admired it all. Lu Yuan pounced on the doorway as if he had seen a lifesaver, kneeling like garlic. Help me! Help me! Lin Xie rubbed his nose and smiled apologetically. Sorry to interrupt. Let me enjoy. You guys go ahead. It's better to use doo-doo, so as not to bear the blood. Bang! The door to the piano room was slammed heavily. Click! The door was unlocked. Snap! Snap! Help! Lin Xie! Help me! Lin Chie. Lu Yuan's frantic tapping on the door resounded throughout the school. With an ow, the sound of the slamming door disappeared. The sound of creepy chewing echoed throughout the piano room. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 42. You are a snake demon for one day and a snake demon for the rest of your life. A chewing sound, coming from the piano room. Lin Chie was at the door, patiently counting. 1, 2, 3. Half a minute was enough time for the difficult snake demon to chew. After the sound of chewing inside the piano room disappeared and a vomiting sound came out, Lin Chie unlocked the door and pushed it in. The moment the door was opened, a cold aura swept into the house, causing Han Ruoruo and Lu Yuan, who had been reduced to being the heir of a snake demon, to jump in fright. It made their scalps tingle and the black scales on their bodies shook. They were shocked to find that Lin Chie was filled with coldness and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He carried a knife with the words "Joe Empty City" engraved on the hilt, and without a trace of hesitation in his eyes, he was ready to rid the people of evil with the trust that old Zhao had placed in him. At this time, Han Ruoruo opened her mouth. "Spare my life, will you? I have a lot of hardships." Swish! Lin Chie looked at them coldly, his sharp straight sword sheath, an expressionless murmur. "I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it." Han Ruoruo softly stared at Lin Chie, her eyes full of tears as she asked in a pitiful manner, "Night Watchman, do we snake demons not deserve to live? Are we snake demons born wrong?" Lin Chie let out a cold laugh, his eyes burning like a furnace. The star blade was crossed in front of his chest, its blade flashing azure-colored light, and he said coldly, "You're a snake demon one day, and you'll be a snake demon for the rest of your life. Stick your neck out now, and don't try to escape the Night's Watch." The terrifying divine might on Lin Chie's body surged towards Han Ruoruo and Lu Yuan like a tidal wave, and there was no way he would let them go. Han Ruoruo's head was buried, a hint of malice in her eyes, and knowing there was no more to talk about, she hooked her hand. Lu Yuan then stood up suddenly in an extremely bizarre position, his head blooming like a flower bud, his bloody mouth covered in sharp fangs, and he hissed at Lin Chie's face. The roar was earth-shattering and deafening. Hearing it in the playground was beyond appalling. Jiang Qian was attracted by the sound, and the wooden sword in her hand emitted a golden glow, the tip of the sword already pointing at the zither room. That's right. It was Su Ming who was in Xingyu's classroom and made a move. Because the snake demon's roar disturbed his drink. Obviously want to listen to the pure land of ultimate bliss, but ended up hearing a dog barking. "Change you. You do not rush At this very moment, in the conference room next to the podium, the principal, as well as the school's middle and upper management, before the meeting was adjourned. The principal's idea was to leave enough time for the SOS. After all, two sisters, learning English must not learn a half hour? So, the principal comes to the meeting by the treadmill half hour. The high-level conference room was completely soundproofed, so the group had a half-hour meeting, pushing out the door after. To my dismay, I realized that the sky was red outside. Blood red, blood red. There were snake demon corpses everywhere, as well as blood stains that emitted a foul odor all over the ground. The school leaders were silly. Whoa! Day! Blood red day. A Machua deer? Right order just? I'll be damned. You've watched too much Naruto. This is not the night of the Uchiha's demise. This is the end of the world. Screw the end of the world. This is clearly a school killing machine. The principal had stopped thinking at the moment, having had a premonition that he would be called to tea by his superiors. That's when the principal saw a familiar face, called out in a hurry, "Mr. Wang, what's going on here?" Teacher Wang looked panicked and responded to the principal while retreating with the students. "There's a monster at the school. We're organizing a retreat." "Monster?" The principal was dumbfounded. "Monster? You guys, get your asses in gear and help get the students out of the playground. I have to go back to the office." The principal's face paled, but he rushed to the principal's office with a sense of righteousness. The office manager hastened to take the principal's hand. "Headmaster, it's too dangerous. Let's go." However, the principal insisted on going back. It has to go back to his office. Not only are there prosecuting officials in the capital, the Su prosecutor is in. And yay for all the goodies you own that are worth a lot of money. Once the school is blocked off and taken over by the police department, myself and this group of school leaders will have to go in. And so, the principal, who had a guilty conscience, and a host of middle and upper management who shared the principal's thoughts, all followed back to the office building and to the principal's office. Once the door to the principal's office opened, everyone was once again dumbfounded. Where in the house is the Sochek? There were only two dead snakeheads looking eerily at the crowd. The house was covered in blood and smelled sickeningly fishy. By the looks of it, the two snake demons should have been dead for a while. The open eyes of the serpent's head, filled with malice. The hideous, twisted corpses, and neurological reflex arcs. There was also a stress response to the visitor. And the tail was wiggling. It's so scary. Where's Sue Inspector? Eaten by a snake demon? Forget it, leave him alone. Hurry up. No one cared about Su Ming anymore. And everyone very silently went to look for evidence of their own corruption and bribery. Wanted to be destroyed en masse. The principal ran behind the couch, checking the desk and one side of the cabinet. Yet. Who flipped me into this? No. Where's my wine? Where's my grocery shopping card? Where's my savings? This Su Ming. It can't really be fishing for law enforcement. Finished. The principal was painfully remorseful and should not have belittled Su Ming when he saw him drinking. Never thought I would be in the gutter and lose my wife and army. At this point, the greasy grade school director came in. Principal. Vice principal. What are you doing? A group of executives were shaking their heads and crying. Oh, don't call me principal. I've been caught embezzling and taking bribes. I can't believe I fell into the hands of a little brat. I'm not convinced. Forget it, principal. I'll see you at the station. Okay? It's just a peanut. With you. A group of campus executives, who already had a premonition of their end, were all in tears of old age and regret. At this time, only the head of the grade school was calm, opening his big bud-like mouth and saying with a smile, "Principals, vice principals, join the glorious evolution." It was accompanied by screams from the principals and gulps from the head of the grade. On Han Ruoro's side, there was a hint of a pleased smile. Lin Shiye knew that things were definitely not simple, and after chopping off Snake Demon Lu Yuan's head with a single slash, he stood in the splashing fountain of blood and coldly looked at Han Ruoro. Many actions lead to death. You snake demons have nowhere to hide. I will definitely destroy all the snake demons and prove my potential to senior. Han Ruoro directly spit out the snake letter. She wanted to spit a mouthful of stale phlegm at Lin Shiye, but she couldn't, so she could only spit out letters. But the meaning is in place. She glared resentfully at Lin Shiye, shook her head and the corners of his mouth split open instantly, and a hideous bloody head blossomed, rows of sharp teeth flashing with a cold light. Without waiting for Lin Shiye to react, Han Ruoro had already transformed into a terrifying snake demon and pounced on him with a demonic wind. Luckily, Lin Shiye had the divine ruin, mortal dust divine realm, or else he wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. His body instinctively jumped to one side of the clearing, and in the next second, a loud ringing sound rang in his ears. Boom! A huge crater instantly appeared where he had just stood, and the solid wall behind him shattered to the ground. Jiang Qian and a group of unevacuated students could be faintly seen in the huge hole. What made Lin Shiye feel numb was that there were so many unrecognizable faces mixed in with that group of students. There was a secretary, a union president, a political director and so many directors of instruction. Mad. Forget school leadership. These three grandchildren. Where did they come from? Lin Shiye's palms were sweating and he was starting to get nervous. At this moment, Han Ruoro had already transformed into a Nantucket snake demon, covered in black scales, with a human body and snake tail, towering over Lin Shiye with demonic vertical pupils, staring at him with great complacency. She spat black and red letters as she taunted with glee. Lin Shiye, you think you've won? Do you think it ends here? No. In the school, there are the heirs of my clan. We do evolve. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. The two kids want to eat candy, but the author can't afford to buy it right now, so I'm begging all of you, Hikari, Yiffy, and Yu Yen, to order a freebie, please. Chapter 43 Wooden Sword Piercing Through Snake's Head. Let you damn well argue me to drink. In the piano room, Han Ruoro was full of confidence after transforming into the Nandu snake demon form as it opened its hideous bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow Lin Shiye in one gulp. Luckily, Lin Shiye was very agile, and with the divine ruin turned on, his speed increased by a lot. Although he dodged it, the amazing destructive power really scared Lin Shiye. The incomparably hard wall where he had just stood was gnawed down a large hole like a snake demon biting tofu. Lin Shiye let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Is this what you vigilantes call a weak essence and not much battle power? So how sick are you guys? You guys are all so perverted. Then isn't Senior Su Ming's strength heaven defying? Sure enough, it's still necessary to worship Senior Su Ming in order to gain great strength. Just as Lin Shiye was frantically spitting, the Nandu snake demon was already tightening its black body and storing up its next attack. It was in the pool realm, and although it was also a puppet, it was still incredibly confident in destroying a human in the Zhan realm. As it fought, the current Lin Shiye was tired of dealing with it. Definitely not a match for it. On the one hand, it wasn't dark yet, so Lin Shiye couldn't use Starry Night Dancer. The current him really didn't have the strength to go head-to-head with the Nandu snake demon. On the other hand, outside in the playgrounds, in the classrooms, new snake demon scions were mixed in everywhere. Without his divine ruins, mortal dust divine realm, no one would be able to tell who was a snake demon. No, besides him, Lin Xie, there was another person, Elder Su. Lin Xie twisted his head, looked towards the female dormitory, and said in his heart, "Senior, it's time for you to make a move. I kind of can't carry it anymore." Realizing that Lin Xie was lost in thought, the Nandu snake demon laughed even more recklessly. Hiss hiss hiss. Lin Xie, at this time, you even have the guts to wander off. It should be fun to kill you here with only a marigold realm and plant a snake seed in you. Your neck. I'll take it nonchalantly. Ow. The Nandu snake demon catapulted towards Lin Xie like a cannonball. This strike was fierce. One would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die from being hit. Just as Lin Xie gritted his teeth, he crossed his star blade and prepared to use his secret weapon. Zhang Qian's wooden sword moved. The sword light overflowed in all directions, and anyone who was a snake demon scion closed their eyes in incomparable panic, horrified. Throughout the entire campus, an incomparably terrifying sword intent fell in an instant. That monstrous morose sword intent stirred around Lin Xie. The terrifying sword intent caused Han Ruoro to dishevel and suck in a breath of cool air. Incredibly surprised and lost in thought, she couldn't help but question, How did you do that? Lin Xie coldly looked at Han Ruoro and spun the star sword to play handsome. It's the royal sword art. He knew that it was Elder Su Ming who had made a move, so the game was stable. He put on an expressionless face. I told you, you'll never escape the Night's Watch. The Nandu snake demon was so frightened that his scalp went numb and his scales stood up, staring daggers at Lin Xie, incomparably dumbfounded. It could clearly feel the vastness of the sword intent surrounding Lin Xie, causing it to be scared out of its wits and no longer have any self-confidence to speak of. The black snake body that was as stiff as steel inexplicably went limp at this moment. That huge blood-red mouth was eclipsed at the moment, and the hideous snake's face appeared a pale white. The gaze cast by those malevolent vertical pupils was even more filled with horror. Incomparably shocked, Lin Xie took advantage of the fact that the Nandu snake demon was frozen in place in terror and carried the star blade, which was glowing with an azure-colored blade, and rushed at its neck with a flowing slash. A sound of gold and iron resounded. The snake demon's neck was really tremendously hard. The blade rubbed dazzling sparks on the black scales, but it only left a shallow slash mark. Harmless. After slashing and realizing that it had no effect, Lin Xie twisted his head and ran. Sure enough, my current self is still too weak. He ran at the place where the flashing golden light was, which was Zhang Qian's direction. He could already see Elder Su's wooden sword, gleaming and floating in the air. It was like a sniper's bullet aimed at the difficult snake demon. So, since he couldn't fight it himself, he would leave it to this sword of his predecessor. The Nandu snake demon was incomparably angered by Lin Xie's inexplicable slash. What kind of status is it to dare to cut your own neck? Biological fear to the extreme is anger. The Nandu snake demon was horrified to the extreme by Su Ming's terrifying sword chi. Plus being slashed by Lin Xie was like igniting a powder keg, so it instantly rose up. It flew across the ground, waving its sharp claws, making ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, it ruthlessly pounced on Lin Xie's back. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, the Nandu snake demon was already on fire, like a big sack that was about to cover its prey. Right at this moment, Lin Xie stood still. He tilted his head sideways and revealed a mysterious smile. He was waiting. This stopping, the whole of the Nantucket snake demon wouldn't be able to, and was caught off guard with a big jump of fear. But the offense is out, and the arrow has to go. Thus, the Nandu snake demon opened its mouth wide and waved its sharp claws, tearing towards Lin Xie. Stab dash. Sharp air-breaking sounds rang out once again, and the claw's cold aura was getting closer and closer to Lin Xie's neck. And Lin Xie was waiting for this moment to use his secret weapon and light the lighter. Pop! A golden shield instantly appeared, wrapping the entirety of Lin Xie. The Nantucket snake demon was caught off guard. A headbutt, unfolding his body, and due to inertia, hugged the golden bell. It was just like a mess of mud, glued to the golden bell. Due to the force of the impact, the snake demon was already bleary-eyed and dizzy. Lin Xie sneered and immediately rolled out of the snake demon's attack field. He is, however, a decoy. He believed that Elder Su Ming would step in, as expected of Lin Xie. At this moment, the wooden sword in Zhang Qian's hand instantly exploded out, just like being fitted with a locator. In an instant, it stabbed at the Nandu snake demon. The wooden sword erupted with a powerful might, piercing through the air like the East Wind Express, hitting wherever it was pointed. The Nantucket snake demon was dumbfounded, not even looking at what it was, and in his demonic vertical pupils, he only saw the sharp sword chi that shook him beyond measure, and flashes of brilliant gold. Wait until the wooden sword pierced its snake's head. It's a district wooden sword. Good. Bitch. It had its head blown off, but its vertical pupils were filled with resentment towards Lin Qiye. How cheap you are. Not fair. What about the promised one-upmanship? But it didn't have a chance. The wooden sword was instantly drawn out by the sword intent and returned to Jiang Qian's hand once more. Although the wooden sword was rough, the sword came with sword chi and was incomparably sharp. So much so that when the wooden sword returned to Jiang Qian's hands, it didn't even have a trace of bloodstains attached to it. Lin Qiye seemed to be able to hear Su Ming's voice. Let you damn well argue me to drink. Tun 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 dash. He flung his star blade, ready to cut off the head of the snake demon in tribute to Senior Su Ming. At this moment, Lin Qiye's earpiece heard Red Tassel's voice. 7 Knights, I see you and the Nandu snake demon. Block it with your sword. My gun will follow. Lin Qiye. No, Sister Honging, the snake demon has. Boom. A long spear that was laced with flames had already streaked across the sky like lightning, leaving some scorching marks in the air, piercing straight towards the corpse of the Nandu snake demon. In the space of one breath, the beam of red pierced through the entire building. A little fire on arrives first, then the gun comes out like a dragon. The corpse of the Nandu snake demon was pinned precisely in front of Lin Qiye, smashing out an incomparably huge crater. Smoke filled the air, leaving only Lin Qiye messing around in the smoke. The whole thing was dumbfounded. No, sis, the snake demon was all seconded by Senior Su Ming. I was preparing to pretend. You threw a gun over. You're not afraid of accidentally injuring me with this shot? Looking at the huge pit in front of him, Lin Qiye once again felt small. No wonder Elder Su Ming didn't accept himself as a disciple. He is really weak. No, the vigilantes, one and all. What perverts they are. He clenched his fists in an overwhelming desire to become stronger. At that moment, Red Tassel arrived and drew his lance. Looking at the corpse of the snake demon was very amusing. It's over. Let's go. Wrap it up. Lin Qiye shook his head. No, it's not over. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 44. What science is not science. The world is just so crazy. It's not over? Red Tassel kicked the corpse of the nondescript snake demon. Isn't the main body already dead? Isn't it the one we saw in the girls' dormitory? Lin Qiye frowned and pointed outside. Outside. A lot of new snake demons have been mixed in. Now it's like ink dripping into pure water. The whole school has become a big dye bowl. Now, either regroup everyone and let me rescreen them one by one, or let someone high up make a move. Sister Honging, you and Xiaonan guard the entrance first. I'll go support Li Yifei and the others. Lin Qiye knew that at this point, he could only rely on Senior Su Ming. He searched for the sword intent and flew towards the school building. The red coma scratched his head, feeling that his brain was not enough. What is the situation? Not allowing her to think too much. Outside in the playground, there is another snake demon rebellion. She can only go to protect the students again, not wanting to use her brain. After a fight, she saw Jiang Qian and shook her head. Mayor, quickly hide. You want to deal with the snake demon with a wooden sword. Too naive. I told you long ago. Su Ming is a scum. Now you've been tricked. AI. At this moment, due to the death of Han Ruoro, the Nandu snake demon's main body had once again struck, and in order to fulfill its purpose, it would do whatever it had to do, and didn't mind dragging the entire school down with it. As Han Ruoro said, the whole school, there are snake demon children. At this moment, not only the playground, but the school building, once again, was in an uproar. On the 3rd floor, there was movement again. The snake demons of a building, all gathered at the entrance of Class 8 because there was an opening here. When Su Ming came in, he pushed all the tables and chairs all out of the way. A huge opening was revealed. A crowd of snake demon scions spitting red letters, covered in black scales, with vertical demonic pupils, blocked this opening, densely packed, all eyeing Su Ming, and Xingyu and the others intently. Hissus dash. Hissus dash. That vicious flickering of the eyes, together with the blood-red sky outside, scared the boys and girls in the house. All of them were about to pee in fear. They covered their mouths, all trembling with fear, all too scared to speak, all shivering like lambs to the slaughter, hiding under their desks. At this moment, facing the many snake demons, only Xingyu calmly pulled out a fruit knife to defend herself. Looking at those hideous snake demons, there was a strange glint in his eyes. It seems this world, it's a lot more interesting than I thought. Su Ming tons and slammed a big gulp of wine. Seeing in Xingyu, a genius, crazy chop, arrogant, and perverted schoolmaster all in one, I can't help but think of Orochimaru. There is only a thin line between genius and madness. Boy, you are invincible. Listening to the terrifying sound of the numerous snake demon heirs spitting out their letters, Su Ming still couldn't help but ask. You, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? The corners of An Qingyu's mouth rose slightly. I think it's funny. Interesting? So there are such amazing creatures in this world besides science. An Qingfish lifted her glasses and licked her lips. I really want to bring their corpses back and slice them up for study. Excitement and curiosity once again flowed from An Qingyu's eyes. Then, he turned his words around and turned his head to look at Su Ming, revealing a harmless smile. Besides, if you're not afraid, why should I be? Su Ming smiled faintly, truly convinced of this genius. What a brilliant pervert. Su Ming crossed his legs and tossed the bottle, closing his fingers together. A sword intent that instantly enveloped the entire room. The fruit knife in An Qingyu's hand flew in front of Su Ming as if it was snatched by a huge force. Use your chi to control the fruit knife. An Qingyu moved his 5 fingers, recalling the huge force that he couldn't fight against just now, and then looked at the fruit knife floating in midair, looking frozen. This is not scientific. Eggs. The serpent demon is close at hand. What science is not science? The world is just crazy. The corners of An Qingyu's mouth once again shed a smile as she looked at Su Ming with the same inquisitive eyes. Su Ming was also convinced that this old six wasn't his mind full of anatomy, and anatomy. In order to hurry up and break An Qingyu's idea of dissecting himself, he desperately needed Li Yi to fly up. So, in order to open the way for Li Yifei, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a terrible killing intent. Staring An Qingyu, he took 2 steps back in fear and sat down on his desk. This wisp of killing intent was like the god of death descending, making him feel creepy and numb. An Qingyu's face was astonished, and her heart was incomparably shaken. The chest was like a bellows, gasping and whistling. At the same time, in An Qingyu's eyes, she became more interested in Su Ming. This wisp of killing intent not only made An Qingyu feel terrified, even the snake demons that were jammed in the doorway were all embraced by an indescribably oppressive aura that embraced their hearts. The pressure fell on each of their shoulders as if they were carrying a huge mountain and were overwhelmed. The fruit knife fluttered in the air, a terrifying killing intent raging, transmitting into the hearts of the serpent demon scions, causing them to feel like all their organs had been injured. Their souls were about to crack, and their bones were about to dissolve. The killing machine is infinite. All the snake demons were chilled to the bone, trying to escape, but the snake's body was as if it was filled with lead. It didn't even dare to move, let alone escape. They feel their scalps explode, stepping on a horse and getting scared. They were, at the moment, Su Ming's living targets. Su Ming raised a small smile. It's time for the hunt. Imperial Fruit Blade Technique. These 5 words were like heavenly thunder, rumbling and booming, blowing through the eardrums of all the snake demons. They have been spitting out blood-red letters. Just see Su Ming 2 fingers gently flick. An Qingfish fruit knife, from the doorway of Class 8 pierced to all the snake demon. Sydney burst head. The fruit cutter's offense is fast and precise, terrifying as hell. In the entire corridor, in a split second, all the snake demons were all shot in the head. Su Ming only used 1 move to kill an entire layer of snake demons. This scene made An Qingyu look dumbfounded. All the students in the room looked dumbfounded. After the axe team formed by Wang Xiao and Li Yifei killed the 3rd floor, they were all dumbfounded as well, looking at the snake demons that were strewn all over the place and all had their heads blown off. Everyone in the axe team didn't dare to advance and all stayed in place dumbfounded. Only Wang Xiao was lighting a match. Li Yifei was carrying his gun. 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, with immense caution and trepidation, gathered at the door of the 8th class. The 2 were all incredibly shocked upon seeing Su Ming. Senpai? Oops. We came alone. So you're here, senior. Li Yifei had a naive smile on his face, showing his astonishment to the fullest, and even sweetly shouting a sentence. Good day, seniors. Student Li Yifei. Meet senior Su Ming. Seeing Li Yifei being so attentive, Wang Xiao was not willing to lag behind and immediately went up attentively as well. Student Wang Xiao. Meet senior Su Ming. In order to be attentive over Li Yifei, Wang Xiao wanted to kneel down to Su Ming. That incomparably flattering appearance looked silly to An Qingyu. He was incomparably shocked in his heart, as if he had set off a shocking wave, and could not be calmed for a long time. These 2 know something? Still called Su Ming. Senior? An Qingyu looked at Su Ming's head. Her eyes were once again filled with curiosity, so she wanted to dissect it. However, Senior Su was after all a lifesaver. Forget it, let's wait for the senior to pass away before dissecting it. An Qingyu looked at Su Ming with a light in her eyes and a face full of excitement. Then, he glanced at Wang Xiao and Li Yifei. Curious, he asked. You 2 are students too, aren't you? What are you doing here? We, of course, saved you. Just the 2 of you? An Qingyu revealed a disdainful look, her white eyes rolling up to the sky. Li Yifei and Wang Xiao were very upset and immediately proved themselves. Watch this, I've got a gun. Watch out. I have a divine weapon from my predecessor. And Xingyu blinked, still looking disdainful. Oh, a gun fake, I guess, isn't outrageous. On the contrary, what are you pretending with a matchbox? Wang Xiao was furious at that moment and yelled at Xingyu. Watch this, I'm using a divine weapon given to me by Elder Su. Pow! Wang Xiao then lit one. A golden flame that instantly engulfed the corpse of the snake demon's heir. Li Yifei was so scared that he even dropped his gun. His feet slipped and he knelt in front of Su Ming, trembling. And Xingyu calmly picked up Li Yifei's gun and stuffed it into his own pocket, giving Li Yifei a meaningful look. Clapping his hands together, he said, "It's really a divine weapon. Good work, when rewarded. On the contrary, this brother, why are you kneeling down? Isn't the ground cold?" This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 45 Li Yifei. I'll show you something fun. The 10,000 Swords return. And Xingyu was extremely smart. Her eyes swept Li Yifei and she felt that there was something wrong with him. Therefore, deliberately flirted with Li Yifei. Li Yifei had a bright idea. He didn't even want the gun and directly kowtowed at Su Ming. Senpai, I also want a divine artifact like Wang Xiao's. Please help me out, senior. Clunk. The kowtow was loud and clear. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. I'll go. Is this the legendary ability to bend? Su Ming was speechless and didn't even want to ignore him. Not bad for Nix's grandson. A true grandson. Wouldn't dare to think. Not at all. If this guy was allowed to blend in with the Night's Watch, mixing a mid to upper level is as simple as drinking water, I guess. After hearing Li Yifei's request, Su Ming had no choice. Matchboxes and lighters. That's all random crap that he gave himself when he fooled Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan and bought himself a drink. All from Zhao Empty City car, by the way. I did not expect to give to the real thing. Now, what else does one have? Nothing. There's no way you can get a drop of wine except for wine. Absolutely not. So, he continues to tons and tons and tons. Li Yifei was awkwardly in the same place, with no steps to take. He had another bright idea. Worship. The old Miao to worship the master always okay. So, Li Yifei planned to kowtow again. At this moment, clang dash, Lin Xie rushed in stepping on the charred corpse of the snake demon. And after seeing Su Ming, he was concise and immediately reported the situation. Senior, it's bad. The campus is full of snake demons. It needs your intervention. Li Yifei, why are you kneeling, senior? I wipe Lu, you are not going to worship, right? Li Yifei waved his hand, very embarrassed. Let me explain. Unching Fish lifted her glasses a bit and added, don't make it up. He's looking for Elder Su for a divine artifact. After Lin Xie heard this, his eyes seemed to be flickering with golden flames as hot as a furnace as he stared fiercely at Li Yifei. Good I gave you a lighter and you don't want it. You're ing looking for a new one from the seniors. You're really good heart, are you? Wait, Li Yifei, why are you so far away from Wang Xiao? Are you afraid of fire? Li Yifei froze, waved his hand repeatedly, and just wanted to say something. A commotion suddenly came in from outside. Hiss hiss hiss. Help dash. Snake demon. Someone save me. Lin Xie couldn't care less about Li Yifei and glanced outside. His heart thumped. His greatest fear had happened. At this moment, Lin Xie's earpiece heard Red Tassel's voice. It's not good. The snake demons have suddenly gone berserk. There are snake demons everywhere. The school leaders have become snake demons. They, evolved and are hard to kill. At the same time, Si Xiaonan's voice came out. Hey, I should have known to kill that fake grade director first. God damn it. Hell knows the principal will bring the middle and senior leaders to the meeting. Today is really evil. Zhang Qian said, like this kind of meeting, only once in half a year. I don't know what's going on today. Bad luck. Well now, there are too few of us. What to do? Listening to Si Xiaonan's complaints, Hong Ying couldn't do anything about it. We'll just have to get the captain and the others to help, or the sacrifice will be great. It would be great if a high-ranking person would step in, destroy this group of snake demons as soon as possible. At this moment, Chen Mai's voice came out. The three of us are in the process of erasing the memories of this group of students, and there are too many people for the periphery to work. If we go in as well, the entire Cangnan city will be in chaos. Tall man? Yes, tall man. By now the higher power should be thinking about how to strike. This wasn't a hint. It was already an explicit indication of Su Ming. Brother Day, make a move. Brother is under a lot of pressure now. Su Ming's side slowly stood up upon hearing this. Oh, sorry. A meeting on the principal's side, probably caused by his own learning of English, led to the assimilation of the fake head of year into the middle and upper classes. As for why he was storming out now, it was because he hadn't given Li Yifei a step down and had been caught suspicious by Lin Xie. That's why the Nandu snake demon is doggedly anxious to jump over the wall. It's the damn butterfly effect. Given time for the nondescript serpent demons, it's amazing that they can even evolve. Terrible race. He glanced at Li Yifei. Good boy. Really something. Alright, I'll wipe my ass. Su Ming's fingers once again came together, and the fruit knife once again flew in front of Su Ming. He went to the window and was going to strike. Seeing that Su Ming was about to strike again, and Xingyu jumped to his side like a cat. Looking out into the blackness, it was unclear whether it was a snake demon, or a student. He asked in a quizzical voice, Elder Su, with so many snake demons outside, how are you going to eliminate them? I've seen you strike. Lateral enemies you kill in seconds straight away. They're all on the same level and using inertia can do it easily. But how to avoid accidental injury in an area like this, which presents a rectangular shape, less than 6,000 square meters? Su Ming already had a method in mind. So first Lin Xie was also lying by the window, looking down at the snake demons raging below, and Jiang Qian was again protected by her wooden sword, barely holding the entrance. Red Tassel carried the flaming lance like a blooming flower and killed 7 times in the playground, but was already showing fatigue. See Xiaonan, not to mention, the jerk, the pure touchy-feely, kept shouting cheers to the Red Tassel. Lin Xie frowned. Senior, it's time to make a move. Wang Xiao looked at the many snake demons below, only to feel his scalp numb. Looking at the only 2 matches left, his heart instantly had no bottom. With a group of students who silently retreated to the back of the classroom, Li Yifei with a trembling body, also lying on the side of the window, looking at the picture of the snake demon below rioting and eating people, showed great concern and shouted, Elder, I'm going to save them. However, Su Ming, said indifferently, Li Yifei, I'll show you a fun one. His eyes, instantly flickered with refined light, and a huge terrifying aura, splitting the sky and through the entire campus. A majestic sword intent rose to the sky from Su Ming's body, like a volcano erupting with a majestic momentum. The sword energy gradually took shape. 1, 2, 3, countless sharp swords rushed out of the window and hovered in the air like a long dragon. The sword intent on Su Ming's body was surging like an ocean, terrifying killing opportunities, like a tidal wave, lapped at the hearts of all the snake demons, like they wanted to drown it all. At that moment, Su Ming's voice sounded once again, 10,000 breaths of self-generation. Sword punch waist point, the martial art of returning to the source. Zong Yuan Gong Chang. The moment, clank, 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 a terrifying metallic thrumming sound emanated from the air. The blood-red dome of the sky was densely packed with countless long swords emitting a cold aura, emitting sword calls. The blade, which was originally glowing with silver light, was imprinted with a crimson-red color under the effect of unrestricted airspace. Blood blade, 10,000 blood blades coalesced in the air, 10,000 feet of light scattered all over the earth, pressuring the entire Cangnan city are trembling. Ringless airspace is even more shaking, emitting glass cracking like click sound. Lung Xian guarded the wooden sign and was shocked, covered in cold sweat, constantly scratching his fingers to renew the life of unrestricted airspace. Don't break, don't ever break. At this moment, everyone in the playground was horrified and their scalps exploded. Even Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan looked at the sky with shocked faces. King's hair, it's the end of the world. Li Yifei, who was standing beside Su Ming, trembling with fear, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's a sweaty mess. The scene. It's so creepy. Su Ming's cold voice even rang in his ears. 10,000 swords return. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 46 Bloodblade Falls. Shocking waves sweeping through the 8 directions. When Su Ming used this move, there seemed to be a snap in his ears, like the sound of a key twisting the door of the Yingling campus. Everyone, and the snake demon, looked at the sky in incomparable horror. A red color floated by, merging with the 10,000 sword blades. The blood-red sky, floating with 10,000 bloody blades, hanging overhead with fear that runs deep. It was as if these blood blades would exterminate them in the next second. The Nandu snake demon being was dumbfounded and wanted to cry so badly. I am a mystery in my district. What can I do? I'm yet. A cannon hitting a mosquito? King's hair. Nuking mosquitoes? As Su Ming recited the words 10,000 swords returned to the sect. A long sword glowing with blood light, carrying strands of laws from the sword immortal great Tao, covered the sky from the sky. 10,000 long swords swooped down like a giant dragon roaring. Sword intent is horrifying, like the Yangtze River entering the sea, rushing and roaring, with infinite killing opportunities. Hiss dash. All the snake demons spat their letters, desperate to spit out the letter. The eyes were dull and spit out the letters. Scalp explodes and spits out a letter. This school is so damn scary. The terrifyingly sharp sword awnings caused their huge snake bodies to start cramping. All the snake demons were unsteady on their feet and collapsed in front of the students. All of them regretted having come to this world. All of them were desperate. And all of them were asking the Creator, why put them through all this? If there is a hell in the world, then what is in front of us is really hell. 10,000 swords through the heart? How much does that hurt? Might as well just cut off the head. But the scales on his neck are so thick now. He's going to have to take more pain in a while. Which big smart evolution? Evolved a yo-yo-ah. Not waiting for this group of snake demon scions to spit and react. A loud noise struck. 10,000 blood-colored longswords fell like 10,000 stars crumbling. And the entire campus was filled with dazzling sword awnings. The longsword fell as if it was a shocking wave that swept through the 8 directions. The whole campus was filled with light. And at the moment it was as bright as day. Still an unbelievably blinding white light. If there was no restriction of the unrestricted airspace, the entire Cangnan city would once again become the brightest star in the entire Grand Xia, an object of attention and terror for the gods. 10,000 long swords covered the sky and fell towards all the living beings on campus in an instant. Swish swish swish, swish swish swish. Where the long sword fell, the snake demon did not grow an inch of grass. All of its muscles cracked, and it was all stabbed into pieces, shattered into smaller pieces than black scales. That mouth full of sharp fangs, solid bones, the black scales used for defense. Even the scales that were a circle thicker at the neck, in front of absolute power, they were all unbeatable, easier than cutting tofu. With a move of 10,000 swords, Su Ming easily annihilated the entire campus of snake demon scions. 10,000 swords returned, 10,000 long swords instantly. It appeared to be an indiscriminate attack, but in reality, the hostile, entwined, and heart-stopping sword awnings only cut through the demons and avoided everyone. Although the long sword didn't hurt, it was beyond appalling. Those long swords that stayed in front of people's eyes were all mixed with horrifying sword intent, with cold flashes that were exceptionally harsh. It made people feel sweaty just by looking at it, as if their souls were pierced by a sword, and they were sweating. Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan and Jiang Qian, in the middle of the crowd, looking at the longsword all over the ground, and the snake demon fragments shattered into dregs. All were shocked beyond belief, could not believe what they saw. The 3rd floor of the teaching building. Witnessing all this, Lin Qiye, and Xingyu, Li Yifei and Wang Xiao and others, all dumbfounded looking at the 10,000 long swords outside, scalp numb, spine cold, have grown their mouths, almost shocked off their own jaws. The hell knows what I saw? The hell knows what we have been through? Watching the countless snake demon scions, instantly stabbed into dregs, Li Yifei slapped his face. My God! I'm not dreaming. Where's the fun in that? Su Ming, on the other hand, raised his bottle of wine. Ton 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 ton. The fruit knife spun rapidly around Su Ming as if it was looking for its prey. At this moment, as the power of the 10,000 swords returned to the emperor was too great, 10,000 swords fell, proudly looking down on the past and present, powerfully suppressing the 10,000 ancient swordsmen of Daxia, causing everything in the world to lose its luster. Kaching kaching kaching. The entire, ringless airspace, could no longer support it, and the coefficient shattered. Lang Xian also sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously, looking at his hands full of bloodstains and giving the campus a hateful glance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which higher power did this? I can't hold down a liter of blood from my horse. At this moment, the blood-colored sky disappears and darkness falls. The ripples of chi waves stirred up by the 10,000 swords returning to the campus, sweeping the terrifying sword intent and spreading it in all directions. Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan and Wen Qima, all staring dazedly at the campus white sword mango, scared scalp numb, goosebumps all over the body. Goosebumps from the scalp has been numb to the soles of the feet. It's horrible. Not only the people who are close, the entire Cangnan city, there is one counting one, all unconsciously shivered. Yang Jin of the old city, incomparably shocked, looked toward Cangnan No, 2 middle school and almost blurted out a sentence. The great summer god has struck? The little black dog also revealed a horrified look and barked lightly twice. Woof woof, it can't be your master. True lord. Yang Jin shook his head. It's not him. This sword intent is 10,000 times stronger than my master. After the 10,000 swords returned to destroy all the snake demon scions, a dull, low chanting sound rang out from the campus, and people were shocked to realize that all the long swords on the ground, once again, flew into the air. 10,000 swords resonated together, gathering in the heavenly dome again, shaking heaven and earth. Su Ming snapped his fingers crisply after pouring 2 mouthfuls of wine into his mouth. 10,000 swords crossed the sky, and the sword shadows covered the sky, together forming a giant sword that carried the style of Su Ming Sword Immortal as it flew towards the border. This long sword, with skeletonized 5 stars at its hilt, carried the light of hope as it cut through the night of Cangnan city, cut through the night of Daxia, and flew straight towards the Jingguo Divine Monument at the border. Anyone in Daxia who sees this sword feels incredibly familiar, reassured, and passionate. Anyone who sees this sword in Daxia is like seeing the guards guarding the borders, the firefighters rushing into the fire to save people, the narcotics police going undercover in the drug traffickers' organizations, and the thousands and thousands of heroes silently guarding Daxia in the darkness. Nishijin. Zhou Ping had just finished sweeping the floor when he sensed a huge wave of energy flying by. He raised his head and was incomparably shocked to see the 10,000 long swords floating past from the sky. After seeing these long swords clearly, Zhou Ping was even more shocked. What's going on here? The departed heroes and swordsmen of Daxia have manifested themselves? These, all of them are the swords of the generals who have defended their country and thrown their blood for their families in the 5,000 years of Daxia. Even if they died, their divine souls still sheltered the generations to come. Who was it that released them? They are the heroic souls of Daxia, and after their souls awaken, they are still defending future generations. Now, the English soul flew towards the borders of Daxia, still doing its last light. The spring silkworms are not finished until they die. The wax torch turns into ashes and the tears begin to dry up. The old ancestors, even if they are dead, are still burning their souls and sheltering their children and grandchildren for generations to come. Zhou Ping's eyes were full of hot tears, and he paid tribute to the 10,000 sword spirits that flew through the air. Good day, General Wang Jian. Good day, General Guan Yu. General Yu Fei. Go well. Good day, General Hua. Good day, General Han Xin. General Su Dai. Go well. General Guozi. Go well. General Qi Jiguang. Go well. Farewell. Generals of Daxia. The third uncle who was preparing the food, he saw the sword Qi in the sky, and even unknowingly fell into tears. It was as if he saw the thousands and thousands of heroes who had passed away in the darkness of the voluntarily gave his life for the sake of guarding the years of peace for future generations and for the bright future of Daxia, gave his years and his heart for the rise of Daxia. The long sword that cuts through the night sky tonight is the red sword, the sword of Daxia, the sword that cuts out the bright future. Third uncle seemed to sense something, so he wiped his tears and looked at Cangnan city and said, Su Ming, third uncle would rather you be an obscure fish-finding soldier with a big head than a black and white photo in the martyr's pavilion. You can be a hero, but you can never be a martyr. Brat, hurry up and get discharged and come back. Chapter 47. I use this body as a shield and defense, and use my sword to subdue the mountains and rivers and protect the people of Daxia from harm. Upper King City. That magnificent longsword floated across the night sky, 5 hollowed-out 5-pointed stars, glittering. At the Night's Watch headquarters, Yi Fan was giving a meeting to a group of people. Upon seeing the powerful sword Qi floating past the window, the majestic sword intent shocked everyone. Everyone was shocked to discover that in that giant sword, the spirit of the heroes of the Great Summer for 5,000 years had been gathered. Yi Fan sprinted over to the window and gazed daggers at the sky above. The heroes of Daxia are back. What? When Zhuo Qing and the others heard this, they all revealed a stunned look. Their heads buzzed, and the blood of the Daxia clansmen in their bodies boiled. Zhuo Qing and the others immediately walked behind Yi Fan, looking at the imposing giant sword outside, flying towards the border. Seeing the 5-pointed star that flickered with the light of hope, the thoughts in their hearts turned 100 times. A feeling of emotion, gratitude and appreciation came to life as they watched in fascination as the long sword, illuminating the long night of Daxia, didn't even blink their eyes. Right now, outside of Daxia, there is a lot of mist and mysterious creature invasions are constantly occurring, and people are on edge. There were even external gods eyeing the Great Xia, ready to step into its borders and invade again. But there are always creatures of the earth that dare to face the mighty light of thunder head-on. The Night's Watch is being compared to the gods in mortal form, but the Night's Watch is counted. The enemy is uncounted, and the number of those who have sacrificed their lives guarding Daxia is rising. The Vigilantes executives, with their daily headaches, are almost on the verge of losing hope. Tonight, at a time when the people of Daxia were confused, the 5,000-year-old heroic souls of Daxia appeared, laden with sword shadows, to pacify the tens of thousands of people of Daxia. That love and care for future generations spans millennia. Through the ages, that will to guard the Great Summer, passed on for 1,000 years, recasting the glory of the Great Summer race. At this moment, the trusts and blessings of the English souls, which have been sent to the, carrying a sword intent, they flew to the frontier to fulfill their final mission. Soul of Daxia, bless my mountains and rivers. After Yi Fan felt the will of the old ancestors, the muscles on his face trembled slightly, snot and tears flowed, and his eyes were filled with perseverance. He felt the legacy. In dark times, there are always heroes who will stand up and forge ahead for their country. success or failure. For the sake of Daxia, put up a fight. When Zuoqing saw Yifan's tears, he also empathized and felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. He also wept and vowed to live up to his ancestors' wishes. The other night watchmen, their eyes were also filled with tears. They saw hope. They saw that someone had awakened the Daxia's heroic soul, and gave the Daxia hope. At this moment, the vigilante squad guarding Shangjing, Xiao Pinga, Yuan Gang, and the others, had long since been unable to sit comfortably any longer, and stood on the windowsill, empathizing with Commander Yifan. All of them had red eyes, their breath was ragged, and one big old man's face was covered in tear tracks. Seeing the roaming souls of heroes, carrying that huge sword, flying towards the border without any hesitation, they were immensely moved. It was as if they were heard. What do you want to do at the border, generals? I will use this body as a shield and defense, and use my sword to subdue the mountains and rivers, and protect the people of Daxia from harm. If you never return, then it's a go. 10,000 swords roared in the air, their aura as vast as the abyss, righteous for the 10,000 people of Daxia, and not a single wisp of heroic soul left. Where they shine, the wall remains, 10,000 miles of beacons, instantly lit, like a fiery red oriental dragon awakening, coiled in the four seas, mighty in all directions, with the will of fire, to send the generals of Daxia in triumph. The people of the Night's Watch, who had stood under the beacon of their guardianship of the great summer, had sworn an oath. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. Yifan kept his oath in mind. He stood up straight and raised his right hand, placing it at his temple. Don't worry, old ancestors of Daxia. Even if I'm the only one left, I can still defend Daxia to the death. At this moment, all the night watchmen received Yifan's order. All the Night's Watch, to the old fathers, salute, salute. Swish, all the Night's Watchmen rushed at the giant sword that was far away in neat unison, sending their respect. This moment, there was a rumble of thunder in the dimly lit sky. It's raining. It was as if the spirits, responding to the voice of the Night Watchman, passed on. Our favorite Daxia is in your hands. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and rain fell suddenly, as big as soybeans, striking the land of Daxia. Within moments, there were strings of rainwater running down from the eaves. Yifan and the others could no longer see that sharp giant sword, no longer see those heroic souls who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood for the great Xia. They're far away. They believe in future generations and in the people who awaken them. Thus, they willingly followed the one who had awakened them. That is, Su Ming. Su Ming's intention of guarding Daxia was fulfilled. They followed the sword intent and aided Su Ming, transforming into a guardian will that merged above the Zhenghua divine tablet. Qin Wang Jian. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Guan Yu of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Great Song Yufei. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Hua Zaiwei of the Western Han Dynasty. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Han Xian of the Great Han. Bless all the people of my Daxia with peace for all time. Great Ming Suda. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Great Tang Guazi. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Great Ming Qi Ji Guang. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. Supreme God Sword Immortal. Bless all the people of Daxia with peace for all time. At this moment, there was more than just the sound of swords chirping at the borders of Daxia, and anyone who saw and heard of the foreign gods was more than just terrified. Hearing voices that shook him, that horrified him, a sound that was enough to suppress his divine soul, the majestic voice, in the sky above Daxia, echoed more than once. Moon. This sharp sword, glowing with a cold aura, seemed to be the backbone of the Daxia people, defying death, cutting down the sky and destroying the earth, and defending the country's gate with one sword. The sword flashed and the sword roared in all directions, causing Michael, who was guarding the seal, to instantly feel his heart and soul tremble. He snapped open his incredulous eyes and looked at the incomparably sharp long sword, wrapped by the 5,000 years of the great summer's heroic soul, the most powerful sword in the entire universe. Michael was beyond appalled. Who in the world has awakened these deceased souls? How in the world did this transcend his miracle? He used his divine power to check it out, but he couldn't see anything. Only the red color that covered Daxia glowed. Only the five-pointed stars united together shine with the light of miracles. Michael shocked an emotional sentence. If miracles had colors, it would be Daxia red. Honor each and every one of these heroes, and don't regret entering China in this life. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 48. Those who violate my Daxia will be executed even though they are far away. The gods were terrified. At the border of Daxia, 10,000 swords crossed the sky. The Tao sword intent, carrying the vastness of the great Xia's heroic soul, turned into a guardian will and merged into the Zhenghua divine monument. This spectacular and amazing scene not only shocked Michael on the moon, the majestic and shocking vastness of the sword intent, and the mighty and domineering military soul of the great Xia for 5,000 years, made all the foreign gods in the world. All of them creeped out and their scalps went numb. He was shaken to the point of shock and horror. All of the outer gods, all of them were scared to death by the sound of Daxia's sword, and the intimidation of the Ying soul. He seemed to hear the charge, heard the roar that sent chills down their spines. Anyone who offends my Daxia will be executed even though they are far away. Those dead memories, little by little, surfaced and began to attack him continuously. Egypt, Sun City. The 9 pillars of Egypt expressed panic. After all, having done things to Daxia that shouldn't have been done, is it time to get back at him? Seeing the cold aura emanating from the borders of the Grand Xia, each of his gods felt their scalps tingle, especially Osiris, the Egyptian god of the underworld, was spinning in place in a hurry. After a long turn, a whisper, the great summer god is so scary. Is it too late for me to return the pieces of Fengdu and befriend the great summer? Set, the god of yellow sand, frowned. Foolishness, those are nothing but mere human souls. Bluffing. Geb, the god of the earth, also mocked mercilessly. The titular god of the underworld. Are you actually so afraid of death? We have the supreme sun god in existence. Newt, the god of the sky, followed suit. That's right, the sun god isn't panicking. So what are you panicking about? At this point in time, the sun god Ra, who stood on top of the sun god's pillar, was lost in thought. Not a single movement. Even though he had been scorched in the heat for a long time, a ring of cold sweat still lingered on the back of his neck. He froze for a long time, his heart incomparably terrified. Too late? The god of Daxia, is he going to make a move? Sure enough, a great war with Daxia is inevitable. In that case, come on, all of you, quickly repair your godheads and prepare to fight against Great Xia, by the holy will of the sun. Northern Europe, Asgard, the temple of Odin. The gods of Northern Europe were, once again, shocked to the core by Daxia's sword aura. In the middle of the white and sacred hall, above the throne of God, Odin once again became abnormal. His hand involuntarily trembled as he pressed the scepter, stood up, sat down, standing up, sitting down, inside the one eye. Consternation was written all over it. What's the deal with Daxia? How did the dead great summer spirits awaken? Why are they still guarding Daxia when they are dead? The Fengdu of Daxia should be without a god, or else Lucifer, in the beginning, wouldn't have snatched the Fengdu fragments. He looked at Loki's departing back and clenched his fists. Under the divine throne, Heavenly Empress Frigga, Thor the god of thunder, Till the god of war, and a host of other northern European gods, all looked toward Daxia in horror, never imagining that Daxia still had experts. If people are so difficult to deal with, how strong must the gods of the great summer be? After being shocked, Thor gripped the divine hammer tightly, Till grasped the sword tightly, and Asgard's divine soldiers all held their lances, all ready to meet the battle. All of Asgard was on edge, gripped by horror. At this moment, by order of the Norse god King Odin, Loki, who's out snooping around, after walking out of the palace, the green robe was thrown off, the color turned black, and his face clouded over. The eyes were as vicious as vipers, whirling and calculating. At this moment, a black shadow called out to him, Loki, does the old man still think of you as a son? Loki's mouth quirked in a wry smile. Sure. The black silhouette spread its black wings and clapped its hands. Your guile is remarkable. But what is your purpose in deceiving Odin? Loki had an honest smile on his face. Deception? It's just mutual. Instead of understanding my purpose, think of our situation. Lucifer, the fallen angel in charge of hell, who once robbed the pieces of Fengdu. What do you think Daxia is flaunting? So cooperate. Fallen angel. Greece, Olympus. In the darkness of the night, there was a constant flashing of thunder. That was the doubt of Zeus, the king of the gods. He sat high above the throne of God and was silent once more. Isn't Daxia godless? Isn't Daxia godless? Can someone step in and tell us what's going on with Daxia? This terrifying sword intent buzzing at the borders of the Grand Xia, the Zhenghua divine monument emanating terrifying divine power. What the heck is going on? Could it be that in Daxia, there really is a supreme god in existence? Is Daxia far more powerful than we can imagine? Hiss! Zeus sucked in a breath of cool air, a hint of greed for Daxia flashing in his eyes. So, is this burst of swords a demonstration, or a bluff? Zeus, the studly, old fart who liked to sow his seed around, had his eyes darting around, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Hades! Zeus' majestic voice rang out, and his strong divine might instantly descended, startling the gods of Olympus. In a flash, a breeze is blowing. A small circle of blackness immediately appeared in the holy light of the temple, like a dot on a piece of rice paper, dipped in ink. Although it was only a small spot, the circle was very dense with death. A dark shadow took form with death and knelt in front of Zeus. He, none other than Hades, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, the king of the underworld in ancient Greek mythology. With his devotion, kneel to Zeus. Zeus had a smirk on his face. Hades, I remember you went to Dacia and took the pieces of Fingdu, right? Hades didn't dare to say anything more and nodded repeatedly. Zeus stepped down from his godly seat and stared at Hades' body, coalesced from death, and commanded, go to Dacia and explore the situation. Yes, God King. India, Temple of God. In the temple, the golden Buddha statue in the very center that stood atop the sky trembled violently. The heads of the Buddha, which were facing the four sides respectively, all opened up, and the dust was shaken off in full, scattering all over the entire temple of the heavenly god. He pushed on again. He didn't believe that Dacia could have any powerful gods. However, he still couldn't surmise the sword immortal in the slightest. This time, he even saw the heroic souls of the great Xia for 5,000 years, using their flesh and blood to defend the great Xia. Brahma was completely stunned this time. The district of Dacia, how dare the supreme deity not be able to get his hands on it? Brahma was stunned. At this moment, he also received a message from the church of the ancient god. Nothing was found out. This was simply too much for Brahma to bear. Could it be that these heroic souls of Dacia, which do not dissipate, die still defending the Dacia territory, without losing an inch of ground? Brahma was silent. The Dacia people, what horrible monsters are they? At this moment, Python, who was also one of the 3 main gods of India, looked at Brahma with incomparable astonishment. The visions of Dacia, unexpectedly even Brahma could not see through them? He also tried to crack Dacia and tear apart the red flag covering Dacia, but he couldn't do it. He had thought that it was because he had not yet recovered his divine power, not realizing that even Brahma could not see through it. This is a bit different from what Yama, the Indian king of the underworld, said. So, in order to get a better look at Dacia and figure out what was going on with that horrible sound of the sword, he summoned Yama, the king of the Indian underworld, and Indra, the god of thunder and rain. You guys, go to Dacia, ancient church of God, President Uy, as well as the church's group of evil god agents, were incomparably horrified upon seeing the long sword that was covered by the great summer's British soul. Their people, who had searched the entire Grand Xia, had not been able to find anything about the sword cultivator that Brahma had spoken of. Mystery, powerful, it seemed to be blessed by the laws of heaven, and no one could see its true colors. But Samuel Moon did not give up, for he sensed that the gods of India were coming. They, as agents of the evil god, would also have to speed up their chances of creating chaos for Dacia. Cangnan 2 Middle School. After Su Ming used the 10,000 swords to destroy all the snake demons, everything returned to peace. The blood-colored sky disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black night. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan were incomparably surprised, thinking that it was a high-ranking person from the Klein realm who had made a move. They both immediately reported back to their teammates. The Nantucket snake demon has all been cleaned up. Ling Xian collapsed in front of the forbidden sign with a pale, anemic face, fainted after learning from his headset that the entire campus was safe. Wu Shangnan and Wen Shima felt the terrifying sword intent just now and were incomparably shocked. But all 136 squads received the order from Commander-in-Chief Yifan to salute the old ancestor's heroic soul in the air. Therefore, a few people did not think much about it, thinking that it was a high person who had made a move, thinking that it was the old ancestor who had manifested his spirit. Only Chen Mai knew that it was Su Ming who had struck. He silently lit a cigarette and mentally marveled. Good boy. The old ancestor of Dacia has recognized you. Awesome. 3rd floor of the academic building. All of them were still immersed in the horror of those 10,000 bloody blades. Lin Xie, and Xingyu, and Wang Xiao all looked outside with dumbfounded eyes, their jaws about to drop. Li Yifei, as well as a group of students, had their eyes glazed over in shock. Quiet. Silence. Only the sound of Su Ming tons and tons of drinking was thunderous, shook everyone's brains, buzzing. All of them looked at Su Ming with a face of adoration. Worship on your face? It's beyond words. Li Yifei, in particular, was crying. He crawled towards Su Ming, while kowtowing, he mumbled dolefully under his breath. Elder Su, you take me as your disciple, please. Such a sincere attitude made the other students want to say a few words for Li Yifei. However, Su Ming lazily looked toward Lin Xie. Coldly, he said, do it, Lin Xie. Other students, and Xingyu silently pulled out his pistol. Bang 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 bang. W, 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 W. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 49 The Truth Revealed. If Gong does not abandon him, Ifei would like to worship him as his righteous father. And Kinjiu, in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, pulling out his pistol, he shot Li Yifei's head 3 times. 3 consecutive gunshots exploded in the air just as much as the 2-up kick. It blew up off guard, rang out incredibly suddenly, and made everyone break out in a cold sweat. They were startled by Su Ming's 10,000 swords return, and their faces were originally astonished, became even more startled at the moment. They looked dazedly at Xingyu with unbelief written in their eyes. Students, W. Li Yifei knelt on the ground, and was even more incomparably dismayed to turn back. Seeing Xingyu calmly holding the gun, the black muzzle of the gun, which still retained its temperature, a wisp of green smoke slowly disappeared. His eyes froze for a long time, and he asked with great incomprehension, "And Kinjiu, why did you shoot me?" Xingyu had a calm face and didn't say anything. After a long time, Li Yifei reacted and reached out to touch the back of his head. 3 bullet craters oozing out wisps of blood. Click click. 3 shell casings fell to the ground with a crisp thud. The back of his head, miraculously healed, and the strands of blood only stained his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's not right. Li Yifei was shot 3 times in the head and is still alive. Li Yifei himself was a bit confused as he extended his bloodstained hand to Su Ming. Elder, I got shot. Why didn't I die? Senpai, isn't it awakening superpowers? Su Ming lifted the bottle. Tons and tons and tons. After pouring 2 mouthfuls of wine into his mouth, he shook his head slightly and said faintly, "You don't have an awakened ability, because you are the Nanda snake demon." When Li Yifei heard these words, his head buzzed, his pupils contracted violently, and he sat paralyzed on the ground. It was only then that he realized that what Su Ming meant when he said do it just now was to do it to him. Let Lin Chiya make a move on him. He shook his head back and forth. Elder, what are you saying? How can I be a snake demon? I'm Li Yifei. 7 nights. We're classmates. Say something for me. Lin Chiya walked over to Li Yifei with a face full of complexity, ruffled his bangs with his hand, and shook his head. I suspected you too, but I never thought that it was really you. Li Yifei's bangs were ruffled, revealing a subtle wound. Lin Chiya's eyes seemed to have 2 golden furnaces burning in them as they stared at that wound of his. Coldly, your plan to fake your death was very successful, fooling Red Tassel and everyone else, but only not Elder Su. Because Elder Su's wooden sword has left sword intent on your head. Anyone with a forbidden ruin can see it. You are the Nandu snake demon main body. Li Yifei touched his head. His hands trembled, and tears were flowing down his face. I can't be a murderer, much less a monster. I'm not. Lin Chiya didn't say anything more and took out a lighter that he had snubbed from Lu Yuan. It's also the random crap Su Ming gave Lu Yuan when he snubbed him to buy alcohol. But unexpectedly, after Su Ming's hand, it had left a Nene sword intent on it. It couldn't be helped. Su Ming's sword intent law filled his entire body, and would always unconsciously overflow silk of divine ruin sword intent outward, universalizing all beings. Not only what was touched with the hands and used, but even what was said. The divine ruin sword immortal would bring an incredible effect to the outside world. For example, when Chima's acquisition of spiritual power, Lin Chiya's awakening, Wang Shao's matchbox, Lu Yuan's lighter, Zhang Qian's wooden sword, and so on. At this moment, Lin Chiya used a lighter to light the fire, igniting the residue on it. The 9 nuggets of sword immortal divine power in Su Ming's body. A golden shield instantly appeared with golden light. Come in, Li Yifei, come in. Li Yifei was so frightened that his scalp went numb, and he was so illuminated by the golden light that he hid his face and wriggled backwards like a snake. The scene startled all the students. It was unthinkable that one of the heroes who had come to their rescue was the snake demon proper. All sighing and lamenting. It was fortunate that Senior Su Ming was in attendance. Otherwise, they would have died here. At this moment, Xingyu pointed his gun at his classmates, and Wang Shao, signaling them to leave. It was because the essence of the Nandu serpent demon was about to manifest. Illuminated by the golden shield, all the students went through the hood and escaped through the doorway. Only Li Yifei, frightened by the golden cover lit by the lighter, backed up. The results speak for themselves. Normal people, how can they be afraid? Lin Chiya walked in front of Li Yifei, and the golden shield closed in on Li Yifei. This moment, divine might poured out, madly surging into Li Yifei's spiritual world, causing him to be appalled. Li Yifei was so shocked that his eyes rolled over and he simply fainted. Next, Li Yifei's eyes opened again. This time it was a pair of demonic vertical pupils, ancient and deep. The Nandu serpent demon took over the consciousness of the body. It said in a deep and indignant voice, "Interesting, but you, Lin Xie, are also a real waste. If it wasn't for Senior Su's guidance, you wouldn't have been able to realize that I'm a snake demon." Lin Xie sneered as a golden flame flared up in his eyes. "Yes, without Elder Su, we definitely won't be able to pass this calamity. But you're leaving too much of a break, too." "Oh," the Nandu snake demon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tell me about it." Lin Xie followed Su Ming's example and smiled faintly. "The first suspicion is your sick note. Don't tell me that last night after school, you witnessed the snake demon eating people, so you guessed that you would act with us today, and purposely went to the faculty office to apply for a leave of absence, knowing that at that time, the faculty office would have long been off work." Li Yifei was silent for a long time and said coldly, "Go on." "The second suspicion. I look at our classroom from the 5th floor of the women's dormitory. You are not there." As if deliberately avoiding Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, "Just now I gave you a lighter you do not want, but also have to and Wang Xiao divided into 2 teams. This is why." Lin Xie brought the lighter closer to the Nandu snake demon, and the bursts of golden light roasted the skin on its body, festering a bit and revealing the black scales underneath. The Nandu snake demon glared angrily at Lin Xie, wanting to bite off his neck, but with Su Ming behind it and the golden light shield in front of it, it could only wimp out. "Is that all?" Lin Xie continued to learn from Su Ming and said indifferently, "Of course it's more than that. You're so suspicious. For example, you climbed the wall like a snake. And don't forget I have a 20-meter range, Mortal Dust Divine Domain. And your performance. It was so excellent. All by yourself, you were able to organize the retreat of the freshmen and seniors. You knew the location of the snake demon like the back of your hand. And there were over 1,000 people, without a single casualty. It's a shame that you're not a snake demon proper." The Nandu snake demon hung its head. The wisdom it relied on was a joke in front of Su Ming and Lin Xie. It once again looked up at Xingyu, glaring at it angrily, its vertical pupils filled with resentment. "What about you? Why are you shooting at me? I'm here to save you." And Xingyu returned the gun to Lin Xie and said with a calm face, "Since you asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you. First, you're afraid of the divine fire that can burn the snake demon. Secondly, this is the 3rd floor, and your order of rescue. It's abrupt and irrational. Thirdly, I'm just listening to my seniors. Obey, it's the only positive solution." And Xingyu gave Su Ming a very respectful look. "Lin Xie, I wipe Lu, you kid good can performance Nando's snake demon. Brother 7 Knights, if the 2 of us join forces, how about stabbing in Xingyu first?" "Very good, very good." Su Ming coughed lightly. Lin Xie slashed at the Nandu snake demon. I'm a righteous Knight's watchman. How can I be in bed with a snake demon?" In the next second, Li Yifei's cell phone received a text message. "There's a mole. Terminate the deal." The Nandu snake demon waved his hand when he saw Lin Xie trying to cut himself. Wait, Elder Su. I have a word. Can I listen to it? I've been wandering around for half my life, but I hate that I haven't met a good master. If you don't give up, I'd like to be your father. If Senior does not abandon him, Yifei is willing to serve under Senior Su's banner. Anqingyu, 7 Knights. Lend me the gun again. Lin Xie, no need. I'll chop this grandson first. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 50, 1,000 Years of Killing. A sword with the intention of green clouds, a jug of wine and the immortal. When Su Ming heard that the Nandu snake demon wanted to worship himself as his righteous father, he was not happy at that time. "What? You deserve it too? Besides, you're Nyx's grandson. Lin Xie's good oldest son. Lin Xie has been chasing me to worship the master. In case he is soft and accepts him one day, let Lin Xie call me what? Master? Brothers? That's a bit of a mess, isn't it?" So, in order to avoid this kind of trouble, Su Ming decided that this righteous son don't want it. Su Ming ignored it and continued to drink. Tun tun tun. The wonderful beeping of the system was ringing in his ears. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 600. Tied. Su Ming almost forgot that he had a system mission. This Nandu snake demon. You have to kill it. Therefore, Su Ming continued to use his fingers, spinning the fruit knife in the air, with no intention of letting go of the Nandu snake demon. The Nandu snake demon was once again frightened to tears when she saw the situation. Just now, when he cried, he wasn't convinced by Su Ming's strength and wanted to worship his master, but rather, he was scared to tears by the 10,000 swords return. This time, that fruit knife flying in the air, which was still covered with a majestic sword chi, was still as terrifying as ever in the eyes of the Nandu snake demon. It thought of just now. Su Ming was using this fruit knife to directly penetrate the entire third floor of the snake demon. It's simply scary. No, it's simply scaring the demon to death. Seeing that Su Ming had already taken a stance, Lin Qiye raised his sword and Xingyu pulled out a round gauge, preparing to subdue the demons. Seeing himself surrounded by weapons, trapped by death, the nondescript snake demon spun its little brain quickly, frantically thinking of ways to stay alive. Under the desire for life, it immediately thought of an illusion. The fable of a chopstick is easy to break. It surfs around and looks for chopsticks everywhere. However, how can there be chopsticks in the classroom? It sighed, lamenting that it had been scared silly by Elder Su. Next, it was inspired to see the pencil. So, the Nandu serpent demon moistened his throat and began his speech. Honorable Senior Su, dear two students, don't make a move yet. Listen to me for a while. As the saying goes, one chopstick is easy to break, but 10 chopsticks are as strong as iron. This is what the old ancestors of Daxia taught us. Su Ming's drinking slowed down. What does it mean? Lin Qiye and Xingyu simultaneously frowned. What are you trying to say? The Nandu serpent demon, seeing that there was something going on, handed over a pencil and, here, break it. Pop. Lin Qiye easily broke it. The Nantucket snake demon raised his eyebrows and handed over 10 more pencils. Break it. Pow. Lin Qiye easily broke it again. The Nandu snake demon smile froze. With an angry gasp, it handed over a box of pencils that, break it again if you can. Snap. Lin Qiye even broke the pencil case. Together, the Nandu snake demon shaded his face. His vertical pupils filled with anger. Change someone. You. Yes, you are. What are you looking around for? It's you. Dry and skinny. Come on. Anching fish. Nandu snake demon passes over a pencil. Break it. Pop. And Xing fish broke it easily. The Nantucket snake demon nodded, and handed over 10 more pencils. Break it. And Kinjia touched it with her fingers, not knowing what she had done. Ta-da. Anqing fish also broke 10 pencils. The Nandu snake demon's eyes widened. What's the situation? It gasps like a donkey, with angry eyes, and hands over another box of pencils. Humph. Break it again if you can. Snap. Anqing fish again touching, even the pencil case, all broken together. The Nantucket snake demon is crying. The old ancestor of Daxia lied. It's ing called tough as nails? It's not right. It must be something about these two. Wang Xiao. Where's Wang Xiao? Try it. But there was no more chance. In the entire classroom, there were only Su Ming, Lin Qiye, and Xingyu and itself. The other students, they've long since fled. The Nandu snake demon sighed. Hey, how did I meet you two perverts? Awesome. You guys kill me. Su Ming continued to spin the fruit knife and asked indifferently. You don't resist? Try resisting. Upon hearing this, the Nandu snake demon's eyes became shadowy once again, spitting out its dark red letter and saying in a hoarse voice. Senior, that's what you said. Then I'll try. Li Yifei's body was like a balloon, expanding rapidly as the dummy skin was burst. The surface of the skin revealed a single black scale, and a circle of blue aura that shone with a cold light. In an instant, Li Yifei turned into a monster with a human body and snake tail, staring intently at Lin Qiye and Xingyu. Su Ming was naturally too lazy to deal with this little trash, so he gave Lin Qiye a gesture. It means, this credit. Send it to you. Lin Qiye was ecstatic. Is this what it feels like to be valued by a senior? His self-confidence exploded as he held the star sword across his chest. As for Xingyu, she had long been hiding by Su Ming's side, her eyes staring straight at the snake demon, her eyes full of excitement and curiosity. Lin Qiye was incomparably confident, following Su Ming's tone and pretending to be an expert. Now that the night is falling, are you ready to die? Under the night, Lin Qiye had 5 times the strength and speed and was very confident that he could easily kill the Nandu snake demon. However, Lin Qiye had missed the mark because the Nandu snake demon had evolved, and on the way to being easily killed by Su Ming in seconds time and time again, the Nandu snake demon proper had learned the hard way and had actually strengthened its defenses. Therefore, at this moment, even though Lin Qiye had increased his strength and speed and swung his sword extremely fast, even swinging out the wall of blades formed by his blades, he still couldn't break through the Nandu snake demon's defense. This could make Lin Qiye feel pressurized. No, it's time to lose face in front of Senior Su Ming again? Don't. He still wanted to worship. Just in the moment Lin Qiye was distracted, the Nandu snake demon suddenly snapped, a pair of sharp claws pressing down like 10 machetes, causing Lin Qiye to be more and more strained to fight. Su Ming saw that his bottle was almost empty and it was time to go find another drink. So, here's the farce. It's time to end it. So Su Ming flicked his fingers, the fruit knife that spins numerous times in the air, Sneak attack. Upanishad, fruit knife, millennium kill. Chomp. The fruit knife carried a golden light like a stringless arrow and pierced into the Nandu snake demon's chrysanthemum. W. Ah. Sneak attack. Seniors, you do not speak martial. The Nantucket snake demon was crying in pain, and crying in aggravation. Ooh, senpai, promised to let me resist. Su-Ming ignored it and slipped away, carrying the bottle of wine. A sword with the intention of green clouds, a pot of wine in the ferry. Dead Taoist friends, not poor Taoists. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 51. I am invincible under Klein, and 1 for 1 above Klein. The Nandu snake demon's tail was injured, and it was lying on the ground in agony, prostrate, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. That intense pain swam through the limbs and bones, and the snake's pain nerves were still thief-sensitive, and it hurt 100 times more than chopping off his head. Whenever it moved, a sharp pain swept through its nerves, and its whole body trembled, as if it had an epileptic fit. It trembled its body, knowing that it couldn't hide today. Its eyes stared resentfully at Su-Ming's back, hating Su-Ming. That pair of demonic vertical eyes, scarlet as blood, was filled with killing intent. Holy, what a senior! PWN me. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. The Nandu snake demon had just let out an indignant complaint in growl when, at the same time, Lin Chiye and Xingyu opened their mouths. Don't you dare speak ill of seniors. In the next second, the Nandu snake demon suddenly shrunk, and the depths of his eyes, appalledness surged forth, because Lin Chiye and Xingyu, one after the other, struck out at the same time. Ka-ching! Lin Chiye held the star sword in his hand, his eyes flashing with golden light as he rushed at the snake demon's neck. The blade hacked through its black scales and viciously embedded itself into the snake demon's collarbone. Bear. At this moment, blood sprayed like a fountain, wetting Lin Chiye's face. Same time, swish, and Xingyu's quick eyes and hands directly pulled the fruit knife out of the snake demon's localization, and pulled it out. Put! The Nandu snake demon's localized blood spurted wildly, gushing wildly like a waterfall. Lin Chiye and Xingyu, when they heard that the snake demon dared to say bad things about Su-Ming, and even dared to curse Su-Ming, they were not happy at that time, attacking front and back at the same time. One cuts, one pulls, double the joy. The nondescript snake demon stared with wide eyes and let out a shrill whine in pain, originating from a distant and shocking place. The entire third floor echoed with its screams. Ah! You guys, deceived the demon too much. Lin Chiye and Xingyu both looked at each other with a very tacit understanding. Oh, I'm sorry then. Swish! Lin Chiye violently drew his sword. Ka-ching! Onching fish stabbed impartially again. The Nandu snake demon was caught between the front and back, and was in pain up and down, trembling all over, with dullness written all over his eyes, and he didn't even know who to hit first. It would feel severe pain and spit out blood whenever it moved. What for? You guys, what are you doing? Give it a whirl, brothers. Lin Chiye and Xingyu nodded in silent agreement. Lin Chiye slashed at the snake demon's head once again, and Xingyu once again pulled out the fruit knife from the snake demon's localization. Lin Chiye slashed with his knife and Xingyu drew his sword. Lin Chiye raised the knife, and Xingyu stabbed the knife. The night is dark and deep in the old town, and 100 lights are on. The city is bustling with crowds of people moving in and out of the city, and there is a lot of singing and dancing. The only school that has a tragic event is the school that is in the downtown location of Canyon South. A case of snake demon abuse, a heartbreaking howl, a miserable cry for help, echoed throughout the campus. 2 trenchant students are playing with snakes. The Nandu snake demon was slashed with a knife and stabbed with a fruit knife, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, incomparably terrified and dismayed. The Nanda snake demon suffered inhuman abuse. Luckily it didn't last very long, only about 2 minutes, with 100 or so slashes to the neck and 100 or so stabs bursting through the back. As Lin Chiye's eyes flashed with a hint of gold, the light blue blade made a perfect slash in the air. The Ka-ching! Lin Chiye returned his straight sword to its sheath and finally cut off the head of the Nandu snake demon, and everything returned to peace. A large snake's head rolled over on the ground with a gurgle. Those angry vertical pupils, still staring at the doorway, were filled with resentment towards Su-Ming, as if they wanted to drag Su-Ming into the endless abyss of hell as well. Originally, it had a perfect plan, but it never expected that Su-Ming's appearance would break all of its plans. If it was meant to be, why did you show up that night to save us? Lin Chiye coldly said to it. Do you know the story of the farmer and the snake? Elder Su-Ming is not a farmer. Understand? At this moment, Su-Ming didn't go far, as he was blocked by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who blocked the door and brought up back. Su-Ming, Did you hear the horrifying cries of the Nandu snake demon? Lin Xie is fighting for his life against the snake demon. Why did you run away? Nan! Quick! Let's go for support! Su Ming, keep up! Watch your red-tasseled sister kill the snake demon. Su Ming was like a kite with a broken string, being run by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Su Ming could only hold the mouth of the bottle in his mouth and tilted his neck. Tons and tons and tons. Take the bottle root of the Dream Blue Crystal M3 and dry it out. At this moment, Su Ming's ears once again resounded with the system's wonderful beeps. Ding! Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, saving in Xingyu and helping Lin Xie kill the Nandu serpent demon. Rewarding 100,000 points of permanent mental power in 50 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. When Su Ming heard this, his heart was happy. Well, finally, it's getting stronger again. It was one step closer to becoming a supreme god himself and returning to his home in honor. Cousin, Uncle Sam, see that there. I have not embarrassed you guys at all. Ever. Su Ming flung the empty wine bottle in his mouth and directly opened the system panel to check it out. Since I drank 2 cases of Dream Blue Crystal M3 by myself, I added 8,400 points of mental energy, drinking some more unrecognizable foreign wine, sake, and adding 12,000 points of mental energy. So one's mental power panel has increased again. It had reached 294,600 points, which wasn't enough. After all, to break through to the limitless realm, one needed to reach 5,000 points of spiritual energy, and it had only reached 5% now. It's a good thing that Wine Sword Immortal's 50 years of cultivation isn't a joke for you. Scary as hell. 1 year of cultivation, easily exterminating the Chuan realm. 10 years of cultivation, comparable to the Sea realm. 50 years of cultivation, already beyond the limitless realm. Together, I'm invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 over Klein. Although there is a Wine Sword Immortal cultivation bottom, but their spiritual realm must be improved. It seems that in the future, have to drink more good wine. Just then, the sound of the system refreshing rang in his ears. Ding! The mission has been refreshed. The host is requested to defeat the masked squad. For each team member defeated, 50,000 points of permanent spiritual power will be rewarded. Defeating the king's face will be rewarded with 100,000 points of permanent spiritual power, and 100 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Oh, Su Ming immediately checked it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruins, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou, nephew of third uncle. Realm, Sea Realm, mental power, 294,600 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 61 years of cultivation, invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 above Klein. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art, flying star, sword flight, 100 steps flying sword, crossing 8 directions, 10,000 swords, 6 chakra divine sword. Mission, defeat the masked squad. For each team member defeated, 50,000 points of permanent mental power will be rewarded. Defeating the king's face will reward 100,000 points of permanent mental power, and 100 years of cultivation for the Wine Sword Immortal. After reading it, Su Ming understood. It seems that he has to go to the masked squad to cut a deal. In a few days, it's muster day. Looks like they're coming. Well, before that, Su Ming decided to drink more and drink well. By this time, Su Ming had already been pulled to the classroom door by the 2 sisters. Saw the image of Lin Xie destroying the Nandu snake demon. Red Ruffles and Si Xiaonan were surprised. 7 knights, are you that strong? Lin Xie shook his head. I have help. The one I should be most thankful to is Elder Su. Senior Su Ming, can I worship you as my master this time? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 52. He is all but invincible on earth. With whom does he fight if not with heaven? Worship? Worship Su Ming? Both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were dumbfounded, their pretty faces white as they stared daggers at Lin Xie. No, brother, have you been beaten silly by a snake demon? Brother, are you still Lin Xie? How many times have I told you? Pretending. Su Ming, he is pretending. But looking at Lin Xie's pious appearance, he didn't have the slightest demonic appearance of listening. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan gave up. Forget it. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. Mercy does not help the self-destructive person. It's better to talk about it than not talk about it at all, because in both of their eyes, Lin Xie had already been brainwashed by Su Ming, and had already treated Su Ming as a high-ranking person. so it was useless to persuade him any further. Since you want to worship Su Ming so much, brother, go ahead. When the time comes, don't blame your sisters for not warning you. Thus, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan no longer cared about Lin Xie, but used their earphones to report to Chen Mai. Captain, the Nandu snake demon's main body has been destroyed by Lin Xie. Send the logistics team in to clean up. Okay, good job. At this moment, in the black car outside the campus, Chen Mai did not mince words as he praised Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan, Lin Xie, and Su Ming. Looking at Wu Xiangnan, he was confused. Hey, what's the situation? Why is there no sound in my headset? When Chen Mai finished boasting, Wu Xiangnan stared with cowbell eyes and asked, Captain, what's wrong? Oh, Red Tassel reported to me that the snake demon proper has been killed by 7 knights, and asked the logistics team to clean it up. Why didn't Red Raider debrief me? I'm the captain, so of course I'm the one who reports to me first. I'm a captain too, albeit a deputy. Wait a while then. Why hasn't Red Riding Hood given me a report yet? Who told you to usually go against the Red Tassel all the time? I was following the rules and regulations. Okay. Nan will report back to you. Somewhat. Good. Then I'll wait for news from Minami. It's fine. There's still Su Ming and Lin Xie. Don't be too hard on the newcomers. Okay, Shonan. There was a silence inside the car, and Xiangnan Wu froze, breaking his defenses. Chen Mai awkwardly smoked a cigarette, looking at the sky outside, feeling the terrifying yet familiar 10,000 swords returning just now. The corner of his mouth raised a hint of pride, when Chima silently sat in the back row and silently notified the logistics team to come and clean up the battlefield. At the moment, next to the forbidden sign, Lang Xian, who had been stunned, was still dazed from blood loss. On Lin Xie's side, he was still persistently worshipping Su Ming, although he hadn't performed well this time. In the end, with the help of Su Ming and Xingyu, he had managed to decapitate the Nandu snake demon's main body. So, even if there was no credit, there was still hard work, so Lin Xie once again worshipped his master. However, unsurprisingly, Su Ming decisively refused. You're too weak to deserve it yet. Helping you is just returning a favor to Zhao Kongcheng. You, first accept Li Yifei as an escort. As for taking on an apprentice, let's talk about it when we pass the set training. After saying that, Su Ming walked out of the door in a dashing manner, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lin Xie. An expression of incomparable horror appeared on his face. A cold sweat oozed from his body. The heart seems to set off a shocking wave in general for a long time cannot be calm. How did Elder Su know about my mental hospital? Tall people. Man of God. A true man of the world. Lin Xie recalled all of Su Ming's previous behaviors. A glance at the image of an alcoholic with a dry, skinny weakling aura. Thinking of Chen Mai. The order for him to hide Su Ming's strength. At this moment, he instantly realized. The Great Hermit is alone in the sky. A small hideaway in the wild. A medium hideaway in the city. And a great hideaway in the court. The Great Hermit is able to unite with heaven and earth and synthesize as one. And the field of awareness formed with people of the same frequency, shielding them from external interference and possessing the chi of harmony. And the elder Su Ming in front of him had even surpassed the harmony chi on the dynasty, seeping outward with invincible chi, his blood flowing with the Tao of sword intent, a seemingly heartless but sentient Tao. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stepped in to eliminate the ghost-faced man to save him, as well as to save Zhang Qian and the others, not to mention giving Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, these mortals, divine weapons to protect their bodies. Lin Xie looked at Su Ming's back, his eyes filled with tears of emotion, his eyes full of admiration and worship. I've heard that to be able to enter the Tao and practice to the point of no desire is the highest state of life. What is the highest? The sky is the highest. What's invincible? To be at the top, unrivaled, is to be invincible. Senior Su Ming, in my Lin Xie's heart, is already invincible on earth. He is all but invincible on earth. With whom will he fight if not with heaven? No wonder Elder Su wanted to join the Night's Watch in pursuit of a higher goal, in order to protect Daxia while raising your own limits. Chopper. Hiss. Lin Xie sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Mixed feelings. There were no longer any words to describe Su Ming's greatness. There was only one sentence in his heart asterisk. It was as if there were 10,000 Nandu snake demons, 10,000 Li Yifei, running around in their hearts, shouting loudly, Elder Su Ming is awesome. Elder Su Ming is awesome. Therefore, Lin Xie decided that he must double his efforts and must worship Su Ming as his master. Elder, Chopper, please take me one. Lin Xie was filled with emotion and watched Su Ming leave. His heart was filled with reverence for Su Ming. However, what he doesn't realize is that Su Ming didn't accept Lin Xie as his disciple mainly because it was too much trouble. He is using the sword. Lin Xie is practicing the sword. Can not really take Lin Xie to drink every day? That is not a misguided. So don't be in a hurry. 7 nights. When I find the secret book of sword techniques one day, I will definitely take you as my disciple. Before that, I'm going to find a drink first. At this moment, and Xingyu also watched Su Ming leave with a face of adoration, and his feelings of wanting to join the Night's Watch instantly dissipated. Even Lin Xie is such a powerful guy. Su Ming seniors are not in the eyes. Himself, this small trash that only has a smart brain. How to be worthy of worshipping Su Ming. How to be worthy of joining the vigilantes. In the sight of Su Ming seniors are it. Therefore, and Xingyu secretly resolved to become stronger. 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 At this moment, the fruit knife in his hand flashed with a hint of golden light, as if responding to Xingyu. At this moment, a strange power surged out from his heart. His eyes became incomparably clear, and the bottom of his eyes were imperceptibly covered with a layer of gray. He had gained incomparably strong spiritual power. He looked at the snake's head and realized that he was actually able to look at it as if it were a machine and see how every part inside worked. But the snake's head was extremely delicate and it was impossible to see through it completely. The fruit knife in his hand flashed with golden light, and Xingyu and Lin Xie were dumbstruck, and strands of Su Ming's sword immortal laws actually remained on it, and Xingyu used it to stab into the snake's head and dissected it with incomparable ease. He cut inexplicably fast, his eyes were incomparably excited, and his body was trembling with excitement, even yelled with excitement. So it is. So that's it. I see. So that's how it works. Funny. Really funny. Elder Su Ming. Awesome. Lin Xie looked at Xingyu, who had fallen into madness, took a step back and silently left. Brother, I'm glad you're happy. Let's leave it at that. I'm so envious. And Xingyu even has Elder Su's divine weapon. I want it too. Lin Xie left with envious eyes and stopped disturbing this genius research. When he reached the stairway, he found Red Rouge and Minami locking Su Ming left and right. Prevents Su Ming from continuing to snub Lin Xie. Seeing Lin Xie walk out, Red Ruffian said with a smile, Brother 7 Nights. The mission was completed successfully. Let's go eat barbecued meat tonight? Zhao Kongqing's treat. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 53. What? Elder Su is also going to participate in the new recruit training? Barbecue? Zhao Empty City? Zhao Kongqing is back? Lin Xie was very surprised. It's kinda embarrassing to face him. Thinking so highly of himself, he ended up not worshipping Su Ming until now, not to mention being a competent night watchman. At that time, he also swore that he would protect his aunt and Yang Jin's, and arrogantly said that he would completely eliminate mystery and give everyone a safe environment to survive. But now it was a struggle to kill a single Nandu snake demon. There was simply a difference between himself and Senior Su Ming, one heavenly and one underground. If Elder Su was the Monkey King, he himself would be the Supreme Lord, the slag in the alchemy furnace. It's really not a joke. This is surprisingly true. Lin Xie was a bit embarrassed to go, feeling embarrassed to meet Zhao Kongqing. Therefore, Lin Xie silently lowered his head, being Red Tassel and Xishan and one left and one right, racking Su Ming, also froze for a moment. Lao Zhao, didn't he go to Shangjing City to become an instructor? Why did he suddenly come back? It is reasonable to say that the recruit training is after 3 days, and the instructors and everything are kept secret. What is the reason for coming back so early? The Vigilantes brass allowed old Cho to come back? However, since someone is buying dinner and drinks, it's a waste not to go. As for the general warning, oh, I'm invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 over Klein. No one can stop me from eating barbecue and drinking. Almost a month has not seen. I do not know how old Zhao did not bring good wine back to Lousy. Hey! Thus, Su Ming's head tilted, lying on top of Red Tassel's body, and faintly opened his mouth. Little ones, depart. Red Tassel and Xishan clenched their fists and rushed at Su Ming's body with a burst of punches and kicks, not giving Su Ming the slightest bit of face except for that handsome face. I fight. At hashtag Yuan at hashtag Yuan percent at percent. Call sister. I fight. At hashtag percent Yuan percent. Upper King City. Zhuoqing was incomparably shocked, and reported the observed analysis report of the 10,000 swords returning to Yifan. Canyon City. It's Canyon City again. The person who was able to awaken this group of disyating spirits and make them willingly dance with the sword was actually in Cangnan City. Yifan was also stunned, recalling the sword intent that roamed the sky just now, the silk leaking out of the sword immortal laws, the terrifying power that made his scalp numb. Yifan was both excited and shocked at the same time. What on earth did this kid Su Ming do? The 10,000 swords returning to the sect bearing the old ancestor's spirit was much more powerful than the previous flying star, 100 steps flying sword, and crossing the 8 directions. In just a month's time, This kid Su Ming was able to open the Yingling sect and get the old ancestors to step in to help. It was really awesome. Zhou Ping, your cousin seems to have surpassed you. Su Ming is the ultimate genius against all odds, worthy of being your Zhou Ping's cousin. Yes, there was light in Yifan's eyes as he looked towards Cangnan City. Zhuo Qing, keep blocking the news for me. Yes, Commander. Another blockade? Zhuo Qing, do you have any more good wine at home? Commander, it's gone. Not a drop. Hey, my family doesn't have any more either. The only 2 boxes of Gujing tribute wine. I let Zhao Kongqing take it away when he went back to Cangnan. Commander, Commander, Commander. You indulged him again. Zhuo Qing, you will understand later. I won't tell you now. That's Zhou Ping's brother. If you like to drink then drink more. Commander, you're really working hard for Zhou Ping too. No, I'm fighting this hard for Daxia. Good, Commander. With your words, I'll keep an eye on this matter. It's not just wine. Xiaopinga and Yuan Gang must have some good wine at their homes. I'll go and collect it. Good. By the way, you go inform Xiaopinga that the newcomer training is about to begin. Let's set the location at Cangnan City, so they can properly prepare for it. Ah, Commander, don't you usually go to the capital? Well, listen to me, Cangnan. Alright, Commander. Who do we let be the Chief Instructor and Deputy Chief Instructor this time? Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Empty City. Zhuoqing, W. Zhao Empty City. The moment. Zhao Kongqing has carried 2 boxes of red packaging, vintage original syrup year 30, 52 degrees of Gujing Gongjiu, and walked into a Kiki Hal barbecue restaurant. The store is decorated. Very Kiki Hal. With red and green cotton coats hanging on the walls and tablecloths all in big red festive colors. Just walking in I could smell the smell of charred meat and saw 2 fresh cows hanging in the freezer by the door. Those meats are red and white with bright red flesh, and they look like freshly slaughtered cows today. The owner is a real people person and the ingredients have to be fresh. The owner was very enthusiastic when he saw Zhao Kongqing. Coming old man. Ah, boss, book a big private room for 8 people. Okay, 999 upstairs. Any recommendations yet? Brother, you're pretty lucky. Look, good snowflake. Sometimes you can't find a piece like this in a day. I've got a beef rib fan that's a couple thousand out of a plate for you to catch. Ah, what about thousands? Older brother. Brother is right with you. Count you 58. How much? 58. Older brother is a real man. First, 4 plates. Then, 8 orders of cold noodles. We'll order the rest later when we're all together. Got it. The boss proceeded to cut the meat, and Zhao Kongqing, carrying 2 boxes of wine, went upstairs. Zhao Kongqing hadn't even opened the wine box yet, and Su Ming had already arrived smelling the smell. Old Cho, can it really bring back wine for your brother? Zhao Kongqing turned back. In fact, he didn't even need to turn back. He knew by smelling the smell of alcohol at the back that it was Su Ming who had come. Elder brother Su, you're here. Su Ming handed Zhao Kongqing a look, and broke free from the bonds of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, sliding like a loach to Zhao Kongqing's side and helping him unpack the wine. Looking at the 30-year-old Gujing Gongjiu and smelling the rich aroma of the wine, I couldn't wait to open a bottle and taste it. Good wine. Not only does it have a roasted wheat aroma, it's mellow and full-bodied, and it's round and smooth in the mouth with rich layers. In the mouth, a rich flavor ensues, and 52 degrees is just right. The wine has a rich aroma and a sweet taste, and the aftertaste is a bit saucy, making it a memorable experience. Only Mao Zi, so far, can match that. At this moment, Chen Mai and Wen Shima also arrived and shook their heads helplessly when they saw that Su Ming was already drinking. This kind of freedom is really the Wine Sword Immortal. Drink happy Su Ming, ruthlessly patted Zhao Kongqing. Nothing to say. Good brother. With this shot, Su Ming realized that Zhao Kongqing had lost weight. Everyone could see that Zhao Kongqing, in addition to his still bearded face and robust body, had lost a circle of weight. You can see that it is not easy to be the instructor of the newcomer set, and the training of the instructor. It is also very hard. Instructors with forbidden ruins were fine. Instructors like old Zhao who didn't have forbidden ruins had to pass extremely cruel tests if they wanted to teach their students. Lao Zhao also struggled to be licensed by the senior management as the instructor of this training set. Seeing Zhao Kongqing in this embarrassing state, Lin Chia unexpectedly had a feeling of sympathy with old Zhao. Old brother. You've suffered. Oh little brother. You've suffered too. By the way, hasn't Su Ming taken you as his disciple yet? No. Why? Elder Su Ming said that I'm too weak and wants me to pass the recruit intensive before saying anything. Set training? Oh, I'll tell you in secret. Don't tell anyone. Okay. Su Ming is also going to participate in the recruit intensive training. What? Elder Su is also going to participate in the recruit intensive training? Lin Qiye was incomparably shocked. Wasn't Senior Su Ming already a full member? And to be a new recruit and go to the set? Everyone knew about this shock from Lin Qiye. Everyone was very surprised. I go. The cousin of the great Summer Sword Saint. Commander Yifan gave the green light to send wine. Such a powerful relationship. Also want to participate in the recruit training? This ing with Kimchi country's military service. Is a reason, right? No one can not run. Unless you are Sun Xingmin that grandson. Chen Mai is not worried. Knowing the strength of Su Ming. Absolutely no problem. Just cannot guess what the top management is thinking? The Red Tassel and others heard. Su Ming also want to go to participate in the intensive training. Then panicked. Do not make a fuss. Let Su Ming this week drunkard to go to the intensive training. Have to die there Su Ming, on the other hand, looked indifferent and continued to tons and tons and tons. A few of the Red Raiders were in pain, but they quickly calmed down. In fact, it does not matter. Participate in it, be brushed down, continue to come back to Cangnan City. Shame on the captain and vice captain anyway. Lieutenant? Everyone reacted at the moment. And it's not like the lieutenant was called. Squad 136. Every time we get together, there must be one less person chanting. Nope. Lao Zhao realized that he had booked a table for 8 and how there was still an empty seat. Lang Xian. Where's my brother Xian? Chen Mai smoked a cigarette and calmly said, Lang Xian has always been a god, so there's no need to care. Si Xiaonan spread her hands. She couldn't contact Lang Xian either, so it seemed that something was really wrong. The moment. Lang Xian was lying quietly next to the forbidden sign. In blood-loss shock, Zhao Kongqing scratched his head and said, Alright, if Xian doesn't come, it's fine. There's an empty seat. How about, call the vice squad? I've ordered 8 orders of cold noodles. The owner is honest. The food is big. Don't waste it if you can't eat it. The peace firm. Wu Shangnan stared at the table of veggies again. Carrots, cabbage, zucchini, another day of feeding the rabbits. Isn't the mission over? Why don't you all come back for dinner? Clean up the bodies of the snake demons. Just let the logistics team do it. Where are the people? Tamiao, even Su Ming is not coming back? I even bought 2 bottles of Oxfordshire here to celebrate your completion of the mission. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing called. Hey, Shonan, come and have some barbecue. I'll go. Lao Zhao, you're back. Good. I'll inform everyone. Everyone's here. Just waiting for you. Unexpected. Happy or not? Grandma. 6. P.S. Recently take care of 2 children and live with the grandmother. Life is a little difficult. Update is also very difficult. Kneeling to thank you all, Robin. Also Fei. Pang Yuyan people reward. The data is dismal. Begging for collection. Begging for catching up. Begging for 5-star praise. The author with the whole family to thank the good people. Chapter 54. As long as it's related to alcohol. Su Ming is ridiculously strong. When Wu Shangnan arrived at the barbecue restaurant, he was silent as he looked at the table full of leftover meat and several bowls of mixed cold noodles that were bigger than a face bowl. So, you guys are calling me out because you can't eat? I only deserve leftovers? It's too much. I starved to death without eating food handed out in contempt. Chen Mai finished a cigarette and lit another one. Phew, how? The redhead rubbed her stomach. How can that be? Si Xiaonan burped. Been waiting for you. Wu Shangnan's face, even darker, black lines hanging from his head. Summing tun. In his compensatory smile, when Chima poured a cup of tea for Wu Shangnan, Zhao Empyrean rolled a piece of snowflake rib with a perilla leaf, dipped it in barbecue sauce, and handed it to Wu Shangnan. Shannon, just say yes or no. Taste it. Wu Shangnan sniffed the smell of the fragrant roasted meat. His throat beads rolled, swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, although he was craving for it, but still arrogantly said, Call me Lieutenant. I'm not hungry. Su Ming walked over with a bottle of wine and pressed Wu Shangnan into a chair. Your mouth is watering. Eat. Wu Shangnan tilted his neck and held his nostrils towards Su Ming, holding his arms and swallowing saliva frantically while pretending to be arrogant. Call me Lieutenant. Su Min Ursine Ro. Tun. Zhao Empyrean urchin directly stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth and raised the wineglass on the table. Lin Qiye shook his head. Matter, Mom. There's really a lot of things. That's when the boss adds food. Complimentary package of 1 skinny egg and tofu and 1 marinated foie gras. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Chen Mai waved his hand. Come on. Taste them all. Su Ming, don't just drink. Come, eat the food. The red tassel was obedient and dutifully took a piece of tofu with a spoon and put it in her mouth. For his part, Su Ming sat down and picked up his whistle and leapt to his feet. Having already drunk almost a case of wine and really not eating much, Drinking it down in white makes your stomach warm and you do need to eat some gazpacho to neutralize it. Seeing that Red Tassel had eaten a block of tofu, Su Ming asked curiously, "How's this tofu?" Red Rumor was honest. "Tender." Su Ming blinked. "How tender?" Red Ruffian couldn't find a good adjective for a while, so he pointed to himself and said confidently, "As tender as I am." Su Ming put down his spoon and picked up his chopsticks. "Then I'll try." When Shimo was grinning badly on the side, "Brother Ming, do you try the tofu or the red tassel?" Su spat as she gave him a look. "Of course it's tofu. It's as tender as red tassels." "Then it's not tofu, it's dried spices." Hong Ying clenched her fists, embarrassed to be angry in front of the crowd, and said hatefully to Si Xiaonan, "Nan, go inform Lang Xian. I want to eat fish." Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming a bit strange, Zhao Limperian hurriedly switched topics, looking toward Lin Chie. "Ouch. 7 nights. I've heard it all. Good boy. You have lived up to my expectations. My sword. In your hands it was used to great effect, using it to cut down the Nandu snake demon. Awesome." Lin Xie felt a bit flushed when he was praised so much by old Zhao. He hurriedly waved his hand and told old Zhao not to say anything. He sneaks out and pulls old Zhou out. The whole course of action was told in full to old Zhao. Old Zhao was dumbfounded as he listened, suddenly remembering that he had just seen the giant sword in the air. And Commander Yevon's orders. "Vigilantes, wherever you are, look to the sky now. All the Night's Watch. To the old fathers, salute, salute." So it is. Zhao Kongcheng is beyond stunned. So it is Su Ming ah. He sked and danced around, almost losing his temper in front of Lin Chie. He was very clear about how strong that 10,000 swords return was, and he could feel that creepy, scalp-tingling feeling from a distance of several thousand meters on the ground. A lifelong fear that you don't want to remember in this lifetime. Zhao Kongcheng looked with incomparable horror at tons and tons of drinking Su Ming, and couldn't help but feel a word of emotion in his heart. As long as it has something to do with alcohol, Su Ming you guy will be ridiculously strong. At this time, old Zhao suddenly thought of something and immediately pulled Su Ming to the toilet. Su Ming is a little puzzled. "Lao Zhao, you are a 9-foot man, but you are actually bent?" Old Zhao saw that Su Ming misunderstood and hurriedly explained. "Don't think too much. I'll be honest with you. Su-chan, I came back for 2 things only. First, I'll tell you the inside scoop on the set. A shocking secret." Su Ming, expressionless, looked at the urinal, thinking to come all the way here, on one before leaving. Wah! Old Zhao was stunned after seeing Su Ming carrying a huge root. After a moment of low self-esteem, he also pulls his pants down and competes with Su Ming to see who can pee farther. Wah! The men's strange desire to win came up and competed. Of course it ended in old Zhao's defeat. Getting older. Old Zhao when I was young. 10 meters to start. Far from it. Zhao Kongqing secretly whispered in Su Ming's ear. "I'll tell you a shocking secret. In order to deal with you, Commander-in-Chief Yifan personally ordered the masked squad to deal with you. So be careful. I'm only telling you. You must never tell anyone." Su Ming calmly and went back to the private room to drink. Dash. Zhao Kongqing followed over and looked at Su Ming's sprightly and uninhibited back and silently shouted. "Su Ming is awesome. You don't even put the special squad in your eyes. How awesome are you?" Zhao Kongqing didn't see the smirk on Su Ming's face. It was also unknown that Su Ming's system mission was to defeat the masked squad, so full of admiration and secretly picking a thumbs up. Su Ming, on the other hand, gave a cry in his heart. "Good job masked squad for coming. As long as we defeat this group of people, Wine Sword Immortal's 100 years of cultivation, old me will take it firmly. Defeating a team member is a 50,000 point mental power reward. Defeating King Face is even a 100,000 point mental power reward. Cool. Wait, I suddenly had a bold idea. The King's Face has a divine ruin that goes back in time, right?" The corner of Su Ming's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. "Think of a great way to quickly boost your mental strength. So, there's only one mission now, and that's to drink. Tons and tons and tons." Seeing Su Ming continue to booze it up, Zhao Kongqing's eyes were filled with admiration as he walked over to Chen Mai's side. "Captain, I'll tell you a secret. I'll only tell you. You mustn't tell anyone else." "Good." In order to deal with Su Ming, Commander-in-Chief Yifan personally ordered the masked squad to come. "I'm only telling you. You must never tell anyone." "Oh," Chen Mai replied faintly, mentally lulled. "Oh, no wonder. This old fox, Commander-in-Chief Yifan, was trying to try Su Ming's strength, right? Commander, let me put it to you this way. 10 masquerade squads are no match for Su Ming." Hearing Chen Mai also only let out an "oh," Zhao Kongqing froze. "Oh, Captain. Yay for the masked squad. Yay for awesome coaxing special squads. Why are you not surprised at all?" Zhao Kongcheng was filled with confusion. So unfulfilled. So, Zhao Kongcheng walked over to the red tassel and repeated. Oh. Walk over to Si Xiaonan and repeat. Oh. Walk over to Wu Shangnan and Wenwen Qima and repeat. I'll tell you a secret. I'm only going to tell you two. You two mustn't tell anyone else. Good. In order to deal with Su Ming, Commander-in-Chief Yifan personally ordered the masked squad to come. I'm only telling you two. You must never tell anyone else. Oh. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes were glaring off, and his person was dumbfounded and filled with shock. No. Are you all so indifferent to your own teammates? Yay for the masked squad. King face, yeah. The king's face, whose strength is second only to the commander's. Yay. They're coming against Su Ming. You guys, don't care at all? Yes. Red Tassel and all of them were indifferent because they felt that Su Ming was dead. There's no need to be surprised at all. They had originally thought that Su Ming couldn't even pass the training of an ordinary instructor, and that they could see how powerful the masked squad was, and maybe even quit drinking. There is no harm to Su Ming, and they can't wait to be happy with Red Tassel. Zhao Kongcheng was a little struck, a little sense of accomplishment, one of how not surprised. You guys can at least give a reaction to such a powerful news? Hey, boring. For nothing, let me, old Zhao, come back specially from Shangjing. Oh yeah, and Long Xian. Never mind, he's always on the prowl, and that ice cube will probably hear it and go like everyone else. Hey, it's a pity that in the entire 136th squad, Lang Xian is the only one who doesn't know. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. No one knows. Lang Xian had lost a lot of blood and was lying next to the forbidden sign, in a coma. Even Lang Xian could not have imagined that all of this was triggered by Su Ming's 10,000 swords return. Even if he woke up and sought revenge, he wouldn't know who to look for. 136 squad gatherings are like a curse. There must be one less person at every gathering. Zhao Kongcheng at this moment is incomparably depressed. Everyone did not react at all. It is really a strong psychological quality. What else can make you this group of people feel surprised? Only Lin Chie, after overhearing Zhao Kongcheng's words and repeating them 5 times, was incomparably shocked. It was as if the heart had set off a shocking wave that could not be calmed for a long time. Bullseye. Elder Su Ming is awesome. To be able to make Commander-in-Chief Yi pay attention to it, to have the commander send him a drink, and to have the special squad come to the set to accompany him, giving enough face to Senior Su Ming. Awesome. Lin Chia now couldn't even imagine just how powerful Senior Su Ming was. Therefore, one could only silently look at Su Ming with a face of adoration. The heart is full of reverence, non-stop opening and handing drinks to Su Ming. He vowed to worship Su Ming. Su Ming is also not polite. Tons and tons. 2 boxes of Gujing tribute wine 30 all into his stomach. Chen Mai and others can only ha beer, another enjoyable meal. And Su Ming's ears were constantly ringing with the system's beeps. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 2,400. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 2,400. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 2,400. A single potluck meal added 26,400 points of mental energy. Cool. After the potluck, holding the last bottle of wine, Su Ming was ready to go home with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Zhao Kongcheng, however, pulled Su Ming back and whispered in his ear. Dude, I have to tell you something else. Su Ming. Oh, yes, Lao Zhao just said to come back to do 2 things. What else? Tons and tons and tons. P.S. Recently take care of 2 children and live with the grandmother. Life is a little difficult. Update is also very difficult. Kneeling to thank you all Robin. Also Fei, Pang Yuyen people reward. The data is dismal. Begging for collection. Begging for catching up. Begging for 5-star praise. The author with the whole family to thank the good people. Chapter 55. I'll let 7 knights wear women's clothes. And you too one buy me a case of Mao Tai. Zhao Imperial City's eyes were a bit red, and there were a bit of tear tracks in his eyes, as if he had suffered some kind of grievance. He lit a cigarette in the wind, his face slightly lined, and after taking 2 sharp puffs, he began to tell the second incident. Brother, you gave me the credit for the previous Ghostface King, allowing me the honor of going to Shangjing and being awarded the Medal of Heroism and included in the recruit training system. I've been put on the instructor team for this year's recruit intensive. Back half a month ago, the commander organized instructor training, and I was tortured, looked down upon by the other instructors for not having the forbidden ruins. They all don't believe that I killed the Ghostface King, and taught me that a man with no forbidden ruins is worthy of being a hero and teaching new recruits. Hey, IA did not have the instructor of the forbidden market. It's so hard to stay in Shangjing. It's a disgrace to our 136th squad. Instructor training is over. I'm not rushing back to buy you a drink on my way back to tip you off. Although the wine was given by Commander Yi, this barbecue was paid for by me. Old Zhao. So brother, can you help me awaken the forbidden ruins or make me stronger? Su Ming tons finished the last bottle of Gujinggongju 30 in his hands. The corners of his mouth showed a hint of a smile. No wonder Lao Zhao gave himself such a good drink. The feelings of your damned borrowed flowers. Ah. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 2,400. Su Ming sized up Zhao Kongchang. His flesh was mortal. There was no sign of being able to awaken the forbidden ruins. Right now, he could only help geniuses like Lin Chiye and Xingyu to awaken the forbidden ruins. Lao Zhao. For the time being, there's nothing I can do. Su Ming opened the system panel to check it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136. Cousin of Dixia's Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Nephew of third uncle. Realm, Sea Realm. Mental power, 323. 400 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 61 years of cultivation, invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 above Klein. Weapon, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Crossing 8 directions. 10,000 swords. 6 chakra divine sword. Mission, defeat the masked squad. For each team member defeated, 50,000 points of permanent mental power will be rewarded. Defeating the king's face will reward 100,000 points of permanent mental power. And 100 years of cultivation for the Wine Sword Immortal. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave the law of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill the enemy, and help geniuses awaken the forbidden ruins, etc. System upgrade materials, Forbidden Yao Guang. 1 transformation of 3,000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the forbidden ruins, etc. Su Ming before, can help Lin Chiye awakening? To Wang Xiao 2 people garbage are able to protect the master, precisely because of the existence of this, luck. For now, one could only casually awaken the forbidden ruins for old Zhao after upgrading his own system. Looking at the upgrade materials, looks like it's time to go after the Bailey family. Therefore, regarding old Zhao's claim, Su Ming couldn't help him awaken the forbidden ruins, but he could make him stronger. And, it has long since made him stronger. Otherwise you think Su Ming, why would he give his star knife to Zhao Kongqing? Su Ming looked at his own blade in old Zhao's hand, which was covered with his own sword immortal laws, especially his own name Su Ming 2 words. In the eyes of the spiritual power strong people, glittering, below the Chuan realm, you will be beheaded. Chuan realm to Sea realm, must be hurt. It's just that old Zhao, these mortals, couldn't see it with their fleshly eyes. Strike that, too, just in time for the wine to run out. Lao Zhao, serve the young master a drink. 2 cases of thatch. Seeing that Su Ming had a solution, Zhao Kongqing didn't hesitate at all. Deal. The corner of Su Ming's mouth lifted as he nudged his mouth and asked, has that knife ever been sheathed? Zhao Emporian City scratched his head with a face full of bafflement. No, we train with bamboo swords, and the one you gave me hasn't been sheathed yet. Su Ming hiccuped, the smell of wine overflowing as he stretched out his skinny arm and laughed. Good. Here's the knife. Brothers catch the sword. Swish. Curse your mommy boom. Sung. Old Zhao catch the sword. Okay. Let me put it to you this way. Lao Zhao, this is a knife to try. Knife? It's pretty dang-o. After Su Ming left a mysterious smile, he was carried away by Red Tassel by the ears. The Red Tassel was still barking before he left. Old Zhao, Su Ming is drunk. Are you drunk too? It's not good to play with anything. You guys play with the star blade. How dangerous. No more next time. Got it? Old Zhao held the knife, nodded frantically at the Red Tassel, and watched the young couple. Love leave. Zhao Kongqing pulled out the star knife, looked left and right. Nothing special. Not just an ordinary star knife? The sharpness was the same as the knife he had given to Lin Chiye. Just as Zhao Kongqing was puzzled, Chen Mai and Lin Chiye walked over. Both of them looked at old Zhao's knife with incomparable astonishment. Asterisk. Old Zhao, on this blade of yours, there is a divine aura. Old Zhao, this knife, you mustn't just take it out. Old Zhao was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Mai's serious appearance and Lin Chiye's shocked appearance. It didn't seem like a joke. He asked warily, Captain, why? All I know is that just now, Su Ming said that this knife is very dangly. Is it true? Chen Mai said very calmly. It's true. So it was Su Ming who helped you get it. No wonder. Old Zhao, now with your sword, below the Sea realm, you will be caught. Sea realm to infinite realm. Must be injured. It's so powerful. You must be careful how you use it. Don't draw it on your own teammates. The divine law's up there. The divine aura emanating from it. I'm scared. Lin Xie looked at the sword with incomparable envy, his heart's admiration for Su Ming rising to another level. To casually touch the star blade and have such a powerful divine aura. Just how strong was Senior Su Ming? He looked at his sword again and suddenly realized, as long as Elder Su Ming touches it? Nope. There was a mysterious spell just now. So, just keep pleasing Elder Su Ming? Just learn from old Zhao and buy Senior Su Ming a drink. But, now one has no money. He looked to Chen Mai and asked in a low voice, Captain, can I lend you some money? What are you doing? I want to buy wine. No, underage drinking is prohibited. It's not me. Lin Xie looked at Chen Mai's rapidly fleeing back, sighed, and looked at old Zhao again. Old Zhao spread his hands. My money is useful. 7 nights. If you want money, earn it yourself. I, Lao Zhao, will tell you a way to make money. Collecting forbidden objects and turning them into the officer can be exchanged for quite a few miles. So cheer up during the recruit training. Lin Xie understood that he could only wait for the time when the new recruits were gathered for training. Training must be ramped up again in order to shine in the recruitment intensive. Therefore, Lin Xie silently walked towards the peace office. And Zhao Kongcheng was full of joy and excitement. He didn't sleep all night. And the next day he went to pick up Su Ming early, and invited Su Ming to drink big wine for 3 days in a row. Every day Mao Tai and meat at all times. Su Ming drank good wine for 3 days in a row and gained another 800 points of spiritual energy. Recruit training is about to start, and Lao Zhao has to rush back to Shangjing. Chen Mai then asked the 3 to go together. He instructed some precautions to Su Ming and Lin Xie, learning that Su Ming and Lin Xie will follow Zhao Kongqing today. Red Riding and the others were still a bit reluctant to part with it, although Su Ming is a little drunk, but after spending time together, there are feelings. There was also Lin Xie, being a divine agent and working so hard. Everyone looked up to him, but the parting is imminent. There's nothing you can do if you can't give it up. That afternoon, Lao Zhao drove the car, and the two of them, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan, took Su Ming and Lin Xie for shopping, and Captain Chen paid for that day's consumption. Whoa, Minami, that piglet's bedsheet is so pretty. Why don't you buy one for them? Hurrah hurrah hurrah, that pink suitcase is awesome. How about 2? Hurrah hurrah hurrah, Minami, Snow White limited edition backpack. Isn't it awesome? Hurrah hurrah hurrah. Wow, look at this little dress. How perfect for 7 nights. Good wah-aha. Woohoo % at %. Lin Xie covered Si Xiaonan's mouth in death and spoke solemnly. Sister Red Ruffles, I don't think it suits me. With a look of regret on her face, Honging discussed with Xiaonan that Lin Xie should look quite good in women's clothing. Su Ming shook the bottle of wine that was about to be drained and said as he came up to the 2 men, Dare we make a bet? I'll let 7 nights wear women's clothes, and you 2 will buy me a case of Mao Tai 1 by 1. Lao Zhao is going to play even after hearing that. Bet. Su Ming blinked. Okay, 2 boxes for you. Old Zhao's eyes widened. Why the hell should I have 2 boxes? Su Ming said indifferently. It's my respect for my sisters. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan felt very flattered and nodded in satisfaction. Egu, the little drunkard can finally speak human. Bet. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. The data is dismal. Begging for collection. Begging for catching up. Begging for 5-star praise. The author with the whole family to thank the good people. Chapter 56, Lin Xie Women's Clothing. Si Xiaonan picks up the camisole. Hearing the red tassels, Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongcheng all want to bet. A smile lifted up on Su Ming's face, which looked very bright in the sunlight, and his angular face looked exceptionally handsome. If Su Ming wasn't an alcoholic, Honging and Si Xiaonan would have pursued him backwards. Simply the perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of the girls. However, after smelling the smell of alcohol on Su Ming's body, Si Xiaonan frowned. She suddenly reacted. That's a bad bet. They have their bets. Where's Su Ming's? Thus, the clever Si Xiaonan hurriedly asked. Su Ming, wait a moment. This bet. What if you lose? What are you betting with us? Su Ming smiled slightly, and with her slender hand, she pointed at herself. I lost the bet and I've never drank again. Upon hearing that Su Ming had gambled so heavily, Honging couldn't help but clap her hands happily. Okay, Su Ming, I'd rather not wear women's clothes for 7 nights than have you drink again. It hurts your body too much. Si Xiaonan looked at Su Ming with a bit of surprise, then smiled. Su Ming, you've had too much to drink. You can dig your own hole and jump yourself. 7 nights stubbornness. Can't you see it after all this time? How is it possible that a teenager who can be disciplined enough to train every day and live in a peace office, you make him dress in women's clothes? What's the difference between this and that in the street? Unless he's crazy. Zhao Kongcheng also put his thick arm on Su Ming's shoulder and quietly advised a sentence. Dude, isn't that playing a little too big? If a man quits drinking, aren't we wasted? Su Ming still had a faint smile on his face, and in his heart, he was very confident that he could pin down Lin Qiye. Even if you can't hold it and use force, you still have to put it on Lin Qiye. The truly strong never complain about the big picture. So, losing, it is impossible to lose. Su Ming let Honging pick 2 pieces of clothing and carried them himself to Lin Qiye's side. He looked at Lin Qiye very seriously. 7 nights, do you really want to worship me? When Lin Qiye heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Of course, are you agreeing? His brain spun fast and he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Master again, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Lin Qiye immediately wanted to worship Su Ming. Su Ming hurriedly coughed. Ahem. Wait. Here. This is your test from your master. Put it on. Su Ming unfolded 2 pieces of clothing and showed them to Lin Qiye, meaning to choose one. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. I've just rejected Sister Red Riding Hood. Why still come? He shook his head frantically. Not wearing it, deadly not to wear. Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan, and Zhao Kongcheng, who were watching from afar, saw Su Ming being so direct and shaking his head in fear of 7 nights, and they followed suit. Take a look. Just as Si Xiaonan expected, Lin Qiye was dead set on not wearing it. The 2 of them, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, glanced at each other, their eyes full of happiness. They felt that the victory was assured. This Su Ming brat had fallen into the hole he had dug for himself. Be a good boy and quit drinking. Brat. However, Su Ming's side didn't panic in the slightest. His face didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat as he continued to persuade Lin Qiye to dress up in women's clothing. Su Ming had a dress in one hand and a camisole in the other. A harmless smile appeared on his face, and his eyes narrowed into squints. Young Divine Agent Yo, do you want to wear this dress? Or this halter top? Or do you want to run around naked? Su Ming looked at Lin Qiye with a nuclear goodness on his face, not threatening in the slightest. 3 options were placed in front of Lin Qiye. Was the heart not nuclear good enough? Lin Qiye felt the monstrous fear, felt the numbing sword intent on his scalp, and coughed up blood in a frenzy. The mind is still resisting. I'm not wearing it. No way. Senpai, you don't have some bad fetish. It's the same as getting into the Diwan society. If you want to learn how to do it, sleep with the master first. To learn better, rub more for the master. These are okay. However, the women's, isn't it too much? Sorry, it's not a maid's outfit. Lin Qiye, don't wear them. This is professionalism from a cowboy, and I urge you to be kind and not break the rules. Elder Su. A look of death on Lin Qiye's face emerged. Su Ming saw that Lin Qiye was very hesitant and looked like he would not wear it even if he died. Knowing that a strong attack wouldn't work, he switched to a different approach. Hard doesn't work. Thus, Su Ming began to shake the 2 pieces of clothing, which shone with the slightest divine aura. As Su Ming's hand speeded up, the divine aura shook more and more. Lin Qiye looked dumbfounded. Look out. All me out to drool. Think of Wang Xiao's tinderbox, casually burning snake demons. Think of Lu Yuan's lighter, casually summoning the golden shield. Think about Zhang Qian's wooden sword, casually slapping the snake demon to death. Think of Anqing Fish's fruit knife, dissecting random snake heads. Think about Zhao Empyrean City's starblade. Under the sea realm it must be cut, and from the sea realm to the infinite realm it must be injured. Lin Qiye cried with envy. Now, when such an opportunity is in front of you, are you sure not to cherish it? Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and looked at the lovely skirt with the slightest hint of sword intent left behind by Su Ming. For sure, it's definitely an artifact, or at least a talisman. Lin Qiye clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, ruthlessly wearing. Lin Qiye changed her clothes on the street and put on a pink dress. It's the prettiest spot on the street. Big beautiful girl. Su Ming nodded, stifling a laugh, and dropped the camisole. Very well, you sink your teeth into it, and after you pass the set, I'll think about it. Lin Qiye was petrified and froze in place. Just thinking about it? And yes, 1 is too weak. No wonder the seniors wanted to give themselves this dress. It was a talisman for them. Moving. Thank you, Elder Su Ming. No, can I change my name to Master now? Lin Qiye looked at Su Ming with a touched face, once again igniting the urge to become stronger. This time, during the recruit training, he would definitely not disgrace Master Su Ming. At this moment, seeing the female-clothed Lin Qiye and the very pleased Su Ming walking towards them, the Red Tassel trio was incomparably shocked, especially Si Xiaonan, dumbfounded, looked at all this. At the camisole Su Ming casually threw away. An incomparably powerful divine aura shone on that, flowing with terrifying sword intent laws. So, while Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng were poking fun at Lin Qiye, she excused herself to go to the restroom and twisted her head to buy this dress. When Si Xiaonan surveyed Su Ming again, she unexpectedly saw an incomparably powerful divine shadow, which shocked her to no end. He even mentally scolded himself for being foolish and stupid like a pig. How come it's not until now that I realized Su Ming's ridiculously strong and has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It's all caused by prejudice. There's no way. Who told Su Ming to look like a drunkard all day long? Si Xiaonan hadn't paid much attention to Su Ming's divine ruins at all. Looking at the laws of sword intent flowing within Su Ming's body, just thinking about all the visions from before, and this law-strewn camisole in his arms, Si Xiaonan also revealed the very same smile as Chen Mai, proud that Daxia had such a godlike figure. Meanwhile, she suddenly felt that she was saved. A dusty plan, woven once again. At this moment, Lin Qiye seemed to be used to the pink dress and didn't care about other people's eyes, quietly following Su Ming's lead. Red Tassel and Zhao Empyrean City, incomparably stunned and shocked. The two kept asking after Su Ming, "How did you do that? How the hell did you do that?" Su Ming smiled lightly and said lightly, "Nothing else, only the hand is familiar." Su Ming, who was pretending to be a bully, unsurprisingly gained two faces of contempt. Su Ming didn't care and even made up for it. "Don't forget your bets. All sorrows are bitter, but happiness is like a god. Oh, hashtag. Oh, hashtag. When Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng looked at his smug appearance, they wanted to hit him so badly. However, Lin Qiye and Si Xiaonan, both of their divine ruins, suddenly moved. The two were shocked to discover that they had unexpectedly become stronger, and had their own unique understanding of the use of divine ruins. Si Xiaonan, who had returned, also followed Su Ming silently just like Lin Qiye. "So Ming, you talk so well. If you can talk more." The two can't wait to get stronger again. Early the next morning, train station entrance. The people from Squad 136 sent Su Ming's trio to the entrance of the station. Lin Qiye asked curiously, "Where's Lang Xian?" "I managed to get on target at 30 meters. I haven't shared the good news with him yet." Zhao Kongcheng was also a bit disgruntled. "Yeah, where's Lang Xian? He didn't come to see us off." Chen Mai spread his hands helplessly. "Lang Xian has always been a god, so there's no need to care. Old Zhao, take care of 7 knights. Someone dares to pick a fight, you set it up. Don't let Su Ming make a move." Chen Mai was afraid that Su Ming had wasted a group of new recruits with a single strike. Lao Zhao nodded and patted his chest, reassuring the captain. "And Su Ming is tons and tons and tons." The ticket gate started checking the tickets, and Su Ming's 3 entered the station. Security wouldn't let Su Ming in because he was carrying alcohol, so Su Ming had to show off a bottle of Mao Tai in front of the staff. Tons and tons, looking silly at everyone at the station. At this moment, Chen Mai received a message from the commanding officer. He was in a state of shock. Raising his head violently, he pointed at Su Ming and the others and roared, "Later, all 3 of you, get your asses back here. The intensive training is in Cangnan City. Lao Zhao, you are the deputy chief instructor." Everyone was incomparably shocked, all of them staring wide-eyed. Isn't this blatant? Giving Cangnan a free pass? Relationships are awesome. Lao Zhao is confused. Everyone is happy. This time the new recruits intensive training. Su Ming and Lin Qiye. Steady. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. 2 chapters of 6,000 words, equal to 3 more. The author really tried hard. Code words: code dizziness, anemia, reference to this article's cold Xian. The data is dismal. Begging for collection, begging for more, begging for 5-star praise. The author with the whole family to thank the good people. Chapter 57, Storm Clouds. New recruit intensive training is about to begin. Chapter 57, Storm Clouds. Recruit intensive training is about to begin. At this moment, seeing the red tassel, Wen Qima and the others desperately waving, the corner of Su Ming's mouth raised. Lulu. I think the recruit training is in Cangnan, not in Sangkyung. That's weird. Why now? I have no choice but to go for a refund, I guess. Ha. While Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye had already gone through the security check, the two were still rushing Su Ming at the entrance to the station. "Master, it's almost time to check the tickets. Do we have to drink that mouthful of wine?" "Brother, don't drink and play handsome. You've got a red tassel and you're still going around seducing little girls? Look at that. Red tassel can't even look at you. He's going to come over and beat you up." "Hey, like I'm not going to beat you up. Is it to make us go back? We're all in." "What's the captain yelling about? The set training is in Cangnan? I'm the deputy chief instructor." "Ha? You, Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie stood at the entrance to the station with confused faces, not knowing what was going on now. Su Ming, who was standing at the ticket gate, calmly put the empty wine bottle on the table and cheerfully went to return the ticket. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk, oh. Leaving behind Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie, who were looking at each other in dismay, as well as the dumbfounded ticket inspectors. My goodness, what a day. Not even a peanut on, raw dry a bottle of Moutai, wine fairy, to the shocked eyes of the ticket inspector, and a crowd of passengers. Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie silently walked out from the exit, at the urging of the red tassel, when Chimo and the others, go and return the tickets. As a result, it's past the time for a refund. Besides, when you enter the station, the ticket has already been checked and treated as a ride without refund. When Chimo looked at the voided ticket inside, hey, if Captain Chen knew, he'd probably be heartbroken. Over $2,000. Su Ming, on the other hand, returned the train ticket at the last possible moment, holding a handful of red tickets in his hand. When GMO couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Damn you. I didn't expect the most reliable one to be Su Ming, and the one who ended up stopping the damage to Captain Chen was this little drunkard. AI. Fate brings people together. In the next second, Su Ming gave the red ticket to someone else and carried a box of wine back. Everyone was silent again. Wen Chima. Pretend I didn't say that. Red writing and others. Not bad for you, Su Ming. The crowd returned to the van. Chen Mai in the passenger seat. His face turned green. His silence was deafening. Driver Wu Shangnan was also in silence, unable to figure out why this year's intensive training would be set in Cangnan City. The car was so quiet that one could hear Chen Mai's heart dripping blood. When Chima saw how awkward the atmosphere was and said after coughing lightly twice, that, Lao Zhao, 7 nights, the train ticket wasn't refunded. That's not your problem. Don't take it to heart. That, we want to do something good. This training place is in Cangnan. We can visit you guys. The intensive training is closed. We can't get in. Wu Shangnan spoke quietly, depressing the atmosphere in the car once again. When Chima looked at the luggage of the three, then at least, bought quite a few things for the intensive training. Right, down coats, warm babies, electric mattresses. Sangnan's winter doesn't use these. Wu Shangnan struck out without emotion. Chen Mu wildly and lovelessly told Wu Shangnan to shut up and glanced at Su Ming with a very incomprehensible look. You've refunded the tickets. You've got the money. Why do you want to spend it? If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, if it weren't for the fact that you're Zhou Ping's cousin, and if it weren't for the fact that you're a top secret that Commander Yi has made it mandatory to comply with, I would have torn your doggy ass up by now. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, alas. Chen Mai looked at the empty and deflated wallet and sighed heavily, looking at the luggage that several of them were holding. Chen Mai helplessly whispered, 7 nights, old Zhao, look at what you bought. Can I return it? One could only count on these two, as the wine that Su Ming had bought for his special meow was already unpacked and drunk. Seeing Chen Mai is clueless. Want to die. Guangshan City, a luxury clubhouse. Chubby Time was lying on the sofa, bare-chested, looking at the notice with a surprised face. Cangnan? Where is Cangnan? Wasn't it always in the capital? After listening to the housekeeper's explanation, Bailey Fatty thought about it and put the Harvest King grapes in his hand back into the basin. A big hand. Book a plane to fly on here day. I'll leave on here day. The housekeeper and the 5 bodyguards were stunned. No way, little master. Have already greeted the night watchman and reserved the best dormitory for Bailey Chubby. There's no need to rush off. However, Chubby's mind was made up and he waved his hand. Canton is too boring. I want to go meet new people. The butler thought for a moment, held up his monocle, and advised the young master to speak Mandarin. Chubby Time thought about it and decided to speak common hair. He motioned for the wonderful girl who was pinching his feet to go down and stood up. I've enjoyed myself enough in these 10 years or so. Little master, it's time for a different kind of life. Cangnan? I'm not. On Mount Jiuhua, the Zen garden is filled with Buddhist sounds and sandalwood incense. The old monk in robe came to see Chao Yuan to deliver a letter. Chao Yuan opened his eyes slightly and read the letter for a long time after opening it. Cangnan. Master, what do you think? Should I go? The old monk folded his hands. Ba. I'm old enough to think. You should go. Hesitation passed through Chao Yuan's eyes. But the sins in me. The old monk's eyes were deep and calm. Killing is a sin. Saving the world is a merit. And it is only when the merits and demerits are balanced that one can be at ease. Monk Chao, it's time to put it down. Chao Yuan was silent for a long time, and similarly folded his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for your enlightenment. After the old monk returned his salute, he reminded a word that Chao Yuan would meet a nobleman on this trip to Cangnan. Chao Yuan was shocked. Nobleman? Master, what are the characteristics of your people? The old monk closed his eyes, folded his hands, and his voice sounded like an ancient bell. The grass is in pairs, the office is below, the sun rises in the east, and the bright moon has no light. Ba. Chow Yuan is very puzzled. The sun rises in the east and the bright moon has no light? The sun rises as usual and there's no light? No hope? But sunrise in the west. It's simply not possible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, the sun came out of the west today. Could it be that the nobleman has a way to save me from the impossibility of escaping from my sins? From the impossibility of getting out of my misery? Thinking of this, Chow Yuan's heart burst with joy. Hands together. Thank you, Master. I'm going too. The next day, the Cangnan training camp, which had been prepared long ago. The footprint. Great. All 10 miles around were set up with barriers and were extremely well guarded. No one's allowed in except the recruits. At this moment, Yuan Gang and the other instructors had already arrived and were looking over the list of recruits. They all lamented the fact that this year's list of recruits was, well, a damn exaggeration. Even Yuan Gang, who had seen great storms, was secretly staggered. Asterisk. In. What the hell kind of lineup is this year? The other instructors, all curious, came over and were beyond shocked to see the list in the chief's hands. The young master of the Bailey family. Divine agent. 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden marketeers and 1 in the top 50 of the sequence. Tamiao the Sword Saint Zhoping's cousin is here. All hardcore. Yuan Gang was stunned beyond belief in his heart. Finally figuring out why Commander Yifan had sent the masked squad to hold down the fort. Only a demon can suppress a demon. At this moment, the Special Forces soldier at the sentry post reported back. Report, 3 figures approaching in the distance. A high school student, dragging a piggyback suitcase in his hand. One wears the rank of Deputy Chief Instructor of Zhaokoncheng, and there's a big handsome guy. He's got nothing with him and he's drinking. That's right, sir. This man is drinking. Drinking? Yuan Gang and the others frowned. Sure enough, it's a tough one. Get personal and meet this guy. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 58. Never seen such an arrogant person in my life. The scorching sun is hot. Outside of the training camp, Zhao Kongcheng led Su Ming and Lin Qiye as they marched along the rugged muddy road, sweat constantly slipping down their cheeks. Looking at the long road ahead, covered in stinky sweat, Lin Qiye couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Is there really a training camp in this hole? Old Zhao, the captain isn't fooling us because we didn't return the goods, is he? Zhao Kongcheng looked at the address given on the top. Right. Su Ming, on the other hand, felt good and continued to carry the bottle of wine. Tons and tons and tons. With yesterday's awkward send-off, today's bout wasn't so big. When Qima drove the car, accompanied by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, and sent them to the entrance. According to Chin Mai, this was in Cangnan, their squad 130 SAXS territory. Whoever dared to bully Su Ming and Lin Qiye would come over with a knife in a single phone call. That's why he and Wu Shangnan aren't coming today. In fact, the two of them went to complain about the train tickets. Chen Mai vowed to take back what was lost. All of it. Chen Mai looked at the empty and deflated wallet and choked. Angina. When I think of what Su Ming did. Su Ming's few people said that it didn't matter. Anyway, they couldn't see each other with their heads down. Instead, it was Si Xiaonan who surprised everyone. Because Si Xiaonan's attitude towards Su Ming actually had a 180-degree reversal. After getting off the bus, Si Xiaonan actually took the initiative to give Su Ming wine to drink. 4 bottles of Guojiao 1573 in a delicate little sack. That's $1,400 for a bottle of wine. Si Xiaonan is out for blood. Her behavior caused Hong Ying and Wen Qima to be extremely shocked. Nan, you're aiding and abetting the enemy. Nan, you're trying to make Su Ming get a lecture on his first day. Si Xiaonan smiled and didn't say anything. And Su Ming was happy. Just in time to finish the wine he bought at the train station yesterday, which Nan had given himself. He was also curious. When did Si Xiaonan change his nature? He wouldn't really want to shade a handful of himself. Purposely let him drink and get criticized by the instructor on the first day, right? It doesn't matter. When Su Ming looked up from his drink and saw that Si Xiaonan was wearing that camisole, he instantly understood. It is all about pleasing. Si Xiaonan's ghostly and elfin, must be trying to get himself to help against Loki, the god of trickery. Su Ming, who read Si Xiaonan's meaning, nonchalantly tons and tons and tons. The implication is clear. The deal is done. But 4 bottles of wine is not enough. Su Ming was overjoyed in his heart. There was one more gold master who could dilly-dally with the wine. After bidding farewell to Red Tassel and the others, Su Ming's trio began to advance towards the training camp. However, Su Ming has dried up 2 bottles of wine. There was still no sign of the intensive training camp. which caused Lin Chiye to express deep skepticism. Unbeknownst to them, this is a test for new recruits. If recruits can't even find and get into an intensive training camp, what qualifications do they have for training? According to Yuan Gang's words, the training camp will only train the elites. It will never accept trash. However, since Soman had been drinking, it was just too much and showed no respect for the set. That's why Yuan Gang sent someone to shake things up. Buzz dash. The sound of a car roaring rang out from the distance, rolling and rushing dust as it rushed towards Su Ming and the others. After the dust flew, a camouflaged military SUV violently and sharply braked in front of Su Ming's trio. An officer popped up and greeted Zhao Kongcheng first, saluting. Hello, Chief. As soon as Zhao Empyrean City heard someone call him Chief, his expression immediately became serious and he pretended to nod his head. The officer immediately jumped down from the car and helped Zhao Empyrean City with his luggage, then carefully sized up Su Ming and Lin Chiye. You too, what are you doing? Su Ming ignored it and walked straight up to the SUV, sitting in the passenger side. Tun dash. The drivers are baffled. Who are you? Lin Chiye hurriedly explained a sentence. New recruits. Intensive training. Recruits? The officer and driver were furious. What kind of tugging recruit is that? Never seen such arrogance in my life. Seeing Su Ming being so lawless, not only did he ignore them, but he also drank in front of them, and he even got into their car for crying out loud. The faces of the officer and the driver darkened, feeling offended and provoked. Who the hell are you? Why do you feel that the spectrum is bigger than the head of Yuan Gang? The officers, in particular, had already rolled up their sleeves, revealing their tanned and sturdy arms, wanting to throw Su Ming down. He directly reached out to grab Su Ming's bottle of wine, just when he wanted to get angry and teach this little drunkard a lesson for Yuan Gang, giving him a hard time. Suddenly, the officer felt a terrifying divine power, and a hand, stronger than his, gripping his little arm. He whipped his head around and was dying of fear. Lin Chiye's eyes had golden furnaces burning in them, gazing at him with divine might. It was as if the officers dared to make any unfavorable moves against Su Ming, and in the next second, they would be burned to ashes by Lin Chiye's divine might. And the one holding his small arm was Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. The icy look was as if it was threatening him. If you dare to act against Su Ming, you will be expelled and kicked out of the training camp, plus a severe beating. The officer and the driver were startled and very confused as to why these two were so protective of a drunkard. The officer calmed his surprised expression and asked with a puzzled tone, Chief, why are you so protective of this new recruit? Zhao Empyrean City sneered coldly, not even bothering to explain with an icy sentence. I'm afraid you'll die. A threat, a red-hot threat. The officer frowned, his voice loud and very serious. Chief Zhao, there are rules in the intensive training camp. Drinking is strictly forbidden. So today, I don't care who he is or what his status is, he can't drink on the set camp grounds. Zhao Empyrean gave him a cold look, a very disgusted kind of look. Why is this guy like Wu Shangnan, following dead rules? Rules, they're meant to be broken. Now, I'm the rule, and I'm allowing him to drink. Officers, people stupid. Zhao Deputy Chief Instructor, you crazy? In case the commander knows about it. In case Commander Yifan knows about it. Mustn't he cut your position and kick you in the ass? Besides, here now, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang has the final say. He made the rules. Don't make it hard for us. So the officer told Zhao Kongcheng what he thought, attempting to use Yuan Gang to pressure old Zhao. Old Zhao snorted disdainfully and patted the officer's shoulder. Yuan Gang's place. I'll talk. Go, take me to him. Thus, the officer had to let Zhao Kongcheng go unruly and lead them into the camp. Get out of the car. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao, a group of instructors, were already waiting here. After seeing Zhao Empyrean City, a few people made a few expressionless courtesies. Upon seeing Lin Chiye, his attitude eased a bit. After all, he felt the divine ruins from him and knew that it was the only divine agent among the recruits. Not simple. When Yuan Gang and Hong Hao and a bunch of other instructors saw Su Ming carrying a bottle of wine and hiccuping as he got out of the car, looking like an alcoholic, the dislike was visible to the naked eye. The instructors secretly made fun of Zhao Kongcheng. Oh, you're at Cangnan City. There isn't much besides this divine agent. Who is this drunkard? Is he here to accompany the divine agent to accompany the run? Dare to drink in front of Chief Yuan Gang. Really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. See, we'll die a miserable death in a while. It's over. Chief Instructor Yuan's first fire will definitely burn on this little drunkard. There's a good show to watch. As expected, Yuan Gang looked at Su Ming with a dark face, angry eyes, and a horrifying aura, gritting his teeth. It was like a tiger that had exploded its hair, creeping out the people around it and making their scalps numb. Yuan Gang, who had majesty written all over his face, took a pair of tiger eyes and glared at Zhao Kongcheng. The voice was unmistakably powerful and full of anger. Him? Who? Old Zhao. How dare you allow him to drink here? There are no rules at all. These two words had frightened a group of timid soldiers, which showed how terrifying Yuan Gang was. The officers and drivers who stood up straight, with eyes full of light, looked at Zhao Kongcheng with an expectant face, eager to see old Zhao eat his words. The heart said, you damn crazy ah. You again crazy ah. Didn't they say rules are meant to be broken? Come on. You break one and see. However, old Zhao was very calm and whispered two sentences in Yuan Gang's ear. His name is Summing. It's the cousin of the great summer sword Saint Zhou Peng. Yuan Gang's tiger body shook as he listened, and his person stiffened in place. He shuddered, putting his hand to his face for a second before removing it. Smiling, he said to Su Ming, hello, welcome to the set. Hong Hao, as well as a group of instructors all silly, dumbfounded look at Yuan Gang, very incomprehensible. W. Who is he? Is it your father? Why are you so polite to him? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 59, Switching copied the family, and the wine all sent to the set training camp came. 039 Recruit Training Camp. Yuan Gang, who had wanted to be furious with Su Ming, changed his attitude when he learned of his identity, from a blow-up thunder tiger to a trembling, smiling tiger. It can also be a contrasting big fancy cat. The smile on his face is the same as that of Lord Hai Defu, eyes curved and winking, a stiff but standard smile on his face. Yuan Gang's reaction made Hong Hao, as well as a group of instructors, all looked dumbfounded. No, boss, why are you such a wimp? How can you change your face so fast? This grandson is drinking at the boot camp. Drinking, not shooting, is already giving face to the recommender. And you're actually giving him a good face? And condone him? No, you can even call that a fawning smile. Is this handsome little drunkard your long-lost real son? Or is it that Coach Yuan Gang you have some kind of handle in the hands of Zhao Kongcheng and Su Ming? It's not $100 million of corruption, and they can't believe that Yuan Gang could change his majestic attitude and be so flattering to a little drunkard. Can't read it. Hong Hao and the other instructors all covered their faces, all too embarrassed to look at the chief instructor, feeling so humiliated. Luckily, there were only two outsiders, Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Chie, or else the new recruits would have come and seen this scene, and I'm afraid this scene wouldn't be able to be subdued. Shocking. What exactly did Zhao Kongcheng say to Yuan Gang? What kind of magic can make a big tiger, which is about to be powerful, turn into a big fancy cat in seconds? Why? Hong Hao and the other instructors were dumbfounded, frozen in place like a statue, having been so shocked that they had stopped thinking. Especially the officers and drivers who had sent Su Ming. Several people were so shocked that their scalps were numb at the moment, and their eyes were falling out. Just now the officer also took Chief Instructor Yuan Gang to pretend to be a cop, saying that here Yuan Gang has the final say and anyone who comes has to abide by his rules. Results. It's really like what Zhao Emporian said. Rules are meant to be broken. Have the rules really been broken? It was really just like what Zhao Kongcheng said. He told Yuan Gang that it was fine. Is it really alright? This recruit named Su Ming drinking in the intensive training camp, drinking in front of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Nothing spicy. With incomparable shocked eyes, the officers and drivers looked at Yuan Gang, who was hanging a smile, and their hearts felt as if they had set off a shocking wave. Unable to calm down for a long time, the mind was screaming madly. Boss, you're making it difficult for us. Boss, you've even allowed the new recruits to drink. Do you still care if the other recruits come? If we meet a prick who is more than a drinker, will we still mention your rules? The two of them stood silently on the outermost periphery with a lifeless look on their faces, watching Yuan Gang introduce the training camp to Su Ming. The chief instructor, personally giving a new recruit an introduction to the training camp. This is a big face in the sky. Hong Hao and the other instructors, the officers and drivers, and the group of special forces escorting them were all confused. Everyone is in a crazy brainstorming. Su Ming, what the hell is your identity? What is the right to take the chief instructor who came from the headquarters in Shangjing? Yuan Gang didn't give Hong Hao and the others an explanation and continued to introduce Su Ming to the training camp, which was tantamount to acquiescing to Su Ming's drinking in full view of everyone. Yuan Gang even hung a warm smile on his face, and even personally led Su Ming, visiting the entire training camp. The chief instructor, the most prestigious and dignified head of the entire camp, personally took Su Ming on a tour of the camp, personally introducing the training grounds, cafeteria, classrooms, and more. Hong Hao and the others silently followed behind, all shocked beyond measure. If Su Ming wasn't your Yuan Gang's own son, and wasn't Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan's own son, They simply couldn't believe that the chief instructor in front of them would stoop so low as to such a level. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, followed behind with a proud face, smiling in his heart. Ha ha, who made him Sumin? He was the most powerful human sealing in the future of Daxia, Suming. Lin Xie was also shocked beyond belief. His heart was proud beyond measure. And he was also very glad to be traveling with Suming. Luckily, he had accompanied his master today. Or else he, a new recruit, even if he was a divine agent, would not have had the chief instructor personally come out to greet them and show them around the camp. Awesome. Worthy of being my Lin Xie's master. It's truly awesome. There was light in Lin Xie's eyes as he looked at Suming. Worshipful. 1,000 words all came together in 2 words. Awesome. At this moment, Yuan Gang, who was at the forefront leading Suming around the campground, had long since seen the shock, as well as the incredulous looks of Hong Hao and the others. He also knew that he had lost his old face today. He was tempted to explain to everyone that this little drunkard was called Suming, a cousin of the great summer sword Saint Zhoupeng, or a special person allowed to drink by Commander Yi. But he can't. Mother asterisk. What can he do? Cousin of the great summer sword saint? There was no need to say more about the gold content of this title. Sword saint's cousin. Mustn't he be a sword god? Sword immortal or something? Not to be messed with. Moreover, looking at the wooden sword that Su Ming was carrying, it was faintly permeated with a golden divine aura. Yuan Gang could tell at a glance that Su Ming was not human, not mortal. Also, he had heard yesterday that the vice commander-in-chief, Zhuo Cheng, had gone to Xiaoping's house to turn over the wine. Flip the wine. Xiaoping, that pitiful captain, gave the key to Yuan Gang's house to Zhuo Cheng for the sake of his own cellar. Zhuo Cheng, in the night, copied Yuan Gang's house. 5 cases of flying mutai, 10 cases of king Wolang, 10 cases of funzhou. The entire liquor store was emptied. Zhuo Cheng also used the name of the command to send the special Miao to the training camp. Yuan Gang was in tears and had just received the news. Comfort from Xiaopinga. Thanks from Zhuo Cheng, and orders from Commander Yi Fan. Yuan Gang, give the wine to Su Ming to drink as much as he wants, and the cost will be reimbursed to you next year. These wines are considered to be your Yuan Gang's contribution to Daxia. The headquarters can't forget you. The position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief, reserved for you. Yuan Gang looked at the unreliable captain, the cold-blooded Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and the Commander-in-Chief who drew a big cake, and wanted to cry without tears. Miao. Even Commander Yi copied his own family's wine for Su Ming to drink. What else can be said? This must not be good to eat and drink to serve. The face of the higher-ups is still to be given. One can only indulge Su Ming, the little drunkard. So for now, Yuan Gang could only wait for the masked squad to arrive and let Wang Mask come to town. It's the king's face that beats you, and it's also the king's face that doesn't let you drink. What's it got to do with me? Yuan Gang? Looking at the time, the masked squad should be back soon. Looking at Su Ming's fearless face and tons of drinking, Yuan Gang's heart was frantic with anticipation. King face, you come on, help me get this back. Beat him up. Hit him hard. Yuan Gang looked at a lofty mountain in the distance with frantic anticipation. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 60, Training Camp boils over. Tugger, I heard that there's someone more tuggy than me? Because of the towering mountains in the distance, blocking the transmission of cold air from the north, causing the entire training camp to be unbearably hot and dry. Take a few random steps and you'll be drenched in sweat. So the crowd of people, watching Su Ming drink and looking at the clear liquid in his bottle, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Some of the instructors, in particular, had banned alcohol for a month for this intensive training. Seeing Su Ming feasting and swallowing the Guojia 1573 in a big mouth without any stint, the gluttony in his stomach was guilty. Greedy individuals. The furthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but a $1.400 bottle of good wine in front of you and you can't drink it. One can only watch a little drunkard bull drinking and spoiling the agar. Hey! Seeing Su Ming drink, not only did this group of instructors shake their heads, even Yuan Gang shook his head when he saw it. Suddenly a little heartbroken that I was copied by Zhuo Qing for the good wine. These wines that one has treasured for many years, once they fall into Su Ming's hands. Ouch! What a waste! Know how to taste wine? Hey! $1,400 for the national cellar. You as mineral water? Look at the dry mouth. Continuous sighing Yuan Gang crowd. Hate to drink a bottle of mineral water. Looking at the mountains in the distance, a few people muttered in their minds that, how nice that Cangnan doesn't have these mountains so that the cold air from the north can drift over and it's not so hot. I miss the cooler weather in Upper Kyoto. This time of year, it's time for cotton coats, which is like now, the kind where you can sweat in a military undershirt. All the instructors, including Yuan Gang, were sweating a bit. Only Su Ming, drinking wine actually didn't even bring sweat. Envious. Yuan Gang and a group of other instructors, after giving Su Ming a detailed introduction of the entire barracks, arrived at the new recruits' dormitory. This is the dormitory area. All double rooms. Lin Xie, take your pick. Lin Xie looked at the house. Although the facilities were extremely simple, short hardboard beds, looking at it is choking, not to mention air conditioning, not even a fan, but surprisingly clean. He decided to listen to Su Ming. Master, you do it. Su Ming carried the bottle of wine and took a step forward, ready to pick. At this moment, Yuan Gang smilingly stopped Su Ming. Su Ming, this place is too simple. You don't need to live in the new recruits' dormitory. There's the instructor's luxurious single room reserved for you. Lin Chia Ashiko. I wipe Lu. This is also differentiated treatment? Awesome. At this moment, Yuan Gang looked at Lin Xie with a puzzled expression. You call Master Su Ming? Lin Xie held his head high. Of course, although I haven't formally paid my respects yet, in my heart, Su Ming is my master. Yuan Gang and the others were very shocked that the same newcomers could still have this kind of thing. Lin Xie was a divine agent, actually worshipping Su Ming? Sure enough, Su Ming was not simple. Yuan Gang looked at Su Ming, who didn't seem to care and didn't bother to explain. Continuing to tons and tons of drinking, Lin Xie saw that Su Ming didn't object and thought that he was acquiescing, and immediately loaded up. He clenched his fist and swore in front of Yuan Gang and the others. I, Lin Xie, am here to assure Master Su Ming that I will definitely become the strongest one in the training camp, and will definitely not disgrace Master. Seeing how confident Lin Xie looked, Zhao Kongcheng was the first to lead the applause, and Yuan Gang and the others nodded. A new recruit, of course, is good to be confident, not to mention the fact that Lin Xie was still a divine agent, and the last divine agent to walk out of here was already the captain of a special squad. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng patted Lin Xie's shoulder and gave him a greasy wink. It means it's very good for him. Su Ming, on the other hand, waved his hand at Lin Xie, also meaning to cheer. Lin Xie was doubly encouraged, and by himself, against the heat, he also swung his sword, and kept swinging his sword in the dormitory. After a rigorous training program, and then entering the mental hospital in my head to see my mom and my grandchildren, the day goes by pretty quickly. As for Su Ming, he had already been arranged by Yuan Gang into a single room of the chief instructor that was as luxurious as him and of equal specifications, with all kinds of supplies inside. The air conditioner actually has two. It's hot during the day. Turn on the cold air. You can also turn on the warm air when it gets cool at night. Even the bubbly noodles are 5 flavors to start. And Su Ming's favorite braised beef flavor. Seeing Su Ming's residence, Zhao Kongcheng's envious nose bubbles came out. Su Ming, are you damned to train, or are you on vacation? If Lin Xie had also seen such a luxurious residence, he would probably have to cry with envy. Zhao Kongcheng was invited out by Yuan Gang and the other instructors to discuss how to train the new recruits amidst envy and jealousy. When he left, Yuan Gang also left a guard for Su Ming, smiling and telling him to take a good rest. Su Ming himself is a little surprised, not that let himself come to train it. Hospitality's so full of what to do. Ye fan them, but also too polite it. He looked at the house. North-south ventilation. Extremely comfortable. 40-inch large color TV is playing Piggy Pepper. So sweet. But Yuan Gang, have you guys misunderstood? The one who likes Piggy Pepper is Lin Xie. What has it got to do with me? Su Ming, Paige and George, though, are kinda cute. Ha ha ha. After watching TV for a while, Su Ming realized that the house was full of Coke, instant noodles, ham sausages, potato chips, etc. But how come there is no wine? The 4 bottles of guojiao given by Si Shaonan could only be sprinkled with water. Not enough to drink at all, and it was already at the bottom. Thus, Su Ming prepared to use his imperial sword to fly and go find a drink. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw the guards who were escorting him, the same officer who sent them in the first place. The officer saw Su Ming come out and immediately gave a standard military salute. Hello, Brother Ming. Su Ming gave him a puzzled look, wondering why he was here. The officer hastened to explain, and then said very curtly, Brother Xiao Ming, if you have any claims in the future, just mention them. Don't be polite. Su Ming finished the last sip of wine and smiled faintly. You recover. I still like you the way you were bratty just now. It's not much of a claim. Get me a couple cases of wine to go. The officers were dumbfounded and had cursed in their minds. I Nima, where am I going to buy you a drink in the middle of nowhere? If it wasn't for Chief Yuan Gang asking me to serve you, would I pose you? You're a big connection. You lousy drunk. You, big handsome. Yes, I'm going now. The officer, with resentment and hatred, called up the driver and searched for the nearest store, but, after a big turn, I couldn't find it at all. No way. The place is too suburban. Where are the stores in the middle of nowhere? There was no way out. It was late and the two men came back gray. The officers were incredibly apprehensive. How to explain to Su Ming who knew that the two had just arrived at Su Ming's residence when they saw Su Ming drinking? He still has wine? The officer sprinted to the door and peered in through the crack. The heart was beyond shocked. Hey, why is there so much wine in the house? Or good wine? Flying Mutai, King Wolang, Fanjiu, where do you get all the good wine? And this Flying Mutai, how come it looks so much like the one I gave to Chief Yuan Gang? Chief Yuan Gang personally gave Su Ming a drink. W. At that moment, another man came to deliver the wine, and on seeing the officer hastened to report. Chief, this is from the Shangjing Command. There are dozens of boxes in the back. You send someone to help. The officers and men were dumbfounded and appalled. W. Shangjing? Command? Su Ming he. So powerful. Ha! This must not respectfully shout Xiao Ming brother. The next day, Su Ming's deeds had already spread through the military camp. Bailey Chubby lamented beside Lin Chie. I throw. Master 7, have you heard about the training camp? There's a monkey Sai Lei guy? He drinks pure to drink. The point is, how dare he drink here? Lin Chie smiled and didn't say anything. On Chao Yuan's side, listening to his roommate lamenting about Su Ming's deeds, he didn't pay any attention to it and continued to meditate with his eyes closed, reciting Buddhist scriptures. Wondering when we'll meet up with your people? And the sun rises in the east, but the sun and the moon do not shine. What does that mean? On Xinxingzhu's side, the minions were talking frantically. I heard there's a guy in the training camp who drinks every day. So wild. And it's still over at the instructor's quarters. Holy, or is it a new recruit? It's a new recruit, treated better than even the instructors, drinking Flying Mutai. Xinxingzhu was dumbfounded. What the hell? More than me? At least I wouldn't dare to drink here. Molly instantly frowned when she heard that there was a new recruit in the training camp who drank every day. Humph. What future can a drunkard have? What were the Vigil executives thinking when someone like that could get in? When the other recruits heard about it, there were those who were shocked, those who despised, those who envied, and those who weren't worried about being at the bottom of the list. And the recruits' dormitory was abuzz. And at this time, Su Ming was still drinking. He was drinking wine for a few days one after another. The 4 cases of Mutai that Red Tassel and the others had lost to him. There were 4 bottles of Guajiao 1573 given by Si Xiaonan, and Yuan Gang's Flying Mutai, King Wolang, Fanjiu, and so on. Over the course of a few days, Su Ming had gained a total of 393,600 points of spiritual energy. At this moment, the wonderful beep of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 700,000 spiritual energy and comprehending the vast sword chi. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 61. In the training camp, there were experts of at least the limitless realm. Hao Ran Sword Chi. What a familiar name. A little bit of Hao Ran Chi. 1,000 miles of fast wind? To open the way with the sword. One method leads to all methods? It's a good match for yourself. In an instant, an incomparably strong force was incorporated into his blood. It was an invincible aura. An aura that swept across the 8 directions, and as Su Ming's eyes opened and closed, a cold light overflowed. Mountains and seas of sword chi scattered in all directions, like a barrier, wrapping up the entire daxia and protecting the dreamland of 10,000 people. Raising his hands and feet, he exuded a threat to the foreign gods. Su Ming felt the vast sword chi constantly flowing through his body, and his comprehension of the sword increased by another 3 points. Ding! Presenting the host with the exclusive weapon of the vast sword chi, the green steel sword, increasing killing power by 1 realm and adding illusion effects to opponents. In front of Su Ming's body, a green steel sword had suddenly appeared, with a long and sharp blade. Vast sword chi plus green steel sword. Sorry, it's getting stronger again. Su Ming felt that today's wine was extraordinarily flavorful. Yes, he opened the system panel while holding up 2 bottles of Flying Mutai ton. Check it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136, cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou, nephew of third uncle, the person Red Tassel cares about, the person Si Xiaonan begs for help in beheading the gods, Chen Mai, the person that Yifan has high hopes for, and Lin Qi's master. Realm, Sea Realm, mental power, 717,000 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 61 years of cultivation, invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 above Klein. Weapons, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green steel sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusion effects to opponents. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Crossing 8 directions. 10,000 swords. 6 chakras divine sword. Vast sword chi. Mission, defeat the masked squad. For each team member defeated, 50,000 points of permanent mental power will be rewarded. Defeating the king's face will reward 100,000 points of permanent mental power. And 100 years of cultivation for the Wine Sword Immortal. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. System upgrade materials, Forbidden Yao Guang. 1 transformation of 3000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the Forbidden Ruins, etc. Su Ming was happy as he looked at the increased spiritual power, as well as the new skills and weapons. There was also the fact that as time went on, the bonds between himself and the people of the world of Chopping God were getting deeper and deeper. Without realizing it, there is a connection with so many people. The people that Red Tassel cares about. Is it because she drank too much of her wine and wants me to pay her back so much that she cares about me? Or do I just join the family so I don't have to pay back the wine? See, Xiaonan begged for help in beheading God's people. Nan's wine is not for nothing. It comes with conditions. In order to continue to drink good on, and to make up for my brother Xian, because of Su Ming's release of the 10,000 swords returning, he had forced his way through the unrestricted airspace, causing Lang Xian to be next to the forbidden object sign, and he had been unconscious for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Isn't it just a beheading? Not Loki, the god of trickery. Kill. There are also Chen Mai, Yi Fan who has high hopes. No wonder the Night's Watch hierarchy can indulge me in drinking. And Command keeps sending me alcohol. The future of Dacia is pretty much plagued with Poseidon, Indra, Black Goat, etc. The sun god Ra, Odin, Zeus, the exterminating Brahma, and Azathoth. Dacia has a host of difficult gods to deal with. How many vigilantes have died to protect Dacia, crossing their swords to the abyss and staining the dome of the sky with blood in defense of the tens of thousands of people behind them? Thinking of this, Su Ming spilled the wine in his hand forward, to the heroes who gave their lives for Dacia. Don't worry, gentlemen. I, Su Ming, am the sharpest sword in Dacia, and those who violate my Dacia, die. When people are in the country, and when people die, I, Su Ming, vow to live and die with the Grand Xia. It's not just me. And Lin Qiye. Looking at his identity, there was a clause that he was Lin Qiye's master. Su Ming was a bit ashamed of himself. Haven't figured out what to teach him myself. Never mind. Let master defeat the masked squad and show you what strength means. Lin Qiye, the first lesson. I'll teach you to recognize yourself. At this moment, Lin Qiye was still in the dormitory, waving his sword, waving his sword, waving his sword non-stop, just to get a little closer to Su Ming. Get stronger, get stronger. He wants to get stronger. It was because he felt Su Ming's vast sword chi. Although there were only wisps of sword chi, it was enough to make Lin Qiye feel horrified beyond measure, and his soul was in danger. Master Su Ming has gotten stronger again. Master is so strong and still trying to get stronger. One's own district Marigold Realm, and not to make an effort. With what Lin Qiye felt the strong sword chi around him and felt that it was Su Ming flogging himself. So he practiced even more desperately. Bailey Fat very do not understand. This set training has not yet begun. Why so desperate? Man. You are so strict and disciplined with yourself. And why don't you accept the souvenirs I brought from my hometown? Not like Rolex Blay? Do you prefer Omega or Louis Vuitton? I must be in love with Brother 7 Nights at first sight. How about another direction? Man. You smell good. Lin Qiye. You do not come over. Chao Yuan sighed, sitting on the bed, was reciting Buddhist scriptures and had a string of Buddhist beads coiled in his hand. The roommate looked at him speechlessly. Sick. Is this a meow to participate in the intensive training? Or to practice? So the roommate shook his head and went to the next dorm. Chao Yuan, at this moment, however, had fallen into a state of epiphany, suppressing his sins. At this moment, the vast sword chi filled the air. Wisps of sword chi, like sweet rain, washing away Chao Yuan's sins. At the same time, the Buddha beads in his hand unexpectedly condensed a reassuring blue light, suppressing the violence in his heart. Chao Yuan snapped his eyes open, looking at the Buddha beads in his hand, feeling very incredulous. He looked up to the sky with determined eyes. It was determined that one's precious person was within this training camp. Chao Yuan's roommate, after running to the next dormitory, found that not only Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liangyin, actually saw the Dreg brother Shin Qingzhu. It was a big shock. When Shin Qingzhu first arrived, the impression he gave to the other recruits was that of a delinquent teenager paradigm, with the tugging look of an old man who was invincible. Chao Yuan's roommate. I didn't think I would be so unlucky to meet him. Shin Qingzhu won't look at me and want to beat me up. However, Chao Yuan's roommate thought too much. Shin Qingzhu was merely helping her little brothers make their beds. Chao Yuan's roommate is silly. I lost. Drag brother to the little brothers. Good oh. Molly was currently meditating with her eyes closed, her white palms naturally hanging down in her lap, and she had already practiced the family's sword technique tens of thousands of times. This time, she had made up her mind that she would definitely carry forward the Mo's Blade sect. Looking around at the stinking fish, Molly was confident. However, just then, wisps of vast sword chi drifted by, causing Molly's heart and mind to flutter, and she actually felt inexplicably terrified. Eyes snapped open with a startled look that scared his housemate. Molly looked out the window, as if her heart had set off a shocking wave, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. In the training camp, there are experts of at least the limitless realm. At this very moment, the masked squad is preparing to take a transport plane and head to Cangnan City. For some reason, in Wang Mian's heart, he had a vague bad feeling. It feels like this trip of our masked squad might flip over. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 62 Masked Squad Talk. Su Ming came out to look silly at the recruits. On the transport plane, Wang Mian's somewhat panicked look, as well as his offhand concern, caused the other squad members to look at each other in disbelief. It's a good thing they're all wearing masks, otherwise everyone would have a "you're ing kidding me" look on their faces. A rollover? Going to Cangnan to deal with a bunch of Marigold Realm brats that would flip the car? How is this possible? Captain, who are you looking down on? The players felt insulted and were each silent. Only the Vortex made a joke. Hey, Captain, why are you silent? We're there to teach the newcomers a lesson, not to go to mourning. And you guys, smile, 10 years less. Yoo-hoo. However, no one paid any attention to him and the atmosphere was awkward. Seeing that his jokes weren't funny, Whirlpool even ripped his voice out and screamed outright. Captain, what are you worried about? We are the strongest special squad in the earth. Ho 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 ho. Chance slapped Whirlwind hard on the head and growled at him. You keep your voice down. Scare the hell out of me. Whirlpool crouched down, holding his head in his hands and screaming. Ooh-hoo, you bully. It's not that the propellers are too loud. Afraid you won't hear them. Woo-woo, be aggrieved by a whirlwind. Seeing that the vortex was beaten, Scales immediately lowered his voice and whispered, Captain, I think you're worrying too much. With the strength of our special squad, we're not afraid of anyone unless Klein comes. Moonghost also knew his way around, lowering his voice and whispering, yeah, but Commanding General asked us to go to Cangnan. Isn't it just a town hall? Just like in our days. Just fill the cups for the new recruits. Sandalwood and Starscream chimed in. That's right, Captain. Filling cups? We too are the best at filling cups. Wang Mian looked at his lovely group of team members and helplessly shook his head, spilling the truth to everyone. Actually, we have two missions. One, just like Moonghost said. Let's go to the town hall. There's another one. Commander Yifan personally instructed me to go all out against a new recruit named Su Ming. Su Min? Recruits? Tian Ping and the others were in a fog, but were blocked from seeing by their masks. Which one is Su Ming? Is he strong? Whirlpool, full of disdain, stood up, tilted his head and asked, Need you to go all out, Captain? A mere recruit, as far as that goes? King Face shook his head. I don't know. We are needed to make a move, at least for the Sea Realm. It requires me to go all out. At least the Limitless Realm. The Infinite Realm? The rest of the team was all taken aback. Are you kidding me? Are we going to go to Cangnan this time to deal with the monsters of the Limitless Realm? Or is it a new recruit? People like Tian Ping found it very unbelievable. Can you call yourself a recruit when you've stepped into the Limitless Realm? Wouldn't it be nice to be transferred directly to the headquarters in Shanjing City? At this moment, even the Vortex was silent. No way, Captain. What the hell is this guy? There's a Limitless Realm powerhouse inside the recruits. Ha! Stop it. Although just now, Awesome Blow was ruthless and wasn't afraid of anyone but the Klein realm, it was still difficult to deal with a limitless realm. If you're not careful, it's a real rollover. Scales, Vortex, Rose, Moon Ghost, Sandalwood, and Starscream were all silent, but after a brief moment of contemplation, everyone felt that there was absolutely no way there could be a limitless realm among the new recruits. Really, it's purely about scaring yourself. No matter how demonic and genius Su Ming was, he was at best in the Sea Realm, or else he would have been sent to the Vigilant headquarters long ago. Besides, There were 7 of them in the masked squad. The weakest of them were in the sea realm, and it was a bit difficult to deal with a limitless realm, but not much. Moreover, the captain, King Face, was an existence that had already stepped into immensity, or a divine agent. With the captain at the helm, they are not panicking. After some thinking, Wang Mian also felt that he had overthought things. In order to give the team a peace of mind, Wang Mian slowly opened his mouth. All rest up. Tomorrow we'll give the new recruits 1 billion points of deterrence, both for their sake and for the future of Disya. As for Su Ming, leave it to me. After Wang Mian finished speaking, everyone was immediately relieved. That's the prestige that comes from being a captain. At this point, Maelstrom also felt that he was overthinking it. There could be an infinite realm in the new recruits. Ha da, he's at it again. It's pretty hot in Cangnan City. Should I change to a thinner mask? My face is enlightened with prickly heat. I've heard that there are a few high mountains in Cangnan. Let's go hiking after the training set. By the way, let's have barbecue tomorrow. You guys want beef? Mutton? Pork? I'm a master at grilling meat. King Face, Tian Ping and others, I smoke. Epsilon, #, O, ////. The next day, in the assembly camp dormitory, Chubby Time has made a big noise again. This guy went so far as to boot camp over 200 recruits and hand deliver a name watch. Spread the money. The entire dormitory building was in an uproar. Aside from Lin Chie, Xin Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Emoli, everyone else was going crazy. This hand of Bailey Fatty had triggered the atmosphere of the recruits' dormitory, which was chaotic and 100 times more lively than a food market. Just then, Instructor Hong Hao, with several instructors rushing in aggressively, came to Bailey Chubby in a murderous manner, breaking out in curses. What are you doing? Treating this place like a nightclub? Giving face? Ha? Do you want me to hire a couple of strippers to cheer you guys up? Several yells echoed through the dormitory building. Beyond appalling, the recruits hurriedly ran away, and Bailey Chubby was even lying on the ground, shivering. Instructor Hong's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across the 3 dormitory buildings as he continued to fume with a stern face. Enter the sector and you are soldiers. Soldiers, be disciplined. Let me find out who gathering trouble. I drill not to die him. Everyone meet at the training ground in 15 minutes. Chief Instructor's discipline. After Hong Hao finished freaking out and left, everyone immediately got busy, and like a hamster, they crowded together on their hands and knees to pack up their things. Everyone put on their uniforms as fast as they could and ran to the training ground. The 200 or so new recruits had assembled at the training ground, and everyone was standing in random lines, looking a bit disorganized. On the martial arts stage, more than 20 instructors stood tall. Even Zhao Kongcheng stood very neatly with Instructor Hong, his stance as straight as a pine. Yuan Gang, the chief instructor who stood at the very front, looked down at the chaotic crowd below, and with a thick pressure, began to lecture. I know that all of you are geniuses from Great Xia, with forbidden ruins, skills, or backgrounds. However, from the moment you step through that door, you will only have one identity. Recruits. Rookie. No, you're not even rookies. You're just trash. Trash. An insult that made the recruits very uncomfortable. Yuan Gang wanted this effect. Many people breathed heavily and stared dead at Yuan Gang as if they wanted him to death. And Tug had already started, wearing his army cap backwards and chewing gum. The first one raised his hand in defiance and provoked Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang asked the others, who else was unconvinced. More than half of the recruits, led by Xin Xingzhu, all raised their hands in defiance. Just then, an aroma of wine came. It was Su Ming who shimmied over, casually at the edge of the group, and took a seat. It turns out Su Ming is late. He couldn't be blamed. The instructor's dormitory was some distance from the training ground, but sitting down, carrying a bottle of wine, and continuing to tons and tons and tons is a bit much. All the recruits looked dumbfounded. Holy, is this the guy from the legend? Holy, he really dared to drink in front of the instructors? Tug looked dumbfounded and forgot to chew his gum. Mamma mia, he's so handsome. Chubby Bailey had already taken out 10 Rolexes and wanted to go up and make friends. Lin Chia felt the majestic sword intent on Su Ming's body and was deeply ashamed. Looking at Su Ming with a face of adoration, Chao Yuan continued to recite the Buddhist scriptures, and after smelling the fragrance of the wine, he silently chanted 2 phrases, Amat Ba Buddha, Sin Sin Sin. Seeing that the guy she despised was so handsome, Molly silently lowered her head, her small face a little red. Zhao Kongcheng saw Su Ming drunk. One guess knew that he hadn't drank much, so heartbroken about all that good wine, spoiling things, Yuan Gang did not speak. Just now the bullish Hong Hao also did not speak. More than 20 instructors, but no one dared to speak. This made all the new recruits, all of them secretly staggered, shocked beyond measure, and had some more speculations about Su Ming's identity. At this moment, Yuan Gang continued what he had just said. Pretend to skip Sumin's plop. A thick aura once again suppressed on the chests of the crowd, and a majestic voice once again resounded throughout the entire training ground. Yes, since so many of you are unconvinced, I will give you a chance to recognize yourselves. After saying that, Yuan Gang took out his walkie-talkie and spoke faintly. Get off the field. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 63 Masked Squad Launch. A glance at the crotch pull. On the transport plane, the 7 members of the masked squad were still literally eating barbecue. The cabin was filled with the smell of charcoal grilled meat. This kid, Maelstrom, is a genius, grilling genius, relying on the only salt, cumin and chili in the cabin. The lamb was roasted on the outside and juicy. The unmistakable smell of meat made the 2 pilots in the cockpit cry with gluttony. But they had a plane to fly, so they could only bite into their compressed crackers with hatred and envy as they watched the masked squad eat barbecue. But then, just as Wang Mian and the others were about to feast, Yuan Gang's voice came out from the intercom. Get off the field. The main pilot was obedient, knowing that the opportunity for revenge had arrived, and pressed the control button directly. Pow! The floor of the airplane opened instantly, and the 7 members of the masked squad, along with the oven roast, fell. The co-pilot looked dumbfounded. Boss, this is murder. Chief Yuan told you to send them off. Just like that? This is 10,000 meters in the air. It mustn't shatter into crumbs if it falls? How many peanuts do we both have to eat for plotting against the masked squad? The main pilot, on the other hand, looked bemused and took another hateful bite of his compressed cookie. Crunch. They don't deserve to be called Dasha's special squad, much less the masked squad, if they die so easily. It's just a shame about all that barbecue. Let's go. Get off work. Let's go for a barbecue. Tonight. The moment the 7 members of the masked squad were descending at an extremely fast speed, a man's scream rang out. Help Murder. I'm afraid of heights. It is exactly the vortex. He yelled madly, swinging his limbs wildly like a kingpin. He sent out a sonic attack that brought a great shock to the recruits on the ground. Inaudible but greatly shocking. Lin Chiye all secretly marveled. An expert is coming. Except for Maelstrom, who was frantically twisting his limbs and letting out a chicken-killing howl of misery. Everyone else was calmly eating the roasted meat. There's something about listening to the wind in your ears, feeling the weightlessness of falling, and eating hot barbecue. King Face finished his kebabs and even offered his professional opinion. Swirl, the roast was a little salty. Next time sprinkle more chili and less salt. Moonghost also made a small comment. Roasted meat has to be served with garlic. If you eat meat without garlic, the flavor is cut in half. Maelstrom wasn't even listening, but continued to howl loudly and miserably. Chance was so speechless that he just kicked Swirl in the head with his foot to keep him quiet. Shut up, Swirl. I'm deafened by you. Swirl didn't care and continued to yell at the top of her lungs. It wasn't until King Face told Swirl to be quiet that Swirl stopped screaming. Not yelling anymore, but still spitting. Captain Yuan Gang guy said the downfall is jumping machine A little psychological preparation are not given? Why? My ancestral charcoal stove Wang Mian hugged his sword and opened his mouth faintly, saying with a bit of a milky voice, this freshman class is hard to scare. Not only is there a divine agent, but there's also Su Ming, who Commander Yi told me to deal with all my might. So this rakish entrance that Yuan Gang chose was necessary. Swirl clutched her face, feeling the howling gale, still sputtering. What if we fall to our deaths? Tempest chewed on his roast and gave Swirl a blank stare. Are you looking down on me? Or my abilities? No one is going to fall to their death with me around. The vortex was still flailing, even though Scales had issued a life preserver. I've gained weight lately. Are you okay? Can you hold it up? Swirl, you just looked down on me, Captain. Can I let this guy fall to his death? No. Just fall and get a first-degree disability. Okay, quiet. We're here. Give the recruits a billion little shocks. Swirl covered her mouth. So, I'll try to scream as quietly as I can. Pow. Chance goes straight for the head with a hammer fist. Quiet. After 5 seconds, the recruits on the ground found them. The crowd is starting to gasp. Look guys, someone is falling from the sky. It came off that transport plane. They're not wearing parachutes. It's the masked squad. Asterisk. Special squads? All of the recruits. All of them looked at the sky dumbfounded. Bailey Chubby and the others looked dumbfounded. Even Lin Chiye, Xin Xingzhu, and Molly were incomparably surprised as they watched the masked squad them fall down unprotected. Chao Yuan also stopped his chanting and opened his eyes to the sky. seeing the 7 people of the masked squad headfirst. They were about to land in a box, only to see Scales extend 2 fingers and shake them gently. The gravity on the 7 instantly disappeared, and they flipped over like feathers and floated down. Incomparably handsome and pretentious, the cloaks of the 7 fluttered in the wind and slowly landed on the ground, looking down on all the new trainees with a powerful sense of oppression. 7 very different masks, gleaming in the sunlight, written in majesty, especially Wang Mian's gaze, which swept across the faces of all the recruits. Everyone felt a creepy feeling, being pressurized by the powerful spiritual power. Even Lin Xie felt pressurized. Is this the gap between spiritual power? It was much more powerful than the spiritual power of Chen Mai and Red Tassel, a difference of clouds and mud. However, it was still far from Master Su Ming, so although Lin Xie was a bit shocked, it wasn't much. There's even a kind of masquerade squad on this? Not as bad as the illusion of one of Master Su Ming's fingers. He looked at Su Ming again, and sure enough, Master was drinking like a steady mountain, not caring about the masked squad, and holding the bottle tons and tons and tons. Su Ming's behavior that was so counterintuitive was accurately observed by King Face, and of course he became the target of being targeted by King Face. Wang Mian released the forbidden ruins of the God of Time and stared dead at Su Ming as if he was speaking to him alone. Hello everyone, we are Mask. Wang Mian's voice as he spoke, as well as his hostile gaze, attracted Su Ming's attention. Su Ming slightly lifted his eyes closed and looked at Wang Mian. Zah! In an instant, 2 blazing sword auras bloomed. Man, you managed to get my attention. This confrontation directly scared Wang Mian to the point that he was stuck. His introductory speech came to an abrupt end, and the divine power of the God of Time was instantly scared out of him. He was shocked by the law of sword intent in Su Ming's body. Sword intent. Terrifying and overwhelming sword intent. Wang Mian was shocked by Su Ming's awe-inspiring glare. It was like being pointed at by a sword that was sharp to the extreme. And the gods and souls all had a slight sense of trembling, not daring to move a single bit. This is the sword intent that Wang Mian has never felt before his stirring. Even half a step into the Klein realm, he felt disoriented, cold all over his body, and his back was full of cold sweat. The rest of the masked squad was very confused as to why the captain didn't continue. The following recruits also showed shocked faces, worthy of being the masked squad. They all spoke with such a tug, only saying the first half of the sentence. If Wang Mian knew what they were thinking, he would have taken off his mouth and become dirty. I'm dragging my balls. I'm much more polite than Xiaosimeng. I damn well like to continue, but I'm being controlled by Su Ming's terrifying sword intent law. Su Ming, are you a new recruit? Why is it so strong? What kind of forbidden market are you? God's market? The law of sword intent. Su Ming, have you damn well become a god? How is this possible? Am I living in a dream? No good. Am I under an illusion? At this moment, seeing that Wang Mian was unresponsive, Maelstrom hurriedly found a way for the captain. Yell. Who's Su Ming? Lin Xie pointed with his finger. Maelstrom glared angrily at Su Ming. Su Ming would then turn to the vortex with the same gaze. A great sense of oppression fell. Whirlpool was so frightened that her legs went weak and she fell to her knees with a plop. *degree asterisk. To little brother Ming, good morning. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 64, 240 verses. 5. Masked Squad Town Hall. 039 Recruitment Intensive Training Ground, RITG. The scene was silent and ravenous. The sound of a pin dropping on the floor was deafening. Seeing Maelstrom directly give Su Ming an E, everyone looked stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The corners of their mouths were twitching wildly under their masks, and their fists were hardening. Captain, let's slaughter Maelstrom. King Face, for all. Luckily for you. Swirling good brothers for life. Almost brother folded here. Luckily you have you to cover for brother. Hong Hao and the other instructors' faces froze, as motionless as statues. Yuan Gang's face went black, his brain buzzing with the desire to hammer Swirl's head on the spot. Let your masquerade squad to calm the scene. How to show up Su Ming Whirlpool you dang a masked squad member. Give Su Ming a new recruit to pay good morning. Going crazy. Why? Only Zhao Kongcheng read it and was secretly pleased. Worthy of being Su Ming's oldest brother. Even the divine agent, King Face, leader of the masked squad. The crew vortex. All subdued. Awesome. Lin Chiye also saw that Su Ming had directly utilized the law of sword intent on his body, overriding the great Tao of the god of time. The divine ruins were nothing. King Face can't stand up to intimidation, let alone a whirlpool. Whirlpool is just looking for a face when he says he's worshipping the morning after. Shin Xinju and Emoli both felt the law of sword intent that was not already perceived on Su Ming's body, and have sucked in a breath of cool air. Both saw that Su Ming he is not a drunkard. He is not simple. There seemed to be light in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he looked at Su Ming, and he seemed to be somewhat enlightened. The grass is in pairs. The office is below Su. The sun rises in the east. The moon is bright. Nobleman and Bailey fat, as well as a group of new recruits, did not understand anything, dumbfounded in place. Some puzzled. Is this kneeling? It's just to pay good morning to the new recruit called So Ming? Wishing good morning to Su Min alone? No wonder Su Ming can drink and live in the instructor's dormitory. He really has an unusual identity. Bailey Chubby and the other recruits looked at Su Ming with eyes full of admiration. Chubby Bailey had already revealed the Rolex on both arms and couldn't wait to go and make friends with Su Ming. If Lin Chia hadn't stopped him, Chubby Bailey might have become Chia's uncle's generation. At this moment, seeing that Maelstrom was so polite to himself, Su Ming nodded and said indifferently, "Okay, I'll make sure I don't hurt you later." Maelstrom, being looked down upon. But that guy Su Ming's gaze was really scary. Did Su Ming really have the strength to crush him? A strong person who stepped into the limitless realm? In fact, Maelstrom had been hiding his strength and had already stepped into the limitless realm. But even as strong as he was actually bluffed by Su Ming just now. So strange. Is it hard to believe that Su Ming, the peak of infinity, is Klein? How is this possible? Recruit? If you have this strength, why are you still coming to the set? So, Su Ming must have used some method, a way method that even the limitless realm could be hit. At this moment, as Su Ming continued to drink, this horrible feeling, which only lasted for a second, instantly disappeared. King Face and Maelstrom looked at Su Ming again and actually couldn't see anything anymore. The two of them were secretly staggered. This Su Ming, is he from the illusion department? If it's an illusionist, it makes sense. It was the reason why he had just locked eyes with Su Ming. Damn it, never look at Su Ming's eyes again. Wang Nian secretly clenched his fists, thinking of Yi Fan's instructions. Now he understood why Yi Fan had told him to do his best against Su Ming. Su Ming indeed, is not simple. Looking at the recruits below who were showing adoration towards Su Ming, Wang Nian frowned slightly. It was clear that the masked squad had come to scare the new recruits, and it turned out that he, the captain, had been intimidated by the new recruits, and the little drunk who bluffed himself became the object of admiration. It's not the right script. Don't the masked squad want to lose face? Now, the face must be recovered. Thus, Wang Nian once again released his divine might, and this time, he didn't dare to target Su Ming anymore, but instead, he was facing all the new recruits. The divine might fell, and everyone felt it, the feeling of being crushed by a mountain over their hearts. It was a struggle to even breathe, in the midst of a heavy gasp, and in the midst of the horror of the 200 or so recruits. Wang Nian slowly opened his mouth and said the full lines he had just said. "We are the Mask Special Squad." After saying that, the divine might instantly disappeared. All of the recruits immediately relaxed. They no longer questioned the strength of the Mask Squad, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. After feeling the gap between heaven and earth, all of them were silent, marveling at Wang Nian's power. After seeing that the crowd had experienced the power of the King Face divine ruin and the field was subdued, Yuan Gang began to lecture again. "Since you're not convinced, I'll give you a chance to recognize yourselves. From now on, until 9 p.m. You 240 recruits, by any means necessary, unmask any one of the masked squad, and you'll be considered winners. If you win, you guys are awesome and finish tomorrow. If you lose, throw your ridiculous pride and ego into the cesspool. Train for me honestly. Get it?" Yuan Gang's majestic voice echoed in the training ground, and the recruits exploded. When someone protested that their mental powers were not equal, Yuan Gang had the masked squad suppressed to the Zhan realm. 240 against 7. The new recruits were confident and bursting with confidence. Yet King Face was loaded as well. "We don't need 7. We only need 5 to you over. 240 against 5. And so, Sandalwood and Starscream retreated to the instructor's chair, and King Face, Maelstrom, Scales, Rose and Moon Ghost, The 5 of them were in abuse mode. The recruits thought they could win with their strength in numbers, never expecting that the masked squad would be invincible. In less than a minute, half of the recruits were defeated at the hands of Scales, Swirls, and Chance. The 5 men slowly walked over to Su Ming's side in the group of fainting recruits. Maelstrom closed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Xiao Ming, aren't you going to run away yet? If you don't run away, we're going to do it to you yo. As long as I don't look you in the eye, your illusions give me no use yo." Su Ming, on the other hand, drank calmly and ignored it. Dash. Foolish vortex, you know nothing of my summon's power. When I finish this bottle, masked squad, I'm all in. I have a bold plan to play with your captain. Dash. At this moment, Wang Mian stood at the very back, staring at Su Ming as he drank, fearing that he would be caught in another illusion. And the rest of the masked squad, unable to resist, one by one took out their weapons, ready to take care of Su Ming for their captain. Rose carried the giant hammer. Moonghost took out her short sword. Maelstrom summoned countless purple vortexes. Scales raised 2 fingers. And the members of the masked squad surrounded Su Ming. Just then, a hand holding a Buddha bead crossed in front of the team. Ba. Guys, before we do it, can you allow me to have a word with him? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 65. Everyone in the room is trash. Kick off the Black King. The person who stopped the masked squad was Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan spun his Buddha beads in his hands and blocked the masked squad with his body. With a smile on his face, he looked at Su Ming. The look of flattery etched on his face. It made all 5 of the masked squad, all of them, Ursine. Now that the sparring has begun, 100 recruits are out instantly, and all the others have run away. Where did this kid come from? Don't even carry a weapon. Not afraid to get out of the game? What does he want? Stall time? It looks weak. Could it be recruits playing tactics and throwing out bait? With a 6-fold step, Maelstrom walked over to Chao Yuan and stuck his head by Chao Yuan's cheek, face to face, with a disdainful mockery. Brat, your swirling grandfather doesn't have time to play with you. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after the sparring match is over. Saying so, Maelstrom stretched out his hands and countless purple vortexes crossed Chao Yuan's head, giving him nowhere to hide. But Chao Yuan didn't run away. Although sweating profusely, it was not a cold sweat from fear of the vortex, but from the heat. Also, Chao Yuan's face was covered in excited sweat after he was sure he had found his nobleman. Even though countless purple vortexes were pressing down on his head, Chao Yuan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he no longer paid any attention to the masked squad, reverently folded his hands together, and gave a deep salute to Su Ming. Elder Su Ming, the Golden Cicada Master of the Buddhist sect said that you are my nobleman and can help me to be liberated. So, I would like to ask you to wash the sins off my body. In exchange, of course, I, Chao Yuan, would like to saddle up for Senior Su and look after him. Even if Senior lets me warm the bed, it's still fine. Su Ming was stunned in his heart and looked at Chao Yuan as if he was looking at him. Ah, when did I become your honored one? I am not your nobleman. Ah, your nobleman is Lin Chiye. You go to lick him. You go to lick him. Ah, don't come to evening my side. My current mission is to defeat the masked squad. Defeating a member of the team rewards 50,000 points of permanent spiritual power. Defeating the king's face is even more 100,000 points of permanent spiritual power. And there is also the fragrance of the Wine Sword Immortal 100 years of cultivation. I'll wash your sins away. I'm sorry, I won't. Besides, I'm too busy with millions of dollars a minute to nag you. Right now, all 5 members of the masked squad are in front of them. So if you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Thus, Su Ming Tun slammed a few mouthfuls of wine and stood up, ignoring Chao Yuan and Maelstrom, and looked straight at Wang Mian, who was cowering at the very back. Because of the swirls, which can only be considered an appetizer for a vegetable salad, king noodle is the main course of the day. Grilled steak. Wang Mian only felt chills all over his body when Su Ming looked at him, and was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. He tapped his hand on his brain. Oops, forgot. Can't see eye to eye with the illusionist faculty. After noticing that he had lost his temper, Wang Mian hurriedly pretended. Whirlpool, hurry up and finish off this cutie pie recruit. Then go with Rose and Scales to outflank the other recruits and Moon goes to the warehouse. I'll stay and deal with Su Ming. After hearing Wang Mian's speech, Su Ming wasn't very satisfied. Dash. Wang Mian, you call up Tanxiang and Starscream and go together. I'm sorry, I didn't take it personally. I meant everyone in the room. They're all garbage. King Face, W. Whirlpool et al, W. Chao Yuan, Buzz, *degree***. After a short silence, Whirlpool was enraged, staring at Su Ming with eyes as wide as cowbells. "I white blue. You stinking drunkard. I'd never seen such an arrogant person in my life." Su Ming spread his hands and said indifferently, "Here, now you've seen it. King Face, Whirlpool, and others, Ayaha. W, 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 W. I, Nima, was looked down upon then." The always calm Wang Mian had great mood swings. All the players felt insulted and received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage in their hearts, as if 10,000 grass mud horses were bouncing around in their hearts. The silence of the five was deafening. Chao Yuan, on the other hand, had a face of adoration and turned starry-eyed for a second, looking at Su Ming in surprise. "The halal is coming down. Worthy of being my Chao Yuan-s nobleman. Looking good. The golden cicada masters are sincere." Chao Yuan wanted to kowtow to Su Ming, while the masked squad was in full shock. Whirlpool even rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sandbag-sized fists, ready to teach Su Ming a hard lesson. "Ein yet, me and I?" At this moment, Chao Yuan still crossed in front of the vortex and said coldly, "Your Honor, you play the field. Don't be disrespectful. I don't mind knifing you if you dare to be rude to my nobleman." "Vortex? No. Who are you? You do what?" Maelstrom scorned Chao Yuan with displeasure. And without any nonsense, Chao Yuan picked up the knife on the ground and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, are you sure you can survive my blade?" Since just now, Chao Yuan had been very unhappy by the captain of the masked squad, called cutie, and taunted by Maelstrom. He had just made a statement in front of nobleman Su Ming, and this group of people came straight to stomp on him, causing him to lose face in front of nobleman, and it was very upsetting, seeing as how noble hasn't shown any indication at all. What about being ignored? Chao Yuan guessed that the nobleman was trying to see his worth and determination. "So, he's ready to strike?" Chao Yuan Zioji asked coldly. "If you're not sure, I can go to your captain." Swirl, Tenpai, Chance and Moon Ghost all laughed at that. "No, who are you, kid? We, but a special squad of Daciaye. Would we be afraid of a brat like you?" Wang Mian also coldly glanced at Chao Yuan and focused all his attention on Su Ming. "The joke, it's not funny." Su Ming, on the other hand, took a step back, already anticipating a good show. Swish, Chao Yuan drew his sword, and an inexplicable sense of horror rose from the hearts of the masked five. Wang Mian hurriedly turned his attention from Su Ming to Chao Yuan. There was a flash of consternation in his eyes. There really are monsters in this group of newcomers. The sharp blade was sheathed, and the black baleful aura was like a volcanic eruption, surging wildly from Chao Yuan's body. Wisps of pitch-black flames wrapped around Chao Yuan's body, half human, half demon. Like a beast, he was filled with a fierce aura. His body covered with scars was incomparably horrifying, and his face was even more incomparably hideous, and his eyes were open, a pair of blood-colored demonic heavy pupils. Chao Yuan turns into the Black King and the hunt begins. The vortex was closest to Chao Yuan, and when he saw this terrifying scene, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he was even more shocked than seeing the infinite realm mythical creature, and hurriedly retreated. But it was already too late. Chao Yuan's figure flashed, and he laughed out his sword like a ghost. Black flames, wrapped around the top of the blade, slashed through the purple swirling void, taking the head of the vortex straight. Maelstrom thought about Chao Yuan's inquiry just now. "Are you sure you can survive my blade? Are you sure?" "There's no such thing as a sure thing. Captain, help me." Just as Maelstrom was about to unleash the realm, Wang Mian instantly stepped in, gripping the black gorgon and stopping the fatal slash. "Yes, it's strong. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031. Black King Chopper." King Face commented pertinently. "Black King Chopper?" The swirling few were beyond appalled. "The Black King chopping and destroying, that is below the gods and above all beings?" Looking at the unquenchable black flames on Chao Yuan's body, Tian Ping and the others staggered in shock. It's a good thing the captain stepped in, or else Maelstrom would have really died with one slash. "Trouble. Captain, I'll secretly raise 2 realms and forget about it." "No, rules are rules. I'll do it." Just as Wang Mian was about to use his blade deity, Su Ming opened his mouth. "Wait, save your strength, King Face." Su Ming patted Chao Yuan's shoulder, and Chao Yuan unexpectedly regained consciousness briefly. Chao Yuan was beyond shocked, even shedding tears. The hideous face is even uglier. It wasn't Chao Yuan's fault, because this was the first time he had his own consciousness while in the Black King state. Su Ming said indifferently, "You, go play with Lin Chiye and the others." With that, he kicks Chao Yuan into the warehouse. Rumble. Chao Yuan fell heavily into the warehouse and lost consciousness once more the moment he landed. It was unconscious, but still hideously chanted, "Go find Lin Chiye." This author is super popular with readers. and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 66, Hearing the Sword Chi, One Air Moves Mountains and Rivers, Come and Fight, Go Find, Lin Chie, Emily and Bailey Chubby, who were ambushed in the warehouse, were all confused. What the hell is this? Both of them all looked toward Lin Chie. This monster keeps chanting your name. You two know each other? 7 nights. What kind of monster is this? Lin Chie looked at the half-human, half-demon Chao Yuan, his throat beads rolling as he felt a strong sense of unease as he forced himself to calm down. I don't recognize it, but I do know that we're going to die if we don't run away. Swish! Chao Yuan's figure flickered, and he laughed like a ghost as he launched his sword. A few strands of Molly's bright red hair floated down. Clunk! Ka-ching! Ka-ching! 100 miles of fat forbidden things. Yao Guang's golden barrier. The sound of glass shattering. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Rumble. The sounds of fierce fighting came out of the warehouse. The sound of blades clashing. The sound of bombs exploding. 4 figures run towards the dormitory building after the warehouse explosion. 3 playfully running. 1 desperately chasing. He chased him and he fled. And he couldn't escape with his wings. Chao Yuan chased after Lin Chie, Emily, and Bailey Chubby in a frenzy of slashing. Everywhere they went was a mess, leaving behind ruins of burning black fury. After Lin Chie's trio fled to the dormitory building, the dormitory building soon suffered as well. Clack 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 clack. Swish swish swish. The recruits have suffered heavy losses. Xin Xingzhu, Li Jia, and the others were all confused. Holy, what is this guy with the fury coming out of his body? The beads on that hand look so familiar. How come he's the one who's chasing us and cutting us down? Where's the masked squad? Rumble, rumble. The sound of a dormitory building collapsing was heard. The sound of recruits yelling for help. The sound of swords shattering. The sound of earth and tree walls being hacked to pieces. Incredibly hilarious and tragic. The few people from Wang Mian were all baffled and looked at Su Ming with an unbelievable face. Big brother, you're crazy. Black King Chopper, yeah. This guy is so crazy that he even cuts his teammates. And you just throw them at the recruits? If they weren't wearing masks, the shocked expressions on several people's faces would have been wonderful. That said, this Chao Yuan was due to the fact that the Forbidden Ruins power was too strong and his own was too weak. So much so that after using the Forbidden Ruins, he would completely lose his consciousness, relying solely on his fighting instincts to drive his body, and attacking indiscriminately in the true sense of the word. However, Su Ming just now, by merely patting Chao Yuan's shoulder, he was actually able to suppress the Black King's fatal chi, allowing Chao Yuan to briefly regain consciousness. This is a little bit unbelievable. Could it be that Su Ming's strength was much stronger than the Black King's fury? Or perhaps, Su Ming's illusions could have a secondary effect on Chao Yuan? The few people from Wang Mian were filled with doubt, not knowing Su Ming's strength, exactly how it was. However, with that kick just now, and judging from the fact that he dared to mouth off to the masked squad, the strength was really above the sea realm. It may well even get to infinity. Thinking of this, the 5 members of the masked squad all looked at Su Ming seriously. As in the presence of a great enemy, Su Ming was full of concern, and after tons and tons of drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, he glanced meaningfully at the dormitory building. If Lin Chie can't even deal with Chao Yuan, how does he deserve to be my Su Ming's disciple? You two little brothers, have fun. Su Ming revealed a bad smile, scared the Wang face guys to death. Can't read it, can't see through it, don't know what Su Ming means. Of course, Su Ming didn't bother to explain to Wang Mian and the others and said indifferently, is Tanaka and Starscream here? You guys don't need to suppress your realms against me. King Face, W. Whirlpool et al., W. Yuan Gang and the others who have been paying attention here, W. Su Ming, you damn too crazy. Do you know what realm the masked squad are in? The establishment was a powerhouse of the Chuan realm and the Sea realm. After a few years of practicing, the weakest were on the verge of stepping into the limitless. Su Ming, how old are you? How long have you been a member of the Night's Watch? Do you think you are a sword saint because you are the cousin of Sword Saint Zhou Ping? Everyone, except for Zhao Empyrean City, all looked at Su Ming with dumbfounded eyes. Inside Wang Mian and the others, they were once again hit by 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. And the silence was deafening. They were all exclaiming that this guy, Su Ming, was not only in the illusionist department, but also in the villain department that turned to messing with people's minds. You're the damn king of the Lilliputians, aren't you? Wang Mian sized up Su Ming carefully, looking for his weaknesses. A few people from the vortex were indignant, paddling and picking people, ready to fight with Su Ming one-on-one. Yuan Gang and the other instructors looked at the Black King Chao Yuan, who was making a fuss on one side, and the masked squad who was stopped by Su Ming on the other side, and they didn't know how to end it anymore. But there was still a lot of confidence in King Face. After all, a divine agent. Only Zhao Kongcheng, who had great confidence in Su Ming, even wanted them to change places to fight against each other, or else this 10 meters underground. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to withstand Su Ming's sword chi. Just as Zhao Kongcheng had predicted, Su Ming did not put Wang Mian and the others in his eyes in the slightest, but they were just caramels brushing their spiritual power. It was only after Su Ming drank the root of the bottle of Maotai dry. He took out the light steel sword from his back. A biting cold aura appeared at first, as if there were sword intent laws flowing through the sword body, suppressing all the surrounding forbidden ruins and divine ruins. Wang Mian's divine soul trembled, and after seeing the light steel sword, he let out an incomparable cry of shock. Good sword. At the same time, he wondered a sentence. Su Ming, let me ask you, what realm are you in now? Su Ming was truthful. I see realm. And you? See realm? The entire masked squad breathed a sigh of relief, scared to death, and thought that your damn infinite realm. Seaside, what are you pretending to be? King Face smiled. Coincidentally, I too see realm. Su Ming raised a hint of a smile and once again opened a bottle of Fen wine. Tell the truth, King Face said quietly. Just got to infinity, I think. Su Ming tons and slams a mouthful of good wine. I hate liars. Wang Mian held Go Yan in his arms and said in a milky voice. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm limitless midterm law. Su Ming sneered. Doesn't matter. Have you gotten to Klein yet? Wang Mian blinked his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Almost there. Su Ming also blinked his eyes and said faintly. Oh, I'm sorry then. I'm invincible under Klein. 1-for-1 over Klein. You masked squad. Wait for me to single out you. Wang Mian was a bit unresponsive. I'm sorry? What is there to apologize for? It can't be that you think that you see realm will make the infinite realms me not enjoy myself, right? It's okay. I won't use my full strength. The big deal is that you only use divine power and not Goyan. Wang Mian heard Su Ming say that he was in the sea realm and instantly became confident. Let's change the place. If we all use the sea realm, this place will suffer. That said, it's too hot in Cangnan. I'm sweating. Wang Mian wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. Maelstrom and the others spat along. That's right. It's too hot in Cangnan. It's better to go to the capital. This mask of mine is getting wet. Brother Xiao Ming, you're no match for us if you only have the sea realm. Nope. You can't even beat our captain. Pai De Xing. Let's go catch the new recruits. Ha ha ha. Be serious. Swirl, we still need to respect the sea realm's new recruits. Su Ming has already hung on to 90% of all the vigilantes in the whole of Daxia. Yeah, after the intensive training, Su Ming, you can report to the capital. That's fine. Change places. It's too hot in here. Su Ming smiled lightly. Yes, it's just as well I'm going to show you a special view. I'll show you what kind of unknowable world you'll be stepping into as Zhou Ping's cousin. King Face, Whirlpool et al., Yuan Gang and other instructors, Zhao Kongcheng, Wang Mian and the others were filled with confusion. Su Ming, what are you pretending? Mentioning people is not. Mentioning the sword Saint Zhou Ping is not? Zhou Ping is not giving you face this time either. Who told you to call us trash just now? Su Ming ignored the disdainful gazes of Wang Mian and the others and looked towards the mountains in the distance, lightly lifting his green steel sword. A majestic sword intent erupted, and pure, flawless, and extremely terrifying sword chi instantly stirred in the lofty mountains in the distance. Vast sword chi, a breath that moves mountains and rivers. Boom boom, boom 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 boom. The mountains in the distance, in an instant, were all chopped up, and the cold air that had been hovering at the top of the mountains for a long time, and had been blocked by the lofty mountains for a long time, drifted over quickly. The whole boot camp was incredibly cool and cozy. The entire camp, all dumbfounded. Wang Face and others were shown to have their scalps tingling, their spines chilled, and goosebumps running down the soles of their feet and straight to their heads. Wang Mian and the others, all of them felt an unprecedented sword intent stirring before their eyes, causing their souls to tremble violently. Although Wang Mian's face was calm, his heart had already set off shock waves. Is this a sea realm in this treadmill? Nima Klein Realm Bar, Maelstrom, Heavenly Scale, Rosebud, and Moon Ghost, at this moment, only felt their livers and jaws drop in shock. All of them stared dumbfounded at the broken mountain range in the distance. W. This nymphet is the sea realm. Don't tease us. Your damn human ceiling bar. Yuan Gang and other instructors, looking at the monitor screen, all shocked. Feel like there are ants crawling all over. Tide. Chiu. This nifty masked squad can't suppress Su Ming ah. This nifty at least 4 special squads, plus 2 ceilings to come. Su Ming high realm? Sea realm my ass. He faked it. Worthy of being the cousin of the sword Saint Zhou Ping? Nima is even more hanging than your cousin. Have you become a god and have your own laws? Ha ha ha, how is it possible that we are living in a dream? What did we see? What did we experience? The instructor room was shaken, and the instructors were in an uproar. All of their faces were pale, and when the instructor taught Su Ming, teaching my ass, even Zhao Kongcheng was dumbfounded. Su Ming, you damn well got stronger again. Drinking so useful. I old Zhao drink a few sips is not able to comprehend the forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the bottle of wine in Su Ming's hand in the surveillance screen and moved. At this moment, Su Ming, who was feeling the cool airflow, faintly opened his mouth to Wang Mian, come to war. The king-faced people were dumbfounded and shook the people in a hurry. That, sandalwood and stars cream come, help, we are lumberjacks, don't give up, don't give up. Swirl, why don't you go call out to Xia Simeng? I'm a bit panicked being alone. Commander Yi Fan, you're a ing pitiful person. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 67, See Realm My Ass, must be human ceiling, come to war. Su Ming's two simple words were like 5 thunderbolts at the moment, exploding in the ears of the 5 members of the masked squad. Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked and appalled, stayed in place. At this point in time, it wasn't just the 5 people from the masked squad who were dumbfounded. Yuan Gang and the other instructors were dumbfounded. Even Lin Qiye and the other recruits who were entangled with Chao Yuan were all dumbfounded, because the cold air came in and cooled everyone down to a comfortable but highly unreasonable degree. At this moment, Lin Qiye and the others looked in the direction where the cold wind had blown away, and all of them were dumbstruck, their mouths wide open in shock. Yet, the mountain was split? No, it's the mountains that have all been split apart. What's going on? At this moment, even Chao Yuan, who was frantically swinging at the recruits, had a moment's pause, because he felt a majestic sword intent washing away his sins, making Chao Yuan's heart feel much better. Although he was still crazy and still mindlessly chasing after Lin Qiye and slashing, Chao Yuan's body, however, didn't have the pain of being burned by the fury anymore. Chao Yuan, who was covered in pitch-black flames, secretly gave a word of thanks in his heart. Amat Ba Buddha, thanks for your help. He then lost all consciousness and recited hideously, go find Lin Qiye. Swish, swish swish. The dormitory building was again filled with the sounds of sharp blades slashing about, and the howls of the recruits, outside the boot camp. The moment, Lang Xian lay on his back on an abandoned pylon, using binoculars to scrutinize the situation in the training camp. Report to the group on the headset. This year's training, it's harsh. Even the masked squad is here. They're surrounding Su Ming, so I guess Su Ming can quit drinking. 7 nights, being chased by a humanoid monster. Hey, it's a bit of a mess. It'd be nice to be able to use a gun. Forget it, forget I said it. If you guys want to come over and peek, watch out. There's a geologic disaster here, and the mountains have all been shattered. The people of Squad 136 were all taken aback after hearing Lang Xian's report. Hong Ying was very uneasy about Su Ming, and Wan Chiemo was very uneasy about Lin Qiye, so they immediately drove to find Lang Xian, wanting to see what's going on in the recruit training camp. The entire squad, except for Shang Nanwu, is here. Recalling the sound of the landslide just now, and this cold air that kept coming, Chen Mai and the others were very shocked. This geologic disaster was also too terrifying. Those majestic mountains are gone. Where are the mountains that block the cold air? Chow, that's the pointing mark of Cangnan city. Just like that, it's gone? Only Chen Mai of the Chuan realm and Si Shaonan of the Klein realm sensed the majestic sword intent coming out of the broken mountain range. The 2 men felt their scalps numb. Go to the geological disaster, which is ing Su Ming out again. Both of them unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air and could not help but feel a sigh of emotion in their hearts. Su Ming, you kid, just how strong are you? At this moment, the unknown Red Tassel took out 2 coats from the car and put them on both of them. It's so rare that Cangnan can actually be this cold. It's a good thing I bought Su Ming a scarf and an electric blanket, or the boy would have suffered. The old town of Cangnan City. Even with the distance of a city, Yang Jin still keenly sensed that someone high up had struck. That terrifying sword intent made him, who was 100 miles away, feel his sweaty, creepy body. The heart set off waves of shock in general, and could not be calmed for a long time. What a powerful sword intent. The little black dog was also shocked out of a cold sweat at this moment, but it had dealings with Su Ming and could smell Lin Qiye's scent. It ran to Yang Jin's side to give him a wide berth. One of our own. Yang Jin looked into the distance, then felt the constantly reinforced Jingguoshan monument and was curious as to who was responsible for this. But the good thing was that it was a member of the Daxia kingdom, and with him around, the celestial court could feel a lot more at ease. Great Xia Erlang Jinju and Yang Jian, Thank you for blessing great Xia. At this point my aunt pushed the window open and was in a good mood. Feeling the breeze on her face, she closed her eyes. Yang Jin knew that his mom was praying for brother 7 nights again. Outside the house came the happy cries of a little girl. So cool. So cool. Daddy, you don't have to get a tan anymore. The gods are showing up. It was none other than the voice of Nyx, who pushed open the window, blinking her big innocent eyes and feeling the cool breeze blowing outside with immense joy. She had witnessed how difficult it was for her dad, sweating every day at work, especially on her forehead, which was covered with beads of sweat during the day. Dad, who was yellow, was tanned by the hot sun. That's why Nyonya has been hoping for cooler weather in Cangnan. I didn't expect my wish to come true today. Same as the last fireworks. What a surprise. He. Thank the gods. Upper King City. Zhuoqing rushed into Yifan's office with incomparable astonishment. He took the video that Yuan Gang had synchronized and showed it to Yifan. Commander, there's a landslide in Cangnan City. Yifan froze for a moment. Landslide. Go to find Cangnan's geological hazards section. Come to find me for what? Zhuoqing's face was filled with a shocked expression. The beads of his throat rolled hard with a look of epiphany. Commander, I'm hip. I get it. No wonder you asked me to mail Su Ming a drink. This kid is really a few talents. Look at the video. Su Ming lifted his light steel sword and the mountain collapsed. Yifan looked at Zhuoqing's agitated expression, incoherent expression, and calmly pretended. Say a few without putting. Civilize you and me. You know, not just lifting a light steel sword. Wait a minute. What did you say? The landslide in Cangnan City was done by Su Ming? Just one lift of the light steel sword and the mountain collapsed. Yifan looked at the video. Su Ming's incomparably simple movements, incomparably relaxed expression, and the destructive power of that landslide, and his eyes were stunned out of their sockets. Su Ming, you kid is awesome. Yifan was excited, shocked and thrilled as he looked at this awesome and coaxing vast sword chi. This was even more powerful than the last 100 steps flying sword and 10,000 swords returning to the palace once. Even more powerful. This time it's confirmed. Su Ming is the ultimate genius, worthy of being Zhou Ping's cousin. You're really going to the right place by putting your own blood on the line and letting the masked squad go forward. Yifan stared dead on at the synchronized video, watching Su Ming, alone, face off against the 7 members of the masked squad. Tide, Sandalwood and Starscream both join in? It seems like this kid Wang Mian felt Su Ming's oppression and got pressured. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhuoqing's voice rang out. Commander, this Su Ming kid is at least in the Sea Realm. Sea Realm? Su Ming, this kid broke through the mountain range with a sword chi. Sea Realm, my ass. Must be human ceiling. Hiss, I can finally understand why you indulge Su Ming so much. Zhuoqing, keep blocking the news for me. Yes. Zhuoqing, do you have any good wine at home? No. Yuan Gang's family has copied out all the wine. Why don't I go buy some? No. You'll go copy Xiaoping Ji's house later. Yes. Come on. Let's see who's really powerful. Su Ming and the masked squad. Yes. Commander Yi, you old fox. Only telling me the truth now. Had I known Su Ming was so hung up, I'd have kept him drinking at my own expense. Ha ha ha, it's not too late. Look at that. Su Ming is going to strike again. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 68, The God Scalps Are Numb. Imperial Swordflight scares the masked squad silly. Upper King City, Office of the Commander-in-Chief. Zhuoqing took the live stream of the masked squad and the live recruits and showed it to Yifan. After the two of them lamented Su Ming's strength, they all stared at the screen with dead eyes, waiting for the showdown between them. It was obvious that King Face had already lost in terms of momentum because he was shaking people up and wasn't confident. On the contrary, Su Ming continued to tons and tons of drinking without a single ripple on his face, and his eyes were full of confidence. Yifan and Zhuoqing keenly noticed that in Su Ming's eyes, there was a slight color of greed. There seemed to be a kind of robber who robbed and saw a small daughter-in-law carrying gold and silver. And both of them were shocked in their hearts. What does this mean? Su Ming didn't even put the King Face 7 in his eyes. Hiss dash. The two of them sucked in a breath of cool air, convinced by Su Ming's confidence, and were immensely looking forward to Su Ming's strike. The two of them held their breath, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of missing any details. The moment. The office of the Beijing squad. Xiaoping crossed his legs and was also watching the live broadcast of the boot camp. Due to network delays, he just saw the masked squad strike. Seeing that the masked squad had been moved out, Xiaoping mocked unmercifully. Yuan Gang, I can't live without you. Fart, you can't do anything without me. Can you? You've invited the false face squad to put in some blood. Ha ha, eat your heart out. You, Just when Xiaopinga was incomparably dejected and ready to watch the masked squad show off their skills, he was shocked to see the Black King Chao Yuan, Su Ming shattering mountains with a sword. The sopping songwriters were dumbfounded. I am super. Is this a new recruit? Nima. A gentle lift of the hand. A sword shatters mountains and rivers? How is this person so The point is, why is he still drinking wine? My nigga. I just saw that the kid is holding Fingzhou in his hand. It's wine from Yuan Gang's house. No wonders what Ching copied the house. Just copied the wine. So it is for this kid to drink? Good man. There's your commander Yi. And you've hidden such a seed of the future. You're awesome. It's a bit expensive. What kind of person drinks Fingzhou like this? Without some peanuts, beans, tofu skins or whatever. It's a pity to die. You kid, this is called bull drink. Not called drinking. When you set training to come to Shangjing, I teach you how to taste wine. I've got a lot of famous wines from Daxia in my liquor store. Hey, luckily my old man was smart enough to sell Yuan Gang. Ha ha ha. At this time, Xiaopinga was very pleased, and did not anticipate in the slightest that the next one to suffer, the one who was copied by Zhuo Qing, would be him. Nishijin. Zhou Ping looked at the gradually increasing number of guests, and the speed of brushing the plates, obviously much faster. One could only say that it was worthy of being a sword saint, with awesome perception. Su Ming had merely swung out a vast sword qi, and it was keenly captured by Zhou Ping. This sword aura that was transmitted across millions of miles caused Zhou Ping to tremble. A hint of shock showed in his eyes, because that was the law of sword intent that he didn't even understand. After pondering for a long time to no avail, Zhou Ping secretly marveled a sentence in his heart. I'm not as good as him. Zhou Ping stopped his hand from brushing the dishes and looked in the direction of Cangnan. Was it that Klein Realm powerhouse again? At least the guy who owns God's Ruin, Red Tassel, Chen Mai, and Yi Fan, have not contacted me until now, so Su Ming must be fine. Oh cousin, it's good that you have a healthy body. Daxia and our family, I'll be the guardian. After a flurry of stir-frying sounds in the kitchen, third uncle was busy, frying the vegetables and taking advantage of the serving of food to banter with Zhou Ping for a few moments. Xiaoping Su Ming has been gone for more than a month. Right, why hasn't he come back yet? This brat, he won't really stay in the army for 3 years, will he? He has the fortitude? With a month of training, I guess there's no time for drinking. You don't say. I really miss him a little bit. Hey, as his uncle, it's really cheap I don't know if this idiot went through his bag, but I stuffed $1,000 in it. I've stuffed $1,000 in the bag. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Ping's face. Don't worry third uncle. My friend hasn't looked for me yet. That means Su Ming is adapting quite well. Uncle Sam sighed, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and went back to frying. If you work, you won't think about Su Ming, and you can smoke a cigarette when you're done. Mud. Come on brat. Fight for our family. The 4 divine realms. Su Ming simply demonstrated the vast sword qi, just immediately let his sword immortal laws shine above the great Tao, the luster that crushes all other divine paths. This singular scene immediately attracted the attention of the gods. The god king Odin, the king of gods Zeus, the supreme sun god Ra, and the supreme god extermination Brahma, all had their hearts trembling with fear and their scalps numb, all confused and sweating. What's wrong with stepping on a horse again? Daxia, what are you doing again? All of the outer gods, with heart-stopping trepidation, looked toward Daxia. However, apart from the sword intent law that made them feel their souls tremble, they couldn't see anything. What? It can't even be probed. Even the gods that were sent out, Loki, Hades and the others, all stopped halfway because the divine aura emanating from Daxia, the light of the sword immortal laws, caused them to feel intimidated, and only dared to peek from afar, not daring to enter Daxia's territory. Even if they were closer to Daxia, they couldn't see anything. The more this happens, the more scary it gets. The outer gods, in addition to reaping fear, are afraid. Looking at the Daxia that presented a crushing, invincible momentum, the outer gods were going to be scared to tears. Please, tell us some useful information. Daxia, you too scary Recruitment intensive training camp. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Everyone in the masked squad dared not move. Their feet were like lead. They couldn't even move, because it was just so shocking. Su Ming had just lifted his sword to take a moment, and the majestic sword qi that was released made the hearts of the several people in Wang Mian go cold, and the entire person was like falling into an ice cellar. After a long time, Swirl swallowed and asked dryly, Captain, what are we going to do? What to do? Cool. I know what to do At this moment, Wang Mian was already in 6s and 7s. He didn't know what to do in his mind, and if he hadn't had a mask in the way, his panicked and disoriented expression would have been wonderful. So Wang Mian didn't say anything and just stood stiffly in front of Su Ming, thinking fast about what to do. Seeing that Captain Wang Mian was so calm and collected, Tian Ping and the other members of the team calmed down as well. Swirl, don't you scream. The captain must have an idea. That's right. Look at how scared you are. Tanuka and Starscream are here too. We're 7 against 1. It's hard to lose. Right, Captain? The masked squad's aura went up instantly. Wang Mian wanted to cry. I can go to you guys. Don't victimize me again. Hey, it's an egg on the face. But it's not a bad thing to have the squad's momentum up there. Wang Mian forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. He felt the bovine booming vast sword chi just now, and kept calculating tactics in his heart. He counted all of his life's combat experience. If you add Sandalwood and Starscream, with the strength of the 7 members of the Mask Squad, in a group battle, you can fight against the Klein Realm powerhouses in a 37-19 split, and against the human ceilings in a 19-1 split. It's not that you can't fight. Wang Mian carefully surveyed Su Ming, inspecting his breath for any disorders. Just now, a sword split the mountain range. It should have consumed a lot of mental energy, right? It must be. Kingface's brain was spinning rapidly. Su Ming is indeed very strong, and the vast sword chi just now was very pretentious. But our masked squad is not a vegetarian, and we have the power to fight in a group. Maelstrom, you kid, don't pretend either. It's time to get real. Besides, I have the forbidden item, Go Yang, and I have the divine ruin, time sequence thug, which can go back in time and space. So if I just have kryptonite, I'll have countless chances to beat Su Ming. And you, Su Ming, can only lose once. Thinking about this, Wang Mian regained his confidence and felt that it wasn't impossible to fight. That's confidence from an old rogue. LOL, one of the top 3 illusions, I can counterkill the opposite side. LOL, one of the top 3 illusions, I can win this game. This time, Su Ming's voice sounded again, pointing at the lofty mountain peak that had been destroyed by the vast sword chi. At the moment it's all chipped ground. Go there. You don't need to hide. Use your full strength. Su Ming's voice, which entered everyone's hearts, seemed like a Tarzan pressing down on them, so much so that their hearts were about to stop beating. The entire masked squad is in a daze. You damn well destroyed all the mountain ranges just to create a fighting environment? No sense of protecting the environment at all. Little fist on your chest. Badass. The 7 members of the masked squad, staring at the flattened mountain in the distance in disbelief. Brother Xiaoming. That being said, but it's so far away. How are we going to get there? Scales are fine. They can fly. We can't just find a helicopter now, can we? At this point in time, Maelstrom had already honored Su Ming by calling him Little Brother Ming. The corner of Su Ming's mouth raised an imperceptible bad smile. Simple. Imperial sword art. Swish. The green steel sword immediately split into 7 residual shadows, holding up the entirety of the masked squad, and sent them over. The entire masked squad was dumbfounded and stood dumbfounded at the shadow of the sword. Even the knowledgeable Wang Mian stepped on the horse and was dumbfounded. Royal sword flight. Cultivation of immortality? The sound of a distant whirlpool echoed through the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I can fly too. Except for the scales, I can fly too. Cool. Hey. This book data is extremely poor. The income is extremely small, but the author is still insisting on updating. During the day to move bricks as cattle and horses, the night crazy yards, because to raise 2 children, to take care of grandma, can earn a piece as a piece? Kneeling request to urge, collection and reward, kneeling thank you readers lords. Chapter 69, Kingface, Su Ming, you lied to me. You're a ghost of the sea realm, yo. With a swirling howl of misery, all 7 members of the mask squad were thrown into the mountains by Su Ming. It landed on the mountain that had been flattened by the vast sword chi. Clang, clang, thud. Everyone else landed normally. The more wolfish moon ghosts, at best, fell on their asses, and only Maelstrom, face first on the ground. He fell to his knees and hated it. I want revenge. I want revenge. I'm going to rub Su Ming's face, rub it on the ground and stomp on it. Looking at the violent vortex, Wang Nian shook his head. Chance was already spinning the pink sledgehammer in his hand, ready to violently silence the vortex. Just then, Su Ming's faint voice came from the air. Oh, come on then. For simple words, with an inexplicable majesty, scared Whirlpool's heart thumping wildly, and scared the rest of the masked squad, and their hearts also set off a huge wave. Wang Mian frowned, and at this moment, he had already taken out his black blade, Go Kite, as if he was facing the enemy. Tenping was horrified beyond belief. His fingers on his chest, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Chance's heart sank, and the small hammer in his hand quickly grew larger, and stood at attention. Moonghost's face changed greatly, and he lit up his short sword, not saying a word, but his breath revealed tension. Sandalwood and Starscream were already so frightened by the powerful pressure on Su Ming's body that their faces turned white and they couldn't breathe well. The whirlpool was even more like a needle, hurrying to use his hands and feet, quickly and slowly falling Su Ming, pulling away from the distance. After Su Ming flew in with his imperial sword, he jumped down from the sword and steadily stepped on the ground, setting off a circle of golden ripples of airwaves, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. Su Ming raised his hand, and the light steel sword flew into his hand in an instant. Zah! Zah! A liver-rending air-breaking sound resounded abruptly. The sword having returned, Su Ming flicked the light steel sword around and pressed it against the ground, his eyes flashing with a blazing cold aura. They seemed to see the silhouette of a giant sword appear behind Su Ming's back, the sword emitting a monstrous sharpness that made the 7 people of the masked squad sweat and be creeped out. Scared, Whirlpool's mouth quivered. Brother Xiaoming, I'm just kidding. Is it funny? Ha ha, isn't that funny? I'll tell Brother Ming another super funny joke, the man who farts as gracefully as a wind chime. Ha ha, I can't. I'm going to die laughing just thinking about Purin. Ha ha. Su Ming picked up a bottle of wine. Tons and tons and tons. After the booze, anticipation was written in his eyes and he said lightly, come to war, don't keep them waiting too long. On Su Ming's side, relying on only one person's pressure, he instantly shocked the awesome special squad. On Lin Chiye's side, he had a headache and was helpless against the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031's Black King chopping destruction. Lin Chiye didn't understand why this fracking guy was always chasing after him and cutting him up. I won half. Have I offended you in any way? Luckily, Lin Chiye was smart enough to have already allied with Emily, Bailey Chubby, Xin Xingzhu, and 100 other recruits to deal with Black King Chao Yuan. Although very confident in defeating Chao Yuan, in the end of the fight, 100 recruits were defeated by 90 by Chao Yuan. If Lin Chiye and Xin Xingzhu hadn't been quick to save them, this group of recruits, all of them would have died. Looking at Chao Yuan, who was surrounded by fury and hideous like a devil, Lin Chiye had a headache. How about directly using the Divine Ruins, Mortal Dust Divine Domain, together with Xin Xingzhu and Mali, to open up and kill? At this moment, a majestic sword chi came from the ruins of a distant mountain range. It was none other than Su Ming's vast sword chi. Master? Lin Chiye seemed to have been spurred on to raise his awareness. What's the point of fighting the masked squad when you can't even beat a Black King yourself? Master Su Ming. He could stop the entire masked squad all by himself. And himself, with 100 men against a Black King. If you can't even win this, why are you still Su Ming's disciple? Looking at Chao Yuan, who was carrying a straight sword entwined with black flames on his shoulder, his fierce aura rushed to the sky, and he was smiling fiercely as he walked towards the crowd. Molly couldn't help but shiver. Xin Xingzhu also gulped in shock, and Bailey Chubby even shrank behind Lin Chiye, holding his head and shivering. His forbidden ruins are strong and vicious, Lin Chiye said with a frown. Chubby, is there anything to seal him? Immediately, Chubby Bailey reached into his pocket and pulled out a roll of duct tape from it. This is the forbidden item, Scroll of Sequestration. Sequence 343. Lin Chiye looked at Fatty Bailey with slight surprise. I just casually asked. And you really did? At this moment, Chao Yuan roared, ghostly out of his sword, forcing Molly and Xin Xingzhu and the others back. Li Jia falls down and lands a single. When the knife entwined with black flames was about to slash at Li Jia, Xin Xingzhu and Lin Chiye struck out at the same time. Xin Xingzhu directly pounced on Li Jia, leaving her back to Chao Yuan. The black flame blade, when it was still 0.01 centimeters away from Xin Xingzhu, Lin Chiye arrived like lightning. He held the star blade in his right hand and gently tore open a section of the scroll of sealing in his left hand with his teeth, his eyes shining with golden light as he darted towards Chao Yuan. Steady and accurate, he used the back of his blade to pummel Chao Yuan's sword-swinging elbow, saving Xin Xingzhu and Li Jia. He then flipped over in the air at great speed, and with his left hand, he placed the scroll of sealing on Chao Yuan's neck, wrapping it around several times in a row. Sealing it, crazy demon Chao Yuan fell to the ground in response. A stone fell to the ground in Lin Chiye's heart. Finally he didn't disgrace Master Su Ming, and Chao Yuan, who had come to his senses, looked at the distant mountains with a grateful gaze. Lin Chiye sat beside him and curiously asked him what he was looking at. Chao Yuan said with gratitude, looking at the one who can cleanse me of my sins. Nobleman. Lin Chiye frowned slightly, tempted to put the knife against his neck. A word of caution to Chao Yuan. I was here first. I'm the eldest disciple of the Su sect. Far away in a broken mountain range, Su Ming, one person and one sword, stood in front of the masked squad. his aura as unstoppable as a mountain. Once again, 2 words were uttered. Come to war. Once those 2 words were uttered, it was surprisingly more shocking than before. Even the 7 people of the masked squad once again felt a soul-shattering fear. It was as if Su Ming's next sword would be able to destroy their godly forms. King Face was even more stunned, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Su Ming, you damn well can pretend more than I can. Your special meow isn't even the sea realm. You're stepping into the Klein realm. You step on the human ceiling. How dare you lie to me? Although I tricked you first, just now at the boot camp. You stepped on the horse and suppressed at least 2 realms. Hiss. After realizing this fact, Wang Mian sucked in a breath of cool air. He was shocked beyond belief, and only now did he realize how gentle Su Ming was to the crazy demon Chao Yuan. That kick just now was clearly capable of killing Black King Chao Yuan. As a result, Su Ming's kick, not even a horsepool realm, just kicked off. There is also the vast sword chi that cut through the Cangnan mountain range, but it was only cut through the middle, not even at the sea realm. Although the performance was beyond amazing, with the expressive power of a human ceiling, this kid, Su Ming, must have stayed strong. Su Ming he must have hidden his strength. At this moment, Wang Mian, full of bitterness, all regretted dying to come. It's really bad luck to have such a heaven-defying expert. But what Wang Mian didn't know was that Su Ming was indeed in the sea realm. He has never lied to anyone, only that he himself possessed the unique cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal, which was not found in this world. Wine Sword Immortal's 1 year of cultivation easily killed Chuan realm. Wine Sword Immortal's 11 years of cultivation easily killed the sea realm. Wine Sword Immortal's 61-year training, invincible under Klein. 1 for 1 above Klein. The next step was to defeat the masked squad and gain 100 years of cultivation. 161 years of Wine Sword Immortal cultivation. Easily destroyed Klein. Su Ming Guan was happy just thinking about it. The smile at the corner of his mouth. AK couldn't even suppress it. Seeing Su Ming raise a hint of a smile, the entire masked squad was doubly devastated. Being laughed at by a new recruit was simply a strange shame. Although the other side is not a mediocre recruit, but being looked down upon like that doesn't make anyone feel good or even break their defenses. So, King Face decided to get it together. Sorry for the late post. I was helping Grandma clean up her room. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 70, One Man, One Sword, toppling the entire masked squad, in the mountains of Cangnan. Because the mountain range that blocked the cold air was cut off by Su Ming's sword, the cold wind churned. This, coupled with Su Ming's sword intent law envelope, caused the entirety of the masked squad to be in a passive state. So, on balance, King Face decided, all 7 together. There was nothing wrong with King Face's order. As the saying goes, if the soldiers are together, the generals will fight the family. It was the optimal solution to break through Su Ming's sword intent net with a single blow. Although Su Ming had once again displayed a shocking strength that caused the liver and bones to split and creep out, but everyone in the masked squad still wanted to try. Fight the group war. Beat the miracle core. Do not steam the buns to fight. After all, their cooperation over the past few years was not for nothing, and when the group battle was coordinated, the Klein realm powerhouses all had to weigh in. In the face of Su Ming's disdainfully raised hint of a smile, the entire masked squad broke their defenses, itching to rub Su Ming on the ground on the spot and give them a crawl. So, with a crisp gesture from Wang Mian, the team instantly made their move. Asshole, don't underestimate the bond between us. Hey! Whirlwind roars with fervor while hitting the head. A magnificent purple vortex, spreading across the sky, was the first to bloom. Then, calmly, the balance of the sky, hands lightly clapping, the surrounding debris, suddenly floated up, densely packed like 10,000 arrows. With a movement of his fingers, the rubble all surged into the purple vortex. In the mere blink of an eye, the rubble was like tens of thousands of crossbow arrows, carrying a cold killing intent, attacking Su Ming from all directions and at all kinds of tricky angles. On the contrary, Su Ming, unconcerned, continued to tons and tons and tons, incredibly easy, as if the vortex and the scales, in his eyes, were as small as ants. Rumble, rumble, 10,000 pieces of broken stone, the sound of bombarding Su Ming, deafening, vibrating up the ripples of airwaves. Flooded with golden light, flashing in the mountains, a wave of air rose up, and the many drone surveillance could no longer capture it clearly. The only thing left on the screen for Yuan Gang and the other instructors, Yi Fan, and Zhuo Qing was Su Ming's unconcerned and languid appearance, and even a little drunkenness flickering in his eyes. Su Ming was so calm and relaxed, but Yuan Gang and the other instructors were terrified. Yuan Gang gave a startled cry. *********. The masked squad really struck out Hong Hao also shocked his sentence. Yes, Maelstrom and Scales, they're getting serious. With the cooperation of these two, they can easily exterminate the Sea Realm mythological creatures. Zhao Kongcheng was also a bit worried for Su Ming. Oh Su Ming, your opponents, they are 7 monsters, should be fine? Zhuo Qing looked at the surveillance and his face was horrified. Commander, Su Ming, why doesn't he dodge? Ah, is this confidence or conceit? Ah? Yi Fan was also staring at the tiger's eyes at the moment, not daring to blink for a moment for fear of missing the images in the surveillance. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see on the monitor screen except a puff of white-gray smoke, and a loud noise that kept coming out, and a flashing golden light. Everyone had no idea what was going on. If King Lu, Su Ming still knows how to fly with a sword? Xiaoping let out a surprised sound that resounded throughout the entire office. There was a delay there before he could see the vortex and the scale strike and rock the house. As the white-gray smoke gradually dispersed, Yuan Gang and the other instructors, Zhuo Qing and Yi Fan, saw a shocking scene. It's the full masked squad striking in earnest. Only in the face of the Klein Realm powerhouse will the state of serious cooperation. On Wang Mian's side, he was dancing the Go Duck, with countless sword daggers across his chest, so densely packed that there wasn't even a single gap. The gang is too dense. This Nemo limitless realm mythological creatures cannot withstand awe. And Rose's giant hammer with a pinkish glow that covered everyone up. The moon ghost had already ringed his body with white moonlight and instantly moved to Su Ming's rear. Line Stabbing, Tantalum and Starscream, with their bodies flickering with demonic light, had already used their both forbidden ruins to assist their teammates in their attacks. It was even busy enough to go all out and cast an illusion on Su Ming, attempting to confuse Su Ming's 5 senses. Rumble. There was another loud bang, and the ground shook and shook. It was the sound of Chance's giant hammer smashing down, resounding through the heavens and earth, causing the training camp recruits to listen to it with chills. It's the spiritual power of the peak of the sea realm. No, it's the spiritual power of the limitless realm. With the aid of Sandalwood and Starscream, the masked squad's per capita limitless realm, the king's face is just a little bit closer to entering the realm of Klein. If just now, hadn't used Go Duck to block Chao Yuan's slash, this little bit would have been a done deal, but it was such a little bit that Wang Mian, as well as all the players, couldn't reach the realm of making Su Ming 1-for-1. Su Ming had long since seen it all. It was all under control. A tiny lapse, 1,000 miles. The masked squad, today, was Su Ming's tool for leveling up. At this moment, a loud noise was heard coming from the broken mountain range, and all the recruits all gazed there. Shin Xingju put his military cap back on and was held up by Li Jia and Deng Wei, aiming and aiming with the snatched binoculars, unable to see anything clearly except for a ripple of airwaves and the sword accident that felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, Bailey Chubby also brought the Eye of True Vision to look over, and after a short viewing, Chubby was so shocked that his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff down a whole goose egg. Stunned, Chubby 100 Miles was so shocked that his scalp went numb, and he was so horrified that his body jerked. After a dozen shudders, he let out an exclamation. Whoa! Senkan Hitchhiker O, Lin Xie, Mo Li, Shin Xingju, and Chao Yuan, all looked at Chubby Bailey with foggy faces. 4 faces are confused. Wow! Godspeed, Lin Xie, Molly, Shin Xingju and Chao Yuan, seeing that the crowd was in a daze. So, Chubby Time began to narrate. The masked squad used all of their abilities, all of their mental power, and fought Brother Su Ming to the death. No, it was a gorgeous fight, but Brother Su Ming unilaterally crushed it. Su Big Brother in front of the body. There is a flooded with blue gas shield in the glittering O, the shot over the thousands of debris, all condensed into pieces. Wang Mian made his move, and he chopped out so many swords with his Go Ducks. Hey, guess what? The king faced the attacks unleashed by Brother Su Ming and all of them were blocked. Wow! Big Brother Su is so hungover. Oh, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, with unhappy faces, said to Fatty Bailey, "You're not allowed to call yourself Big Brother. Call yourself Senior Su." Molly and Shin Xingju, on the other hand, listened with horror, like a statue, frozen in place. It's horrible. It's the human ceiling, undercover at boot camp, hitting the recruits? No wonder he can drink. No wonder he lives in an instructor's camp. Ah, WWWW. At this moment, as Chubby would say, Su Ming was one person against 7 people, swimming with ease and calmness, no different from a play. He was a man of the world, and his vast sword aura swallowed mountains and rivers. With just 2 casual swings, the blue crescent sword chi flipped the trio of Rose, Sandalwood, and Starscream to the ground. The moon ghost line stabbed and couldn't even pierce the blue shield before he was stunned by the huge sword aura. Tian Ping stood beside the vortex to sneak attack Su Ming, and was caught by Su Ming's Haoran sword chi. 5 sword chi that glowed with azure-colored sharpness, pinning Tian Ping to the ground fiercely. Wang Mian kept swinging with the Yi Go Duck, and kept using the power of the Divine Ruin to fight against Su Ming's sword intent laws against each other. The pressure is on. However, the resistance didn't last long, as the masked squad was beaten by Su Ming in an instant. And that was only after wielding 3 sword chi. Su Ming's fingers moved, and the green steel swords were divided into 6, spinning continuously in the air, and the vast sword chi instantly poured out. Sharp chills surrounded Maelstrom, spinning in circles, causing Maelstrom's scalp to tingle and goosebumps to rush from the top of his head straight to the soles of his feet. Scared to death, even if he was hiding his strength, among the squad members, the strongest vortex, at this moment, he was appalled and truly afraid. Maelstrom waved his hand back and forth. Brother Xiaoming, don't do it, I'll do it myself. Snap! Maelstrom knocked himself out. Su Ming looked at the system panel and faintly said to Wang Mian, backtracking, the vortex slapping itself unconscious by itself. Doesn't count. Kingface was dumbfounded. Ah, Brother Xiaoming, you're so principled? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 71, Backtracking is backtracking. Why did you stab me? Back in time? You're ing winning. Backtracking a hammer? Wang Mian was dumbfounded when he heard Su Ming say that he wanted time to go back. What's with the backtracking? People whirlpools have conceded defeat on their own, tapped themselves out, defeated me, and your matchup is over. Time back now? Brother Xiaoming, are you teasing me? I didn't even try to cheat and use time travel, and you just told me to turn it on? You are trying to. How many times do you want to abuse our masked squad? Realizing that something was wrong, Wang Mian's heart rose in fear. Wait, how did Su Ming know that he had the Divine Ruin, chronological thug, which allowed for time regression? I throw. Suddenly there was a feeling of being seen through by Su Ming. It's so scary. Yuan Gang, Yi Fan, which one of you actually told Su Ming? Wang Mian looked at the 6 teammates who all fell to the ground in front of him and had mixed feelings in his heart. Looking at Su Ming, who continued to tons and tons of drinking and demanded his time back, Wang Mian was tense for a moment, because there is no chance of finding a winner. The vast sword chi that Su Ming had just wielded was too strong. Only 3 sword chi, directly killing Wang Mian's teammates. Their masked squad's cooperation just now had been considered seamless, and they were already beating the Miracle Corps, but they still ended up losing. Easily. Even if you go back in time, what can you do? It feels like Dr. Strange, thinking through your head and extrapolating countless times to get that one winnable opportunity. But he wasn't Dr. Strange, he could only time back, leaving himself not much time to think about tactics. He admitted that he was gullible. Su Ming, it's frighteningly strong, ridiculously strong. Wang Mian was sweating profusely, panicking with the naked eye, and the hand holding the Go Kite couldn't help but tremble. They, the masked squad, had dealt with countless strong enemies, had challenged themselves countless times to defeat impossible enemies, accomplished miracles time and time again, and crossed countless insurmountable peaks. However, it was only when facing Su Ming that Wang Mian realized that he had inflated himself. The entire masked squad swelled. The previous opponents, in front of Su Ming, counted for nothing. Oh, this vestigial feeling of staring at death made Wang Mian truly realize that he was still too weak. The whole masquerade squad, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Feeling the majestic sword intent flowing from Su Ming's body, feeling the scalp-numbing sword intent law, Wang Mian couldn't help but feel a sigh of emotion in his heart. It's a good thing it's one of our own, or else. Today, masked squad, total annihilation. Kingface's throat bead rolled and swallowed hard. The shock in his heart was overwhelming. Su Ming, on the other hand, carried a bottle of wine and continued to tons and tons, ignoring Wang Mian, who was stiffening up on the opposite side of the room. There's a reason he's letting the king's face go back in time. This was because he could hear the wonderful beeping of the system immediately after defeating the 5 people from Scales and Roses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tian Ping. Rewarded with 50,000 points of permanent mental power. Congratulations to the host for defeating Rose. Rewarding him with 50,000 points of permanent mental power. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Moon Ghost. Rewarding him with 50,000 points of permanent spiritual power. Congratulations to the host for defeating Sandalwood. Rewarded with 50,000 points of permanent mental power. Congratulations to the host for defeating Starscream. Rewarded with 50,000 points of permanent mental power. After veering off to the vortex here and slapping myself unconscious, I didn't reap any rewards. No, there is no reward. Whirlpool slapping himself unconscious doesn't count as summings. What a loss. So, now was the time for Su Ming to implement his bold idea. To use the king's face to brush up his level. If you stick to the rules and follow the system's mission, when he defeated the masked squad, he could only obtain a maximum of 400,000 points of spiritual energy, which was still far from being able to reach the limitless realm. If you utilize the king's face, time regression, theoretically, then isn't it possible to brush up levels indefinitely? Anyway, give it a try. If King Face lasted long enough, he could ascend to the limitless realm today. Did you say rules? Oh, in the words of Jinx, rules, they're meant to be broken. In the words of Tugshin Shinju, rules? Su Ming, when have I ever followed rules? The truly strong never complain about the general environment, but create their own rules. Therefore, after Su Ming Tun slammed a large mouthful of wine, feeling the sweet liquid, the refreshing sensation that cut through his throat, he slowly walked towards the king's face. Facing the dumbfounded and incomparable Wang Mian, Su Ming said indifferently, "Come on, backtrack." These 3 words, when they reached Wang Mian's ears, almost scared him out of his wits, causing him to sit directly on the ground. It felt like it wasn't a discussion. It was an order. Wang Mian had no choice. I can barely stand up. Using Go Kite against his slightly trembling body. It was as if 10,000 straw horses were bouncing around in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Although Wang Mian was strong, super strong, and was considered among the top in the Great Summer Vigil, but in front of Su Ming, there was actually a sense of powerlessness like an ant trying to shake a big tree. He thought again about what Su Ming had asked him earlier. Doesn't matter. Have you gotten to Klein yet? Then I'm sorry. I'm sorry? So that's what it means? Is it meant to easily defeat the masked squad and then let me use the divine ruin to go back in time? But why? The king face was puzzled and could not understand why Su Ming had won. Why did he need to go back in time? But there's no way around it. You can't beat it. You have to join it. He sighed softly and sheathed the heat Go Kite. Okay, I'll backtrack now. Just as Wang Mian utilized the divine ruin, temporal thug, countless precision gears appeared behind his back, preparing to go back in time. In his ears, Su Ming's voice came once again. Wait, King Face. He's a little baffled. Waiting for what? What's going on? Before Wang Mian could open his mouth to inquire, a sharp pain immediately struck him. Bear! Wang Mian's abdomen received a sword from Su Ming. The blood gushed wildly, while Su Ming's ears were ringing with the system's wonderful beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating King Face. 100,000 points of permanent mental power are awarded. Su Ming looked at the system panel and nodded his head in satisfaction after determining the growth of permanent spiritual power. Eyes of nuclear goodness looked at Wang Mian. Okay, here goes. The king's face was stupid. No, let's just backtrack. Why did you stab me? This is adding to the difficulty of going back in time for me. The point is, it hurts. Wang Mian dared to be angry, and could only curse in his heart before starting to use the divine ruins to go back in time. And with this sword thrust from Su Ming, everyone was dumbfounded. Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, and others looked at the monitor screen and stared at their eyes. What? Wang Mian also lost? Zhou Cheng and Yifan looked at the monitor screen, and both nearly dropped their jaws. Wang Mian was so easily hit by the sword. How strong is Su Ming? Bailey Chubby was incredibly excited and shouted madly at Lin Chie and Xin Xingju. King Face lost. Brother Su Ming. A sword stabbed the king's face. Lin Chie, Xin Xingju, Mo Li, and Chao Yuan all wore stunned expressions. The rest of the recruits were all excited. What? Special squads. The leader of the masked squad. King Face, so soon. Defeated? Brother Ming. Awesome. Xiaopinga stood up excitedly at this moment, cursing under his breath. My Nima. This Su Ming kid is so hung up. What kind of sword chi is that heck? It's so awesome. Niet. This is a recruit. This is an ancestor. It has to be offered. Good Yu Chen Mai. You even hid such a big treasure. The Sopan song has a delay. Everyone else saw Su Ming stab King Face with his sword. On his side, it was only until Su Ming used the vast sword chi. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 72, Art? Zhou Cheng and Yifan were ecstatic. Everyone thought it was over when they saw King Face get stabbed. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao and the other instructors, looking at the still white sky, had shock written all over their faces. It's not even dark yet. How come it's over so soon? Hey, Wang Face, you guys finally deal with Su Ming. Now a kick in the iron plated. Even the masked squad were not Su Ming's opponents. Just how strong is this Su Ming guy? Zhao Empyrean City was on the side, looking at the shocked expressions of Yuan Gang several people, and smiled. How strong is Su Min? Ha ha, you guys think what you want. Think of how strong it is and how strong he is. Su Ming is simply like an exiled immortal falling into the mortal world to help our great Xia recast our clan's glory. So, now the question arises. The masked squad is all defeated. Is this recruit training still going on? At this moment, Yuan Gang is also thinking about this matter. His own afternoon when the great are blown out. Now the masked squad defeated. Cannot really disbanded in place, right? Therefore, King Face absolutely cannot lose. No way. Go back in time. King Face. As Yuan Gang expected, Wang Mian did time travel back. Time went back to before the masked squad made their move with Su Ming. Before the King Face gestures, the players were on standby, ready to fight Su Ming with all their might, just waiting for a gesture from Wang Mian. Tian Ping, Whirlpool and the others made their move. However, after waiting for 3 seconds, everyone realized that there was no reaction from Wang Mian. The team looked at each other. What is the situation? Captain, you wait for what? We pass our half a day. Not yet do it? Suddenly, everyone was a little surprised by this feeling of having gone back in time. The fighting spirit in the hearts of all the players was doused in half when they realized this. Why the time has gone back? We all know. Obviously. Did not beat Su Ming chant. Yes. Wang Mian didn't choose to make a move this time, but instead made a retreating gesture. All the team rushed back, huddled together and, just like the soccer players, form a circle and re-strategize. Whirlpool had a mouthful to say at the moment. Captain, were we defeated just now? Chance cracks Vortex with a right hand to the side of the head. You idiot, you must be the one dragging your feet, Wang Mian said with a serious expression. In a moment, let's change tactics. The first failure was a siege failure. This time, let's all engage in a sneak attack and give it a try. Wang Mian was undeterred and still wanted to try and see if it was a command error just now. So, this time, Whirlpool was in charge of attracting Su Ming's attention, and the rest of the team, on all sides, waited for an opportunity to sneak attack. Su Ming, on the other hand, looks a bit happier after ton pouring a few sips of wine. This was because he realized that after the time regression, the spiritual power on the system panel had, indeed, increased by 350,000 points. The vortex just slapped itself unconscious. It doesn't count. This showed that Su Ming's idea was correct. You can really use the King Face to brush up on levels. He looked at the masked squad who had changed their strategy, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile once again. So, let's get started. Let's see what we can brush up on today. Wang Mian, you've got to hang in there. Yo! At this moment, a majestic sword intent steeped up. Wang Mian and the others looked horrified, and felt a numbness in their scalp and a chill down their spine. They were surprised to find 5 sharp longswords surrounding Su Ming. Its sword energy, an incomparably biting and sharp sword aura. Only 2 blazing cold auras blossomed in Su Ming's eyes. Pointing his light steel sword forward, he spoke faintly. Imperial sword art. 5 long swords, immediately launching a surprise attack on the masked squad. 5 razor-sharp sword chi with terrifying and overwhelming sword intent instantly gifted the vortex with a millennium kill. Aha! Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the vortex, rewarded with 50,000 points of permanent mental power. The rest of the masked squad, all dumbfounded, looked at Wang Mian. Captain, are we still fighting or not? Just surrender. The moment. Everyone is affected by time regression. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the other instructors, looking at the time-traveling monitor, had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Wang Mian must have switched tactics this time. Even if he couldn't beat Su Ming, he would still be able to make a draw. As a result, without waiting for a few exchanges, they saw Whirlwind fall. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao and other instructors, their faces once again darkened, feeling that they could pack their bags and go back to their own homes, each looking for their own mothers. This intensive training ends here. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, looked at the familiar sword chi and thought of the ghost-faced man back then. It was the same sword energy that robbed his prey. He could never forget that day, having climbed several flights of stairs himself, and being taunted by the ghost-faced. It's the sword chi, from the east tunnel, traverse 3 kilometers directly to the crappy building you're in and instantly kill 3 Ghostface. Zhao Imperial City looked at the vortex that had been killed on the ground in seconds, and his mouth kept smacking his lips. Even the teammates of the special squad couldn't be suffered. Those 3 ghost-faced people, this life was worth it. That said, Su Ming, you kid, how much stronger have you gotten in this month? Drinking, is it really that helpful? Nothing. How come I, Lao Zhao, drink and have no use for the farts? At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng chagrined and lowered his head, looking at his star blade in a daze. Amount. He thought of what Su Ming had said earlier. His own blade, it was very dangling, almost forgot. It was Su Ming's knife, and it had been opened by Su Ming. When you have the chance, you must try it. Zhao Kongqing looked at Su Ming in the surveillance video and envied him to death fast. This kid, so handsome. Dormitory building. Time went back, and Lin Chiye and the others once again looked towards the distant mountains, waiting for Bailey Chubby's commentary and expecting Su Ming's victory. However, Chubby Bailey's face was full of shock at the moment. His expression shocked beyond measure. Lin Chiye thought that he wasn't feeling well and removed his eye of true vision to let Chubby rest. However, Chubby Bailey's next words shocked everyone beyond belief. Time has gone back. King Face has used time rewind. King Face was clearly stabbed by brother Su Ming. It's only right that Masked Squad lost. Everyone looked at Fatty Bailey dumbfounded, thinking it was impossible. Molly scoffed even more. This rich kid is crazy. It's so fake to say Masked Squad lost before they even fought. Chubby Bailey was aggrieved. What he said was true, but people don't believe it. Tug even cut. However, in the next second, Lin Chia's words also startled everyone. Whirlpool, defeated by my master. Xin Xingzhu, Molly, Tug and others. What? Several people looked at Lin Chia in shock at the same time. Lin Chia put on the eye of true vision and looked at the distant mountains as he explained in a serious manner. Tenpei was also defeated by a sword chi. Then Rose, Moon Ghost, Xin Xingzhu, Molly, Tug and others. W. Su Ming He. So, everyone looked at the distant mountains in stunned silence, their silence deafening. At this moment in Shangjing, a yell came out from the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Vigil, and the office of the squad stationed in the capital. At the same time, it was Yi Fan and Xiao Pinggu. Yi Fan shouted in shock because he saw that Wang Mian had actually backtracked in time, and after adjusting his tactics, Whirlpool was actually directly killed by the royal sword technique. Ah, the art of sword fighting. The initial memories began to invade him. Xiaopinga shot up because saw Su Ming this kid. Surprisingly, the real Thorn King face. All thorn bleeding tough. This kid is tough. You're welcome in hell. No, the Night's Watch headquarters needs you. At this moment, Zuocheng and Yifan were filled with horror. Seeing the royal sword art, there was no running away from the entire Great Summer. Starting with those visions a month ago, it's stepping on the horse that this kid Su Ming messed up. Yi Fan was about to die laughing, the non-stop slapping of his thighs. Happy, thinking about Zhou Ping who said Su Ming was a waste. Yi Fan was all smiles. Nima, Zhou Ping you kid is not pure either. Even we are cheated. Is this the power of kinship? I can't imagine that Zhou Ping, who possessed a glazed heart, could even lie to protect Su Ming. If, in Zhou Ping's words, Su Ming was a scum without a forbidden ruin, then what is he? Yevon? Is it the coal ash from the alchemy furnace of Taishan Laojun? Yi Fan looked at Su Ming, and the more he looked at him, the more he loved him, as if he saw the future of the whole of Daxia. Zuocheng also secretly smacked his lips. I can't imagine that the cousin of the sword Saint Zhou Ping is really so. Reward? Must reward Su Ming. Don't you just like to drink? Drink! As long as you can't drink to death. Drink to death. Commander Yi, I'm going to raid Xiaoping Ji's liquor store right now and send a tailwind to Su Ming. Yi Fan saw that Zuocheng was also positive and nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, but don't rush. Watch it before you go copping out. Both of us. At this moment, Xiaopinga, ignorant of what the two commanders were thinking, was still watching the surveillance video with a joyful face. Watched the delayed video, seeing Su Ming, who had strength and a ruthless heart and was completely different from Zhou Ping. Xiaopinga nodded his head repeatedly. This kid, he will become a great man in the future. Come to Shangjing, I'll lead. It's so easy to Yifan down. The moment. In the broken mountains of the city of Cangnan. The masked squad can be so bad. First, he was defeated by the vast sword chi. And now he was defeated by Su Ming's imperial sword art. The king's face was stupid. Is Su Ming undefeated? I'm the only one left with the king's face again? At this moment, Su Ming once again walked up to him and faintly said, backtrack. Wang Mian's throat was so sweet that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Again? Bear. Wang Mian's abdomen, once again, received a sword from Su Ming. The blood gushed wildly. There's no time to hesitate. The longer you hesitate, the farther the blood sprays. Timing mob. Launch. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 73, Flying Star. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Crossing the 8 Directions. 10,000 Swords Returning. Chapter 73, Flying Star. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Across the 8 Directions. 10,000 Swords Returning to the Father. Wang Mian was stabbed by Su Ming and could only forcefully activate the Divine Ruin, Temporal Thug, once again. using the time rewind. Otherwise it would really kill you. As the eyes under the king-faced mask swirled with a burst of invisible ripples, the pressure of the god of time burst out, and countless precision gears appeared behind them, beginning to spin once again. The ruins of the time gods, unfolding. So, everything starts to go back. The wounds on Wang Mian's body disappeared, and his teammates, who had fallen to the ground around him, began to stand up with a confused look on their faces. Time once again went back to the masked squad, before they launched their attack on Su Ming. Back to the 7 of them huddled together, discussing tactics. At this time, the king's face, being defeated twice in a row, is a bit square, pondering, faced with an opponent that is simply impossible to defeat. Should we still make a move, or should we all run? Wang Mian sneaked a look at Su Ming, still so calm and relaxed, still so handsome, and still tons and tons of drinking. It seemed that there was no fear of the masked squad escaping. Finished and in a dead heat, Wang Mian under the mask. His face was covered in sweat, and his lips were a little white, and his teammates, clearly sensing the time, backtracked. They looked at Captain Wang Mian in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Team Captain, you're using time regression again. Are we losing? Hey, why did I say again? Captain, this Su Ming, isn't it really hard to deal with? Wang Mian slowly lowered his head, too embarrassed to answer them at all. Yes, can't win at all. You can't even win by cheating. Already time traveled back twice, and already feeling the strain of depleting my mental energy. Backtrack yourself at most once more, or you'll be consuming a lot of life again. The point is, what the hell does Su Ming want? Why do you keep letting him time back? Is there any benefit to Su Ming? So strange. Tian Ping, Maelstrom and the other teammates looked at each other in dismay. Although they didn't know why the captain hadn't given the order to attack yet, they all had a vague sense of uneasiness in their hearts. The memories of the dead were surging wildly, constantly attacking the entire masquerade squad. At this moment, Yuan Gang, Han Hao and other instructors all looked dumbfounded. Time has gone back. Wang Mian will not die here today. Zhao Kongcheng hugged his sword, the corner of his mouth raised in a smile. Today's protagonist, it's really still Su Ming. Lin Chia realized that Chubby Bailey hadn't lied when he saw the time retracement. Wang Mian had indeed cheated. It really is a win for Su Ming. Xin Qingzhu, Molly, Li Jia, and the others all felt incredulous that that drunkard had defeated an entire masquerade squad. Chao Yuan looked at the mountain range with a face of adoration, and said that it is worthy of being my nobleman. Senior Fairy Me, Zuocheng and Yifan were once again ecstatic. We really weren't wrong about Su Ming. Time has gone back. Xiaopinga cursed the imperial sword art in the office. Network delay harms people. At this point in time, Su Ming became the highest mountain and the hardest river to cross for the masked squad. Just as Wang Mian and the others were torn beyond belief and still discussing tactics, a flying star flew in with a biting sword blade and knocked Tian Ping out. Masked squad all dumbfounded. Su Ming, you don't talk about martial arts. No, you killed Tenpin in one move? All the members are all shocked beyond belief. Wang Face is even more dumbfounded. Not Xiao Ming, brother. How do you not follow the set of cards? Sneak attack? Just as the entire masked squad was shocked, another flying star came through, knocking Tanaka and Starscream out. Wang Mian, Maelstrom, Rose and Moon Ghost, all revealed shocked expressions. Chance was so angry that he swung his sledgehammer and rushed at Su Ming, and unsurprisingly, another flying star. Rose's mask shatters, revealing her moving face and fainting. Without giving the masked squad any chance, Su Ming casually swung out 2 more swords, 2 flying stars, instantly taking the Maelstrom and the Moon Ghost. Bear, King Face was hit with another sword in the abdomen. Wang Mian wanted to cry. What are you doing? Su Ming said indifferently. Backtracking. He looked at the 400,000 points of permanent mental power that had risen again and was happy. He had to hurry up and keep brushing up his experience. However, those who have played the game know that it's so boring to keep brushing a boss. He might as well lie in bed and drink. So, Su Ming decided to speed up. Brush as many as you can before you brush the puke boss yourself. However, Wang Mian didn't know what Su Ming was thinking. He was in a difficult situation. Looking at the bleeding wound, he was about to cry in frustration. Asked with a milky voice, Brother Xiaoming, let's do it for the last time. My body really can't take it anymore. This can't be carried? The young man usually lacks exercise. Looking at Wang Mian's sincere eyes, Su Ming shook his head. Is this the end? Of course not. Thus, Su Ming reached out his hand and went to touch the mask of the king's face, leaving behind some sword intent laws. Let's see if our own laws can help King Face backtrack a few more times. At this moment, Wang Mian was dumbfounded and had goosebumps, not knowing why Su Ming was touching his mask. Was this a threat, or an expression of love? No no no. I'm a straight man, Wang Mian. However, he was overthinking it. Right after Su Ming touched his mask, suddenly an unspeakably powerful force ran through his body. The king's understanding of the divine ruins was further advanced. After he used the divine ruin, the influence of karma on him unexpectedly plummeted. Paying for life is much less expensive. It even felt like I, myself, stepped into the Klein realm. Wang Mian immediately got energized and felt very incredible. He very obediently used the divine ruin, temporal mob, once again. And time once again began to go back. Possessing an understanding of the divine ruin, temporal sequence thugs, Wang Mian was suddenly confident. Just now, when dealing with Su Ming, he came up short by a little bit. Now that he has stepped into Klein, is it possible to defeat Su Ming? So, Kingface immediately greeted his teammates to try. The result was of course a crushing defeat. Using Su Ming's sword intent laws to deal with Su Ming. Wasn't this a self-defeating act? So, Su Ming used the 100 steps flying sword and swiped the masked squad once more. Bear! Wang Xiang was once again hit by the sword, and he could not cry anymore, and asked genuinely, how many more times do you want to swipe it, Brother Ming? Su Ming didn't answer him and said indifferently. Again. Wang Mian really cried. Nima. Masked squad overwhelmed. Just today? Back in time. Time to go back in time again. Across the 10,000 swords return. 6 veins divine sword. Vast sword chi. The masked squad. Finished off. Su Ming looked at his system panel. Except for the first time, when Maelstrom slapped himself unconscious, which doesn't count, and only gained 350,000 points of permanent mental energy. On several other occasions, 400,000 points of permanent mental power were gained, and a total of 800,000 points of mental power were harvested from defeating the masked squad 7 times. So, all told, the total number of times the king's face was swiped was 8 whole times. Gain a total of 150,000 points of permanent mental power. It's okay. Again. However, Kingface just couldn't run anymore. Being brushed by Su Ming was deflating. His body was hollowed out, and his lips were white. He hugged Su Ming with both hands and knelt on the ground, saying in a hoarse voice, wait, etc. Wait, little brother Ming, master, you spare us, you've swiped us 8 times. Really deflated, really hollowed out. One more swipe and I'll be dead. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 74, Licking Dogs. The entire mask squad turns into licking dogs. Since Su Ming was so durable and strong, the king's face is all brushed false. So, Kingface begged for mercy. The captain of the Daxia Special Squad, Yifan, had personally sent a strong man to test Su Ming. The entire masquerade squad, all of them went all out. Yet none of them could even come close to a single foot in front of Su Ming. It's the end of the line. Can't fight it. There's no shame in asking for forgiveness from one of your own. So Wang Mian didn't struggle anymore. Brother, you're great. We admit defeat. No more fighting. No more fighting. Su Ming looked at Wang Mian, who was begging for mercy from himself, and was really not interested anymore. After all, it's like playing triple triad. Mow like crazy. It's no fun to mow the lawn all the time with Lubu. So, Su Ming also decided to call it a day. Keep swiping a boss and playing a level where the bosses don't puke on themselves. Therefore, Su Ming took out the wine and first toned 2 mouthfuls to calm down the mood of wanting to vomit. There was no reaction when he saw Su Ming drinking. Kingface panicked. He all but put down the dignity of the captain of the masked squad and got down on his knees to beg for forgiveness. Brother Su Ming, be merciful and spare us. How come there's no response? Look at that cold expression. Is it looking down on me? What's wrong with that? Isn't it normal to join if you can't beat them? Wang Mian looked at Su Ming, who was calmly drinking without any indication, and panicked a batch in his heart. Listening to the sound of Su Ming tons and tons of drinking, he slapped his head and suddenly realized. Got it, brother Xiaoming. See if this is okay. Spare my brother and I'll send you 50 cases of Mao Tai. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Yo, brother Wang Mian, what are you so polite for? How embarrassing is this? Look. I've been brushing you guys off for so long, and I've gained 150,000 points of permanent mental energy. I've already taken advantage of you guys, and here you are, sending me 50 cases of wine. How is this a good idea? You're too polite to be thanked for getting your ass kicked by me? Su Ming got a little embarrassed himself. So, he continued to drink to cover the deficit in his heart, and for a while he didn't know what to say. What should I do to express my gratitude to King Noodle? 50 cases of Mao Tai. Isn't that too much to give? Seeing Su Ming only drink, not to say around the wine face deal, Wangfei's heart secretly think up. Is it me? Give too little? Wang Mian looked at his bank card, hardened his heart, clenched his teeth, and stretched out 5 more fingers. Okay, 50 more boxes. Brother Xiaoming, it's okay, please let go. 100 cases of Mao Tai. Su Ming's eyebrows raised even higher. King Noodle, you're crazy. Originally just want to brush up the experience, and will not do anything to you. You cannot stand. Said to stop and finished. How to still give me wine to drink? It's so embarrassing. Since you had to give it to me, I'll laugh at it ha. Wang Nian saw that Su Ming was still drinking and didn't show any indication, and his brows even frowned slightly. This time he really panicked. It seems that 100 cases of Mao Tai can't impress Su Ming. Then it's all about the big moves. Cry. On the value. Wang Mian moved to say, Brother Xiaoming, our mask lost to you today. Heartily. But I have to talk even if you kill me. This group of new recruits. Gotta teach ya. The training must continue. This isn't for the sake of our masked squad's face or Instructor Yuan gangs in theirs. It's for the sake of the future of this group of recruits. So, I'll buy their future with 100 cases of Mao Tai. After Su Ming heard this, he had a change of heart towards Wang Mian, and a hint of admiration showed in his eyes. At this moment, the other members of Mask, all slowly woke up, all heard these heartfelt words from Wang Mask and were incredibly moved. Captain, woo, this 100 cases of Mao Tai, count me in too. Yeah, I'll contribute too. For the future of this group of recruits. Brother Xiaoming, please, fulfill our captain. I, Whirlpool, will kowtow first. Done. This match is played. Unbeatable. Seeing this comedian, Whirlpool, really wanting to kowtow to himself, Su Ming hurriedly kicked him away. It's a loss of life. Su Ming saw how sincere Wang Mian was and spread his hands. Okay, at your service, 100 cases of Mao Tai. Wang Mian saw that he had gotten his way and immediately opened his lick. Okay, Brother Xiaoming, I'm not just offering 100 cases of Mao Tai. I'll add one more forbidden item and $1 million in cash. You're so handsome. Brother Xiaoming. Rose, why don't you come over and thank Brother Xiaoming? Rose, people silly. Why is it me? Whirlwind slapped Chance hard on the back. Hey, man-child, the captain has spoken. Why don't you hurry up and go thank Brother Xiaoming? Chance's heart, which wanted to pull out a hammer, strained, but the captain had given his word, and also forced by Su Ming's powerful strength. He really didn't want to be brushed with experience anymore, so Chance had to quip in a cliptone, in a lower voice. Brother Xiaoming is so handsome and handsome. The whirligig was dumbfounded, petrified on the spot like a statue, and let out a miserable howl. I throw. Rose, you will talk properly. Bang. Rose twisted her slender waist and slammed down with a hammer, finding that she had actually slammed out peak limitless realm damage. The others, all of them, were dumbfounded. Chance has gotten stronger. Everyone else observed themselves, and were shocked to find that all of them had gotten stronger. Whirlwind, who had been smashed to the ground, was also stunned to realize that he was only one step away from the Klein realm. I throw. On Wang Mian's body, he was even radiating the spiritual power of the Klein realm. The entire masked squad was stunned beyond belief. They all stood still in a daze. They were surprised to find that after practicing against Su Ming, the entire masked squad felt like they had stepped into a new realm. The strength of everyone in the masked squad had all advanced by one realm. At this point in time, the entire masked squad gets it. They stood in awe of Su Ming. It turns out that Brother Ming is training us. King Face got it too. No wonder Su Ming had made him go back in time 8 times. So it was all for their sake, to make their masked squad stronger. Su Ming is a farting newbie, clearly a high achiever. Now, King Face knew how to reply to Commander Yifan. At this moment, the sound of a drone came from the air. The monitoring continued. Yuan Gang and the other instructors, still waiting for the results of the battle. Yuan Gang and the others were all on tenterhooks, watching Su Ming's choice. It's the option of defeating the masked squad and canceling the set. Or do you choose to intentionally lose to King Face and continue to set? Everyone was on tenterhooks as they looked at Su Ming, not daring to utter a single breath. King Face said carefully, Brother Xiaoming, give face. Su Ming looked at the surveillance above his head and threw the green steel sword in his hand. Okay, oops, I lost. Wang Mian, you're good. Wang Mian's head was covered with a burst of black lines, and cold sweat ran down his face. Damn you, could you be any more fake? Su Ming lay directly on the ground. Wang Mian, as well as the team members, all had black lines on their faces. Forget it, Brother Xiaoming, accept our obeisance. Wang Mian and the other 7, all of them were grateful to Su Ming. Originally, I thought I was coming here to act tough and scare the newbies. I didn't realize that this was a training center, and that there were unexpected rewards. and that the whole team got stronger. Yes, the 7 people of King Face, who were so happy at the moment, all wanted to kowtow to Su Ming. Seeing that this group of people really wanted to kneel and worship themselves, Su Ming hurriedly climbed up, slipped and slipped. Su Ming moved his finger and the light steel sword immediately flew at his feet. He stepped on it as if he were an immortal, flying into the clouds and floating away. How can I say handsome? Wang Mian and the others lowered their heads and sent Su Ming away with great respect. Maelstrom is still literally on his knees. Brother Ming? No, Grandpa, go all the way. After sending Su Ming away respectfully, Wang Mian's eyes flickered. Now then, back to killing the recruits. All of you will crawl for the master. The masked squad is in full swing. Whirlpool scratched his head and asked a crucial question. But boss, how are we going to get back now? The crowd of King Face looked at the distant recruit training camp and fell into silence. After a long time, Wang Mian sighed. Let's go. Walking back. When the walk is over. Right at this moment, the 7 remnants of the green steel sword descended from the sky. Without saying a word, holding up the entirety of the masked squad, they took flight. The entire masked squad was overjoyed and shouted, "Thank you, Brother Ming." Whirlwind, having had the experience of his last flight, dared to stand up this time, pinching himself. Ha ha ha, cool, look at me flying with my sword. Hey, little Brother Ming. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Ah, this author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 75. Praise for Su Ming, a body that has fought 3,000 miles of battles, a sword that once served as 1,000,000 divisions. Instructor monitoring room. Seeing that Su Ming actively chose to lose, the hearts of Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the other instructors that were hanging in the air finally fell, one by one, mentally hardened, old guys who've been through countless life and death tests. All of them rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't dreaming or living in some kind of hallucination. After determining that it was Su Ming, who had really spared the masked squad and chose to admit defeat, everyone let out a long breath of relief. Mud, scared to death. If it wasn't for Su Ming actively choosing to admit defeat, otherwise it really wouldn't have been possible to clean up. Within this group of incredibly shocked instructors, the deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongchang, acted quite calmly. He was aware of Su Ming's strength. It just didn't occur to me that Su Ming's strength was so heaven-defying. After seeing Su Ming's one man, one sword, picking over the masked squad 8 times, Zhao Kongchang felt his blood boiling. This is a man's dream. Ah, a body to fight for 3,000 miles. A sword has been 1,000,000 divisions. To know that the masked squad, as a whole, was ridiculously strong and prestigious throughout the Great Summer. However, it is this group of standing at the top of the Night's Watch's combat power. In front of Su Ming, the special meow with the stinky fish and shrimp, there is no difference, with the same as chopping melons and chopping vegetables. Seconds to kill. It's so damn handsome and so damn awesome. Zhao Kongchang was incredibly excited in his heart. He wanted to become as handsome as Su Ming. He unconsciously gripped the sword in his hand, and the word Su Ming on the sword body flashed with a glimmer of light, as if it was resonating with Zhao Kongchang's heart's desire. Only everyone's eyes, all focused on the surveillance screen. No one noticed the hint of abnormality. Zhao Kongchang was still relatively calm, but the other instructors, they all exploded. Each and every one of them had their scalps exploded. Their eyes were looking straight, their hearts were greatly shaken, and they felt that their entire worldview had collapsed. Compared to Su Ming, a new recruit, this group of instructors of theirs were simply trash. No, not even ing trash. Some with poor mental capacity even woodenly slapped their faces. What the hell is there to teach in this treadmill? With a divine agent, 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and this group of monster recruits, even though there's also a sword saint cousin who picked off the masked squad, which counts as a human ceiling. So what's the point of rallying? This group of instructors, each and every one of them dumbfounded, stood in place. The cup of water in their hands fell to the ground. The hot water scalded their feet, and they didn't even notice it in the slightest. The more advanced instructors were also incredibly shocked at the moment. For example, Hong Hao. At this moment the heart is incomparably shocked. The heart carries a crazy rabbit like thump 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 wildly. Inside, it was as if a tsunami had risen, and could not be calmed for a long time. After all, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. A harsh word had been put out earlier that if any of the recruits could remove the masks of any of the masked squad, the set would be cancelled. Seeing that Su Ming was not only able to remove the mask of any of the masked squad, but he was also damn well able to wipe out the entire masked squad. This horrifying strength caused Hong Hao to be terrified in the aftermath. Yet, So Men is a new recruit? Knew his sister. Su Ming was sent by the higher-ups to smash the scene, sent to specially train the masked squad. right? Hong Hao looked at Yuan Gang with incomparable surprise in his heart. He was immensely shocked to find that the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, was also sweating and trembling slightly at this moment, his tiger-like majestic body, all of which had been shriveled up a bit by fear. Yuan Gang is also in the aftermath. This made Hong Hao's heart incomparably shocked, even if he was surprised. How come even the chief instructor Yuan Gang was shocked by Su Ming? What does this mean? It means that even the chief didn't expect Su Ming to be so perverted. Su Ming was surprisingly so rebellious. Su Ming's strength was surprisingly so strong. Hiss! Hong Hao sucked in a breath of cool air, and in his heart, he felt even more shocked at Su Ming. That's right, Hong Hao's thoughts were exactly what Yuan Gang had in mind. Yuan Gang was never expecting Su Ming's strength to be even remotely inferior to the great summer sword Saint Zhou Ping. It is true that if there is cousin Zhou Ping, the jewel in front of him, there is cousin Su Ming, the jewel behind him. And heck yeah, it's a valuable, scary wojiji, bullseye. Even Yuan Gang, who had seen a lot and was well prepared mentally, was shocked by Su Ming's strength and pattern at this moment. Yuan Gang once again rubbed his eyes. He is sure, he did not have old eyesight. In front of the surveillance video, the entire masquerade team, glittering, that is to step into the Klein realm of the vision. The current masked squad is at least at the infinite realm. Hiss! This made Yuan Gang suck in a breath of cool air, feeling a tingle in his scalp, shocked beyond measure. The concerns of instructors such as Hong Hao, all of them were on Su Ming defeating an entire masked squad, marveling at Su Ming's strength. One man and one sword single-handedly brushing the masked squad 8 times. Only Yuan Gang can see that. The masked squad had not only grown in combat experience in their 8 battles against Su Ming, but their control over the realm of spiritual power had gotten one step closer. Especially the captain, King Face. After being touched by Su Ming's mask, he was able to backtrack 6 times in a row, creating his own backtracking record, and directly stepping into the Klein realm. Klein. There was also the mask on King Face's face, and there was actually a mysterious law sheltering him. It was given by Su Ming, summing, and making people stronger? To know that there was an insurmountable chasm in between stepping from limitless to Klein, and this chasm was easily bridged by Su Ming's single-handed shot? I 1/2. This is something that how many masters can't do. Even if a human ceiling came, it couldn't do it. Yuan Gang looked at the masked squad, which had all become stronger, and then looked at Su Ming, who was dashing and drinking Moutai. Couldn't resist a compliment. Mr. Su's great righteousness, entering the game with his body, outwitting everyone, and helping the masked squad break through their bottlenecks. His contribution to the great summer, his merit is immeasurable. Suddenly, Yuan Gang's mind erupted violently with an idea. This idea was surprisingly consistent with Yi Fan's. That would be for Su Ming to be the instructor, as far away as Shangjing City. Yi Fan, the commander-in-chief who was watching the surveillance screen, also keenly discovered this. Su Ming, this brat, even has such a hand. One of God's hands. A touch of the mask will bring King Face into the realm of Klein. A little sparring with the crew will give the entire masked squad a realm boost. This miraculous ability is not used to teach people. Save it for New Year's? Yi Fan knew that the mystery was getting stronger now, and that there were external gods watching. Inadequate backbone of the Night Watch. These 239 recruits now were the future of Daxia and desperately needed to get stronger. If Su Ming had the ability to make them grow up as fast as possible, it would be of great merit to the great summer. Thus, Yevon stood up, slapped Zhuo Qing on the shoulder. Xiao go, sign a document to have Su Ming promoted to instructor. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 76 Su Ming must be the instructor. Jesus can't even oppose it, I said. Upper King City. Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan came in cold and asked Su Ming to be promoted to instructor. Zhuo Qing was dumbfounded by what he heard. Su Ming, a new recruit. Direct promotion to instructor? That's too fast. I throw. Commander Yi, do you really think that the Night Watchman is our own family? You can do whatever you want. Recruits on the first day of training. The promotion of instructors? This has never been in history. Have to meet to study. Although Zhuo Qing is convinced of Su Ming's strength, he recognizes that Su Ming is handsome. His swordsmanship is explosive, and he has a deep background. But, however, this grooming of Su Ming, it's a bit unreliable. It's okay for Soman to be a good drinker, and it's okay for us to mail him alcohol from the command. I, Zhuo Qing, copied the home of a high official, and mailed good wine to Su Ming even less. However, Su Ming drank by himself even if it was casual, but it's not a good influence to promote an instructor and take the lead in drinking, is it? The future of Daxia can't rely purely on a bunch of drunken monks to save the world. Zhuo Qing spoke out his concerns. But Yi Fan was unimpressed. So what? Wine is a grain spirit. The more you drink the younger you get. A man who accomplishes great things is not bound by small things. Drink. Su Ming drink vigorously. If you can't make a decision on this little matter, I'll still be the commander-in-chief. Yi Fan slammed the desktop with an endless aura. His eyes were not angry, making Zhuoqing feel a tiger's body shake. I wrote this document. Su Ming was recommended by me. Who dares to disagree? Su Ming must be the instructor. Jesus is against it all I say. Seeing that Yi Fan had such a strong attitude, Zhuoqing no longer said anything more. There was silence. The silence of the left green was deafening. Although Su Ming was strong, Su Ming didn't have a resume. Promoting an instructor hastily was the same as going through the back door. Not a very good influence. The impact is too bad. Being chewed on how to do then afraid of being poked in the backbone. So, Zhuoqing opened his mouth and said all of his concerns in his head. Seeing that Zhuoqing was worried about this and afraid of that, grinding like a, Yi Fan got annoyed. Snap! Yi Fan's big hand slammed the desktop once again. His eyebrows were twisted into twists with a face of impatience. Forget it, Zhuoqing. I'll go talk to them myself. You, don't go with me. You go and copy Xiaoping's house, and send all the good wine from the wine storehouse to Su Ming. Saying so, Yi Fan threw off his pitch-black coat and walked straight to the conference room, ready to fight with his tongue to convince a group of management as well as the shareholders behind the vigilantes. Zhuoqing saw that the commander had an iron heart and did not say anything more. Lowering his head and sighing, he led the way and walked straight to Xiaoping Ji's house. He's too familiar with copying the family. The office of the Beijing squad. Xiaoping sat very upright. He witnessed Su Ming, one person and one sword picking over the masked squad 8 times. It was really a high. Even the captain of the squad stationed in Beijing, seeing Su Ming's performance, was scared enough to tremble, his scalp tingling and goosebumps rising. The Sour Pincher song is 3 times in a row. So Ming Bull, 8 times in a row. He swiped the masked squad, and each time, a new skill surprised him in a new way. No, it's a shock. He also associated it with the visions that kept appearing in the sky of Xinjing City before. One after another shocking, incomparably horrifying visions. All of them were caused by this kid Su Ming. It was truly amazing. It's so shocking. This kid was stronger than a Klein realm powerhouse. Stronger than even the human ceiling. Yuan Gang Yo. Yi Fan Commander-in-Chief Yo. Let you test Su Ming. Test to the iron plate. Right? Ha ha. Yuan Gang. You kid. Fun or not? Also awesome and cajoling. He put out the word that if the recruits could remove the masks of any of the masked squad, the set would be cancelled. Now it's good. Su Ming wrapped it all up by himself and took it all down. I'm knocking. Looks like the set can be cancelled this year. Ha ha. Yuan Gang. You kid. Now open your eyes again to see who can not leave who? King Face is all swiped and deflated. It's over. The masked squad was defeated. Yuan Gang. You can come back now. Bring Su Ming back to me before you come back. And I, the captain of this Beijing-based squad, give way. Due to delays in. Xiaoping didn't see Su Ming's defeat and didn't know that Yi Fan was preparing to copy his family, and was still in the midst of complacency. Nishijin. Zhou Ping's hands, which were scrubbing the plates at the moment, stopped, looking at the sky in incomparable astonishment, looking towards Cangnan City. He kept recalling what he had seen, what he had felt. The 8 sword strokes. Swordsmanship. Awesome. Flying star. Awesome. 10,000 swords return to the clan. Awesome. Vast sword chi. Awesome. This succession of powerful sword chi, wave after wave, had shaken Zhou Ping greatly. That incomparably strong sword intent law shocked Zhou Ping. In shock after shock, Zhou Ping was enlightened. Without realizing it, surprisingly, he had a more profound sense of the way of the sword. As well, Zhou Ping felt himself getting stronger. There is a stepping into the realm of the gods. Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly changed, and he stood in awe of Cangnan City, silently reciting a sentence in his heart. Tall man. Thank you. At this moment, third uncle, although he did not have Zhou Ping's sharp senses, but he could also feel the powerful sword intent of the sound that ensued as he looked in the direction of Cangnan. There was some doubt in my mind. Why does it feel like Cangnan City has a very familiar feeling? Ugh. So busy I'm hallucinating. Where did this brat Su Ming die? He didn't know to give a letter. At this moment, outside of the Grand Xia, the 4 divine realms and even all the outer gods were all stunned, being scared out of your wits. Odin, the king of the Nordic gods. Zeus, the king of the Greek gods. Ra, the Egyptian sun god. Brahma, the Indian supreme god of annihilation. And so on, a host of gods and goddesses. All of them threw their horrified gazes at Daxia. They sensed Kronos, the god of time, fighting a force majeure, above the ethereal great Tao. The sword intent laws, which emanated divine aura, shown 8 times in its entirety. This is so scary. All of the outer gods, with an incomparable tacit agreement, turned their eyes toward Dashya in an attempt to peer into it. However, with the Jinguo divine tablet in place, the sword intent of Sword Immortal Su Ming, and the red oath left behind by the Ying spirit, the gazes of the foreign gods attempting to step into the Great Xia were all blocked out. There were even death threats. Look again! Look again! Beware of the destruction of the soul and eternal death. The main gods of the 4 major divine domains, the gods located in their own lands were like this, and were scared to death. Not to mention the external gods that were sent out. Hades and the other external gods only dared to peer into the mists, peering at Dashya from afar, not daring to approach for a single minute. Boot camp. Lin Xie stood very proudly on top of the ruins of the dormitory building and loudly proclaimed, "My master, Su Ming, picked over the entire masked squad with 1 man and 1 sword. Our recruits won. The intensive training is over." Bailey Chubby looked towards the distant mountains with great excitement, and couldn't wait to worship Su Ming as his big brother. Chao Yuan also looked at the distant mountains with an excited face, a dog-licking look. Chubby Time was very upset. "Hey, I was here first. I licked brother Summing first." Molly was speechless as she looked at these 2 stupid fools, feeling the majestic sword intent, and was impressed and full of admiration for Su Ming. Shin Xingju at the moment, stiffened in a few juniors, saw such a strong Su Ming. At the moment Drag Brother felt the gap. It was only at this moment that Tugger realized that if he wanted to tug, if he wanted to be as tuggy as Su Ming, he had to be strong. At this point in time, hearing Lin Xie call out that the recruits had won, the dozens of recruits still remaining all walked out on their own, dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire masked squad fell from the sky. The masked squad, holding their fire, surrounded all the recruits. "Hey, who said it was over? We're back. Tantalum and Starscream, you guys stay out of the way and respect the rules. The 5 of us from the Marigold Realm will still beat you up." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 77, Licking Dog Brigade? Zhuqing copied and mailed good wine. After being surrounded by the masked squad, all the recruits were dumbfounded, all confused. In unison, they looked toward Lin Xie. "No, Lin Xie, didn't you say Su Ming won? What's going on here? How come the masked squad is here? You're in cahoots with them? Lin Xie, you special meow are a traitor." Tugger, Molly, and the others, all turned their skeptical gazes towards Lin Xie. It was like the feeling of a million arrows piercing the heart. Only Chao Yuan was indifferent, watching the show like nothing. Instead, he wanted to stay and continue licking noble Su Ming, feeling the knife-like gazes around him. Lin Xie was also confused at the moment. He clearly saw that Su Ming had already achieved his 8th victory. How come the masquerade squad all came back? It is absolutely impossible for the eye of true sight to be wrong. Lin Xie's brain was racing as he recalled the images from earlier. Wait a minute. The masked squad was flying back on Imperial swords. This means that my master, Su Ming, sent them back? Master Summing he compromised? The masked squad must have used some sort of tactic in order for the set to continue. Wine. It must be the wine. Master has no resistance to wine. Mudma. Masked squad, you guys don't talk about martial arts. You bribed my master, Su Ming, with alcohol. Lin Xie instantly understood. He looked at Wang Mian angrily, hating him. You guys won't win. Chubby Bailey also reacted. He had seen Su Ming win once with his own eyes. Then he heard Lin Xie say that Su Ming had beaten the masked squad 7 times. Their Bailey family's forbidden artifact, Eye of True Sight. It was absolutely impossible to make a mistake. So, the masked squad definitely lost to Big Brother Summing 8 times. Since the masked squad was able to come back, it means that Brother Summing was compromised and was humanized. Understanding. Chubby Bailiff exclaimed. Maru Spice. The masked squad is cheating. Hearing Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby's words, Drag, Molly, and the other recruits all had an epiphany. Yeah, your ass masked squad. You guys are cheating. Oh, is this the special squad? So that's the pissing match. It's obvious that someone else, Su Ming, won. And you guys still won't admit it? If you have the ability to fight with my brother Xiao Ming again, only dare to bully us. What kind of ability? The recruits, led by Tug, pointed and cursed at the entire masked squad. Those were pretty good words, and the next words were greetings to the masked squad and their parents. Maelstrom was the first to break defense and swung his arm up to walk in front of Shin Qingju, looking down at him and cursing. Maney, grip the muck. Without waiting for Maelstrom to make a move, King Face spoke up. Now that you know, it's time to go back. In an instant, a ray of divine aura lit up in Wang Mian's eyes, and countless precise gears behind his back began to bite and turn. Time went back to the moment when the masked squad, surrounded Lin Xie and the others. Without waiting for Lin Xie to open his mouth, Wang Mian directly dropped down and snatched his eye of true vision, shutting Lin Xie up first. The vortex then also directly phantom-like, floated to the back of 100 Miles Chubby, and kicked him to the ground. No bull asterisk. Don't even give the recruits a chance to talk. Wang Mian was too lazy to explain to them. Fists are the hard way. If you don't submit, then we will beat you until you submit. Su mean we can't beat. You guys, climb for the master. The masked squad, whose spiritual realm had been raised a notch, easily defeated all the new recruits, including Lin Xie, Xin Xingzhu, Bailey Chubby, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and others. Seconds, all seconds, the entire masked squad, looking at their own strength suppressed at the Marigold realm, still able to exert the strength of the Pool realm, all felt incredible. They themselves didn't even know how much they had become stronger under Su Ming's guidance. Wang Mian, Whirlpool, and everyone else, all gazed in the direction of the instructor's dormitory and spoke with gratitude. Thanks, Brother Ming. We are, henceforth, your licking dogs. At this moment, Chao Yuan, who was lying on the ground, dazed, broke his defense a bit when he heard the words of the masked squad. Elder Su Ming is my nobleman. You guys, why are you all snatching it from me? In the entire training camp, only I, Chao Yuan, am Senior Su Ming's most loyal licking dog. No one can snatch me. Woof woof. Bailey Chubby, who was next to Chao Yuan, also felt the pressure and was about to cry. The king's hair. The competition is fierce. My big brother, Su Ming, is really something. Every one of them is competing to be a licking dog. Humph. Little master, I'm not afraid of you guys. If it's a big deal, I'll buy my big brother a drink and give him a forbidden object. Lin Xie, who was lying silently beside Fatty and recognized the gap in his strength, was silent for a long time. Too weak. How do I deserve to call Su Ming master? I can't even win against the masked squad. I need to get stronger. Intensive training. It must continue. I must take first place. Drag was unconscious at the moment, lying on top of Li Jia, Zheng Wei and the other minions, protecting them with his back. The minions were so moved that they shouted out a sentence. Shen is awesome. Although he had lost consciousness, Tug's mouth was still trying to be brave. Mask, are you old? For her part, Molly closed her eyes and lay still, letting her red hair cover her face as she thought. The mask squad seems to have gotten stronger. It must have something to do with Su Ming. So, Su Ming isn't any alcoholic at all, but a high person among high people. I'm still stupid. Why didn't I see it sooner? Revitalizing the Mo Blade sect. I desperately need your assistance. Su Ming, Elder, Instructor monitoring room. A deafening cheer went up from the room as they watched the throng of fallen recruits. Yeah, it's not even an hour. It's over. It's over. But it's a bit of a win. It's too rogue, isn't it? Rascal. How can you call what's going on with the readers a rascal? Are you happy watching this group of recruits going to their deaths? Yes. The intensive training must continue and be more rigorous. Chief Instructor Yuan, let's go for a lecture. Yuan Gang also became radiant at this moment and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to discipline these little brats. Upper King City. At this moment, Xiaopinga was overwhelmed with excitement, because he had just seen Wang Mian negotiating with Su Ming about the future of this group of recruits. Xiaopinga held his breath as he looked at Su Ming in the live delay screen, waiting for his choice. Seeing Su Ming throw the green steel sword in his hand and voluntarily admit defeat, Xiaopinga was moved. Stand up and cry. Bravo. Great righteousness. There's a pattern. Su Ming. Xiaopinga gave a thumbs up at the screen. He's still patiently watching the live stream with a delay. As for the others, they had finished watching it long ago, and Zuoqing had already brought people to raid the house. Dumb. Xiaopinga ignored it. Now, if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to disturb him from looking at Su Ming. However, the door was directly kicked open by Zuoqing, and a group of people with knives surrounded Xiaopinga. Captain Xiao, we've come to raid the house again. Please hand over all the good wine. All of it. Xiaoping-san, people are stupid. No, why are you guys here again? Zuoqing, won't you and Commander Yi take a look at the recruit intensive training? I'm telling you, in this class of recruits, there's a great guy. Zuoqing looked at the screen with a black line on his face. No, Captain Cao, who hooked you up to the network? There's a delay. We all saw the masked squad clean up the new recruits, and you're just now getting to Su Ming to admit defeat? But as you can see, Su Ming has made an outstanding contribution to recruit training. So, I've come to take Su Ming's reward by order of the commander. Xiaopingu are going to cry. Not, give Su Ming reward. You come to copy our house. Isn't it good for Yuan Gang and I to have some wine? Hey, You guys don't catch a sheep wool gathering Our small team in the capital is almost bald. Zhuocheng, why don't you try the Bailey family? Zhuocheng did not care about that much, brought people, and directly emptied Xiaoping's wine warehouse. It was all packed, sent by express drone, and mailed to the Cangnan city recruit training camp. The moment. Su Ming didn't know anything about it and didn't want to pay them any attention. Instead, he went back to the instructor's quarters and drank while checking the system panel. Looking at the soon-to-be dry liquor store, Su Ming once again called in the officer who was guarding the door for him, pointing to the bottle. The officer understood immediately. Don't worry brother Xiao Ming. Brother, I'll take the helicopter and buy you some wine. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 78. If Su Ming is an instructor, it doesn't count as the instructor's cheating. The officer at the door immediately took the pilot and flew the military helicopter to the nearest supermarket, 100 miles away. Buy wine for brother Ming. They wouldn't dare to mess with this grandfather. Even the commander-in-chief of Shangjing, Yifan, mailed him wine to drink. Even the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, gave him his own wine to drink. Now Su Ming wants to drink and buy. You have to get it even from thousands of miles away. Also just now, they had heard about Su Ming's one-man sword picking over the entire masked squad, and swiped the masked squad a whole 8 times. The formidable and coaxing masked squad is not Su Ming's opponent. The two of them, an officer and a pilot, take their heads to offend Su Ming, let alone Su Ming wanting to drink. Even if he wanted the stars in the sky, he would have to fly a rocket to pick them. So, the two of them went to find wine for Su Ming in the first place. The horse flew away without stopping. Su Ming looked at such a knowledgeable officer, so he stopped worrying about not having enough wine and focused on the system panel. Look at how many mental power points you've gained. Having juggled the masked squad 8 times and gained 150,000 points of permanent psychic power. Completing the system quest, once again obtaining 4,000,000 permanent spiritual power, and the 100 years of cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal that Chaos had dreamed of, plus the wine I drank in the past 2 days added 72,000 mental points. At this moment, the system panel that Su Ming was viewing was as follows. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal, identity, Night Watchman, newcomer to Squad 136. Cousin of Xia Sword Saint Zhoping? Nephew of third uncle. Person that Red Tassel cares about. Person that Si Xiaonan begged for help to behead the gods. Person that Chen Mai, Yuan Gang, and Yifan have high hopes for. Lin Xiao's master. Zhao Kongqing's brothers. Wang Mian's boss. And person that the entire false mask squad worships. Realm, Sea Realm. Mental power, 4,339,000 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 161 years of cultivation, easily killed Klein. Has the power to fight with the gods. Weapons, Wooden Sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green Steel Sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusion effects to opponents. Skills, Sword Art, Flying Star, Sword Flight, 100 Steps Flying Sword, Crossing 8 Directions, 10,000 Swords, 6 Chakras Divine Sword, Vast Sword Chi, Mission, Refresh Soon. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. System upgrade materials, Forbidden Yao Guang, 1 transformation of 3,000, Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the Forbidden Ruins, etc. Su Ming looked at his spirit points, as well as his level of strength, and was satisfied. In the future world where Klein is everywhere, having the power to easily kill Klein monsters in advance is too reassuring. It's even more reassuring to still have the strength to fight the gods. You can drink in peace, lay flat, enjoy life. After doing so many system tasks, what's wrong with enjoying yourself? Then play music and dance. Su Ming tons and tons and tons, once again began to drink wildly. Ice-cold agar jelly into the throat, sweet taste in the tongue to stay cool. Soon, as long as Wang Mian's 100 cases of Maotai arrived and all of them were drunk, he would be able to obtain 200,000 points of spiritual power and he himself would be able to step into the immeasurable realm. Think about it, 1 step closer to becoming a god in his own right and returning to glory. So, during the recruit intensive training, one could drink in peace and watch the instructors grind Lin Xie and the others, and snub the forbidden objects from Bailey Chubby Cackle. Thinking of this, Su Ming carried a bottle of wine and walked out. Chubby, brothers here, you give brother the forbidden Yao Guang, the 1 transformation 3,000, and all of your family's forbidden items. and brother will give you better ones. Su Ming went out happily. At this moment the transfer order from the capital has been passed on to Yuan Gang. There's also Zhuo Qing, who has sent an express delivery, in the Xiaoping Go Wine Vault, of $10 million worth of famous wines. The camp's officers and pilots, too, flew in their helicopters, 100 miles away, to buy good wine for Somin. Wang Mian also consciously ordered 100 cases of Maotai, cash on delivery. The moment. On the martial arts stage, more than 20 instructors stood very straight with their hands behind their backs. Beside them were the 7 men of the masked squad. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stood in the very center, imposingly overlooking the recruits below. Looking at the recruits who all lowered their heads and were silent, Yuan Gang was very satisfied, and the smile at the corner of his mouth, AK couldn't even suppress it. If it wasn't for Wang Mian and Hong Hao reminding us that we won't be able to win, Yuan Gang would probably be able to cock his braid to the sky. Yuan Gang organized his emotions and spoke slowly in a very majestic and very strong voice. I am so disappointed. These 7 words were like a heavy punch that fiercely bombarded the heart of every cadet, causing them to tremble slightly and hang their heads in incomparable disgrace. They did lose to the masked squad and didn't even have a chance to talk back, just waiting to continue listening to Yuan Gang's lecture. 239 people against 5, and except for so few, you didn't even touch the corner of the masked squad's clothes. Action drags on, thoughts are confused, no discipline whatsoever. What I said before wasn't wrong at all. You guys are a bunch of losers. In your state, you're losers who only get your teammates killed. Yuan Gang ripped his voice and cursed, and in the middle of his passionate speech, cursing more and more cheerfully, not far away came a person. It was Su Ming. Yuan Gang's face instantly darkened, and the tone of his voice became gentle, because after seeing Su Ming, he felt that his conscience was a bit too much, so he had to omit Su Ming and point at the Bailey chubby several people to continue cursing. And at that moment, Su Ming, with a handful of wine in his hand, circled around the recruits, like a college senior, eating watermelon, drinking ice coke, and watching sunbaked freshmen in military training. Looking at Shinxinju and the others, they wanted to beat him up. Lin Chiet also clenched his fists, thinking that Su Ming was specially coming to see him laugh, feeling too humiliated. Chao Yuan, on the other hand, is full of fawning. The word worship is engraved on his face. Molly also tossed her long red hair and looked at Su Ming with a much gentler look. Only Bailey Chubby, the Iron Bean, immediately jumped up and roared when he saw Su Ming. Nope. No. This sparring match was won by the new recruit, my big brother. Su Ming defeated an entire masquerade squad by himself. It's masked squad using time rewind. Cheating. Bailey Fatty's words. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, as if a time bomb had exploded. The crowd of recruits just exploded. There was a lot of booing. Tugger doesn't even miss the opportunity to screw up and gives the masked squad the middle finger. Su Ming saw that Bailey Chubby was in trouble and hurriedly slipped away himself. However, before he could slip away, Zhao Kongcheng had already jumped down, and a pair of big hands clapped on Su Ming's shoulders already, and whispered, "Congratulations." At this moment, Yuan Gang also roared, "Silence, under-practiced itchy skin. Whoever makes another sound, go run 100 laps in the playground." Yuan Gang's voice, like a tiger whistling in the mountains, was very oppressive, and all the new recruits were bluffed and hurriedly shut up. Only Chubby Hundred and Tug were still chanting, "Cheating, bah, shame on you, and instructors, and masquerade squads, it's just ass, humph, who are you to teach us?" Yuan Gang ignored the shattered thoughts of these two flies and instead directly took out a transfer order, to formally introduce you. This is your new instructor, Su Ming. If Su Ming is the instructor, the masked squad didn't cheat, and neither did the instructors. This first lesson is to teach you to trust no one but yourselves. So did the instructor. So do teammates who fight side by side. In the future, the only thing you can trust is your sword. Got it? All the recruits, all confused, all frozen. So Su Ming is an instructor. So this is all a setup. So that's how it is. So Chief Instructor Yuan Gang has good intentions for us. The recruits who understood and turned the corner all stood at attention, waiting for Yuan Gang's command. Yuan Gang was relieved to see that he had really bluffed the recruits with a flurry of flimflam. Come, for the sake of Daxia, swing your sword. Swish, swish swish. The new recruits, very cooperative with Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang is very satisfied. Now I announce, intensive training officially begins tomorrow. Enjoy these last moments of comfort. Rookies, starting tomorrow. It's your nightmare. All the new recruits, all of them were scared to death. The entire playground was silenced. And at this moment, Su Ming, under the impetus of Zhao Kongcheng, inexplicably ascended the martial arts stage and became the first recruit ever to be promoted to instructor the fastest. Looking at the new recruits below who had a look of adoration on their faces, Su Ming's heart was flustered. Ah, what's going on? Instructor? Me? Are you kidding me? At this time, Yuan Gang, the old boy, still had bad hair and handed the microphone to Su Ming. Come on, Instructor Su, give a greeting and a lecture. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 79. One day is your instructor, and none of you will die. Su Ming looked at Yuan Gang, the old boy, making a bad move and wanted to give him a sword to his ass, but on second thought, Yuan Gang was right. Having been promoted to instructor himself, it was only natural that he would have to interact with the new recruits less often. One must say a few words. Or where is the instructor's majesty? You can't be a dumb instructor and be looked at as a joke by the recruits. Now that the roles had been switched and mixed into the lower and middle levels of the Night's Watch system as an instructor, it was time to show some swagger. It's just a lecture. Who doesn't know how to do that? Come on. Su Ming began to briefly clear his mind, organizing his words now. And the non-drinking look was so handsome it made all the recruits cry. The 239 recruits below all looked at Su Ming with burning eyes. Never seen such a handsome instructor. The eyes of Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Molly were even more filled with anticipation and admiration. Su Ming felt the expectant gazes of the new recruits and calmed down. First Tun pouring 2 mouthfuls of wine, the corner of his mouth showing a helpless smile. What $1 million. This group of recruits below, all of them are damn well their own teaching objects. And by mistake, Lin Xie has really become his own disciple. Alright, if we're going to teach it, we're really going to teach it. It's no joke to face terrifying mythological creatures in the future, and to face the dreaded outer gods. It will really kill you. So, Su Ming walked off the stage with a straight face and stood with the recruits. He sat everyone down and told them what he really thought. The misty years, the Daxia Night Watch, the most dangerous profession, the greatest profession, bar none. Our predecessors, knowing that in the mists are mountains of fire and abysses of 10,000 fathoms, but they for the sake of the motherland, a forward, pulverized, when the most beautiful retrograde, is our role model. The purpose of the Night's Watch is that it is always ready to fight, and the fight will be a triumph. However, as your instructor, I have only one request. Get out of the line safely and return in full formation. Su Ming's words hadn't even finished, and the scene was already filled with thunderous applause. All the recruits, all of them were moved by Su Ming's words. Lin Xie, Chubby Bailey, Chao Yuan, and Molly, and even Tug, with his little brothers, clapped desperately. Tug looked up at Su Ming and silently put his military cap back on correctly. The eyes that looked at Su Ming were unconsciously flooded with tears. Proud to be a night watchman. Sincerity. That's always a must. The chief instructor Yuan Gang, deputy chief instructor Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others on the stage were all shaken by the tiger, moved beyond measure. Is this a ing thing that Su Ming can say? What a shocking passage. Yuan Gang secretly smacked his lips and was a bit impressed with Su Ming. Zhao Kongcheng's heart wants to cry. Nima, Su Ming, your kid finally became a subhuman. Hong Hao could not hide the shock on his face. Little brother Ming, you are a bit handsome when you are serious. The other instructors, one by one, nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Is that something an alcoholic could say? Strength against the heavens is also even so. Nima's speech is also so neutral. Really want to envy the death of this group of ordinary instructors. The crowd of recruits, hearing Su Ming's last words, some of them burst into tears. The executives used them as tools to teach them patriotism and brainwash devotion. Even their own parents taught them not to be afraid of suffering and to create miracles. Only instructor Su Ming, who treated them as human beings, wanted them to live, peace out and return in full formation. After these words came out of Su Ming's mouth, a group of new recruits had already treated Su Ming as one of their own family. All of them had a serious face, waiting for Su Ming to continue his lecture. Su Ming paused, suppressed his emotions, and continued. Brothers, I'm no one special. I'm just doing what I can. The same goes for you guys. No one is born a waste. Everyone, by their own power, can behead a god. Today, you are 239. After the Daxia triumphs and dispels the fog, I hope that it will still be you 239 people. I, Su Ming, hereby guarantee that as long as I am your instructor, none of you, not one of you, will die. Having said that, Su Ming spilled the wine in his hand onto the earth. Sa, to all the seniors who defended Daxia, the future of Daxia is ours to guard. After Su Ming finished his speech, the scene was filled with thunderous applause and mountainous shouts of approval, coming one after another. The The new trainees were all incredibly excited and all stood up. Applause. Applaud wildly. Is this a new instructor? Is this a lousy alcoholic? This is the sage Confucius in the world. Speech is better than Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Molly, all gave their hands red and slapped them hard toward the swelling. The palms of his hands slapped painfully without caring. I don't know why, but I felt that Su Ming's speech was bullish and handsome. An inherited power that sweeps through the body. A great sense of mission that came to life. The pressure Yuan Gang gave before. What hellish torture. What nightmare pain. Come on. I will laugh at the sky with my sword. And leave my liver and guts in the two Kunluns. Send a cold star to Tsuanwan. I recommend my blood to Xian Yuan. Recruits at the moment. One by one. The blood boils. The flame is in full bloom. The body of an inexhaustible bull. Can't wait to start the devil's training now. I can't wait to go on a mission for Daxia right now. With my sword cutting through the mysteries. My feet stepping on the gods. And the world planted with red Daxia flags all over the place. Not to mention the recruits. Even Yuan Gang and the other instructors felt their blood boiling. Can't help but pull out the knife and create another glory for Daxia. Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others were shocked and sweating profusely. Goosebumps from the soles of the feet, straight to the sky. All of them shouted a sentence in their hearts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This drunk is so damned handsome when he's serious. At this very moment, Beijing office. The shock of the crowd was deafening. It is the master Xiaopinga who came to the office, as well as Zuoqing, who finished copying the house, and a group of the commander's personal guards. Zuoqing adjusted the surveillance for Xiaopinga and has synchronized it. Everyone listened to Su Ming's speech. One for all. All of them felt shocked, touched beyond words. It was as if it spoke to the hearts of all the night watchmen. Zuoqing and Xiaopinga both looked dumbfounded. The two spoke in unison. This kid, what a couple of handsome. Before the two could continue to emote, the commander-in-chief, Yi Fan, then kicked open the door and flashed his cell phone. See, the guy I chose, is he handsome? Xiaopinga looked at the door breathlessly. Nima, the door of our squad in the capital. Is it the only way to come in by kicking it open? Cool. Simply awesome. Tramp. Su Ming is my Zuoqing's idol. Yes, the man you chose, commander, is so handsome. Zuoqing and a group of his personal guards hurriedly held Yi Fan's stinky feet and followed his words. It's both bragging rights and what's really on their minds. Only Xiaopinga, carrying the star sword and smoking a cigarette, stepped out the door. Yi Fan and Zuoqing asked at the same time. Sao, where are you going? It's not just a copy of your family's wine. Careful enough not to go and kill yourself, is it? Xiaopinga gave Zuoqing a blank look. And, is this the image I have in your minds? Not so much. I'm going to go over to the Bailey's house and help this brat get his goods. I don't dare to say anything else, but wine. Old Xiao, have enough. After saying that, Xiaopinga raised his head and left. Zuoqing hurriedly chased after him. Wait, Xiao, I'll go too. I'm the best at copying houses. Yi Fan didn't stop them, letting the two go and grab it. Bah, go and collect it. Ha ha, Su Ming you kid I really like. Not only are you the future of Daxia, but you can also help me bring out the future of Daxia. I'm such a ing genius. Letting this Su Ming kid be the instructor. Such a perfect idea. Who came up with it? Zhou Ping, thief death you kid. Your little deception. A 3-year-old child can't even be fooled. And you still want to fool me. Yi Fan, ha. Cangnan recruit intensive training camp. Su Ming's speech was very inspiring. And the recruits were all so enthusiastic that they actually took the initiative to train. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Molly, competed to be the first to show up in front of Su Ming, running laps. Even the fat little Teyukai, Chubby 100, gritted his teeth and ran 3 laps. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Xin Xingzhu, the 3 of them directly competed. 10 laps to start. I say you two, what's all the fuss about? I'm performing in front of my master. You two give it a chance. You guys, can you get up off the floor? I'm performing in front of my nobleman. What are you two doing to make a scene? Can you two die away? I'm showing off in front of my idol. If you don't get out of here, I'll flatten you. 15 laps, 20 laps. The 3 fought until Su Ming left, huffing and puffing. Ha. All 3 of them collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, still not forgetting to compete. You pounded my shoulder. I kicked your thigh. Both Chubby 100 and Molly looked dumbfounded. These 3, what are they doing? Jealousy in front of a new instructor? Can't read it. The 2 then left and headed back to their dorms. Road. Chubby flashed the Rolexes on both arms. Molly, it's official. I'm really just a kid from a normal family. I've already told you that I hate your kind of males. I'm warning you again. Stay away from me. Looking at Molly, who left with her red hair flowing and her gallantry, Chubby's eyes went straight. Woman, you've managed to get my attention. She's so handsome. I love it. Into the night, a helicopter landed in the instructor's quarters area. The officer and the driver were sweating profusely and struggling to buy back several boxes of thatch to honor Su Ming. It was the best wine he could get in the neighborhood. It took an afternoon of hovering in the air and flying hundreds of miles to find a supermarket that sold thatch. It's so not easy. When the two returned to the dormitory where Su Ming was staying, stunned, he found that the commanding general, again, had meowed to send wine to Su Ming. Looking at the good wine that they had never even seen before, both of them were all dumbfounded. Who is this from again? On this wine bottle, the logo that was attached to it was the captain of the Beijing-based squad, Xiao Pinggu. It's the Xiao Pinggu family's wine. Once again, the officers and drivers were dumbfounded. Brother Ming, you're awesome. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 80, No One is a Waste. Born to be Useful. Instructor's Quarters. At this moment, the courier from Zhuoqing has arrived. A group of logistics team were carrying wine to the house for Su Ming. The sound is great. Don't say that the officer and driver who guarded the door for Su Ming were horrified. Even the captain in charge of logistics, as well as Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the other instructors who had peeked at the surveillance, were horrified. All of them felt as if waves of shock had been set off in their hearts, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Nima, Commander Yifan condoned Su Ming to drink, even if Zhuoqing Vice Commander personally gives Su Ming wine, even if Nima, Xiaopinga even his own wine storehouse wine dedication out? These famous wines, by the case, can scare people to death. Just for summing? Is it just a fight for Su Ming for Daxia? At this moment, the captain in charge of logistics had seen enough to know the value of this batch of famous wines. So make sure your men are safe when they are transporting every box of wine. He personally watched, afraid of a bump. The loss can be money. All the logisticians, for the first time, saw the logistics captain transporting consumables so carefully, so conscientiously, already guessing the value of this batch of wine. So one by one, they worked very carefully to transport it to Su Ming's house. The logistics staff also heard about Su Ming's deeds today. The first person in history to be promoted from recruit to instructor the fastest. All of them were impressed by Su Ming, the drunkard. There was also Su Ming's speech, which was engraved by Chief Instructor Yuan Gang into the classic quotes of this training set and sent to all to circulate. Therefore, seeing this handsome face of Su Ming, the logisticians were incomparably excited, and were even heartily worshipful. Tall man, it was really different, and Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao, who were staring at the surveillance, saw the boxes of famous wine with eye-catching labels. It's an exclusive label for Sapingo. Yuan Gang and the others were astonished beyond belief. Even the captain of the squad stationed in the capital had contributed the famous wines from the wine storehouse? The people of the city of Zhaokong were dumbfounded. Captain Soppinger's wine? When did he become so generous? Captain Chen Mai, couldn't even beg for 2 bottles of good wine at his hands. How did Su Ming do it? Yuan Gang also thought the same as Zhao Kongcheng. He cannot even drink a bottle of good wine in the hands of the captain. Su Ming, what does he have the right to? However, looking at the captain's collection of famous wines, box after box sent into Su Ming's dormitory, Yuan Gang smiled in his heart. Ha ha, he's not the only one who suffered. One could already imagine Xiaopinga's blackened face. Furious, Yuan Gang secretly staggered. It seems that it is again Zhuoqing copied the family to go. Xiaopinga should not have thought that the time will always come. The hemorrhage will always hemorrhage. Yuan Gang's hand pinched his brain. He really couldn't imagine what kind of crazy actions the infuriated Xiaopinga would do. Who will be the next unlucky one? In order to satisfy Su Ming's appetite, Commander Yifan and Zhuoqing are really working hard. However, given Su Ming's strength, the battle record of one person picking over the entire masked squad, Su Ming, he's worth it. Hong Hao, too. Do you have good wine in your house? A little, but not much. Well, be prepared to be levied by the higher-ups. We, the Daxia vigilantes, are in this together. Hong Hao wanted to cry. No, boss. So much for being a co-promoter. You guys spoil Su Ming so much and then spoil his mouth. When the time comes, not even Mao Zi will be in his eyes. As Hong Hao had feared, the officer and driver at the gate, worried to death. Both men were embarrassed to carry their own wine in as they watched the logistics team move it in. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about expensive wines that I've never seen before. And the thatch in the hands of the two men was nigh as good as garbage. Forget it, why don't we both run? Hey, brother Xiao Ming thinks again that we're looking down on him. Sending trash like Mao Zi, Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, and Han Hao were among the instructors who watched the surveillance and listened to the two men, all stiffened in place. The sound of silence and their hearts deafening. Do people talk? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? How is thatch a piece of trash? Mud. I really envy this Su Ming kid. Tide. Yuan Gang all exploded in his mind. At this very moment, Su Ming walked out and saw the officer and the driver, hesitant, and spoke faintly. Thanks. Saying so, he used a wooden sword and picked up the 3 boxes of thatched seeds and carried them back to the dormitory, leaving the two swaying in the wind. You can never have too much of a good thing. Wine. At this moment, looking at Su Ming's back, the two felt their heads buzzing. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. Thank you. Little Ming says thank you to us? These 2 words, though small in sound, reached the ears of the 2 men and were deafening. It was like a thunderbolt, blasted both of them with scalp numbness and surprise. The 2 of them looked at each other, unable to hide the look of delight on their faces. I'm going. Here no. Such a big shot. Saying thank you to us 2 little karamis? The sky is the limit. Happy. The 2 hurriedly helped the logistics team and carried the wine for Su Ming, like 2 licking dogs. If the masked squad, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Shin Xingzhu saw this, they would have cursed the 2 of them for being shameless, and then they moved the bar for Su Ming. The 2 men, along with the logistics team, sold out for a long time before they finished moving 100 cases of expensive wine. After finishing, Su Ming said thank you again. A group of people, thrilled beyond belief, happy beyond belief, jumping off on their feet, could be beautiful all night. Su Ming is very speechless looking at this group of people jumping and jumping away, thinking that he did not do anything. A thank you can be so beautiful? Never mind. Su Ming didn't care what they thought, but tore open a box of wine at random, and grinned widely tons and tons. After slamming half a bottle, Su Ming realized that this batch of wine was a bit good. Value, at least $10 million. The flavor is unbelievably mellow and refreshing, and it's like nothing I've ever tasted before. Looking at the label on the box of wine, there was a distinctive Shao, the sobering song, his family's wine, a connoisseur, no the king. Su Ming also understood who to look for when he was looking for a drink in the future. Su Ming thought briefly while happily pouring wine. Currently, the system tasks have not been refreshed, and, around the camp, and there were no formidable opponents. According to his own memories, the next more powerful guy would be Han Xiaoyun of the Church of the Ancient God, right? A poor man in the sea realm. But it also made it tricky for Squad 136, with Wu Shangnan all but blowing himself up, and to think that the vice-captain, that curmudgeon, hey, forget it, help Shangnan Wu save a rebirth and step in to help free Xiaoyun Han, whether to help him out or take him on as a junior, that is the question. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Look at the attitude. All you can do on your own now is drink. Of course, now that he had more than 4 million points of spiritual energy himself. Drinking up the 100 cases of famous wine given by Xiaopinga would add 10 million points of spiritual energy. Step directly into the realm of the infinite. There's also the 100 boxes of thatch owed to himself by Wang Mian, which will add some more spiritual power to the. After some thought, what Su Ming wanted to do now was to continue to drink and get stronger, and first break through the limitless realm. When I enter the limitless, I will continue to attack the Klein realm of 100 million points of spiritual power, though his own strength, now, was a bit of an anticlimax. Possessing a plug-in, the Wine Sword Immortal's 161 years of cultivation, it could easily exterminate Klein and possess the power to fight with the gods, but it wasn't enough to deal with the future grammatical gods. It was still far from his goal of becoming a god, returning home in his clothes, and fighting for his cousin Zhou Ping and his third uncle. So, Su Ming's next plan was still to drink and get stronger. By the way, he snubbed Chubby 100 and got the materials for upgrading the system, and his own status. Since he became an instructor, he should accompany Lin Xie and the others to have some fun. It will be a vacation to see how far this group of recruits can grow. Thinking about the future of this group of recruits, Su Ming got tons and tons up. He had always believed in one sentence. No one is a waste, born to be useful. Tons and tons and tons. Su Ming looked into the distance, towards the direction of Shijin. I will live well. Only by living well can a salted fish turn over. Cheers, with you. The next day. Ding 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 dash. The shrill whistle echoed through the dark night sky. It was the sound of new recruits assembling. Lin Xie dragged his tired body and immediately jumped out of bed. 3 in the morning. Is that so tough? Hey, if I had known, I wouldn't have gotten angry with those 2 idiots yesterday. Chubby, Get up. Chubby Time didn't react. Pop. Lin Chia slapped the slipper on his face. There was no reaction from the latter. However, as he grunted twice before chanting Molly, ha ha ha, and rolled over to go back to sleep, Lin Chia didn't bother to pay attention to him, and after finishing his uniform, he pushed the door out, and before the door closed, he said quietly, I hear Molly likes women. Bailey Fatty popped up like lightning, his eyes covered with blood, hurriedly lifted his pants and rushed out. Upon arriving at the playground, Instructor Hong Hao really began his devilish torture. He took a stopwatch and told everyone who had arrived more than 3 minutes ago to go run laps. Shin Xingju and Bailey Fatty naturally suffered, and a group of people began to run laps. The two were down at the end of the line, but one of the two was lazy and disobedient, and the other was literally unable to run. With Shin Xingju as the thorn in the side, everyone else started walking and not running. Hong Hao frowned and cursed as he watched Shin Xingju lead the way and yawning as if he was taking a walk. That who? Are you stepping on a walk? Run! Shin Xingju symbolically ran 2 steps and wobbled again, with an expression of I'm doing what I want. I'm tugging. Hong Hao was about to explode with anger, knowing that catching a thief is the first thing to do, and ruling this big prick first. Like to take walks, huh? You add 10 more laps, run it in 2 hours, or add 10 more laps. Shin Xingju frowned, spat, opened his pocket, took out his gum, and took out a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Hong Hao stormed out and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to hit someone so badly. At this point, the sleepy-eyed Su Ming was pushed by Zhao Kongqing to check. After seeing Su Ming arrive, Shin Xingju immediately ran to him and handed over a piece of gum. Hello Instructor Su. I'm actively cooperating with the training. Instructor Hong asked me to run 20 laps in 2 hours. You watch. I'll finish it in an hour. This one is written a little more, because the author will be around the people scolded as a waste. Look into the waste. Parents also think that the author is a waste of money. People's children in the north. Monthly income of more than 10,000. The author is the county town of Small Karami. To support the family are struggling, but also with 2 children, together with the old man. But the author firmly believed that, born to be useful. I don't want to beep too much. I'm going to write. I'd like to ask for a little bit of urging. Favorites and rewards readers are so handsome. Chapter 81, Large Star Chasing Scene. Hong Hao, who was angry and spitting out blood, looking at the gum that Shin Xingju handed over, listening to Shin Xingju say that it would take an hour to run 20 laps. Su Ming's heart at the moment was confused. No, I'm not used to you being like this. Tug, you're the biggest prick in boot camp. How come you're so well behaved in front of me? Are you still a tugger? But come to think of it, he had defeated the masked squad, and was promoted to instructor, and gave a heartfelt lecture. It's kind of normal to be worshipped by drag. After all, a large part of the tug's tug is, well, his own protective coloring. As Deng Wei and Li Jia said, the shin of their lives was gentle. It's the good big brother who, even when he's poor, gives his brothers shredded meat noodles and eats veggie noodles himself. Therefore, Su Ming did not refute Shin Xingju's face and said thank you, took the gum and chewed and chewed. It's the most common mint chewing gum. Nothing special. It's just a prop for Tug to pretend to be a pussy. Seeing Su Min eat his gum and hearing Su Min say thank you, Shin Xingju's fleshly eyes could see the happiness, the joy, the excitement, all written on his face. He stood straight and gave a standard military salute to Su Ming, where there was still half a bit of his lazy appearance just now. He said in a loud voice, Instructor Su, I'm going to run laps, please wait and see. Saying that, Tug darted out like a stray arrow and started running laps. Zhao Kongchang, who was beside Su Ming, looked dumbfounded. No, the biggest prick in the boot camp. Why are you so polite to Su Ming? Shin Xingju Ye, the owner of the ultra-high dangerous Forbidden Ruin, Chi Min, the landlubber gangster punk, actually treated Su Ming with such respect? Worthy of Su Ming, using strength and charm, he conquered this prick. Su Ming said a thank you. Look at the Shin Xingju happy. We have no point of interest feed. Zhao Kongcheng hugged his shoulders and looked at Shin Xingju, who was seriously running laps speechlessly. Hong Hao was standing on the martial arts stage at the moment, looking at the prickly Shin Xingju, who had changed his lazy appearance just now. Running has jumped from the bottom of the pack to the top of the pack. It's even accelerating, breaking the all-time record for lap times. Lungs bursting. IN asterisk hashtag $% asterisk hashtag asterisk. Su Ming is an instructor. Am I not an instructor? Hong Hao? This first lesson is mine. Hong Hao's. And I'm the one who's going to teach you the rules. You Shin Xingju disrespect to Laozi. As a coward soldier, as a prick, Laozi would have wanted to cure you, correct you, take you as a typical. You are good. See, Su Ming came. You step horse into a good soldier. You step horse into the front line. You really step horse into a typical model soldier. Bleeping dog, where is the majesty of my instructor? Hong Hao? Hong Hao was furious. His face was red with anger. You kids are so tugging at me. Why are you so polite to Su Ming? So Ming is your father? Pissed off. Su Ming, on the other hand, calmly chewed his gum and watched the group of recruits run laps. To be honest, he didn't want to come. It was Zhao Kongcheng who had been ordered by Yuan Gang to bring himself to the playground to inspect the training of the new recruits. By the way, learn from Hong Hao how to be an instructor. Hong Hao is an old thing, experienced in training new recruits. So on the first day of training, Yuan Gang gave Zhao Kongcheng a deadly order that Su Ming must be present to learn the majesty of the instructor. However, what Chief Instructor Yuan Gang never expected was that there was more than just strict reprimands to make recruits listen. There were also ways like Su Ming, which made the recruits serve and worship from the bottom of their hearts and take the initiative to train this way. Hong Hao saw the guy he was eating, and his years of training experience did not work on Shin Qingzhu. Instead, he was subdued by Su Ming, and was a bit upset and disapproved of Su Ming. How does a new instructor on his first day on the job compare to him? A 10-year veteran. Hong Hao thought that Shin Qingzhu was nothing more than a coincidence, and that there wouldn't be a second active training. Su Ming's charisma was just enough to conquer a jerk prick like Shin Qingzhu for a bit. New recruits, like lazy donkeys pulling a mill, need to be whipped hard, so they know it hurts. Spurring on is the most correct process for training recruits. However, just as Hong Hao continued to follow his old ways, the second active lap runner has emerged. Cao Yuan. Cao Yuan is a pure dog licker. He clearly arrived in 3 minutes and didn't need to run laps, but after seeing Shin Qingzhu, after a performance in front of Su Ming, received the evaluation of the word thank you, and happily ran laps. Very jealous, Cao Yuan immediately rushed over, stood at attention, and saluted Su Ming, reporting to Instructor Su. I, Cao Yuan, can also run 20 laps within an hour. Instructor Su, please instruct. Su Ming, hey? Zhao empty city, sand dollar. Hong Hao even had his lungs bursting with anger, pointing at Cao Yuan and cursing. Get your ass back here. You were here in 3 minutes. No laps. But Cao Yuan was unmoved, just like an ice sculpture, saluting the standard military salute and looking at Su Ming with a burning gaze, a dog-licking face. If Shin Qingzhu hadn't run far away, he would have definitely given Cao Yuan a, bum. Lin Qiye wanted to knife Cao Yuan so badly when he saw this scene, and Shin Qingzhu. At the same time, he felt pressurized. How come every single one of them is close to Su Ming? All of them want to steal Master Su Ming from him? I won half. Thus, Lin Qiye also immediately got up. Go to the special Miao Hong Hao. I only have Master Su Ming in my heart. Lin Qiye also quickly stepped in front of Su Ming and stood at attention to salute. Reporting to Instructor Su. I, Lin Qiye, can also run 20 laps within an hour. Instructor Su, please instruct. Su Ming, hey? Zhao Kongcheng, ciao. They are sick even if it is 7 nights. What are you crazy? Roll back to rest. Hong Hao was so angry that he was about to jump in place when he saw people jumping out one after another and challenging his authority. The mind was roaring madly. Tide. What are you doing? Do you want to revolt? Whether I am today's instructor or Su Ming is today's instructor. It's too damned bullying. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Hurry up and take care of it. I've been aggrieved. Hong Hao wanted to cry, but his face was ironic, maintaining the majesty of an instructor. But soon, the majesty of his instructor couldn't be strained, because of Shin Qingzhu's lead, and Cao Yuan and Lin Qiye's drive. Bailey Chubby, Dan Wei, Li Jia, and the others, even the female soldiers, all went to greet Su Ming and ask for instructions, driven by Molly. This is the first day of recruit training. This is a fan meeting. All the new recruits, whether they arrived within 3 minutes or after 3 minutes, all asked Su Ming for orders and took the initiative to run laps. Hong Hao was so angry that he almost fainted with a burst blood vessel in his head. Anyway, it had gone black, his chest was tight, and he wanted to spit up 3 liters of blood. He saw all the new recruits taking turns to run to Su Ming and salute, volunteering to run. Hong Hao Ren was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help but burst out. Mud horse. This also training. Directly you Su Ming came to get it chant. Brother, give me face. Let me finish pretending today. Yet on and off the martial arts stage, he was the only one, and no one cared about him. Su Ming, who was surrounded by new recruits, was also helpless. I'm just a soy sauce. Was dragged to check the old Zhao. You all ask me for a hairline. Go find your instructor today. Hong Hao, go. Su Ming looked at the recruits who were neatly arranged and in a neat salute position and wanted to yell, dismissed. However, Su Ming looked at Hong Hao's forlorn face and watched Hong Hao gesture madly at himself like a monkey, so he could only order with a straight face. At ease. Stand at attention. To the right, look to the right. Look forward. Today, everyone takes Instructor Hong's orders as the main focus. All listen. Got it? Yes. Instructor Su. The recruits immediately responded very cooperatively. Su Ming nodded and continued to order. Turn backward. March in unison. Old Zhao lead the way. Okay. Duck to duck. Pay attention to the speed. Zhao Kongcheng instinctively led the team over to the. After realizing that something was wrong, and then looking at Su Ming, the person had already run off to the cafeteria to drink. Zhao Kongcheng slammed his thigh. Good boy. It's worthy of being you. Hey. Hong Hao finally took back the command of the recruit capital and gave a grateful glance at Su Ming. So, with the help of the deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongcheng, the whole thing started. For the sake of Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao spared Lin Chia and let Chao Yuan be the typical one to accompany Bailey Chubby to run. The two ran very slowly, at the very back of the pack. Tug chewed his gum as he finished his lap and soon met them both. Chubby 100 stretched out his fat hand and gasped at Tug. Brother, have a stick of gum. Chao Yuan also reached out. Seeing is believing. Shin Xingju did not hesitate, directly spit in his hand, broke it into two, stuffed it into the hands of the two men, raining on their parade. You're welcome. Tug ran away. Chao Yuan, where's my knife? 100 miles fatty, where's my bodyguard? Hit him in the head of Peach Blossom. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 82, Su Ming appears. Bailey Fatty even gnaws on raw meat. Under Shin Xingju's stimulation, even Bailey Chubby ran a full 15 laps. Chao Yuan even turned on the close mode and ran 30 laps with Shin Xingju without dying. There were also a bunch of disobedient ones who were ordered to run laps by Hong Hao. Hong Hao, who had regained command of the instructor, was pleased with this, although there was a little hiccup in the middle, and instructor Hong Hao's position was almost taken away by Su Ming, but the result was good. The group of recruits were taught to keep the rules in the barracks. After the dissolution, Hong Hao shook Zhao Kongcheng's hand and said excitedly, Vice Chief Instructor, thank brother Xiao Ming for me. I owe him a favor. How should I pay him back? Zhao Kongcheng pulled out a box of Hauntishan and handed Hong Hao one, smiling. This little thing, Summing won't care. If he really wants to show it, you know. Hong Hao took out a lighter and helped Zhao Kongcheng light the cigarette, smiling with his eyebrows. Got it, I got it. At this moment, Chao Yuan was still fighting with Shen Xingju. The two of them were shoulder to shoulder. He squeezed him. He bumped into him, just like the two children, Shin Xingju's little brothers. On the other hand, were behind their boss, whispering to Shin Xingju to cheer him up. Lin Chia assisted the half-dead Bailey Chubby and followed behind, looking at the group of people in front of him, speechless. Truly, two competitors that came out of nowhere. They have to be made to recognize the reality that Su Ming is my master. Don't even ing rob me. Lin Chia's mind spun rapidly. He also wanted to be a licking dog, but a high-level licking dog, one that crushed Shin Xingju and Chao Yuan. Soon, everyone was back in the dormitory. Lin Chia assisted the chubby Bailey Chubby back to the house, and as soon as Chubby touched the bed and couch, he didn't even take off his shoes, so he just plopped down on it like a pile of mud, muttering non-stop, dying, it won't work, I'm going to spiral up into the sky. Sleep, get some sleep. Not waiting for Chubby to close his eyes, a shrill whistle, once again ringing through the sky, came in from outside, took Chubby right out of bed and jumped in fear, cursing out the window. Grandma, playing with me? I'm an East family. Lo and behold 7 nights. I'm just a child of a normal family. Bailey Fatty turned back again. Where was Lin Chia's shadow? The moment the whistle blew, Lin Chia had long since run towards the training ground. Chubby stiffens for 0.5 seconds and then immediately spills and sprints. There are 2 people blocking the doorway. It was Chao Yuan and Shin Xingju who were still fighting, and seeing that they were already behind, Bailey Chubby did not hesitate. Flesh bomb blast. Rumble. With Chubby on the offensive, the 2 stopped fighting and all of them were fit as a fiddle and rushed to the playground. This assembly, there were significantly more people arriving on time. It shows that Hong Hao's teaching policy is correct. He looked at the stopwatch and nodded in satisfaction, but his tone remained very stern. Good. Most of you arrived on time this time. Progress. The next 20 minutes are your meal time. Anyone not back in 20 minutes, run 50 laps. Now, the clock starts. Seeing Hong Hao press the stopwatch, the recruits all looked at each other. Their faces changed in fear, and they ran like crazy to the stone hall. As soon as he heard that it was time to eat, Bailey Fatty came to the spirit, like a fat wolf, with both eyes glowing, rushing at the front. Eat and dine. He wants to eat. The crowd of recruits, like a tiger descending from a mountain, rushed into the stone hall and were all dumbfounded when they saw the meal. Yet, what was put on the table? Only buns and Raw meat? The recruits are full of confusion. Is the master chef of this cafeteria absent from work? Where is the food? Where is the food? Do it yourself? Just when the recruits were full of doubts, the Zheng Zhong, who was born in the special forces, had already picked up a piece of meat and tore it up in a big bite without any expression. And with his other hand, he grabbed 2 steamed buns and sent them into his mouth together. This scene was a sight to behold for all the new recruits. No, is it eaten like this? A couple of young guys couldn't help but press their stomachs and get a little nauseous. Shin Shinju once again played up his prickly nature and shouted, "Where's the man? Give me out someone." A short while later, an old man with a large spoon in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other came out of the kitchen with a dark face. Blowhard growled, Who stepped on a horse and shouted?" Shin Shinju slammed the table and coldly stared at the old man. "Is this for people to eat? Looking down on who?" The old man cursed without a good reason. Love it or leave it. Just when the atmosphere was tense and the dynamite barrel of recruits was about to be set on fire, the scene was out of control. 7 people walked into the cafeteria, draped in gray cloaks and holding masks in their hands. They walked right through the crowd and sat at the innermost round table. At this moment, everyone was quiet. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Bailey Chubby, Mo Li, and even Shin Shinju, everyone was quiet. With the masked squad holding down the fort, who dares to take liberties? The captain, King Face, was extremely respectful to the old man who was blowing his beard. Sun Lao, the other team members, too, bowed slightly to Elder Sun. After some pleasantries, Sun Lao put the bottle of wine on the table and, carrying a spoon, he entered the kitchen to cook something delicious for Wang Mian and the others, completely treating Lin Xie, Shin Xingju, and the others as heir. With the masked squad in attendance, everyone dared not make any more trouble, but looking at the raw meat and buns, the recruits were slow to get down. At this moment, Hong Hao, on the second floor, frowned at the group of recruits. Deputy Chief Instructor, this is the worst class I've ever led. It's only young Zhang who's nice enough to eat raw meat without even frowning. Zhao Empyrean City shrugged his shoulders and spat as he looked at Lin Xie below who had a difficult face. Say, in this day and age, do we still have to make it so strict? Even if it's harder. It's not like a bunch of new recruits are eating raw meat, right? Hong Hao slowly closed his eyes and recalled the past, his tiger eyes tearful as he clenched his fists and explained. Over 80 years ago, when the Night's Watch was first formed, there was a shortage of food everywhere. In those years, the predecessors gnawed on tree bark, chewed on grass roots, and fought mysteriously with knives. Although life is better now, we can't forget our roots. Every recruit who comes to intensive training must eat raw meat. It's a good thing we didn't give them grass roots and tree bark. This is our tradition. It was, it is, and it will be. It's our tradition. It was, it is, it will be. Zhao Kongcheng also thought of his own time when he was in intensive training and also had this unforgettable first lesson. Thinking of his predecessors, he empathized. So, in his capacity as Deputy Chief Instructor, he picked up the loudspeaker and yelled down at them. Little brats, what are you looking at one by one? Eat quickly. Think of your fathers, your grandfathers. Did they have raw meat to eat when they climbed the snowy mountains and crossed the grasslands? If you don't even have that kind of will, you can't be a Night's Watchman. Are you guys even men? Ha! Zhao Empyrean's words were loud and powerful. However, what he got in return was a mouthful of thick phlegm from Shin Xingju. Bah! Old-timers. There was also a chorus of boos from the other recruits. Never would I have thought that even the words of Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng would go unheard. Zhao Kongcheng's mood at the moment was the same as Hong Hao's, rolling up his sleeves and going to beat up Shin Xingju, the instigator. Hong Hao empathized and hurriedly pulled Lao Zhao. Don't bother with a prick. Mother asterisk her. That's not a ing prick. That's a military punk. This is a gangster. A scoundrel. Don't stop me. I have to beat him today. Hong Hao pulled the exasperated old Zhao, and came to a silent conclusion in his heart. Old Cho, I know you. Just then, a shocking scene took place. Lin Xie, Shin Xingju, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and even Bailey Chubby, all picked up a piece of raw meat and gnawed on it with a calm face. Hong Hao's eyes were looking straight and he couldn't speak well. They ate raw meat. Zhao Kongcheng froze for a moment, and his fire instantly disappeared. He squinted his eyes and leaned over the window, looking down. Sure enough, not only the 7 knights in Shin Xingju, but even the crowd of new recruits all picked up the raw meat and gnawed on it. The scene was extremely shocking. Hong Hao all wanted to slap his own mouth. What had brought the worst class? This was the best class. But why? Just a moment ago, they didn't even eat it. But now, all of a sudden, they all ate it. Zhao Kongcheng started searching with the same question. After some probing, the corners of his mouth lifted up into a smile as he patted Hong Hao's shoulder and said, "Elder brother Hong. Look, it's Su Ming. This kid has just been drinking at Elder Son's place, and Elder Son put the bottle at Wang Mian's place. So the kid showed up and went looking for a drink." Hong Hao followed Zhao Kongqing's gaze over, and sure enough, it's Su Ming. He had sat down next to Wang Mian, and the 7 members of the masked squad instantly changed into dog-licking forms and gave a respectful cry together. "Little Mingo, take a seat." This confused Hong Hao and Zhao Kongqing. The majesty of the old instructor and deputy chief instructor was not as good as a hair on someone else's head. Su Ming, the harsher words, the tougher reprimand, are not as good as a conviction that someone else, Su Ming, set up yesterday. This made Zhao Kongqing and Hong Hao begin to reflect on the past inherited experience. Is not it necessary to push the boundaries? What since the ancients set up to win the hearts of the people? Not as sincere as Su Ming, when the must kill. Just as all the instructors were shocked, Sun Lao held a large tray with sumptuous dishes stacked on it and walked from the group of recruits to Su Ming in the crowd of masked squad. That fragrant pot gas, pungent aroma of stew, gluttony of the recruits, mouth watering, eyes are shining. Sun Lao said with a big smile, "Old brother Su, how can you just drink wine? Come and try my specialty, Mao's braised pork." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 83, Tang's Law of Acting Number 1, Theater. It's snatched. Sun Lao is very confident in his craft. Introducing Su Ming and the masked squad. Of course, the braised pork was learned from the chief at that time. The chief's specialty. I used it directly. There's something else delicious. Chicken stew with mushrooms. Using dried mushrooms from the northeast and pure sweet potato vermicelli. Ants up a tree with a dragon's mouth fan. And this 9-turned large intestine. I have preserved the traditional craft. Try them all. Thieves authentic. Whirlpool looked at the table full of delicious food, gulped, his eyes were glowing, and hurriedly handed his chopsticks to Su Ming. Hey, it's in Little Ming's honor. Sun Lao's calloused hands, rubbing against his apron, grinned. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had a drink with a young man and had such a good time. And by the way, I've done a couple of masterpieces, and you little brats, you come back once in a while. Of course I'll make you something nice. Don't just stand there. Eat. Swirl swallowed a large mouthful of saliva and looked at Su Ming. If Su Ming doesn't mention chopsticks, who dares to move his mouth first? Wang Mian and the others also looked at Su Ming with a smile, and Rose even said in a clipped tone, "Brother, eat the food." Hearing the rest of the masked squad, and all the new recruits shudder, even Elder Son froze. Hey, chance wasn't like this before. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Xin Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Emma Li all secretly stuttered. Worthy of being Instructor Su Ming, even the manly woman of the masked squad can be tempered like this. Bull. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Su Ming immediately picked up his chopsticks and spoke softly. "Thank you, Elder Son." Subsequently pinned to the red meat. The people from the masked squad, seeing Su Ming move his chopsticks, all followed suit with a sentence. "Thank you, Elder Son." The crowd followed Su Ming's footsteps and ate. A great feast. Su Ming chewed on the braised meat, the 5 flours and 3 layers of meat. It was just fragrant, fatty but not greasy, soft and sticky, sweet and salty and spicy. It melts in your mouth. Guys, yummy. Seeing Su Ming all showing a look of contentment, the group of recruits who were guarding the hard buns and raw meat all showed envious expressions. Gulp dash. Gulp dash. The large cafeteria hall was filled with nothing but the sounds of the masked squad feasting on the sound of recruits gagging and stomachs rumbling was deafening. Look at the food in their hands, and then look at the large round table in front of Su Ming. Which one could hold back? The crowd of recruits were like hungry wolves. Their eyes were green. They couldn't wait to rush up and grab it the next second. At this moment, not even waiting for Wang Mian to pull out, "Go kite." Su Ming's number 1 lick spill. Chao Yuan jumped out. He stood by Su Ming's side, pinching his waist like a bodyguard, and shouted at the group of recruits, "He who crosses the border, dies." The group of recruits had seen Chao Yuan in his Mad King state. There were fewer whining voices and pouncing movements in a flash. Su Ming was a little embarrassed as he watched Chao Yuan being so loyal. Standing up, he patted Chao Yuan on the shoulder. "Do you want to, join us for some?" When Chao Yuan heard this, his body trembled with excitement, and his inner cow was full of face. He shook his head, thinking to himself, what status? How do you deserve to eat at the same table as the nobleman? No, Instructor Su, I'm used to sitting at the kids' table. The crowd of recruits all looked angrily at Chao Yuan and cursed in their hearts. Lick the dog. Dead lickers. Xin Xingzhu even went straight to Chao Yuan and raised his double middle fingers, facing the contempt of the recruits. Chao Yuan didn't care. Instead, He was incredibly proud. See, Instructor Su called me to the table for dinner. You bunch of trash. Go ahead and be envious. Seeing that Chao Yuan didn't go to the table, Su Ming didn't persuade him much. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw an unhappy Lin Xie, as well as the craving crazy Bailey Chubby. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and thought for a moment. This brat Lin Xie. He's been rumoring outside every day that he's my disciple, although it's sooner rather than later. But even Chao Yuan was called to the table for dinner by me, so it seems a bit inappropriate not to call Lin Xie. While we're at it, call him over to join us for some, so he can be a little grateful to me as well. It's a big one, isn't it? A whole lot of forbidden things, a small half of which are materials for my upgrade system. If it wasn't so crowded, I'd be tempted to just rob it in the open. No, it has to be fine, and we still have to rob the Baileys. No, borrow. What about borrowing forbidden objects and upgrading the system? It's better to give some sunshine to this little fat boy. So, Su Ming rushed at Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby and hooked his hand. Come. Summoned by Su Ming. Lin Xie was dejected. Walked right through with my head held high. The heart was ecstatic. See, my master. See, I said Su Ming is my master. Right? Believe it or not. You little Karami. Chubby time, on the other hand, was flattered. Su Ming gave a little sunshine and it was brilliant. Chubby wanted to kowtow to Su Ming. Call a big brother for life. He also threw open his arms and walked to Su Ming's side with incomparable arrogance, his face full of smiles as he hugged Su Ming's thigh. This dog-licking look makes even licking dog Chao Yuan call out to the insiders. Su Ming was also shocked out of a cold sweat by Fatty's flattering smile and movements. Chubby, recover. I'm straight. Hearing Su Ming call him Chubby, Bailey Chubby was overjoyed. There was a feeling of ascension on the spot, and his head was raised even higher. It was amazing to look at the other recruits with a look of joyful color. At this moment, Xin Xingzhu first gave Chao Yuan the middle finger, then gave Bailey Chubby the middle finger, and gave the middle finger to the left and right wildly, all envious and crazy. He stared at Su Ming with wide eyes and dead eyes. The mind was screaming madly. What about me? What about me? Instructor Su, look at me. Of course Su Ming noticed Tug with such a large range of movements. He hesitated for a moment and also hooked his hand at Xin Xingzhu. After all, he had eaten Tug's chewing gum. Eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft. Xin Xingzhu was called. His heart was ecstatic, and he was high in place. He straightened up his attire, buttoned up his shirt, and bounced over to Su Ming. Like a good little brother, arms crossed and hanging down, he lowered his stance with a very sunny smile on his face. It's a far cry from the military ruffian look of a moment ago. Hello, elder son. Hello, masked seniors. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Fatty all looked dumbfounded. And there are experts. Elder son is showing an incredulous expression now. Mind blown. I wipe. This is still just an eye-bar prick? So licked Su Ming's old brother? Worthy of being Su Ming's oldest brother. He has a knack for conditioning. Awesome. I can't watch it anymore. I'm slipping away. A few people from Wang Mian also secretly marveled at this. Such a prick can treat Su Ming with respect. Boss Su Ming, just how many brushes do you have? Awesome. Su Ming felt a crowd of admiring gazes around him and was very puzzled in his heart. What are all looking at me like that for? Eat. Look at me. I've got food on my face. Oops. I still can't move my chopsticks? Forget it. Take a sip of wine first to settle your nerves. So, Su Ming picked up the wine on the table and directly tons. This bold action, Si Sun Lao admired. There was the heroism of the chief in his day. In his youth, he and the chief, together, would not necessarily have drunk more than Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming not moving his chopsticks, everyone in the masked squad also silently put down their chopsticks and waited for Su Ming to finish his drink. The table was full of delicacies, but surprisingly, none of them dared to clip the food again. At this moment, a flash of red suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's Molly. Molly wasn't unhappy even though she wasn't called by Su Ming. Instead, he directly took the initiative to come over and help Su Ming with his food. According to the first rule of Don's law of acting, don't cede the right to speak to your opponent. The play, it's up for grabs, and Molly did. At the moment, she became the center of attention. All the recruits looked angrily at Molly, crouching tied. You little girl, you really don't think of yourself as an outsider. You don't talk about martial arts. And Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Bailey Fatty all looked dumbfounded. This is the real deal. Su Ming didn't expect that either. The heir to the Mo Blade sect has taken the initiative to put down his stature and clip the food for me? Molly's behavior is straight up another new track. No rules for the track. So the other recruits gawked and jumped at the chance. Just as the scene was about to get out of control. Wang Mian slammed Goyon onto the table with a loud bang. Brothers, do it! The vortex summons the purple circles that roam the sky. Scales double-fingered control of a circle of chairs rising into the air. Chance pulls out a giant hammer. Sukiakari stuck her short sword on the table next to her. Honky Tonk and Starscream shoot up in 2 flashes of starlight. An incomparably powerful pressure pressed down on the recruits' souls, and their livers trembled. Scared all the recruits. They quickly retreated to their original positions, gnawing on buns and biting raw meat. After seeing that no one dared to make any more trouble, Wang Mian and the others immediately resumed their fawning appearance and looked at Su Ming with a smile. Boss, eat the food. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Ming only had to pick up his chopsticks again. Eat together. Bailey Chubby was nonchalant, and raised his chopsticks to pinch the big chicken leg. Lin Chiye immediately gave a stop. His brow furrowed. The heart says no. No. This must be Master Su Ming's test of himself. This dish, you can't eat it. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 84, Competitive 7 Nights in Drag. A handful of chubby men. Monkeyish Lin Chiye was thinking too much at the moment. He felt that Master Su Ming, whatever he did, must have a deep meaning. Therefore, greeting him, Chubby Bailey and Shin Xingju as the three of them came over must have his deep meaning. Temptation. The temptation of the enemy. It's a lesson in seduction. Master Su Ming. This is a lesson for us. Me, Chubby Bailey and Shin Xingju, are 3 cases in point. See how people react when faced with the temptation of the enemy. With the experience of the first time he fought against the masked squad, Lin Chiye felt that this time, it was the chief instructor and the others who had set it up again. Otherwise, how come it's the masked squad group of actors again? So, the overthinking Lin Chiye's brain spun rapidly, pushing through the consequences. If, today, one eats these delicacies, then the effect on him is bad reputation. I'm sure I'll be accused of being a relation later on. A deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongchang, would already make people say that he's a backdoor. Now that he was dunked by Master Su Ming, he would definitely be chewed on and poked in the backbone when he left this door in the future. Become a disgrace in the military. Not only would he be looked down upon by the recruits, but even the instructor upstairs, Hong Hao, and the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, who had been secretly observing, would surely look down upon him. So, in order not to disgrace Master Su Ming, the delicacies in front of him should never be eaten. So, when he heard Su Ming say, eat together, Lin Chiye decisively put down his chopsticks. Stand up. Reporting to Instructor Su. I can't eat it. I'm a soldier now, and soldiers have to obey orders. I will obey Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng's order to eat steamed buns and raw meat. After saying that, Lin Chiye pretended to walk away and sat down in his original position in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd of recruits. Start nibbling on buns and eating raw meat. Masked squad of people are looking dumbfounded. Lu, this divine agent, there is something wrong with it? Euro. Leave a table of good food unattended to nibble on hard buns? Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao on the second floor also stared at Lin Chiye with wide eyes. Incredulously. What a good soldier. At this moment, Zhao Empyrean City was more than moved. Finally, someone who listens, and it has to be one of our own. Su Ming was puzzled in his heart. What was Lin Chiye up to? No. 7 nights. I've been nice to you for once in a while. How come the whole thing is like a harm to you? Wouldn't still hold a grudge for making you wear women's clothing. I'll go. Is this a case of once bitten, twice shy? Hey. If you don't eat it then forget it. We'll eat it. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on Lin Chiye for 5 seconds before he opened up, and this short 5 seconds was keenly captured by Shin Xingju. He also misunderstood. He saw affirmation, pride in Su Ming's gaze, and then associating it with Lin Chiye's constant recitation that he was Su Ming's disciple. Connecting all of this together, Drag brother Shin Xingju also realized. Oh, so it is. It's just another game. So close. I, too, want to obtain the same gaze as Lin Chiye. I, too, want to get that look of affirmation, pride from Instructor Su Ming. So Tug put his chopsticks down, too, and it's all in order. He followed suit and immediately stood up, standing incredibly straight. Reporting to Instructor Su. I, Shin Xingju, am also a soldier, and I also obey my officer's orders. After saying that, Shin Xingju happily sat down next to Lin Chiye and began to fight with him under Su Ming's slightly shocked gaze. Then speed. Tug stated. Lin Chiye, I'll let you have 20 seconds and catch up with you right away. I'm the best student of Instructor Su Ming. Thinking of this, Shin Xingju began to wind up in storm inhalation mode. Seeing that Shin Xingju didn't eat the good food either, the people of the masked squad were once again dumbfounded. I'm hip. Is there something wrong with all of the recruits in this ultra-high-risk forbidden marketplace? Leave a table of good food unattended to nibble on raw meat? Zhao Kongchang and Hong Hao on the second floor once again stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs falling out, looking at Xinxingzhu with great incredulity. I'm going to do it. Soldier Boy turned into a good soldier in a second? At this moment, Zhao Kongchang and Hong Hao, the two of them were incomparably surprised as they looked at Su Ming, eyes full of admiration. Look at the other Su Ming. What it means to teach people, without a single word of reprimand. With heart, he let Lin Qiye and Xinxingzhu take the initiative to undergo the grinding. It turns out that to teach, you have to be attentive. Zhao Kongchang and Hong Hao, at this moment, were greatly shaken. I am in awe of Somen's teaching style, and Su Ming knows nothing about it. He expressed at Lin Qiye and Tug's behavior that he couldn't understand it at all. These two are sick. Lin Qiye is even better. Tugger, you're like this. I'm not used to it. Yeah. I'm the evil instructor. You're the soldier who fights against oppression. You shouldn't be hateful, contemptuous plus difficult for me, right? You are so obedient. How can I teach people in the future? It's hard to believe that it's that easy to bring in new recruits. Is it over with sincerity? At this moment, Lin Qiye and Xinxingzhu, the two of them were still fighting. The two men pretended for 10 seconds and all but vomited into a nearby trash can, puking and fighting at the same time. I threw up less than you. Bah! I eat more than you. The behavior of the two men made the crowd of recruits all surprised. All of them didn't dare to make any more trouble, and silently gnawed on the steamed buns and raw meat. At this moment, the biggest lickspittle, Chao Yuan. It was also noticed that Su Ming looked at those two for 5 seconds each, feeling that the limelight had been stolen. Hurry up and draw attention to yourself. These two are too weak. I, Chao Yuan, can eat a pot? I'm going. After saying that, Chao Yuan picked up the basin and sat next to Lin Qiye and Xinxingzhu, his eyes filled with disdain. The man was ruthless and chewed up the raw meat in big gulps. This scene stunned the masked squad. Several people looked at each other. WOJ. This class of ultra-high-risk ban market recruits are all ing sick. Not true. At this moment, King Face reacted. The reason why this group of recruits were so abnormal was all because of Su Ming. It was because Su Ming was an instructor. All wanted to get a good impression in front of Su Ming. Wang Mian looked at Su Ming's handsome side face. His eyes filled with reverence. Eyes then looked aside. A dark sentence in his mind. Mud. I can't look at it more than once, or I'll have to be bent by Brother Ming. So damn handsome when he's not drinking. The rest of the masked squad, too, reacted. It all has to do with Su Ming. Each and every one of them became more respectful to Su Ming. Su Ming didn't move his chopsticks. None of the entire masked squad dared to move. Only Chubby Time. Not with you. Brother Xiaoming has opened his mouth. What's wrong with not eating when there's something good to eat? Eating is not active and there is something wrong with your mind. So, Chubby lifted his chopsticks and started feasting. As he ate he also opened Molly and joined her. Humph. Molly grunted outright. Disgustedly, he gave a glance at Chubby Bailiff. Afterwards, he spoke respectfully to Su Ming. Instructor, so you take your time eating. I, Molly, also obey the orders of the officer. With that, she too walked away, picking up a piece of raw meat and nibbling on it. After being disliked by Molly, Chubby Bailey had no choice but to put down her chopsticks. In order to revitalize his manhood, he politely greeted Su Ming as well. Pick up a piece of raw meat. Man, a handful. Sit down very sadly next to Molly, and eat. After seeing this group of tough guys, the other recruits, all of them started. Eat hard. Amidst the constant sounds of dry heaving, Zhao Kongchang and Hong Hao, on the second floor, were very relieved. It's a good thing Su Ming was there, or else the field wouldn't have been able to be subdued. Hong Hao slumped against the window and kept slapping his face. Mud. I take back what I said. This is the best class I've ever led. Ever. At this moment, no more interference from outsiders. It was only then that Wang Mian began to whisper to Su Ming, honoring the previous conditions. Brother Xiaoming, 100 cases of Mao Tai have been ordered and will be mailed to the camp in a few days. There's also $1 million in cash and forbidden items that I'll be mailing along with it. Su Ming nodded with an indifferent face. He already had Xiaoping Ji's famous wine to drink and wasn't short of it for a while, so he wasn't even in a hurry and didn't care. Seeing Su Ming's couldn't care less expression, Wang Mian's hanging heart finally landed on the ground. It's good that there's no rush. And the king faced Su Ming with even more admiration. All of this, was it expected by Su Ming? Whirlwind, Rosemary and a few others, also smacking their lips in the dark. Worthy of being Xiaoming, brother, who has seen the world. 100 boxes of Mao Tai, $1 million cash plus a forbidden object. His face is unperturbed. In their place, they would have to wake up laughing in their dreams. Little Mingo, Sago. After a moment of admiration, Wang Nian stood up with great reluctance. Brother Xiaoming, eat slowly. We have to go. A sea mystic has appeared in the north. Su Ming put down his chopsticks and handed the Yi Go Kite on the table to Wang Nian. Well, I wish you all triumph. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 85. Isn't it just handing a knife? What are you crying about? King Face? The blackened blade, Go Kite, was handed out by Su Ming. Wang Nian immediately took it with both hands, and the moment he gripped the sheath, he was shocked to realize that Go Kite had become stronger. He could clearly feel that the body of the Yi Go Yang S-blade had wisps and strands of powerful sword intent laws that roamed around it. That was a powerful sword intent law that could only be seen by the Klein Realm and Divine Agents. The original Series 301's forbidden object, its own danger level was not high. At this moment, it could be compared to the ultra-high danger forbidden object, Chopping White. Surprisingly, this knife, put in the hands of Wang Nian, the same Klein Realm of experts, instantaneous cut, not to mention the mystery of a single sea realm in the north. Looking at the light that glowed from above, Wang Nian was overjoyed and grateful to Su Ming. The vortex of the same Klein Realm was astonished. Maelstrom clasped his face with both hands and looked at the sword in Wang Nian's hand with immense surprise. He suddenly realized that Su Ming could just make others stronger. Just holding the Yi Go Ducks with his hand unexpectedly made the Yi Go Ducks go up countless notches. Maelstrom couldn't help but open his mouth wide, like a goldfish, and keep ABA. Swirl's outrageous look, and the captain's little look of wanting to cry, made Scales and Chance wonder. No, Brother Ming, just hand the captain a knife. Captain, what are you crying for? Swirl, what are you envious of? So strange. Could it be that this is some kind of necessary ceremony? Thus, Tian Ping, Rosebud, and the others followed the vortex's example and made a worshipful look at Su Ming. The crowd of recruits, Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao on the second floor, were all dumbfounded after seeing the masked squad's perverse reaction. What are they doing? Why are they looking at Instructor Su Ming with a look of adoration? Not just handing a knife? All hands on your face. What are we going to do? Without hesitation, the number one licking dog, Chao Yuan, directly clasped his face with both hands, chewed the meat, and looked at Su Ming with a face of adoration. Xin Qingju first despised Chao Yuan and did the same. Only Lin Qiye froze, because he was a divine agent. He could clearly see the wisps of powerful sword intent laws emanating from above the Yi Go Yang. At this moment, Wang Nian's blade was ridiculously powerful. Lin Qiye unconsciously put his hands on his face with a face full of adoration. He said to himself that this master, he really hadn't worshipped the wrong one. I, Lin Qiye, will always be Su Ming's disciple, forever. Seeing the three of them, Lin Qiye, all learning from the masked squad's hands clasping their faces and looking adoringly at Su Ming, a bunch of recruits began to imitate them. Even Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao, who were on the second floor, followed along, thinking it was some necessary process. Bailey Fatty is very incomprehensible. Is everyone eating raw meat and eating hallucinations? He was just about to ask Molly, are you okay? As a result, Chubby was surprised to find that Molly had already joined Lin Qiye and the others long ago. Clasping his face with both hands, he looked at Su Ming with a face of adoration. Fatty looked at Molly with incomparable shock, and then looked at his good brother Lin Qiye, licking dog Chao Yuan, and Tugger Xin Qingju, all of whom made such a move. Just missing him, Chubby helplessly joined the group with doubt written all over his face, and while placing his hands on his face, he also put on the eyes of true sight. In the meantime, it was only at this moment that Fatty Bailey saw what everyone was appalled about. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was unconsciously open, and his heart set off waves of shock in general. Unable to calm down for a long time, the sword intent laws that roamed recklessly on the Yi Go Ducks glittered under the eye of true vision, almost blinding Chubby Bailey's eyes. Chubby couldn't help but explode in his mind. Asterisk. Li, Su Ming passes a knife to Wang Nian. The knife directly strengthened. So great? At this moment, Bailey Fatty understood Lin Qiye, why he insisted on worshipping Su Ming as his teacher. Understanding why Chao Yuan licked Su Ming so much. I understand why Tug isn't tugging in front of Su Ming. Understanding why Molly was trying to curry favor with Su Ming. Understand why the masked squad all turned into lickspittles. Feeling that he, Chubby Time, was the only one who didn't get it. Just now also stupidly on the table to eat. Maru Spicy. I, Bailey Chubby, am afraid that I have offended Instructor Su Ming. Chubby was hard as hell. 2 lines of tears left his face with an incredibly complex expression. One side of the hands holding the face of Molly. The heart is incomparably puzzled. Everyone is holding the face. Worshipful look at Su Ming. Instructor, even if you a dead fat man crying what? Xin Qingju and Chao Yuan also noticed the complex expression of Bailey Fat. all heart incomparable doubt. This dead fat people have a problem? It was only Lin Chiye, who passed over a knowing look to chubby Bailey, and with pride written all over his face, as if showing off. How about it, my master, So Ming? Is it hanging or not? Is it awesome? At this moment, Wang Mian, after receiving the knife with both hands, was grateful to Su Ming. The teardrops in the corners of his eyes had rolled down involuntarily. He didn't even know how to thank Su Ming, and he stumbled a little over his words. Brother Xiaoming, thanks. Wang Mian very solemnly bent down to Su Ming and made a gesture of worshipping the big brother to express his gratitude. Su Ming smiled faintly. Sort of a return gift for breaking your bank. Wang Mian no longer said anything more. It was all in the air. Friendship between men. A look is enough. Heart to heart. At this moment, in the middle of the two great dudes' stares, Maelstrom suddenly killed them. He disregarded the image and chose to go straight to his knees and hug his thighs. Brother Ming, look at me. Do I have a chance? Su Ming frowned slightly as he saw the swirl that had twice knelt down to him. Wu Yuzi, as a teammate of Maelstrom, Tian Ping, Rose and the others silently clenched their fists, so much so that they wanted to kill Maelstrom. Seeing Maelstrom's performance, the number one licking dog, Chao Yuan, couldn't help but join Lin Xie and Xin Xingzhu in cursing. Shame on you. Molly and Bailey Chubby, too, flashed a look of disdain at the vortex, but Maelstrom knows what he wants regardless of his face. As the saying goes, the baby that cries gets the milk. Su Ming handed the chopsticks in his hand to Whirlpool and told him to get lost. Maelstrom looked at the chopsticks that had the same effect as the Yi Go ducks, and went crazy with joy, kowtowing one to Su Ming on the spot. Aside from Su Ming, Wang Mian, Lin Xie, and Bailey Chubby, everyone thought that Maelstrom was stupid. It was all a look of sand sculpture, looking at the vortex, and Maelstrom looked at the others with a look of scorn. In their hearts, they cursed each other. Sand dollars. King Face didn't bother to explain, hurriedly dragging away the disgraced vortex, and raised his right hand. Go away! The team instantly followed, carrying the black box behind them, side by side. At this moment, Su Ming's voice came from behind. Later, Wang Mian and the others immediately turned back, full of confusion. What's wrong, Mingo? Only Su Ming stood up, and all the recruits immediately followed. Su Ming puffed out his chest and shouted with a loud voice. Salute! Swish! All the recruits followed Su Ming and gave a standard military salute. Seeing Su Ming taking the lead, Elder Sun in the kitchen, Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao on the second floor. Also silently, feet together, chest up, to the heroes, salute. King Face and the others hurriedly put on their masks. Even the faceless Maelstrom rushed to put on a mask because they're all blushing. What are you doing, brother Shu Ming? It's so embarrassing. Slipped and slipped. The crowd ran for their lives out of the cafeteria. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Wang Nianzai led his teammates and turned around in unison. He ordered loudly. Salute. Swish. Brother Xiaoming. During the year of the recruits' intensive training, the safety of Daxia, leave it to us. Having said that, with steely eyes, the entire masked squad saluted cleanly and then turned to leave. At this moment, the whistle suddenly blew and the recruits assembled. The new top melee master, Instructor Han, is going to lecture the new recruits. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 86 Little Fatty. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Outside the cafeteria, the masked squad's men had just left in the front foot, and the shrill whistle sounded throughout the sky in the back foot. The entire masked squad runs to the practice field. After running a few steps, the few people from Wang Mian cursed and left. Luckily, it was outside the cafeteria and wasn't seen, or else the face would have been lost. Inside the cafeteria, the recruits hurriedly put down the steamed buns and raw meat in their hands, turned their heads and ran towards the training ground. No one wants to go for more laps because they are late. For a split second, all the new recruits flew towards the training ground, and only Su Ming and Sun Lao were left in the large cafeteria. The surroundings were instantly quiet. Only when he saw that the people had left, did Sun Lao carry a plate of fried peanuts and carry a 10-year-old collection of old wine, smilingly walking out and continuing to drink with Su Ming. Elder brother Su, this is a 10-year cellar. No worse than the mutai you invited me to drink. Come on, let's go. Wish King Face and the others a triumph. Su Ming raised his cup, clinked it with Sun Lao, and drank it down. Don't worry, Elder Sun. They're a special team from Disya. They'll be triumphant. Yeah, believe it and be done with it. Wow, Elder Sun. This peanut rice, it's the best today. That's for sure. I fried them thoroughly and let them cool for 10 minutes before I sprinkled them with salt. It's very delicate. Drink. Drink. Tun 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 tun. Tide. You kids bully the elderly. Tun 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 dash. The warm golden light of early morning, spilling through the clean windows into the empty cafeteria. An old man and a young man straight up spiked their drinks and had a good time. It's hard to find a drinking buddy who forgets a friend. Su Ming was in the barracks and found his drinking hitchhiker. Training ground. On the martial arts stage, Instructor Han, who had a stocky body and a fierce face, was lecturing as well as teaching combat skills. Rookies, listen up. Mysterious creatures, the primary enemy of our Night's Watch. They have a myriad of strange abilities and different characteristics, but there is no doubt that they are far more powerful than humans with mortal flesh, countless times over. And we, wanting to fight these monsters, by what? All mute. Speak up. Instructor Han stood in the center of the martial arts platform and swept his gaze menacingly over the crowd of recruits. Some of the timid recruits were indeed bluffed by Instructor Han, trembling and not daring to take a breath. Seeing as how it's another traditional instructor, taking the scaremongering bit, Shin Qingzhu said, annoyed. Besides, this Instructor Han looks, well, weak. Shin was very unconvinced. He looked around, and after realizing that Su Ming wasn't there, he immediately put the hat back on. The little head tilted, and drag returned for a limited time. He raised his hand lazily. Report, I know, by the mighty Forbidden Market. Instructor Han looked at Shin Qingzhu and frowned. Seeing at a glance that Tug was a soldier, he sneered twice and glared at Shin Qingzhu with his eyes. Forbidden Ruins? It's true that it's the most important thing that humans can rely on to fight mystery, but it doesn't mean everything, unless your Forbidden Ruin is very strong. So strong that you can kill mystery with the hook of a finger. You, okay? Tug also sneered twice, raising his eyebrows in a provocative manner. I can. You can? Instructor Han froze for a moment, frowning as he asked. Your Forbidden Market is? Tug said lazily. Sequence 068. Gas Min. Instructor Han's brain buzzed, and he exclaimed in his heart. Ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins? Naya. Instructor Han pretended not to hear anything and looked to the other side. Any other answers? You? That's you. Fatty. You say. Bailey Chubby was suddenly pointed at, scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, report, it's money, money. Instructor Han froze once again. There was a question mark written all over his face. Money your sister. Using money to kill the mystery? Little fatty, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Sit down, sit down. Instructor Han was about to be laughed at and hurriedly told Chubby Bailey to shut up. This is something that no one would believe if it came out of anyone else's mouth. But coming from the mouth of Chubby Miles, who gave away a Rolex in the opening round of the show, the recruits thought, yes, rich people can really do whatever they want. Instructor Han was a bit speechless. This class of recruits, what kind of strange people are they? So he taught sternly once again, to fight the dreaded mystery. In addition to the Forbidden Ruins, we need a strong physique and fighting skills. Combat techniques are subdivided into cold weapons and hot weapons. Hot weapons may be useful against lower-ranked mysteries, but against higher-ranked, cold weapons are king. From now on, all eyes open and watch. I'll teach you melee combat with cold weapons. The other side of the training ground, Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng, along with several of Hong Hao's instructors, stared at the monitor with dead eyes. It was Instructor Han's first time teaching people, and Yuan Gang was afraid of a mess, so he told them to intervene at any time. But Hong Hao was very cognizant of Instructor Han's strength, which was at the top of the country in terms of melee combat, so he took out 4 decks of playing cards. Deputy Chief Instructor, just leave the training to old Han, the champion of knife fighting, steady as she goes. A royalist? I'll be a little bosun. Thief 6. Oh, also good. Take 2. 50 cents. Is the Deputy Chief Instructor so stingy? What do you know? Gathering people to gamble is illegal. Xiao Lu, don't listen to the Deputy Chief Instructor. You'll understand when you have a family. So, the monitoring room started to royalize. Instructor Han's side began to teach people to use the sword, and after explaining a bit, he began a hands-on demonstration. The little fat guy who just said he used money to defeat mystery. Come here. Bailey Chubby clumsily climbed onto the martial arts stage, received the wooden sword, and was used as a human sandbag by Instructor Han. What are you training to wear so much jewelry for? You kid? Bailey Chubby scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. Instructor Han, on the other hand, was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Just take this little fatty to set up an example. Han Li was seen holding a wooden sword in his hand, waving it around as he reprimanded. Now that there is a mysterious infestation within the Great Summer and an evil god watching from the outside, if you want to fight it, do you rely on your banknote ability? Swish! Instructor Han swung out with a swift motion, Snap! With a crunching sound, the wooden blade struck the golden light shield in front of Chubby Bailey and broke into 3 pieces. Instructor Han. The atmosphere of the scene instantly froze. Drag even disdainfully issued a cut. Bailey Chubby hurriedly turned off Yao Guan before the blinding golden light shield disappeared. Sorry, Instructor Han. I just forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode. Why don't we do it again? Instructor Han's hand rested against his mouth as he coughed twice in embarrassment and removed a new wooden knife. Just now it was just an accident. Everyone pay attention this time, no matter what kind of defense. As long as your blade skills are superb enough. Swish. Stab. The wooden knife was burned down to just a handle when it touched the chubby string of Bailey's hand. Instructor Han. Bailey Chubby hurriedly explained. I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. Sorry, Instructor Han. How about we do it again? Instructor Han gave a raw and angry sentence. You go down. Looking at the chubby back, Instructor Han was a bit square in his heart. He forced himself to calm down. Don't panic. Just grab another soft one. Instructor Han dropped the burning stick in his hand, and his ferocious gaze swept over to Lin Chiye, who was harmless as a human animal beside Chubby. You, come up. No forbidden objects on you, right? No. This kid is white and tender. Pinching him, isn't it as easy as pinching dough? Instructor Han instantly regained his confidence when he saw that a normal person had finally arrived and flung his arms around. You may not be able to block my next attack, but that's okay. I won't hit you very hard. Swish. Hanli went straight for Lin Chiye's dead center. The angle was very tricky, the speed was very swift, and the power was incomparable. Snap. With a soft sound, Lin Chiye caught it steadily. Instructor Han. At the moment, the training ground was silent. Not far away, Su Ming carried a bottle of wine and slowly walked over to him. Sun Lao in the cafeteria, cloaked as Su Ming's instructor, was drunk. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 87 Instructor Han. People silly. You step on the horse, dare to drink? The training ground. Instructor Han confidently swung out a sword, which was steadily caught by Lin Chiye. People were dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? What's the situation? It was as if waves of shock and horror had been set off within the heart for a long time. He was silent. The silence was deafening. That slash he had just made. There was absolutely no way that someone could easily take it, or be taken by a new recruit. Otherwise, he's a knife fighting champion. For nothing? So, the other side is a master? At this moment, Tugger Shinxingju had already led the way, unmercifully letting out a burst of booze. It made Instructor Han's face a little bit untenable. So embarrassing. In embarrassment, Instructor Han met Lin Chiye on all fours, carefully sizing up the white and tender Lin Chiye. Is it strength or luck? He couldn't help but ask. Learned to knife? Lin Chiye immediately pretended when he saw Su Ming approaching. A little bit. A little bit? You managed to catch the knife that I took the title and called a little bit? In Instructor Han's heart, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were bouncing around. So is this kid really good? Or is he faking it? Whatever. Trying to figure it out and take a few more swings. So, Instructor Han withdrew his wooden sword and raised it above his head. His eyes clearly serious. Cough cough cough. Very good. Your sword skills are solid and your reflexes are fast. But just now, it was just a demonstration of the basics. Now, I'm going to formally demonstrate it to you all. Don't even blink. Instructor Han tried to diffuse the embarrassment and swung the wooden blade in his hand violently once again. It was as swift as a tiger descending a mountain. This time, he didn't hold back. His hands gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, and he got serious. Snap. Lin Chiye blocked again. Instructor Han frowned, opening a frantic attack mode. The speed of waving the wooden sword in his hand, getting faster and faster. Continuous chopping, quick chopping, snap snap snap. A series of wooden knives clashed, and Lin Chiye directly took the instructor with one hand. Instructor Han swung several knives in a row, tired and sweaty. Just can't hit Lin Chiye. Instructor Han's mind is a bit broken. After a dozen seconds of silence, he silently placed the knife in his hand and asked a raw question. Who did you learn that from? Lin Chiye followed Su Ming's tone and said indifferently. Captain of Squad 136, Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai? No wonder. Taught by the same master. Can't break the move. Oh, senior brother. Go down and rest on your melon. Instructor Han broke his defense. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind completely broken. Mud. This recruiting class is too hard to lead. Either a wall hanger or a kryptonite, or most normally a hepatic. Sorry to interrupt. You, go down. Oh, Lin Chiye returned to the team with an expressionless face, feeling the gazes of admiration from the people around him. His heart was filled with a single word. Cool. looking at Su Ming's recognizing gaze not far away. Lin Chiya's face sprouted a slight blush and his heart was refreshed. And Instructor Han. At this moment, the mentality was played collapsed, and said that what kind of ghost luck he had today. Drew 3 people, and 3 of them have made themselves angry and spit out blood. Instructor Han, spreading his hands so there's no game? How can this continue when you kick 3 steel plates in a row? Why don't I go down and you 3 come up and tell it? At this moment, Instructor Han was just like Galen out of Whisper. Silence plus broken defense. Before coming here, the chief didn't say it was so difficult to lead. I'm too hard. I quit. Grass. Or I'd better go quietly. Goodbye to this beautiful and cruel world. Geez, can't you grant me a soft pinch? Ha! Instructor Han is getting upset. There was a familiar booing in his ears at the same time, and a round of applause that spread not far away. Instructor Han followed the voice and looked over. It was Tugger Shinchinju booing himself. Marred. Don't dare to mess with it. There was also a young manlike man, wearing a grass-green undershirt, who actually started drinking after the applause. Drinking? How dare someone step on a horse and drink here? Crazy. Who is this guy? And a ING undershirt. This new recruit who came to play is too cocky. Nothing but good looks. Geez, did the heavens hear their prayers and really sent them a softie? However, Instructor Han's attention was all on Su Ming, not noticing the expressions of the crowd of recruits in the slightest. Shinchinju turned into a good soldier for a second and put the military cap on his head correctly. Lin Chiye also put away the pride on his face and respectfully looked at Master Su Ming. Bailey Fat, Emoli and Chao Yuan. Also all sit upright. A group of recruits all atmosphere do not dare to come out. Welcome Su Ming Instructor. However, the uninformed Instructor Han thought that Su Ming was a bare-chested soldier boy, a late arrival recruit, and a punk who openly applauded and provoked himself. Handsome as they are, drinking in flagrant violation of rules and regulations, they are still punks, because Su Ming had put his instructor's coat on Sun Lao, so Instructor Han didn't recognize Su Ming. In fact, as an instructor. Plus, Su Ming was also only 18 years old, the youngest instructor ever, and standing together with the new recruits, he didn't have the slightest bit of an instructor's demeanor. Plus, Instructor Han came late and hadn't seen Su Ming at all, so he mistook Su Ming for a new recruit prick. So, Instructor Han jumped straight down from the martial arts platform, running wildly to Su Ming's face. His face was full of ferocious looks. The instructor is full of pie. He straightened his back and majestically looked down at Su Ming. He was going to take back all of the lost instructor's majesty. In Su Ming, why are you late? Since joining the Night's Watch, you're the only one I've seen that dares to drink in the barracks. Wanton, who gave you the right? Drinking like this in the middle of the day. What a shame. For a new recruit, you're a disgrace to the Night's Watch. Grab your sword. Come, I'm going to teach you the basic rules of being a vigilante. The implication is, I'm going to teach you a hard lesson. Boy. Su Ming blinked. You, lecturing me? Oh, yeah, tun dash. Su Ming didn't put Hanli in his eyes in the slightest and looked at Instructor Han like a monkey. Before Instructor Han could finish his lesson, Su Ming's number 1 licking dog, Chao Yuan, had already rushed to Instructor Han with flying speed and yelled at him. You shut the up. Instructor Han froze, having been hard controlled by Chao Yuan for 5 seconds. What is the situation? I scolded him. You kid jumped out. Why? New recruits rushing their instructors? Piss me off. Looking at Chao Yuan's ordinary appearance. The body is not strong. The heavens really favor me. All of a sudden to 2 soft persimmons. Instructor Han was pissed off by Su Ming and Chao Yuan at the moment and was on fire. 1 drinking, 1 backstabbing. Had to teach you both a hard lesson today. Just as Instructor Han was about to teach Su Ming a lesson first, Lin Chiye also stood out and spoke quietly beside him. Instructor Han, this is my master, Su Ming. Also an instructor. Instructor Han is under hard control again. Master? Instructor? What's going on here? And Shinchinju stood very respectfully beside Su Ming, holding his shoulders and threatening Instructor Han. If you want to touch Instructor Su, step over my dead body. Drag thought that was so cool and felt so cool. Instructor Han was dumbfounded. My nigga, how come you big prick is like this too? This cocky drinking guy is really an instructor? Humph. Can you mingle with the recruits by such underhanded means as drinking? Good. Very good. When today's training is over, watch me go to Chief Yuan Gang and denounce you. Since you are a peer, you can't take it out on your peers. But Instructor Han was about to explode with anger. It's so hard to have anger with nowhere to take it out. He then looked at Chao Yuan. Good boy. You dare to rush me. Then be prepared to be educated by me. You, come with me. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 88, Su Ming won't let you mess with Chao Yuan? Han Li, won't listen. Chao Yuan, who was named, didn't have any fear and followed Instructor Han back to the martial arts stage. Instructor Han's meaning is obvious. I can't afford to mess with Su Ming, but I can't afford to mess with you. A new recruit who barks at me? People don't fall down twice in the same place. Count yourself unlucky today, falling down 4 times in the same place. But this time, one definitely doesn't fall down anymore. One definitely picks a soft one. But before you pinch, it's still necessary to go through the process just to be on the safe side. Do you have a forbidden object on you? No. Did someone else teach you about knives? No. So what's your best? Read the scriptures. When Instructor Han heard this, the corner of his mouth raised an imperceptible smile. Ha ha, it's 10 to 1. Only recite the Buddhist scriptures. You dare to rush me? Watch me beat your head in. Okay, you're it. Let's do the drill. After saying that, Instructor Han threw Chao Yuan a wooden knife. Snap! Chao Yuan didn't pick it up, directly letting the wooden blade fall to the ground in front of him. Instructor Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Angry again. I'm not giving me face. With Su Ming, the instructor, backing you up, you even dare not hold your sword? Instructor Han frowned and wrote the word indignation on his face. He yelled directly at Chao Yuan. Pick up the knife. That's an order. Chao Yuan shook his head and said faintly, report, I can't touch the knife. Seeing Chao Yuan with this attitude, it was the same as Lin Xie just now. Instructor Han was even more furious. Well, it's all from Mr. Su Ming, isn't it? Can't touch it, or don't want to touch it, eh? Chao Yuan said expressionlessly. I can't touch the knife. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Instructor Han is dying of laughter. You are afraid of not being able to control yourself. What? You can still kill me? I'm a national knife fighting champion. LOL. It's just a wooden knife. Pick it up. At this moment, Han Li, seeing Chao Yuan with the look of a little daughter-in-law being aggravated, for some reason, was full of confidence. Inside, he was roaring wildly. You're crazy. Go ahead and be crazy. How come you're not crazy now? Just now in front of Su Ming's face. Aren't you arrogant and cocky? How come you're allowed to hold a knife and practice against me? Wimpy? It's too late to be scared. Chao Yuan looked at the expectant Instructor Han and continued to speak expressionlessly. I can't just touch anything that looks like a knife. Once again, Chao Yuan refused. Instructor Han was completely enraged, exploding the resentment he had just felt. Hey, my violent temper. You little brats. Are you here to train? That exasperated look. He couldn't wait to kick Chao Yuan down and give him a hard rubbing in the next second. Bailey Chubby hurriedly raised his hand in report and advised Instructor Han. Report. Instructor, don't mess with Chao Yuan. He really can't be touched. His forbidden market. As soon as Instructor Han heard Chubby advise himself not to mess with Chao Yuan, he was lit up. If you don't let me mess with it, I won't mess with it. Who the hell are you? If you don't want me to mess with you, I'll mess with you. Don't think that you can go crazy just because you're backed up by Instructor Su Ming. Today, I, Han Li, must establish my authority, or else how can I still mix in the instructor circle in the future? So, Instructor Han directly disliked it angrily. What forbidden ruins? Now, all your forbidden ruins have been suppressed. Boldly take it up. Lin Xie hurriedly stopped it at this moment. Instructor Han, Chao Yuan do ban the ruins. He might not be able to suppress it. Su Ming also waved his hand, signaling Instructor Han to stop. When Instructor Han saw it, he got even more angry and felt insulted. The mind is in a frenzy of dislike. I might even listen to a word of advice from someone else. But you drunken instructor, you guy I hate the most also advised me that there must be something fishy going on in there. I'm not going to listen to you. Su Ming, you drunk. Determined, Instructor Han continued to force Chao Yuan to hold his sword. You, hold the knife at once. This is an order, and those who disobey it will be treated as deserters. When Chao Yuan heard this, he had no choice but to bend down and pick up the knife. Really? It's still possible? Then satisfy you. After Chao Yuan picked up the wooden knife on the ground, the expression on his face instantly became hideous, and a black baleful aura began to leak out all over his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Mo Li, and the rest of them paled as they simultaneously retreated wildly dozens of meters backward. Looking at Instructor Han with sympathetic faces, even Tugger hurriedly pulled his minions to run. Su Ming also carried a bottle of wine and wobbled back as he drank. It was too late for Instructor Han to pause after he sensed something was wrong, because a monstrous terror had swept through Instructor Han's heart. Boom! The Chao Yuan in front of him instantly transformed into a demon, and a black baleful aura exploded with him at the center. A pitch-black pillar of fire, mixed with some red killing intent. rose up into the sky, and a terrifying deathly pressure filled the entire training ground. Instructor Han looked at Chao Yuan, who was entangled in black baleful flames, looked at Chao Yuan, who had horrible scars all over his body, and looked at Chao Yuan, who was carrying a wooden knife that was on fire and smiling at himself, and it seemed that there were 10,000 grass mud horses running in his heart. 10,000 horses running. I Nima, tied. What the hell is this horse? The forbidden market is not suppressed. No wonder this guy dares to charge their own call. Feeling so powerful. OMG. I was wrong. Sparring with wooden knives can go to your bar. Instructor Han dropped the wooden knife in his hand and ran. Rumble. A loud noise came from the martial arts stage. After hearing a loud noise, the few people in the monitoring room, Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao, were startled. Throw the cards away and rub it all out. OMG. No good. It's Chao Yuan. Something's wrong. Go check it out. A few people clutched the star sword and scattered. At this moment, crazy demon Chao Yuan was already chasing after Instructor Han and hacking away. His figure was like lightning. His strikes were incomparably ghostly and elusive, and the black flames seemed to engulf everything in front of him. Instructor Han, who was empty-handed, was dying of fear, constantly donkey punching and rolling on the ground, frantically flipping and dodging Chao Yuan's pursuing cuts. Good thing he rolled over to the weapons rack and found his star blade. Only a whisper was heard, and the straight sword was sheathed. With a knife in his hand, Instructor Han instantly changed his aura and was able to fight. Instantly throwing out his sword, he tangled with Chao Yuan. However, Chao Yuan, who had been suppressed in the Forbidden Ruins, was still incomparably capable of fighting, because the Black King chopping and destroying sequence number was simply too high to be fully suppressed. So Instructor Han, who was quickly knocked down, could only continue to donkey punch and roll to avoid Chao Yuan's deadly attacks. Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao, who hurriedly arrived, all looked dumbfounded. Instructor Han fights mad demon Chao Yuan with his physical body? Awesome! No, this is not the time to praise Instructor Han. Rather, how did Chao Yuan turn crazy again? I wipe Lu, is not a forbidden object to suppress the forbidden ruins of the recruits. How can Chao Yuan still be crazy like this? Also, who stepped on the horse and let Chao Yuan hold the sword? However, at this moment, it was not the time to pursue the blame, but to think about how to stop Chao Yuan. Zhao Kongcheng swept the circle and ran to Su Ming's side with incomparable fawning. Elder brother Su, make a move. The only one who can stop Chao Yuan here is you, right? However, Su Ming calmly sipped his wine and smiled faintly. Old Zhao, I'll give you a chance to pretend. Go ahead. Zhao Kongcheng's people froze. Frozen in place like a statue. It was as if the heart set off a monstrous wave. 1,000,000 horses. And straight up Ashiko. Me? I'm going to stop crazy demon Chao Yuan. Old brother Su Ming, don't tease. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 89. You guys watch. This slash of Zhao Empyrean City will be very cool. At this moment, the large training ground was silent. There was only the sound of mad demon Chao Yuan chasing and slashing Instructor Han. Rising and falling, he fled and he chased, and he couldn't get away. Zhao Kongcheng's heart, on the other hand, was incomparably confused. He looked at Su Ming with questions written all over his face. The mind was roaring madly. Me, Zhao Empty City, crazy, going to stop the crazy demon Chao Yuan? I don't even have the Forbidden Ruins. How am I going to stop the Black King Chopper of sequence number 031? Zhao Kongcheng's heart seemed to set off a tsunami, churning and boiling, and he froze, filled with disbelief. Thought Su Ming was joking. After a short silence, Zhao Kongcheng attached himself to Su Ming's ear and whispered, "Don't tease me, old brother Su Ming. Crazy demon Chao Yuan is too strong. The entire camp's forbidden ruins, all suppressed. Chao Yuan in this situation, still able to press Han Li to fight. How terrifying. How am I supposed to stop Chao Yuan when I damn well can't even beat Han Li? Su Ming, old brother, it's better for you to make a move. If the fight continues, I'm afraid Han Li will have to die here." Su Ming, however, didn't care and continued to drink tons and tons of wine without the slightest intention to make a move. A cool, sweet sip that slides down your throat and is incredibly soothing. Su Ming, who had tasted the flying mutai, couldn't help but praise the Xiaoping Du family's wine. It's so good. Tons. Half a bottle of good wine was consumed by Su Ming before he slowly said, "Chao Yuan's forbidden ruins are suppressed. I'm afraid, and I killed him with a sword. So Lao Zhao, you strike, just right, and remember to use the back of your blade." Although Su Ming's voice was not loud, it reached the ears of Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the other instructors. It reached the ears of Lin Shiye, Xin Xingzhu, Bailey Chubby and Molly, as well as a group of new recruits. It was as if heavenly thunder rolled and thunder exploded, constantly roaring in their ears. Even Yuan Gang, who was secretly observing the surveillance, was shocked by Su Ming's words. Their minds were buzzing and they couldn't believe what they were hearing at all. Su Ming was surprisingly disdainful of striking out, afraid of killing Chao Yuan with a sword. I'm hip. Crazy demon Chao Yuan, yeah. Serial number 031, 10,000 people, Black King Chopper, yeah. A man who chased after the entire battalion and easily crushed the mad demon Chao Yuan, the national champion of sword fighting. Han Li, such a powerful being. Su Ming's reason for not making a move is that he's afraid of killing Chao Yuan. In everyone's mind, they were incomparably shocked. If, say, it was a different person, a different Wang Mian of the masked squad, a different chief instructor Yuan Gang, everyone would think that he was blowing his mind about being awesome. But when it was replaced with Su Ming, and the words came out of Su Ming's mouth, everyone nodded their heads frantically, believing it. They were completely convinced that Su Ming could really stab crazy demon Chao Yuan to death with a single sword if he made a move. But, one can't just watch Han Li die here. Oh, yeah, Su Ming had just asked Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Conqing to make a move, and was also asked to use the back of his sword. The back of the knife? Han Li and I, with the blade of the knife, cannot cut crazy demon Chao Yuan. Su Ming, you damn let Zhao Conqing with the back of the knife? What's going on? Hong Hao and the others were all puzzled, not knowing what Su Ming had in mind. Even Lin Xie froze for a moment. He was aware of old Zhao's strength. Even the Chuan Realm's Ghostface King couldn't win. Not even the Forbidden Ruins. In terms of paper strength, Zhao Empyrean City couldn't beat Chao Yuan at all. What's the matter, Master? You're sending old Zhao to his death? Also ing with the back of the knife. Master, you and old Zhao have a father's murder revenge. So pit Zhao Empty City? If I can't, I'll make a move. Lin Xie felt that his own Forbidden Ruins were not completely suppressed. So he jumped at the chance to do something with this 3-meter divine ruin, Mortal Dust Divine Domain. And the voice of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang came out of the earphones of several of Hong Hao's instructors. You guys, hurry up and help Han Yuri. The Chief Instructor had spoken. So Hong Hao and the others could only draw their star blades, but none of them dared to advance rashly. That was mad demon Chao Yuan. Even with Yuan Gang's orders, they didn't have the guts to challenge him. No, it's not that I don't have the guts to go on. It's mainly because I'm afraid of injuring Instructor Han by mistake. At this moment, Instructor Han, not only is his face full of written broken defense, but his heart also collapsed. This job can't be done. The old man won't do it. I'll never take a new recruit again. Jiu Min. I knew the years would smooth out my edges, but I didn't realize that it was rubbing me against the ground. What the hell kind of luck am I having today? One is too scared to fight. One can't move. One can't fight. And now there's another one that's going to cut me down. At this moment, Instructor Han had gone from devastation to despair, from despair to anger. With a fierce determination and a clench of his teeth, he mumbled a sentence in his mind. Heaven does not give birth to me, Han Li, and my sword is as long as the night. I, Han Li, will never admit defeat. With one sword in my hand, the world is mine. Tide. Instructor Han raged a bit, continuing to be pressed by the crazy demon Chao Yuan. Friction on the ground directly gave up the resistance. Crazy on the ground, donkey rolling, dodging the crazy demon Chao Yuan's knife after knife. Han Yuri, dollar and at. He was in deep self-doubt in his desperate attempt to defend himself. At this time, Chao Yuan, who had already mooted his feelings and gained the upper hand, his black flames were even more prevalent, and the sardonic smile on his face was even more terrifying. The footwork was even more ghostly, and the speed of the sword was getting faster and faster. This image made Instructor Han feel a bit of a chill on his scalp. He's going to have to cool off here today. How awesome Instructor Han was just now, and how embarrassing he is now. Being the national knife fighting champion was once as glorious as it is now. Just as Han Li couldn't support himself and was about to be hacked to death by crazy demon Chao Yuan, a golden light flashed. Yao Guang. It was Fatty who struck out. He put the necklace back on and pointed his little chubby hand toward the martial arts stage. The piercing golden light converged into a beam and flew out like an arrow, stopping Chao Yuan's killing move, and then transformed into a golden rope, binding crazy demon Chao Yuan. Instructor Han let out a sigh of relief and stood up, not even wiping the dust and mud stains from his body, and scampered away. The rope transformed by Yao Guang was instantly burned off by the black flames on Chao Yuan's body, raising his wooden blade and once again chasing after Instructor Han. This time, not only did he cut Instructor Han, he even cut Chubby Bailey. It's a good thing that Yao Guang has a golden light cover, otherwise Fatty would have perished on the spot. And crazy demon Chao Yuan continued to go crazy, waving his wooden sword with pitch black flames, frantically hacking at the golden light shield. Snap, snap, the golden light cover made a click sound of glass breaking, and cracks actually appeared. Frightened, Chubby 100 cried out, "Instructor Su, help me, brother 7 Knights, save me." Lin Xie rolled up his sleeves and was ready to strike when Su Ming grabbed his top. Su Ming still let Zhao Kongqing on, and said to Lin Xie and the others slyly, "You guys watch, this slash from Zhao Kongqing is going to be awesome. When it comes to handsome, Zhao Kongqing can't stand it." A hot blood surged upward and churned and boiled in his body. He also didn't care. If he didn't get on, both Bailey Chubby and Instructor Han would die. So, Zhao Kongqing's eyes blossomed with killing intent, as piercing as a brightly shining sword. His figure was half crouched, his eyes staring deathly at crazy demon Chao Yuan, his right hand holding the hilt of his sword steadily. Dab dash! A crunching sound rang out from the sheath as the straight sword was sheathed. The light blue blade instantly broke the dull atmosphere. The word Su Ming engraved on it, glittering. The knife in Zhao Kongqing's hand was held backwards, and the whole body of the knife was flashing with incredible golden light, the kind of light that blinded the eyes, making Hong Hao and the other instructors all look dumbfounded. It left Lin Xie, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, and the other new recruits all confused. Even Yuan Gang, the chief instructor who was secretly watching the surveillance, looked stunned and exclaimed in his heart, "Highly skilled. This is a real master." Lao Zhaohe, it turns out, is not a relationship. Did he become deputy chief instructor on merit? No. How is it that Cangnan City, one by one, is a hidden monster? In addition to Su Ming, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing, who else is a monster? All ing stand out. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 90, thanks Su Ming. I'm just a tool. At this moment, the crazy demon Chao Yuan, after breaking free from the Yao Guang's bindings, the black flames on his body were even more prevalent and crazier. He mercilessly hacked at Hyaki's chubby golden light shield. The click of breaking glass is a numbing, soul-crushing sound. Instructor Han was a man who knew how to repay his kindness, and he wielded his star blade to try and save Chubby, only to be suppressed by mad demon Chao Yuan once again. Chao Yuan was holding a wooden sword that burned with black flames. His blood-colored eyes were incomparably horrifying. Black baleful flames were rolling and boiling all over his body, and the smile at the corners of his mouth was getting more and more hideous the more he hacked at it. He was getting faster and faster with his swords, and he was actually able to crush Instructor Han, the champion of sword arts. While hacking at the golden light shield, black flames erupted. The blade flashed extremely fast. All the special meow cut out several residual shadows. Instructor Han heart simply beeped a dog. Bailey Chubby also regretted that he was too nosy, and now it is good. Both of them have to pill spicy. Just then, another flash of golden light. It was a golden light that shone countless times brighter than the forbidden item, Yaguang. That was the golden light that made crazy demon Chao Yuan feel intimidated. The golden light that made crazy demon Chao Yuan freeze. Chao Yuan's reddened eyes, surprisingly, regained a trace of clarity. This scene, watching Bailey Chubby and Han Li were shocked beyond words. Who? Which high person has struck out? At this moment, a familiar face appeared in front of Fatty's eyes. Zhao Kongqing, Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongqing. It's him who has struck. He's building up his strength and preparing to cut Chao Yuan. Chubby time froze for a moment, feeling that the golden blade light in Zhao Kongqing's hand was so familiar, as if it was filled with powerful sword intent laws. It's the incomparably powerful sword intent law that Su Ming saw with his eye of true vision when he faced the masked squad. At this moment, Chubby Bailey revealed an expression of enlightenment. He suddenly thought of what Su Ming had just said. The fear of killing Chao Yuan with a sword turned out to be no joke. This powerful sword intent law, in the hands of big brother Su Ming, could definitely kill crazy demon Chao Yuan in seconds. These sword intent laws, on the other hand, in the hands of Zhao Kongqing, could only exert a small portion of their strength, but it was enough to heavily injure crazy demon Chao Yuan and beat him half to death. That's why brother Su Ming let Zhao Kongqing use the back of his sword. It was to preserve Chao Yuan. When Bailey Chubby thought of this, his heart was touched for a moment. Not worthy of being brother Su Ming. Really gentle. Big brother Su Ming. I, Bailey Tu Ming, call you big brother? You will be my big brother for the rest of my life. I adore you. Bailey Chubby looked towards Su Ming, who was not far away, and there was light in his eyes, and Han Li was surprised to see Zhao Kongqing strike. Deputy Chief Instructor? You are really fierce. After seeing the horrible killing power of mad demon Chao Yuan, this you dare to come Hong Hao and the others didn't dare to intervene to save me. But you did. Warriors. Kissing dad. Hey, didn't I hear that you are related? Behind the scenes, many instructors are chewing on your tongue, saying that you didn't ban the market and that you relied on connections to get to the top. As a result, You're damn fierce. Without the forbidden ruins. With flesh and blood. Hard in sequence 031's, Black King chopping and destroying, to fight? Wait. The sword in your hand. Why is it glowing? Is it forbidden? Nope. It's just a normal star blade. But why is it glowing? It's flashing so much that I'm scared. The mysterious light that crushes all beings? The name that shines on that. Su Ming? Why is it Su Ming? That drunken instructor? I'm going to do it. Does it say? Su Ming. He's good. No. No way. Absolutely no way. That guy who drinks. Absolutely no way he's that strong. He's still drinking now. Just watching. So, the one who was really strong was Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. You must have powerful forbidden ruins that no one knows about. Yes. It must be. Han Li's eyes were equally filled with light as he looked at Zhao Kongcheng. As for the others, all of them were attracted by Zhao Empyrean's actions and boldness at the moment, and they admired Zhao Empyrean's courage. All of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Zhao Kongcheng and watched him swing his sword. Only Zhao Kongcheng struck out, and the star blade carried a golden glow as it collided with Mad Demon Chao Yuan's wooden blade, directly cutting it off. The dark flames, too, were silently chopped apart by the golden light. Mad Demon Chao Yuan's reddened eyes were filled with incredulity. All that was left was a threatening growl. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Amidst the shock of the Mad Demon Chao Yuan, amidst the useless roar of the Zhao Kongcheng's muscles tensed as he fiercely took half a step forward, and with the back of the star blade, he ruthlessly slashed at Chao Yuan's chest. Rumble! The back of the blade slashed straight at Chao Yuan's body, and after a loud bang, the monstrous black flame that covered Chao Yuan's body was swept away. Black flame extinguished. Chao Yuan easily suppressed by Zhao Kongcheng, Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Empty City, today to establish the authority. This cut, handsome tragic. Chao Yuan's bloodshot eyes gradually regained their senses, and his throat was a bit hoarse as he coughed a few times. Cough cough. Thanks, Amit Bab Buddha. After Chao Yuan regained consciousness, he saw the word Su Ming on the star sword held by old Zhao. At this moment, he believed the master's words even more. Su Ming was his Chao Yuan's nobleman. He was even more determined in his heart to be Su Ming's #1 licking dog in this life. No one would want to steal it from him. At this point in time, seeing Zhao Kongcheng's back of a blade, suppressing Chao Yuan, and not letting Chao Yuan be injured, everyone was shocked beyond belief, and the expressions on their faces were as wonderful as if they had seen a ghost. There was a lot of heartfelt emotion. Instructor Su was right. Zhao Kongcheng's slash, handsome, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, and the other trainees were stunned beyond measure, and they were feeling old Zhao's greatness in their hearts. No wonder he can call Instructor Su a brother. No wonder he is the Deputy Chief Instructor. Han Hao and other instructors are directly dumbfounded. Lao Zhao, it turns out that you are the strongest among the instructors. Why don't you step on the horse and say it earlier? Yuan Gang looked at the monitor. His brain buzzed. I threw. No wonder Commander Yifan let your old Zhao be the Deputy Chief Instructor. Awesome. The people who didn't know why thought that Zhao Empyrean City was bullish, and all of them were impressed with old Zhao. Only Lin Chie, Bailey Chubby, and Chao Yuan, the three who could see the sword intent laws on the star blade, knew very well that the one who was truly powerful was Su Ming. That star sword, not to mention the exquisite sword skill Zhao Kongcheng, even a 5-year-old child holding it would be able to wake up the crazy demon Chao Yuan. That's why the trio's admiration for Su Ming could not be described in words. At this moment, the saved Bailey Chubby said thank you to Zhao Kongcheng and ran towards Su Ming, hugging Su Ming's thigh. He kept thanking. Han Li all looked stupid. The one who saved us is the Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. What are you a little fat guy to thank the drunkard for? Chao Yuan also ignored Han Li, and with a dog-licking look, he walked up to Su Ming and hugged the other thigh. Lin Chie also kept giving Su Ming a thumbs up to provide emotional value, her little mouth as if smeared with honey. Master is awesome. Master is mighty. Seeing the dog-licking appearance of these three people, Xin Xingzhu and Molly and some smart guys got it. The awesome thing was the knife. Awesome. It's Instructor Su Ming. So they followed suit, providing emotional value to Su Ming. Han Li all looked dumbfounded and thought he was hallucinating. What's going on? He covered the wounds all over his body and very weakly expressed his gratitude to Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, pretentiously sheathed his sword and said indifferently, if you want to thank me, thank Su Ming. I'm just a tool man. Han Yuri, the Riddler? By this time, Yuan Gang had already arrived, staring with shocked eyes, leading Han Hao and the others, putting Han Li on a stretcher to be rushed to treatment. Before being sent for treatment, Han Li was still upset and full of doubts, asking, Chief, I'm going to make a little report that Instructor Su Ming has been drinking. I just don't understand. Who allowed him, Su Ming, to drink? Too bold? Yuan Gang made a silencing gesture and patted him on the shoulder. Go in peace. It's the commanding general who allows him to drink. Su Ming. But he picked over the entire mast little by himself. Han Li listened to the people are stupid. As if 5 thunderbolts in general. The brain buzzing. The heart seemed to set off waves of shock. And could not be calmed for a long time. Nima. Su Ming he is so hung? I stepped on the horse and realized. No wonder everyone went to thank him. And no wonder Vice Chief Instructor Zhao told me to thank Su Ming. It turns out that Su Ming is a high-ranking person. I knock. When I've recovered. Brother Xiaoming. I'll buy you a drink. This author is super popular with readers. And those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 91, Chubby. Yaoguan was chopped up by Chao Yuan, right? Instructor Han heard about the guy who was loved and admired by the recruits. It's Su Ming. It's the cousin of the great summer sword Saint Zhou Ping. It was the Su Ming queen who had picked off the entire masked squad by herself. The inner heart was incomparably shocked, as if it had set off a tsunami, and could not be calmed for a long time. Now take a look back at Su Ming. That face that can bend men with its handsome features, that sprightly and uninhibited immortal bone, and that sexy knot in his throat when he's drinking. What a lousy drunk. Nima, isn't this an immortal in the world? If you recite 2 more lines, I don't see. The yellow river's water comes from the sky, and flows to the sea never to return. Proper poetry immortal Li Tai Baya. That's right. Su Ming he is immortal elegance, an immortal banished to the earth. It's all his fault for not being able to see the gold inlays with his eyes just now. Han Li was at Yuan Gang's place, and after learning of Su Ming's horse armor, after realizing the words of Zhao Kongcheng, look again at Su Ming's eyes. There is light, the light of worship. He even gratefully cried out in his heart. Thanks a lot brother Ming. Tears were in the air. After a touching moment, he was suddenly a little worried again, thinking of the image of himself just now, like a jumping clown, frantically questioning Su Ming, dead set on not listening to advice. In his heart now, he was terrified. With brother Xiaoming's strength, he could have easily destroyed me with a lift of his hand, but he didn't do that. Instead he gave me enough face and allowed me to be unruly, and to have the deputy chief instructor step in and save me. Han Li, will never forget these favors. Although he was touched, Han Li still felt guilty and sorry for brother Xiaoming. He was so ashamed that he felt he had no face to stay here anymore. So, Han Li sighed and looked at Chief Instructor Yuan Gang in despair. Chief, I think, I'm still not fit to teach. Yuan Gang frowned slightly and spoke quietly. It's only your first day on the job, and this is how you want to quit. Han Li said after a moment of silence. Chief, I've realized that teaching students and going into battle myself are 2 completely different things. On the battlefield, I can fight a group of enemies single-handedly. I'm not even afraid of death. But I came to teach, and after only a few minutes, I screwed up and almost caused a teaching accident. Yuan Gang stifled his laughter and continued to speak quietly. Just this? Instructor Han's face flushed and he spoke in great embarrassment. In addition to my self-perceived lack of talent, there's what I'm most worried about. Actually, it's punching Su Ming. I've sand-coined it, calling Liquor Sword Immortal a drunkard. The instructors, including Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, and Hong Hao, almost laughed out loud as they watched the horrified plus depressed expression on Han Li's face. If they didn't respect the fact that Instructor Han was covered in wounds, they'd all be cackling with laughter. Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly patted Han Li's shoulder. Don't worry, Su Ming, my buddy, I understand. He won't care about this. A case of Matai will do the trick. Do you cash or swipe? Instructor Han, hey. Hong Hao looked at Han Li's depressed expression and couldn't suppress the smile aka the corners of his mouth. Old Han, you call that no talent? I rather think that you are too damn talented in teaching people. An ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin prick, a Bailey family young master, a blazing angel agent, an ultra-high-risk and a super-high-risk. A total of 239 recruits. You drew 4 of the worst guys in a row. It's a shame you don't buy lottery tickets with that hand. Han Li said with a lifeless face. Hey, I was looking for a few soft pinches, but I got educated. Hong Hao could no longer suppress his smile. Ha, picking on the soft ones? The Minesweeper isn't even as accurate as you are. Brother, Han Li was in tears, paralyzed on the stretcher, even though he was full of wounds, but now they were all senseless. Instructor Hong, don't laugh at me, it's too embarrassing. Yuan Gang walked up to Han Li and said with a straight face, Han, we need you. Although among us instructors, there are those who are stronger than you, but not as all-round as you, skilled in all 18 martial arts, swords, guns, swords and halberds. You're the weapon master, the guide for this group of rookies, so you're the only one in the entire Dasha Vigil who's capable of this. Han Li, recover from your injuries without fear. and let old Joe take over for you in the morning. Just well. My brothers will wait for your return. Han Li was flabbergasted by Yuan Gang. His heart was immensely moved, and he nodded heavily. Zhao Empyrean shrugged his shoulders and was able to pretend again. No, teaching people. He hugged the star sword and comforted Han Li. Okay, I'll fill in for you for a while. Han Li, I'll tell you secretly, 2 boxes of Mao Tai. Su Ming can treat you as a brother. Ordinary people I do not tell him. Hearing this, Instructor Han immediately gave Zhao Kongqing a thumbs up. Get it, Yuan Gang. Han Hao and the others immediately took out their cell phones and placed their orders. At this moment, Instructor Han was taken to the infirmary. The morning training was left to Zhao Kongqing and Han Hao. They packed up the martial arts stage while looking at Su Ming, who was surrounded by the recruits. At this moment, Chao Yuan hugged Su Ming's left leg, Bailey Chubby hugged Su Ming's right leg, and the new recruits, such as Lin Chie, Xin Xingzhu, and Moli, all surrounded Su Ming and quipped, Instructor Su, you are great. You are my idol. Worthy of being my Lin Chie's master. Awesome. Worthy of being my Xin Xingzhu's instructor. Awesome. Worthy of being my Chao Yuan's honorable man. Awesome. So handsome. Worthy of my chubby big brother. Awesome. So handsome. Love you. So Ming Ashiko, have I stumbled into the Kwa group by mistake? This is seriously affecting your own drinking. There was also the sudden urge to rob when he looked at chubby Bailey, who was hugging his thighs, and thought of the materials that the system needed to be upgraded. But keep some composure in front of the crowd and keep up the image of a decent man. There was no way around it. So Su Ming had to play with his brain. After drinking the famous wine in his hand, he quietly snapped the Shao seal on the bottle. No stealing. No robbing. Equivalent exchange. That's all right. He activated his fortune G and injected a little bit of sword intent law into the seal. Then, very concerned and kindly, he said to Chubby, Chubby, your Yaoguang was chopped up by Chao Yuan, right? Come, let me take a look. Bailey Fatty was named by Su Ming to care. Head like a locomotive. Oh, spewed steam. Very proud and proud. Nostrils up in the air. He was as arrogant and contemptuous of Chao Yuan next to him as a victorious matron. Talk to me about robbing. Ha! Fatty immediately fawned and offered the forbidden item, Yaoguang, explaining, well, big brother, it can repair itself, but it takes time. After Su Ming got the Yaoguang, he looked at it and said quietly, oh, don't use this crap. I'll give you a better one. After saying that, Su Ming handed Fatty a round seal, engraved with the word Shao. Chubby was thrilled beyond belief. Happiness comes so suddenly, it's a nosebleed. He took it with both hands and put on the eye of true vision, able to clearly see the sword intent laws running inside. Bailey Fatty's throat beads rolled, swallowing a large mouthful of saliva in hard shock. Happy to be bad. What kind of bull asterisk. Yaoguang. Don't want it. Although this is very strong. But how to use big brother? Big brother? With Yaoguang in hand, Su Ming had happily slipped away. Royal sword flight, leaving everyone with a shocking backstory of an immortal looking at the crowd. After seeing Su Ming leave, the fat hand held up the seal, looking left and right, do not know how to use. Looking at the seal of sword intent laws rushing about, glistening in the sunlight, he envied Lin Chie, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, and the crowd of new trainees. They all forced down the urge to mug. The mind was roaring loudly. 100 miles fat. You don't know how to use it? You're stepping on the horse to properly show off. Lin Chie, go back to private chat. Xin Xingzhu, go. Follow me to the grove. Chao Yuan, where's my knife? Molly, knife? Here you go. Crowd of cadets, let's fly his plane. The pillar on the martial arts platform. It's quite suitable. At this moment, Bailey Fatty was like a fat sheep falling into a pack of hungry wolves. Shivering, hurrying to take the precious seal given by Su Ming, keep it close to protect it, and stuff it into his underwear. Just as the new trainees' eyes were glowing red and they wanted to pick Fatty's pants, Hong Hao yelled, get your asses over here and stand still. Deputy Chief Instructor, Zhao Kongchang, will personally teach you to use the sword. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 92, Su Ming steps into the limitless realm. Comprehending the Great River Sword intent. On the training ground, the recruits assembled quickly. The Deputy Chief Instructor, Zhao Kongchang, stood majestically on the martial arts stage, holding Su Ming's star blade and filling the cup. Having a blade back and knocking down Mad Demon Chao Yuan's battle record was enough for Zhao Kongchang to blow for the rest of his life, with Hong Hao shouting the order to gather. Chubby Bailey was considered to have escaped. Everyone could only stare at Chubby Bailey with envy and jealousy, helplessly going to stand in line. One by one, they all cursed in their hearts. Dead fatso, really picked up a great bargain. Yao Guang. In exchange for Instructor Su's treasure. What a stroke of luck. Instructor Zhao Kongqing's sword. Are so hanging, not to mention this seal. It has to be how many times stronger than the forbidden item. Yao Guang, dog. What a life. Che, rich kids. What a pain in the ass. The recruits were all cursing at Bailey Fatty in their hearts. And Molly was no exception to the envy. Perhaps the seal was the hope of revitalizing the Mo Blade sect. But it fell into the hands of a rich kid she hated. Hey, God is blind. Not only is Molly pissed off, even Lin Qiye, Xin Xingju and Xiao Yuan, the three of them were all black-faced, standing behind Bailey Chubby, itching to slaughter Chubby in the next second and make a move to rob him openly. The three of them were 100 times over in their hearts, one as a disciple, one as a fanboy, and one as a licking dog. How did you let Chubby Bailey pick up the slack? Unwillingly. After a bit of annoyance, the three actually gathered around to review what makes Dead Fatty have this treatment. The three men were temporarily allied, each expressing their own views. After some discussion, they came to a conclusion. It was because Chubby Bailey was the first one to make a move to save Instructor Han. Su Ming saw all the kindness of Chubby before he rewarded him. That must be it. The triple replay is over and it all makes sense. All of them were overwhelmed with emotion and had tears in their eyes. Instructor Su Ming was teaching them to keep a kind heart at all times. Lin Qiye, worthy of being my master. I understand. Xin Xingju, worthy of being my idol. I see. Xiao Yuan, worthy of my nobleman. I see. At this moment, Lin Qiye, Xin Xingju, and Xiao Yuan, the three resumed their competitive relationship. All three have made up their minds. Next time, make sure to perform well in front of Su Ming, and maybe you'll get a windfall like this dead fat guy. The three of them looked at each other, their blood boiling inexplicably. Next, it's every man for himself. Come on, let's compete. I'm not going to lie to you two. The winner will be me. The strange desire to win and lose among men begins. However, they want more. Su Ming didn't give Chubby the stamp because he was kind-hearted. Su Ming was merely trying to fool Bailey Chubby's, Yao Guang, and obtain the system's upgrade materials. As far as exchanging stamps, what a gem. Snap as many as you want on a bottle of wine. Su Ming himself didn't know it was gross, but he didn't care. Yao Guang had arrived. Happy. Flying with a sword. Traveling among the clouds. Drinking wine and having fun. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 3,000. Ding. Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 3,500. In Su Ming's ears, the system's wonderful beeps kept coming. After a few days of tireless work, Su Ming's spiritual power, which had reached 994, 300 points. 2 more bottles of wine and you'll reach 5 million points and enter the realm of the limitless. Then what's the point of hesitating? Keep drinking. One step closer to becoming a god in his own right and returning to glory. It's so good. Tons. Su Ming drank while casually flying with his sword, and after weaving through countless white clouds, he landed in a mountain peak, lying on a towering welcoming pine, drinking wine while looking at the military camp in the distance. It's so cozy. The reason he chose to drink in the mountains was to hide from Chubby time. For one thing, what if this kid regrets it and asks him for Yao Guang? Secondly, he was about to step into the limitless realm, so it was not good to make a little noise in the camp and scare people. Even if it doesn't scare people, it's always bad to disturb the flowers and plants. Therefore, Su Ming decided to drink these 2 bottles of wine in the mountains when he stepped into the limitless realm. Out of the way. However, he didn't really know which peak he was on, nor did he see the road sign at the base of the mountain that said so. Xinan Mountain. At this moment, in the mountains of Tsunami, there is no peace. There is a host of madmen clad in black robes who perform mystical rituals. It was the guys from the ancient Church of God. They received orders from Lord Raving to come here to summon the ancient evil. The ancient god Church's big brother, Murmur, also stumbled upon the fact that there was a sealed demon gods in MT. Xinan. After the towering mountains of Cangnan City were chopped open by a mysterious force, he received instructions from the evil god in his sleep. Beneath MT, Sunan, a mythical creature of the Klein realm, the demon god, is being suppressed. Sacrifice 6 human lives to unseal the seals, release the messengers of the gods, and take the night's watch. After receiving the evil god's instructions, Rumor didn't hesitate and directly sent someone to Cangnan Mountain to lift the seal and release the evil god's messenger. The demon god, the group of lunatics, 7 in all, had the ceremony near noon. The leader let out a cold cry after making mysterious gestures in his hands. Guna la darkness. Baba no remains. Makabaka, the demon god awakens. The seal is lifted. The 6 people in front of him were instantly enveloped in black gas, their flesh and blood crumbling and sacrificed to the demon god. Roar. A deafening roar rose. The ground at the foot of the mountain began to crack, and within a 100-mile radius, demonic chi continuously seeped out of the ground. From Su Ming's perspective, there was a black ocean below, rippling with invisible killing intent stirring in the waves. In the Black Devil Sea, there were 6 terrifying heads that opened their crimson eyes, flashing with tyrannical killing intent, before the demon god fully crawls out and destroys everything around him. The survivors of the Church of the Ancient God, the leaders, hurry up and run. He is crazy, not cute, scattered for the exit at the bottom of the hill. Su Ming, who noticed the difference, saw the demon god at the bottom of the mountain. There were 6 terrible heads seen, as if they had risen from the 9 hells, and beneath them was all hot, blazing lava, with crimson flames whirling and flickering in the 6 hideous faces. At this moment there was already a big hand, reaching out from that red color, setting off a mountainous and tsunami-like roar that could destroy this place in an instant. The terrifying pressure was no less than that of the Klein realm. Su Ming, who was affected by the drinking, frowned slightly, prepared to use the vast sword chi and directly dispatch to exterminate it. However, looking at the root of the bottle in his hand, and seeing that he was about to reach the limitless realm, Su Ming decided to wait a little bit. Tons. He took a drink from his hand. The cool, sweet liquid cut across his throat. In his ears, the system's wonderful beep immediately sounded. Ding! Host drinks 1 bottle of wine. Mental strength permanently plus 3,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 5 million points of spiritual energy, stepping into the infinite realm and comprehending the Great River Sword intent. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 93. The sword of the Great River comes from the sky, and all are invincible 1 foot in front of their bodies. Great River Sword intent? The Great River Sword intent of the Sword Saint? After the system prompt finished, Su Ming immediately comprehended the extremely powerful Great River Sword intent. He only felt a cool sword intent, like a great river that ran unceasingly, rushing through his body, boundless, choppy and continuous. That endless power was bursting forth, and one sense of the way of the sword had become much more profound. Not only was his physical body, but under the molding of the Great River Sword intent, it underwent incredible changes, even above the mysterious and inexplicable avenue that weaves countless laws. The human law called the sword, and likewise glittering and shining with the brilliant mighty spirit of mankind. From the mysterious law of a single person at the very beginning, to the appearance of numerous residual shadows, it seemed as if the spirits of all the swordsmen of the great summer had gathered and stood behind Su Ming. Although the law was speechless, the sword-like sharp remnants seemed to be demonstrating at the gawking outer gods. Brilliant spirit of might, honor the edicts of Daxia. Those who violate my Daxia will be beheaded without pardon. The majestic, authoritative, solemn, and inviolable divine light shone, once again presenting the miraculous sight of crushing other great avenues. The gods who could see the laws of the great Tao all once again looked terrified. The supreme gods of the 4 divine realms, the main gods of, with surprise written all over their faces, staring daggers at the human laws that threatened his life. All of them felt their souls trembling and their livers cracking. All of them did not know what had happened, and all of them set off a mountainous tsunami in their hearts for a long time. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong again? That human law, why is it glowing again? Is it a signal to make war on our God's domain? No, that's the signal for a demonstration. The supreme gods, the Lord gods, who were far away in the 4 great divine realms, were all shaken by Su Ming's human laws and trembled. Not to mention the gods who were in the mists, close to Daxia, the Greek god Hades, having sensed the vision of Daxia, and disregarding the orders of Zeus, the king of the gods, hibernate in the mist. Whoever wants to go. I'm not going anyway. Hindu gods named Yama and Indra also felt the threat of death coming from Daxia, and didn't care about any orders from above, and Hades chose to do the same, hibernate and spy in secret. Loki, the Norse god of guile, has made some kind of deal with the fallen angel Lucifer, so he scoffed at Odin's orders and had his own plan to get Shiva's grudge. First, the 9 pillars of Egypt. At the command of the supreme god Ra, all of them are rapidly restoring the godhead. Although he was trembling with fear by Su Ming's law, he covered his ears and pretended to be deaf and deaf. So far, although the 4 great divine realms were eyeing the Grand Xia and sent out elite soldiers to spy on it, none of them dared to come near it. For even if one is as strong as Hades, as strong as Yama, Indra, in front of Su Ming, who possessed the supreme divine ruin, Sword Immortal, it was no different from a stinking fish or shrimp. Not to mention Su Ming, who now possessed the Great River Sword intent plus the Wine Sword Immortal's 161-year cultivation. At this moment, Su Ming, easy extermination of Klein, easily exterminating the ordinary gods of the 4 great divine realms, growing a little more, stepping into Klein. The supreme gods of the 4 divine realms can also be chopped. Right now, Lin Xie was only in the recruit training camp, and there was still a distance to go before he could set off a divine battle. This period of time was enough for Su Ming to become invincibly strong. When the time comes, a sword will open the door, decapitate the outer gods, and return home in honor, which will be considered a fight for cousin and third uncle. Su Ming is happy just thinking about it. At this moment, a few loud bangs came from under the mountain, disturbing Su Ming's mind. It's the sound of a horrible demon god seeing the light of day again and venting his indignation. Roar! Roar! The voice was extremely thick and dull, and the sound waves were also extremely horrifying, and wherever they went, they were covered in killing intent, causing one to shudder. Upon hearing this sound, the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God, who were running wildly at the foot of the mountain, were so frightened and shocked that their eardrums almost burst. Although I knew that this trip was dangerous, Raving Lord hadn't said it was this dangerous. I'll be damned. Even if you play with your life, you still have to make a sacrifice? Sacrifice even. Now you have to run for your life. If he had run 5 seconds later, he would have been suppressed by the demonic killing aura of the Klein realm. Now he is really a man running ahead and a soul chasing after him. Behind the soul, the murderous aura was so spectacular that countless crimson murderous intent flowed, as ordered by Lord Rumor. At this moment, the messenger of God has resurfaced, and as a follower of the Church of the Ancient God, one should worship with devotion, but he was still running desperately, not daring to turn back at all. At this point in time, it's still stepping back to worship, back to the head of a fart. If you want him to be sacrificed, you can go to hell. At this moment, the heads of the six-headed demon god had already appeared, and the demonic chi was rushing and raging in the mountains, crazily eroding life and providing itself with sustenance. Listening to the roar of the demon god and watching the black demonic energy spewing out was really affecting the mood. Su Ming at the top of the mountain frowned slightly. The great river sword intent was rushing through his body, and the green steel sword in his hand, flickering with a light blue sword aura, was already hungry and thirsty. Little thief, disturbing my drink, suffer death. I don't care if you're infinite or Klein. Under the Supreme, there's no mercy. When he was about to swing his sword and use the great river sword intent, he suddenly thought of something. It was said that the great river sword intent was a supreme sword technique, known for its vastness like a river and its unfathomable connotation. The sword of the great river comes from the sky and is invincible a foot in front of you. The vertical sword is not as good as a foot in front of the body, and a foot in front of the body is the field of invincibility. How about, try? Thinking of this, Su Ming put away his green steel sword. From the welcoming pines at the top of the mountain, like a ferocious falcon, he leaped down and, the sword intent that covered his body, like a great river rushing and raging took shape as countless long swords followed Su Ming down like a waterfall. At the foot of the mountain, the Klein realm demon god, who was originally incomparably arrogant and contemptuous of the thousands of living beings in the great summer, was suddenly shocked by the great fear in the air. The six heads covered in crimson killing intent all froze in place. The blood-red eyes that were filled with tyranny trembled with fear at the sight of the waterfall of sword intent that descended from the sky. The demon god immediately probed out his large hand, trying to grab the raging sword intent like a great river in the sky and crush it. However, this move was like a mayfly shaking a big tree, merely blocking the river like sword intent. Su Ming's great river sword intent was like an immortal's anger, waving his hand to cover the sky. A foot in front of him is even more invincible. A blazing might erupted, and the demon god was unable to fight against it. Roar! Ho ho ho! The demon god screamed in despair, but could only watch as his body, which had yet to display its full appearance, cracked and crumbled in full. That huge body that covered the sky was directly stabbed into dregs by the great river sword intent, as if ice and snow had met the blazing sun, dissolving into water vapor. In an instant, the entire Cangnan mountain was filled with fog, and the sound was earth-shattering. The survivors of the Church of the Ancient God thought the demon god was going to eat people. Frightened, he rolled, screamed like a madman, and ran for the exit. The Su Ming in the fog was still surrounded by the majestic great river sword intent, and his immortal aura was undoubtedly the same as an exiled immortal. He was incomparably relieved after experiencing the great river sword intent, looking at the terrifying demon god that dissipated into thin air, truly experiencing the feeling of a sword saint. Being invincible a foot in front of your body is awesome. Su Ming casually waved his hand, and the great river sword intent around him erased the traces of the demon god's existence, and took the fog away in full, flying in the direction of the Jinghua Divine Monument. After the mist dissipated, a supreme divine sword shone before Su Ming. At this very moment, boot camp, the teaching on Zhao Kongqing's side had already ended a long time ago. After lunch, a slew of black buses carrying Lin Xie, Chubby, and all the other new recruits out of camp. A great drive to Mt. Zinan. On the way, Everyone saw the roiling sword intent whistling as it hurriedly had to fly in the direction of the border. The powerful sense of oppression made everyone's scalp tingle and shudder. All of them looked dumbfounded. I knock. Where did that majestic sword intent come from? Is that sword Saint Zhou Ping coming? This is too much. Is it a sword saint or a god? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 94, Great River Sword Intent, bringing shock to Zhao Kongcheng. Instructors. Over the city of Cangnan, 10,000 sword wills roared in unison, and the sword Dao Dao was like a vast galaxy as it flew towards the border. Bring the people below a full sense of oppression, and a billion points of shock. A slew of black buses headed for MT. Tsunami came to a screeching halt. The drivers, they all slammed on their brakes. With wide, incredulous eyes, he looked out to check if there was an enemy attack. As a result, after seeing the galaxy-like sword intent that filled the sky, drifting towards the border in a vast and turbulent stream, it was even more terrifying than seeing an enemy attack. It's also scalp-numbing and spine-tingling. The drivers all stared at the instructors in the car with wide, incredulous eyes. As a result, the drivers were all shocked to find that in the car, not only were they shocked beyond belief, the recruits were shocked beyond belief. Even all the instructors, all of them were as stiff as statues, eyes wide and very incredulous. Looking out, one by one, they were all startled by the majestic sword intent that roamed the sky. The drivers were all secretly staggered, had thought that they, the group of people who had not seen the world, to be scared into such a, unexpectedly, even the battle-hardened, experienced the devil's training instructors, all of them were all frozen in fear. This sword intent in the sky, how terrifying is it? The drivers were trembling, looking at the horrified instructors, not daring to make a sound for a long time. At this point in time, the instructors in the various cars all stiffened in place as they looked at the great river of sword intent roaming the sky outside. His eyes were filled with amazement and the word shock was written all over them. The beads of their throats rolled with difficulty, 2 or 3 times in a row, before they swallowed the saliva in their mouths, so shocked that their throats stiffened. After a while, they stiffened and turned their heads, casting their gazes towards the captain, Instructor Hong Hao, and the deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongcheng. The instructors were dumbfounded to see that the two were also frozen in place as if they were frozen. Each one of them looked at each other, and their hearts were as if they had stirred up 1,000 waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Their group of ordinary instructors hadn't seen such a terrifyingly majestic sword intent even though. How come even the veteran Hong Hao? There is also the deputy chief instructor Zhao Kongcheng who killed the Chuan realm Ghostface king and knocked out the crazy demon Chao Yuan with the back of a knife, and was so surprised and shocked. 2. The instructors looked at the gradually fading away great river sword intent. Their mouths were open and they were so shocked that their scalps went numb. It felt like if anyone stopped in front of those sword intentions, they would be instantly disintegrated into dregs. It was horrible. It's a good thing the bus wasn't targeted, or I wouldn't know how to die. But the instructors were also curious and puzzled. These terrifying sword intent. Who is the one who did this? What is the purpose? Cangnan City. This remote place, the highest only produced a Chuan realm Ghostface king. This majestic sword intent. Eliminate a Klein are enough. The city of Cangnan, with its mysterious Klein realm. Stop it. One by one, the instructors began to laugh at themselves in their minds, worrying about nothing. At this moment, as the instructors saw it, Hong Hao and Zhao Kongcheng, the two of them were like ice sculptures, incomparably shocked as they watched the great river of sword intent float by, feeling the majestic sword intent that caused their scalps to explode and goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. The turbulent and terrifying sword intent. The two men's expressions were as if they had seen a ghost, and they were scared out of their wits, especially Hong Hao, who had never seen such an awesome sword chi in his life, even if he had followed the head, traveled all over the world, trained newcomers everywhere, and seen human ceilings. He had never seen such an awesome sword chi. The sword chi, it's a bit familiar, kind of similar to Su Ming's vast sword chi that cut through the mountains. Similar. At this moment, Hong Hao came to a shocking conclusion in his mind. Su Ming. Hong Hao stalked his neck, twisted his head with difficulty, and looked at Zhao Kongcheng. Mind asked, Vice Chief Instructor. Su Ming's words. You understand. These terrifying sword intent. Was it him who wielded it? Hong Hao looked at Zhao Kongcheng, begging for a solution to his doubts. Who knew but was shocked to find that Zhao Kongcheng was also frozen in place. And just like himself, his eyes were filled with shock. Hong Hao was very speechless in his heart. No. How Zhao Kongcheng Deputy Chief Instructor is also so shocked. Isn't it Su Ming? Isn't he? If it's not Su Ming, or who is it? Is there any existence more powerful than Su Ming? Hong Hao's heart felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping. shocked to the point of being unable to speak for a long time by the great river of sword intent in the air. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, didn't notice Hong Hao's expression in the slightest and didn't realize Hong Hao's shock because he was about to die of fright. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the great river of sword intent that filled the sky in a daze, and he also guessed that it was Su Ming. Such a terrifying sword intent was similar to the one he had experienced before. So 99% of the time it's Su Ming. But Zhao Kongcheng was surprised that Su Ming's strength. How did he improve so fast? This time the great river sword intent that roams the sky is even stronger than the previous vast sword chi. Even stronger. In just 2 days, Su Ming had actually broken through again? How do you do that? Drinking? Only by drinking? But he, Zhao Kongcheng, didn't even have a forbidden ruin. Although he experienced the feeling of being an expert, using the back of Su Ming's sword, and knocking out crazy demon Chao Yuan with a single slash. The little sword intent that he used himself was a far cry from the diffuse sword intent. A feeling of inferiority came over me. A feeling of despondency hit me. And it was like silence plus broken defense. Zhao Emporian City all sighed with incomparable horror in his heart. Su Ming, just how strong are you, kid? How did you get stronger again? Holy, awesome, take me with you. I'm not asking for much, just awaken a forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the great river of sword intent roaming the sky outside and cried with envy. At this moment, in the surveillance room, Yuan Gang, the chief instructor, kept an unrivaled eye on the recruits through the cameras in the bus and through the tracking drones. Originally, I wanted to bellyache and fool around and see how the new recruits would behave when they were defeated in Sunan. As a result, he was far away from the barracks when he sensed a roiling and terrifying sword intent, stirring in the air. From the surveillance, he saw the people in the bus, from the driver to the instructor, all of them looking shocked and very shocked. He immediately checked the surveillance and discovered countless pounds of majestic sword intent raging above the bus. He rushed out at once, and taking up his military binoculars for a closer look. That shocking feeling, even though it was thousands of meters away, still terrified him to no end. Not good. Is it the ancient god church's people who have struck? I have to hurry up and inform the command to transfer the human ceiling. Just when Yuan Gang's big heart was a bit unable to hold on and wanted to call for support, he saw that those majestic sword intent did not harm the new recruits, but instead drifted in the direction of the border. This made Yuan Gang just breathe a sigh of relief. After recalling it, Yuan Gang fell into thought, and the goosebumps on his body did not go down for a long time. Such a terrifying sword intent. Who could it be? This roiling sword intent is even stronger than Su Ming's vast sword chi when he took on the masked squad. So familiar. It can't be. Could it be Su Ming? Is it this brat, Su Ming, who made a breakthrough? Hiss. Worthy of being the younger brother of the great summer sword Saint Zhou Ping. Worthy of being the guy that Commander Yifan even allowed to drink. Su Ming, you brat. Awesome. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 95, Great River Sword Intent, bringing shock to Lin Chiye and the new recruits. At this moment, Yuan Gang's shocked feeling was that of Instructor Han, who was in the infirmary. Han Li, covered in plasters and white bandages, lay resting on the hospital bed. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended, pressing down on his soul and shaking his body. It filled the already lifeless infirmary with panic and the fear that death was coming. It was as if an extraterrestrial meteorite had fallen and pressed down dead center on his heart, and it was incredibly difficult to breathe. Han Li struggled to sit up and realized that the other patients, nurses, and doctors in the infirmary were all frozen like statues. An expert like him was so shocked that his scalp went numb. Not to mention the others, each and every one of them felt their scalps explode. On the verge of getting lost in the terrifying sword intent law, Han Li twisted his neck with difficulty as he was stunned and, cluck, cluck, came the unmistakably stiff sound of a. He looked out the window and was incomparably shocked after seeing the great river of sword intent roaming the sky. The shocked expression on his face was instantly frozen. Mouths were unconsciously open, unable to use words to describe the shock in their hearts at this moment, because it was just so shocking, so spectacular, so shocking. This kind of roiling sword intent, a non-immortal could not make a move. Even if you are as strong as a Klein realm expert, the human ceiling cannot do such a spectacular scene. For the first time in his life, he saw such a powerful scene, and as an all-round talent who was proficient in all 18 weapons, he profoundly knew the power of this kind of sword intent. His brain was running frantically, pondering who was so awesome that he wielded a handiwork comparable to that of a sword immortal. Could it be that the sword saint is here? The sword saint has broken through to immortal ascension? It's awesome, a blessing for my dasha. Han Li silently raised his own right hand and gave a standard military salute at the roiling sword intent flying towards the border. Pop! The bandage on his arm snapped violently, But Hanli remained in his military salute stance and waited for the roiling great river sword intent to disappear before slowly lowering his arm. Ouch! 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 Chow Yuan! You kid wait! Inside the black bus, the drivers and instructors looked so shocked that it seemed contagious. The 239 recruits, all of them were in shock, with wonderful expressions on their faces. Each one of them had eyes so wide they were comparable to cowbells. The mouth was also so open that it could have fit in 2 mandarin walnuts. Even if it was the divine agent Lin Xie, getting caught up in the shock for a long time, Lin Xie only felt his scalp tingle, his spine chill, and goosebumps. The shocking emotions in his heart were overflowing. Who is it? This familiar sword intent. This familiar sense of oppression. That's right, it's my master, Su Ming. Compared to before, the sword intent from the fight against the masked squad was much more powerful. My master, Su Ming, has broken through. Not waiting for Lin Xie to rejoice in his heart, he felt someone tapping his shoulder. It was Chubby Time who sat beside him. Lin Xie turned around slightly and realized that Bailey Chubby's expression, which had frozen, had his hands resting on his cheeks with shock written all over his face. At the same time, it was hard to hide the excitement in the clear and innocent eyes. Lin Xie. What's the matter, Chubby? Why don't you say something when you're tapping me on the shoulder? He stared at Chubby for a moment, and still didn't say anything except that his face was full of excitement. Thus, Lin Xie slightly side-eyed and observed towards the others. This look did not matter, and he was shocked to find that the Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, Molly and the other recruits, none of them were shocked to the point where their scalp went numb and goosebumps crawled all over their body by this roiling sword intent. Fleshly's heart is pounding and tingling. That adoration for the roiling great river sword intent was about to overflow from the bones. Seeing this scene, Lin Xie secretly marveled in his heart. My master, Su Ming, is truly awesome, so awesome. Ugh, seeing as how you people haven't seen the world. Let me explain. After hearing the name of my master, Su Ming, the little heart dropped its jaw. Excuse me, back off, I'm going to pretend. Just then, Chubby patted Lin Xie's shoulder again with an extraordinarily excited expression on his face. Lin Xie once again turned his gaze to Bailey Chubby's face. It was found that the muscles in his face were twitching madly, as if he was as incomparably excited as Lin Xie was when he realized it was Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't help but frown, his heart filled with disgust. Yes, seeing that such an awesome sword intent was made by my master. What are you excited about, you outsider? Out of Lin Xie's expectation. In the next second, Chubby Time made an amazing move. He stretched out his glowing seal, the seal inscribed with the word Shao that resonated with the sword intent of the great river in the sky, and roared. It's Instructor Su. This roiling sword intent was wielded by my big brother Su Ming. This is the proof. The unmistakable voice of Chubby Time, revealing the answer to the truth, echoed back and forth in the large carriage. Not only did all the recruits hear it clearly, even the voices of Bailey Chubby came out of the earphones of all the instructors. It was thunderous and immensely sobering. At this moment, everyone on the bus knew that it was Su Ming who had wielded this roiling great river sword intent. Lin Xie, chow 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 chow. I'm Nima, dead fat so you're stealing my thunder. Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, Molly and other recruits. W. Instructor Summing is awesome. Hong Hao and other instructors. W. Su Ming. It's him. Zhao Kongsheng held the fatally glowing star blade in his arms and nodded lightly, telling Hong Hao and the others not to be so excited. Little things, calm down. Look at you guys who haven't seen the world. Do you still have the majesty of an instructor? At this moment, everyone who learned the truth regained their composure and instantly felt beavered. Su Ming could flatten the mountains of Cangnan by casually using his vast sword intent. One man, one sword, easily defeating an entire special squad of masqueraders. This roiling great river sword intent, if it was Su Ming, it would simply be too easy. Everyone was secretly marveling in their hearts. No wonder we haven't seen Su Ming's silhouette all morning. So he came to the mountains for a breakthrough. It's too strong, isn't it, Mingo? The moment, the peace firm, Chen Mai, who was lying on the sofa, reading the newspaper, suddenly felt an incomparably powerful, incomparably familiar pressure fall. Chen Mai looked over along the window and was startled as he looked at the great river of sword intent that filled the sky. It was a cold sweat. My nigga, Su Ming, you struck again? At this time, Wu Shangnan came over with a face full of horror. What, Captain? Who did you just say? Who struck out? This sword intent that fills the sky. It's too terrifying. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 96 Squad 136 A Shock. Seat 16 Luliang Shock. Canyon City. The Peace Firm. Wu Shangnan stared with eyes the size of bells, incredulously looking at the great river sword intent that roamed the sky. That was like a great river that ran on, with waves that cut across the sky of Cangnan city in a continuous stream. It's too strong. It's so shocking. Let the sea realm of Wu Shangnan felt full of fear. He immediately ran to report to the captain, Chen Mai, just in time to hear Chen Mai come in quietly. Who struck again? Who? Captain. Who struck? Listening to Wu Shangnan's shocked inquiry and looking at Wu Shangnan's thirsty expression, Chen Mai was tempted to tell him that it was Su Ming. But Chen Mai thought of the Command Yifan's secret order. Thought of Su Ming as the top secret of Daxia. Had to spread his hands and make peace. The high rollers have struck. That Klein realm powerhouse broke through, didn't he? As Wu Shangnan was stunned, he looked at Chen Mai suspiciously and asked, You know him? Chen Mai continued to read the newspaper and returned perfunctorily. Don't recognize it. Wu Shangnan was all close to the oyster, and shouted with a bit of excitement. Then why aren't you surprised at all? Captain, why are you so calm? The gold content of this diffuse sword intent, you know, can easily exterminate the mysterious of the Klein realm. You know, I'm scared to death. My heart is thumping like crazy. This last life of mine, I was almost scared to death. What Wu Shangnan said was the truth. As a former immortal swordsman of the Blue Rain Squad, he was very clear about the gold content of the Great River Sword intent. That's why he showed a real, surprised, even scared look. Since Wu Shangnan had said so, Chen Mai had no choice but to pretend to be surprised and go along with it. Oh, ouch, 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 scared me to death. After a couple of perfunctory fits, he continued to read the paper. The Cangnan mountain range has inexplicably fractured, potentially triggering an earthquake in the city. Witnesses saw many black-robed men entering the barren Jinnan mountains, suspected of geological surveys? Oh, this group of contributors can't write blindly. Looks like today's headline is secure. In the direction of Jinnan mountain, a vision has occurred related to the Church of the Ancient God. Wu Shangnan looked at Chen Mai, who was talking to himself, and Yuzi got it. Captain, don't you dare be more perfunctory. I'm at least a lieutenant. Would it kill me to show some respect? Seeing that Wu Shangnan, the Matter Mother, was angry, Chen Mai covered his face with the newspaper. Oh, what's for dinner today? Wu Shangnan clenched his fist. I'll eat you asterisk. At Yuan. At #%. At this moment, Wen Qima, who was driving the van and patrolling around, also felt the terrifying sword intent roaming the sky. He looked at the turbulent and unending great river of sword intent in the distance and stared in incomparable astonishment. Slammed on the brakes and almost hit a man in sunglasses. When GMO didn't pay attention to him, but looked straight at the distant sky, feeling that familiar terrifying sword intent, and for some reason, there was some chi and blood boiling in his body. Is it resonating with the sword intent? At this moment, when GMO realized, it's So Ming, it was from drinking Su Ming's wine before. Those sword intent laws that resonated with it in his body. Rushing, it made Wen Qimo actually feel something at this moment. Spiritual power directly skyrocketed. It skyrocketed to 20,000 points. He has entered the realm of Chuan with a single step. Wen Qima people were dumbfounded. Yes, that's right, it's So Ming. He was so pleasantly surprised that he couldn't help but growl in his mind. Thank you, Brother Ming. At this moment, the person wearing sunglasses that he almost hit, with a fierce face, would have wanted to directly lift the car and exterminate Wen Qima, who did not grow eyes. As a result, he suddenly realized that Wen Qima's spiritual power had risen to the Chuan realm, which scared him so much that he hurriedly slipped away. As a member of the Church of the Ancient God, he had other tasks and hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. He was none other than the 16th seat of the Believers. Lu Liang, a Chuan realm powerhouse, is only half a step away from entering the Sea realm. He had originally happily come to Cangnan to carry out his mission, with an expression of old man invincibility. As a result, just as he landed on his feet, he felt an extremely terrifying sword intent coming from the direction of Jinnan Mountain, scaring him to the point of peeing. To his horror, a black van braked hard in front of him, startling him again. The furious Lu Liang was about to start killing in the first place. As a result, the people in the compartment somehow released the Chuan realm of pressure, and again, Lu Liang scared a big jump. Sensitive him, hurry to run. There are millions of ancient Church of God disciplines, and prudence is number one. Lu Liang knew that he had met the night watchman. To avoid trouble, he immediately buggered off. He's strong, but he's cautious, and that's why he's survived to become the 16th seat of the Believers. At this point in time, Hong Ying, who was home on vacation, was making Su Ming's bed, and the room was cleaned very well. even though Su Ming had been gone for several days and didn't know when he would be back. But she still kept her room clean. The wind had blown the sheets up in folds, all flattened by the red tassel, and the bed was neatly made. She still hadn't forgotten her promise to Sword Saint Zhou Ping to take care of Su Ming. Although Su Ming wasn't with her anymore, she still came to clean up Su Ming's room every day, waiting for him to come back. After a month of living together, although I hate Su Ming drinking, but I can't help Su Ming handsome as the saying goes, face value is justice, and who doesn't like handsome boys? That's why Hong Ying's heart missed Su Ming very much, but she held back from prying into the news, and she held the same idea as Zhou Ping to make Su Ming abstain from alcohol in the barracks. But who would have thought that Su Ming had already been promoted to instructor, and had even stepped into the limitless realm, possessing human laws that were enough to cut down the gods? If Red Tassel were to learn of Su Ming's strength, he would probably be kneeling down and singing conquests to him. At this moment, Hong Ying, who was inexplicably thinking about Su Ming, quietly sat on his bed and fumed. Suddenly, an incomparably strong sword intent, like the waters of the Yellow River, flowed unceasingly across the sky of Cangnan City and flew towards the border. Hong Ying was stunned and busy looking out the window, smacking his lips in his heart after seeing the shocking scene. Another shot from a higher power? The recent Cangnan, it's very uneasy. Su Ming you have to pay attention to safety Old Zhao is the deputy chief instructor, and there's also chief instructor Yuan Gang sitting in, so it should be fine. Old Zhao, you have to protect Su Ming. If Su Ming is missing a single strand of hair, my red-tasseled gun won't be long-eyed. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, who was lazily lying on the sofa, watching a love variety program, bounced off the couch like a cat. She also felt it, the majestic sword intent flying by outside, shocked to the point that Si Xiaonan's scalp tingled and goosebumps rose from his scalp to the soles of his feet. It's so strong and scary. Which god has struck out Just as Si Xiaonan was horrified, mistaking it for Loki, the god of deceit, who had found him. Suddenly, the camisole on her body resonated with the roiling sword intent, emitting a bit of golden light that warmed her greatly. Seeing this miraculous sight, Si Xiaonan was incomparably surprised. She brushed her chest and let out a long breath. So close, scared to death. So it's Su Ming. I didn't expect to become so strong in just a few days. It's getting stronger again. Hiss. Si Xiaonan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Su Ming was truly a god-level genius. The rate of progress? Was it a rocket? It's so scary. Luckily it's a teammate. If it was a rival, you wouldn't even know how to die. Luckily, I was resourceful enough to give Su Ming a drink from the national cellar. Make allies. Su Ming. Su Ming. Keep getting stronger. Drink my wine and you'll help me. Great. Killing Loki is just around the corner. Si Xiaonan can't help but raise his arms in a half-cocked champagne gesture. At this moment, hidden a kilometer away from Villa Rouge, Lang Xian, who was lying on his back on a tall building, taking a peek at Si Xiaonan with binoculars. He was also startled by the sudden roiling sword intent. The corners of his mouth froze in a smile, and his mouth was as fixed as if he had been unable to open it for a long time. Feeling the somewhat familiar Great River sword intent, he was shocked beyond measure. Has the higher power struck again? Which master has made a move? It's just too strong. Then again, with such a strong sword intent, even Mystic wouldn't dare to approach Cangnan. What a relief! Lang Xian's poker face, regaining his composure. After thinking about it for a while and getting no results, he simply didn't think about it. Raising the binoculars once more, he rushed off into the distance, and Si Xiaonan, in her halter top, click, 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 click. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 97 Shock in Cangnan Old Town. Yi Fan was happy in his heart. Cangnan Old Town. The people living here similarly felt the great river sword intent that roamed the sky. Yang Jin, who was drying his clothes on the balcony, was so shocked by a huge burst of terror that his hands trembled and the basin didn't even have a firm grip. Clang! The basin and the clothes, together, fell to the floor. Numerous garments were stained with much dust, especially white clothes, which became instantly dirty. But Yang Jin didn't pick it up immediately, but looked at the sky with a nervous face. That biting, majestic great river sword intent was just too shocking, too spectacular, and too powerful a deterrent resulting in making even Yang Jin break out in a cold sweat and feel creeped out, almost exposing his cultivation and manifesting his third eye. If those majestic sword intent hadn't flown far away, showing no signs of overwhelming Cangnans, Yang Jin will surely transform into the true lord of Qingyuan Myoto at this moment, into Erlang Shun. Even if his body falls and dies, he must protect Cangnan City. With beads of sweat on his brain, he watched those biting sword intent leave. while a hint of doubt stirred in his heart. Why didn't the snarling dog give advance warning when this dangerous situation arose? Yang Jin looked at the little black mange inside the house and was surprised to find that it had frozen in place like a statue. The roaring dog's eyes were filled with horror, filled with fear of the great river's sword intent. At this moment, the roaring dog forgot to yell due to being too shocked. Only after feeling Yang Jin's gaze did the snarling dog return to its normal state. It stumbled, as if drunk, and crawled to Yang Jin's side. Licked the true lord's feet to soothe the shock. Although roaring dog sniffed out that it was Su Ming sent from that majestic sword intent, this was too shocking. In just a month's time, Su Ming's sword intent had become so strong. Is he the reincarnation of the Sword Immortal? How else could he be so powerful? Roaring dog and Yang Jian engaged in mental communication. They were all overwhelmed. The growth rate of Su Ming, the night watchman, and the great river sword intent that he unleashed was comparable to an immortal strike. The power of this sword crushed LV Dongbin, the head of the 8 immortals, and far exceeded that of the growing Heavenly King, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and those who could match it were only he, Yang Jian. When looking at the entire heavenly court, Yang Jin looked at the distant great river sword intent and was full of expectations for Su Ming's future. The future of Cangnan was in Lin Xia's hands, and the future of Daxia was in Su Ming's hands. At this moment, my mom, who heard the noise, ran to the balcony and, seeing the clothes all over the floor, he did not blame Yang Jin, but silently picked up the clothes. Yang Jin also helped immediately. Mom said as she picked up her clothes, "Son, you've missed your cousin for 7 nights. Me too. I don't know if he can carry on in the barracks. I heard that the training in the barracks is very hard. Hey, that 7 nights kid. It's so hard." She was shedding tears as she spoke. Yang Jin hurriedly wiped away his mom's tears, looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Mom, just now, the heavens brought down auspiciousness. My brother's 7 nights. He must be fine. So don't worry, I'll wash the clothes. You have a bad back. Go rest." After saying that, Yang Jin held the clothes and went back to washing them. Looking at his son so understanding, Yang Jin mom heart is very pleased. I can't imagine that 7 nights going to join the army has in turn made his son grow up. She looked at the sword intent in the distance and closed her eyes to pray for Lin Xie. Downstairs at Yang Jin's house, Niao was lying on the window, and she also saw those majestic great river sword intent. She wasn't intimidated, rather she thought it looked good. She breathed on the glass and drew a shape with her hand, covering the sword intent that floated through the old town, and surprisingly comparing it to the shape of a heart. Nix was pleasantly surprised and shouted out in succession, "Daddy, Daddy, come look, it's love." Thinking something was wrong, Nuno's dad clipped off and ran out of the restroom. When he saw the window, he felt good and funny, and with loving eyes he looked at Nix and said tenderly, "My daughter's imagination. Awesome." At the corner of the next building, the rice troop takeout clerk in the yellow battlesuit had just finished an order and was preparing to go to the next delivery when he keenly perceived the roiling great river sword intent. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and made a dark, horrified remark in his heart. "It's scary. How many monsters have come out of this year's boot camp?" After witnessing those sword intentions, flying towards the border, he stood in awe. There are talents in the rivers and mountains, and a new generation is better than the old. Recruits of Daxia, it's your turn to lead each of you. Upper King City, the great river of sword intent flew by, bringing 1 billion points of shock to the Night's Watch headquarters. All sorts of alarms rang out, and a bunch of Night's Watch executives, all trying to get the resident squad and special squad to move out to intercept them. But as the great river sword intent got closer and closer, this group of people were all scared to the bone. Their spines were chilled, and their bodies were covered in goosebumps. Only after these sword intentions that were as rushing as rivers and had a long history of origin swept through the sky of Shangjing City did this group of vigilantes executives realize something. This is force majeure, not to mention the resident squad and special squad. If Yifan was allowed to make a move, he wouldn't even be able to intercept it. It was only after that terrifying to the extreme, soul-shaking sword intent drifted past that the great sense of oppression disappeared. The crowd of executives, all sitting dumbfounded in the headquarters conference room, looked at Yifan on the main seat in unison, waiting for Yifan to deal with it. At this moment, the commander-in-chief, Yifan, was no better than these executives. He looked at the great river sword intent that roamed the sky and felt the sharp sword awnings. His tiger body shook, and his person was dumbfounded. The heart was beyond shocked. "I'm hip. What's going on here? The outer gods have struck out against Daxia? Not true. This familiar sword intent. Su Ming? Is it Su Ming again?" Yifan looked at those great rivers of sword intent, once again flying in the direction of the border, and in his heart, he was certain that it was Su Ming. His heart rejoiced with joy, because Su Ming had gotten stronger again, and was even fiercer than his cousin. Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Looks like this brat is a breakthrough? Yi Fan slammed the desktop in excitement, his eyes written with excitement. He looked at the crowd of clueless plus shocked executives and snorted coldly, despising them greatly in his heart. Che, look at you trembling and shivering, all mixed up in the top echelons of the Night's Watch, and you still look like you've never seen the world. It's so embarrassing. Really? What class are they? Worthy of sitting in the same conference room with me? Yi Fan gave them a blank look before waving his hand. All disperse, one of our own. The group of executives breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yi Fan so sure that it was one of their own. When he wanted to ask again which of his own people it was, Yi Fan was already gone. He went back to his office and stole the fun, and hummed a little tune on the way back to the office, humming Good Day. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart, needless to say how happy, think these wine really did not give Su Ming drink for nothing. He was constantly lamenting his own brilliance, as well as his discerning eye. After some self-affirmation, Yi Fan decided to continuing to give Su Ming wine to drink. This is all for the sake of the future of Daxia. Old Xiao, Zhuo Cheng, you too should have seen the Great River Sword intent as well. Hurry up and go to the Bailey family to raid the house. Scavenge more good wine and send it to Su Ming. This Miao is an ancestor. You have to provide for it in the future. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 98, The Shock of the Copycat Squad. Sword Saint Zhou Ping's Epiphany. Upper King City. At this point in time, Xiao Ping and Zhuo Cheng, heavily armed, majestically, the two were going to take a helicopter and go to the Bailey's house to raid the house. No, it's to borrow wine. The helicopter needed a bit of checking, so the two of them were bored and babbling nonsense while they waited to board. Both of them felt that Su Ming was a moldable talent and would become a great man in the future. Perhaps, Su Ming was the leader of the vacant 5th Special Squad, the one who would inherit the mantle of Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan in the future. However, in order to avoid people chewing on Su Ming and saying that Su Ming was using the back door, it was still necessary for Su Ming to get a little bit of performance before he could do so. Zhuo Cheng why don't I take Su Ming to the border to play around and exterminate a few Infinite, Klein or whatever? Captain Xiao, that's too much trouble. Why don't I just catch a few mysteries and have Su Ming kill them in front of the higher-ups? It'll be faster. Can. No wonder Yu Zhuo Cheng is the deputy commander. High awareness. Ghost ideas are still many. Awesome. Captain Xiao isn't bad either. Going straight to the back door in the open. Admire. Just as the two men were discussing heatedly and touting each other's stinky feet, anomalies rose in the air. The biting, sharp, and shocking Great River Sword intent floated by, turbulent like a river, churning and boiling, descending a great sense of oppression. The stronger the strength, the stronger the feeling of oppression. The nerves in both of their bodies were tensed up in an instant. Great fear instantly swept through the hearts of the two men, goosebumps running straight from their scalps to the soles of their feet. As the great river of sword intent whistled past, the monstrous feeling of fear frightened the two to death. At the same time a shiver ran through his body, his scalp tingled, and he rose in a cold sweat. The two men were silent. The sound of silence was deafening. This terrifying sword intent. What is going on? It seems to be coming from Cangnan. Cangnan? Su Ming? After the two reacted that it was Su Ming's sword intent, they were all stunned. After a long time, the two woke up when the helicopter inspection was completed and the pilot came to ask the two officers to board. The Sour Pincher song is 3 times in a row. Bullseye, cowboys, Zhuo Cheng exclaimed 3 times in a row. Bull. The two very tacitly boarded the plane and stopped mentioning the matter of helping Su Ming with his performance. Su Ming had this amazing strength, frighteningly terrifying sword intent, engaging in performance, and still needed both of them to help? Oh, it's even better if it doesn't add to the mess. Therefore, the matter of engaging in performance and killing the mysterious monster could be easily solved by Su Ming himself. All the two of them could do was to go to the Bailey's house and raid it. No, to borrow some good wine. The two of them clarified their future goal, which was to set foot throughout the entire Grand Xia and help Su Ming search for good wine. With this kind of strength, Su Ming he deserves it. So, for the future of Daxia, spell it out. Buzzing, the helicopter's propellers began to rotate rapidly and took off, flying in the direction of the Bailey family at top speed. Nishijin, Uncle Sam's local food restaurant. 2 of the busiest hours of lunch have passed. At the moment, Zhou Ping, collecting the table and shuffling the plates with his hands, was very dry. If a sword saint does odd jobs, no one dares to say first when the whole of Daxia says second. Just as Zhou Ping was concentrating on his busy work, the Great River Sword intent drifted by, passing through Shijin City. That terrifying sword intent, the overpowering sword chi that spanned 30,000 miles, caused Zhou Ping to freeze. He looked up into the sky in utter dismay. Terrifying, heart-stopping sword intent, once again from Cangnan City, shook Zhou Ping to the core. The sword immortal laws contained within the Great River sword intent caused Zhou Ping to be highly shocked. He only felt a moment of clarity in front of him, and in his eyes, there seemed to be 10,000 swords dancing in unison, countless sword intent intertwined and fused, resembling a great river rushing through the eyes with a long source. Unconsciously, the sword Saint Zhou Ping had, once again, a more profound sense of the way of the sword. I have a sword immortal kneeling that can cut through the sea and cover a May. The Great River sword intent allowed Zhou Ping to comprehend the Tao of sword Tao, one step closer to creating his law, the Red Dust Sword Immortal. Zhou Ping felt like he, again, had gotten stronger. There is a stepping into the realm of the gods. Zhou Ping's eyes were filled with reverence for Cangnan City, a silent sentence in his mind. Tall man. Thank you. At the moment, Uncle Sam, having finished frying, sat cross-legged on a chair and rested. A cigarette had just been lit when he saw a vision in the sky. This time, the vision was more noticeable than the previous times, and ordinary people could feel its presence. Third uncle looked at the powerful sword intent that was far away from the border and looked in the direction it flew from. Cangnan. A mouthful of homemade rolled tobacco passes through the lungs before being slowly exhaled in a cloud of smoke. He mumbled something. Xiao Ping, why do I feel that the auspiciousness in the sky is so familiar? From Cangnan City? Ugh. Probably thinking about that brat Su Ming. It's been a month. Training in the barracks is hard. That brat must have quit drinking. Fight for us, Su Ming. Come home in the new year. Third uncle will treat you to a drink. Hey, I don't know how it's going. I'm really in a hurry. Zhou Ping slowly walked to his third uncle's side, put a glass ashtray on his table, and said very calmly, Third uncle, it's only been a month. It's fine. Trust Su Ming. He'll definitely become a qualified soldier. Guangshan City, the tallest of the tall buildings. The first family group in Daxia, the Bailey Group. The Bailey family lord, Bailey Xin, was giving his own son, Bailey Jing, a small lesson, teaching him how to run the group, how ruthless, how to squeeze employees, how to keep the Bailey Group brilliant. Bailey Jing earnestly study, absorbing higher education. Subordinates, all regarded as mole crickets, tools people, all things profit first, absolute self-interest in the deep heart of the doctrine. And his father, the chairman of the Bailey Group, Bailey Xin, who was teaching him, did the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Bailey Chubby go out to flaunt, in order to protect his own son Bailey Jing. Just as this pair of father and son, were imparting the core secrets of the family, the monstrous Great River sword intent stirred and enveloped the sky above Guangshan City. This unheard of terrifying sword intent caused everyone up and down the Bailey Group to change color in horror. Bailey Xin and Bailey Jing, their bodies shook violently, with unbelievable gazes, looked out the window. That roiling great river of sword intent, loud and powerful, carried an unrivaled might as it broke through the air and flew towards the border. The unaware Bailey Jing was so scared that his face turned pale, his 2 feet went limp, and he sat down on the ground. And although Bailey Xin's eyes were filled with horror, he was, after all, the Bailey Group's family head, having eaten and seen. Even if a manure cart passes in front of him, he has to be 2 spoons fast to taste the salt. Looking at the great river of sword intent that roamed the sky, his eyes dripped and got selfish. He immediately pulled out from his pants the ultra-high-risk forbidden item, the yuan-devouring sword scabbard. This great treasure that was extremely hidden, absorbed the sword intent energy. He attempted to utilize the forbidden object to take the Great River sword intent for himself, but he miscalculated. That was a realm that he, a mere mortal, was forbidden to set foot in, and with some maneuvering, he had almost destroyed the sword scabbard of devouring yuan. Under Su Ming's sword immortal laws, Bailey Xin was also injured by the backlash of the Great River sword intent. Put. Pffffffff. Bai Lixin sprayed blood furiously, not understanding why this was happening. Thief God. Bai Lixin walk upright. Sit upright. Why should this be done to me? Bai Lixin was furious, and he was self-conscious that he was a good person. I don't understand why this great river of sword intent that roams the sky is teaching him a lesson. And the paralyzed Bailey Jing was stunned beyond measure. Shocked and shaken, he sucked in a breath of cold air. For the first time, he saw his father suffer, and even more so, he was so frightened by the great river sword intent that he hid under the table. As the pure sword intent in the air flew far away, the whispering of the sword energy was far away. It was only then that Bailey Jing slowly poked his head out in a mixture of shock and horror. Seeing such a cowardly and unworthy Bailey Jing, Bailey Xin was so angry that he covered his chest with his hand, panting heavily and cursing angrily. Rubbish! I trained you with great care. How did I train a waste? I can't believe you. It's not as bad as being outside. being assassinated every day by Bailey Tu Ming. Are you Bailey Tu Ming or is that fat guy Bailey Tu Ming? Hey, can I trust you with my Bailey family's property? Bailey Jing was scolded by his father, and instead of thinking about how to exercise his abilities, he blackened his heart and looked in the direction of Cangnan. The heart came viciously. Fat ass, I want you dead. I am the real Bailey Tu Ming, the family head of the Bailey Group. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 99 The Shock of the Lenten House. Old Dog Wu's Worship. Lent. It was the inmates' free time at the moment. As a result of being treated like cattle and kept here for far too long, the old inmates, one by one, are holding a bubble of fire and have nowhere to vent it. Just recently, a bunch of new people came in. So, at the instigation of Boss Han, the inmates stirred once more, and a mass riot began. Boss Han's little brother, Scar Bull, was so angry that he directly stepped on the new prisoners' heads to teach them a lesson, and his sandbag-sized fists punched a few newcomers to scream. The floor was covered in fishy red blood and the walls were painted red. The crowd of prisoners were all red-eyed, frantically shaking the iron gates in an attempt to clash head-on with the guards. Such a scene made the guards incredibly nervous, and they were armed with batons and chills down their spines. This is a precursor to a prison riot, although riots occur every year at the Lenten Institute. But with the human ceiling, Mrs. Chen, sitting in the middle of it, there's still the marketplace monument. None of them were particularly sensational or big events, but every time there's a riot, a few people die, and it's just too normal. All the guards backed up and took the lead to protect themselves. Today, two bloodthirsty newcomers clashed head-on with Boss Han. Both sides are at swords drawn to play the rhythm of life. Look at how close the scene came to being out of control. Acting Warden Xiaoyu, get out your guns and get ready to fire a demonstration. But before that, he glanced at the intercom. No signal. Husband Chen did not give him any orders, so it seemed that he, Xiaoyu, needed to deal with all of this on his own. The moment. Inside the office, Chen Fuzi, whose eyes were radiant and quite immortal, was leisurely sipping tea. It's a few minutes past 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea. Entrusting everything to Xiaoyu, the husbandman's tea tasting time prohibits outside interruptions. Brew a cup of fragrant tea, and gaze at the 1 sip to savor the aroma, 2 sips to taste the sweetness, and 3 sips to savor the taste. 1 test tea temperature, 2 smell tea, 3 drink good tea. Just as Mr. Chen passed the cup in his hand to his mouth, his hands, a violent tremor rose, the man's ears twitched, and a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. He looked out of the fasting house, and the great river of sword intent that filled the sky was like a monstrous river, flying towards the border in a continuous stream. The scene was beyond magnificent, shocking. Chen Fuzi only felt his ears like heavenly thunder, rumbling and booming, not knowing what was happening. These terrifying sword intentions, where did they come from? What are you doing? And when Chen Fuzi saw that those majestic sword intent flew towards the Jingguo Divine Monument, exuding a guardian will, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Father and son Chen put down the tea in their hands and silently raised their right hands in a standard military salute. Tea tasting? In front of the great Summer Sword Immortal. It's not worth mentioning. Master Chen. Thank you, Sword Immortal, for blessing my daxia with peace in all things. This moment, the majestic great river sword intent brought about a terrifying sense of oppression that enveloped the entire fasting house. Everyone felt a big stone pressed in their hearts, felt their hearts jumping and their bodies tingling. Even the troublemaker, Boss Han, was so shocked that his scalp went numb and goosebumps crawled all over his body. The fasting house instantly quieted down, and the original clamoring inmates, one by one, were shocked speechless. All the prisoners, even the guards, were horrified. It was as if daring to make a sound would be obliterated by the incomparably powerful law of sword intent. In the next second, at this moment, Dr. Li, who was observing Mu Old Dog, was also shocked by the roiling sword intent that made his scalp explode. It was too damn frightening. What was even more shocking to Dr. Li was that he noticed that Old Dog Wu had changed from a psychopath to a normal person. He saw Old Dog Wu trembling, looking into the air, and his eyes actually became clear. Old Dog Wu's adoration for the roiling great river sword intent was about to overflow from his bones. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to kneel down and worship the Sword Immortal. This caused Dr. Li to TSK, and look at the great river of sword intent outside with double the reverence. At the moment the doctor and the neurotic, surprisingly, felt the same way. The Supreme God strikes. The Supreme God of daxia is blessing daxia. There's no way around this. You have to get down on your knees and worship it. At this moment, even the ruined monument, which suppressed the people who had committed the fasting, was resonating with the sword intent that was roaming the sky, and it actually made a reverent sound as well. At this moment, all was silent, allowing the great river sword intent to flow unceasingly to where it should go, just like the Yellow River. In the midst of all the silence, in the silence above and below the fasting house, the great river sword intent flew across the entire map of Great Xia to the border. Countless channels of great river-like sword intent diverged over the Lenten Institute, flowing in all directions, transforming into the will of guardianship and merging into the Zhenghua divine monument above. At this moment, all the gods, it seemed, heard the sound of a sword. A cry was heard, Supreme God Sword Immortal, bless all the people of Dixia with peace for all time. This moment, the sound of swords rising from the borders of Daxia, lingering. Anyone who sees or hears of the foreign gods will be horrified. Once again he heard the voice that shook his soul, that horrified him beyond measure, the voice that, enough to suppress and extinguish his voice. The muffled voice of the asylum echoed more than a few times over the Daxia territory, following the red flag. It makes all those who have been working silently for Daxia feel at peace, saw the big road ahead, full of bright tomorrows. At this moment, outside of the Grand Xia, the four divine realms and even all the outer gods were once again stunned. Whether it's a supreme god or a lord god who was in the divine realm, or the outer gods that were in the mist and were foolish enough to move against the Great Xia, all of them were scared out of their wits. Odin, king of the Norse gods, Zeus, king of the Greek gods, Ra, the Egyptian sun god, Brahma, the Indian supreme god of annihilation, and so on. The crowd of high and mighty gods all turned their horrified and shocked gazes towards Daxia. They felt themselves as if they were fighting against a force majeure. Above that ethereal great Tao, the sword intent laws, which emitted divine aura, had been shining. All of them can shine his eyes and crush his avenues. This not only shocked the hearts of the gods beyond measure, it also made the gods' hearts go cold as ice. All the foreign gods, all of them incomparably tacitly turned their eager and inquisitive gazes towards Daxia in an attempt to peek a bit. However, with the tablet of the god of Zhenghua in place, with Sword Immortal Su Ming's sword intent, with the red oath left by the spirits, those outer gods, attempting to pry into the great summer, were all blocked out. Once again, he was threatened with death. What responded to them was the sound of a sword that made their livers tremble. It was the terrifying sword chi of a sword that chilled the 19 continents with light. Rin Tin Tin. Cold night. Horrible. Regency. It seems to say, look, still looking. If you look again, your souls will be destroyed and you will never be allowed to live. It's a blatant threat. It made the gods feel incomparably apprehensive in their hearts, feeling their scalps explode. It was too damn scary. The supreme gods and lord gods of the four great divine realms were all cowering in their own turf, trembling. All asked with dry throats, the supreme god of Daxia, what are you doing? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 100. The undercover agent of the Church of the Ancient Gods is captured. There are Klein realm demon gods in the mountains? Cangnan City. Sunanzan. At this moment, after the great river sword intent wielded by Su Ming drifted away, everyone experienced a very long shock. It was only when Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao regained their composure and commanded the bus into the mountains. The dark vehicles, once again, set off with great vigor and noise. Soon, it was at the foot of Mt. Zinan. At this point, what a coincidence! The Church of the Ancient Gods summoning the survivors of the ancient demons, scattered to the entrance of Mt. Zinan as well, just about ready to run away from the place that broke his heart and horrified him just in time to meet up with the dark bus. The survivors of the Church of the Ancient God were surrounded by 239 recruits, as well as a dozen or so instructors such as Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao. This survivor, with a mind like a million horses, is there anything more unlucky than this? With a bright idea, he hurriedly used the forbidden ruin, dress-up technique, to take advantage of the chaos and blend in. Pretend you are a new recruit and line up with everyone else. At the moment, he hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Still don't know what's going to happen next, or die not going down. The crowd of recruits, under Hong Hao's command, immediately assembled. Zhao Kongcheng, who knew the inside story, looked at Lin Qiye with a pessimistic face, thinking that this time, even if he was a divine agent, he would definitely fail this extreme training, because no one has ever come out of such extreme training. When he thought of how this brat Lin Qiye would look when he was defeated, a wilting smile appeared on Zhao Kongcheng's face. The recruits, however, thought that it was ordinary weight training, and one by one, they were naively like lambs to the slaughter, being lectured by Hong Hao. Only Lin Qiye saw the bad smile on Zhao Kongcheng's face and knew that this training was definitely not simple. At this moment, Zheng Zhong, who was a special forces soldier, also raised questions. Ask if it's a regular weighted trail? Instructor Hong sneered and shook his head in an incomparably pretentious manner. After experiencing shock over and over again, this time it was finally his turn to pretend. He waved his hand with the consent of Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. A bus full of densely packed drones flew out. Underneath each drone, a miniature gun hole was mounted. He raised his voice in explanation. The weights you are carrying come with a locator function. Once the training starts, these drones will go into the mountains and chase all of you. Once you are hit by a paint gun, it means failure. And failure is met with very cruel punishment. Hearing that they would be punished very cruelly, the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God were dumbfounded and had shocked faces. He knew the methods of the Night's Watch, and if it was a very cruel punishment, it was definitely 100 times worse than cruel. He instantly wanted to die. The heart was cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Goosebumps crawling all over his body, and an icy coldness behind him. Scared to death. The look of horror overflowed and was unmistakably noticeable in the group of recruits. Instructor Hong saw him at a glance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't control the smile that rose up. Feeling happy that he had succeeded in pretending, he emphasized cruelty 3 times in a row. See the recruits scared, scalp numb, right? Ha ha. The survivors of the Church of the Ancient God were also focused on by Hong Hao, staring at them to death and recounting the rules of this extreme training. The survivors of the Church of the Ancient God were panicking to death in their hearts, being stared at by Hong Hao. Their hearts were furry, and it was hard to feel as if they were crawling with ants all over their bodies. It felt like time was flowing so slowly that I wanted to slit my wrists. After a minute-long agonizing ordeal, Hong Hao finally recounted the rules and understood them, and the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God breathed a long sigh of relief. Then it was time to hand down the gear and get checked into the mountains. Chao Yuan was issued a scoop by Hong Hao, and Bailey Chubby was seized with a forbidden object, and the survivors of the miserable Church of the Ancient God were once again pushed into the mountain. Hong gave a meaningful, devilish smile. Survivors were scared out of their wits, one creepy moment after another. Even wondered if he had been found out about his undercover recruits. Miserable, he carried 35 kilograms of weight and returned to Mte. Soon and again, being a believer, summoning demons, reciting incantations his line. Weight-bearing physical fitness. Haunting? It's numbing. Focused on by Hong Hao, he had just stepped in with 1 foot, and was the first to be eliminated when the drone that followed him was beaten into a sieve with the next foot. The instructors, who were ambushed on either side, immediately arrested the stunned man, carried him on a stretcher, and carried him all the way back to the starting point. Hong Hao was so excited to see it. This is the first one to be eliminated at extreme training this year. Hey, interesting. You guys, put the ring of truth on him. Then turn the mics on and connect the Bluetooth stereos in everyone's weights. At this moment, Su Ming in the mountains, slowly approaching the gleaming sword. Exploding equipment? That sword was strangely shaped, with a purple blade, engraved with ancient ginger script. Surprisingly, it's the magic sword from Immortal Sword 3. Su Ming was very surprised and picked up the sword. At this moment, a system beep came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic sword. The magic sword belongs to upgradable equipment. The more you drink, the stronger the magic sword becomes. Oh, this object is so in tune with me? Su Ming immediately opened the system panel and checked it up. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity of the Night Watchman, a newcomer to Squad 136. The cousin of Disya's Sword Saint Zhou Ping. The nephew of the third uncle. The one who cares about Red Tassel. The one who begs for Si Xiaonan's help in beheading the gods. Chen Mai, Yuan Gang, Yi Fan, Xiao Pinga. The one whose Qing pins his hopes on. The master of Lin Qi's teacher. The brothers of Zhao Empyrean City. The boss of Wang Min. The one who is worshipped by the entire False Mask Squad. The big brother of Bailey Tumming. Chao Yuan's nobility. The one who is worshipped by Shin Qingzhu. The one who is worshipped by Mali. The one who is seeking help. The person Han Li admired. Realm, infinite. Mental power, 500,0300 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 161 years of cultivation, easily killed Klein. Above ordinary gods, below supreme gods. Weapons, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green steel sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusionary effects to opponents. Magic sword, the more you drink, the stronger the sword. Skills, sword art. Flying star, sword flight. 100 steps flying sword. Crossing 8 directions. 10,000 swords. 6 chakras divine sword. Vast sword chi. Great river sword intent. Mission, refresh soon. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the sword immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. System upgrade materials, Forbidden Yao Guang. 1 transformation of 3000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the Forbidden Ruins, etc. Su Ming was happy and wanted to go back to the dormitory for a drink. Just then, the instructors opened the Forbidden Ruins. An illusory space enveloped the entire Cangnan mountain. Su Ming froze and dried up. Trapped? How can that be? Watch me open the sky with a sword. Just as Su Ming was about to use his magic sword to break the illusion, he suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, today was the day of the recruits' extreme training. The day Lin Xie broke the record. If he himself forced the illusion to be broken, the training of the recruits would go down the drain. Just then, from the mountains came the voices of the instructors, interrogating the new recruits. All the recruits got up on their toes, but the conversation that followed was strange. Who are you? I'm an undercover agent of the Church of the Ancient God. The Church of the Ancient God? Undercover? I'm yet. Hurry up and turn off the speakers. What are you guys doing here? The mountains here were, inexplicably, split open, and Lord Raving sent me to free the messengers of the Klein Realm Gods to engulf your training base of the Night's Watch. Today, everyone here must die. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 101, Yuan Gang requests a special squad, and a human ceiling. The survivor of the Church of the Ancient God, who put on the Ring of Truth, told his true identity, and the purpose of his trip. Unleash the horrific messenger of God, the ancient demon god, from the Klein realm of Mount Tsunami. Today, anyone who sets foot on Cangnan Mountain will die. Having learned of this person's undercover identity, Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Conchang and Hong Hao were about to die of fear. Tide, Klein realm of the ancient demon god. What is this going to be? 239 recruits have entered the mountain. Once encountered the Klein realm of the ancient demon god, hand over hand can be completely destroyed. Even with divine agent Lin Xie and a few ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, it was useless. All of their forbidden ruins were suppressed and could not be used. There was also the forbidden items of the Bailey family's young master, all of which Hong Hao had confiscated. Therefore, it is like 239 ordinary people facing a monster in the Klein realm, which is tantamount to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, with no power to fight back. Pills are spicy. After realizing that the situation was not right and that they could not solve the matter, Zhao Conchang and Hong Hao hurriedly reported the situation to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was sitting in the monitoring room, and after listening to the two men's report, he was also terrified. How can there be a monster of the Klein realm in the mountains of Tsunan? But the Ring of Truth doesn't lie, and when the people of the Church of the Ancient God say there are monsters, there must be monsters. At this moment, Yuan Gang was sweating profusely and his heart was in a batch of panic. This matter had gone far beyond his expectations and was not something he could solve. Facing an ancient demon god of the Klein realm, either a special team or a human ceiling would be mobilized. Time passes, and a moment's hesitation results in a recruit in distress. Thus, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang did not hesitate and immediately called the headquarters in Shanjing. Call for help. Commander Yi. Big deal. Yi Fan heard Yuan Gang get emotional, so he patiently let him speak slowly. So, after Yuan Gang took a deep breath, he described the matter clearly as fast as he could. Commander Yi, the extreme exercise has begun, and the recruits have all entered Cangnan City's Cangnan Mountain. But we caught undercover agents of the Church of the Ancient Gods. These lunatics, they unleashed the ancient demon god in the mountain, with the strength of the Klein realm. Therefore, I request that a special squad be dispatched immediately, and that another human ceiling be sent. Yi Fan's mind was spinning fast. Sending the closest battle force over would take at least an hour, not to mention an hour. 239 new recruits, once encountered the Klein realm of monsters, could not last 5 minutes. Okay? Yi Fan cursed after thinking patiently. Yuan Gang, you're out of your mind. Don't we still have Su Ming? Sacrificing proximity for distance. You're stupid. Yuan Gang slapped his head. Oh, right. I'll immediately have old Zhao go get Su Ming. After Yuan Gang hung up with Yi Fan, he immediately contacted Zhao Conchang. Old Zhao, quickly find Su Ming to go over there. Destroy the ancient demon god in the mountain. Zhao Conchang was confused after receiving the order. Su Ming? Chief Instructor, this kid didn't go on a mission today. Yuan Gang was emotional. Zhao Conchang, you brain show a coma. The phone will not I'm telling you, the forbidden objects in the mountain can temporarily trap ancient evil creatures. Immediately let Su Ming go over there. Zhao Conchang's side swallowed hard. Chief Instructor, what about the recruits now? Yuan Gang said after a moment of silence. Prepare for total annihilation. If we can't shut down the forbidden objects, they won't be able to get out at all. If Su Ming doesn't strike in time, this time, we might have to be court-martialed. When Zhao Empyrean City heard this, his heart was incomparably stunned, knowing that this time it was no joke. Call Su Ming immediately. But it never got through, and it went back to that day, when he himself couldn't get through to Su Ming when he was facing the Ghostface King. The scene is so familiar. Only last time, he was able to maneuver around the Chuan realm's Ghostface King. The one we're facing now is an ancient god in the realm of Klein. He, who had no forbidden ruins, was simply powerless to fight with it. Zhao Kongcheng called Su Ming 2 times in a row, and after no one answered, he had to hang up. He lifted the star blade in his hand, looked at the word Su Ming on it, which was still emanating a bit of golden divine aura, and made up his mind. Hong Hao, on the other hand, was doing his best to press the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God for useful information. The moment. Sunanyama is full of oppression and tension, because the recruits had heard Hong Hao's interrogation and learned that something wasn't right in Jinnan Mountain. Inside the mountain, an incomparably terrifying fellow existed. Klein Realm? This is still a lot of training. Run! Many of their recruits ran for the exits, and the roaming drones froze in the air as if the pause button had been pressed, and didn't attack or stop them. It was as if they were escorting them, but strangely enough, no matter how much they went back the same way, they couldn't find where the exit was and were trapped. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, and the others all realized without exception that they were trapped. At the moment, the 239 recruits were huddled in a group, stressed and creeped out. There are the timid ones who are pissing themselves. How can you fight a monster in the realm of Klein and just condemn yourself to death? Just as the recruits fell into an atmosphere of despair and didn't know what to do, they suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression. There was a rustling in the woods and a ton. All the recruits froze and all pulled out their weapons and stood at attention. Even if it's a monster from the realm of Klein, we can't disgrace the Night's Watch. Chao Yuan also held the spoon across his chest, and after realizing that he hadn't turned crazy, he extended his hand towards Chubby Bailey. Knives come. In a moment you guys run first. I'll break off. When Bailey Chubby saw it, he shook his head repeatedly. He pulled a shiny seal out of his pants and said confidently, "No need. With the goodies Senior gave me, I'll be fine." Lin Xie and Xin Xingzhu frowned at the same time. But it's Klein after all. Chubby. Fat ass. Stay away. At this moment, Lin Xie and Tugger, surprisingly, would say the same thing. Strange comradeship is quietly born in this moment. Molly also puts down Chubby Time with a kick, telling him to go behind and not hold everyone back. We'll explore first. You have the seal given by Instructor Su. It's our last hope. Dead fatty. You mustn't die too soon. Hearing Molly's words, the other recruits, too, stepped forward and surrounded Chubby 100 with the light of hope. Just 239 recruits, united as one. Directly in front of them, a black shadow appeared, and a powerful sense of oppression caused everyone's scalp to tingle, spine to chill, and goosebumps to rise. Everyone froze as the black shadow approached, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Everyone was in tears with excitement, shouted in unison, "Hello Instructor Su!" The licking dog Chao Yuan had already rushed over and hugged Su Ming's thigh. Chubby Bailey also peeled through the crowd to rush over and hug his big brother's thighs. When Lin Xie saw Su Ming appear, he let out a long breath of relief. Great! With Master here, any monsters in the Klein realm are just small caramels. When Xin Xingzhu saw Su Ming, she instantly turned into a little fanboy and circled around Su Ming, full of joy and adoration. Mo Li also came over, disguised as a little fangirl, full of smiles, pinched Su Ming's shoulders and pummeled his back, without any of Mo's Blade Sec's great lady's stature. A bunch of other recruits, too, gathered around Su Ming, seeing their loved ones as if they were in tears. At this moment, young Zheng, who was a Special Forces officer, was cautious and he issued a question. Are you, really, Instructor Su Ming? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 102 New Quest Refresh. Satisfy Nix's needs. Zheng Zhong's query annoyed Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby. The two of them let go of Su Ming's thighs and rolled up their sleeves, one after the other, and went to find Zheng Zhong. Hey, you, who are you to question my nobleman? Yeah, how dare you question my big brothers? Young John was careful to remind everyone. Have you guys forgotten that there is a mountain ancient demon god of the Klein realm here? Can you guarantee that it's not a monster illusion Instructor Su? Zheng Zhong's words made perfect sense, and Chao Yuan and Chubby froze in place, turning back woodenly to observe Su Ming. See if he's real or not? The other recruits all took 2 or 3 steps back in fear. In an instant, A circular open space was flashed out. There were only 5 people who didn't retreat, namely Lin Chie, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Chubby. In the face of Young Zhang's question, in the face of the crowd's skeptical gazes, Su Ming didn't bother to answer, and directly picked up the bottle of wine. Tons and tons and tons. It's all in the words. Su Ming proved himself. Lin Chie, who had been holding his breath, let out a sigh of relief at this moment, because just now Jing Zhong had a point, but he felt the scent of Su Ming's body, and the smell of alcohol. It was familiar, and felt that it couldn't be wrong. However, if it was an ancient demon god of the Klein realm that could be imitated, he would not be able to see through it with his current, mortal dust divine domain. Since Master Su Ming is here, it means that the Klein realm monsters in the mountains have been eliminated. That's why there was the Great River Sword intent when it came. Lin Xie understood. So Master had entered the mountain long ago to clear the way for them. Touching. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, who had not yet turned the corner, then asked, "It's really you? Sorry Instructor Su, but you didn't have a shift today, did you? And the purpose of showing up here? What is it? Could it be that you're also a part of the extreme training test?" Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, everyone's heart was cold. There is Su Ming Instructor assessment. Then still play a yo-yo just admit defeat. Su Ming was puzzled in his mind. Who's going to test you guys? You little caramels won't even pass today's test. So why do I need to do it? Only Su Ming finally spoke. You guys train yourselves. I'm just here to drink. Su Ming's words were shocking. It left all the recruits stunned and shaken. Drinking? Instructor Su, don't you know that a Klein realm monster has appeared in the mountains? Now Zhao Kongchang, Instructor Hong Hao, are all mad with anxiety. Yeah, we all thought we were dead. Luckily here, we met you. Instructor Su, great, we're saved. Yeah, Instructor Su, let's go scout the way, and we'll still be bothering you to make a move later. Su Ming listened with a puzzled face. What Klein realm monster? Oh, yeah, the 6-headed demon god who just exploded his equipment, right? Such a little piece of trash. Look how scared you are. Hey, it looks like you new recruits. You're not even close. Su Ming said indifferently. There's no need to go to that trouble. That monster, I've already destroyed it. Now, it's time for me to go. Hearing Su Ming's words, at this moment, everyone was enlightened. Understood. It's all clear. No wonder the Great River Sword intent was so scary just now. So it was swung out by Instructor Su Ming. It's to destroy this Klein monster in the mountains. Thinking about the Great River Sword intent just now, everyone still felt their scalps exploding and goosebumps crawling all over their bodies. So that's how it is. All the new recruits, who had a look of adoration for Su Ming, all wanted to kowtow to Su Ming. At the same time, they were making wild guesses in their minds. Oh Instructor Su Ming, just how strong are you? A monster of the Klein realm. You said you'd kill it. I'll go. Are you a human ceiling? Lin Xie looked at the crowd of shocked recruits and was incredibly proud in his heart. That's for sure. And don't look at whose master it is. My master, Lin Xie, is the human ceiling. Xin Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, Bailey Chubby, and Molly were also filled with pride as they looked at the group of recruits. Their hearts excited. Ha ha, see, we didn't lick the wrong person. Instructor Su Ming is our nobleman, idol, and god. The crowd of recruits also cast adoring gazes at Su Ming, proud to have such a heaven-defying instructor. Su Ming, on the other hand, didn't care about this group of people. All he wanted to do was go back to his dorm and drink. He looked up at the shielded space and fell into doubt that to leave now would require destroying the space, which would be tantamount to indirectly taking this group of recruits out. I guess Yuan Gang's side is not easy to explain. Looking again at the little bit of bottle root left in my hand, 2 sips wouldn't be enough, so I had to hurry back to the dorm and fetch a drink. Look at these little twerps. It'll take all night, but we can't even get out. I can't wait for Lin Xie to destroy the forbidden objects and go out with him. Can I? It's too late. Forget it. It's fate that you met me today. Count your little caramels lucky. Su Ming faintly said to the recruits. Quiet. Choose your day. I'll teach you a new lesson in the meantime. A way to break the illusion. As long as you have strong enough spiritual power, you don't have to fear the forbidden objects in the caged mile. Su Ming told the group of recruits how to get out, but this group of new recruits were too stupid to do so, and except for a few people from Lin Xie, all of them were screaming in agony. Instructor, we won't. Instructor, it's too hard. Instructor, could you please be more detailed? Instructor, I'd better go for a weight run. Summing Ashiko. Thinking about earlier, he said something about playing hard to get. 239 recruits. Not one less. Forget it. Keep it simple. He sat down directly on the ground and threw his wooden sword on the ground. Come on, Line up. One person touch my sword and roll. So, everyone started lining up to touch Su Ming's wooden sword, and after touching it, they could be protected from the illusion. Found the way out. Thus, under Lin Chia's leadership, all of them ran in the direction of the forbidden object. Close it, and they would be able to get out. At this moment, the system's beep sounded in Su Ming's ears. Ding! System mission refresh. Meet with Nyx and fulfill her needs. Rewarded with 1,000,000 points of permanent mental power and 39 years of cultivation by the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming froze for a moment. Nyx? Isn't that Lin Chia's mom? I'm meeting his mom. So I'm meeting the parents, right? Meet her needs. What needs? Teach Lin Chia well? Or is it hyperbreeding? Su Ming looked at the tantalizing rewards and said, whatever her needs are, fulfill them. Who let himself be Lin Chia's master and had to be responsible for his mom? In the meantime, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and a host of other instructors escorted the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God to check out the foot of Cangnan Mountain. Question him. Where did you summon the evil thing and is there a way to seal it? The survivor of the Church of the Ancient God who wore the Ring of Truth answered honestly. Yes, recite the sealing incantation. A living sacrifice. The ancient demon god will sleep when he's had his fill. How many people are to be sacrificed? 30. Hong Hao was furious. I'll jibe you. 30. Exactly the number of instructors in our group. Zhao Kongcheng sighed. There's no way around it. For the future of the recruits, I'll go first. If I die, consider me sacrificed. After saying that, Zhao Kongcheng carried the star blade and took the lead in stepping into Mount Zinan. For the future of Daxia, give me up? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 103, Danger. Come quickly. 50 cases of Mao Tai. Save my dog's life. Sunanzan. As night falls, the dark mountains are filled with countless withered branches, revealing eerie shapes. The mountain at the moment was like a horrible old castle, and there seemed to be countless ghosts roaming around in it. Countless black crows, standing on high branches, fluttering their pitch-black wings, were beyond creepy. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes were shining, and after he finished filling the cup, he threw off his camouflage coaching clothes. Relying on the fact that he had the star blade given by Su Ming, he was bold and took the lead in stepping into Mount Zinan. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng striding back, the people from the ancient god church laughed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, just you? What can you go for? Yea, for the messengers of the gods of the Klein realm. Are you going to die alone? If I were you idiots, I would have rushed to escape by now. In less than half an hour, the entire Cangnan city will surely be overthrown. The mocking voice of the ancient god church's people was incomparably harsh. It's like a sharp knife, hovering in the back of everyone's mind. Wipe it off from time to time. Doesn't it make it a little harder? However, Zhao Kongcheng didn't care what he said, and stepped straight into the mountains. Even if he was panicking, even if his heart was beating wildly like an engine, even if the muscle lines in his face were quivering like crazy. But, for Lin Chia's group of recruits, Zhao Kongcheng was willing to take his life. Even if you know that there are ancient demons in the mountains in the realm of Klein, it'll take a non-specialized team and a human sealing to fix it. However, he, a commoner without a forbidden ruin, still resolutely went in. Klein, the gods came, and how? He, Zhao Kongcheng, went to save Lin Chia and the others as usual. At this point in time, the scene is so familiar again. Su Ming is not answering his phone. One has to face another unbeatable opponent, another death threat. Feeling the scythe of death already hanging on his neck, chilled to the bone, it made his heart go cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After Zhao Kongcheng stepped out of everyone's line of sight, one last call to Su Ming's phone. However, Su Ming's cell phone was in the instructor's dormitory and couldn't be connected at all. Zhao Empyrean City had a helpless expression on his face and could only send a voice to Su Ming. Su Ming, I'm in Cangnan Mountain. Hurry up. Come and save old me. Just after the voice was sent, Zhao Kongcheng pressed withdraw again. He felt that the voice was badly posted and did not respect Su Ming at all. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng raised his eyes and looked down into the darkness of the mountain, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, held it to his mouth, and lit it unhurriedly. The moment the fire erupted, thoughts came up, and after taking a sharp drag on the cigarette, he edited the language again. Brother Xiaoming, I'm in Cangnan Mountain. Danger. Come quickly. 50 cases of Mao Tai. Save my dog's life. After Zhao Empyrean City sent the guaranteed distress message to Su Ming, carrying the star sword, he slowly entered the mountain. On the body of the blade, it emanated wisps of golden sword intent laws, getting brighter and brighter and brighter, as if it was a warning, and as if it was resonating. In the meantime, the entrance to MT. Tsunami. After sensing the horrific atmosphere around, Hong Hao kicked the survivor of the Church of Ancient God to the ground and stomped on him twice. I'll gripe you, mother. Makes you laugh. You step on the horse and give me another smile. Cry for me. You crazy people. Actually summoning monsters from the Klein realm here. Do you have to make the Great Summer's life miserable to be satisfied? If anything happens to my brother, I'll chop you up. Lao Jiaoa. Hey! Hong Hao was enraged and stomped on the Ancient God Church's man 2 more times, stepping on him like an absorbent sponge that could squirt water with a kick. The other instructors, with tears in their eyes, also looked in the direction of Zhao Empyrean City's distant direction, their blood boiling. Follow Hong Hao. 2. One stomped on a person from the Church of Ancient God to vent the anger in his heart. After some stomping, the Ancient God Church's man, beaten into a pig's head, was swollen all over. The little brother was kicked off. After some venting of anger, Hong Hao clenched his fists and sighed in his heart. Zhao Kongcheng deserves to be the deputy chief instructor. He really is just like the ancient generals who fought in the war, leading the way and giving everyone the confidence that they will win. I, Hong Hao, wished General Zhao Kongcheng a triumphant victory. The other instructors, all of them heartily, were infected by Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng's vigor and righteousness, and one by one, they stood in awe of him. All of them stood behind Hong Hao respectfully, waiting for orders from their superiors. Enter the mountain at any time and support Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. At this moment, Yuan Gang, the chief instructor who was in the monitoring room, closely watching the situation of Mount Jinnan, had sweaty palms. At Hong Hao's place, after learning about Zhao Kongcheng's lone wolf operation, Yuan Gang was also in awe of old Zhao. Worthy of being the night watchman of my daxia, worthy of being the deputy chief instructor handpicked by the higher-ups. Awesome! Yuan Gang stood in the monitoring room filled with gray tones, secretly giving Zhao Kongcheng a thumbs up. It is with heroes like Zhao Kongcheng that fills this indifferent world with 7 colors. At this point in time, with his actions, Zhao Kongcheng infected all the instructors. Everyone marveled at Zhao Empyrean's great righteousness. In the entire world, it was only daxia that possessed a warrior like old Zhao. People Lao Zhao, as the deputy chief instructor, is not afraid of sacrifice, they are still afraid of a hammer. Also a daxia person. Zhao Kongcheng can do it. Why can't they do it? Isn't that a sacrifice? Keep up with. Thinking of this, just as Zhao Kongcheng left on the front foot, Hong Hao and the other instructors followed on the back foot. All the instructors, all into the mountains. Everyone is united in their determination to save the recruits, preserve the fire for the future of daxia. Just as Hong Hao and the others had just stepped into Jinnan Mountain, suddenly, the effect of the forbidden object suddenly disappeared. The entire sky above Mt. Xinan was like a piece of canvas peeling off, exposing the original world. No longer a closed loop from which there is no escape. Sunanzan is back to normal. See that the forbidden objects are found and closed. Hong Hao and the other group of instructors were stunned beyond belief. Was it the recruits, or the ancient gods of the realm of Klein? I don't know. Fingers crossed that it's the recruits who perform the miracles. Thus, Hong Hao and the others immediately darted towards the mountains, and the people of the Church of the Ancient God, who accompanied the runners, were a bit confused. How come you don't feel that monstrous fear anymore? That kind of Klein realm, scalp-numbing, soul-shattering horror of spiritual suppression. How is it no longer there? So strange. Without allowing him to think about it, Hong Hao kicked him in the ass again. Let him go first. He looks like a prisoner of war from the spring and autumn period. Before the war, let the prisoners charge. Although the effect of the forbidden object was lifted. After all, Mt. Xinan was a wild mountain with withered branches and mounds everywhere. Darkness is approaching and the hiking trail is a bit hard to see. Who knows whether a step will be a flat earth or a thorn-filled sinkhole. Although the people from the Church of the Ancient God were filled with displeasure, they were always kicked in the butt by Hong Hao and had to hurry up and take a step forward. After cautiously advancing a little way into the mountains, Hong Hao and the others saw Zhao Kongcheng from afar. It was a shock, taken aback by Zhao Empyrean City's image at the moment, because at this moment, Zhao Empyrean City was as stiff as a statue in the distance, with his back to everyone, not a single movement. It was mysterious and spooky against the darkness. Everyone's hearts tightened. Could it be that Zhao Kongcheng was in distress? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 104 239 Recruits. All of them passed the extreme training. Tsunami Mountain. The neighborhood of Jiaokong City was filled with darkness, and the woods, with the constant unpleasant cries of black crows coming out, as distracting as the report of morning. Seeing Zhao Kongcheng frozen motionless in place, the star blade in his hand, still emitting a slight golden aura, Hong Hao and the others were terrified and hurriedly ran towards Zhao Kongcheng. What the hell is going on? Zhao Empty City, Don't let anything happen to you. The crowd ran to Zhao Kongqing's side. After seeing his face full of shock and seeing that he had no wounds all over his body and could still breathe normally, the hearts of Hong Hao and the others that were hanging in the air were only able to be put down. However, everyone had a question in their mind. What was wrong with Vice Chief Instructor Zhao in Korean City? 1. How did it freeze up? Was it possessed by something or was it heart control? Hong Hao signaled everyone to be quiet. He'll ask, Deputy Chief Instructor? Lao Zhao, are you okay? Hong Hao carefully asked a few questions. When Zhao Kongqing heard Hong Hao's voice, his throat beads rolled and he swallowed hard. After recovering his mind, he cradled the star sword in both arms, warmed by the wisps of sword intent on it, and the golden light on it, growing brighter and brighter, not as a warning, but as a resonance. Zhao Empyrean City said with great shock after recovering his state, Hong Hao, where is there any Klein Realm monsters here? Here, clearly, nothing happened. I just walked here and realized that the resonance on the star blade is getting stronger. It means there are teammates nearby. I was just about to turn around and tell you guys that there are no monsters here. As a result, the effect of the forbidden objects on MT Sunan disappeared. Meaning, a new recruit has cracked the forbidden objects we set up. I've seen that forbidden object too. It's set up very stealthily. Who was it that gave it so easily to find and crack it? Our new recruits in this class. There's something. The future of Daxia. It's bright. Tears of excitement filled Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Hong Hao and the others were relieved after hearing Zhao Kongqing's explanation. I was scared to death. I thought Zhao Kongqing had been possessed by evil spirits, but it turned out that he was shocked by the talent of the new recruits. And yeah, so far the drones haven't hit a single recruit. The group of recruits entered Mount Zinan and disappeared under the noses of the drones. The densely packed drones circled MT Zinan as if they were posing. Not only did they fail to find the ancient demon god of the realm of Klein, but they didn't even find any of the 239 new recruits. It's really strange. Let's just say that someone cracked the secret of this extreme training session and got all the recruits united. The instructors, such as Zhao Kongqing and Hong Hao, sked, their eyes filled with excitement. Looks like this class of recruits is going to break the all-time record. Unlike the instructor's elation, at this moment, the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God, dumbfounded. His face was full of amazement. He shook his head and looked around, as anxious as an ant without tentacles. What is it now? Where are the messengers of God? What about the ocean of black dead air? What about the infinite, creepy pressure of that killing machine? What about that six-headed, terrifying ancient demon god that devours everything around him? I obviously released it with my own hands. I saw it with my own eyes. How come it's gone now? At the moment had him feeling the disdain, contempt, and broken defense of Hong Hao and the other instructors. Why are you guys looking at me like that? I'm not lying. I'm not a psycho. We, the Church of the Ancient Gods, have really unleashed the demon god of the Klein realm here. You guys believe me? Look here. Look at this horrible crack in the ground. I'm really not lying. Looking at the people of the Church of the Ancient God, with tears in their eyes and pounding their feet and chests, faithfully, with the look of a lying puppy, Zhao Kongqing chose to believe that. Looking at the undercover agent of the Ancient God Church who was dirty and his face was filled with bruises, unable to see his face, Zhao Kongqing mercilessly made up for it. So the ancient demon god you summoned was annihilated? The people from the Church of the Ancient God immediately stiffened in place, like an ice sculpture, with a cold heart. Yeah, it was obviously summoned, but it's gone. Not even a breath. Not dead or ascended? Nima, ancient demon god of the Klein realm, and it's gone just like that? Who did this? Could it be that in the mountains, there are still human ceilings around? At this moment, his worldview collapsed. It would have been better if he hadn't summoned the demon god. So many people had died, and as a result, grossly useless. After all the fuss and sacrifices, it wouldn't be just the people they had sacrificed for the Church of the Ancient God that died, would it? That would be too humiliating. Not true. This group of recruits have not yet come out. At least the Klein realm of the Lord Demon God have to eat a few new recruits, or that is too ing lasa. The people of the Church of the Ancient God could not cry. They could only expect Lord Demon God to be able to finish off the recruits, or at least finish off a divine agent. Looking at the despondent face of the undercover agent of the Ancient God Church, Hong Hao sneered and filled his cup. You crazy people. If you want to make trouble in Daxia, ask us vigilantes if we'll say yes or no first. When the instructors saw Hong Hao so loaded with cups, each of them also looked at him with great pride. Instructor Hong, you must have known who was so awesome as to destroy the Klein realm monsters in the Jinan Mountains? Hong Hao pinched his waist and shook his head. I'm not building it. Don't build it? The instructors were dumbfounded. Don't build it? So what the hell are you so loaded? Being in the darkness of the Cangnan mountains, with Hong Hao driving the atmosphere, the moment was much more relaxed. Everyone was speculating if the human ceiling had struck, and Zhao Kongcheng had already guessed that, associating the Great River Sword intent just now, as well as the increasingly bright sword intent laws in his hand. He knew that it must be Su Ming who had struck. There is no other explanation beyond that. But the question is Su Ming. Why would he come to MT? Zin in awe? Could it be that this kid, Su Ming, had found out that the lunatics from the Church of the Ancient God were up to something? Followed by this group of madmen, they came to the mountains ahead of time and destroyed the demon gods of the realm of Klein. For this training, demoning, straight away all the hurdles were cleared? It must be moving. Brother Ming, you are great. I'll go back and ask my boss for 50 cases of Matai to send you. Zhao Kongcheng, who had already smoothed things out, gave orders to everyone. Let's go and meet our new recruits. Hong Hao and the other instructors nodded, shone their flashlights, and prepared to enter the mountain. Just then, a familiar figure jumped out of the darkness. It's Lin Shiye. Lin Shiye smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth when he saw everyone and removed the load from his back. Report. Lin Shiye has completed his training mission. Please instruct the instructor. Zhao Kongcheng froze. 7 nights? You passed? Asterisk. You're making history in your own special way. When Hong Hao and the others saw Lin Shiye, their eyes also widened and their mouths opened in shock. Asterisk. Worthy of being a divine agent. So perverted? You really did it. I'll go. What King Face didn't even do. You Lin Shiye did it. Awesome. Not only the divine agent King Face. In the history of the recruit training camp, there are only a handful of people who can truly pass the extreme training, and those who are able to pass on their first training session are even fewer than one. Congratulations, Lin Shiye. You've made history in our training camp. You are the first person in the entire history of Great Xia. Not waiting for Hong Hao and the others to finish being shocked, Chao Yuan ventured out right after him. Report. Chao Yuan has completed his training mission. Please instruct the instructor to instruct. Ahem. Chao Yuan's appearance caused Hong Hao and the others to be shocked again. Holy, worthy of being the 031 Estate Black King agent, Chao Yuan, you have also made history. Congratulations, Chao Yuan. You are the second person in the entire history of the Grand Xia. At this time, Tugger Shin Xingzhu threw the weight in front of Hong Hao. Pow! Shin Xingzhu chewed his gum, put his hands in his pockets, and said lazily, Report. I have completed my training mission. Please instruct the instructor. Tug said as he blew a bubble, purposely acting relaxed, but in fact, exhausted to the point of weakness. Hong Hao and the other instructors swallowed hard. Hong Hao clenched his fists, pressed down the urge to burst K-a-meal of Shin Xingzhu, and forced a smile to congratulate. Congratulations, Shin Xingzhu. You are the third person in the entire history of the Grand Xia. At that moment, a small knife was thrown and Molly jumped out of the darkness. Congratulations, Molly. You are the fourth person in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Not waiting for the shocked instructors to finish their congratulations, followed by Young Zheng, Li Jia, and others. Bailey Chubby, 239 recruits. All of them came out to Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others, the 239 new recruits, by fumbling with Su Ming's wooden sword and relying on the laws of the Sword Immortal, broke the record and came out in full force. Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others, were all dumbfounded. Feeling scalp numb, the heart set off a shocking wave in general. For a long time cannot be calm. One's eyes glazed over and goosebumps crawled all over his body. No, are the recruits of this class so horrible? 239 people, a boot camp record. How did that happen? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 105. You're not having some kind of PY deal with the deputy chief instructor, are you? Sunanzan. When 239 recruits, all of whom passed the extreme training, the expressions on the faces of the instructors as they appeared in front of Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the rest of the crowd of instructors were wonderful, stunned, shocked, and unbelievable again. All the instructors looked at the recruits with puzzled faces, as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses bouncing around in their hearts for a long time. How do these new recruits, how do they do it? Even the divine agent King Face, during the extreme training, did not complete the traversal of the terrain. How is it that the recruits of this session all passed? You 239 new recruits, Naya, are better than King Noodle? All the instructors, at this moment, have incredibly complicated feelings. Originally, I wanted to see the recruits laugh, but as it turned out, the recruits were one better than the other. Yet, how can I teach this in the future? At this moment, Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng looked at the group of recruits, and in his heart, he was in the same mood as all the instructors. He stared at Lin Qiye dead in the face, full of foxes. This brat, how did he do it? Lin Qiye's face changed slightly as he was stared at by Zhao Kongcheng, and his heart was so shocked that he unconsciously hit his hands backward. This strange behavior could not escape Zhao Kongcheng's keen eyes. Hands! Zhao Empyrean immediately swept a glance at all the recruits, and found that on all of their hands, there were hints of golden aura remaining. That was a powerful sword intent law that only divine agents, or those who had been blessed by Su Ming, were qualified to peer into. Zhao Kongcheng instantly understood. He knew it was Su Ming. Otherwise, the horrible monsters in the mountain Klein realm cannot be explained. With this group of new recruits, they will die without knowing how. Zhao Empyrean City looked at Lin Qiye with an enlightened expression and even raised his greasy winks at him, meaning as if, brats, count yourselves lucky. If Su Ming didn't make a move, you'd all be finished. Lin Qiye looked to have been discovered, and his little face turned red, as if he was cheating on an exam and was embarrassed by the invigilator revealing it on the spot. He lowered his head silently, feeling that he did win a bit, but on second thought, they had met Su Ming by luck, and that was why all of them had passed the training mission. Luck is part of strength. There is nothing to be ashamed of. So Lin Qiye raised his head and looked straight into Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, meaning as if, old Zhao, my master, Su Ming, is awesome, letting us all pass, angry or not. Slightly, the two men's gazes collided with each other, mocking and joking with each other, as if they had forgotten years of friendship, a very rare friendship. However, in the eyes of a bunch of recruits, there was a misunderstanding. Whoa, 7 Knights, what are you blushing about? Why is Zhao Kongcheng looking at you with that look, and winking at you? You're not having some kind of PY deal with the Deputy Chief Instructor, are you? The recruits were in full shock, especially Time Chubby, greatly shaken on the inside. Dude, no wonder you smell so good. So you like this one? Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu all silently took a step back. Molly also gave Lin Qiye a look of incredulity and silently retreated to the back of the group. It's a good thing that it was late in the day, and the other recruits, they didn't see the two men's expressions clearly, otherwise the misunderstanding would have been too big to explain. At this very moment, Hong Hao looked at the recruits who were neatly arranged, with their loads all intact, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. Shocked and lost again. Shocked that this group of recruits broke the all-time record and truly became the best recruiting class ever. Lost in not having a punishment session, not hearing the secrets of the recruits, not hearing the fun. So lost. Never thought that the only punishment carried out today would be the interrogation of the guy from the Church of the Ancient God, who hadn't heard the fun yet, heard the shock, almost had special squads and human ceilings out. It was scary as hell. That said, where are the ancient gods of the realm of Klein here? The lunatics of the Church of the Ancient God, who would never lie, were wiped out by whom exactly? At this moment, Hong Hao's thoughts, and a group of instructors thought the same thing. Who is so hanging, directly Klein realm of the ancient demon god to destroy? All the instructors, looking around, observing, are there any more traces of the higher power? However, Sunan was dark everywhere, and nothing was found except the ghostly shadows made by the crossing of Mori's branches, and the unlucky cries of the black crows. Therefore, the instructors have reason to suspect that there is no Klein realm of the ancient demon god. All that is the mirth of the survivors of this ancient Church of God. At this moment, the survivors of the Church of the Ancient God were aggrieved to death. Nima, I watched my colleagues around me sacrificing themselves, and personally felt the endless horrors of death as the messenger of God descended. And you're telling me I'm dreaming? Impossible. Definitely not impossible. The people of the Church of the Ancient God also followed the instructors to look around, trying to find traces of the existence of the Klein realm of the ancient demon god, but sadly, nothing was found. So he went crazy. It's completely insane. Evolved from being a lunatic in the Church of the Ancient God to being a psychopath. Seeing the increasingly crazy ancient god church undercover agents, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the other instructors scoffed. Ancient Church of God. President Moon Samuel, who was leading the believers in praying to the 3 evil god lords, suddenly sensing that there was no more demonic god aura in the direction of Mte. Nan, other than the Sword Immortal laws, he was very surprised. If the hood hadn't been in the way, he would have had a surprised look on his face otherwise, associating it with the terrifying Great River sword intent from before, which flowed turbulently in the air. Yuehui understood. It was the unsearchable higher power that struck. That was an existence that even the world-destroying Brahma couldn't pry into, and he, Yuehui, was even more afraid to ask about it. And so, with a sigh of relief, the believers were only led to continue worshipping the evil god and continue brainwashing the new crazies. and the great ravings of the Church of the Ancient God, the masterminds who sent the men to mess with MT. Zinnen. The moment was also shocked beyond belief. I'll be damned. Klein realm of the ancient demon god, just born. Harry Night Watchman did not kill, and then gone? What's the situation? A small Cangnan, unexpectedly really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are still human ceilings hidden in it? Dry up. Let's hope that Lu Liang and the others can be somewhat useful. Recruit training camps. After learning that the 239 recruits, all of them passed, Yuan Gang was shocked beyond belief. His eyes, as big as cowbells, were dead set on the screen. When, from the drone's camera, it was seen that the recruits were really standing in full force in front of Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others. Being the chief instructor didn't lighten the mood any more than the other instructors did. Shocking. Incredibly shocking. Yuan Gang is so shocked he's jumping in place. What a hell? Didn't they say that there was an ancient demon god of the Klein realm in Entei? Sunan? Didn't they say that extreme training, which no divine agent can accomplish? So what's going on with this group of recruits? 239 people. No one left behind. All completed the extreme training. Dry up. Yuan Gang is not calm. Just when he couldn't figure it out. Just as the bigwigs of the Church of the Ancient God were confused. Just as all the instructors were feeling overwhelmed with astonishment. A dazzling white light, lit up from the pitch-black Cangnan mountain. An incomparably handsome figure. Imperial sword. Since the mountain was so dark, the flashlight only had a visual range of 10 meters when you hit it. So, someone flying with a sword is bright and noticeable. Everyone looked up to see who it was. It is, of course, Su Ming. After delivering 239 recruits, one person at a time, he flew on his sword and slipped away. Before slipping away, it's only natural to pretend. No, do a good deed and leave a name. Ride the wind with your sword. Rid the world of demons. 1,000 cups of wine won't make you drunk. Only I am the Wine Sword Immortal. Ha ha ha. Go back to drinking. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 106, Lord Murmur. I know the secret of the Dasha Night Watch. Over MT. Sunan. The figure of Su Ming flying with his sword was incomparably noticeable and handsome. Hong Hao and the other instructors were beyond stunned. So man, Chiu, why is Su Ming in the mountains? At this moment, Hong Hao and the other instructors, looking at Zhao Kongcheng and then associating it with the mysterious stares between him and Lin Xie, instantly understood. So it is. It turned out that Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng already knew that it was Instructor Su Ming in the mountains. It was Su Ming who destroyed the ancient demon god of the Klein realm, and it was he who saved the lives of 239 recruits. At this moment, Hong Hao and the other instructors breathed a long sigh of relief and celebration. It's a good thing that Su Ming is in the mountains, or else 239 recruits, all of them must be destroyed. They, the instructors, will also be court-martialed and labeled as derelict in their duties. All the instructors, led by Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao, looked at Su Ming's back and saluted. Thanks. At this moment, Chubby Bailey, Chao Yuan, Shin Xinju and Moli, also read it. No wonder Vice Chief Instructor Zhao Empyrean City would wink at Lin Xie. So it turns out that they already knew that it was Instructor Su Ming who made the move. They stood behind Lin Xie and covered their faces, apologizing for the misunderstanding just now. It was a good thing that Lin Xie didn't even know what was going on and didn't know that a few of them were thinking the wrong way. Therefore, it was not taken to heart, but rather looked in the direction of Su Ming's imperial sword flight and respectfully saluted. Seeing that Lin Xie had saluted, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Shin Xingju, and Moli were not willing to follow and immediately followed suit. Neat and tidy. Thus, under Lin Xie's leadership, the 239 recruits, in unison, saluted the distant Su Ming. The neat picture all made instructors such as Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Hao wonder if they were living in a dream. Were the eyes hallucinating? How could 239 recruits, after seeing Su Ming, be able to be so neat and tidy? So strange. Although they felt strange about the recruits' actions, what made all the instructors feel even stranger were the few words left behind by Su Ming. Those 4 words were accompanied by the mountain wind and reached everyone's ears, like wonderful and pleasant music that floated in the eerie Cangnan mountains. With these words, it was as if a spell had appeared, enveloping the spooky, eerie nature of Mount Sinan. At this moment, all who stood in the mountains felt peace of mind and warmth. Even if there are really unclean things in the mountains, the guys with evil thoughts, all of them were scared by Su Ming's 4 sentences. So scared that they dug up the ground and hid. So scared that they held their breath and didn't dare to make a move. So the recruits, and the instructors, all relaxed, standing still, thinking about the 4 sentences left behind by Su Ming. It's really profound. obscure and elusive. The bottom line is, to whom are these words being said? Ride the wind with your sword. Rid the world of demons. 1,000 cups of wine won't make you drunk. Only I am the Wine Sword Immortal. Zhao Kongcheng repeated the words left behind by Su Ming, and after reciting these 4 ethereal words, Zhao Kongcheng's face revealed a stunned expression. He felt the star blade in his hand emanating a golden light that glittered. Lin Qiye and the other recruits, Hong Hao and the other instructors, as well as the lunatics of the ancient god church, were all staring at Zhao Kongcheng dumbfounded at this moment. It was as if a shocking wave had been set off in one's heart for a long time. It turned out that these words from Instructor Su Ming were addressed to Deputy Chief Instructor Zhao Kongcheng. Look at the Deputy Chief Instructor. Is he about to have an epiphany? Only to see the star blade in Zhao Kongcheng's hand, emanating an incomparably majestic aura, just like the feeling of opening up the heavens and the earth with a single stroke of the blade. Zhao Kongcheng raised his star blade, and at this moment, the light of the law of sword intent shrouded his entire body. It was like the feeling of a Daxia city protector. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, they were overwhelmed by Zhao Empyrean's monstrous aura, and the eyes that looked at Zhao Empyrean were filled with shock. Lin Qiye, Hong Hao, and the others, all felt that Zhao Kongcheng was going to comprehend the forbidden ruins that belonged to him. However, and no, Zhao Kongcheng was nothing more than a medium to deliver light to the new generation of Daxia. It is the medium that entrusts its power to the future of Daxia. Boom! A monstrous aura fell, and a golden light passed out along Zhao Kongcheng's star blade, enveloping all the new trainees. Golden sword intent laws appeared in the hands of all the new trainees, all glowing in the night. At this moment, all the new recruits were filled with a look of ecstasy that they couldn't hide. An outcry. Lin Qiye closed his eyes and felt an incomparably powerful spiritual force pour in, bringing Lin Qiye's control over the divine ruin one step closer. Mental strength has also clearly advanced a step further. And Lin Qiye had gotten stronger. Chao Yuan closed his eyes and felt an immortal sword fairy, instructing him and removing the hostility and killing from his body. Having gained power of their own, Chao Yuan has gotten stronger. Shen Xingzhu closed his eyes and sensed that Su Ming seemed to be teaching him personally, suppressing his lethargy and taking his application of Jimin to the next level. Ultra-high dangerous aura erupted violently out of the Shen Xingzhu has also gotten stronger. It was followed by Bailey Chubby, Mo Li, Li Jia and the others, all closing their eyes and breaking through, getting stronger. Even though there was the ruin monument here suppressing everyone's realm, just Su Ming's 4 sentences caused all the new recruits, all of them, to suddenly comprehend, awaken, and thus become stronger. Seeing the recruits all rubbing their hands in golden light, all the instructors were dumbfounded. What did we see? Are these recruits really absolute geniuses? Are these recruits really the best class ever? At this time, Hong Hao and the others, too, comprehended in the golden light emanating from the star blade in Zhao Kongcheng's hand. They all originally had their own forbidden ruins as well, and under the influence of Su Ming's law of sword intent, anyone who could see the golden light was able to gain an understanding of their own forbidden ruins and a sense of their own strength. At this moment, the instructors also clearly felt themselves getting stronger. Sit down and start comprehending whether you understand it or not. It was only at this time that they realized that it wasn't the recruits who were powerful, but Su Ming. Su Ming left just a few words to make the recruits stronger and the instructors comprehend. If, for example, a sip of Su Ming's wine, can't even imagine it anymore. The people of the ancient gods church all looked dumbfounded at this moment. Holy, what the hell happened? Hell knows what I've been through. A group of vigilantes breaking through, having an epiphany, and getting stronger in front of him? All because of the 4 words left by a drunkard who, overhead, flew by on a royal sword? Come by the wind with your sword. Get rid of the demons in the world. 1,000 cups of drunkenness. Only I, the Wine Sword Immortal? Wine Sword Fairy? Asterisk. Lord Rumor. I know the secret of the Daxia Night Watchman, so it's Daxia who has a Wine Sword Immortal. So, as long as we, from the Church of the Ancient God, take out Wine Sword Immortal, we can destroy the cornerstone of the Night's Watch. The people of the Church of the Ancient God were not crazy at this moment and returned to sanity. Scatterbrained, he ran off to tip off the ravings. However, Zhao Kongcheng was quick on his feet and directly knocked him out with the back of his blade. Humph, underestimating us vigilantes. Su Ming, it's our Daxia's secret. No one can divulge it. Su Ming, on the other hand, knew nothing about it. Just now it was just a few random pretenses on his own. All he wanted to do now was go back to his dorm and drink. At this very moment, the officer guarding the door of Su Ming's dormitory made a mistake, because the 100 boxes of Maotai ordered by Wang Mian arrived, actually cash on delivery. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 107, Zhou Ping, has Su Ming succeeded in quitting drinking? Instructor's quarters. Faced with 100 cases of cash-on-delivery Moutai, the officer who was guarding the door for Su Ming made a mistake. Cash on delivery? Little 1 million. If you take out your entire belongings, and then take the house in your hometown to pay off the bills, it's not enough. So the officers were afraid to harvest. The point is that you can't collect. And the truckers who have traveled thousands of miles and gone to great lengths to deliver the wine are in trouble. If I don't pay, I can't go back to my work. He also paid a deposit for the shipment of these 100 cases of Moutai. If he can't deliver the goods, how can he go back for the deposit? Besides, if you take a step back, you can't make a trip for nothing, right? So the two froze. One wants to unload but has no money. One wants money but can't unload. But this was in the barracks, and a truck driver came in through the ranks, did nothing, and stayed long enough. It has already attracted the attention of the police. Even Chief Instructor Yuan Gang personally ran over to see what was going on. After understanding the situation clearly, Yuan Gang decided that he would take care of it. Isn't it just a matter of $1 million? With his own understanding of Wang Mian, this kid was definitely not a backstabbing, underhanded guy. So, it must be that he forgot. Wrong point. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly. That brat Wang Mian, he's still so undisciplined. He'll definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Since we've gotten into this, let's not make things difficult for the driver master. Yuan Gang took out his credit card. Payment. For the future of Daxia, a mere $1 million is worth it. Seeing that Chief Yuan Gang was so atmospheric as to pay for Su Ming, the officer guarding the gate, as well as the crowd of guards, were stunned beyond measure. Even the driver froze. Not bad for a chief. Atmospheric. $1 million swiped out without blinking an eye. Are you related to the consignee? Why did you pay him so readily? Excuse me, who is this consignee? Su Ming? Although I'm just a driver, I'm curious. In the barracks, on what grounds is this Su Ming allowed to drink? Yuan Gang smiled faintly and twisted his head, said faintly before leaving. Su Ming is the future of Daxia. I'm just paying for Daxia's future. Yuan Gang's words stunned everyone present. The drivers are stupid. Su Ming, the future of Daxia? To have those words come out of the mouth of the head of the military region, that must be it. Su Ming, awesome. This is the first person in the history of Daxia to allow drinking, right? It's not just the drivers. The officers guarding the gate, as well as the crowd of guards, were also secretly marveling with great admiration. Even the chief instructor, he is supported with money and served with good wine. Su Ming is awesome. Everyone watched Chief Instructor Yuan Gang leave, looking at the 100 boxes of Moutai and secretly smacking their lips. So much wine. Enough for little brother Ming to drink for March, right? After some emotion, the crowd began to move the wine. At this moment, Yuan Gang had just left in front of him when Su Ming returned. Saw everyone moving thatch to their houses, led by the officer on guard. Su Ming was happy. Wang Mian is as good as his word. This brother can be handed over. Not waiting for Su Ming to have a little fun, the officer guarding the gate rushed over to report. Brother Xiao Ming, these wines were sent by Officer Wang Mian. They were paid for on delivery, and it was Chief Yuan Gang who paid for them. Yuan Gang? Su Ming froze slightly after hearing this, then nodded. Alright, I'll keep this favor. With that, he opened a case, took out a bottle of wine, and opened it. Ton. Seeing how calm Su Ming was after learning that head Yuan Gang had paid for him, everyone froze. I'm going. So calm? And drinking straight up. Is this the Wine Sword Immortal style? Everyone was shocked by Su Ming's brash behavior. Cool. Handsome is one word. And it's like this in front of Su Ming. Su Ming looked really handsome and seemed very spontaneous. But he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Say goodbye to 100 boxes of thatch. You king face to engage in a cash on delivery. Is it on purpose? Or is it careless? Never mind. I'll get drunk today. And then I'll settle the score with Wang Mian. Just as Su Ming was calculating in his mind that when the time came, he would find Wang Mian to settle the score, a helicopter flew by in the air. Direct landing airdrop. A huge box falls down with the Masked Squad logo painted on it. It's the Kingface airdrop that has arrived. The box was received by the ground crew and opened, and all were shocked to see what was inside. It's the special meow of $1 million in cash in a box with forbidden objects. The neatly folded banknotes gleam in the light, and a full message from the entire Masked Squad. Wang Noodle, Brother Xiao Ming, is it enough? Not enough, there is more. Whirlpool, take care, boss. I miss you so much. Chance, boss. Eat on time and drink in moderation. Seeing the Masked Squad, all treating Su Ming with such respect, the crowd of guards silently lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Su Ming again. The gatekeeper officer, on the other hand, was proud beyond measure and looked at Su Ming with a face full of admiration. At this moment, in the midst of a crowd of envious people, summing a Shiko, I was just about to say that I'm going to go and settle the score with King Face. And the big gift arrived? Also meow is cash. Changed a card does not smell good. Low profile can die? In Su Ming's somewhat speechless eyes, the heavy 1 million cash, and a glittering forbidden object, were pocketed. Hopeless, but happy. After slamming down a Matai and collecting 100,000 points of permanent mental energy, Su Ming then disposed of the 1 million in his hand, as well as the defense-type forbidden objects. $500,000 for my Uncle Sam, who raised me. Forbidden objects to cousin Zhou Ping, Sword Saint of Daxia. The other $500,000. Just mail it to Lin Xie's aunt. Who let this kid, Lin Xie, call me a master? Sort of a return gift to the apprentice. Nishijin. Receiving the money from Su Ming, Uncle Sam was dumbfounded. I'm hip. Su Ming, this kid is not robbing to go. If Zhou Ping hadn't put a little faith in Su Ming, the third uncle would have had to carry a kitchen knife to settle the score with Su Ming. Upon learning that it was a reward from above, Uncle Sam was proud. Ha ha, I told you this kid was good. Didn't disgrace us. Look at that. Sure is soldier material. Zhou Ping Huda. In the beginning it was you, third uncle, who scolded others. Su Ming the most ruthless. Zhou Ping held the forbidden object in his hand and read Su Ming's letter. It looks like Su Ming has succeeded in quitting drinking, and even earned an excellence. The military treatment is just fine. Actually giving this kid $500,000 in cash. Seeing this, Zhou Ping was a bit worried. Isn't it true that the higher-ups gave him too much face? And were too polite to Su Ming in order to buy me off? Commander Yi Fan, even if you don't take care of my cousin, I, Zhou Ping, will still sacrifice my life for Daxia, the old town of Cangnan City. Lin Xie's aunt was shocked to receive the money. Signed Lin Xie, carrying the heavy $500,000. Everyone was happy and excited. Also relieved. Auntie immediately decided to save it for Lin Xie to use for her daughter-in-law in the future. Young Jean and Little Black Lai had a blast too, proud of Lin Xie. And at this time, Lin Xie knew nothing about it. All he knew was to train hard and not fail Su Ming's teachings. You can't be looked down upon by Zhao Kongcheng. Even more so, he couldn't lose to anyone like Chao Yuan or Shin Qingzhu. After sneaking around trying all night, it was only then that Lin Xie fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, he was shaken awake by Chubby 107 nights. I heard that for breakfast today. There's something delicious. Sorry, Grandma fell down. Took the morning off work to take to the hospital. Luckily no major injuries. Need to take care of the elderly. Late update. Sorry. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 108, Lin Xie. You don't have much talent in using swords. No morning training today. It was because all the instructors, each comprehending those 4 sentences left behind by Su Ming, comprehended them for the whole night. The instructors were not up in the morning, so there's plenty of time. Lin Xie had wanted to take a nap, but he couldn't help Bailey Chubby chanting on the side. I heard that today's breakfast isn't raw meat and steamed buns anymore. It's a Chinese breakfast with soybean milk, donuts, buns, big pancakes, meat buns, noodles, rice congee. Lin Xie was hungry from listening. What's wrong with you, Chubby? You're memorizing the slam dunk here. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Let's eat. The two immediately flew towards the cafeteria. It's true what Chubby said. The cafeteria is full of a wide array of Chinese breakfasts. The two had tears in their eyes, finally seeing a normal meal. Bailey Chubby was as hungry as a starving ghost, picking up 2 drawers of buns and turning on the windswept storm inhalation mode. Lin Xie also picked up a cup of soy milk and took a single bun, chewing and swallowing slowly. Meanwhile, he heard the sounds of discussion coming from behind him. Instead of discussing it, it's more like showing off. It was Chao Yuan, Shin Qingzhu, and Molly who were talking about the 4 verses left by Su Ming last night. Molly said with great pride, by comprehending Instructor Su's poem, my spiritual power is almost at the Chuan realm. Instructor Su is really a tall man who doesn't show his face. It's a blessing to have such an instructor. Shin Qingzhu chewed his gum and said contemptuously, Humph, I've made the most progress. I'm already in the Chuan realm. Oh, I'm the proudest cadet of Instructor Su. Shin Qingzhu felt like he was floating. He could fly. If it wasn't for the shocking ruins monument suppressing his forbidden ruins, now the high and low would have to demonstrate to everyone that the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins of the Were realm, Jimin. So, after realizing that he had stepped into the Chuan realm, Shin Qingzhu was so bullish that he looked at everyone as if they were looking at trash. A strong aura filled the entire cafeteria, and after hearing Shin Qingzhu's words, all the recruits were stunned beyond belief. That's a horrible thing to say. Shin Qingzhu, is 239 people, the first step into the Chuan realm of recruits it. Their group of new recruits had all more or less realized something yesterday, but none of them were as perverted as Shin Xingju. You're going straight to Chuan, aren't you? Therefore, after learning that Shin Xingju was so powerful, all the recruits cast incomparably envious gazes at Shin Xingju. Seeing Shin Xingju, he became the center of attention in the eyes of the recruits. Lin Qiye was very unconvinced as he took half a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing, secretly resolved to raise his spiritual power realm. Won't disgrace Master Summing. Looking at Shin Xingju's incomparably dejected appearance, Chao Yuan silently read a sentence. Amit ba. Then, a large meat packet was taken out, and a small bottle containing wine. He chanted in a low voice. Wine and meat go through the heart, but Buddha stays in the heart. That smells good. Chao Yuan said. I don't care. But if I want to compete, I will absolutely accompany you to the end, and I absolutely cannot lose face in front of your honorable instructor Su Ming. Now Chao Yuan was comfortable. The golden sword intent law in his hand could save him from nightmares and the burning of black flames. So, in order to get one step closer to Su Ming, he went through a lot of trouble to get a little bit of wine, tasted it and it was awesome. Chao Yuan was even mimicking Su Ming's ing demeanor. Originally, Shin Xingju was already hated enough. And now even the Chao thieves were deluded enough to try to snatch the seat of Lin Qiye's shut-in great disciple. Lin Qiye was furious. He slammed his big hand on the table in an attempt to shock the crowd and remind Shin Xingju and Chao Yuan that Su Ming's shut-in great disciple, Lin Qiye, was here. Don't you dare. He took a large meat packet directly and put it in his mouth and chewed it. However, it didn't make much of a splash, and no one cared about him. Looking at Tug's very dejected appearance, looking at his wife, Molly, with disdain. Looking at the Chao thief who had a legitimate reason to sneak a drink, Chubby Bailey couldn't stand it anymore. To take it out on the housemates, Chubby Time clumsily climbed onto the table without saying a word. Grabbing two large buns in one hand and eating them, he calmly took out a seal with one hand. The seal gleamed in Chubby's hands and shone beyond measure. This moment, everyone shut up, even Shin Xingju and Chao Yuan. They were envious to death. Mud, what a lucky dead fat pig. Does Instructor Su Ming have some kind of handle on this kid? Or else what gives him such a powerful forbidden object? That's why recruits are so envious they can't wait to get up there and fight for it. Knife in hand. Follow me. Kill the fat man. Grab the seal. Just as the pack's eyes were green and itching to go up and fight for it, a whistle sounded like a sharp arrow in the heart of the recruits. Stop their banditry and assemble. Run fast. So, a bunch of recruits rushed to the training ground. On the martial arts stage, it's Instructor Han again who is teaching today. Han Yuri is full of confidence today. He had watched the previous video of the knife fight with Lin Qiye 1,000 times, and even personally called his teacher, Chen Mai, inquiring teacher, to what extent is my senior brother Lin Qiye's sword technique considered? After learning about Lin Qiye's weakness at Chen Mai, Instructor Han's confidence doubled. So this time, Instructor Han couldn't wait to wipe the slate clean. After the 239 recruits had assembled, Instructor Han pretended first. Next, I'm going to teach everyone the advanced blade technique. Still teaching the same way as before. Have someone spar with me. Instructor Han's words had just fallen. Molly then stood up. Mo dagger sect Molly, please enlighten me. Chao Yuan had been drinking and stood up a bit dazed. Chao Yuan requests to hold the sword. Shin Xingju disdainfully cut and lazily stood up. Bailey Chubby directly put the seal, proudly pinned to his chest, also raised his hand to ask for a match. Instructor Han is numb, tied. This bunch of monsters, perverts. Today, he only came prepared for Lin Qiye, so he told everyone to sit down. Picked only Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was naturally not false to Instructor Han. Besides, he had been working hard, not afraid, and so, the two men began their battle against each other. Hanli practiced 4 slashes that had no regularity, causing Lin Qiye, who had been training in a stereotypical manner, to eat his words. At this moment, everyone froze. I can't imagine that the top student, Lin Qiye, has fallen. Lin Qiye himself was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Instructor Han immediately suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw that he had really made Lin Qiye deflated and succeeded in his pretense. A serious education up. Lin Qiye, your blade, it has a form in vein, but no soul. To be honest, you're not very talented with a sword. Of course, I'm not singling you out. You might know a path that suits you better. Lin Qiye was confused. Looking at the knife in his hand, he fell into a daze. Can't figure it out. Could it be that I should be practicing my sword? Instructor Han waved his hand repeatedly. That's not what I meant. Lin Qiye clapped his hands. Got it. I'll be practicing my sword from now on. Han Yuri Ushio. For the sake of pretending, I seem to have ruined a good seed. Afternoon. The groundbreaking, surprisingly, was taught by Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming teaching, all the recruits all stood upright and looked at Su Ming with incomparable respect. Even Shin Xingzhu, a prick, stood upright. And in the entire barracks, Tug was the only one who stood upright. Anyone standing guard has to give Tug a thumbs up. However, what the recruits got in return for all this effort was a lethargic look from Su Ming. He lifted the bottle of wine tons and tons and tons and drank a lot, leaving only a few drunken words. The way begins with one's own heart, and it is only when one acts forthrightly, followed by enlightenment, that the way is truly one's own. No one can know and no one can take. There is always a limit to what one can do. And rather than clinging to the idea of entering the way alone as the highest, why not follow one's own heart? A sword with the intention of green clouds, a pot of wine in the ferry. He then sat down and continued to drink. Ton 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 ton. Recruits. W, 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 W. Ah, what's the matter with you? This is not even close to awe. Just as the crowd of recruits were confused, Lin Chia suddenly came to his senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master Summing is telling me this alone? I am enlightened. Sword and sword two-way. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 109, Lin Chia, this is truly my own Dao. Boot camp. On the martial arts stage, Su Ming, who was an instructor, casually said a few drunken words before finding a comfortable position to sit down and continue drinking. Ton 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 ton. Leaving behind the dumbfounded recruits, and the dumbfounded other instructors, all instructors, including Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, all standing in the monitoring room. A pair of big, puzzled eyes stared dead at the monitor screen. Don't understand what Sumin is doing? What a profound thing to say. They, the instructors, can't understand it, and expect the recruits to understand it? Isn't that teaching nonsense? Hong Hao and Han Li are all up. As instructors, their professionalism prompted them, so they wanted to impeach Su Ming to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. No, how can there be a Su Ming you teach a trainee like this? Isn't this pure misandry? Han Yuri couldn't even look at it. No, Brother Ming, you're even more misguided and pitiless than I am. Damn it, I've delayed Lin Chia alone. You've directly delayed 238 recruits. I'll go. Revenge. Are you getting back at me? For the sake of Lin Chia alone, you directly messed up teaching 238 individuals? Don't. I'll buy you a drink later. Don't you dare delay the future of these recruits. At this moment, Han Li, his face slightly red, thought that he had intruded and thought that Su Ming was helping Lin Chia out. So, Instructor Han stayed silent. At this point, Zhao Kongchang, who was the deputy chief instructor, only dared to stare at the screen dumbfounded, not daring to say anything more. Although Zhao Kongchang had thought of Su Ming teaching people to be outrageous, he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. It is really outrageous to open the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the home. Even as little brother Ming's oldest brother, Zhao Kongchang was more or less puzzled by Su Ming's approach. Hey, teach like this and sooner or later something will happen. At this moment, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang also looked puzzled, and a bit of sullenness had developed in his eyes. There was no doubt about Su Ming's strength, but teaching students like this was unheard of. I paid Su Ming for nothing, paid for 100 boxes of Mao Tai for nothing. A whole million. You're not going to get it? So Ming, is this how you repay my kindness? Yuan Gang was enraged and angry. The tiger's body shook, and his hands slammed hard on the table. Snap! Desktop instantly appeared some cracks. Visible this time. Yuan Gang is really angry. Seeing that Yuan Gang was angry, Hong Hao hurriedly chimed in. Don't be angry, Chief, or I'll go knock out Instructor Su Ming. It's so unbelievable to teach people like that. Han Li didn't dare to speak, but only dared to nod frantically in agreement with Hong Hao's words. The rest of the group of instructors, who didn't dare to say anything more, were. Even the chief was angry, and none of them dared to speak for Su Ming. There was only Zhao Empyrean City. When he saw that everyone was ready to fall on their swords and say bad things about Su Ming, he had a brainstorm and a big hand on the table too. Snap! Keep watching. There's a lesson to be learned. We have to trust Su Ming. Zhao Kongqing's words caused the other instructors to be shocked, feeling that old Zhao was looking for death, sending his own black hat over for Chief Yuan Gang to remove. Hong Hao and Han Li are both stunned and, old Zhao, why are you so impulsive? And sing against the head of the department? Yuan Gang was also shocked in his heart and frowned. The eyes were the same as a tiger's eyes, carrying an endless pressure as they stared at Zhao Kongqing. And Zhao Empyrean City also frowned and wore a strange expression. The palms of the hands were red because they had just been slapped so hard. Ouch! Just when Lao Zhao was about to show his face. Next, A voice came out of the monitor screen. Just see the picture. Lin Chia shouted. I'm enlightened. Those 3 words instantly made him the center of attention for the recruits and instructors. Even Su Ming, who was blatantly touching the fish and drinking and teaching perfunctorily, raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Chia. Su Ming's heart carried a bit of doubt and surprise attached to it. Enlightened? Lin Chia, what have you realized? I'll just read a few random lines and muddle through. It's normal to not understand. Are you really enlightened? Well, kind of looking forward to it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chia looked very confident. He calmly walked over to the weapon rack, holding the star blade in one hand and removing a wooden sword with the other. He then went to a stake and began to fill his cup. Learn from Suman to say something profound and pretentious first. Endless storms that evoke the deepest urges of my heart. Thank you, Master. With that said, Lin Chia's eyes flashed as he made use of his latest comprehension of the dual line of swords. He was seen walking like a ghost, and no one could spy on him. Then, Lin Chia flashed out his sword and saber. A white thread of silk shone as the swords drew perfect arcs together. Dissolve with the butterflies, phantoms of old. As all the recruits stared in disbelief, Lin Chia was like a fluttering butterfly, agile and mysterious. The swords came out in unison. Lord! Snap! With a crunching sound, the stake was sliced in two, and the cut was incredibly smooth. This move with the sword and the sword was incomparably subtle. A very skillful offense. Looking directly at the crowd of recruits, even the instructors watching the surveillance felt that Lin Chia's slash was marvelous. Even Instructor Han had to clap his hands and say, good swordplay, only to see a surprised gleam in Lin Chia's eyes even after his successful demonstration. He very handsomely put away his sword and said in Su Ming's tone, follow your heart, follow your blade, to act in a straightforward manner and follow it to enlightenment. This is truly my own Tao. Thank you, Master. Lin Chia was very proud, and with excited hot tears in his eyes, he looked toward Su Ming. Su Ming was quite happy in his heart when he saw that Lin Chia had really come to his senses. It's best this way, everyone saves trouble. But Lin Chia openly calling himself master was more or less inappropriate. So Su Ming waved his hand and reminded Lin Chia, during training, call me instructor. Lin Chia nodded frantically in a well-behaved manner. Yes, thank you Instructor Su. Seeing that Lin Chia had become enlightened and gained Su Ming's approval after hearing a few words from him, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Moli couldn't sit still. They immediately closed their eyes and became enlightened. Although he didn't understand it very well, he just forcefully comprehended it and couldn't lose to Lin Chia. Bailey Chubby looked at the three closed eyes, also closed his eyes. With the crowd no shame. The other recruits, immediately following suit, hurriedly closed their eyes and became enlightened. At this moment, the entire recruit training field was silent, and to the astonishment of all the instructors, all 238 recruits, all of them were enlightened, because on them, there were wisps of golden light flickering. All of the recruits felt again. The powerful spiritual aura of the recruits was felt even by the instructors who were far away in the monitoring room, and each of them were all dumbfounded. One of them froze as if he were a monk in 2 feet, puzzled. No, that's okay, right? All the new recruits have gotten stronger under Su Ming's inexplicable teachings? At this moment, even Zhao Kongcheng, who stood out to speak for Su Ming, was dumbfounded. I succeeded in pretending? Under the shameful gazes of the group of instructors, and under Yuan Gang's approving gaze, Zhao Kongqing felt awesome. Mistakenly, I helped Su Ming to say something, and the result was very fruitful, and in front of all the instructors. It was awesome. Cool. Hong Hao and Han Li were both secretly staggered, admiring Zhao Kongqing's unique vision, worthy of being the deputy chief instructor. The two sneak a thumbs up for him. Awesome, deputy chief instructor. Meanwhile, Su Ming was also quite happy to see that the recruits had all realized something after he casually said and taught them. Teaching people, was it that easy? Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll do it. Tun 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 dash. A bottle of Mao Zi gone went down, and Su Ming's ears rang with the system's wonderful beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drinking a bottle of wine and adding 2,000 points of permanent mental strength. Without waiting for Su Ming to continue drinking, the system's beep once again sounded in his ears. Ding! Attention host. System mission about to begin. Meet with Nyx and fulfill her needs. Rewarded with 1,000 points of permanent mental power and 39 years of cultivation by the Wine Sword Immortal. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 110, Yuan Gang, my precarious position as chief instructor. System mission alert? Su Ming glanced at the system panel, requiring himself to fulfill the needs of the goddess of darkness. Nyx. Su Ming hadn't figured out what the need was until now? I 1/2. Would it be too much? Forget it. Doesn't matter. We'll see tonight. As for now, have a few more drinks when you can. Look at the new trainees on stage. How hard they work. With Lin Chia comprehending the dual line of swords and knives in front of him, the other new trainees, one by one, were not willing to lag behind and all began to close their eyes to comprehend. Whether one understands it or not, one is forced to close one's eyes and start comprehending it. The cadets were working so hard, and as an instructor himself, he had to work hard too. Drink more, get stronger, keep getting stronger. His ultimate goal, Su Ming, was to fight for his cousin and third uncle, to become a supreme god and return to his hometown with his clothes on his back. So, Su Ming continued to lift the bottle of wine, ton, and with a genius like Lin Chia endorsing it, comprehending the double line of swords and knives in front of all the instructors who stared at the monitor and watched, all thought that this was Su Ming's special teaching method, and one by one, they all felt that Su Ming was too much. Yuan Gang couldn't help but applaud in his heart, admiring Su Ming's teaching style and Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan's decision, letting Su Ming be the instructor. Commander Yi, you are really wise. Not only has Lin Chia comprehended the dual line of swords, there were 238 other recruits, all of whom realized something. The results of this kind of teaching have brightened Yuan Gang's eyes. He looked at the recruits who were all scrambling for comprehension, and Yuan Gang nodded. Su Ming's teaching methods are truly unheard of, very effective, and worth promoting. Yuan Gang's words made Han Hao, Han Li, and the others dumbfounded. No, sir, although Su Ming teaches this way and it's very effective, but let's teach it this way. It can really lead people to the ditch. Don't ever. At this moment, Yuan Gang carefully watched the way the group of recruits comprehended in the monitor screen. It also suddenly struck me that what I had just said was a bit wrong, because the new trainees on the screen were all relying on the golden light on their hands to start comprehending. On their hands, they still have the auspicious momentum left behind when they touched Su Ming's sword yesterday, under the effect of these wisps of the law of the sword. And then a few words from Soman to go with it. It was only then that the 238 recruits, after Lin Chia, more or less realized. Therefore, Yuan Gang also saw that what was really powerful was not this set of teaching methods, but Su Ming. The really great one is Su Ming. It was at this moment, looking at the group of recruits who had become stronger, that Yuan Gang felt that his money had not been spent in vain, and that he had not paid for Su Ming's drinks for nothing. The whole afternoon was rewarding for Su Ming and the trainees. Su Ming drank 2 cases and harvested a whole 24,000 points of permanent mental power. Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, Mo Li, and the other recruits all had a sense of their forbidden ruins. Lin Chia, in particular, felt that not only was his understanding of the mortal dust divine realm deeper, but even his understanding of the Starry Night Dancer had deepened. The most exaggerated has to be hundreds of miles of fat. Under the effect of that seal, Chubby became the prettiest boy in the room, with all the forbidden things on his body, all upgraded, gained even more powerful abilities, covered in gold, like gold-plated, at a glance as a rich kid. This made Chubby Bailey the envy of 238 recruits. The only one who wasn't envious was Molly, grimacing. Che, rich kid. Instructor Su must have looked away and cheapened this fat pig. After some afternoon study sessions, all the recruits got stronger. Su Ming's first lesson reached more results than the other instructors reached in a month. This made all the instructors, all of them, break their defenses. Straight up can't stand it. When did it become so easy to teach people? The point is, Su Ming he did what? Nothing. When training started in the afternoon, he, Su Ming, pushed a few words in the opening ceremony and kept on drinking without stopping for an afternoon. How can you teach recruits well like that? But it's the recruits who are working on their own and getting the most results on the side. The other instructors beat, scolded, and scared the hell out of the recruits with all their effort and hard work. And the result was that the recruits could only improve a little bit, and Su Ming only showed up, casually fooled around with a couple of words, and then he went to drink himself, letting the recruits go to self-study and comprehend on their own. And as a result, the recruits were incomparably competitive and progressed a billion points. Billion flyer. Where is this going to be justified? Was this a case of Su Ming teaching well? Or were the recruits just too competitive? So hard to review. Yuan Gang and the other instructors were collectively silent. An afternoon spent with the instructors' skepticism, looking at the new trainees who were already late in the day, who hadn't drunk a mouthful of water and whose stomachs were rumbling with hunger, and who were each still scrambling to make an effort. Yuan Gang was a little heartbroken. He led the crowd of instructors, walked out onto the training field and, after giving a thumbs up to the drunken Su Ming, he told the recruits to disband and go to the cafeteria for dinner. As a result, the chief instructor let loose, and none of the recruits listened, all of them struggling to comprehend, training hard, and forgetting their exhaustion. This surprised all the instructors. It also made Chief Instructor Yuan Gang lose face. So Hong Hao roared and told the recruits to gather, obey, and be dismissed. Who knew that still no one listened to him? And Tug even disliked him. We are soldiers. It's Instructor Su who's training us now, and we only listen to Instructor Su now. With Drag taking the lead, Li Jia and the others started to dislike Hong Hao as well. That's right, we only obey Instructor Su's orders now. Yes, we have to be disciplined. We'll keep training without Instructor Su's orders. Right. Before Instructor Su says dismissal, we must continue training. Hong Hao was dumbfounded. Shin Xingju, you prick, what are you pretending? Yuan Gang also dumbfounded. I throw. The chief instructor put words you all do not listen. Want to rebel? At this moment, Su Ming stood up and spoke in a cloudy manner. Dismissed. With Su Ming's order, the recruits immediately stood in unison. After lining up neatly, and under the command of Tug, they walked to the cafeteria with a proper step. Looking at such neat, well-trained recruits, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the rest of the instructors were all dumbfounded, frozen in place like statues. This is truly the best ING class they have ever led. After some emotion, Yuan Gang felt threatened. None of them listened to me. They listened to Su Ming. Well, my precarious position as chief instructor. Zhao Kongchen looked at Yuan Gang, who had a stunned face, and looked at the instructors, who had a dumbfounded face, and laughed in his heart. Ha ha, my brother Su Ming. It's true. Let Chief Instructor Yuan Gang do it now. In the future, the position of Chief Instructor of the Dixia recruits, it's none other than Yua. In Yuan Gang's stunned eyes, in Hong Hao's and Han Li's marvelous gazes, and under Zhao Kongqing's complimentary gesture, Su Ming went back to his dormitory. A few more cases of booze, and it's time to face Nyx, the goddess of the night. The time has come to truly face the gods. I wonder what it's like to face the gods with the strength you have now. I don't know why, but there's always the feeling of meeting the apprentice's parents and being weirdly shy. Into the night, Lin Chiye entered the asylum of the gods. Meet Mother Nyx. Under Li Yifei's attentive care, Nyx's healing progress bar came to 48%. This surprised Lin Chiye, and after some understanding, he knew that Li Yifei had used just one trick, chatting with heartfelt words. Chatting? Lin Chiye remembered Su Ming's teachings. That scene was so vivid in his mind that Lin Chiye tried to use Su Ming's tone to communicate with Nyx. After accompanying Nyx for a meal, Nyx's healing progress, surprisingly, came to 51%. I'll go. Worthy of Master Su Ming's words. Awesome. After obtaining the new Divine Ruin, Supreme Darkness Erosion, Lin Chiye took Nyx out of the mental hospital. Under the shroud of night, the two men left the boot camp from the roof of the dormitory building and made their way to the old town. Due to Nyx's use of divine power, it made Yuan Gang's face suddenly change, his eyes glaring round, and Su Ming felt it too, carrying a bottle of wine and slowly walking towards the recruits' dormitory. Come on, let's see what the goddess of the night needs. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 111, I have fought a lifetime of war, can't I enjoy it? Inside the boot camp, a terrifying black night divine power filled the air and spread out within the camp. Yuan Gang, the chief instructor with the strongest strength, was the first to feel it. As the divine power swept around him, the powerful pressure caused Yuan Gang's scalp to go numb and his hands and feet to go limp. It's not right. 10 out of 12 is not right. Pa dash. Yuan Gang, whose face suddenly changed, the teacup in his hand, directly slid to the ground and fell into 10 pieces. And Ima only needed to make a move. But Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had much more to think about. He jerked up from his seat and turned his head to the roof of the dormitory building, his eyes glaring round. Incredibly shocking. Yuan Gang, Isla Dodo, family, there are gods in the training camp? And also very powerful gods, the kind that made him, Yuan Gang, sweating, couldn't fight. After a long time of tangled hesitation in his spot, he still grabbed the star sword hanging above his bed and dashed towards the recruits' dormitory like lightning. The night was as cool as water, and the lingering aura of the gods made Yuan Gang feel a numbness in his scalp. Geez, what kind of scary god came out of the camp? Can't get it right. Yuan Gang dragged out a long residual shadow under the night sky and dialed a phone number for Xiaopinga as he ran. At this time, Xiaopinga and Vice Commanders Wuqing had already arrived in Guangshan City, where the Bailey Group was located. They said they were going to raid the house, in order to get good wine for Su Ming. In fact, it was also a matter of finding a reason that Yifan couldn't even refuse and forcing a vacation. Due to the warm climate in Guangshan City, Xiaopinga changed into blue beachwear and flip-flops, very casual and cozy. with a cynical look. Even Zhuoqing, who was beside him, took off his tie and changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, which was a bit more casual, but still maintained a serious look. It can't be helped. Canton and Shenzhen. It's too hot. The two decided to find a place to pinch their feet before they went to the Bailey Group to raid the house, wash off the dust of the journey, and after a good feel of the customs of Guangshan City, then go to the Bailey family to copy the house. It just so happens that nearby, there is a very formal foot bath store. Ordered the 66th and 88th technician, lying on the comfortable massage bed, waiting to enjoy some time. Yuan Gang's call arrived. Hello? Xiaopinga very lethargically answered the phone. Thought Yuan Gang couldn't handle the recruits and came to ask for help. He was very pleased and very eager to roar. Yuan Gang, now you tell me who it is, who you can't live without. He. However, without waiting for Xiaopinga to taunt Yuan Gang, on the other end of the phone, came Yuan Gang's very serious voice. Captain, something's wrong. Hearing Yuan Gang's voice so solemn, Xiaopinga immediately sat up, curbed his cynical attitude, and sank a sentence. What's going on? Cangnan City. A power fluctuation of a god has just appeared inside the training camp. Gods? Xiaopinga frowned slightly, and Zhuoqing on the side also sat up with a serious expression. Which god? At this point, Technician 66 and Technician 88, carrying a wooden basin, waddled in at the same time, rushing towards Xiaopinga and Zhuoqing. He bowed politely at the same time. Hello guest, we are podiatrists from Red Romance Foot Spa. I'm 66. I'm number 88. May I ask if the guest will have a foot bath first, or a foot massage? Two mature and sensual older sisters with great voices and standard and professional smiles on their faces. Podiatry. They are professionals. At this moment, there was a 5-second silence on the end of the Soppinger phone. Subsequently, Yuan Gang's stormy voice came through. Captain, you're stepping out of your mind. Where are you? You're alone, stepping on a horse and calling 2 technicians. Not afraid to scare the hell out of people? Don't even yell at me. With a face of embarrassment, Xiaopinga waved his hand, signaling the 2 elder sisters to go out first. On one side, Zhuoqing rushed at Xiaopinga, gesturing frantically and making countless silencing motions. Xiaopinga gave Zhuoqing an okay sign back. Yuan Gang, my brother has fought all his life. Can't he enjoy himself? Besides, brother to Guangshan trip. This is not to help you try this side of the mechanic's strength. When the intensive training is over, brother will treat you to a foot bath every day. Okay, down to business. On Yuan Gang's side, after a moment of silence, he immediately said with a straight face, good. Concerning this god, I still don't know who it is, but that scent, it doesn't seem to match any of the gods known today. My guess is that this would be a god that has never been observed by us. After listening to Yuan Gang's analysis, Xiaopinga was silent for a moment and began to think about what to do. At this moment, Zhuoqing's mouth owes a sentence. Why don't we report it? Yuan Gang blurred heard it and immediately questioned a sentence. Captain, there's someone beside you? Fine. You took someone else to soak their feet. No love, right? Revolutionary friendship forgotten. Right. Xiaopinga hurriedly gestured a silencing motion at Zhuoqing and explained to Yuan Gang. No, you misheard me. It was the mechanic who asked me. People say, hello, take a bath? People ask me if I want to take a bath. Guangshan dialect. You don't understand. Yuan Gang had already run to the dormitory building at the moment and found the place where the divine power was the most concentrated. And he didn't bother to pursue these trivial matters with Xiaopinga and asked in a pinpoint manner. Captain, what to do? Xiaopinga coughed lightly and said seriously as well. Don't do anything rash. I'll report back to the commander-in-chief right now and see if we can mobilize one of the human ceilings over there. If it's too late for support, then immediately organize a rapid evacuation of the recruits. If it's an evil god, everything, leave it to Su Ming. With Su Ming's strength, he is definitely capable of beheading gods. But, all of you and the new recruits there will tie his hands. Yuan Gang nodded. Yes. After hanging up the phone, his figure was like the wind as he darted upwards along the vertical dormitory building wall, reaching the location where Lin Chiye and Nyax had previously stood. At this moment, a group of instructors followed suit and arrived at the recruits' dormitory. The faces of Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the others all wore grave colors, as if they were facing a great enemy. In the distance, there was also a staggering figure with a sword in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. It was none other than Su Ming. After Yuan Gang saw Su Ming appear on the roof of the building, the big stone in his heart sort of fell to the ground. Peace of mind. The person also relaxed and sat down on the steps to smoke a cigarette and keep the pressure on. Downstairs, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li and the other instructors of the seeing Yuan Gang sitting on the roof of the building, calmly smoking, one was very impressed. Not bad for a chief instructor. To remain calm after detecting the aura of a god. Awesome. The next second, however, they then smelled the smell of alcohol wafting in the distance and saw Su Ming's swaying figure. At this moment, it's only then that they'll know. Oops, I admired the wrong person. So Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, seeing that Su Ming has appeared, has lightened up. Yeah, or else the Chief Instructor would have taken the stairs just now and wouldn't have been in a hurry to get to the wall. That said, it's so reassuring to have Brother Ming here. That's right, whatever god he is, there's nothing to fear. We have Su Ming who can even topple the masked squad with a single sword and destroy an ancient demon god of the Klein realm with a single sword. When God comes, he must also respectfully shout, Brother Xiaoming is mighty. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 112 Nyx is sick. Supreme darkness erosion, annihilates everything. Guangshan City, red romantic foot spa. Xiaopingge reported to Yifan with a serious face that unknown gods had appeared in Cangnan City. When Yifan learned of this, he immediately sent out the local army and one of the human ceilings. Fu Zi, after communicating and deploying with his superiors, Xiaopingge lowered his head, very worried about Yuan Gang. Zhou Qing bit his lip, jumped down from the bed, and patted Xiaopingge's shoulder. If you're so worried, why don't we go to Cangnan first and see if the plagiarism is slowed down? Xiaopingge shook his head and stood up, stretching, his face regaining its cynical expression. He told Lefty Green to go back to lying down and clapped his hands. Sisters, come in, and proceed with the music and the dance. Zhou Qing, boot camp, Yuan Gang, who was sitting on the roof of the dormitory building, was very relieved to see Su Ming appear and had time to think. What kind of god has appeared to make the night so rich and cold? Is it a god with the attribute of darkness? Why did it appear on top of the dormitory building? Did it have something to do with the recruits? Could it be that the gods have their eye on whoever is in this group of recruits? Ah yes. Look at the monitors. Look at the locators. Look at this group of recruits. Who's missing? Just as Yuan Gang finished a cigarette, he was about to ask Hong how to check out the positioning of the new recruits. A trembling divine power spread out once again. If anything, the nocturnal divine power that had previously pervaded the training camp was just sweat-inducing. Now then, the divine power that appeared in front of his eyes caused his divine soul to tremble a little. When the sense of oppression subsided, what appeared before Yuan Gang's eyes was a beautiful woman in a black veil and starched dress with a noble temperament. She grabbed a young man's wrist and emerged together. Without waiting to take a closer look at her stunning face, she fell to her knees under Nyx's skirt. The person standing beside her really surprised Yuan Gang. Lin Chie? He, my new recruit, kidnapped by the gods? Swish. Ignoring the monstrous sense of divine oppression, Yuan Gang directly sheathed his star sword. Since his teeth were chattering, the sound he made was a bit raspy, resembling the rubbing of a piece of wood. Dare to touch my soldiers, looking for death. Under the dark vault of the sky, Yuan Gang held his sword and stared at Nyx dead in the face. It's scary, though. I'm panicked as hell. But to protect his soldiers, he dared to wield his sword against the gods. The light blue sharp blade, emitting a cold light, reflected into the bright eyes of Nyx, the goddess of the night. Hearing the sound of a straight sword being sheathed, and the threatening voice of Nyx turned around in surprise and looked at Yuan Gang. After seeing Yuan Gang slowly approaching, his body releasing a strong spiritual power, Nyx's face recovered its icy coldness. Daring to flash his sword at him proved that the visitor was not good. So, Nyx similarly released his divine power and returned the favor like a little child. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying divine aura spread out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire Cangnan city. Nyx's face was as heavy as water. His eyes just swept Yuan Gang, a strand of suffocating terror, all but pressed on Yuan Gang's heart. It made Yuan Gang's scalp tingle and shudder, almost making him unable to withstand it and die a violent death. The spread of the divine power of the goddess of darkness caused the group of instructors downstairs in the dormitory to also feel as if they were stabbed in the back and terrified. Gods! Truly the gods have appeared. Zhao Kongchang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors, all wanted to go up and help, but an unspeakably oppressive aura fell on everyone's shoulders, as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, and they couldn't even draw their swords. The legs were even as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. All the instructors, who could only wear stunned expressions, froze below, watching the goddess of darkness, judging Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Even the instructors couldn't make a move, let alone the recruits who were sleeping in their sleep. Other than Xin Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Molly, who were the strongest, The other recruits had long since been stunned by Nyx's divine power. The sober Tug, Chow Thief, and Molly might as well be stunned at this moment, because they got goosebumps that wouldn't go away for a long time, and stayed in a state of unknown terror, scared to death. Only Bailey Chubby, holding the seal that Su Ming gave him, slept very peacefully and comfortably as if he was nothing. The seal emitted golden ripples, on which swam the laws of the Sword Immortal, protecting Chubby Bailey, and Nyx's divine power couldn't hurt him for a single minute. At this moment, on top of the dormitory building, Yuan Gang resisted the pressure and carried the Star Sword as he continued to approach, and the coldness in Nyx's eyes grew even colder. She raised her head and opened her 5 fingers, preparing to release, to darkness erosion. Just by opening his 5 fingers, even Lin Xie felt a monstrous sense of oppression. Only then did Lin Xie realize that the power of a god was so terrifying. Seeing that his mother was about to get real, Lin Xie hurriedly stopped Nyx and whispered, "Mother, one of our own, one of our own." Nyx froze, some surprise flashed in his eyes, and his divine power instantly weakened a lot. And at this moment, Yuan Gang, who could hardly bear it anymore, finally stopped. He panted heavily, thinking that if Su Ming didn't make a move, he would have to explain himself here. But it was precisely because he had Su Ming as his backing that Yuan Gang dared to pretend to be a cup. He straightened his back and pretended to speak calmly. Dasha Vigilance Deputy Leader of Squad 006 in Shanjing City. Yuan Gang, now please, let go of him, let go of him, let go of Danadus, let go of my son. No way, absolutely not. Nyx, the goddess of the night, is mentally ill again, thinking that Yuan Gang is trying to rob her son, and instantly storms out. She opened her arms, and the monstrous darkness transformed into a pair of wings that covered the sky, a terrifying killing intent raging. In this moment, a majestic and terrifying pressure, like the sky collapsing into the earth, instantly stirred like a tidal wave in Cangnan City. Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li, and other instructors, as well as sober recruits like Tug, Chao Yuan, and Molly, even Lin Xie, who was standing beside Nyx, all felt their hearts, as if they had stopped beating, as the monstrous divine might fell. They felt like their organs were injured, their souls were cracked, and their bones were about to be dissolved. It's not just them, even the armies heading for the boot camp, and the husbandmen traveling over the river, felt pressurized. They were all sweating a bit, wondering what horrible monster they were about to face. At this point in time, Yuan Gang, who felt that his hair was about to be taut and his life was about to perish, wanted to shout, "Su Ming, 100 boxes of fetch, hurry up and come save me." However, the monstrous dark divine power was too strong for Yuan Gang to do so with his mouth open, and Lin Xie, at the moment, he was also trying to persuade his mother, Nyx, to stop, but there was simply no controlling the offending Nyx anymore. Even if Lin Xie kept calling out her name, it didn't help. The monstrous fear didn't diminish in the slightest, and the entire Cangnan city was about to be enveloped by Nyx's black wings. Before everyone's eyes, all of them were black, about to be obliterated by the goddess of darkness, Nyx. Well, at the moment, Su Ming struck out. He was going to fulfill Nyx's needs and complete the system mission. In order to keep Nyx calm, Su Ming had to press Nyx's hostility down, only to see Su Ming with his hands behind his back, immediately using the Great River Sword intent. His entire body was like a sharp sword, easily piercing through the darkness, pierced the dark wings of Nyx. With sword intent as rushing and raging as a great river, Su Ming instantly repelled Nyx's Black Knight divine power. Countless long swords were like waterfalls, following Su Ming as he slowly advanced. Nyx's eyes were covered in shock as he felt his divine power being suppressed, still trying to fight back, but there was nothing to be done. The heart was filled with disbelief and resignation. Su Ming's Great River Sword intent was like an immortal, waving his hand to cover the sky. A foot in front of him is even more invincible. Nyx's blazing divine might erupted, still unable to fight against Su Ming. Nyx, whose divine power had been completely suppressed, ambled and knelt on the ground, his face pale and wet with cold sweat, unable to raise his head. The goddess of darkness, Nyx, was conquered by Su Ming's strength. Tap, tap. It was accompanied by the sound of running water, and the sound of crisp footsteps. Su Ming slowly approached Nyx. Each step he took was like stepping on the tip of her heart. Shocked and adored, it made her heart flutter. Under the moon, Su Ming, wearing a camouflage instructor's uniform and carrying a bottle of wine, took a step in front of Nyx. The eyes were cold and said, "Move him, ask me first." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 113, Su Ming shocks the Dark Goddess. I ask. You answer. The night is cool as water. Throughout the boot camp, silence reigned. The moment Su Ming appeared, hope lit up in the eyes of Yuan Gang, Lin Xie, Zhao Kongcheng, and Hong Hao. And when Su Ming said the 5 words move him, ask me first, Yuan Gang, Lin Xie, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the others had adoration in their eyes, without realizing it. Handsome by Su Ming. Even Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, such a manly, tough guy, was handsome by Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, who was wrapped up in the raging and surging sword intent. Looking at Su Ming, who was burdened with a majestic sword intent that crushed the blackness of the night. Looking at Su Ming, who towered over Nix and ignored him. Cool. So treadmill handsome. Tied. Almost bent by Su Ming. So damn handsome. Everyone's throat beads rolled hard and they swallowed a big gulp. Everyone was beyond shocked at this. Looking at Su Ming standing with his arms folded, his eyes deep and indifferent. He, easily overwhelming the blackness with the great river sword intent. He looked down on Nyax as if he was looking down on a small mole cricket. And at that moment, Nix, still pale and sweating, crouched on his knees, a pair of snow-white long legs, hidden in the black gauze star skirt. As the great river sword intent invaded, the black skirt fluttered with the wind. A touch of white was hidden. After realizing that she had offended a supreme god who was more powerful than her, Nix struggled to maintain a dignified air after raising her head with difficulty. A pair of beautiful eyes, incomparably shocked, looked at Su Ming in front of them. After detecting that Su Ming was only a human, the shock of the goddess of darkness, Nyax, was even greater. It was unbelievable. A human from the district of Daxia is so unbelievably strong. Not only is he so powerful, why is he so handsome? Even if he's so handsome, why does he have a smell that makes her feel so good? Nix's face turned a slight shade of red as she ambled to her knees, enjoying the moment of pleasure immensely. Her spirit also regained its peace, and the supreme darkness erosion around her slowly faded away, returning the world to its original color. Seeing that the goddess of darkness, Nyax, had returned to normal, Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xie, and the others, all breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they had been taught the divine power of Nyax, and it scared the hell out of them. Once the gods go berserk, the whole of Daxia will suffer. Not to mention Yuan Gang and the others couldn't stop it. Not even the human ceiling. The mere fact that Nix was angry made the entire bootcamp's hearts and souls tremble with fear. Once she stormed out, it would be a terrifying existence that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Yuan Gang, who was facing the gods directly and felt an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. I thought I was going to have to give an account of myself today and was regretting that I had not written my last words. Luckily, Su Ming stepped in. That's okay. Using Su Ming's 100 boxes of Mao Tai, in exchange for a life. This 1 million spent. Really worth it. Yuan Gang gently caressed his little heart and looked at Su Ming's back with great horror and gratitude. It was inconceivable that Su Ming could even suppress a god. Just how strong was he? Worthy of being Daxia's secret weapon. The commander's top secret. Zhao Empyrean City was downstairs, holding the star sword with envy. Worthy of Su Ming, out of the blue. Everyone present was not qualified to make a move in this kind of divine fight scene. Real name envy of Su Ming's strength now. He's so handsome. Hey, when will my old Zhao awaken a forbidden ruin and play handsome too? Hong Hao, Han Li, and a group of instructors were now dumbfounded, staring stonily at what was happening on the roof of the building. It was as if a shocking wave had been set off in his heart, and he could not be calmed for a long time. It's so strong. Mingo, that's a goddess. Oh, supreme god of Greece. A sword can make the goddess of the night kneel. Awesome big time. Little Ming brother, Lin Xie, who stood beside Nyax and witnessed all of this in its entirety, was already stunned. His heart at this moment, moreover, set off monstrous waves. Mountainous tsunami general, for a long time cannot be calm. Shocking. It's so shocking. Originally, I thought that the supreme darkness erosion that I learned from my mom was already powerful, but I didn't realize that my mom was even more powerful when she cast it with her divine power. What I didn't expect the most is that Master Su Ming is even more powerful than my mom. Much more powerful. I'll go. One move makes my mom kneel down in seconds. Master Su Ming, just how strong are you? Luckily the one I studied under was Su Ming. I'm so discerning. Master. At this moment, Lin Xie's eyes were filled with a glow of admiration and respect when he looked at Su Ming. Meanwhile, in the dormitory building, Xin Xingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li, who had been in a state of shock and creepiness, finally regained their ease. After feeling a familiar sword intent stirring and buzzing above their heads, they were incomparably at peace, and a few of them fell back to sleep. With Instructor Su Ming out there, everything is fine. with Instructor Su Ming's hand. No matter who comes over, God comes to give you a raise. So soon, in the dormitory building, there was a loud snoring. After the shock, after the overstimulation, people do tend to get sleepy once their spirits are relaxed. And inside the 238 recruits, there was one man who slept peacefully from start to finish. That would be Chubby Time. In his arms, he held the Shao Seal, which had been enlightened by Su Ming, and had been sheltering him from the erosion of the divine power of the goddess of the night. He was very lucky to have a shield woven by the laws of sword intent around him, protecting him all the time. If Lin Chie, Tugger, Chow Thief, and Molly saw it, they would be furious and snatch that precious seal. The moment. Dormitory roof. Seeing Nyx, the goddess of night, regain her composure and remove her divine powers, Su Ming also slowly dissipated the great river sword intent, not going to affect the recruit's rest. He regained his relaxed demeanor and, with his right hand, he brought up the bottle of wine. Tun 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 tun. Looking at the incomparably handsome Su Ming, the incomparably dashing and drinking Su Ming, Nyx's face turned even redder, and her little heart puffed wildly. Her strange behavior made Lin Chie look puzzled. What's wrong with my mom? It's not going to happen again, is it? Hey, it seems that in the future, patients cannot be discharged easily. In order to ease the embarrassment, Nyx clasped his face with his hands and looked at Su Ming, saying seriously, "Good, I won't move him." You, who? Seeing that he had shocked the dark goddess, Su Ming also collected the fierce light in his eyes. At this moment, Nyx was simply well-behaved like a big sister next door. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Ming pretended that he didn't recognize Nyx. He said faintly, "Dasha Vigilance Squad 136 member in Cangnan City. Su Ming. Crew." Nyx froze, horrified. Where is the team member who suppressed the gods with one sword? Are all the members of Cangnan City's Squad 136 so terrifying? How many other monsters like you are there? Su Ming. That name. It's so nice. After Nyx's brainstorming, a blush reappeared on her face, and it was hard to hide her fondness for Su Ming. Su Ming frowned, wondering what Nyx was thinking. In order to avoid embarrassment and trouble, Su Ming went through the motions as a night watchman. He said seriously, "Now, I ask, you answer." Nyx nodded her head as nicely as a little girl. Name. Nyx. Come for what? Find the sun. These three words came out of Nyx's mouth, causing Yuan Gang and the others to freeze. Full of question marks, Lin Chie hurriedly explained awkwardly. What she means is, she's come for an agent. Yuan Gang and the others were stunned again. Still full of questions, Lin Chie spread his hands helplessly and continued to explain. She sought me out as an agent, and I, with my feet in two boats. Yuan Gang and the others were dumbfounded after hearing this. Dual god agents? Originally, I thought that this would be shocking enough, but I didn't realize that even more shocking was to come. Only to hear Su Ming ask in a cloudy voice, "Anything else?" This statement, too, is asking for the system. Subtextually, "Nyx, is there anything else you need?" Only Nyx said quickly, "Yes." "What is it?" "Honey, cuddle please." Su Ming's brows furrowed, and his heart was stunned beyond measure. "Ha, hugs. You're nuts." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 114, Su Ming being taken advantage of. Lin Chie, mind your mom. Husband? Ask for a hug? There was silence as Nyx's needs were stated. Yuan Gang and other people's hearts, like a meteorite smashed into the deep sea. In all people's hearts set off shocking waves in general, simply cannot calm down. Originally, Lin Chie had 2 feet in 2 boats, and the identity of a dual god agent was already enough to blow up. Now the black goddess of the night Nyx, Tube Su Ming called husband, begging for a hug. This Nima is simply the sky is falling off. In everyone's hearts, they all gave Su Ming a thumbs up. Yuan Gang, admirable. Su Ming, you even dare to sleep with the supreme goddess. Lin Chie, I lost. I have a dad. Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li and other instructors. I once admired 3 men. One was Su Xian, the second was Dong Yong, and the third was Ning Saixin. One dared to talk about snakes, one dared to talk about immortals, and the last one didn't even let go of ghosts. Until I saw you, I didn't realize that brother Xiaoming is the real man who dares to say God. Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors, along with Lin Chie, all looked at Nyx incredulously. That serious look doesn't look like a joke. Subsequently, everyone looked at Su Ming with a very tacit understanding. The soul of gossip, on fire, curious to death. The quizzical gaze seemed to question. Su Ming, when did you sleep with the goddess of darkness? Everyone's ears perked up, waiting for Su Ming's answer. And Su Ming, at this moment, He was also full of doubts and his heart was full of questions. Nix, what kind of crazy talk are you talking about? Don't accuse me falsely. Who is your husband? Who wants to cuddle with you? I have red tassels. At this moment, Nyx had already opened her snow-white arms and pounced on Su Ming. It really just begs for a hug. Su Ming dodged with a flash, precise anticipation, and nimbly dodged. He glared at Nyx with a knife-like gaze, then lifted the bottle and took a sharp gulp. The meaning is clear. He or she has no relationship with Nyx. No relationship, and it was explained to everyone. Don't listen to her. She's mentally ill. Psychosis? Lin Xie was very shocked. Master, how do you know that? Did you know I have the Asylum of the Gods? Yuan Gang also froze for a moment and instantly understood. I see. She's damaged in her godhood. Right. So she mistook Su Ming for Erebus. Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 you're right, Chief Instructor. At this moment, Nyx, seeing that he didn't jump into Su Ming's arms, tried again and continued to beg for a hug. However, Su Ming still maintained his firm attitude and did not hold. Seeing that Su Ming had rejected himself twice in a row, Nyx's glass heart shattered all over the place. An endless loneliness swept over her. Blackened. Nyx has blacked out. She lowered her head and once again fell into a violent state, unconsciously releasing the dark laws. That endless darkness, like a rushing river, swept across the entire Cangnan once again. Yuan Gang and Lin Xie, who were the closest, were so scared that their hair stood up. Both of them were filled with horror and didn't dare to make a sound. Don't even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Yuan Gang is puzzled to death. Where is the ruins monument? And is it not useful at all to the goddess of darkness? Nyx? Lin Xie also rushed to persuade her mother to calm down. But the blackened Nyx couldn't be persuaded at all. In his heart, he regretted bringing Nyx out and causing so much trouble for everyone. Meanwhile, only then did Lin Xie realize the true strength of Nyx. It turns out that Nyx, in his blackened and stormed state, is the strongest. Yuan Gang and the others felt the drastic changes around them, and in the blink of an eye, they were wrapped in blackness. They couldn't help but stare at Nyx with wide eyes, incomparably shocked. That terrifying law of darkness, unfathomable, inscrutable, horrible as hell, creepy. The tornado of darkness instantly caused the entire Cangnan to be in turmoil once again. A monstrous and terrifying pressure was set off, and the heavens and earth were filled with a black, sinister aura. Except for Su Ming. Everyone felt their scalps tingle and looked horrified. Can't even breathe in the shroud of darkness. At this point in time, Lin Xie realized just how terrifying his mother's strength was. A Klein realm powerhouse is nothing more than an ant in front of him. At this moment, Yuan Gang's back was full of cold sweat. His teeth were trembling slightly, and he was scared to death in his heart. Again, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the other instructors, once again, were hard controlled, unable to pull themselves out of the blackness, unable to move. Only Su Ming, with a calm and indifferent face, coldly looked at Nyx. He didn't want to hug Nyx in the first place. Seeing that the other party was going to use force, it was even more reluctant. So, Su Ming immediately released the Sword Immortal laws. A divine might instantly fell, mixed with an incomparably overpowering sword intent, causing Nyx's sweaty hairs to stand on end, as if she was locked in place by a divine sword that overwhelmed her. Coincidentally, Su Ming's Sword Immortal law was exactly the weakness of the law of darkness, and there was a restraining relationship. So, Su Ming could just press Nyx whenever he wanted. When the Sword Immortal laws came out, Nyx was shocked. This sword intent, human's law? The Supreme Divine Sword Immortal law? Nyx was shocked beyond belief and instantly sobered up. She was full of admiration for Su Ming, her eyes covered in light, emotional and crying. With tears in her eyes, Nyx looked at Su Ming pitifully as 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. The teardrops were crystal clear, like 2 strings of precious gems. Really cry? Tide. Su Ming's heart went soft. It's too much of a killjoy for the has-been guy, while pitying her. But, I have the red tassel. Thinking of the red tassel whose legs were longer than his life, Su Ming made up his mind. No hugs, no hugging. Just as Su Ming was sitting on his hands. At this moment, the system prompts. Ding. Attention host. The system mission has begun. Please fulfill Nyx's needs by rewarding him with 1,000,000 points of permanent mental power and 39 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming looked at the incomparably generous rewards and felt that he still couldn't betray Red Tassel. Hey, the system is pitiful. Never thought of Nyx's needs. Is this? Just when Su Ming was ready to give up, Yuan Gang and Lin Xie came to Su Ming's side. The two forcefully persuaded. Su Ming, give her a hug. Don't let her get sick again. I just can't stand the shock of the law of darkness anymore. Yes, master, just a hug. It won't do any harm. Why don't we both have 50 boxes of thatch each? Don't let Nix make any more trouble. Just as a way to coax people. Yes, master. For the sake of Daxia, hug it. Under the forceful persuasion of the two, Su Ming fell into thought. Hugs are available. 100 boxes of thatch. There are also system rewards. 1,000,000 points of permanent spiritual power, and 39 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. No hugs. Nix will continue to be sick, in case it destroys Cangnan. So, for the sake of Daxia? Hey, for the sake of Daxia. Su Ming clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and nodded. Hug. It's not that the rewards are too generous. It's mostly for Daxia. In order to stop Nix from messing around and causing trouble for Daxia, go back to the mental hospital with Lin Xie. Su Ming had to open his arms and reluctantly went to hug Nix. This hug doesn't matter. Nix's mind, spirit, was much more normal. Surprisingly, the mastery of the darkness is even better. In his excitement, Nix directly kissed Su Ming. Su Ming angrily rebuked Lin Xie after realizing that he was being taken advantage of. Lin Xie, mind your mom. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 115. Thank you, husband, for showing me such high art. Su Ming was taken advantage of by the goddess of darkness and angrily rebuked Lin Xie. Let him control his mom. Results. Su Ming suddenly realized that the people around him were looking at him in a wrong way. His mind tightened. Why are they all looking at me so lewdly? No, I am innocent. I don't have anything to do with Nix at all. Kissing is her business. I'm the one being taken advantage of. I, Su Ming, have nothing to do with her. Nix, understand? It's not what you think. Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and you, Han Li. Can you stop looking at me with those lewd eyes? Nix is not my wife. So what responsibility do I have? Su Ming growled madly in his heart, aggravated. Though Nix, the goddess of darkness, is also sassy and chirpy, but women only affect how fast I get stronger. So, 7 Nights Mom, please behave yourself, okay? So many people are watching. It's not a good influence. And you, Lin Xie, why the hell are you just watching? You called your mom out. Now come over quickly and take your mom away up. Su Ming glared at Lin Xie, but Lin Xie was unresponsive, because at this moment, Lin Xie was shocked and overwhelmed as he watched Nyx's healing progress unexpectedly increase by 10%. The admiration for Su Ming in his heart went to the next level. Awesome, master. Getting a kiss from my mom improves healing by 10% and all that? Why don't I pick you up and live with my mom? 5 more kisses. And isn't it time to just get out of the hospital, so I can raffle it off? Anything but transcendental fertility. It seems that my master, in the area of treating psychotic gods, has experience. Why don't I confess to master something about my mental hospital? Master and I will go to the courtyard, open the remaining 5 wards and cure them all. Then I, Lin Xie, to be the rhythm of the super god. At that time, who would dare to bully my aunt and young Jean? With that in mind, Lin Xie's small mind came up and pretended to cover his face with his hands, embarrassed to look. I don't care. I don't care. Mom, you get 1 more kiss from my master and improve your healing progress more. Su Ming cursed in his heart when he saw Lin Xie swinging. Adverse son. Oh no. I'm not your father. I'm a master. I should call Lin Xie a rebellious disciple. Adversary. Watching your mom molest your master and not putting a stop to it is treasonous. Su Ming glared at Lin Xie with hatred. It seemed that Lin Xie couldn't be used. So a surge of ruthlessness came up from Su Ming. Looks like it's going to have to be the strong one. His mind moved, and the 10,000 swords returned. At this point in time, the training ground, the dormitory building, the weapons storehouse, and the accompanying longswords on the instructor's waists all let out a buzz. Buzz, buzz, a dull murmur, like a low tune being played by several violins, all with Su Ming's realization. 10,000 longswords flew into the air. At this moment, 10,000 swords across the sky, 10,000 swords roaring, incomparably spectacular. The 10,000 long swords in the air were humming, emitting another crisp ringing sound like a wind chime. That was the sound of the 10,000 swords submitting to Sword Immortal Su Ming. Originally, for others, this 10,000 swords returning was a threat, and the biting cold light emanating from the 10,000 swords was terrifying. But Nix is a psychopath. Not the same way that normal people think. Not the same way. Nix listened to the buzz and loved it. Watching 10,000 long swords across the sky was spectacular and loved it. She was pleasantly surprised and carnally happy. So, without warning, Nix kissed Su Ming again. So beautiful. So beautiful. Thank you, husband, for showing me such high art. Nyx's snowy lotus root-like white arms hugged Su Ming's sturdy body, clinging tightly and not letting go anymore. Su Ming froze in his tracks. Like a statue. Frozen. Art? Yeah, you. Yuan% and Yuan at asterisk. Neurotic. Nuts. Oh yeah. Nix is really psychotic. Su Ming let out a bitter smile, breaking his defense. His mind was in turmoil, and the 10,000 swords came loose, crackling all down. Su Ming gave up resisting and allowed Nix to stick it to himself. What kind of reasoning is one to talk to a psychopath? Oops. Never thought that his sword immortal laws restrained the laws of darkness. Nix the god. Restrain yourself the man. Su Ming had a nodding head, and at the moment, Lin Xie was shocked to find that Nyx's healing progress had increased by another 10%. He was so excited that he almost moved his hands from his face in surprise. Lin Xie's heart set off shocking waves in general for a long time. Incredible anticipation. It even cheered on Nix. Mom, keep up the good work. A kiss, and Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongchang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors looked stunned. Su Min is again being blacked out by the goddess of the night. Molested. The two were on the roof. What about flirting? Awesome. Su Ming is awesome. It's so nice to be good looking. You can even get a goddess. Real name Envy. This raining swords in the sky. Is it acting as a cover? Afraid of the other outer gods? Seeing your human god romance? Oh. Everyone had a smile on their face and wanted to see something more exciting. Su Ming was surrounded by a group of unsuspecting gazes. Surrounded. After sensing that something was wrong, Su Ming knew that everyone was thinking the wrong way. Knew had to get rid of Nix immediately. Hard doesn't work, so we have to go soft. With women, you can only use that one killer move. Mesmerizing bubble sounds. Su Ming coughed lightly and said in her husband's tone with a sexy bubbly voice. Oh, baby. Being shouted baby by Su Ming. Nyx's face instantly turned even redder. As red as a ripe apple. It was burning. Her eyes were full of excitement. Little stars were coming out of his eyes. A face of excitement. A face of anticipation looking at Su Ming. Like a star logic cat, it presented an unbelievably well-behaved appearance. Hubby, you say. Seeing that it had an effect, Su Ming immediately started coaxing. As if coaxing a child, he continued in a gentle tone with a sexy bubbly voice. Pa, go home and I'll see you sometime. He said, and with a clean palm, he brushed Nix's forehead. Extinction. Nix is bursting with happiness. She finally let go of Su Ming and nodded her head, obediently. All at your service, Erebus. I'll wait. Nix gave a happy smile as the healing progress increased by another 10%. She waved her hand and followed the blackness as it shimmered as a butterfly, finally returning inside the asylum of the gods. Seeing Nyx's healing degree once again rise, Lin Xie was about to go crazy with joy. He excitedly gripped Su Ming's hand and shouted, Master is awesome. 7 nights drifted half a lifetime. Only hated not to meet a bright master. If you do not abandon, 7 nights would like to worship as a righteous father. My mom is actually quite lonely. Master, you have nothing to do more with me to see her. He. Su Ming blankly glanced at Lin Xie without any good reason and whispered 2 words in his ear. Scram. I'm not going to be your godfather. You think I'm a chow thief? From now on, don't let your mom out again. Understand? Lin Xie felt the threat of death and nodded frantically, but the eyes were rolling like a fox. Frantically. Don't worry, Master. I won't let her out. But when the healing doesn't work, she comes out on her own and I don't care, haha. Master. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 116 Rewards issued. Su Ming decided to establish a career first and then a family. After Su Ming threatened Lin Xie, after greeting Yuan Gang and Zhao Kongcheng, he flew away with his sword. Mud. It's so humiliating, being molested by a goddess to her face, and being kissed twice. Where is the instructor's majesty? No. We have to hurry back to the dorm and drink a few cases of wine to keep the fear down. And the system? Why didn't you make a sound? Where's the reward? I'm kind of fulfilling Nix's needs here, right? Nix asked for a hug, and I got it. Not only were they hugged, they were kissed. Not only was she kissed, but she was coaxed with bubble sounds. Finally managed to coax her home, which is kind of overkill on its own. I hope this ends here. Don't let anyone know about this except Lin Xie, as well as Yuan Gang and Zhao Kongcheng. The instructors Su Ming stepped on the magic sword with his feet and hovered in the air at a high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived over the instructor's dormitory. He stopped and reversed direction. I feel the need to go back. I have to tell Yuan Gang and the others. Don't spread the word. Especially not the Red Raider. After a month in Cangnan Squad 136, he became someone that Red Tassel cared about. And Red Riding has been proactive, urging him to stop drinking, for his own good. Finally, he couldn't resist Su Ming and took his salary to buy him alcohol. The highest status of a man is a woman's paycheck for a man to spend. The Red Tassel is good to him. Good for him. Making his bed every day. Such a good woman. Su Ming is in the eyes. Therefore, in Su Ming's heart, he already considered Hong Ying as his future wife. It's mostly about the person, not the legs, of Toho Rouge. As for not accepting Red Tassel yet, it's mainly because I feel too weak to reach my ultimate goal yet. Haven't fought for my cousin and third uncle to become a supreme god and return home with the clothes on their backs. Gotta wait until I'm in a position to marry Red Tassel as a wife. A man should start a business before starting a family. Otherwise, you have to be like the author of Child Robbery 666, who has to take care of the old and the young, work during the day, write at night, and live in a mess. The main thing is that there is no planning. So, in order not to make the same mistake, Su Ming made his own plan. Let's start with a small goal to get decline in mental power and drink to get stronger. So the best thing to do right now is to drink. Thinking of this, Su Ming turned back, prepare to land. He felt that there was no need to explain anything more to Yuan Gang and the others, because how could the information in the barracks be leaked? Secrets in the barracks are finished when they are digested in the barracks. Yuan Gang, as the chief instructor, must understand this. So, Su Ming went back to the dormitory and continued to drink. At this moment, the sergeant who was guarding the door for Su Ming watched Su Ming's imperial sword fall, as dashing as an exiled immortal, and envied him to death. Back in the day, the first time I met Su Ming, I thought he was a lousy drunk and a relation. I can't imagine that after wearing the instructor's uniform, with his handsome face, and the elegance of the imperial sword, it is simply like the gods of Dacia, and the Wine Sword Immortal is nothing more than that. From the window, the sergeant guarding the door looked at Su Ming's appearance of drinking freely, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Being able to guard the door for Su Ming is the greatest pride of my life. At this very moment, Nyx, the goddess of the night, disappears and the crisis is over. The roof of the recruit's dormitory. After Yuan Gang interrogated Lin Xie a few times, he withdrew the highest level of alert. Let the arriving military and human ceilings pause and close up. All the instructors, too, dispersed. As for Lin Xie, who didn't tell the truth, it didn't matter. Yuan Gang told him to get his ass back to the dormitory and go to sleep. Deserted suburbia. Yellow sand filled the sky. Dust flew up, and an army loaded with equipment was hurrying toward the boot camp. After the leader received the notification and learned that the crisis had been lifted, he wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, and the tight expression on his face finally relaxed. With tears in his eyes, he extended his dark arm in a wave. Operation cancelled. With those words, everyone in the army all breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the crisis is over, or else this army would have been lost here, for they felt the oppression of the dark goddess of the night from afar. All sweaty, even with the highest level of nuclear weapons, fighting a guy with this level of godly power would be certain death. They were all ready to die, and they all wrote suicide notes and gave them to their counselors. Luckily, someone high up has stepped in. All the swords were seen across the sky from afar. First, it was that terrifying sword intent that suppressed the divine power. And then this spectacular scene of 10,000 swords across the sky directly caused the divine power to disappear. Awesome! The high man is awesome. Everyone in the army, from top to bottom all cheered. Great! None of us have to die. Yay! Coconut silk. We, Cangnan City, are so lucky to be sheltered by someone high up. Close the line. Everyone be careful. Those nukes. Collect them all and transport them back slowly. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Cangnan City, above the raging and vast Yangtze River, Chen Fu Zi, one of the human ceilings, is sitting in a carriage, moving along the water at an astonishing speed. After learning that the crisis had been lifted, Chen Fu Zi breathed a sigh of relief and told the boy driving the car to turn around immediately. Go, 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 hurry up, back to the fasting house. Let's stay away from Cangnan, this evil place. Can we not come or not come? Besides, looking at that big scene of 10,000 swords across the sky, it was Zhou Ping who came first, and with him sheltering Cangnan, we'll save ourselves the trouble. Luckily, old me, I'm constipated today. I came late to save my strength. Looks like going back. I'll have to make some pu'er to drink. Cangnan's sword chi is so strong. Did Zhou Ping obtain some kind of strange encounter? How did he become so strong? He couldn't have ascended to immortality. Could he? Ha ha, how can it be so easy? The old man is just joking. See how scared you are, this child. The boy who drove the car, with a heart full of shock and respect for those sword intentions, drove the husband back to the fasting house, instructor's quarters. After Su Ming downed a bottle of wine, he was finally rewarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The reward is issued. Rewarding 1,000,000 points of permanent spiritual power and 39 years of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. After a metaphysical and mysterious spiritual power traveled through Su Ming's body, his use of the sword technique was once again upgraded to a higher level. In the meantime, new mandate issued. Ding! During the annual vacation, for every new recruit the host protects, he can gain 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. New assignment. So soon? So, Su Ming immediately opened the latest refreshed system panel and checked it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Daxia Night Watchman, Recruit Instructor. Cousin of Daxia's Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Nephew of third uncle. Person that Red Tassel cares about. Person that Si Xiaonan begs for help in beheading the gods. Person that Chen Muo Yi, Yuan Gang, Yi Fan, Xiao Ping Gu. Person that Zuoqing has high hopes for. Lin Qi as master and rightful father. Brother of Zhao Empty Castle. Wang Mian's boss. Person that the entire False Face squad adores. Bailey Tumming's older brother. Chao Yuan's nobleman. Person that Shen Qingzhu admires. Person that Molly seeks to help. Person that Han Li respects. Person that Nix's husband. The one who seeks help. Han Li's admirer. Nix's husband. Realm, infinite. Mental power, 618,0300 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 200 years of cultivation, easily kills Klein, ordinary gods, and is comparable to the Supreme God. Weapons, Wooden Sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green Steel Sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusion effects to opponents. Magic Sword, the more you drink, the stronger the sword. Skills, Sword Art, Flying Star, Sword Flight, 100 Steps Flying Sword, Crossing 8 Directions, 10,000 Swords, 6 Chakras Divine Sword, Vast Sword Chi, Great River Sword Intent. Mission, protect the new recruits during the New Year's vacation. Protect a new recruit and gain 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. System upgrade materials, Forbidden Yao Guang. 1 transformation of 3000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the Forbidden Ruins, etc. Su Ming looked at the new mission and thought it was a bit slow. 239 recruits, one by one, to protect the words. Too slow. Ton. After Su Ming had poured a few mouthfuls of wine, I saw a lot of empty bottles piled up in the corner, with the word Shao stamped on them. Attention! Su Mingliang had an idea with a twinkle in his eye. At this very moment, Yuan Gang reported everything to Xiao Pinga. Sopinger also recorded it faithfully and included Nix in the top secret file. Deity number 043. Suspected damage to the Godhead. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang sent this video of Su Ming dealing with Nix to Xiaopinga as well. Boss, did you see that? This is textbook level teaching for dealing with gods. Su Min awesome no? Xiaopinga read it and was stunned, together pinching the foot of the left green. After reading, people are stupid. Can you still do this to the gods? Sex seduction? So, Xiaopinga, who was greatly shocked, sent all the videos sent by Yuan Gang to the Commander-in-Chief, Yi Fan. Commander Yi, look at this video. Su Ming is really great. When facing the goddess of darkness, he didn't panic at all, and persuaded the goddess away in a few words. How silky smooth and professional this set of processes is. I suggest that it be replicated nationwide so that all the Night's Watch can learn from it. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 117, Becoming a Role Model for National Popularization. Hong Ying was going to go to the military camp to chop up Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming is drinking in the instructor's dormitory. Mao Zi with no money, blow by the bottle. The sergeants guarding the door for him picked a secret thumbs up as they listened to the noises from inside. Magnificent. Uninhibited. Awesome. Su Ming is following his own plan, drinking to become stronger, and breaking through to the Klein realm and spiritual power. He also thought of how to complete the system's new quest. During the annual vacation, the recruits were scattered and it was too slow and cumbersome to protect them one by one. Therefore, the Shao seals piled up in the corner were useful. Just wait until just before vacation and infuse the Sword Immortal laws with your own luck and hand out one. What a relief. Hey, Sumin is a genius. He was in the middle of a drink on his side when something he didn't know and didn't expect happened. After Yuan Gang Du's report, as well as a sweeping operation by Xiaopinga and Zhuoqing, the video of Su Ming and Nix is promoted throughout the country. Su Ming, directly set up by Yifan as a role model for the great summer vigilantes. The last role model was to take a lifetime back and save Daxia, causing Daxia people to tear up King Face. The title of this national rollout is called The Role Model. Don't panic when you encounter a god. Su Ming teaches you what to do. This title was started by Zhuoqing, who was pinching his feet at the Red Romantic Foot Spa in Guangshan City, in the middle of his and Xiaopinga's wretchedness, in order to avoid later being found in trouble by Commander Yifan. He now wore the same pants as Xiaopinga. Recommended video by Xiaopingo, suggesting a national rollout. Zhuoqing will name it, write the manuscript, and send it to Yifan for national promotion. The two of them worked together flawlessly and managed to divert Yifan's attention. Have to say, Guangshan City is a beautiful city, unforgettable city. Xiaopinga and Zhuoqing, enjoying on, public money traveling on, addicted to the lights, cannot extricate themselves, delayed to go to the 100 miles of family copy. Anyway, the two of them finished their report and sent Su Ming's brilliant battle record to Yifan. At the moment, Yifan, who was busy with the national promotion, really didn't have time to care about them. After Yifan popularized the video nationwide, he strictly ordered all the night watchmen to, okay, learn it. Yifan also repeatedly watched the video many times and was very shocked at Su Ming's operation. I'm going to do it. What Su Ming was facing was the goddess of darkness, the supreme god of Greece. Retreating the gods in 3 words was quite a bombastic existence in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Just look at Yuan Gang and Lin Qia's expressions. They were both scared by the goddess of darkness, one with a twisted expression, and one directly covering his face not daring to look. Then look at Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, Han Li. The expressions of this group of instructors, right, each and every one of them had pearl-sized beads of sweat on their brains, their eyes were as big as bells, and their mouths were open so wide that they could stuff down a duck egg. Only other people, Su Ming, were calm, peaceful, and used the beautiful man trick. Stabilize the gods first. Let's keep the gods from storming out first. Against the gods, it is feasible and necessary to change the way of fighting and apply the art of war. Read more about the art of war. One and all. Learn from Su Ming. Use your brain. Look how many sacrifices have been avoided by others. Su Ming, look at how much weapons waste, and labor and material loss, has been avoided by people Su Ming. In addition to applying the most basic force, one must also play with the brain, which was the purpose of Yifan's national promotion. However, some of the night watchmen read it, and others, not so much. For example, Squad 136, Cangnan City, Squad 136 office. After receiving the message from the higher-ups, Shenmai began to notify everyone, organized the study, and distributed the video of the study. After the notification, Shenmai curiously clicked on the video, read it and break out in a cold sweat. Su Ming? What is Su Ming doing? Knowing that, Su Ming is dissuading the black goddess Nix. Not knowing that, these two are having a fling on the roof. Showing love? I one half. Su Ming, you kid, you really broke everyone's common sense. It's really easy to do something that no one else can do in their lifetime. It is said that the star blade is the strongest material in the world and will never break. You damn easily broke it for me. 2 of them. You can't drink in the ranks. In the barracks. You damn well don't just drink. The leaders give you alcohol. The Daxia vigilantes are either dead or injured when facing the gods. And your damn hugs, kisses, and 3 words coaxed the gods away. Awesome. Su Ming. Shenmai was shocked beyond belief, breaking out in a cold sweat. He said that Su Ming was worthy of being the top secret of Daxia. Awesome. But why put this video out this time? Is it time for a showdown, so that all of the knights watching Daxia will know of Su Ming's existence? Or is it that Daxia has reached the most dangerous time and needs to lift Su Ming out to give everyone a peace of mind? Shenmai himself, favoring the latter, also had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Cangnan. The constant activity of the guys from the Church of the Ancient God is proof of that. Just then, as soon as Wu Shangnan pushed the door in, although he forced himself to be calm, he still could not hide his excited expression. Wu Shangnan, who had always been a curmudgeon, asked Shenmai with a fluttering brow at this moment. Captain, did you send this to me individually or as a group? Did you send it to Red Tassel yet? If not, I'll do it. I can't wait to see this girl break defense. Shenmai spread his hands helplessly. Shannon, I can't imagine you have a dark side? Wu Shangnan said hatefully. Humph, Who let this girl always go against me? Not calling me vice captain. Robbing me of meat. Wu Shangnan began to count the sins of Red Tassel, listing his grievances against Red Tassel. The most crucial point was that both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan said that he, Wu Shangnan, couldn't find a girlfriend in his life. Oh, how can it be? Just as Wu Shangnan took out his little book for holding grudges and recited Red Tassel's sins one by one. In the big villa, Red Tassel's already clenched fists whacked the bed that had just been made for Su Ming into a mess. Su Min, you seek death. Xiaonan, don't stop me. I'm going to break into the barracks. I'm going to chop up Su Ming. Si Xiaonan hurriedly embraced Hong Ying. You're crazy. Sister Red Riding Hood, calm down. You have to trust Su Ming's character. The red-colored, longer-than-life legs kicked desperately at the covers, treating them as if they were Su Min. Nan, you're crazy. How dare you persuade me to trust Su Ming's character? Have you forgotten that when we were in Cangnan Second Middle School, Su Ming seduced his little sister with a bubble tone? Listen to the original video. Nix called Su Min husband. Su Min yells Nix baby in a bubbly voice. Damn it. Adulterer and adulteress. I'm going to waste Su Ming with one shot. Shameless. Si Xiaonan comforts Red Tassel in order to have Su Ming help him kill Loki in the future. Sister Hong Ying, maybe Su Ming was forced to do it. Maybe Su Ming has a hard time. Look at Su Ming's reluctance. He must have been controlled by Nix. Look at Chief Yuan Gang. He's in fear of Nix. Look at Lin Chie. And then you look at Zhao Kongcheng. The fact that neither of them stopped it means that the situation must have been very dangerous. And to believe that Commander Yi Fan, the purpose of the national promotion must be to learn from Su Ming's resilience. The Red Tassel's brain was one-dimensional, and was persuaded by Si Xiaonan to get better. Yao! With Su Ming's little strength, there's nothing to do but use the beauty trick. It's me who misunderstood him. I'm sorry, Su Min. After calming down, Red Riding hurriedly took the stomped and messed up quilt and refolded it. Si Xiaonan hurriedly made a snide remark at this moment. Gu, Sister Hong Ying, you and Su Ming, when did you get together? Why don't I know? Red Ruffles blushed and pretended to be busy. No, I just promised Sword Saint Zhoping to take care of Su Ming. Si Xiaonan burst into a bad smile, looking wistfully at the incomparably neatly made bed. Yo, Sister Hong Ying, that's how you take care of Su Ming. Got it, Mainami. Yuck, don't pull out your gun if you're calm. Sister Hong Ying, looking for a fight. Mainami. At the moment, the large villa was filled with the sounds of girls giggling and playing. Thousands of meters away, a click, a smile appeared on the corner of Lang Xian's mouth. He was using the binoculars again, spying on Si Xiaonan. By the way, I took precious photos and put them in a small box. At this point, Lang Xian only slowly looked at his cell phone, saw the video posted by Chen Mai, saw Su Ming and Nix doing indescribable things on the roof of the dormitory. Looking at Lang Xian, his nosebleed was about to spurt out, especially at the end. Hearing Su Ming call Nix baby in a bubbly voice. Time. Lang Xian's ice cube face was instantly taut, showing a wonderful smile. He cursed with envy and jealousy. Ugh, scumbag. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 118, Xia Siming, this manly woman, mainly didn't want to lose to Nix, right? Ugh, scumbag. Lang Xian cursed at the same time. Canyon City Center, the busy streets of Wen Chimo, who was driving the black van, cursed at the same time. When Chima watched the video 2 or 3 times over and was blown away by Su Ming's bubbly voice. So standard, so sexy, so charming. He, a male, was almost mesmerized by Su Ming, not to mention women, goddesses. So pedal to the metal. When GMO was in a despondent mood at the moment, struck down by Su Ming, it was as if 10,000 straw horses were bouncing around in his heart, roaring and defying. By why are all the good-looking ones scumbags? What makes the bubble tone the standard for scum? But, being the same scum, why didn't he, Wen Chimo, have one? Could it be that I, Wen Chimo, am a good person? Convinced, Su Ming was simply the chosen son. He, Wen Chimo, couldn't compare. Hey, he sighed wildly in his mind. Asterisk. Brother Ming is worthy of you. Admirable. Even dare to pick up the goddess of darkness and mesmerize the supreme goddess of Greece? Mud. It's good to be handsome. Handsome. Strength is still great. Bold. And the women around him still like it. So envious. Being kissed by Nix alone. Xiao Ming brother, your life is worth it. You've been kissed twice. Hey, it's true that people are more angry than people. Envy. Say, this video Don't let Honging see it. Honging likes Su Ming for a long time. Except for Su Ming. Everyone can see it. If Honging saw what Su Ming did, he would probably have to storm out and brave the barracks. No. I have to report this to the captain quickly. We must stop Red Tassel. At this moment, when Chima kicked the gas and sped towards Ping in office, the van splattered with gusts of mud spots and spilled all over a man wearing sunglasses. Angry that he cursed. What is difficult to listen to what to curse? Greeted when Chima's ancestors 18 generations. This person was none other than the 16th seat of the Church of the Ancient God, Lu Liang. Lu Liang was so angry that his face turned red. Nima just bought a leather jacket. He raised his sunglasses and immediately turned his head and ran after seeing that it was Wen Chima's car. Nima, Chuan Realm of the Night Watchman, cannot afford to mess with, slipped away. Consider that something has happened to Wen Chima's family. Lu Liang hurriedly didn't enter the crowd and cursed Wen Chima, who was driving in his heart. He looked to his cell phone. Puzzled, Lord murmurs order for the believers to go to MT. Sunan to summon the divine messenger of the Klein realm has been in place for so long. But why is there no movement at all? What about the promised turmoil in Cangnan City and the change in the Great Summer? He has been wandering around Cangnan City for such a long time. Where is the god's ambassador? Where is the turmoil? Where is the one of what is not there? Teasing me? Hey, what a bunch of losers the followers of the summoned god's messenger are. Looks like it's time to recruit some new people for the church. Thus, Lu Liang began to utilize the time he spent lurking to channel talent for the Church of the Ancient God. And the president of the Church of the Ancient God, Moon Soprano, united with Rumor, planned a new action, ready to take on the boot camp, to make a move. Northern border. The wind is howling and the masked squad is moving through a blizzard. A few days ago, they had completed their mission and successfully killed the mysterious Sea Realm. If you hadn't received the summoning enhancement before, with 7 people in the team, it was a bit of a problem to deal with this Sea Realm. Now, immense per capita. Even Starscream and Sandalwood, the 2 assistants, can single-handedly brush the Sea Realm of mystery. Although he eliminated this mysterious who early, Wang Mian realized that this Sea Realm mystery was just an advanced soldier. It was followed by a large nest. The lair is filled with the mysteries of the infinite realm, and even a mythical creature halfway decline. So, King Face leads the masked squad to war with the mystery of this lair. It took a couple days of brushing to wipe out most of the mystery. Now tracking the mythical creature halfway decline. The entire masked squad at this point was very thankful. Luckily, at the boot camp, they were strengthened by Su Ming, and through the laws of the Sword Immortal, all of them were promoted by one segment. Possessing great mental powers, he was able to fight the mystery in this inclement weather. In the face of the tidal wave of infinite mystery, the masked team with perfect coordination, as well as in the battle against Su Ming's realization, although laborious, but ultimately achieved victory. Otherwise, without Su Ming's teachings, the masked squad might have to fold a few people here. Even if there were no casualties, King Face would have to time travel back several times to get through. So, on the way forward, everyone in the masked squad murmured a sentence in their minds. Big brother Su Ming is awesome. Just as they were silently admiring Su Ming, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's a video that Yi Fan sent to the National Night Watch to study and promote. So, Wang Nian told everyone to find a place with a backdrop, build a fire, and all study together. While watching this video, the entire masked squad was silent. In the bitterly cold wind, everyone was all messed up, shocked beyond belief. Brother Ming. I was actually called my husband by the goddess of the night. I was actually kissed twice by the goddess of the night. And I actually coaxed the goddess of the night to go home with a bubble tone. The point is, just by virtue of 3 words, he retired the outer god. Su Ming made history. King Face, little brother Ming is awesome. One big brother. A lifetime big brother. Tian Ping, I'm so envious of brother Xiao Ming. What must it feel like to be kissed by a god? Moon Ghost, that's going to be a blast. Rose, damn old woman. Dare to kiss my little Ming brother. I'll hammer her to death. Whirlpool, calm down. Chance, you'd better practice your clips more sometime. Maybe brother Ming likes the next one. Rumble. The sledgehammer comes down and hammers Whirlpool all over the place. Tanaka, Kota Minchan's bubbly voice. So sexy. Starscream, Tanaka, why are you blushing? Why am I blushing too? Guangshan City seaside. 3,000 meters up. On a transport plane, 8 golden figures leapt down in a single bound. The blonde woman at the head of the group laughed maniacally in the wind as she descended. Ha 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 ha. Zhuoqing. Yi Fan. Don't give me a vacation. Right? I'll give myself a vacation. Hearing Xia Siming being so wild, Kong Wound behind him hurriedly reminded. Captain, don't be so high profile. We're sneaking out. If we're caught, we'll say the plane crashed and we're in a plane crash. The few people behind him said yes in succession and also urged Xia Siming to keep a low profile. Xia Siming cut. No matter. It's important to have fun when you're on vacation. Just as the crowd landed, everyone's cell phones rang. Kong sadly thumped. Not it. Only missed a few seconds of work. And was checked by the command? Well, after checking his phone, he realized that it was the study materials Yifan had sent to all of them. Curious, everyone opened it and saw the story that Su Ming and Nix had to tell. After watching this indescribable video, Kong Herd was surprised to find that Xia Simeng, this crazy, had calmed down. It even treads on the blush, obviously mesmerized by Su Ming's bubbly voice. After a moment, she broke into a normal tone. This one called Su Ming. Interesting. Man, you managed to get my attention. Kong Injury and the players behind them are all confused. Holy Ray, the cranky captain, the man-child, is actually interested in men? I think, she mainly doesn't want to admit losing to Nix. Aha, yeah, say, Captain, the island we landed on seems to be underwater. Tide, then jump into the sea, towards the beach, and swim. At this point in time, Xiaoping and Zhuocheng, who had already finished the foot massage, the two of them went to the beach to enjoy the local specialty, sunbathing. The two of them were lying on comfortable beach chairs, wearing sunglasses and drinking coconut water. Zhuocheng vaguely saw several black shadows in the distance and seemed to hear Xia Simeng's voice, but he looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. This is Guangshan. That manchild should still be working overtime and on a mission. How can she be here? Phew, I was overthinking it, I guess. The beach in Guangshan is just great. So many black-skinned college students. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 119 Dry Up Zhuocheng. I, Xia Simeng, can take his place. Guangshan City. The sun was shining brightly on the golden sandy beach. The salty sea breeze kicked up waves that kept lapping against the shore. Not only are there black leather college students here, but there are also a host of beautiful young ladies, dressed in bathing suits, which are very eye-catching. Zhuocheng and Xiaoping, just lying on the beach, drinking coconut juice, sunbathing, not happy, linger. Just as he was enjoying the rare time of touching the fish, Zhuo frowned as he seemed to hear the voice of the man-child again. That crazy who said, "It's better to ask for help than to ask for help yourself, rather than being subjected to others everywhere. Why don't you all follow me to start a rebellion? And I, Xia Simeng, can take my place." Zhuocheng didn't want to meet her here. In case Xia Simeng saw that she was in casual clothes, lying on the beach sunbathing, she must not explode. They're the Phoenix Squad, and they're too tired to take a day off. Zhuocheng was drinking coconut juice on the beach, sunbathing, and looking at the long-legged young ladies, and it was cool. Xia Simeng must not be able to stand the excitement. Xia Simeng will definitely kill him. However, Zhuocheng thought for a moment that the Phoenix Squad was on a mission in the north. How could it come to the southernmost part of the country? And he felt that he was overthinking. He immediately took a sip of the sweet, cold coconut water to suppress the shock first. Just then, Xiaoping sat up, raised his sunglasses, and stared daggers at the sea. After watching for a while, he silently got up and tried to bolt. Zhuocheng, let's go. Left, Ching? At this time, Zhuocheng had already been attracted to his ideal type, and he could not stop looking at the lone-legged young lady, not paying the slightest attention to Xiaoping's reminder. Xiaoping looked at the approaching Phoenix Squad and decisively chose to sell his teammates. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Squad rode the waves like a blast of wind, and the 8 of them landed with a long, arcing wave. 8 golden figures, incomparably handsome, leapt up from the surface of the sea and landed straight to where Zhuocheng and Xiaoping were. Several people from Kongwon landed beside Zhuocheng. Xia Simeng landed directly on Zhuocheng's body, her foot stepping on Zhuocheng's chest. What started out as a juggling debut ended up being messed up by Xia Simeng. Konghert's face went black and hurriedly apologized to Zhuocheng. Excuse me, are you okay? Xia Simeng also had a small face that was slightly red, feeling so embarrassed, and apologized with a big grin. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Zhuocheng? At this moment, Xia Simeng saw clearly the person under her feet, but it was the deputy commander of the Great Xia, Zhuocheng. It was the same Zhuocheng who had never allowed himself to take a vacation. Yes, hatred is not a good thing. And this grandson, on vacation himself, sunbathing, drinking coconut water and watching bare-legged ladies. Shasta Mo Red warmed up. Zhuocheng was also dumbfounded. The eyeballs are popping out. Xia Simeng, why are you here? Weren't you out on a mission? You guys, disobeying your superiors and failing to carry out their orders. How dare you miss work? Zuo Qing's expression became serious, and both of them glared fiercely at each other. With sparks of electricity erupting, Kong Woon tapped his head. It's over. Between the two, one has to die today, Xia Siming said confidently with a big wave of her hand. Finish off Zuo Qing, and I, Xia Siming, can take his place. There are 8 of us. At this point, Kong is wounded next to him. Xiaopingge used a towel, covering his head, and tried to slip away. Just after taking 2 steps, Zuo Qing sneered. Who said that? I have help too. Xiaopingge, captain of the squad based in Shangjing. Where is he? Xiaopingge turned back in immense embarrassment. Hi. Xia Siming frowned. Feeling tricky. Even Team Sao is there? Fight them. Come. If the Grand Xia is not destroyed, the Phoenix will not die. The news of our absenteeism must never be known to Yifan. Kong Wound was speechless. Captain, how did you account for yourself? We're obviously in a plane crash. A plane crash. Xia Siming slammed her foot on Zuo Qing and tapped her head. Yeah, oh, we did meet a plane crash. It doesn't count as absenteeism. Zuo Qing let out a sneer in a sly manner. You guys had an air crash in the north and landed in the south. Guess what I believe? Guess what Commander Yi believes? Xia Siming let out a long cry to the sky in exasperation. Open a pair of small white hands and choke Zuo Qing. I'll fight you, old lady. Seeing that Xia Siming was for real, Xiaopingge hurriedly peeled away the two and rounded off the scene. Wait. All calm down. All out on official business. Let's be strong. Xia Siming, come with us to the Bailey family. Count yourselves as making up for your mistakes. As soon as Xia Siming heard that there was still a chance, she immediately loosened her hands and jumped off of Zuo Qing. Tog asked. Go for what? Zuo Qing said slowly. Go copy the house. A copycat? Or do we go for a copy of the Bailey family? Xia Siming was excited. The entire Phoenix squad was excited. The eyes of the 8 men all showed a red light. Xia Siming also changed her face and helped Zuo Qing up. Commander Zuo, are you alright? How did you fall down by yourself? It's so much fun to copy the family. You should have said so earlier. I like copying the family the most. Those forbidden things. Can you enrich yourself with 1, 2 pieces? 8 of us. 8 pieces. Zuo Qing directly rewarded Xia Siming with a brain crash. The main reason for this visit to the house is to copy the wine and send it to Su Ming. Su Min? Didn't you guys study? It's the same Su Ming who took care of the goddess of darkness. Nix. In 3 words. Him. Give him a drink. Why? Because Su Ming, the cousin of the great Xia Sword Saint, is the future of Great Xia. This is what Commander Yifan said about Su Ming. Hiss. Xia Siming, Kong hurt, and the entire Phoenix squad sucked in a breath of cold air. Stunned, Xia Siming was secretly delighted. Still, my old lady has vision. See how awesome it is to have a man that the old lady is interested in. When Xia Siming was fooling around, Kong Wound made one more comment. Commander Zuo, I still don't understand. Even though Su Ming is very powerful, why do we have to give him wine? Zuo Qing and Xiaopingge both looked at Kong Wound at the same time and shook their heads helplessly. Now you know why you don't give Phoenix squad a vacation. No understanding of the human condition at all. Shaw's mine, lol. At you and hashtag at *%. At *. Such a corrupt vigilant headquarters, Xia Siming, will take its place sooner or later. Amidst Xia Siming's complaints, Zuo Qing and his group met the chairman of Bailey Group. Bailey Xin. Bai Lixin saw the deputy commander of Daxia arrive in person. There is also the captain of the resident squad, Xiaopingge, and the special squad, Phoenix squad, to suppress the scene, without saying a word. Open the wine warehouse, just move. After all, the guy who came was pretty good. Even Bailey Xin wouldn't dare offend them, especially Xia Siming, the anti-bone. Crazy, it would be bad if she got mad and blew up the building. So, Bai Lixin decided to sprinkle and hurry to get rid of it. Take all the wine you want, and raid the house. It's not a good idea to take away banned items. Since Bailey Xin has agreed, Zuo Qing, Xiaopingge, and Xia Siming will not be polite to you and move the wine to death. Successfully moved out $51 million worth of wine for Su Ming. However, even if Zuo Qing and the others are to the death, it is still only one of the 9 cows of the Bailey family. When he left, Bai Lixin even sent it. Commander Zuo, Captain Xiao, Captain Xia, bring more people to raid the house next time Come on, get on the specials. It's all worthless stuff. Green buffs, explorers, greenies, take a box each and go. My son, Bailey Tu Ming, is counting on all of you. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 120, is Su Ming high profile? It's our command that's too high profile, isn't it? At this moment, the tallest, brightest building in the entire city of Guangshan, Downstairs of the Bailey Group, the chairman, Bailey Xin, was very polite and sent Zhucheng and them out. The entrance to the imposing conglomerate, more than a dozen Cayenne, Porsche, Maserati, extended Lincoln and other luxury cars, neatly arranged and grandiose, were waiting to send Zhucheng and them home. The several people of Zhucheng who were holding the Bailey family's souvenirs and dragging $5,000 and $1 million worth of good wine had their faces blackened. Mud. It's great to be rich. No wonder so many people wanted Bailey Tuming's head. Once the heir of the Bailey family is no more, so much family property, how to divide But that was something that Bailey Xin should consider. It had nothing to do with Zhucheng and the others, and the few people silently got into the limousine. After taking so many benefits from Bailey Xin, isn't it just taking care of Bailey Tuming? Isn't it just a matter of a phone call from Xiaopinga? After the limo drove away, Zhucheng and the others sat in the limousine and began to think about life. On the one hand, it's hard to take a vacation when you're like the Phoenix Squad, who were born to die for Daxia and are as tired as a dog. On the other hand, there is something like the Bailey Group, which dabbles in various industries and invests in various fields, with red lights and vertical glory and wealth. Everyone is thinking, should we reverse our thinking and defect to the Bailey Group? After some thought, Zhucheng and Xiaopinga looked at each other and smiled, already having an answer. At this time of national crisis, wearing gold and silver is a worm waiting to die. Why don't you hold the star sword in your hand and guard the peace of the party with a bang? They are pursuing the magnificent life of being born as a human being and dying as a ghost. They wanted to make a name for themselves in the 5,000 years of Daxia's history. They kept remembering this phrase in their minds. With an oath deeper than the sea in my heart, I am willing to make God's country sink. When the people are there, the country is there. With them vigilantes in the day, the great mountains and rivers of the motherland will never sink. So Zhucheng and Xiaopinga laughed, trying to buy the night watchman with these foreign watches. Ha! Bailey Xin's small mind put on Zhucheng and Xiaopinga. Useless. As for the souvenirs sent by Lixin, consider it as the shipping cost of sending express to Suming, and use it. And Xia Siming and the others, the Phoenix Squad and the others, held the same thought. The moment they joined the Night's Watch, they had long ago bound their personal honor and disgrace to the Great Summer. The Great Summer will not be destroyed, and the Phoenix will not die. The country is in the hands of the people, and the country is out of the hands of the people. Just a few cases of Rolex. Lixin is underestimating their night watchman. Although he was usually playful and giggly and didn't have a big heart, when it came to positions, even the crazy Xia Siming wasn't confused. Under the prosperous world, there is always someone who carries the weight for the lights of all families, not forgetting the past and not fearing the future. Standing in front of 10,000 people, crossing his sword to the abyss, blood staining the vault of heaven. It is not just a slogan, but a belief that all night watchmen take to heart. The one who was willing to die for Daxia was not just Zhao Kongcheng alone. There were thousands of night watchmen. So much for Blue Rain Squad. The psychic team did. The same goes for the Phoenix Squad. Swear to live and die with Daxia. The way back, Zhucheng mailed $50 million of super good wine, using the fastest helicopter, all to the recruit training camp and sent it to Suming. The rest of the usual wine. The crowd carried on and came to a desolate graveyard. No one has come to mourn them for a long time, or no one but the watchman knows of their tragic sacrifice for their country. Zhucheng and Xiaopinga, together with the Phoenix Squad, drank together in front of the tomb to honor the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for Daxia. Loyal souls do not die. Heroic spirits remain. History will never forget you. People will never forget you. And the memory of Daxia will never be erased. We carry your last wishes. The future of Daxia has us in Suming. Don't worry. It. Boot camp. The night sky, covered with a black veil, was suddenly illuminated by a burst of strong light. The sergeant in charge of guarding the door for Suming was once again treated to the spectacular sight of a helicopter carrying alcohol. This time, it was even more spectacular. There were a whole 10 helicopters that came to deliver the wine. Each helicopter carries $5 million worth of fine wines. Seeing this spectacular scene, not only the sergeant guarding the gate was startled, but even the instructors, such as Hong Hao and Hanli, who were on night patrol, were startled. Yuan Gang and Zhao Kongcheng, who were in the monitoring room, planning tomorrow's training mission, were also surprised by the lineup of 10 helicopters, knowing that it's a wine delivery for Suming. If you don't know, you'll think there's an enemy attack. Yuan Gang frowned and complained to Zhao Kongcheng, we're in closed training, and there are so many transports and helicopters coming in every day to disrupt the military. Hey, Wang Face, Captain Xiao, Commander Zhua and Commander Yi are even. Who is it this time? Zhao Kongcheng smiled helplessly. There was no way. Who let Su Ming's strength be so unbelievable and powerful? all of them want to be bah-humbugged. That said, who's so bold this time that they actually use 10 helicopters to deliver the wine? When did the commander's office become so willing to spend money? So, Zhao Kongqing pulled the surveillance closer, and the camera very clearly saw the wine on top of the helicopter. That box of expensive wine was something that Zhao Kongqing had never drank in his life. A bottle of wine will start at 80,000. Who ing so arrogant? Give Su Ming drink so expensive wine Zhuo Chang? Yavan? Sao Pingo? It's not reasonable. Until the monitor is pulled in again. See clearly the seal on the wine box, engraved with the word Bailey. Zhao Kongqing feel beaver. If the Bailey family made a move, even if they used rockets and aircraft carriers to deliver the wine, Zhao Emporian City would find it reasonable. After Yuan Gang took a good look and saw the seal of the Bailey family, his face also showed a high expression. It's really unexpected. Even the Bailey family has started to flatter Su Ming. It seems that this secret of Su Ming, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hide it. If the people of the Bailey family all knew about Su Ming's existence, then did the guys from the Church of the Ancient Gods, and those stupid evil gods, know about it as well? Thinking of this, Yuan Gang's heart thumped wildly. As the saying goes, behind prosperity, there must be a crisis, an invisible hidden danger. Yuan Gang asked with great concern. Old Zhao, what do you say, Su Ming? Isn't that a bit too high profile? Zhao Kongqing, however, replied with a confused expression. Chief Yuan, is it Su Ming who is high profile? It's our vigilante command that's too high profile. Yuan Gang coughed awkwardly and nodded. Yeah, I'll have to make a suggestion to the commanding general to stop being so high profile and delivering alcohol to Su Ming. Give us commoners a chance. Turn up the heat on Su Ming's mouth. Buying him a drink of mousy feels like a drop in the bucket. Zhao Kongqing applauded with a ho-hum face. Makes sense. At this moment, the non-commissioned officers and logistics team who carried the wine for Su Ming, upon seeing the valuable and collectible wine in the cabin, every single one of them is too scared to move. If you bump it and break a bottle, half a year's income is gone. All of them carried it carefully. Looking at the seal of the Bailey family, all of them marveled in their hearts. Brother Ming is awesome. Even the people from the Bailey family, they have to give Xiao Ming brother a drink. Xiao Ming brother, how powerful do you have to be? So, brother Xiao Ming is definitely more than just an instructor. Definitely more than just strong. Behind him, there must still be a hidden identity. It can't be Commander Yezair, coming to gild the lily, can it? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 121 Spiritual Power reaches 60 million. Comprehending the immortal wind and cloud body technique. Instructor's quarters. Su Ming's room. Inside, a fairy-like atmosphere filled the room with the intoxicating aroma of wine. Although cases and bottles of wine were stacked everywhere, they were very neatly arranged. Wherever Su Ming is within reach, it's good wine, and it's mutai to start with. Legend has it that the wine pool is nothing more than a wine pool. Su Ming happily drank his wine, oblivious to what the others were thinking. Watch as the sergeant leads the logistics team, carefully carrying in hundreds of cases of superb wine. Su Ming was excited, but when I saw these superb wines, they had the seal of the Bailey family on them. Su Ming was puzzled in his heart. What's the situation? The Bailey's wine? Is it necessary for the Bailey family to dimension themselves? After briefly thinking about it, he felt that the Bailey family should be taking care of Chubby Bailey, but is Thiashan that attached to Thiashan Chubby? Chubby is nothing more than a tool of the Bailey family, nothing more than a stand-in for Bailey Jing. With this move, Bailey Xin should be trying to make Bailey Chubby successfully pass the military training and get the identity of the night watchman for his own son, Bailey Jing. Although he guessed Bailey Xin's philandering, Su Ming did not refuse, because Bailey Chubby is the real Bailey Tu Ming, the future heir of the Bailey family. My great summer's Ling Bao Tianzun. If it was this relationship, Su Ming didn't mind helping out Chubby Bailey. Besides, isn't it easy to get Chubby through military training? He would have let Chubby through even without all that booze, because he was already trying to pit Chubby all ban things. It's not a pit, it's a loan. It's about borrowing the fat forbidden thing and upgrading the system. So, Su Ming's eyes rolled and he began to calculate how to fool Bailey Chubby. Just then, the sergeant delivered the courier sheet to Su Ming's hand. Report, Brother Xiao Ming, the goods are all here. Take an inventory. Su Ming took it and nodded lightly. He looked at the delivery note. This is obviously the wine of the Bailey family, but why is it the one who sends the wine? But it is Zhuo Cheng. Could it be that Daxia's vice commander, Zhuo Cheng, and the Bailey group have a relationship? So strange, but it doesn't matter. There's wine to drink, so it's not worth it. Besides, one size fits all. Worthy of the Bailey family, all these wines, he had never seen before. Open a bottle at random and taste it. Refreshing, sweet and delicious. Several times more than Mutai. Awesome. Good wine. Tun 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 dash. A bottle of wine was poured down, and Su Ming heard a system beep. Surprisingly, he had directly increased his spiritual power by 80,000 points. This caused Su Ming to be shocked beyond measure in his heart. Tied. Su Ming had found the direction to become stronger. When recruit training was over, he himself would have to rely directly on the Hayakuri family's wine storehouse. Drink straight to the promotion human ceiling. Drink straight to ascension to godhood. Good idea, though, but that old guy, Bai Lixin, old capitalist, ghostly as hell, will definitely find a way to equalize the price. When the time comes to shade and pit one hand, Su Ming will lose more than he gains. So, now is not the time to go to the Bailey's house. If you want to take the Bailey family's wine warehouse, you have to put Bailey Chubby on top. After comprehensive consideration, Su Ming decided to focus on Fatty Bailey. At this moment, he has seen a bright future. Cool. Tun 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 tun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drinking a bottle of wine and permanently increasing his mental power by 80,000 points. Hearing the wonderful beeps of the system, Su Ming was so happy that he continued to drink openly. Tun 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 dash. Tun 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 dash. Half a month down the line, Su Ming drank the wine that Zuoqing copied from the Bailey family and increased his permanent spiritual power by 50 million points. It's a cool one. In the blink of an eye, 5 months have passed. The time came in January. The cold winds are picking up and winter is approaching. It's cold outside, and when you take 2 steps outside, a layer of white frost condenses on your eyebrows. During this period of time, Yuan Gang, Zhao Kongchang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and other instructors took turns treating Su Ming to drinks, starting with 2 cases of Maotai every day. Increased permanent mental power by 4 million points. This was as far as Yuan Gang and the others could go. Even the commanding general had to favor Su Ming. Yuan Gang and the others naturally couldn't slack off, and they had to make sure that Su Ming had 2 cases of Maotai to drink every day. Therefore, in 5 months, Su Ming had increased his spiritual power by a total of 54 million points. Early morning, Su Ming looked at the beautiful fog on the window, looked at the hazy figures of the recruits outside, and listened to the sound of them running laps around the barracks. A big stretch. Get up. Drink. Tun 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 tun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drinking a bottle of wine, permanently increasing his mental power by 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending a new skill, Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Technique. A marvelous feeling. After traveling through Su Ming's body, Su Ming felt as light as a swallow, and he could take off with his feet up. Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Technique? Is that the same light kung fu that talks about the immortal wind going around the body, being as light as a cloud, and picking up speed? Other people train physical skills, endurance, and even mental strength, and I, Su Ming, directly obtain lightness? Others practice martial arts. I cultivate immortality? A descending blow? Su Ming was delighted in his heart and hurriedly opened the system panel to check it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Daxia Night Watchman, Recruit Instructor. Cousin of Daxia's Sword Saint Zhou, nephew of third uncle. Favorite of Red Tassel. Person Si Xiaonan begged for help in beheading the gods. Chen Mai, Yuan Gang, Yi Fan, Xiao Pinga. Person Zuoqing has high hopes for. Lin Qi as master and rightful father. Zhao Kongqing's brothers. Wang Mian's boss. The entire false face team's worshipper. Bailey Tuming's elder brother. Chao Yuan's nobleman. Xin Xingzhu's worshipper. Moli's friend who seeks help. Person Han Li admires. Nyx's husband. And Xia Ximing's main focus. The one who seeks help. The one Han Li admires. Nyx's husband. The one Xia Ximing focuses on. Realm, infinite. Mental power, 6018030 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal's 200 years of cultivation, crushing Klein and ordinary gods, comparable to supreme gods. Weapons, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green steel sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusion effects to opponents. Magic sword, the more you drink, the stronger the sword. Skills, Imperial Sword Art. Flying Star, Imperial Sword Flight. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Crossing the 8 Directions. 10,000 Swords. 6 Chakras Divine Sword. Vast Sword Chi. Great River Sword Intent. Immortal Wind and Cloud Physical Art. Mission, protect the new recruits during the New Year's vacation. Protect a new recruit and gain 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the forbidden ruins. Possession, forbidden object Yao Guang. System upgrade materials, forbidden Yao Guang. 1 transformation of 3000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the forbidden ruins, etc. Looking at the new skills he had comprehended, as well as the spiritual power that had risen to 60 million points, Su Ming had only one word in his heart: cool. At this very moment, the recruits ran laps around the barracks in their thin short sleeves. The weather was cold, especially early in the morning, and the slightest hint of cold air was like a cold coat, covering the recruits and giving them goosebumps. If I hadn't been running, I would have probably gotten shiver after shiver and not been able to stop. In the midst of the cold, this group of new recruits grew up with the naked eye. They were like finely polished blades, from rough when they came, to sharp now, already primed for a military look, just when the new recruits still need to polish and continue their devilish training. Rally camp, Instructor's office. Chen Mai has already come. He's looking for Yuan Gang, asking for someone. It takes 3. Wishing you all a happy new year. Congrats on the wealth. May your hearts be filled with joy. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 122 Chen Mai, difficult to do? I think TM just don't do it. Rally camp, inside the instructor's office. Chen Mai was confronting Yuan Gang, neither of them letting the other go, and the room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chen Mai's opening was a king bomb. You guys need a vacation. Yuan Gang held his forehead in confusion. Vacation? What vacation? Yuan Gang was blown silly at the beginning, blinded for a moment before slowly picking up the chief instructor's majesty. Captain Chen, I've already told you, we're in closed training and haven't taken any vacation. You walked out of here too, don't you know? Snap. Chen Mai slammed the table and stood up, revealing his dominance. Alright then, you give Su Ming, Lin Xie, and Old Zhao individually, and grant the 3 of them a vacation to go back with me for the New Year's Eve dinner. Chen Mai had a bold attitude, and on his own turf, he didn't budge at all. His own people were bullied and he came to the door with a knife. His own people don't take vacations. He comes straight to the man in charge. Yuan Gang are dumbfounded. Chen Mai, your forbidden market is to protect the calf, right? He shook his head like a rattle. No, it's against the rules. Rules? Chen Mai eyes cold light. Good boy. Yuan Gang, you mentioned the rules to me? In Cangnan City, the old man is the rule. I don't care. You must give me the 3 today, or if not you can give me Su Ming. Chen Mai came straight across, up the intensity. You may not believe me when I say this, but our squad is ambushed outside, and if you don't agree, they're going to come in and rob us. You know, Su Ming's rumored girlfriend is waiting for Su Ming right outside with a gun in her hand. If you don't let him go, there will be serious consequences. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, his eyebrows twisted like twists. Captain Chen, it's very difficult for me to deal with you like this. Difficult to do? I'd say TM just don't do it. Chen Mai put his hand under the tabletop and was about to lift the table right away. Today, Su Ming must come with me. I'll see who dares to stop me. Seeing that Chen Mai was about to make a move, Yuan Gang hurriedly pressed his hands down on the table to prevent Chen Mai from lifting the table. Captain Chen, let's have a talk. Don't make a move. Calm down. Yuan Gang heart bitter. Respect Chen Mai. Give Xiaoping a face. Tube Chen Mai called a Captain Chen. Without giving face to Xiaoping, Yuan Gang just called out for cuffs. You're the captain of the last squad in the Chuan realm. What are you doing in my barracks? However, Yuan Gang, dared to mess with Chen Mai, but he didn't dare to mess with Su Ming. This matter was not something he could say, so he had to go and ask Su Ming what he meant first. However, Chen Mai didn't give Yuan Gang any time at all and almost yanked Yuan Gang's collar. Yuan Gang, the chief instructor, was once again confused. I go, Chen Mai, who gave you the courage? Oh yeah, the invincible Su Ming, is from squad 136. Oh yes, the battalion's deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongcheng, is also from squad 136. Oh yeah, my nigga, Lin Xie, the only dual god agent, is still in squad 136. Xiaoping and you are buddies, male and female. Oh no, black and white. Commander Yifan has given you the privilege of allowing you to report things over the top and call Yifan directly. Chen Mai, Chen Mai, you do have arrogant capital. You are awesome. To think that Chen Mai had a background, a backer, and most crucially, Su Ming. So, Yuan Gang wimped out in seconds, and could only shout respectfully, Captain Chen, can you tell me what exactly you want to do? As far as I know, your squad 136 has always kept a low profile. So why this time? Making trouble in the barracks. Aren't you afraid of being court-martialed? This last was said in a soft, unembarrassed voice. Yuan Gang did not know that once the east window was revealed, it would be Chen Mai or he, Yuan Gang, who would end up being court-martialed. The atmosphere was depressing for a while. Facing Yuan Gang's question, Chen Mai was silent for a moment, took out a box of Hibiscus King from his chest pocket, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Yuan Gang. I'm not afraid. It's not like I've never been court-martialed. But this time, it did happen for a reason. Someone is going to make a move on the recruits. Splat. Chen Mai lit the cigarette in his hand and took a hard drag. Yuan Gang frowned. The cigarette in his hand almost didn't chatter. 2 bull's eyes, staring dead at Chen Mai. What do you mean? Chen Mai gazed at Yuan Gang, unable to hide the panic in his eyes. Recently, Cangnan City is not peaceful. There are a lot of rats mixed in, and unknown forces. Rats? Yuan Gang's eyes glazed over. Unknown forces? Who? The 4 great divine realms? I don't know which side of the force they are from, but we've been tracking them for so long that we can basically be sure that their target is this training camp. Afterward, Chen Mai's eyes became stern as he said word for word, I can't handle it. I need Su Min. After saying that, Chen Mai once again took a sharp drag on his cigarette. I need him back on the team. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chen Mai had already made his attitude clear. Today, Su Ming he was going to take it. Looking at Yuan Gang's side again, his brows wrinkled once more. Captain Chen, someone is going to make a move against the training camp. Is the news reliable? You need Su Min. And I need Su Min too. It's not. I mean, are they crazy? It's a training camp. How many instructors are guarding? How dare they? Yuan Gang forcibly suppressed his own dismay, and was extremely reluctant to hand over Su Ming, because he knew that as long as Su Ming was there, the training camp could be guaranteed to be worry-free. And Chen Mai saw Yuan Gang's small mind and said with a straight face, there are some people who can do anything if the stakes are high enough. The black market value of just one young master of the Bailey Group is worth $800 million, and an unprecedented double divine agent. As long as the 2 are in the camp, the Church of the Ancient Gods, the unknown forces, will always have their eyes on them, and it's impossible to let them grow. They've been holding back for 5 months, and since they're making a move now, they're bound to be fully prepared. Instead of waiting for a terrorist attack in the camp, why don't you give Su Min to me and clear the way for you? Yuan Gang was in a difficult situation, and he lit the Hibiscus King in his hand, smoked it out, and after repeated thoughts, he said, leave this decision to Su Ming. Chen Mai didn't have an opinion, and in order to avoid spooking the recruits, he still suggested that the recruits take a vacation, saying that this will uncover the mole inside the instructor. Yuan Gang said after careful thought, as long as Su Ming agrees, I'm all for it. He already had a deep sense that he, the chief instructor, was no longer in charge. Soon, the deputy chief instructor, Zhao Kongchang, then brought Su Ming in. After listening to Yuan Gang's narration, Su Ming didn't hesitate at all. Oh, okay, out of camp, on vacation. Because his system mission had told him long ago to protect the new recruits during his annual vacation, protect a new recruit, reap a year of cultivation from Wine Sword Immortal. How else can you protect recruits and gain practice without vacation? After hearing Su Ming's answer, Yuan Gang, at #U and #UN%. Chen Mai, that's right. Zhao Empty City, Iwaiplu, vacation. I did not hear wrong. Actually unprecedented. To vacation? Oi. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Wish fulfilled, dream fulfilled. The mountains and rivers go together, and the new year is celebrated together. 2025. Be well together. Chapter 123, buy one get one free. Zhao Kongcheng, you take it away. Rally camp. In the instructor's office, a violent cough rang out in the quiet room. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Su Ming agree to take a vacation, Yuan Gang took a mouthful of tea and almost didn't spray it all out. It didn't go all the way out, but it did spray out most of the tea, and it also caused instant water stains on the clean white walls. The Yuan Gang people were dumbfounded. Oops, lifting a rock and stoning myself. Ask what's summing ah. With Su Ming's debonair and dashing personality, he would definitely agree to a vacation. Su Ming was simply one of the 3 major rebels of the Heavenly Court, one of Sun Wukong, Neza, and Yang Jian, and as long as they went against the system, they would surely raise their hands to help the field. So as soon as I heard about the vacation violation, I just agreed to it. Right. I should have known to take the idea myself, but the words are out there. Since Su Ming had agreed to take a vacation, there was nothing Yuan Gang could do. Just had to agree to a vacation. Never expected. Boomerang hit his face. Embarrassed. Looking at Chen Mai and Zhao Kongqing's delighted looks, Yuan Gang sneezed 2 more times and, Nima, you two are the ones wearing the same pants. It felt like being counted. On his way here, Zhao Kongqing must have tried his best to persuade Su Ming to agree to a vacation. Yuan Gang was bitter in his heart. He should have known to let Hong Hao go and shout at Su Ming, but it was all too late. Waiting for a few big gulps of tea to go down. Calm down. After some deep contemplation, Yuan Gang also looked away. Chen Mai has a point. The situation in Cangnan is not optimistic now. A single Bailey family's young eunuch and dual god agent Lin Qiye were enough for the evil forces from all sides to strike out against them. Earlier, at Mt. Zinan, when the recruits were training at their limits, the people of the Church of the Ancient God had already struck once. How dare one summon an ancient demon god, a horrible evil creature from the realm of Klein? If Su Ming hadn't been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bailey Tu Ming and Lin Qiye must die. It's normal for the recruits to go all out and the instructors to regroup. The reason why the training of the recruits, which is now normal, can be understood in this way. Because of the presence of Su Ming, who had easily killed the Klein realm monsters, the next terrorist attack was delayed by 5 months. It could be said that Su Ming had subdued the recruit training camp for 5 months with his own strength. With his counterintuitive strength, he deterred other evil movers and shakers who wanted to make things worse by granting the recruits 5 months of safe training. Although Su Ming was strong, people could not withstand temptation in front of benefits, even if Su Ming is a human ceiling. But, faced with the temptation of $80 billion, there will always be people who will do crazy acts and pay with their lives to provoke boot camps for money. Since Chen Mai said that many rats and other forces were mixed in Cangnan City, the rats, needless to say, will surely screw up the camp day and night. It's like summoning the devotees of an ancient demon god. It's a pain in the ass. And the other powers? What if the gods themselves came? Like that time when Nyx, the goddess of the night, was thankfully just looking for an agent and was coaxed back by Sumin. What should I do in case a few more outer gods come this time? Although he is a sea realm powerhouse, but once the barracks is attacked, the entire barracks 239 recruits, he can protect a few? Even with Su Ming holding down the fort in the barracks, a few more attacks would come, and Su Ming, alone, would be too distracted. Besides, according to Xiaoping Ge's words, Su Ming was Daxia's secret weapon, the last barrier guarding Daxia. A secret weapon. It's too big of a deal to come in every time to deal with the little things in the barracks. What a waste. Moreover, if the enemy has figured out the way and makes a maneuver, won't all of them have to karma off? Moreover, Chen Mai had a point. The instructors in his own barracks, could they guarantee that they were all fine? In case someone from the Church of the Ancient God compels the instructor with a compelling forbidden ruin, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Yuan Gang felt too much pressure and too much responsibility. That's right. As Chen Mai had said, the entire training camp was now in a disadvantageous environment with internal and external problems on all sides. The goal of the intensive training camp was too big. The instructors inside, the logistics, added up. It had to be more than 100 people. Within so many people, he, Yuan Gang, could not guarantee that there was no traitor. Moreover, after 5 months, even the ancient evil god of the Klein realm had been destroyed by Su Ming. This time, the fact that this group of curmudgeons still dared to make a move meant that they still had something more powerful than the ancient demon god. If this group of people were to join forces, and man and god were to cooperate, then the recruit training camp, it would be difficult to withstand the attacks from all directions. If there is still a mole haunting the training camp, the situation must be grim to the core. Although Su Ming was strong, invincibly strong, but for the whole of Daxia to rely only on Su Ming's words meant that all the Night's Watch had died in battle, and the gas had run out. A flame grew in Yuan Gang's chest, and he felt that he couldn't rely on Su Ming for everything, so he took Chen Mai's advice. The golden cicada is transformed into a hole. Su Ming handed it over and cooperated with Chen Mai to eliminate the evil forces outside. Inside, it was up to him, Yuan Gang, to personally purge the lurking mole. Seeing that Yuan Gang agreed, Chen Mai smiled in his heart. After all, it didn't fail to live up to the Red Tassel's expectations and managed to fish out Su Ming. And incidentally, Zhao Empyrean City and Lin Qiye were fished out as well. Originally, Chen Mai only wanted to fish for Su Ming, only to increase his leverage and bring Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye along with him. I didn't expect Su Ming's face to be so big, but he really took the vacation thing, and got it done. So, Chen Mai told Su Ming and Zhao Kongcheng to get ready, and called up Lin Qiye. The van was parked in front of the barracks, ready to pick them up. As soon as he heard Chen Mai say that, Yuan Gang waved his hands in succession. Brother, Give face. We have rules in the barracks too. Follow my rules, will you? We'll take the afternoon off and have a special bus to get the recruits out. As a matter of fact, instructors don't take vacations. Forget it. Buy one get one free. Zhao Kongcheng, you take it. Chen Mai, I don't care. I just want Su Ming. Zhou Empty City, that's what I'm giving away? Sumin, tons and tons and tons. At this very moment, Missile Base 39, the mole lurking in the barracks has made a move. He lowered the brim of his hat and took advantage of his lunch break to have a go at the operating table. The duty officer spotted him keenly and immediately pulled out his gun for an arrest action. However, the mole was not the least bit flustered and continued with the operation of launching the missile, which was destined for none other than the boot camp. Just as Chen Mai had said, someone was going to make a move against the boot camp. One of the insiders has already done it, or do it so brightly. Who gave him the bottom? The duty officer was laughed out of breath. This mole blowing himself up was too stupid. Who gave you the courage? Jasmine Leung? And the mole was smiling as he saw that support had arrived. An enchanting woman, holding a blood-stained hiltless blade in her hand, opened up to kill. Behind him were pools of scarlet blood and broken stone statues wailing in agony. The invasion of the Church of the Ancient God has begun. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 124, Instructor Su's gift down for everyone. The invasion of the ancient Church of God has begun. The boot camp, at the moment, knows nothing about it. They were still planning for their vacation, and Chen Mai was very politely invited out of the barracks by Yuan Gang due to the excessive demands he made. After sending Chen Mai away, Yuan Gang took out his few remaining chief instructors' majesty and ordered, Su Ming, Zhao Kongcheng, until vacation, you're still instructors. Although you are allowed a vacation, you are still required to participate in the transportation of recruits in the afternoon. When it's all sent out, it's vacation time. I'll leave the threat outside to you. Su Ming nodded his head. His mission, anyway, was that he needed to protect the recruits. He couldn't wait for all the threats out there to be concentrated in one piece and solved all at once, conveniently saving time. But how could it be? How could the enemy be so stupid? The people of the Church of the Ancient God, they weren't fools either. So, the recruits must have been scattered, and the dangers they encountered must have been scattered. In that case, Su Ming knew that it was time to move those things. As for himself, he only needed to keep an eye on one person, and that was Chubby 100, as the young master of the Bailey Group, with a head worth $800 million in the black market. He must be the one in the most danger. Therefore, to protect Fatty, not only is there the highest cost effectiveness, but perhaps, he can continue to fool him with 2 forbidden items to upgrade the system later. So, Su Ming immediately pulled Zhao Kongcheng, went back to the dormitory, packed up his things, and gave the new recruits a big gift. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, called in his beloved, Hong Hao. Things are grim and one must be prepared for anything. After lunch, Hong Hao then began to carry out the order. He blew his whistle. Recruits, assemble. 3 minutes after the shrill whistle rang through the sky, all the new recruits, all of them, arrived at the lower part of the martial arts stage. Hong Hao was very satisfied with this. Looking at the recruits below with their heads held high and gazes like swords, a sense of accomplishment arose in Hong Hao's heart. These 5 months, not in vain training, to that station as a soldier. Even the biggest prick, Xin Xingzhu, had the look of a soldier, making Hong Hao a little excited. After a lecture, Hong Hao announced a vacation. After a unanimous agreement among our instructors, it has been decided to give everyone a vacation before the next phase of training begins. From today until the 2nd day of the new year, a total of 4 days off. After Hong Hao's words went out, all the recruits froze, thought I was hallucinating. Boot camp, a vacation? This is a good thing that no one has ever done before or since. This kind of good thing, actually unprecedentedly fell on their heads. Everyone's eyes, full of incredulity. 1 second everyone froze, the next everyone got excited and cheered right back, especially Chubby Time. Excited as a 200-pound child, can't wait to invite Instructor Su Ming back to Guangshan City, in style. Just as Chubby had just popped up with this idea, Hong Hao's next sentence added up. However, everyone is not allowed to leave Cangnan. Once discovered, they will be directly dismissed from the night watch. Bailey Fatty was petrified on the spot after hearing this. My hair. In Chubby's petrified effort, Hong Hao continued, all of you have half an hour to pack up and gather at the training grounds. We'll send you out in one piece. Dismissed. Wow. All the recruits dispersed in a huff and rushed to pack up their things. I can't go home, but it's always nice to get out and get some air. Most of the faces had happiness written all over them. A few, however, didn't feel right. Lin Xie, for example, looked at Hong Hao's slightly serious face and felt that it must not be that simple. Maybe this vacation will be a quiz. Not only did Lin Xie think this way, but by his side, Xin Xingzhu and Xiao Yuan, all of them hung with puzzled expressions. The two are not cuties either. What kind of recruit trains for 6 months and then takes a vacation? It's so counterintuitive. There is a devil in everything that happens. This must be a new test. Thus, Xin Xingzhu looked at Lin Xie, Xiao Yuan looked at Xin Xingzhu, and Lin Xie looked at Xiao Yuan. And the three of them presented a very solid triangle and began a secret rivalry. All three of them share a common goal of taking this year's Rookie of the Year. The king of the rookies. Show off in front of Instructor Su Ming. Getting recognized by Instructor Su Min. Or the mantle. That dashing sword technique. The powerful spiritual power. All three wanted to learn it. Especially Xiao Yuan. After discovering that Su Ming was able to remove his sins and save him from the pain of burning black smoke, Xiao Yuan had become Su Ming's loyal licking dog. Even wanted to keep Su Ming sleeping every day. Because by Su Ming's side, Xiao Yuan was extraordinarily at peace. And those past killings, sins and pain could be suppressed. If the instructor's dormitory wasn't guarded, Xiao Yuan would have gone to warm Su Ming's bed. Xin Xingzhu, on the other hand, had feelings of respect and admiration for Su Ming. Recognized Big Brother, being handsome, wanted to follow Su Ming for the rest of his life and saddle up. His feelings for Su Ming were like Li Jia's and their feelings for him. So happy to be Su Ming's little brother. Lin Xie, on the other hand, wanted to follow Su Ming and become stronger. Be Su Ming's disciple and learn all of Su Ming's skills. To protect his home, his aunt and Jin, he's been working hard, trying to be better, trying to be seen by Su Min, trying to learn everything about Su Min. And this vacation, out of camp, Lin Xie didn't think it was that simple. It must be something similar to the kind of extreme training that Sunanzan does in general. There's something fishy going on. In order to pass the quiz with flying colors, Lin Xie was packing up his things, tucking the pink dress that Su Ming had personally picked out for him into his backpack. This amulet, Lin Xie was to carry with him at all times. It was hand-picked for him by the master himself. It must have a key role to play. With this amulet, anything else would seem insignificant. Lin Xie decided to travel light, carrying only a lightweight backpack. Half an hour passed quickly. Everyone darted to the training ground. Lin Xie saw a familiar shadow from afar, and it was none other than Chubby. Originally thought that I had brought few enough things. I did not think that Bailey Chubby was even more exaggerated. Empty-handed. Nothing to bring. Xiao Yuan, who was carrying a backpack and dragging a suitcase, was very speechless. You, don't bring anything? Bring it on. Bring what? My big brother gave me the seal. Bailey Fat very dejected pointed to the chest. Above the Xiao word seal attention. Look at all the people who want to hit him so badly. The moment. Zhao Kongcheng dragged a large box, and the sergeant who was guarding the door for Su Ming, walked over together. Now, to ensure everyone's safety, Instructor Su Ming has a gift for you. Line up and come over here one at a time to get one. Everyone gets one. As soon as I heard there was a gift, it was still given by Instructor Su Ming, and all the recruits were thrilled and touched beyond words. Lin Xie's several people were about to be moved to tears, worthy of being the instructor they loved to worship. However, when they realized that what was handed out was actually the seal of the Bailey family, everyone was dumbfounded. Bailey's house. Why? It's the same seal. Why is it the Bailey family? At this very moment, Bailey Chubby was even more dejected. Hold your head up high and show everyone the stamp on your chest. See? Mine is Xiao. Yours are all the symbols of my Bailey family. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Bailey Chubby was like a favored matron of the harem, holding a small whip in her hand, incomparably dejected and scornful of everyone. Lin Xie, Xiao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu and Emoli, looking at the hands to receive the Bailey family seal, so want to hit the fat ah. When did Instructor Su Ming and this little fatty get so close ah? Unconvinced and resigned. It's damn rich. Even Instructor Su Ming was humanized by him. In everyone's envious and jealous gazes, Chubby Bailey was the first to board the bus, and that dejected expression was overflowing. There is no way. He has the capital to fool around. It is not clear why everyone's seal is the seal of the Bailey family. However, Bailey Chubby felt that this was Instructor Su Ming making it clear, explicitly showing himself, that is, his dear little brother. It's his little brother that Su Ming is covering. Ha ha ha, happiness. At this moment, Bailey Chubby was bursting with happiness. The other recruits, although they weren't as dejected as Bailey Chubby, but they always got the big gifts given by Su Ming. So, all very happy. Thinking of that time, at Mount Zinan, It was just a matter of holding Su Ming's sword to be free from the effects of the forbidden objects. This time, what will be the incredible effect of having a Bailey family seal in each hand? Everyone went wild with anticipation and carefully placed it in their arms. The bus departed and soon the moment to verify the gold content of this seal arrived. Countless missiles, hundreds of kilometers away, fired at the boot camp. Fired. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 125, A Fool's Blessing. Squad 136 is on the move. Boot camp. The 239 recruits boarded their vehicles. In the black bus, under each seat, there was a long black box. The moment Lin Xie saw these boxes, he realized that this vacation wasn't that simple, and the other recruits guessed as much when they saw the box at their feet. After everyone boarded the buses, Hong Hao's voice came out from the various buses. This time, when we leave the camp on vacation, all of us will bring our star swords, but it must never be used in non-essential situations. Even if you encounter special circumstances, you should try to avoid the public eye and not bring panic to the people. Got it? Understood. At this moment, everyone picked up the black box and looked at the knife inside. Very sharp standard knife, but there's no name, since they were still new recruits. Only after their completion were sabers, cloaks, and coats of arms distributed that belonged to each man. The group of new recruits had star blades that were still in the process of being built. The name that belongs to each man's pride must wait until he passes the set before he is eligible to be branded on it. Lin Xie was looking forward to this. Next to him, Chubby Bailey knocked the black box in his hand and lamented. The quality of this blade is very good, but compared to the seal on my chest, it's still inferior. Even your seals are of better quality than this knife. You shut up. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Emoli couldn't wait to eat him alive. Is it still human to speak? Here in Versailles what? Why is this dead fat guy rich, lucky, and being focused on by Instructor Su Ming? Let's just say that fools have fools. Yeah. Where's Mr. Su Ming? Which car is he in? Lin Xie and the others looked around, but none of them found any trace of Su Ming. Su Ming was, at this moment, in the instructor's dormitory. He's moving the wine. I'm going out on vacation, and I still have a few cases of mutai left to drink, just in time for New Year's Eve with the red tassels and the others. The premise is that it has to last until New Year's Eve dinner. Only Su Ming summoned 3 swords. Wooden swords, light steel swords and magic swords. The magic sword is the widest, so it carries 2 cases of wine. After simply packing up, Su Ming directly flew with his sword in the air, escorting the new recruits. After all, the bull was blown out of the water on the first day of the set. As long as he, Su Ming, was there for one day he was their instructor. All the new recruits, one or the other, don't want to die. According to the process of Urkadai, there must be a missile attack this afternoon. In order to reserve some spiritual energy for Lin Xie, he continued to maintain the miracle city of Cangnan City. Therefore, Su Ming decided to personally intervene and intercept these missiles. So, to the shocked eyes of the gatekeeper sergeant, and a group of patrol instructors, Su Ming flew with his sword, followed by 3 long swords carrying wine, like a sword fairy returning on the wind. The sergeants and instructors, very envious. The legendary immortals are just like that. After seeing Su Ming off, the sergeant took the logistics team and started to clean up Su Ming's room. From the garbage can, I found a few seals of the Bailey family, which were obviously leftover garbage picked by Zhao Kongcheng. So the sergeant and the logistics team all picked them up and put them in their pockets. It must be useful. For these few pieces of trash that even Zhao Kongcheng thought were trash, these people almost fought over them. Outside of training camp, a black van stood out on the road at the edge of a dozen miles of wasteland. Chen Mai, Hong Ying, and Wen Qimo were all waiting in the van. Hong Ying was sitting in the back, carrying the wine she'd bought for Su Ming. Asked every 2 minutes, why isn't it out yet? Asked every 2 minutes, why hasn't it come out yet? Captain, are you reliable? Did Chief Yuan Gang grant a vacation or not? Chen Mai, in the passenger seat, patiently comforted Red Tassel. Approved, almost, like a mom coaxing her daughter. After waiting for so long, the driver, Wen Qimo, was also a little impatient. He had his hands on the steering wheel, looking out the window, also looking out the window, and his hands kept knocking. Although no words were spoken, the knocking sound was asking Chen Mai, Captain, where are the men? Where are Su Ming and the others? Chen Mai glared fiercely at Wen Qimo, frightening Wen Qimo to immediately sit back, waist straightened doubly, like a statue, did not dare to move. In fact, Chen Mai is also very puzzled. This is already in the afternoon. Where is the person? If you don't come out, you'll rob the camp. I'm going to have a cigarette. He stepped out of the car and had just taken out his cigarette case when a voice came over his headset. It was none other than Wu Shangnan's voice. Captain, I'm monitoring a missile headed your way. The target, it should be that group of recruits. Chen Mai did not hesitate after hearing this, and directly stuffed the cigarette case back, just like Brother Crow, jumped out the window and got on the car, yelled at Wen Shima, drive and get help. Squad 136, move out. Wen Shima didn't hesitate when he received the order and stepped on the gas to the end. The black van was like a black lightning bolt off the string and rushed into the military restricted area, and Red Tassel took out the black box, knowing that the situation was not good. After learning that there was a missile attack, Red Rouge closed her eyes and silently prayed for Su Ming. Don't let anything happen to you, you little drunkard. At this time, the 136th Squad, Hong Ying, Wen Chi Mo, Wu Xiangnan and Lang Xian, were unaware of Su Ming's strength. Thought Su Ming was the same little drunkard from back then, still a brat without much fighting ability even after quitting drinking. So the heart of the Red Tassel was very impatient, constantly urging Wen Shima to drive faster. Wen Shima's heart is also anxious. Missile Ye, Su Ming, Lao Zhao and Lin Chie. 3 people have a few lives in case of a bullet, must die. Therefore, Wen Shima's foot, direct throttle to the bottom, even cornering is a high-speed cornering, almost overturned the car. In this kind of fast-moving car, Chen Mai was still able to maintain his composure and communicate with Lang Xian. Lang Xian, you're still on the tower, right? Okay, you heard earlier, there are missiles trying to attack the boot camp. Any ideas on how to do that? I'll try the air control missiles and the ordnance to hedge my bets, but I can only detonate one. Okay, do your best. Copy that. The moment Lang Xian, who was lying on an abandoned tower crane, was using binoculars to watch those buses drive out of the barracks. He really didn't know which car was carrying Su Ming and the others, so he could only pray that he would bet right. Just as Lang Xian was getting ready, in the distance, on the blue-colored sky, 5 unknown objects flew through the clouds, dragging out white tails and falling rapidly in the direction of the bus and the barracks. Lang Xian froze. 5? So much? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 126. Snake Woman is dumbfounded. What are those golden covers? Whoosh! A long, piercing whistle rose. 5 missiles broke through the sky and came straight for the bus and the barracks. The 3 missiles grazed Lin Xie and the others' heads and flew over, landing straight in the training camp. One of them detonated before it could fall, and it was Lang Xian who struck. He randomly chose an air control and got it wrong. It was the missile that fell towards the training camp. The missile detonated in the air. Smoke rolled out and set off a violent wave of sound waves that nearly toppled a group of buses to the ground. The other 2 missiles, one landed in the instructor's dormitory and one in the training field. Rumble. The explosion on the training ground was like setting off a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking up circles and circles of sand and dust waves, setting off layers and layers of air ripples, and blowing out an incomparably huge crater. The sound was extremely terrifying. Luckily, the recruits had all left the camp. If they were training, they would have been blown to bits. Another missile detonated in the instructor's quarters. It detonated right above the heads of the sergeant who was guarding the door for Su Ming, as well as the logistics team. Rumble. Shocking explosions rose. Piercing flames raged like wild dragons, and black smoke instantly wrapped around the instructor's dormitory. If the instructors had rested inside and not sent the recruits out of camp, they would have been all but wiped out. And the sergeants and logistics crews closest to the explosion, who, by all accounts, were bound to die. However, miraculously, it was as if they were covered with a layer of golden light shield. They were not affected by the explosion, and the fragments of the explosion bombarded on them were all like cotton bouncing on their bodies, soft and powerless, and the seals in their pockets, gleaming, provided them with a steady stream of golden shades. At this moment, the sergeant and the logistics team realized that Su Ming's seal worked. Luckily, they picked up these seals from the trash, and stored them close to their bodies. Otherwise, they would be crippled if not dead. Although, these stamps, in a trash can be of some use, they certainly don't come with as much protection as storing them close. Looking at the swaying flames around them, and a mushroom cloud of black smoke converging, the crowd was very thankful that there was Su Ming, who had saved their lives. Meanwhile, 2 other missiles followed, all rushing the bus. At this moment, Su Ming and Red Tassel struck at the same time. Su Ming threw a seal over, and red tassel threw a lance over. The seal carried the golden sword Immortal laws, and the lance was draped in rosy red flames. They burst out together. This, then, is the tacit understanding. The speed of the seal was unbelievable. The naked eye could not even catch it. Only a golden color crossed the sky and detonated the missile in place. The speed of the lance was equally swift as it cut a long red line through the air, precisely intercepting the missile in mid-air. Rumble! Countless clusters of flames bloomed in the air, rolling up skyward waves of air that nearly toppled the bus group once again. Fragmented missile debris, ejected by the violent explosion, burst out like a machine gun towards the bus. At such a distance, with a huge push, the iron skin of the bus simply couldn't withstand such a rain of broken metal. Just as this metal debris, which looked like bullets, attacked the bus, the seals of all the recruits suddenly flashed with miraculous light. The 100-mile seal on their bodies, glittering, one after another, a golden light cover, like bubbles, one after another, all gushing up. They formed like a foam board and covered all the buses. The moment everyone was about to be penetrated by the rain of broken metal through their bodies, a golden shield had been generated, protecting everyone. All of the missile fragments that were as sharp as razor blades were all dissolved by the golden light shield, and none of them could penetrate in. Everyone was dumbfounded at this. Hell knows what they went through. These are missiles, but missile fragments. Debris can reach speeds of over 200 meters per second due to the violent propulsion generated by the explosion. These dense pieces of debris could be described as having a giant blue flaming Gatling blasting over everyone's head. The probability of surviving is no more than 1 in 1,000. How fast those missile fragments fly! From protruding to penetrating people's bodies, it only takes 0.25 seconds at most. Plus they are too dispersed and have different glide trajectories. It is as difficult as heaven to intercept them all. Luckily, Su Ming had the foresight to have Zhao Kongcheng hand out a seal. The seal entwined with the laws of the Sword Immortal played a huge role at this moment. These seals, which triggered the protection mechanism at the critical moment, fused together countless golden shields of light, not only protecting the recruits, but also saving the bus from burning. Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Hao, and the other instructors were shocked beyond belief as they looked at what was in front of them. Awesome, Brother Ming. Without Su Ming's words, everyone will die. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and Molly and all the other new recruits were all thrilled as they looked at the shield that was emitting golden light. Thank you to Instructor Su Min. Not bad for a great gift. Even missiles are protected. Awesome. Especially Chubby Time was more careful with the seal. Worthy of being the good stuff given to me by Brother Su Ming. The missiles are all protected against it. It's even stronger than my Bailey family's forbidden items. I'll see how many forbidden items I still have on me. I have to find Big Brother to exchange for more good things. Chubby's thoughts coincided with those of Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and the others. Make sure to perform well and see if you can get another good thing from Su Ming. Inside the assembly camp, a light golden-colored film covered half of the training camp, preserving the lives of the instructors and logistical staff that had been affected by the explosion at the training ground. Looking at the training ground that had fallen into a sea of fire. Looking at the instructor's dormitory that was rolling in smoke in the distance. Yuan Gang, who was wearing a military uniform, stood in front of the sea of fire, and the light gold on his body slowly faded away. A pair of angry eyes reflected the sea of fire in front of them. His fists grew tighter and tighter. Fortunately, Chen Mai gave advance warning. Fortunately, the recruits did not train in the afternoon. And fortunately, most of the instructors escorted the recruits out of the camp, which minimized the losses. Angry and a little bit grateful at the same time. The boot camp was no big deal, and with Su Ming and Lao Zhao outside, it should be even better. Yes, as Yuan Gang thought, an instructor reported on the recruits. The stamps on the recruits worked. No casualties. Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately there was Su Ming. But as soon as the recruits left the training camp, missiles were falling in their wake. There are indeed traitors in the training camp. Yuan Gang put on his military cap properly, gazed in the direction of the incoming missiles, and reported to Xiaopinga through gritted teeth. Boss, the boot camp was attacked. Can you find out what's going on? The moment. Missile Base 39. Snake Woman looked at the satellite surveillance screen in front of her, revealing a very stunned look. It was a bit of a giggle. 5 missiles sent through and not a single casualty. What the hell? What are those golden shrouds? Forbidden ruins? Chief Instructor Yuan Gang is he that strong? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 127 Red Tassel. You mentioned the Erguotu. Su Ming. It might be too much. Missile Base 39. The ear-piercing sirens echoed throughout the base. And under the flickering lights, Snake Woman stared at the screen in a bit of a daze. I wonder what's going on with those golden shades of light. Ha! 5 missiles bombarded down. Like fireworks, thunder and rain. Nothing has played a role. The Snake Woman's heart is very upset. At this moment, a deep voice came out of Snake Woman's cell phone. It seems that this group of people is harder to deal with than we thought. Those fools, they made too much noise in Cangnan. They must have gotten wind of it. The Snake Woman grinned and spat out her scarlet letter, the corner of her mouth curving into a bizarre arc. That makes things even more interesting. She stood up, a morbid excitement in her eyes, and couldn't wait to cross paths with the divine agent. She preferred the thrill of strangling geniuses to recruiting this group of geniuses, so she left with enchanting steps, and on the floor of the large maneuvering room, a hideous snake's eye was drawn, with a lot of blood, on the floor of the large maneuvering room. Soon, the personnel that Xiaopinga had sent to investigate arrived. The sight of the hideous, horrific images of the place made even the trained scouts resist the urge to vomit. Xiaopinga and Yuan Gang, after receiving the feedback from the investigators, all clenched their fists as they looked at the hideous, blood-red snake eyes. The ancient Church of God. You will never be spared. In the meantime, several dark buses had transported the recruits. All of them. Everyone went their separate ways. Bailey Fat straight into the Kalansky Hotel. Luxury presidential suite. Cannot wait to enjoy. Su Ming, on the other hand, flew with his sword and followed Bailey Chubby, moving in together. Because he knew that of all the recruits, the most dangerous one was Chubby 100. This goods have been in distress. Save once. Can gain Wine Sword Fairy 1-year cultivation? So must be followed by Fat Brush Ah. It's called best value for money. Chao Yuan's eyes were the sharpest. And he had long since seen Su Ming, who was flying with the Imperial Sword, and realized that Su Ming was following Bailey Chubby, and immediately tailed his own speed up. Xin Xingzhu, on the other hand, took his 3 little brothers, Dan Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, and strolled around Cangnan City to have a bowl of clear soup noodles first. Molly and a few little sisters, out of the camp, naturally want to go to the shopping mall. In the barracks held a small half a year. Is a woman to go to revenge consumption? Lin Xie, on the other hand, was led by Zhao Conqing to find a car. Look for Chen Mai's black van. Su Ming had long ago explained to Zhao Conqing that the threat outside would be left to him, and Squad 136, just protect Lin Xie. Therefore, Zhao Empyrean City straight away brought Lin Xie and went to join Chen Mai and the others. At this moment, Chen Mai, Hong Ying, and Wen Qima, the 3 of them, were waiting for it. If it wasn't for Hong Hao stopping him, Chen Mai would have gone up and grabbed someone when the missile attacked just now. There's no way to behave in front of so many recruits. So, when Qima just had to drive the van to the drop-off point first and wait. Finally, the bus was seen pulling up and the recruits all got off. 2 familiar figures were seen walking towards them. It was Zhao Conqing and Lin Xie. Here they come. Chen Mai. Several people hurriedly got out of the car, especially Hong Ying, carrying a mention of Red Star Erguotu, ready to give Su Ming a surprise. You must have craved it after spending the last 6 months in the barracks. The red tassel was specially prepared for Su Ming. However, the only ones who approached them were Zhao Conqing and Lin Xie. There was no Su Ming. Looking left and right, still no Su Ming. The crowd was puzzled. Where was Su Ming? Zhao Conqing hurriedly explained a sentence. He's on a mission. Let's go back first. The chief means the same thing. We, Squad 136, will protect Lin Xie first. Chen Mai was startled in his heart. This kid, Su Ming, wouldn't have taken my words seriously, would he? And really went to destroy the guys from the ancient God Church? No, I'm just looking for an excuse to let you guys take a vacation. Su Ming, you really went to eliminate the external danger? With Su Ming's strength, he's definitely not worried. But it will take a few days to eradicate the ancient Church of God guys. Tomorrow night back home for New Year's Eve dinner or not? The bottom line is, red tassels ahoy. Don't be impulsive. Su Ming, there really is a mission. Now, it's not the right time for you to know Su Ming's strength, so calm down. At this moment, the red tassel had clenched his fists. There were rosy red flames burning in his hands, and the red star what he was carrying was beginning to boil. Su Ming, I know they don't allow alcohol in the barracks, so you must have quit drinking. I've even bought you a drink, and you're not even here. Damn it. Abominable. Damn it. Where have you been? You little drunkard. Nasty. Hong Ying's furious appearance, that angry bulging little face, scared Zhao Conqing and Lin Xie so much that they didn't dare to speak, only dare to read a few words in my mind. Hong Ying. In fact, Su Ming didn't quit drinking at all. Not only did he not quit drinking, the commanders were mailing him good wine. Not only does the commanding general mail him good wine, even the chief instructor, all of us instructors, treat Su Ming to Mauzi every day. In the barracks, the worst Su Ming ever drank was Mauzi, the erguatu that you mentioned in Red Tassel. Su Ming might resent it. Just then, Hong Hao walked over with a serious expression. Captain Chen, find an absolutely safe place and let's have a chat. Chen Mai frowned. Absolutely safe place? Back to the barracks. Hong Hao shook his head and whispered. As you expected from you, the barracks are no longer safe. Take a look at this picture. Missile Base 39, all dead. Hong Hao's eyes were red and there were tears running down from the corners of his eyes. The crowd glanced at a photo of Missile Site 39. There were body rocks everywhere, rivers of blood, and an unmistakable, blood-red snake's eye. At this moment, everyone knew the situation was not good. After some thought, Chen Mai decided that he would go to Red Tassel's house. Red Tassel's big villa was the safest place in the whole of Cangnan city. The safest place. Only, looking at the warm Red Tassel, Chen Mai didn't even dare to speak loudly, let alone go to the Red Tassel's house for a meeting. At this time, Lin Shiye stood out and spread his hands. Sigh. Hey, Sister Red Riding Hood, I'm showing my cards. To be honest with you, my master, Su Ming, went to prepare a gift for you. New Year's, you haven't seen each other for half a year, so he's gone to prepare a New Year's gift for you. New Year's gift? The Red Tassel instantly shifted from anger to surprise at the sound of it. Full of shyness and carnal happiness, carrying the 2 pots in his hand, he immediately drilled into the van, his little heart beating wildly as if he had kicked a rabbit. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Shiye dumbfounded, as if asking, seriously? Lin Shiye shook his head helplessly. Sometimes a well-intentioned lie doesn't count as deception. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened. But if Su Ming didn't prepare a gift, wouldn't he die a horrible death? Lin Shiye lapsed into silence and said after thinking for a moment, so, I have to help master. But before that, isn't there a meeting? Kalansky Hotel, Deluxe Presidential Grand Suite. Su Ming was lying comfortably on the sofa and drinking. Tun. It is not a pleasure to do so. Suddenly, he sneezed. What's the deal? This feeling, someone's cursing me? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 128, Hong Ying, You and Su Ming. It's kind of explicit, isn't it? Inside the villa of the Red Tassel, the large mansion left Hong Hao stunned. No, Captain Chen, you, Squad 136, actually have such a large secret base. And these rooms, so clean. This room, it seems a bit different. It's cleaner than the others. And there's wine? This door sign on it says Su Ming? Chen Mai also curiously looked at the room and nodded. Well, this room is something different, and quite well thought out. When Shima bent over, his head sticking in. Wow, it sure is clean. This floor is so smooth, and this bed is made so flat. Zhao Kongcheng crouched on the ground and nodded as he ran his fingertips across the ground. Spotless, this is every day have scrubbed the floor. Worthy of the Red Tassel. Si Xiaonan explained, hugging his shoulders. That's for sure, but Sister Hong Ying is making Su Ming's bed every day, just like a little daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to come home. Wu Shangnan said, pointing to the door number. Hong Ying, you and Su Ming. It's kind of explicit, isn't it? Hong Ying's little face flushed and she slapped the back of Wu Shangnan's head. You're the one who talks too much. Don't we have a meeting? Xiangnan Wu. No, they're all talking. I said, why did you single me out? And, as far as I'm concerned, there are fewer words. Count them if you don't believe me. In Wu Shangnan's confusion, everyone came to the living room. The group discusses the attack, and Hong Hao also shares Yuan Gang's thoughts. After understanding everything, Lin Qiye understood. It's the Church of the Ancient God that's up to no good. And this time, the main targets were Lin Qiye and Bailey Chubby. One was a dual god agent, and the other was the Bailey family's young master. Now, Lin Qiye figured out the purpose of this vacation. It was to send them out of the training camp in the name of vacation, not only to spread out the target, but also to avoid other recruits from being caught in the wave and causing unnecessary casualties. It can also turn from light to dark and hide the recruits from the ancient Church of God, so that they can't continue to use weapons of mass destruction. One can only say that the people of the Church of the Ancient God are indeed ferocious in Ho-Hum, and they do have heavenly abilities, a military base that is so easily wiped out in its entirety. Once these guys take on the recruits, it's very dangerous. Therefore, Hong Hao was also asking everyone on Yuan Gang's behalf if it was still necessary to let the operation continue. Hearing this, Wu Shangnan objected. This operation must be terminated. We cannot gamble with the lives of our recruits. when Shima also said that the plan was too risky. A Medusa agent that can wipe out a military base in its entirety. Once it strikes in Cangnan, I can only protect Lin Chie alone. Hong Hao nodded. That's right, there's been a change of plans. So what Chief Yuan Gang means is that you, Squad 136, only need to protect Lin Chie. The other recruits act as bait to draw out the guys from the Church of the Ancient God. Chief Yuan Gang will lead a team to protect the recruits and purge the enemy. Chen Mai had no objections, and said to himself that Yuan Gang, this old boy, is very ghostly. Still protecting the other recruits. They are trying to follow Su Ming to pick up the slack, right? But it doesn't matter. The key is tomorrow night. Su Ming back to eat New Year's Eve dinner. He's going to make a lot of good food and keep pulling down summings. Hearing Hong Hao's plan, Hong Ying immediately slapped the table to express his disagreement. Our squad 136 is very strong. It's more than enough to protect 7 knights. And there's a lot of us. Leave 7 knights to Wu Shangnan and the others. I'll go with Nan to protect Su Ming. Su Min? Hong Hao was dumbfounded, thinking that Su Ming still needed protection. He looked at Chen Mai and Zhao Emporian City with great puzzlement. Chen Mai slapped his head. Right. He hadn't told Hong Yao about Su Ming's true strength, nor had he told Hong Yao that Su Ming had become an instructor. Su Min, in fact, is one of the protective recruits. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Mai hurriedly told Red Tassel to obey orders and not to mind Su Ming. Zhao Kongcheng also waved his hand back and forth, telling Red Tassel not to interfere with the chief's instructions. But Red Coma was worried about Su Ming, since the people of the Ancient Gods Church had struck out against the recruits. Su Ming, as a member of the recruits, must be facing danger now as well. She had promised Zhou Ping that she would take care of Su Ming. Now that Su Ming would be in danger at any time, how could she explain to the Sword Saint Zhou Ping if she didn't provide close protection to Su Ming? So, Red Rumor didn't care. She got up and was going out to look for Summing. Other people don't care about Su Ming, right? She'll take care of it. Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly stood up and continued to persuade Red Tassel to calm down. Must trust Yuan Gang and do their own thing. The chief told them to protect Lin Chie, so they protected Lin Chie, and told them to leave the other recruits alone. So they left them alone. Red Tassel was very incomprehensible, not understanding why everyone was so indifferent to Su Ming. There were people from the Church of the Ancient God outside, eyeing them. Whatever happened to Su Min? Let him be bait and fend for himself? Just because Su Ming is not a divine agent? Priority must be given to the protection of the divine agent Lin Chio, right? Just when Hong Ying insisted on going to find Su Ming despite everyone's persuasion, Si Xiaonan spoke up. Sister Hong Ying, let's obey orders. Su Ming, he, must be fine. We have to believe in Chief Yuan Gang's strength and the instructors. Si Xiaonan was also aware of Su Ming's strength, so she also guessed that it was the Snake Woman and the followers of the Church of the Ancient God who faced such a tricky situation and needed Su Ming to step in to purge them. And Su Ming's strength, which had been hidden by Chen Mai in the beginning, and now by Yuan Gang, must have been meant from above. So, in order not to hinder Yuan Gang's plan and Su Ming's move to destroy the enemy, Si Xiaonan decides to open his mouth and tell Red Riding to calm down. Red Riding Hood calmed down a little at Minami's words. At this moment, Hong Hao also spoke. Please believe in our chief's strength. He's a man of the sea realm. And Su Min, there's absolutely no need to worry about him. Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng nodded their heads frantically. Yeah, Red Riding, don't think too much. From now on, we, Squad 136, collectively protect Lin Chie. Take a good rest today. Buy more groceries tomorrow, and I'll cook myself in the evening, so we can all celebrate the new year together. Upon hearing that he would get to eat something delicious, Red Riding Hood calmed down a little. Suddenly she thought of something and looked at Lin Chie. 7 nights. Let me ask you, did Su Ming really go and prepare a gift for me? Lin Chie suddenly reacted quickly to being asked and nodded repeatedly. Red Riding lifted his lance again, going out the door. No, I'll be upset for the rest of my life if Su Ming is in danger just to buy me a gift. I'll go find him. Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly stopped it. Red Tassel, put the gun down. Just don't worry. We'll guarantee with our heads that Su Ming will be fine. After some tugging and pulling, Red Riding was finally talked out of it. Lin Chie took advantage of the chaos and hurriedly sent a text message to Su Ming. Master, when you come back, remember to make sure to buy a gift for Sister Hong Ying Ha. Su Ming was comfortably drinking at the Kalansky Hotel and was very confused when he saw Lin Chie's text message. What do you mean? What kind of gift to buy for Red Riding? Just as Su Ming was about to inquire, a knock came from outside the door. Hello, room service. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 129, the takeout has arrived. Chow Thief's eyes were full of light. A minute ago. Kalansky Hotel. Deluxe Presidential Grand Suite. The first thing Chubby did when he checked in was to take a shower and find out what it was like to be a young master of 100 miles. In half a year's time, he had lost a whole lot of weight. From a hydrogen balloon to a fat tire. Looking at the luxurious bathrooms and enjoying the warm stream of water was heavenly compared to the recruits' quarters. At this moment, Chubby realized how nourishing his little life had been before. It was only a short 4-day vacation, but it was enough for him to dash around in style, and it was still with Instructor Su Ming. Though I don't know why brother Su Ming. Why would he stay with himself in the presidential suite? Supposedly, he was instructed by his superiors to have a mission to protect his Chubby. However, Chubby saw compassion in Su Ming's eyes, like a big brother looking at his little brother with care. Ha ha, I, Bailey Tu Ming, am really the one who was brother Su Ming's type. I'm the big brother's favorite. What Lin Chiye, Xin Xingju and Xiao Yuan, all step aside. He looked at the Xiao stamp in his pants and was even more certain that he was Su Ming's approved little brother. So, as Su Ming's loyal little brother, Chubby decided to take big brother Su Ming to pinch his feet after his bath. Tomorrow night, we'll pack another bar and ask a bunch of little MMs to join big brother for New Year's Eve. Time Fatty is a blast to think about. After taking a shower, he didn't even dry his hair and walked out of the bathroom shaking the glass of red wine in his hand. He wanted to ask brother Summing if he was going to pinch his feet later. What he doesn't realize is that the reason why Su Ming's eyes were filled with pampering when he looked at Chubby Bailey. It was because he saw these forbidden objects such as, 1 transformation of 3000, and, chopping white, and contemplated how he could lure them into his hands and upgrade the Sword Immortal system, and why it's full of love. It was thinking of the Bailey Group's, Elegy, Epicurean Sword Scabbard, and other such forbidden items, and there was even a reckoning on the Bailey family's wine. And now, there's already a system quest reminding that Chubby Bailiff is about to encounter danger. Protect it once, and you'll gain a year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. That was why Su Ming's eyes were filled with love and care when he looked at Bailey Chubby, which is looking at Fatty Su Ming is looking at his treasure chest a walking treasure chest that could spit out rewards from time to time. Su Ming couldn't help but protect it. However, Chubby Bailey knew nothing about this and still thought that he was more attractive than Lin Chiye, Xin Xingju, and Xiao Yuan, and they had gained Su Ming's love. The Xiao seal in his pants is proof of that, and the 100 miles badge in the pocket of his shirt. 100 miles speaks for itself. Lin Chiye, Xiao Yuan, and these people, what could they compare to him? Bailey Fatty. Ha ha ha. Chubby is smiling inside. Results. He had a grin on his face 1 foot and stepped out of the bathroom the next to see Xiao Yuan. The smile on his face instantly froze, because Chubby saw the blushing Xiao Yuan. Seeing Xiao Yuan, who was holding his sword with a shy face, is standing by Su Ming's side to escort him. Pride was written all over his face. In Bailey Fatty's heart, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were bouncing around in his heart. He himself is just taking a shower, and he is intercepted by Chow's thieves? No, never thought that the Chow traders would be here. This dead lickspittle, actually pulling a stunt like this? Martyr, on the licking dog. I Bailey Fat not as good as you Chow thief You are a real licker. Dog thief. Look at you with a pouty face, like a pissed off little, trying to win my big brother's sympathy. Bailey Fatty instantly saw through Xiao Yuan's poor acting and split his head to question. Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Don't interrupt me from drinking with my big brother. If you want to stay, go next door and get one. The sight of you interferes too much with our enjoyment of life. Xiao Yuan was unperturbed. His back straightened out. It's okay, you drink yours and I'll pretend I didn't see it. Bailey Chubby wanted to hit him so badly. You're holding the sword. Can I drink it? Tun. The sound of Su Ming drinking came from him. He was reading a text message on his phone and didn't bother with them. The corners of Bailey Chubby's mouth twitched as he immediately followed one, slamming a mouthful of red wine. It felt like his position in Su Ming's heart was threatened. At the same time, the admiration for Su Ming increased in his heart. Look, my big brother, Su Ming, even knows the imperial art. This is all about checks and balances. Awesome. And after seeing Su Ming's performance, Xiao Yuan's face was overjoyed and he said in a hurry, Fatty, I'll put my knife down and accompany one too. That tone of voice was extremely flattering. Like Unit Xiao. Xiao Yuan was seen picking up the red wine on the table and directly drying it. Chubby Bailey was about to die of anger. Provocation. Nakedly from provocation. Xiao Yuan. You get out. Xiao Yuan was unmoved and blankly glanced at Chubby Bailey. Are you in such a hurry to kick me out? Shouldn't you have called take out? You fart. Bailey Chubby was anxious. So angry that his fat body shook 3 times. Little master. I've always been clean. How could I possibly call? Just as Chow Yuan was silent. The chubby time is fuming. Su-ming tons and tons and tons of drinking and wanted to call Lin Chia back. There was a knock at the door. Hello? Room service. Room service? Chow Yuan looked at Chubby with a strange smile. Takeout arrived? Chubby was full of innocence. I don't build it. I didn't order it. If I call for takeout, but also call the big brother to pinch the feet? It's the housekeeper. It has nothing to do with me. Chow Yuan hugged his arms and asked in a serious manner. The key question is, your housekeeper ordered a takeout, and the three of us, how are we going to split it? Chubby Bailey directly made a Tarzan press. A big fart squatting on top of Chow Yuan. Chow thief. What business is there for you? Mind your business. Share your big brother. I'll fight. At this moment, Su-ming carried the bottle of wine to open the door. The door opens. Standing, a group of mature, buxom, sensual older sisters, looking at the flab on their little tummies. It's obvious they've given birth. It has to be a sensible woman who has had a partner. Chow Yuan, who was originally being pressed underneath Bailey Chubby's buttocks, was still thinking of resisting, as soon as the door of the guest room was opened, and so many sensual big sisters were reflected in his eyes. Chow Yuan's eyes looked straight. Chow Yuan lets Chubby Bailey beat him wildly with his mantis fist, and his nose bleeds instantly. Day! It was his dish. Seeing that he had made Chow Yuan bleed, Chubby Bailey hurriedly stopped and just wanted to apologize, but found that something was wrong. He followed Chow Yuan's eyes and saw a group of big sisters at the door. Mature, plump and with a little belly fat. You can tell you've had a baby. Chubby Bailey twisted his head and then looked at Chow Yuan's eyes that were full of adoration and shivered. No way. Chow Yuan, your taste. TSK, TSK, TSK. You kid too. Chow may be dead, but the spirit of the Chow thief lives on. Wait, your last name is Chow Yuan? That's okay. The bones of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu live on. You, Chow Yuan, have the stature of a prime minister? You kid was called Chow thief by me. Is really not wronged. As expected, you have not dishonored your family name, and you have the appearance of a lord at such a young age. Good for you, thick-eyed Chow Yuan. I can't believe you're the deepest hidden one. Chubby Bailey climbed up from Chow Yuan and looked at Su-ming. What would you choose, big brother? At this moment, a little mouse, crawling in along the doorway, quietly observing it all from the corner. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. Chapter 130. Do you have to be served by the schoolgirl? Shiro? How do you choose? It goes without saying. Pick a chicken. So many sensible big sisters, all of whom had had partners. Su-ming was not a Chow thief and was not hungry. He looked at the group of big sisters at the door with disgust. No exaggeration. The best looking one in there actually has a cross-dressing pervert. Don't powder your face too thickly and don't wear your wig too obviously, especially in black silk and super short skirts. Sure enough, when men are enchanting, there's nothing for women. But the point is, big brother, you're big only cause it's all showing, okay? Come on. Female assassins are female assassins. Can we please send a few professionals? What's all this? What kind of bull is this? Please don't insult our intelligence and aesthetics, okay? A group of young women who have given birth to children. It is absolutely impossible for me, Su-ming, Bailey Chubby and Chow Yuan, to have crooked thoughts. Maybe? Su-ming twisted his head to look at Chow Yuan, forgetting that there was a Chow thief. This look didn't matter. Su-ming saw a pair of hungry eyes, saw a pair of eyes full of light. Chow Yuan's harumphs were flowing out, already unable to restrain the urge in his heart. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Su-ming hurriedly shook his hand. Out. Get a new batch in. Pow. Shut the door. Chow Yuan is full of loss. No, big brother, there are so many superb products, you can't see a single one of them. Bailey Chubby looked at Su-ming admiringly, saying that he was worthy of being my good big brother. Even the aesthetics can go together. What a bunch of bull asterisk 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 s. The little that pinched his feet back in the day was better looking than all these oddballs combined. However, this group of cowards and ghosts, in case they were really sent by the housekeeper, wouldn't it bring down his Bailey Chubby's taste? Pulling down his position in brother Su-ming's heart. Therefore, Chubby Bailey walked over to Su-ming's side and felt the need to explain. Brother, these guys really aren't the ones I ordered takeout from. That's not my taste. Su-ming lifted the bottle and took 2 sips, smiled, and gave Chubby a pampered look. You don't have to explain. Of course he, Su-ming, knew that the system had warned that these people were killers. If you kill them, you'll get a year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. It was only that it wasn't good to kill people in front of Chubby Bailey and Chow Yuan, so Su-ming let them out. Have a couple sips of wine yourself and then go and tackle them afterwards. Wine Sword Immortal's 1 year of cultivation may not seem like much, but stacked together, it was a super powerful existence. Despite his own current strength, it's already possible to easily exterminate Klein and ordinary gods. However, in the face of Loki, who was about to stir up a storm in Cangnan city, as well as a host of eyeing outer gods, Su Ming felt that it wasn't enough, and that it was necessary to raise his strength a bit more. When one could exterminate the supreme god in crunch and kill in a divine domain was when one could rest. Now, one must keep drinking, keep getting stronger, and seize every opportunity to get stronger in a hurry. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? His ultimate goal was to become a supreme god, to fight for his cousin and third uncle, and to return to his homeland with honor. Now the small copy of Cangnan has not yet been cleared, and there is still some distance from raising his own eyebrows, fighting for his family, and rising for Daxia. There's still a long way to go in the future, so there's no rush right now. You have to take it one step at a time, and having been a recruit instructor himself, he was training a bunch of recruits. At first, he himself had laid down the boast that as long as he was the instructor of the 239 recruits for one day, nothing would happen to any of them. These 239 recruits, once they grow up, are very scary. There is absolutely no problem protecting Daxia. When Lin Chiye's group grows up and he himself helps to destroy the clerical gods, he can definitely save himself in the future and retire with peace of mind and honor. When the time comes, bring your wife home to meet your third uncle and your cousin. Think about it. As for his wife, Red Tassel is very good. He's not picky. Instead of looking for 100 useless vases, find one that is good for you. A wife who is comfortable and compatible with each other is what Su Ming needs. As it was, the moment when Hong Ying stepped into the earthenware restaurant and took Su Ming away, he felt so comfortable. In the past 18 years, the only woman who treated Su Ming as a human being was Red Tassel. In 18 years, the only woman who took Su Ming out of Shijin was Red Tassel. In 18 years, the only woman who bought wine for Su Ming was Red Tassel. For 18 years, the only woman who was worried about Su Ming is Red Tassel. So, in summary, a two-way run to the top. At this moment, Su Ming lifted the bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. In order to bring Red Tassel back to his homeland with honor, he needed to continue drinking to become stronger, complete system quests to become stronger, and upgrade the system to become stronger. So, right now, Su Ming decided that he would first protect Bailey Chubby's group of recruits and complete the system mission first. Meanwhile, the group of killers outside the door were having a hard time. Where to get another batch over at this hour? The point is that they are assassins and have professionalism. How can they leave without their mission being completed? How else can I get the money? Their own people looked at each other and thought they were all dressed up pretty good. You Qingxia, you Peggy, she's a power. I'm Cece. All of them are no worse than actresses. What's the matter? Do you have to serve the schoolgirls and Shiro? No way. These 3 people in there, are the standards that high? The one who opens the door is unbelievably handsome, and demanding is as demanding as it gets. What makes that fat ass? And the man with the evil scar on his neck, so demanding. Sisters, where do you not deserve you? After some thought, they had an idea, and after some maneuvering, the door to the luxurious presidential suite, once again, rang. Su Ming was about to open the door and go ahead and take action to eliminate this group of female killers, but the door just happened to ring. After opening the door, Su Ming saw a spicy scene. It's still the same group from earlier, only one by one. They are all dressed cooler. Su Ming straight up a Shiko. No, how come it's still you guys? One less shirt to wear, even if it's a different batch. Who's such a little elfin ghost? Especially the pervert who is a man dressed as a woman. Super short skirt off and just a black silk over it. Only because it's more obvious, alright. Can you put the words "I'm a killer" directly on the cause? Su Ming shook his head helplessly and walked out, hooking his hand. Follow me. Looking at the female killers with their bare backs, Chubby closed his eyes directly and had no eyes to see, and Chao Yuan's entire body stood upright, blushing like a ripe apple, wanting to follow out as well. As a result, Chubby Bailey directly slapped Chao Yuan on the back of his head. What are you doing? Chao Yuan said with a red face. Embarrassed. I'm going to. Look, watch and learn. Chao Yuan looks confused. Bailey Chubby wiped his hair with a bath towel and said breathlessly, "You're stupid. Big brother saved us. Those women are killers." Chao Yuan didn't believe it and was just about to step to the door. The little mouse in the corner suddenly squeaked. Bailey Chubby was startled. Mud. This is a 5-star hotel and there are rats. I'm going to complain about them. Chao Yuan scratched his head and said, "That's not right. Why does this rat keep screaming?" Chubby Bailiff's face went white, and he put down the phone in his hand and exclaimed, "Not good. Get down." Rumble. Piercing flames suddenly burst out of the window. directly shattered a large portion of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A shocking explosion rose, and the rolling heat wave directly lifted Bailey Chubby and Chow Yuan off the ground. The two men plummeted from the roof of the hotel. From a great height. Aha! Bailey Fatty's pig-killing miserable howl resounded throughout Cangnan City. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 131 Your Forbidden Ruins. I wonder if I'm afraid of the ruin suppression tablet. Kalansky Hotel. Su Ming had just taken the female assassins out in 1 foot, and the presidential suite suffered an explosion in the next. The house had been reduced to a sea of flames, with shards of glass interspersed with pieces of burning furniture falling sharply from the heights. Along with these falling objects, there was also, wrapped in a bath towel, Bailey Chubby, who was frantically yelling, and Chow Yuan, who was holding his sword in a wave. After calling out a few times, seeing Chow Yuan's incomparable calmness, Bailey Chubby was dumbfounded. Little master, I also grew up to experience a variety of assassinations, encountered countless thrills, but not once can be as calm as Chow Thief. Could it be that the Chow Thieves still have a backhand? The sweeping gusts of wind swept past his ears, and a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped him. Bailey Chubby still opened his mouth to ask, Chow Yuan, do you have a way to survive? Chow Yuan hugged his sword, head down, and said lazily, sure. Bailey Fat eyes are staring straight, incredibly looking at the Chow Thief, thinking that this piece of wood really has a way? How to live? Chow Yuan even yawned on his way down. There's no rush. Instructor Su will step in. After hearing this, Bailey Chubby also relaxed and gave up struggling. That's right, Big Brother will step in. But seeing that the two are about to crash to the ground, and there is no Su Ming to take action, Bailey Chubby is a little square, and began to pull out his pants. Chow Yuan, however, blankly glanced at Bailey Chubby, with eyes that looked like they were looking at garbage, and even scorn, and the elation of having succeeded in getting to the top, as if to say, dead fatso, now you know who is Su Ming's #1 lickspittle. It's me, Chow Yuan. Ha ha. After feeling Chow Yuan's unkind gaze, Bailey Chubby also sneered and opened his hands, no longer pulling out his crotch, and even locked eyes with Chow Yuan, as if to say, oh, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Since you want to compare, well, then I won't pretend anymore. Show my cards. I'm only Brother Su Ming's #1 lickspittle. See, Brother Su Ming must have saved me first. The moment. The aisle outside the presidential suite. The lady killers stacked up on Su Ming, thinking they had hard control. They looked out the window and watched the target of this mission, the youngest of the Bailey family, land on the ground, and they were all very happy, thinking that the mission was accomplished. One of the perverts, a man dressed as a woman, even asked Su Ming kindly, these two are 5 seconds away from falling to their deaths. Aren't you going to do anything? Su Ming was stacked up by a group of sensible, mature older sisters without any emotional ripples, but carried the bottle of wine and continued to tons and tons and tons. I thought that if I swapped with the Chow Thief was stacked by the big sisters. I guess I have to die of excitement and happiness. Unfortunately there are no ifs. That said, are those two going to crash in 5 seconds? There are stamps issued to both of them. They should not die. Oh yeah, Chubby time is shirtless. Hey, okay. Su Ming stretched out his 2 fingers and lightly chanted, swordsmanship. Although he was pressed down by many big sisters, Su Ming's voice was still very calm and clear. 3 simple words made a group of big sisters shiver as if there were countless ants crawling, their scalps tingling and chills running down their spines. All the big sisters stared with wide, incredulous eyes, unable to imagine that 3 simple words would have such a powerful sense of oppression. In the shocked gazes of all the female assassins, only 2 shining sword lights were seen instantly bursting out from Su Ming's hands, 2 bitterly cold, shiver-inducing sword lights. Splitting the flames in the suite in an instant with incredible speed. In the next moment, the 2 sword lights came directly to Bailey Fatty and Chow Yuan's side, steadily catching both men a second before they fell to their deaths. The two just stared at each other more vigorously, vying for the position of being Su Ming's #1 lickspittle. A second before the crash, the two were still battling it out. No one is going to be able to convince anyone. Luckily, Su Ming had stepped out in time, or else the two of them would really have to be accounted for here. After being saved by Su Ming's sword light and landing safely, the two were still hostile to each other. This sword light just now saved me 0.5 seconds faster than you. Instructor Su has me in his heart. Oh, I jumped a second before you did, so it was quicker for my big brother to save me. You're fat. You fall fast. You're stupid. You're slow to react. You counted wrong. No way. I was counting the whole time I was falling. Chow Yuan raised his eyebrows and was disliking back with a serious face. Bailey Fatty was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed at Chow Yuan. Dead Chow thief. Stupid Chow thief. Chow thief. Grandma, everyone else avoids me like the plague. And you're the only one who's been so stubborn as to come over to my side. Do you know how many people in this city are trying to take my life right now? Aren't you afraid to die? Not afraid. Chow Yuan once again blanked Chubby. Besides, I'm only approaching you for the sake of Instructor Su Ming. Don't be too self-absorbed. Just as the two disliked each other, on Su Ming's side, he has been targeted. It was only after he used the sword royal art that the female assassin realized Su Ming's identity, which was not simple. Based on Su Ming's incomparably handsome face, the female killers recognized that this was Su Ming, the new instructor of the boot camp. There's no information on it. It's mysterious, but judging from what just came out, it's the guy with the sword, obviously. A very threatening guy who must be eliminated here again. And so the lady killers flashed their sharp, poisoned blades, gesturing at Su Ming's face to make a move on Su Ming. Such a handsome face. It's a pity. Su Ming, on the other hand, continued to drink calmly, not caring in the slightest about the big sister's threats. After sensing Su Ming's disdain, the pervert in male disguise opened his mouth sinisterly. I know you're strong, but we came prepared. Your forbidden ruins. It's related to swords. I wonder if you're afraid of the ruin suppression tablet. But there are a lot of Chuan realm experts ambushed here. So let's finish you off first. And then, those instructors, none of them. Having said that, all the assassins, all of them, thrust their sharp blades in their hands at Su Ming's neck. They struck though fast, well trained, and there is a ruin monument to help suppress Su Ming's forbidden ruins. How to look, how to be able to the hand. But, they were wrong. They had underestimated Su Ming's strength. Su Ming merely lifted his finger, and countless sword chi exploded out, exploding the heads of all the killers. Once the Six Veins Divine Sword comes out, who will compete with it? A bunch of big sisters who were stacked on top of Su Ming, one counting one, all became Su Ming's targets, incomparably precise and all eliminated with ease. Ah! Boom! The killers were sprawled all over the place. Su Ming slowly stood up, not touching a single leaf. Lift the bottle and once again tons and tons and tons of sips of wine. Looking at the dead pervert who still maintained a shocked face, Su Ming smiled disdainfully. Ruin monument? I'm sorry, I practice immortality. At this moment, downstairs, Bailey Chubby and Chow Yuan were still continuing, competing for the position of being Su Ming's number one lickspittle, only to see Chubby glaring angrily at Chow Yuan, still wanting to continue disliking him. Suddenly, a couple of women's screams suddenly came from the roof. Meanwhile, there were also several seven-colored sword chi that pierced through the penthouse and lit up the sky overhead. Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty raised their heads together, shocked by that great strength. A burst of joy washed over Chubby 100. Wow! It must be my big brother striking. It looks like he's purged those lady killers. Chow Yuan, on the other hand, sighed, an expression of incomparable loss on his face. Ugh! Pity! Bailey Fatty despised Chow Yuan. What a pity! When the training is over, I'll take you to Guangshan to see the world. Chow Yuan suddenly raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling around as he said cautiously, I think, you should live through today first. Bailey Fatty looked at Chow Yuan like he was looking at a log, his face full of questions. Chow Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed at the empty and deserted street, saying slowly, don't you think it's awfully quiet here? And my forbidden ruins are suppressed. It feels like I'm in a fasting house. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 132 is the head so valuable that such a terrible fellow has been sent out. It's not right. Chow Yuan clutched his sword and looked around cautiously. It's... Bailey Chubby looked around the empty streets, his face rarely staring. Not only is there a ruin suppression steel, even the unrestricted hollow has been messed with. Chow Yuan, who had once been imprisoned in a fasting house, immediately saw it. Bailey Fat sensed the danger. Immediately will Chow word seal and Bailey word seal, both hold in the hand. It's a while if you can stall for a while. Looking forward to Brother Summing strike. At this moment, the street ahead, under the dim night sky, a very burly man slowly approached. Each step was like a sharp knife, rubbing against Bailey's chubby face. The man was a warrior, and without taking a step, he made the ground tremble slightly. It was enough to see the power of this man. Very powerful. Moreover, it was still on the premise of having the ruin suppressing tablet, suppressing this person's forbidden ruins, and still being able to exert such a powerful force. It was enough to see the physical quality of this person. Moreover, this person seemed to know the unrestricted airspace very well, and had perfect control over the shading of the battle. Both gave Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby enough oppression without letting his power ripple through the people outside. Stop the targets outside help from coming in. Behind the two. On the other side of the street, a man carrying 3 knives had been standing there for a long time. Since he was an assassin, he concealed his aura perfectly. His eyes were gloomy and written with teasing, like a sword hanging over his head, not knowing when it would fall. Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty quickly recognized the situation and were surrounded. Or were they surrounded by experienced night watchmen? Their own people? Bailey Chubby clenched the seal in his hand and inquired about the other party's identity. Wasn't it the night watchman? And the burly man who met him spoke grimly. We're long past the night's watch. We, from Lenton House? Chubby Bailey looked at Chow Yuan in confusion. Just now, did Chow Yuan mention the Lenton House? Chow Yuan's face also became clouded with thought. What a familiar place. That's a place dedicated to forbidden market owners who sent down criminal cases, and half of them are guys who committed crimes and were removed from the Night's Watch. If the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch hadn't bailed me out back then and sent me to the 9 Mountains, I'd be locked up there right now. Chubby 100 understood and gave the lanky man a disdainful look. Oh, so you just got out of the bureau and came to kill me for money? No, we're just returning the favor. Returning the favor to whom? Don't try to set us up. All you need to know is that tonight, you're both going to die. The lanky man let out a low growl, his eyes erupting with a fierce light. The muscles of his body began to reorganize and squeeze together, taking on the form of a flexible dwarf, only a meter tall, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Forbidden Market Sequence 214, Muscle Restructuring? Squeezing all the muscles, all of them, into the right position for an attack, and now he's got speed and power. It's scary. Chow Yuan's gaze was filled with gravity as he looked suspiciously at Fatty Bailey. Is your head so valuable that you've sent out such a terrible fellow? Without waiting for Chow Yuan to spit a word, the dwarf had already attacked like a sharp arrow. Even Chow Yuan didn't react, and the dwarf had already punched Bailey Chubby. Fruit touch no. The power of this punch was incomparably huge, and the ground underneath the little dwarf's feet was lifted off the ground, and cracks appeared in a hideous manner. Once the sandbag-sized fist hit the fat face of the fat Bailey, it will surely die. Chow Yuan didn't expect that the ruined monument had been made real by the enemy, making his reaction so much slower that he didn't have time to draw his sword. It was too late to even react. The opponent had already attacked before Chow Yuan realized it afterward. Done. Chow Yuan's heart was cold, and he felt that Bailey Chubby, today is going to be karma. He frowned and looked over, already anticipating the bloody image of Chubby Bailey getting his head blown off. However, surprisingly, nothing happened to Chubby Time. Instead, it was the dwarf who, after swinging his iron fist as if it were a cannonball, felt as if it had struck an incomparably strong bronze wall, shattering the bones. Shorty was dumbfounded. He even forgot about the pain and stared daggers at Bailey Tu Ming. Dumbfounded, he looked at the 2 shields that protected Bailey Tu Ming. Still 2 golden shades of light. The dwarfs were stupid. I'm going to go. What is this? Forbidden object, Yao Kuang? That's not right. When he came, he had done his homework. The employer has told the weaknesses of Yao Guang. This punch of his own will definitely break the shield of Yao Guang. The dwarf ignored the sharp pain in his fist and squinted his eyes, carefully observing Chubby 100. He looked along the 2 golden shades of light and realized that in the back, in Bailey Chubby's raised hand, there were 2 seals. One is a Shao seal and the other is a Bailey seal. After the little dwarf saw these 2 seals, his heart was overwhelmed with shock, and his face was fleshed out with panic. The captain of the squad based in Shangjing, Xiao Pingdo? Of the Bailey group, the head of the Bailey family. Or is it Bailey Jing? That's not right. Isn't the employer the head of the Bailey family? Could it be that we, the people, are being shaded? We are the outcasts of the Bailey family? Was it sent to paint the battlefield for Chubby 100? The little dwarf man was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. Looking at Bailey Fat and dumbfounded. Not knowing this task, but also to continue? Or, let's run for it. At this moment, after realizing that Shorty had missed, Triple Dagger Man immediately stepped in to make up for it. 3-blade stream Upanishad 3000 worlds. The 3 Dao men were covered with incomparably powerful sword diameters, just like a tornado, coming in at great speeds, and accurately slashing at the back of Chubby Bailey's neck. However, Chow Yuan took a step with his left foot, and the person calmly blocked behind Chubby Bailey. The man with the 3 knives had a fierce look on his face. There was no stopping. Want to die? Fulfill you. The 3 blades instantly chopped at Chow Yuan with a heavy sense of oppression and with incomparably sharp chopping strikes. Chow Yuan was incomparably calm, stretching out his hand forward, revealing the seal of the Bailey family. and an identical golden light cover instantly took shape. The three-blade man froze, but the three blades could no longer be collected and all of them chopped on Chao Yuan's golden light shield. Snap! Along with a few crunching sounds, the three-sword man's knives were all shattered. The three-dagger man is just as much of a human sand sculpture as the dwarf. No! The seal of the Bailey family. For what? The three-dagger man and the shorty looked at each other, full of doubts. One thought erupted in his mind at the same time. Withdraw? Just then, 3 feathered arrows that silently flew towards Bailey Chubby. At the same time they saw the feathered arrows. The three-sword man and the little dwarf also struck out together. There is no retreat to be had. One must carry out the mission. Even if it means death. One must repay the Bailey family head's favor. The three of them together are imperative. However, they still underestimated the gold content of the 2 seals in Bailey Fatty's hands. That was Su Ming's Sword Immortal laws. Even with the void suppressing tablet, even if the 3 guys who possessed the forbidden ruins did it together, they wouldn't be able to injure Chubby 100 miles for a single point. Under the Sword Immortal, all beings are ants. The missiles are defensible. Not to mention the 3 former night watchmen. Rumble. There were a few more loud bangs. Shorty's arm is broken. The knife of the man with the 3 knives, broken in half. The female archer's 3 feathered arrows. The arrows gave way to melting. Failed. The assassination failed. Shorty and the 3-dagger man looked at each other with determination written in their eyes. It seems that this is a favor that needs to be paid back with a life. In the next second, the 2 darted out of their pockets and pulled out a coat of arms. On the front of the coat of arms, 2 crossed straight swords are tattooed with a light blue shimmer. On the back of the coat of arms, a few small lines are inscribed. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. Though we have lost our qualifications to be the Night's Watch, and though we don't deserve to use the demon lure anymore, we must, please, try to live. Run. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 133, Ghost God Leads. This is to kill Bailey Tu Ming even in death? The streetlights on both sides of the street flickered on and off under the dim night sky. The asphalt ended in a slight opening. That's the door that goes out from Unrestricted Hollow. Shorty and the man with the 3 swords took off the Night's Watch coat of arms, opened the small pin on the inside, and shouted run, together, giving Chao Yuan and Chubby Bailey a few seconds to escape. Seeing the vigilante coat of arms, and seeing how the 2 were so heavy on friendship, Chao Yuan believed it and nodded his head, pulled Chubby 100 and ran. Even if you can't trust this group of villains, you have to trust the coat of arms of the Night's Watch. Since they were all going to use the ghost god's lure, there must be something unspeakable that must be carried out this time. Chao Yuan knew that once the ghost god lead was activated, the Night's Watch would drastically increase its strength, the only means to turn the tide. So, on the one hand, Chao Yuan felt that he really couldn't fight. On the other hand, he tried to believe in human feelings. Thus, Chao Yuan pulled Bailey Chubby and flew away. Flee to that door. Behind the door is the traffic and lights of downtown. Bailey Chubby, who was being dragged by Chao Yuan, frowned and felt that something wasn't right. Going by years of assassination experience, no one would say anything to a target that would be good for him. If so, then it must be a trap. Regardless of whether or not the Night's Watch coat of arms in their hands was real, and whether or not they were actually going to use the ghost god's lure, just looking at this escape route alone, something was very wrong. When the 3-dagger man came over just now, there was no sound at all, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. It means that there is something on both sides. It's not right. Just as Chubby 100 cried out, stop, but it's too late. There was a hoarse, sinister laugh from outside the door, followed by the sound of a button being pressed and the door closing instantly. At the same time, both sides of Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby suddenly exploded. Boom 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 boom. Shocking explosions resounded throughout the entire street, and all the asphalt on the road was blown up and splattered everywhere. Countless fires blazing and overflowing. Exploding shockwaves. Layers and layers of pushing and shoving the 2 men's bodies. The loud noise made Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby's ears ring and their heads spin. Although Su Ming gave them seals that could block the body from taking damage and resist physical and magical attacks, the impact of the terrain, however, is impossible to maintain. So, with violent tremors, all the seals in their hands almost flew out. Just then, 3 feathered arrows, once again, shot down without God's knowledge, taking advantage of the tremor brought about by the ground. The 3 seals in the hands of Chao Yuan and Bailey Fatty were all shot away. Meanwhile, Shorty and the man with the 3 knives had taken advantage of the burning black smoke and rushed over. Fist winds and sword daggers instantly blasted towards Fatty Bailey. The two hadn't even used the Ghostbusters lure. It was just the plan of the entire assassin squad. Before assassinating Chubby 100, they had stepped on the spot and had long ago set up a bomb. Just in case, the detonator is handed over to Old Man Han, the Watcher, who will detonate the bomb in case of any special circumstances. On their way to fight with Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty, the two of them had immediately and firmly executed this plan after realizing that they had the seal to protect their bodies. That steely look was nothing more than determining whether or not to carry out the bomb plan. So, the two of them first sold their misery, then fooled Chow Yuan and Chubby into escaping, to now detonating the bomb for the final blow. Acting and hibernating for so long for this moment. Kill. The tigerish fist wind, with the sharp blade of the wind-breaking blade, came swiftly and fiercely. Without the protection of the seal, Bailey Chubby's head, eyes were about to be blown out. At this moment, Chow Yuan pushed away Fatty Bailey. Miso dash. A crunching sound rang out from the sheath of the blade, the light blue blade reflecting the flickering light. The black baleful aura was like a pillar of fire surging wildly, instantly breaking through the dull air, violently chopping through the fist wind and the blade. Sequence No. 031 Forbidden Ruins, Black King Chopper. Open. How dare you cheat my Chow Yuan's feelings? How dare you woo me with a ghostly lure? This is the moment to open and kill. The black sheep in the Night's Watch has been purged. In a flash, anger with pitch black flames burned up on Chow Yuan's body, and black fury flames intertwined outside his body, gradually solidifying into a bizarre humanoid coat. Without the training and the seal given by Su Ming to nourish his body, Chow Yuan would have lost consciousness long ago. I can only say that Su Ming is worthy of being Chow Yuan's honored person, and that random piece of junk, the 100-mile seal, was handed out to everyone. It really helped Chow Yuan suppress some of the black flames, with the slightest hint of consciousness remaining. But Chow Yuan was still too weak and was still possessed by the Black King. Before losing consciousness, Chow Yuan glanced at Chubby Bailey and growled twice. Try to live. Run. Chow Yuan's words were the true words spoken by a true companion. Next moment. Jabla dash. The corners of Chow Yuan's eyes grinned slightly. A wisp of black smoke dispersed from his body, and his eyes had turned into a pair of blood-colored demonic heavy pupils. When the little dwarf and the man with the three swords saw the change in Chow Yuan, their hearts thumped and their throat beads rolled as they swallowed hard. Both immediately backpedaled, swiftly and deftly like two fancy cats. However, crazy demon Chow Yuan had already struck. Like a cheetah, he laughed and swung out with a knife. Swish! Black flames lingered above the blade, easily slashing a bloody gash into the front chests of the two. Bright red beads of blood spurted out, and Chow Yuan's smile became even more hideous. This slash made the shorty and the three-sword man feel a life and death crisis. Consecutive backward steps, almost scared to death of Chow Yuan. What the hell is this? I don't know. We'll just have to use the ghost lore. Tide. I don't want to die yet. If we don't finish the mission, our wives and children will die. The two of them sized up the frenzied mad demon Chow Yuan, knowing that they definitely couldn't escape, but they couldn't fight, so they could only be forced to take out the ghost god lead. Meanwhile, seeing that Chow Yuan had turned into come unconscious madman, Bailey's fat ass immediately moved back a few steps and climbed up with difficulty to pick up the coat of arms on the ground. Self-preservation first. This moment, 3 more feathered arrows fell, shot to the neck of Chubby Time. Good thing there were 3 bullets that came out just in time to knock down all the feathers and arrows. Chubby Bailey was startled, and instinctively rolled and crawled, finding a dead end and hiding. No way. Am I really going to karma in Cangnan today? Brother Xiao Ming, save me, save me, save me. Far away, Lang Xian, who was racking a large sniper, was puzzled. Ghost god leads? Is this the rhythm of killing Bailey Tu Ming even in death? Is it really necessary for these lunatics from the Church of the Ancient God to do this? Report Captain. Our surroundings. It's not quiet. Are you sure you don't want to come and help out? There's nothing I can do with 4 enemies. At the same time, use the demon god lead. If you guys don't come to provide support, I think Su Ming will. Today, have a bad time. Chen Mai's side continued to calmly smoke a cigarette after receiving Lung Xian's message. Su Min? That's okay, just keep scouting the enemy. Maybe today, you'll have the honor of seeing Su Ming make a move. Don't be surprised. It's top secret of the Night's Watch. Lung Xian. What's top secret? Su Min? Isn't he a lousy drunk and what's so confidential? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 134 Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Technique. Su Ming jumped to save the day. The cold wind whistled, carrying away the wisps of white smoke from the muzzle of the gun. The big, dark sniper, however, did not move at all, and this came from the concentration of a professional sniper. Just now, Lung Xian fired 3 shots in a row. The 3 feathered arrows that hit with precision saved Chubby Bailiff's life. However, since the conversation with Captain Chen Mai, Lung Xian's heart was in turmoil. So man, what's going on? What can this connected, lousy drunkard be capable of? What makes him top secret of the Night's Watch? It can't be that Su Ming. Is that Cangnan City's high man? Right? No way. Lung Xian was in a state of confusion, not understanding what the captain's words meant. Just then, below the Kalansky Hotel, an incomparably fierce battle had erupted. Chao Yuan, who had previously held the advantage and had nearly slashed the dwarf and the three-sword man to death with a single slash, was actually sent flying and put at a disadvantage. An extremely terrifying pressure had reached Lung Xian here. Lung Xian immediately looked through the binoculars and realized that squad of killers. There were already 2 people using the ghost god lead. After using the demon lure, Little Dwarf's Forbidden Ruin, collective restructuring, was taken to the next level, directly allowing all the muscles in his body to become as hard as steel, and he could do so by stiffening Chao Yuan's chopping strike. While the three-sword man had refined his sword arts, the chopping attack came with a magic attack, a chop that could compress the air and make it explode. Chao Yuan, in his insane form, against 2 madmen who had used the ghostly invocation. This moment, Chao Yuan is in a disadvantageous position instead. Although he was a bit disadvantaged, Mad Demon was not afraid. All kinds of sword daggers flew about. All kinds of black chopping battles were chaotic, and all kinds of fist winds made space shake. The fluctuations visible to the naked eye rose in all directions, causing the ground to vibrate violently, and even the 4 walls of the unrestricted airspace made a glass-shattering click sound. Watching the 3 people fight chaotically, Chubby Bailey cowered in the corner and watched in awe. I'm going. The gods are fighting. It's so shocking, isn't it? Not only did Bailey Chubby look dumbfounded, even the old man Han who was guarding the door, and the female archer who was ambushed on the high building, both of them all looked dumbfounded. I can't imagine that the power of the Ghost God's lead was so great that it allowed his teammates to break through the limits and be able to harden the agents of the Sequence 031 Forbidden Ruin, Black King's chopping and destroying. This was still under the effect of having the Ruin Monument. One could fight back and forth with the other party. If there was no longer the restriction of the Ruin Monument, what about the Black King's agent? Just as the archers were about to lay their black hands on them again, the Ruin Monument was closed. The instructors on the roof of the building began to fight back, fighting with the guys from the Church of the Ancient God who were lurking here. While he watched the instructors take absolute advantage, Su Ming carried the bottle of wine and leapt down from above. He had already received a system alert that Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan were in danger. Save them quickly. Su Ming directly executed the immortal wind cloud body technique in the air to increase the speed of his descent. Shake your head as you descend. After giving 2 seals to Chubby Bailey and 1 seal to Chao Yuan, can't we deal with those guys? Can't even beat a bunch of little trash. Hey, looks like the recruits need to step up their training. Otherwise, in the future, how can I retire? And how can Daxia be trusted to you? Leave those Western gods, and the Kraken gods to me, and all you new recruits. Go back on vacation and train well. The moment, as the town market monument was closed, Shorty and the 3 dagger man were able to show their true strength. The dwarf's muscles turned black and exploded with incomparable power. Ah! With a snarl, the dwarf's face was filled with horizontal flesh, menacing in the extreme. It was clear in his mind that it had to be done quickly. The time for the ghost leader is limited, so you must quickly clear the obstacles in front of you and complete the mission. Right now, he was in a state of Buddha killing, God killing, and now he was really high as if he was high on drugs. An angry roar came out of his mouth, and every step he took was like an 8-magnitude earthquake, setting off waves of sand and dust in circles after circles, causing an extremely terrifying sound. This powerful sense of oppression caused Bailey Fatty's heart to thump, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Truly feel the death threat. Meanwhile, the 3-blade men's forbidden market strength was also all exerted, and the air seemed to be covered in blade asters. The sharp blade is looking for a target. Once found, it wraps around the target and completes the decapitation. That naked eye visible swimming blade astral materialized, swimming in the air like an earthworm. Seeing this bizarre and terrifying scene, Bailey Fatty instantly sweated and his pupils contracted like needles. At this moment, without the protection of the seal, Chubby 100 is a bit square. Right now, the only person he could rely on was Mad Demon Chao Yuan. Only Chao Yuan, who was so crazy that even his teammates look at him. There was still the only hope in Su Ming, but brother Su Ming, on the roof. Now even if he jumped down to save it, it would take a few seconds. Now those sword daggers that were wandering in the air like earthworms had surrounded Chao Yuan. And so many wandering sword daggers had appeared underneath Chubby Bailey's feet as well. Those are like life in general. Rushing to crawl to the earthworms, Bailey fat hurriedly from the crotch of the pants out of the forbidden things. Thunderclap. One transformation of 3,000. One operation slammed the door and a look at the record 0 to 5. These forbidden objects had no effect on the forbidden ruins of the Three-Dagger Man. Meanwhile, after using the forbidden object, Chubby Bailiff completely exposed his position. The female archers, who had been hibernating for a long time, had already aimed their feathered arrows at Chubby Hundred's head. At this moment, Chow Yuan, who stood on the side of Chubby Bailey and was the only one who could fight, let out a miserable roar and lost the battle. Because Chow Yuan's current spiritual power is only in the pool realm, although it's very powerful, but facing two experienced former night watchmen, took the loss of combat inexperience. Sneak attacked by the Three Knives Man, surrounded by his sword danglers, blown up, and then hammered into a short building by Shorty's fist. The short building instantly shattered, and all sorts of dregs buried Chow Yuan. Chow Yuan is momentarily removed from the fray. He struggled, roared, and trudged upward. The dwarf, on the other hand, continued to use the forbidden ruins to twist his body's muscles, this time transforming into a 3-meter burly giant with stiff muscles, blocking the mad demon Chow Yuan. At this point in time, taking advantage of the fact that the effects of the ghost god lead had not yet disappeared, the already red-eyed Three-Blade Man immediately darted towards Bailey Chubby. He raised his sword menacingly, following the direction of the blade's astral body, and threw a knife at Bailey Chubby's head with great vigor. The speed of this blade was extremely fast. Along with this knife attack, there were also silent feathered arrows, similarly aiming at Bailey Chubby's head. The only hope for Fatty Bailey, who had exposed his position, was the seal on the ground. All he had to do was roll and rush to the seal, but it was already too late. Chubby, who was wrapped in the Big Dipper, was about to have his arms and legs severed. At this moment, a burst of residual shadows suddenly appeared in front of Chubby Bailey's eyes, and an incomparably familiar face appeared. It was Su Ming. He used the immortal wind cloud body technique and instantly moved directly to Chubby's side. As soon as Su Ming appeared, those sword diameters that wrapped Chubby Bailey were all annihilated by the sword immortal laws. At the same time, Su Ming carried the Three Knives Man on his back and casually caught the broken knife with a single stretch of his hand. Lift the bottle of wine to tons and tons and tons after drinking the last of the root. With a casual toss, the wine bottle smashed the sharply shooting feathered arrow into powder. Such a performance scared the Three-Sword Man into freezing in place. Holy, who is this guy? So strong. The female archer person was confused and felt her scalp go numb. My 100-shot arrows are just blocked? Lang Xian, who was racking a large sniper in the distance, was even more dumbfounded, his brain sweating and getting goosebumps. Holy, is this Summing? Is this Tama the alcoholic Soman? Isn't this a horse immortal? Sishu 3 days to be impressed. Su Ming half a year to see. Nima become Wine Sword Fairy? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 135, 100 Crossings. The fireworks show downtown. Ding! Congratulations to the host for protecting a new recruit and harvesting 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming used the immortal wind cloud body technique and arrived in time to save Chubby Bailey. Seeing Su Ming appear, Bailey Chubby was incredibly excited. The surprise was immense. With hot tears in his eyes, almost cried out. That aggrieved little look was like a 200-pound child. Chubby was like seeing his own father and almost kowtowed one to Su Ming. Just now, Bailey Chubby thought he was bound to die. For the first time in years, he felt he couldn't get past it, because this time it was just too menacing. Female assassins, explosions plus ambushes. What a sophisticated assassination plan. On the roof, Su Ming had already helped him cope with the female assassin, only to come downstairs and encounter an ambush that he absolutely could not escape from. Not only is the other side strong, but they will also play with their brains. And not only will they play with their brains, but they don't want to die. What a close call. The 2 crests in his hand that saved his life were shot down by the other party. Let's just say it was horrible. Bailey Chubby's face was pale. Really, the more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. The first thing was the Big Dipper. If Su Ming came 1 step later, his own hands and feet would have been cut off by the Big Dipper, and the knife thrown by the man with 3 knives. The power is Sea Realm. Almost exploded his head. It could be seen how great the power of the Ghost God Leader was, how great the enhancement was. And finally, the female archer's feathered arrows. 100 shots and an explosive effect. This woman's heart is ruthless. Arrows are aimed at the fat vitals. Once the arrow is hit, the gods cannot save. Just now, this killer squad, almost made it. However, they had overlooked someone who shouldn't have been overlooked, and that was Su Ming. They never expected that the female killers on the top floor of the hotel couldn't handle Su Ming's group of instructors. What's more, he never expected that Su Ming would jump directly from the roof of the building. More never expected that Su Ming would use likeness and immortal arts. This was beyond the realm of human cognition. It was beyond the cognizance of everyone present. Therefore, when Su Ming appeared and proceeded to take on the knife of the three-dagger man with one hand, and smashed the archer's arrow with a bottle, the entire killer squad was stunned. The little dwarf man was dumbfounded. What is the situation? Who is this person? Three-knife man froze. Ghosts and gods lead. See realm of the attack. So easy to be dissolved. Farce. Old man Han was directly dumbfounded, having been so overwhelmed by Su Ming's powerful sense of oppression that he couldn't breathe, his upper and lower teeth chattering with his tongue clamped between them. Female archers are skeptical of life. Their own 100 rounds of arrows. Continuous encounter Waterloo. Spread out the shame of death. At this moment, Su Ming's appearance completely disrupted the killer squad's plans. A simple strike that shocked the entire killer squad to their core. At this point in time. Not to mention that the entire killer squad looked dumbfounded. Even Lang Xian, who was hibernating in the shadows, scouting for the enemy, looked dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe that the guy who had executed likeness and instantly moved to the side of Fatty Bailey was Su Ming. He never expected that Su Ming's strength would be so strong. In the situation just now, Lang Xian thought about stepping in to help, but he couldn't, because it was an attack from the Sea realm, and a feather and arrow from the Chuan realm. At most, he was able to stop the feathered arrows, but there was no way to stop that sword of the three-dagger man. So Lang Xian had given up, abandoned the rescue. However, the person that Lang Xian never expected to see, actually made a move. Su Ming, the little drunkard that everyone recognized, had such strength, really practiced in the barracks? I can only say that it is worthy of being the cousin of the Sword Saint Zhou Ping. In just half a year's time, he was able to raise his strength to the Sea realm. Lang Xian, at this moment, thought like this. Thinks Su Ming is just held back by drinking. Thinking that Su Ming only possessed such strength after entering the barracks and abstaining from alcohol, under the careful teaching of Chief Yuan Gang. Therefore, Lang Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Ming drinking again. Su Ming, you've just returned to normal and gained great strength. Are you going to misbehave again because of drinking? Just when Lang Xian felt that Su Ming was drinking and indulging himself and would go astray again, Su Ming's side struck out. After saving Bailey Chubby, Su Ming realized that he had really gained a year of Wine Sword Immortal cultivation. And so, it immediately continued its own system mission. In the face of a small mouse that was still only at the Sea realm after using the Ghost God Guide, Su Ming originally couldn't bring himself to be interested. Suddenly, he thought of earlier, when he eliminated the Ghostface King, he used Transverse 8 to put on a fireworks show for the old city. So today, give downtown a fireworks show and consider it an early New Year's celebration. So, Su Ming threw the broken knife in his hand. And the knife was like a bamboo skewer as soon as it skewered the three-dagger man and flew into midair. Su Ming moved his finger, and the wooden sword instantly flew, covered with a layer of orange light. It was precisely the biting sword chi. Seeing the sword chi radiating a cold light, the three-sword man was dumbfounded, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Countless horrors welled up in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly sensed that something bad would happen. Sure enough, Su Ming swung his sword at him. A colorful sword chi struck his body in full force. Orange sword chi. Blue sword chi, red sword chi, golden sword chi, 1 in a row. Arlien, trifecta, 10 in a row. The colorful sword chi exploded on the three-sword man, burning up incomparably brilliant fireworks, and the powerful explosion directly shattered the unrestricted airspace. The debris fell and a miracle was born, sending snowflakes downtown. Fireworks explode in snowflakes and ignite in the darkness of the night with unbelievable beauty. Seeing Su Ming use Transverse 8, Lang Xian man was dumbfounded. It felt like a hard slap in the face. The sword chi, so strong. Is this really a sword breath that a drunkard can wield? I just casually said that. Su Ming is really the Wine Sword Immortal? Lang Xian was messed up in the wind, and his worldview collapsed a bit. The sword chi, why do they feel so familiar? At this point in time, the fireworks picture was so beautiful that even the cold-blooded female archer and Old Man Han were dumbfounded and couldn't wait to close their eyes and make a New Year's wish first. Bailey Fatty was even more excited, looking at Su Ming in front of him waving his sword for him. Happy to death. Lin Chie, Chao Yuan, Xin Qingzhu, did you see that I'm only big brother Su Ming's little brother? Crazy demon Chao Yuan. At this moment, looking at the fireworks in the sky, was also dumbfounded. His body's ferocious aura reduced a lot, and his blood-red heavy pupils were much clearer. The dwarf took advantage of the fact that the mad demon Chao Yuan was not moving, and immediately used his massive 3-meter body to knock Chao Yuan to the ground, stepping hard on Chao Yuan's head with his feet in an attempt to take it down as a hostage. But it was too late, because on Su Ming's side, there was no stopping at all. It didn't seem to care about Mad Demon Chao Yuan at all. Wow. Su Ming directly swung 100 across the board. A gorgeous fireworks show for the people downtown. Though it would take 100 points of mental energy to wield it across the board. But Su Ming is already in the limitless realm. And he has plenty of spiritual power to create whatever he wants. His roiling sword intent bloomed in the air. Early on, he had already killed the 3-sword man in seconds, chopping up even the dregs. 100 across the 8. The District C realm. Infinite realm to come will not be able to suffer. At this moment, Su Ming lit up the entire downtown area with his sword chi. Incredibly cozy and beautiful. At this moment, the dwarf with his feet on Chao Yuan was about to pee in fear. No, big brother. He's using the ghost god's lure and is about to die. Do you still want to torture him like this? What am I supposed to do? At this moment, Su Ming's cold eyes were already staring at him. The dwarf's eyes widened and he almost screamed in shock. Scared to death. The time to see the Ghostbusters lure is almost upon us. Either way, it's a death. He was angry and evil. In a flash of lightning, he immediately used the Forbidden Ruin, muscle reorganization, to recompress himself into a small dwarf. And like a cannonball, he blasted at chubby 100 miles. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 136, casually waving a sword. Comprehending harmonization. Cangnan City. The night is dark and deep, and all the houses are lit up. Snow flurries have covered the roof with a white quilt, plus the colorful fireworks. The city is so cozy. That's what people who don't know what's going on would say. Those who know what's going on will think these fireworks are brutal. That was Su Ming swinging his sword and letting loose 100 crossings. Poor 3-sword man. Hit by 100 crosses. His corpse is gone. So, human pleasure is sometimes based on pain. However, the 3-dagger man is a former night watchman imprisoned in the fasting house. A sinner who betrayed Daxia, and is in the process of assassinating 100 miles chubby. Oh, that's alright then. Great fireworks. Right for New Year's Eve. At this moment, the dwarf who saw the tragic death of his companion perceived that the time of the demon god's lure was approaching. So, he had to choose the last dance. In the guise of a human bomb, he violently rushed towards Bailey Tu Ming. The Sea Realm's human bomb carried an incomparably powerful pressure, causing the ground to tremble violently in cleansing ripples of air. As it advances faster and faster, the boom, boom, boom. The road surface was completely cracked. The houses on both sides were blown to pieces, and where it passed, nothing was left but a hideous gully that looked like a giant centipede. This shows the power of the dwarf's forbidden ruins, muscle restructuring. Amidst the shrill whistling of sound waves, this human bomb carried a monstrous might and instantly attacked Su Ming and Bailey Chubby in front of their eyes. Bailey Chubby is not the slightest bit flustered. There is a big brother. It is tough. Even pinched and strutted to pick up the 2 seals on the floor. And Su Ming is really reliable. Too reliable. With a downward hook of his finger, the wooden sword that flew in the air quickly flew back to Su Ming's side. This moment, an ink-like black dragon whistled out and descended from the sky. The biting sword chi shocked everyone around. The rolling meatball impact as well. The dwarf's aura all but disappeared, dumbfounded and frozen in front of 100 miles chubby. The little dwarf's face suddenly changed. Not knowing why his body was like lead, he couldn't move a single step. Was it shocked by this roiling sword intent? Looking at Bailey Chubby, who made a face at himself, the little shorty was furious to be. I can't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood. But he couldn't do anything about it. One could only be suppressed, shocked, and wait for death by Su Ming's terrifying sword intent. His face turned pale. When he thought about the end of the 3-dagger man just now, he was like falling into an ice cellar. His heart wowed. Meanwhile, the surrounding sky was dim, like the god of death wielding a scythe. And Su Ming's sword was out. 100 paces of flying swords. The dwarf's eyes snapped open, horrified, and his face went white. He knew that with this sword, he couldn't avoid it. Its momentum is like an abyss. Its sword is like a rainbow. 100 paces of flying sword, a blade to break the throat. The wooden sword flashed with a greenish-colored cold aura, and with the black dragon wrapped around it, it stabbed into the dwarf's throat. The terrifying impact sent it flying, impacting towards the mad demon Chao Yuan behind him. The overbearing sword aura caused the dwarf to detonate midway through, setting off brilliant fireworks once again. The powerful sword chi dispersed just in time to sweep away the fury from Chao Yuan's body as well. Ding! Su Ming's ears rang with the system's beep. Congratulations to the host for protecting a new recruit and harvesting 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Ming was very happy. Finger hooked again. The green steel sword carrying a box of wine came to his eyes. Took out a bottle of Maoko. Tons and tons and tons. This dashing appearance. Looking at Bailey Fatty and Cha Yuan. Adored. Immediately came up and started licking. Big brother is mighty. Instructor Su is so handsome. At this very moment, Lang Xian was shocked beyond belief. Incomprehensible. Su Ming, this kid. How did he become so strong? Lang Xian's eyelids jumped slightly. Even if he was separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, that sense of oppression came like a tidal wave. So familiar. Lang Xian felt these sword intentions. So familiar. At this moment, those dead memories began to attack Lang Xian. These swordsmanship. It was exactly the same as when he came out of the Nandu Serpent Demon quest. The same sword intent that he had when he was a part-time watchman at Cangnan Second Middle School. It was the same sword intent that caused him to constantly drain his blood and make him faint from anemia. Exactly the same. Lang Xian slapped his head. So it's you, Su Ming. Yeah, it's a great way to get your feet wet. After searching for so long, Lang Xian finally found his revenge. Harm yourself almost bleeding to death. Harm yourself weak hospitalized for so long. So it's all because of your kid. Su Ming. Lang Xian's big sniper was already aiming at Su Ming's head. Can't wait to get a shot in the head now. However, Lang Xian keenly sensed that the sniper of the killer squad had moved. This assassination. It's not over yet. At this point in time, Old Man Han and the female archer, looking solemn as if they were facing the enemy. The two men's eyelids fluttered wildly. Their breathing stuttered. And their faces were all as if they had seen a ghost. Even the two frontal combatants, all killed in action. What can the two of them do? Feeling the bone-piercing coldness, as well as the heart-stopping sword intent, the heart felt like it was being clutched by a big hand. Incomparably frightened and dismayed, scared to death, the two of them unanimously took out their ghost god leads. Nima, spell it out. Just assassinate Bailey Tu Ming. So the two dived into the night and waited for their chance. Su Ming, who sensed the slightest hint of killing intent, poured a mouthful of wine before his eyes swept towards the dark alley. The Old Man Han, who was as athletic as a cheetah, was seen as if he were a wild beast, staring at Bailey Chubby with a fierce light in his eyes. Su Ming hooked his finger and prepared to strike. Just then, Su Ming's ears once again resounded with the system's wonderful beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword technique, crossing the 8 directions in 100 steps, flying sword one after the other, and comprehending harmony. A wave of subtle sword techniques immediately surged into Su Ming's mind. Feeling his understanding of sword intent become stronger once again, Su Ming closed his eyes and experienced the newest skill, harmonization. The so-called combined power is not simply an addition. The magnitude of the power that erupted from the combine was far greater than expected. The power of this move also far exceeded the sum of the strength of the 100 steps flying sword in the crossing 8. Anyway, the skill, it's awesome. But what made Su Ming a bit puzzled was, how could he, all by himself, use transverse 8 and 100 steps flying sword at the same time? This is a problem. Just as Su Ming was thinking, above the ethereal great Tao, the laws of the sword immortal, gleaming, once again stunned the crowd of outer gods. The Western gods were once again dumbfounded, watching the law of the sword immortal, crushing the luster of all the other divine paths. Nothing can be done. The god King Odin, the king of the gods Zeus, the supreme sun god Ra, and the supreme god Perdition Brahma, all of them had trembling hearts and numb scalps. Once again, full of confusion and sweating up a storm. It was as if a shocking wave had been set off in one's heart for a long time. What's going on? What's wrong with stepping on the horse again? Dasha, what are you stepping on again? All of the outer gods, all of them, looked toward Dasha with heart-stopping trepidation. However, apart from the sword intent law that made them feel their souls tremble, they couldn't see anything. Still can't see anything. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 137, Lang Xian wants revenge on me? Awakening the magic sword spirit Long Kuai. In the case of the outer gods, shocked by the glittering sword immortal laws above the great Tao when his scalp went numb. Cangnan City, Kalansky Hotel, the alleyway below. Old Man Han and the female archer who had used the ghost god's lure. The two of them lurked into the night, dumbfounded in the darkness. Even if it means death, the mission must be accomplished. Eliminate the mission objective, Bailey Tu Ming. Even if the assassination fails today and you die here, at least the family will still be alive. If you run away from the battle, not to mention whether you will be purged by the vigil instructors, you will have to die with your family when you go back. It's a dead end anyway. Might as well save the family. So, after seeing the dwarf and the three-dagger man die in battle, in the face of the monstrous sword intent, the soul-shattering sword immortal laws, Old Man Han and the female archer were forced to use the ghost spirit guide as well in an attempt to launch a fatal strike against Fatty Bailey. However, they had used the ghost god leader on the front foot, and on the back foot, Su Ming had comprehended a new sword technique, harmonization. That was a combo technique that was several times stronger than the 100 steps flying sword and transverse aid combined. Although it was very strong, the question in front of Su Ming was how to use this move. Should we find a hitchhiker and cast together? Or can Su Ming use it alone by himself? That's a problem. So, Su Ming opened the system panel and checked it out. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, to the highly dangerous God's Ruin, Sword Immortal. Identity, Daxia Night Watchman, Recruit Instructor. Cousin of Daxia's Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Nephew of third uncle. Favorite of Hong Ying. The person Si Xiaonan begged for help in beheading the gods. Chen Mai, Yuan Gang, Yi Fan, Xiao Pinga. The one whose Wuqing has high hopes for. Lin Shi's master and rightful father. The brothers of Zhao Empty Castle. The boss of Wang Mian. The one who the entire False Face squad worships. The elder brother of Bailey Tuming. Chao Yuan's nobility. The one who Shen Qingzhu worships. The one who Mali the person who seeks help. The person Han Li admires. Niex's husband. The person Xia Siming focuses her attention on. The person Lang Xian wants to avenge. Realm, infinite. Mental power, 6021050 points. The more you drink, the more your mental power increases. Power level, Wine Sword Immortal 202 years of cultivation, crushing Klein. Ordinary gods, comparable to supreme gods. Weapons, wooden sword, immune to all psychic attacks. Green steel sword, increases killing power by 1 realm and adds illusion effects to opponents. Magic sword, the more you drink, the stronger the sword. Skills, Imperial Sword Art. Flying Star, Imperial Sword Flight. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Crossing the 8 Directions. 10,000 Swords. 6 Chakras Divine Sword. Vast Sword Chi. Great River Sword Intent. Immortal Wind and Cloud Physical Technique. Harmonization and Harmonization. Mission, protect the new recruits during the New Year's vacation. Protect a new recruit and gain 1 year of cultivation from the Wine Sword Immortal. Luck, auspicious, everything can leave behind the laws of the Sword Immortal, which can protect people, kill enemies, and help geniuses awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. Possession, Forbidden Object Yao Guang. System Upgrade Materials, Forbidden Yao Guang. 1 Transformation of 3000. Chopping White, Elegy, Devouring Yuan Sword Scabbard, Shiva's Grudge, etc. After the system upgrade, it can brew to help mortals awaken the Forbidden Ruins, etc. After reading it, the biggest doubt given to Su Ming at the moment was no longer how the move of hopping together was going to come out. Rather, it's in your own identity. Lang Xian wanted to take revenge on someone. What the hell is this phrase? Cold hen? Revenge? Looking for me? What did I do? Is it related to Si Xiaonan, who Lang Xian cares about the most? That's your nam. We are both innocent. I drank Si Xiaonan's 4 bottles of Guojia 1573, but it was just a deal. Agreeing to help Si Xiaonan behead the gods and kill Loki, the god of deceit, just to help her get rid of her undercover identity. Brother Xian, are you so far gone? You didn't even send us to the barracks in the first place. Oh, so you didn't come on purpose. So it's a grudge. The point is, I didn't do anything. And the phrase, still the latest to appear, has just recently taken a grudge against me? Wait, could it be that one camisole? It was originally picked out for Lin Qiye, but Lin Qiye didn't want it, so Si Xiaonan bought it. That's what she bought herself. It has nothing to do with me. Su Ming, Brother Xian, let me explain. Si Xiaonan is yours. Me and Si Xiaonan. No. Besides, I already have a red tassel. The red tassel. Oh yeah. Lin Qiya messaged me and asked me to buy a gift. Oops. Doomed to a day of trivia. Well, first we'll eliminate the 2 bugs in front of us. Settle down Chubby Bailey and Xiao Yuan again. Buy another present for Red Riding Hood. It's New Year's Eve, and there's more drinking to be done. And then I'm going to give my cousin and Uncle Sam a peace offering. Looking at the 60 million spirit points already, he felt that he was 1 step closer to becoming a supreme god and returning to his home in honor. So, for now, destroy the bugs in front of you. But it's kinda hard to catch a bug buried in the dark. Without Lin Qiye's Mortal Dust Divine Domain and Starry Night Dancer, Su Ming had a little headache dealing with these sensitive bugs. After all, they were 2 bugs that used the Ghostbusters lure. It's just like the big southern cockroaches. Sensitive, fast crawling, and flying, and massively disgusting. Now that I'm in the middle of the city myself, using vast sword chi, great river sword intent, and all of these, the slightest inattention would destroy Cangnan City. It's a nuke to a mosquito. No, Using the 10,000 swords and combine these will destroy the surrounding buildings if you're not careful. It's a cannon to a mosquito. And it doesn't work. Looking around at his skills, he thought they were all too powerful. And the two bugs were both sensitive and annoying. For a while, it was surprisingly difficult to know what skills to use. At this moment, the magic sword seemed to sense Su Ming's distress. And surprisingly, there was the voice of the sword spirit, Long Kuai, coming from it. Master, try me. Hearing the voice of Long Kuai, Su Ming was a bit surprised. Very ecstatic. Originally thought it was just the shape of a magic sword. But I didn't realize that there was also the soul of a magic sword Long Kuai. The magic sword is a living sword. Awesome. I wonder how it would work with a magic sword. Thus, without hesitation, Su Ming's mind moved. And with a hook of his finger, the devil's sword instantly appeared in front of him. He held the magic sword in his hand. And it didn't feel cold in the slightest. Instead, he sensed the presence of the sword spirit, Long Kuai, and touched Long Kuai's warm hand. At this moment, the sword spirit clasped hands with the swordmaster and awakened the magic sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host's personality for conquering the magic sword and awakening the magic sword spirit Long Kuai. Now opening a new panel for Su Ming, magic sword technique. Congratulations to the host for being in the darkness of the night and awakening the magic sword technique, Shadow Sword. Congratulations to the host for being in the white snow and awakening the magic sword technique, Condensing Cold Snow. Su Ming was currently holding a devil sword in his hand, and a black airwave circular cover appeared around him, with devil chi fluctuations flowing from it, causing the entire Cangnan city to have a slight sense of tremor. This made the archers and Old Man Han, who were hidden in the darkness and had used the ghost god's lure, get scared, instantly abandoning the idea of stabbing. Animal instincts prompted the two to flee. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, confronting Su Ming would result in a miserable death. But it was too late for them to escape. There was no way back. After some struggles, the two still bared their fangs, and before they died, they had to pull on the back of 100 Miles Fatty. So, the two of them, one on the roof of the building and the other in a dark alley, silently approached Chubby 100. This moment, seeing Su Ming, who was covered in demonic chi, Bailey Chubby was shocked. Big brother, calm down. It's too strong. I'm afraid Cangnan City can't handle it. Chao Yuan, who was not far away, was so shocked that his eyes glazed over when he saw the demonic aura that covered Su Ming's body. My goodness, worthy of being my noble. It's actually able to suppress the demonic aura? Master Golden Cicada really didn't lie to me. Su Ming can even suppress demonic chi. There must be a way to help me restrain the fury chi. Sure enough, I licked it right. Lang Xian, who had been aiming at Su Ming's head with his large sniper, was also feeling numb and sweaty at the moment. Asterisk. Su Ming, you kid has been hiding your strength? But this state isn't right. Is it demonic? And that sword that emits purple, demonic color. What's going on? Su Ming, did you become strong by crooked ways? I'm sorry, Captain. You said Su Ming is my dasha's top secret. Why can't I read it? At this point in time, Lin Xie, who was frantically looking for a remedy for Su Ming in the Red Tassel Villa, suddenly, he felt a throbbing in his chest and cried out, "It's the Asylum of the Gods. Something's wrong." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 138. Nyx cries for a husband. Patrick Merlin, inside the Red Tassel Villa, sensing that something was wrong, Lin Xie knew that it was the caretaker, Li Yifei, calling out to him. Knowing that something must have happened at the Asylum of the Gods, he saw that he had persuaded Hong Ying, and that there were others who advised Hong Ying not to go to Su Ming and not to hinder Yuan Gang's plan. And Red Tassel listened to the advice and sat down, performing the task of protecting Lin Xie's squad. Lin Xie was also relieved as he half laid down on the sofa and closed his eyes. The Asylum of the Gods. In the clean and bright courtyard, Nyx, dressed in a black rosette, stood by a white rocking chair and had burst into tears. Oh, dash. I'm going to find your grandfather. Su Ming. Fei, open the door for me quickly. Fei, you won't let me see your grandfather and you want me to take medicine. No way. Nyx was crying and screaming at the moment, crying for her husband. Su Ming. Li Yifei, who was wearing a green-colored nurse's uniform, was about to die of anxiety at this moment. Hey, what a hell of a thing to see. Hey. Ever since that day, after following Lin Xie out, everyday Nyax must have recited it once. Fei, I miss your grandpa Su Ming. Fei, hurry up and make your grandfather come see me. Li Yifei was speechless to death. No, how did Su Ming become my grandfather? His last name is Su. My last name is Li. What's the matter? I changed my name to Su Yifei? What the hell is going on? Originally, Nyx was coaxed by Li Yifei. It was normal. How come after a trip with Lin Chie, she took Su Ming as her husband? No way. Could it be that the goddess of darkness, Nyx, had all been conquered by Su Ming's strength? Thinking of this, Li Yifei was stunned for a while. It can't be. How strong is Su Ming? Li Yifei carried a tray and circled around Nyx, persuading even. Grandma, take the medicine. Take it so you can see my grandpa. My dad will be upset if you don't take your medicine. At this moment, Li Yifei felt that dignity was a good thing, but in the asylum of the gods, dignity was worthless. Can make Nyx eat the drug? Not to mention shouting someone else's father, grandfather, shouting ancestor can be. There is no way. Who let Li Yifei sign the contract of sale? As hard as Li Yifei tried, Nyx just wouldn't eat and had to see her husband Su Ming. Now, even the eight-faced Li Yifei was given to anxious tears. As a filial grandson, he cried with his grandmother. Just like that, the cries of the two attracted Lin Chie. Lin Chie, wearing a white coat, walked very calmly to the two men, and after learning of Nyx's plea of wanting to see Su Ming, he rolled his eyes. It's not impossible. Maybe, after Nyx meets with Su Ming, he'll be able to improve his healing progress. Lin Chie looked at the healing progress bar above Nyx's head, which was still stuck at 83%. Since meeting Su Ming half a year ago and directly skyrocketing by 30%, the progress of the later stages of the treatment has been getting slower and slower, and now it hasn't moved for almost a month. This means that the medication has reached its limit. So, to better advance the progress of Nyx's treatment, just relying on this little mental hospital won't do. In the end, Nyx is a disease of the heart, and to be completely cured, one must also rely on outside forces. After all, his heart condition was the loss of his child, and it just so happened that Nyx thought of Su Ming as a husband. How about just taking advantage of hyperbreeding and having more? Thinking of this, Lin Chie quietly opened the door to the mental hospital. Master, I didn't bring her to you. She went out on her own. Nyx was overjoyed to see the door open and immediately darted over to it, but Li Yifei immediately stopped it. Grandma, take your medicine. Seeing that he could get out, Nyx immediately took his medicine and stepped towards the front door. Suddenly, the door closed momentarily. Lin Chie stopped her again, because after thinking about it, Lin Chie felt that he had to be responsible for the people of Cangnan downtown. The reappearance of Nyx in Cangnan would have to cause another major panic. Therefore, Lin Chie decided to greet Su Ming and Yuan Gang first. He calmed Nyx down and said to wait for him. Nyx had calmed down a bit after taking the pills and sat in the white rocking chair, waiting patiently. Seeing that Nyx had calmed down, Lin Chie was just about to leave when suddenly, the mental hospital prompted him that he could open the second door. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chie utilized the spiritual power of the pool realm to open the second door. Meet the second psychopath, Merlin, legendary wizard who exists in the mythology of England. Clad in dark blue robes, he sat there quietly, like a statue, as if he hadn't moved in millions of years. Lin Chie looked at Merlin's case and realized that he might be able to learn magic from Merlin. At that time, using magic and pretending in front of Su Ming by himself, he would definitely be able to gain Su Ming's attention. He would prove that he was Su Ming's most honored disciple. What Bailey Fat, Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu, all step aside. Lin Chie was almost brainwashed by Merlin after an exchange with him. Through the exchange, Lin Chie determined that Merlin was suffering from paranoia. Watch as he treats the SpongeBob world as if it were the real world, in the guise of a pink starfish with a pole of fishing nets, and shouts at Lin Chie with his hands in the air. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish. Lin Chie was even more certain. Crazy, suffering from delusional psychosis. If you want to treat him, you have to calm him down first. So Li Yifei clutched a large syringe and chased after Patrick Merlin for a tranquilizer. However, there was no way to catch up, until it ran out into the yard and over to the white rocking chair. It took Patrick Star Merlin to calm down. Just as Lin Chie was about to catch him and Li Yifei was about to take the shot, they heard the earnest voice of Patrick Merlin. Plankton, it's gone. Lin Chie, Li Yifei. The two men followed Patrick Star Merlin's gaze to the very door of the asylum. The gate, surprisingly, was open a small crack, and look at Nyx, the goddess of the night, long gone. Lin Chie slapped his thigh. Not good. She went to Su Ming. Lin Chie immediately asked Li Yifei to pack down the hospital and keep an eye on Mei Lin. With that, he left, not paying the slightest attention to Li Yifei, who was shouting furiously behind him, and Pai Dishing Merlin, who was glued to his back. At this very moment, Nyx, the goddess of darkness, had appeared in the Red Tassel's villa, standing beside Lin Chie. His eyes stared coldly at the members of Squad 136. When Zhao Kongqing saw that it was the goddess of darkness, Nyx, he He was shocked beyond belief and was scared half to death. Why is she out again? Lin Xie, wake up and mind the gods you serve. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan, all looked stunned. Feeling the soul-shattering Black Knight divine power, all of them were like enemies, with goosebumps all over their bodies. Only the red tassel, upon seeing Nyx, felt anger instead of fear. Those bright eyes were on fire. Red Tassel recognized that this was the goddess of darkness who had hugged and kissed Su Ming. So, she looked hostilely at Nyx. Black box open. Lance sheathed. Rosefire feather dress, open. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied. Begging for some pocket money. Buying candy for the children. Adding a bun for the elderly. Kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 139, Lin Xie, Mom calm down. They're all on their own. At this moment, Lin Xie's heart was in a state of panic. A batch of remorse. Oops, one is too naive. Being the dean, I can't believe I got screwed over by my own psychopath. I can't believe that Nyx would be good enough to sit in place and wait for himself. The reason why she was obedient was because Nyx had already run away when Lin Xie opened the door. What was left behind was nothing more than a puppet. What kind of Greek supreme god is it to be if you don't even have this tactic? Oops. No, things are not good. Nyx ran himself out of the hospital. He is the director of the mental hospital. Not qualified. Wouldn't know it now if it wasn't for the fact that Patrick Star Merlin warned me. Oops. As a psychiatric hospital director? I can't believe that I have to rely on the mentally ill to remind me. Shame on you. The moment he returned to reality, Lin Xie felt his 10 fingers trembling slightly. Nyx without his own company. Not fully recovered Nyx. Still in a state of psychosis. Nyx. Who cried and cried for her husband? Su Min. What devastating blow will be dealt to Canyon City? Big deal. Lin Xie seized the time and with a thought, he rushed out of the door of the mental hospital and returned to reality. Due to being too nervous and anxious to return to the real world, he did not hear Li Yifei's reminder. Not realizing that Patrick Star Merlin, glued to his back, ran out after him. 2 mental patients discharged at the same time, and 2 ING gods. The oppression is instant. The moment Lin Xie attached Merlin and returned to the real world, the people of the entire Cangnan city were all horrified and shaken. Originally, under the pressure of the goddess of darkness, it was incredibly frightening, as if a mannequin were. Now add Merlin, the people of Cangnan city, even more depressing. It was as if everyone, on their shoulders, was carrying a huge mountain and was being pressurized to the point of being unable to breathe. It's hard as hell and depressing as hell. At this moment, when Lin Xie opened his eyes, what met his eyes was the back of the goddess of darkness, Nyx. She was standing right beside herself, looking at Squad 136 with a cold face. A trembling divine power spread out once again. If anything, the nocturnal divine power that had previously permeated Cangnan City had only caused the hairs of Team 136 to stand on end in a sweat. Now then, since Lin Xie mistakenly brought out the plum forest, the divine power that appeared in front of their eyes instantly caused their divine souls, all of them, to feel a little trembling. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and the others from Team 136 looked at Lin Xie's side, the beautiful woman in a black veil starched dress with a noble aura, as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Everyone was on guard with weapons in hand, ready to go to war, and Wen Qimo immediately thought of the previous nationally promoted learning tutorial. Don't panic when it comes to the gods, figure it out, calm down, and coax first like Somen. Without waiting for Wen Qimo to open his mouth, Hong Ying's side couldn't hold it in anymore. Upon seeing Nyx, the goddess of darkness, the red tassel's eyes were on fire. It was her that molested Su Ming. At this moment, the vinegar jar in the heart of the red tassel collapsed. She forced down her fear of the gods and chose to tough out the goddess of darkness. Then a red flame flared up in the red tasseled eyes. Rose fire and feathers, open. After she opens the forbidden market, both hands instantly flickered with rosy red plumes of fire. The heat was so intense that the gun began to glow orange as well. Rose-red flames with the fury of a red tassel instantly wrapped around the entire lance. For a while, sparks were flying and it was extremely noticeable, only to see the red tassel dancing the flame-entwined lance. Flying said lance tip with dazzling fire satin, a rosy red spark, blooming in the whole living room. The red tassel of the pool realm was actually going to take on the Greek supreme god Nyx. Seeing red tassel actively choose to make a move, everyone in Squad 136 panicked. Chen Mai was so scared that his face turned white. Rushed to stop Red Tassel and tell her to drop the gun and calm down. Calm down. And when Qimo just wanted to follow Su Ming's example and use a bubble tone, coaxing Nyx, but it was already too late. Even Lin Xie didn't have time to advise him, and Nyx had already made his move. She sensed the hostility of the Red Tassel. looking at the little mushroom in front of him, whose legs were longer than his life. He couldn't really say he liked it, so he used a hand of darkness descent to easily extinguish the red tassel's flames. With an outburst of divine power, the entirety of Squad 136 was stunned. Chen Mai and the others didn't even have a chance to speak before they simply collapsed. Seeing the people of Team 136, one by one, all fall before his eyes, Lin Chiye hurriedly jumped up from the sofa. For crying out loud, "Mom, calm down. It's all your own." When Nyax heard Lin Chiye wake up, he immediately said gently, "Don't worry, Darnadus. I just put them to sleep. I sense where Su Ming is. Come on. I'll take you to Dad." Nix didn't even give Lin Chiye a chance to say no and used the power of the laws of darkness to instantly carry Lin Chiye. It instantly moved to the top of a tall building and stood beside Lang Xian. This moment, the monstrous terror fell on top of Lang Xian's head, causing Lang Xian's heart to go cold and his entire being to fall into an ice cellar. The hand holding the large sniper, aiming at Su Ming, froze. He looked with his afterglow. Lin Chiye, the gods? And Lin Chiye, standing by Nix's side. Lang Xian, who was prostrate on the ground and clutching a large sniper, was also seen. Lang Xian, racking a big sniper. Who is it sniping? It was awkward for the two to meet like this, and Nix was calm, simply ignoring Lang Xian, a mole, and looking at the Kalansky Hotel with a burning gaze. "Danadus, your father, right there, so handsome." At this moment, Lang Xian man was dumbfounded. "Danadus? Dad? Who is it? Who the hell are you with?" And Lin Chiye first nodded to Nyax, then crouched down and quietly spoke to Lang Xian. "Xian, what's your situation?" Lang Xian laughed and looked at Lin Chiye with a speechless face. "7 nights, what's your situation?" The two exchanged brief messages before they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Xian was on a mission for Squad 136, inspecting the area around the firm. Lin Chiye, on the other hand, was found by Nix and came to find her husband. Lang Xian just breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Who's her husband?" "My master Su Ming Chance." "What she just said." "Who's your dad?" "My master Su Ming Chance." "Ha? Nuts? Kinda." Lang Xian's silence was deafening, and it felt like his worldview had collapsed. At this point in time, Lang Xian hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, because there wasn't just a god in front of him, there was also the magician Merlin who was glued to Lin Chiye's back. At this very moment, Patrick Merlin looked around like a curious baby, feeling the whole Cangnan, very unreal. In the meantime, at the same time Merlin opened his eyes, the power of the two gods superimposed on each other, and a terrifying divine power spread out, surging up in Cangnan City. Han Xiaoyun, who was running to Cangnan, was alarmed. The snake woman hiding in the shadows was scared. Lu Liang and the Mad Scorpion organization, who were on an assassination mission, immediately hunkered down and hid in the shadows and shivered. Not only were the enemies scared half to death, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors hidden in the shadows were also chilled to the core. Their souls cracked, and their bones were about to melt. One was puzzled beyond belief. Again? This familiar power of the goddess of darkness, and an unknown force that was too terrifying to know if it was friend or foe. Yuan Gang was furious. A little too much to take. He immediately contacted Lin Chiye with a huff in his tone. Hey, Lin Chiye. What's going on?" Lin Chiye stood on the roof of the building, looking at Su Ming at the foot of the Kalansky Hotel and said calmly, It's okay. Nix misses her husband, Su Ming." Speaking of Su Ming, Yuan Gang immediately shut up. "There's Su Min. No problem." The safety of Cangnan City was all riding on Su Ming. Nix, on the other hand, wasn't even trying to do anything to the people of Cangnan City, but simply just wanted to see her husband. When he watched Su Ming's movements as he held his magic sword and prepared to strike, Nix's face turned red. "Danadus, look, your dad, so handsome." This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 140, Magic Sword Technique out. Nimbus Cold Snow, Remnant Shadow Sword. High above the building, the cold wind howled, freezing Lin Chiye's body with goosebumps. But even such a cold day couldn't hinder Nix's enthusiasm. Those incomparably fiery eyes had already been conquered by Su Ming and were very much looking forward to Su Ming's strike. Lin Chiye immediately looked down at the hotel after hearing Nyax's words, saw Su Ming, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan. At a glance, it is clear that it is a plan executed by the instructors, and Bailey Chubby suffers an assassination, and Su Ming steps in to save him. Looking at Su Ming, who was holding a deep purple magic sword in his hand, standing beside Bailey Chubby with a sense of security, was truly handsome. For a moment, the mother and son looked stunned. Nyx and Lin Xie, all with adoration, watched Su Ming from afar, and Lang Xian, who was lying on the ground, still racking his big sniper, only dared to look at it with an 8 magnification lens. With Nyx around, the scalp has been fried and it's been great not losing all my hair. Coupled with the oppressive feeling of Grand Magician Merlin, the current Lang Xian, his hands and feet were soft, and every breath was so hard, scared Lang Xian to death. At this moment, not only was Lang Xian about to die of fright, even the instructors who were on the roof of the hotel, closely watching all of this, were all shocked. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Li, there was one of them, all staring at the powerful oppression of the gods, staring down at the hotel. See how Su Ming performs. Looking forward to this time. Su Ming, how should I retreat from God? Yuan Gang had a bad feeling in his heart. This time there wasn't just one god, not only the goddess of the night Nyx, but also a hidden god. He was asking himself if he needed to report back to his superiors and if he needed to send out another human sealing. After some thought, Yuan Gang decided that he would trust Su Ming, take a gamble and see where Su Ming's sealing is. As the top secret of the Great Summer Vigilantes, it was absolutely impossible to be taken so seriously by Yifan if he didn't have the ability to retreat 2 gods. Therefore, Yuan Gang also relaxed and looked forward to Su Ming's performance. Just like that, under the silent attention of the crowd, Su Ming was already preparing to use his magic sword technique to eliminate the 2 mole crickets hiding in the shadows. After all, the old man Han and the female archer of the killer squad were running out of time, revealing wisps of killing intent, hibernating in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike a blow against Chubby Bailey. Although they were trash in Su Ming's eyes, in Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan's eyes, they were strong people of the Sea Realm, an existence that could assassinate Chubby 100 miles without a sound. As the time for the ghost god's lure was coming to an end, Old Man Han and the female archer bellowed angrily, and the 2 of them struck out together. In the dark, the 2 of them directly used all of the spiritual energy in their bodies as soon as they came up, using sheer attacks without holding back, only to see Su Ming, however, not caring, pouring a mouthful of wine, as the 2 dark shadows, like arrows, attacked in front of Bailey Chubby's eyes. Su Ming's gaze suddenly became incomparably sharp. The devil's sword in his hand moved, emitting an incomparably creepy purple light. Magic sword technique, condensed cold snow. An imperceptible whisper came out from Su Ming's mouth. The words fell out of his mouth. The magic sword emitted light blue sword chi, condensing icy snowflakes that accompanied the whistling cold wind, all blowing on Old Man Han and the female archer. In an instant, countless snowflakes seemed like a blizzard pressing down on them, freezing the 2 in place. At this moment, these snowflakes condensed by the majestic sword chi gave the 2 of them great terror, causing them to die. His body was frozen in general, and his blood was frozen by this absolute 0-degree cold. It was a cool moment for the killers. Without even giving the 2 of them a chance to catch their breath or even leave their last words behind, Su Ming had already struck again. Magic sword technique, shadow sword. In the next moment, Su Ming had already swung his sword. Countless sword shadows whistled out from the demonic sword, wrapped in the terror of breaking everything, and blasted at the 2. 1,000 sword shadows filled the air, and only 2 miserable cries could be heard. Ah, ah, 2 screams, dark shadows entwined, snow filled with blood. Everyone, without seeing clearly the painfully twisted expressions on the faces of Old Man Han and the female archer, the 2 of them faded away in the densely packed sword shadows, transforming into a sky full of blood, dancing in the wind, obliterating any trace of their having existed. This was so good, it didn't even require the logistics team from Squad 136 to be deployed. The battlefield was cleaned up, erasing any traces of the 2 having existed. These 2 moves made it out. Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan all revealed expressions of adoration, secretly smacking their lips. Too strong. A strong person of the Sea Realm can be destroyed with the overlapping hands. Too powerful. Big brother, worthy of being my Chao Yuan's nobleman. I vow to follow you to the death in my life. The 2 of them got the best seats for free and watched the magic sword technique at Su Ming's side. Doubly shocked, he constantly lamented Su Ming's bullishness in his heart. It's so awesome. At the moment, the instructors on the roof of the building also looked stunned. Yuan Gang froze. Holy, what kind of attack is that? Su Ming still has hidden skills? Hong Hao said with dull eyes. I don't know. Those 2 have the Sea Realm, right? Han Yuri had been stunned. I'll go. The Sea Realm is like a mole cricket. My half a year of Mauzi, I didn't hire it for nothing. It's worth it for me. Han Li, to call out, little brother Ming. Each and every one of the other instructors were also stunned, seeing this type of attack for the first time. In their eyes, the Su Ming at this moment was not like a night watchman at all, but a night watch god, the god of the night's watch, the other side of the high rise. After Lang Xian saw Su Ming strike, he had already ignored the pressure that the god had brought to him, and was instead shocked by Su Ming's strength. Tied. What the do I see? Is Su Ming so hung up? What kind of attack was that? Could it be that Su Ming's secret is in that magic sword? Is the usual deliberate image of a drunkard actually to hide this magic sword? Good boy. A good hand. Is this the secret of Su Ming that the captain was talking about? With this sword, it became the top secret of Daxia? At this moment, Lin Chia also looked dumbfounded. Greedy cries. That sword is so cool. The way Su Ming swung his sword. So cool. Master. I want it too. I want to learn it so badly. With envy, he looked over to Nyx, who was beside him. What about Nyx? Where did my mom go? At this moment, Merlin, the Pythagorean star behind him, jumped onto his shoulder and pointed at the hotel in the distance. There it is. Plankton's gone to look for Snail. Lin Chia looked over. Sure enough, Nyx appeared at Su Ming's side, full of shyness, and full of the flavor of the eyes. The love for Su Ming was drowning out Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan. Lin Chia was speechless and covered his face with his hands as he whispered, "Thanks, I saw it." Suddenly, Lin Chia's brows furrowed in reaction. No, not true. What the heck is that on my shoulder? Merlin? How the hell did you get out? Patrick Star Merlin, however, ignored him and, holding up the small fishing net pocket, jumped. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish. Lin Chia and Lang Xian were both dumbfounded. Lang Xian, who is this? Lin Chia, Grand Magician Merlin. Lang Xian, outer god? Lin Chia, sort of. Lang Xian, don't you have Micah and Nyx? Lin Chia, I have my foot in 3 boats. Lang Xian, bah, scum. Just as the two exchanged words, Patrick Star Merlin crossed directly off the roof of the building. Snail, I'm coming. Lin Chia and Lang Xian's hearts went cold. No good. Something big is going to happen. At this moment, on the side of Nyx, it had already terrified Chubby Bailey and Chao Yuan, and they were hiding behind Su Ming's back and shivering. It couldn't be helped. The pressure of the gods was too strong. The two had not seen the gods before and wondered what Nyx was up to. Bailey Chubby exclaimed in his heart, Maru spicy, who in the world is going to him up? Even the gods are out? However, he was overthinking it. In the next second, Nyx opened his mouth and said something that made Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan relax. Only Nyx said to Su Ming, hubby is so great. I want to give my husband a present. When these words were said, both Chubby Bailey and Chao Yuan froze at hearing them. Husband? Call who? Could it be Su Ming? Sure enough, Su Ming spoke indifferently. Why did you come out again? Where's Lin Chia? Nyx said shyly. Did you say Danadu's? Our son is over there. I'll come out, give you a present and go. Nyx's words dumbfounded both Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan. It felt like a brain ache and my scalp was exploding. No, the husband of the goddess of darkness, Nyx, is Su Ming? No, Lin Chio is Darnadus, the son of Nyx and Su Ming? What's this all about? Don't understand it, but big shocker. The mere fact that he made the supreme god Nyx call out to his husband was already impressive. Sure enough, Su Ming is not simple. Brother Su Ming, noble Su Ming, you are too good at stepping on the horse. And Lin Chia, he could be your son. Then Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan felt that they could too. Therefore, both of them, Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan, wanted to kneel down for Su Ming. Kowtow. Dad, do you still lack sons? We all can. Mom, talk my dad into taking us in. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 141, Take down the goddess of darkness. Nyx, and I'll treat you to 50 cases of Mao Z tonight. At this very moment, snowflakes fluttering, a black veil starched dress of Nyx, shyly standing opposite Su Ming, and a little romantic. It confused both Chubby Bailey and Chao Yuan who were closest. The heart was overflowing with admiration for Su Ming. Even wanted to get down on my knees and admit my mom on the spot. Since Lin Chia could, so could the two of them, for no other reason than to be closer to Su Ming. If it wasn't for the cold wind, the chill stuck like a needle into the flesh and into the cracks of the bones, the two must still be indulging in fantasies. When the cold wind blew, Bailey Chubby realized that he was just draped in a bath towel. Chao Yuan was even worse. His upper clothes were all burnt out by the black flame, and he stood behind Su Ming covered in mud and dirt. If the two of them now kneeled down on the spot and confessed to their mom, would they be taken for perverts? Thus, the two of them resisted the urge and waited for Su Ming to speak without a word. Let's see what Su Ming does with the goddess Nyx. After Su Ming learned that Nyx had snuck out, he wanted to question Lin Chia. How did you become the director of a mental hospital? Mentally ill people are able to sneak out? Lin Xie, you Dean still can't do it. If you can't do it, there are plenty of people to do it. Oh, it's Lin Xie's golden finger. Okay, forget I said that. Hey, it can't be helped. After all, the mentally ill are all gods. If he really played with his heart's eyes, Lin Xie wasn't even on the same level, since the gods had come out again. Looking at this situation, Lin Xie had caused trouble for Yuan Gang and the others again. Seeing that Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan were sweating profusely, one could imagine how much pressure Nyx's Black Knight laws had brought to Cangnan City. So, the priority now was for Nyx to hurry up. In order to avoid this psychopath from continuing to have a seizure and releasing divine power endlessly, so Su Ming decided to coax away. Nyx said he was going to give me a present, didn't he? A gift? Hey, it just so happens that Lin Xie reminded me to buy a gift for Hong Ying. Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that a coincidence? Want to eat hail under ice? Nyx came at the right time. Save yourself the effort. Save yourself the money. And don't stop yourself from drinking. Watching Su Ming drink, Nyx got steam on his face. So handsome. Nyx may be suffering from mental illness, but the aesthetics are still online. The Su Ming in her eyes was simply the perfect Prince Charming. Even when he drank, he was a handsome, dashing, invincibly handsome kind. The kind that makes a woman's heart flutter when she looks at it. Nyx's state, full of adoration, made Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan look dumbfounded. No, the gods, the supreme god of Greece, Nyx, the goddess of the night, was conquered by Su Ming with 2 simple sips of wine? This face full of adoration is simply a little fangirl looking at the idol. Ah, awesome. Su Ming is so awesome. Worthy of being my big brother in Chubby 100. Worthy of being my Xiao Yuan's honorable man. When it comes to dealing with goddesses, Su Ming is really good at it. It wasn't just Fatty Bailey and Xiao Yuan who looked stunned. Even Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors on the roof of the building were all dumbfounded, all staring downstairs at Su Ming and Nyx with unblinking eyes. Each and every one of them all hid their breath, not even daring to utter a single breath. One held his breath and stared down with a serious expression, afraid that if he was not careful, Nyx would find out, misunderstand, and freak out again. That terrifying divine power on the roof of the freshman dormitory was still fresh in all of their minds, and they didn't want to make the same mistake and experience it all over again. Upon seeing Su Ming merely take 2 sips of wine and a handsome glance back, he hard controls Nyx for 10 seconds, and makes Nyx blush more than once. This was admirable and one could not wait to give Su Ming a thumbs up and another compliment. Brother Ming is awesome. At this moment, all Yuan Gang and the others could do was to wait quietly on the roof of the building and watch Su Ming retreat. Other than that, nothing can be done. Oh, and there's one more thing you can do, and that's to mentally cheer and shout like crazy for Su Ming. Way to go. Ming, go. Take down the goddess of the night, Nyx, and I'll buy you 50 cases of thatch tonight. In the distance, Lin Xie and Lang Xian also froze. Lang Xian was dumbfounded. No way. The titular goddess of darkness could be mesmerized by that little drunkard Su Ming's drinking gestures? What kind of personality is that? Never in a million years would I have thought that Su Ming would still have this trick up his sleeve. No wonder it could do a national rollout. Su Ming was really good at dealing with goddesses. Could it be that this is Su Ming's secret? Could it be that the Night's Watch executives are just looking at Su Ming's handsomeness? Could it be that Su Ming's top secret as the Night's Watch is this? Hard control of the goddess? Thinking of this, Lang Xian sweated coldly, as if he had discovered something unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Xie had also forgotten to go find Pai de Xing Mei Lin. Looking at his mom, who was hard controlled by Su Ming with a single movement, Lin Xie felt that he had no eyes left. Although Master Su Ming is very handsome, but mom, yeah, do we have no reserve at all? Go out and don't go around telling people that you're my Lin Xie's mom. Just as Lin Xie was feeling offended by Nyx's performance, he saw that on the roof of the opposite building, Patrick Merlin froze as well. He wasn't so much attracted to Nyx as he was to Su Ming. After a brief silence, he went back to being mad. Snail, don't be afraid. I'm coming, Plankton boss. Drop your weapon and stay away from little Snail. Seeing that Pai de Xing Merlin was holding up the netting and rushing towards Nyx, Lin Xie hurriedly opened the Divine Ruin, Mortal Dust Divine Realm, and utilized his super-fast speed to catch up with Pai de Xing Merlin. Don't irritate my mom. Otherwise, the entire Cangnan city will suffer. At this point in time, it wasn't only Nyx who was hard controlled by Su Ming, and also the rats. At this point in time, unnoticed corners, a group of rats that are collecting bodies. They were incredibly professional, chewing up the bodies of the Three-Dagger Man and Shorty, mixing them with the corpses of the group of female killers on the roof of the building, and transporting them down into the sewers together. The rats looked stunned when they saw Nyx mesmerized by one of Su Ming's moves. It wasn't really the rats that were stunned, it was the corpse-collecting professional, Anqing Fish, who was stunned. Anqing Fish in his laboratory, through the fish species to observe the outside world, after seeing Su Ming's action. To be honest, even Anqing Fish the straight man, also be hard to control 10 seconds. Cool. It's so cool. It's all about to get bent out of shape. And Xingyu looked at the fruit knife in her hand, the one that had been enchanted by Su Ming, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to meet Su Ming. But before that, there are some experiments to be done. It was not yet time to meet with Su Min. As a man of learning, as a man of intellect, and Xingyu wouldn't be foolish enough to take the initiative to hug Su Ming's thighs like Lin Xie did. It would appear to be very fished out and unforced. The point was that it would also be treated as a liability by Su Ming. Therefore, and Xingyu decided to become stronger himself, provide Su Ming with what he needed, and accomplish what Su Ming needed to accomplish, so that Su Ming would take the initiative to accept him as his disciple. In this way, and Xingyu had accomplished her goal without losing her composure in front of Su Ming. Maybe, the great disciple under Su Ming's door will be his and Xingyu in the future. So, Anqing Fish threw the fish species to appreciate some Su Ming's dashing, then began a new experiment. The fruit knife slashed through a rough piece of meat, and the genes inside were immediately probed by Xingyu. He couldn't help but let out a couple of gasps. This fruit knife is so good, it feels like it will last a lifetime. Ha ha ha, so it is. The cold wind whistled, and a layer of black mist enveloped the entire Cangnan city. That's the organ of Nyx, the goddess of the night. When she's shy. At this time, Su Ming, who had already adjusted his state, said in the scum's exclusive bubbly voice, Bao-chan, what is this gift you speak of? Hearing Su Ming's bubbly voice, both Chubby Bailey and Xiao Yuan were stunned. Awesome. Is there still this side of Su Min? This is what it sounds like, and we're going to learn it. As soon as Su Ming's bubbly voice came out, Nyx instantly fell, blushing as if she had red paint on her face. Oh, I want to give you a surprise. She raised her snow-white, fine root arm, searching for something. Where's my bracelet? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 142, Shall we now draw our swords to the abyss and stain the vault of heaven with blood? Nyx, the goddess of darkness, raised her arm and looked anxious after realizing that her hand was empty. What's the deal? Where's the bracelet on her hand? After some searching, I still couldn't find it. At this moment, the brow of the goddess of darkness, Nyx, furrowed, and panic was visible to the naked eye. She lifted up her black sari and after searching inside repeatedly, she still hadn't found the bracelet she was going to give to Su Ming. Nyx's heart went cold and his face became frozen. The soft, boneless, marvelous figure became stiff at the moment. After 3 seconds of silence, a black mist appeared around her, clearly a sign of madness. There seemed to be anger burning in Nyx's eyes at the moment. She whispered under her breath, Can't find it, can't find it, why can't you find it? At this moment, Nyx's spirit was no longer normal, like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the terrifying laws of darkness released endless darkness, shrouding the entire Cangnan in total darkness. At this moment, Nyx's divine power spread, and the same blackness descended. Due to the addition of anger, the shock brought to the people this time was much higher than the shock brought to the people in the barracks. The last time. This is the moment when people's lives become infinitely weaker in the laws of night. Under the darkness of the night, the lives of all the people were like candles in the wind, ready to break at any moment. This moment, Xiao Yuan and Bailey Chubby, who were the closest, were the first to suffer from the eclipsing night erosion and were scared out of their wits. Chubby Bailey panicked and tried to escape, but there was nowhere to run. There was darkness everywhere, unavoidable darkness that made him as nervous as hell. He was beyond shocked. Is this the power of the gods? It's so powerful, doesn't it? It feels like you're about to get lost in the endless darkness. I can't do it, I can't do it. Even breathing is a luxury now. I'm dying. Brother Xiaoming save me. Chubby Time shouted for help, but there was no response at all. I should say that Bailey Chubby couldn't make any sound at all. His body had been controlled by the powerful eclipsing power. At this moment, Chubby Bailey couldn't even see where Xiao Yuan was. Although he couldn't see it, he also clearly felt Xiao Yuan's fear. That's right, Xiao Yuan hadn't felt such a powerful divine force either. And his forbidden ruins, Black King chopping and destroying, were silent at the moment. In the face of such a powerful, monstrous laws of darkness, even if Xiao Yuan was allowed to hold his sword and transform into the mad demon Xiao Yuan, it would be impossible to fight against Nyx. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was shaken by the power of the gods. Enveloped by the power of the laws of darkness, Chow Yuan felt an indescribably oppressive aura fall on his shoulders, as if he was carrying a huge mountain and was being pressurized to the point that he couldn't breathe. Chow Yuan scanned around and realized that he couldn't see anything but darkness. There was nothing else to do, so Chow Yuan could only close his eyes and recite the Buddhist scriptures. Amat Ba, everything is in the hands of your people. I believe Su Ming will be able to help them get through this. At this moment, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors on the roof of the building felt the endless divine power around them and panicked. One by one, their hearts were cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Terrified, everyone felt that this divine power was so familiar and strong. It's even more horrible, more terrifying, more desperate than that time at the set camp. Everyone had expressions of utter horror and helplessness. Here we go again. It's not over, is it? Simply helpless to die. Ashiko, all the instructors, once again experienced the feeling of death. The average person, the common man, rarely has a chance to see the gods in his life. And for them, this group of instructors, to encounter the gods one after another was simply bad luck. At this moment, even Yuan Gang of the Sea Realm, the most powerful Yuan Gang, under the shroud of the laws of darkness, was solidly pressed in place, unable to even move a bit. Even Chief Instructor Yuan Gang was having such a hard time, not to mention the other instructors. The hearts of all the instructors murmured up the oath of the Night's Watch. If an eerie night falls, does it speak of this moment? So we now draw our swords to the abyss and blood the vault of heaven? But that is the supreme god. What can they, the instructors of the Chuan realm, do? Even breathing is a luxury now. So, there is Su Min. Don't pull out your sword yet. Trust Su Ming first. I'm sure Brother Xiaoming will be able to coax the goddess of darkness. Nix. That's what's going on in everyone's mind. Only Su Ming can coax Nix not to let him destroy Cangnan. It's not just 50 boxes. 100 boxes of Mauzi? Whoever invites is not invited. At this point in time, Lang Xian, who was setting up a large sniper in the distance, was also eroded by the divine power of the law of darkness. Feeling an unprecedented terror, it was at this moment that Lang Xian truly realized how terrifying the gods were. It seems that all the previous education in the ranks of the Night's Watch was true. It's hard to match the gods with a mortal body. So the 5 human ceilings of Daxia are great. Under the unprecedentedly powerful pressure, Lang Xian fell silent as darkness fell before his eyes. Without vision, the sniper is worthless. At this moment, Lang Xian could only secretly pray that Su Ming would be able to perform another miracle. It was like the nationally publicized instructional video that day, with Su Ming's own charisma. Retreat from God. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who had come to Pai Dixing Merlin's side, was also wrapped in the divine power of the laws of darkness and enveloped. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful and robust divine power, Lin Xie realized that what he had learned from Nyax was less than 1/10,000th of Nyax's divine power. At this moment, Lin Xie truly felt the gap between himself and the gods, felt the gap between himself and Su Ming. This deep sense of powerlessness spurred Lin Xie to become stronger and strive. A rush of hot blood surged upwards, and Lin Xie made up his mind to hurry up and become stronger. However, just as Lin Xie was getting hot under the collar, the Merlin faction great star beside him spoke. He'd spun around in place twice now, waving the fishing net in his hand and shouting a loud sentence. Snail, I'm here to save you. Lin Xie was very speechless as he listened to Pai Dixing Merlin's crazy words and covered his face with his hands, unable to do anything with him, so eager to hurry up and catch Patrick Merlin and take him back to the asylum. However, Lin Xie was in the middle of the dark night, and even when he used his divine ruin, Starry Night Dancer, he couldn't capture Merlin and Nyx's position. Therefore, Lin Xie couldn't do anything at the moment. Apparently, Nyx is blaming himself, getting angry and starting to run away from reality due to losing the bracelet and not finding the gift for Su Min. Right now, other than Su Ming who could suppress her, there was only him, Lin Xie. It can only be taken back to the mental hospital for treatment. So at this moment, the only ones who could save Cangnan were Su Ming and Lin Xie. Just as Lin Xie was about to give up, Patrick Star Merlin kicked Lin Xie over in one go. Caught off guard, Lin Xie was dropped and landed right in the middle of Su Ming and Nyax. Before he could stink up Merlin, Lin Xie saw Su Ming's clouded face. Lin Xie was so embarrassed that he whispered a greeting. Hi, master. After Su Ming saw Lin Xie arrive, Tun drank 2 mouthfuls of wine, laughing and cursing. You're just in time. Hurry up and mind your mom, she's having another seizure. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 143. I don't want to fall in love right now, but I like you a lot. Kalansky Hotel. All the buildings, covered in the darkness of Nyx. At the moment, Cangnan City was a sea of darkness. Before everyone's eyes, they were all plunged into darkness, suppressed by a powerful divine might. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know how to strike even if I draw my sword to the abyss. Nowadays, Yuan Gang and the other instructors, Lang Xian, and even the closest ones, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan, could only pin their hopes of survival on Su Ming. This time, it's up to Su Ming to perform again. Just now, even Lin Xie was unable to see clearly into the distance and discern the direction. However, Patrick Star Merlin, can see everything and judge the direction of things in this darkness. He is psychotic, but not a cutie. So, although he was sick, he could see Nyx and Su Ming. I can see that Plankton is going to snatch the little snail. Being SpongeBob's best friend, the brother, hurriedly kicked SpongeBob, aka Lin Xie, over. It landed right in the middle of Su Ming and Nyx, and saw the exchange between Lin Xie and Su Ming. In Patrick Merlin's eyes, it's the same as seeing SpongeBob saving Snail while Plankton is still watching them intently. SpongeBob, little snail, I'm coming. Patrick Star Merlin waved his fishing net and started bouncing off the roof of the building, bouncing closer towards Su Ming and the others. And at this moment, Su Ming was very speechless when he saw Lin Xie, who was lying in front of him. Just now, he had almost sacrificed his color and used the bubble sound to coax Nyx. Now Lin Xie had come at the right time. Save yourself the trouble instead. Hurry up and let Lin Xie coax his epileptic mother and take him back to the asylum of the gods. Lin Xie immediately stood up and led the order. Take his mom home now. Originally, he had taken a chance that Nyx would skyrocket his healing progress after seeing Su Ming. However, looking back at his mom, looking at Nyx, who was on top of his anger and surrounded by the dark laws, Lin Xie panicked. Numb nuts, can't get it right. Not only did it not make Nyx's healing progress increase, but how did he lose his mind? Lin Xie trembled in fear as he walked up to Nyx and called out softly, Mom, snap. Countless pairs of large hands reached out in the darkness, covering Lin Xie's mouth, wrapping his body around it, and dragging it into the darkness all at once. Nyx's face was as heavy as water, and at this moment, as if he were a strict mother, he scolded, Darnatus, children don't interrupt when adults are talking. That harsh voice, as if it came from the nine hells, without a trace of emotion, cold to the extreme. This reprimand, along with the dark laws of the entire Cangnan city, snapped together. In Su Ming's ears, he seemed to hear Yuan Gang, Hong Hao and the others, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan and the others, a muffled grunt of pain. Obviously, the might of the Greek supreme god is not kidding you. At this moment, Nyx was an out-of-control nuclear bomb that was at risk of being detonated at any moment. Once the supreme deity storms out, Cangnan City will surely be destroyed. Seeing Lin Xie kneel for a second, Su Ming Wu Yuzi had. He took another tons and tons sip of his drink, full of questions. Lin Xie, are you still the director of the God's mental hospital? You can't even control your own mental patients. Submit your own resignation letter. Even if I were to tie a dog to manage it, it would be better than your management. At least the dog would keep an eye on the gate and bite anyone who dared to come near. And it wouldn't be so easy for Nyx to run out. Now that it's done, isn't it just losing something that makes you sick? You're a dean and you don't even have the means to calm your patients? Oops, looks like it's just going to have to be on its own. Su Ming swallowed the cool, sweet liquid in his mouth, his throat beads rolling gently as bubbly sounds followed. Bao Chan. This intimate address was like a thunderbolt splitting down and illuminating the entire Cangnan city. Nyx instantly regained her senses, her face once again flushed, shy expression, like the schoolgirl who confessed to him during Su Ming's high school days. Seeing that the bubble tone worked, Su Ming was relieved. So, continued to open his mouth and coax. It doesn't matter if there's a gift or not. I'm happy that you came. It's a phrase that all of you big dudes who read a certain relationship gem often must know by heart. The killing power of this scumbag quote must be well known to all you big dudes out there. Where was Nyx? As the supreme god of Greece, to know the wisdom of the old ancestors of Dacia, a casual coaxing, and Nyx was in a state of bliss. So, under Su Ming's mouth, Nyx was slightly stabilized at the moment, and Lin Xie, who was bound by the laws of darkness, could be seen, and Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby, who were behind Su Ming, were able to open their eyes and see Nyx. Seeing that his mouth was having an effect, Su Ming continued, Bao Chan, I don't want a relationship right now, but I like you a lot. As soon as these words were said, Nyx's heart was completely conquered by Su Ming. As the words fell, heaven and earth rioted, and the lightning flickered, destroying the heart of Nyx in general. Nyx was happy now, like a little girl with a beloved doll, almost jumping for joy. It was hard to hide the excited smile on his face. sunny, cheerful, and a different person from the stern supreme god just now. This instant, Nyx's spirit returned to normal. Her mind became incomparably clear, her eyes were soft as water, and she looked at Su Ming in infatuation, looking at her beloved husband. Suddenly, her mind wandered and she remembered. Sorry hubby, my bracelet was one, but I have something else. With that said, Nyx used the divine power of the laws of darkness to condense an extremely exquisite ring with his divine power. This ring, which contained her divine power, could allow one to accelerate their spiritual power. Looking at this ring, Lin Xie cried with gluttony. I'm going to go. No mom, so you still have this. Tell me sooner, give it to me sooner. Oh, you like bubbles. Ha, oh, mom, no, Lin Xie, couldn't learn. At this moment, seeing that Nyx regained his composure and offered Su Ming a ring, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan both looked dumbfounded. I'm going. See, my big brother of Bailey Chubby, my noble man of Chao Yuan, has the real thing. Just now, he thought he was dead, but as a result, it was only a short while later, and not only did the other Su Ming restore Nyx's sanity, he also took the initiative to offer a new gift. Awesome, brother Su Ming, noble Su Ming, we'd like to learn this trick against the beauty queen, especially Chao Yuan. The DNA moved, and his admiration for Su Ming could not be described in words. He was determined to be Su Ming's lickspittle and learn this trick. He wants to prove to everyone that there is something wrong with being a dog. Woof, woof, woof. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free for love power. The author will be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, to buy candy for the children, to add a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 144, Hey Snail, want to catch jellyfish together? With Nyx regaining his sanity and compressing his divine power into the ring, the darkness of Cangnan City dissipated and returned to normal. Everyone can see it now. The nervous Yuan gang and the other instructors, Lang Xian, and Lin Xie, all saw Nyx, who was mesmerized by Su Ming, seeing Nyx's face full of shyness, just like a little fangirl, looking at Su Ming with affection. No one knew what Su Ming had done, nor did he feel any movement from Su Ming. There was no such thing as a powerful sword aura, and exaggerated spiritual power. So, that tells me that Su Ming is using his brain to restore Nyx's peace and spirit. This would be horrible. Ask anyone in the entire Dasha's Night's Watch ranks who can use their brains to quiet the cranky gods, the ones who are about to go on a rampage. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors on the roof of the hotel all looked down incredulously, wondering what means Su Ming had used to calm Nyx down. Not only did it calm Nyx down, it even conquered Nyx's heart. Not only did he conquer Nyx's heart, but he even got Nyx to offer a new gift. That glittering ring is expensive at first glance. It was awesome at first glance. At first glance, it contains divine power. To be able to make a god willingly sacrifice his divine power and coalesce it into a gift, the relationship between these two was self-evident. Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors all looked at Yuan Gang. Boss, Su Ming can't really be the incarnation of a god and really be Nyx's husband? Yuan Gang was also puzzled and could not guess at all, pretending to say, maybe. At this moment, Lang Xian, who was setting up his sniper on the roof of the building in the distance, was incomparably shocked. The eyes were frozen. He watched it all with dumbfounded amazement. Nyx was seen staring at Su Ming with incomparable adoration and offering a ring. The ring of divine cohesion. Lang Xian's heart felt as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses bouncing around, unable to calm down for a long time. Why? How did Su Ming do that? Teach me. Is there a replay? Wouldn't it really be the same as the previous tutorials where you retreat from God in just 3 words? Ah, that's too much, isn't it? What kind of relationship do you two have? This is too much. Is Su Ming really that powerful? Isn't he an alcoholic? Could it be, all along, that I was wrong? I underestimated Su Ming? At this moment, Lang Xian, who had changed his opinion of Su Ming, suddenly developed some good feelings towards Su Ming in his heart, because just now, if Su Ming hadn't calmed Nyx down, he would have definitely died. Not only would he die, but even the entire Cangnan population would die. At this moment, Lang Xian had kind of forgotten about taking revenge on Su Ming. After a thought struggle, Lang Xian decided that this account would be kept for now, and if Su Ming made any move to betray Daxia, the bullets in his hands would be kept for Su Ming forever. But before that, a word of praise. Su Ming is awesome. At this moment, Lang Xian's thoughts were exactly what Lin Xie was thinking. Lin Xie, who had just disappeared into the darkness, felt that he was dead. It didn't take long for the results to be loosened by the laws of darkness, and that's amazing. Then, there was the sight of Su Ming and Nyx, and the sight of the ring that Nix had given to Su Ming. Although he didn't know what had happened, Lin Chia recognized the ring as something good. It can calm a storming mother instantly, and it can also make her sacrifice her divine power to coalesce a treasure and give it away. I'm going to go. Su Ming is too good, worthy of being my Lin Chia's master. Thus, Lin Chia, like Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby, all looked at Su Ming with a very worshipful gaze. These gazes intertwined with electric sparks. Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Chubby, all three of them noticed each other. A sense of crisis surged up. Lin Chia, you guys? How can you compare to me? Su Ming is my master. Chubby Bailey, you guys? How can you compare to me? I have 2 seals given to me by brother Su Ming. Chao Yuan, you guys? How can you compare to me? I'm Instructor Su Ming's #1 licking dog. All three of them gazed at each other. No one convincing anyone, competing with each other to be Su Ming's #1 lickspittle. At this moment, seeing the ring that Nix handed over, Su Ming, as a 5 good youth with good character and morals, was very polite and accepted it, continued in a bubbly voice. Thanks, Pa. You should go home. Nix had been charmed by Su Ming and was coaxed beyond obedience by this scumbag. After all, his heart was his. Hubby said for him to come home, so come home. Thus, with a hook of Nix's finger, Lin Chia instantly came into view. Danadoos, let's go home. Lin Chia hurriedly nodded his head, panicking. Fine. Thank you, master. Let's go then. With a hook of Su Ming's finger, Lin Chia was instantly hooked in front of his eyes and attached to his ear. From now on, don't let your mom out again. Got it? Lin Chia hurriedly nodded his head, just like a pile driver, nodding frantically. Got it. Got it. I'm definitely not letting my mom out again. It was scaring me to death just now. If Master Su Ming hadn't stepped in, the consequences would really be unimaginable. I'm too weak. I must try to get stronger. And after I can hold these gods, I'll let them out to slip. This was Lin Chia's thoughts at this moment. However, after he saw the healing progress on top of Nix's head, which had increased by another 10% to a staggering 93%, Lin Chia's mind raced again. I'm going. Su Min is so awesome. Nix is in the asylum of the gods, and has grown in progress in half a year. So why not meet up with Su Ming? Then next time, she'll sneak out and meet with Su Ming, and that'll be it. It will be back to normal. And he, Lin Chia, was able to obtain the ultimate reward. It's fun to think about it. Thus, Lin Chia nodded and didn't say anything. As long as he didn't answer, Su Ming would never know if he was saying yes or no. Nodding his head is agreeing with Su Ming's words, not letting his mom come out. But his mom slipping out on her own has nothing to do with him. Lin Chia. Just as Lin Chia was about to take Nix back to the mental hospital, he felt that he hadn't forgotten something. What is it? So strange. It was just remembered. Just as Lin Chia frowned, not knowing what to forget, a pile of pink then jumped up and appeared in front of everyone. It was none other than Patrick Star Merlin. Pai Deshing Merlin held up the small mesh pocket, looked at Su Ming, and said seriously, Hey snail, wanna catch a jellyfish together? Su Ming was about to die of laughter when he saw England's legendary magician, Merlin, appear in front of his eyes in this state. You're nuts. But the flashback to Merlin calling himself a little snail was very upsetting. I'm the Wine Sword Immortal. How come I'm a little snail? Where is the resemblance to the little snail? Who's going to judge? Where do I, Su Ming, look like a little snail? At this moment, after seeing Patrick Star Merlin appear, Nix froze, staring blankly at the pile of pink unidentified objects, lost in thought. After a few moments, she reached out with a trembling hand and wrapped Pythagoras Merlin into her arms, speaking with tears in her eyes. You are my grandson too? Patrick Merlin was dumbfounded. Plankton boss, you let go of me. Plankton boss, you let go of me. However, Nix didn't let go and pointed at Su Ming as he continued. Grandson A, call out to Grandpa. Patrick Merlin, that's snail, snail, snail. Are we going to catch a jellyfish together? Yuan Gang and the other instructors, Lang Xian, Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan, who witnessed this, were very speechless. Patrick, a little snail? What the hell is this? What the hell? At this moment, Su Ming had clenched his fists, itching to punch out Patrick Star Merlin, himself. Where does it look like a little snail? This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 145, Art is a Slap. Merlin transformed into Zhou Ping. At this moment, facing Su Ming who clenched his fists, Patrick Star Merlin did not stop his hand movements, still like a psychopath, constantly waving a small net pocket, on the edge of death to try frantically. Not only are the actions very exaggerated, but they even come with their own voice taunts. Patrick Merlin. Snail. Snail, are you angry? Snail, come on, let's go catch a jellyfish. Patrick Star is super awesome. There's nothing like me. Snail. Snail, I've called you so many times and you've ignored me. I'm very angry now and the consequences are very serious. Patrick Merlin. Made an emoticon of Patrick roaring. The eyes stared dead on Su Ming, scanning him, even touching Su Ming's heart in general. This could have left everyone dumbfounded. Even Nix waved his hand in disbelief. This is not my grandson. I don't have such a stupid grandson. Su Ming, on the other hand, looked at Lin Chie speechlessly. Nay, thou patient, heal him. Lin Chie, on the other hand, looked helplessly at Su Ming. Master, I didn't bring any tranquilizers. If I summon Li Fei now, will it scare others? Chubby Time was surprised and very confused as to what this was a pile of stuff. It can't really be Patrick. Then the world is too magical. Chao Yuan's face could not hide his shocked look as well, and he silently recited a sentence of Amitabha Buddha. The starfish has become a demon. Demon, look at me. Dawei Tianlong. Lang Xian at the moment looked at Pai Deshing Mei Lin fuming, hating to give him a shot. It's so upside down and nothing like the Patrick Star I had in mind. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Li, the instructors, still didn't dare to utter a single breath at the moment. Although what came into view was a pile of pink pie stars, the divine power in it was a real one. In the eyes of Yuan Gang and the other instructors, it was highly likely that this fellow was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It must be an unknown god. Therefore, Yuan Gang held the phone in his hand and was ready to contact his superiors again. Just now, Su Ming had already managed to dissuade Nyx, and now another oddball god had popped up, so I wondered if Su Ming had the certainty to repel it. Retreating two gods in a row was really making things difficult for Su Ming. Therefore, Yuan Gang had moved to send out other human sealings. Of course, he still had his heart in the right place. What if Su Ming, as the top secret of the Great Summer Vigil, could retreat two gods in a row? Therefore, Yuan Gang was still expecting Su Ming to dissuade this oddball god, so that everyone would be saved. At this point in time, in the midst of all the attention, Su Ming walked to the front of Pai Deshing Merlin, pounded 2 mouthfuls of wine, and stared at him with a cold gaze. This highlight, carrying the laws of the Sword Immortal, caused Pai Deshing Mei Lin to tremble. Scary goosebumps, still pink goosebumps. Obviously, the Grand Magician, Merlin, was intimidated by Su Ming. This feeling was remembered by Merlin. He continued to scan Su Ming like he did just now, continuing the probing from earlier, searching for the weakness within Su Ming, probing for what Su Ming feared. Looking at Patrick Star Merlin's strange expression and looking at his obnoxious eyes, Su Ming decided to make a move. Call me Snail? I can you. Snap. Su Ming directly gave Pai Deshing Merlin a resounding slap in the face. This slap went down and stunned everyone. Stunned Lin Chie. That's a god. Su Ming gave God a direct slap in the face? Pills are spicy. Yuan Gang was scared to death and rushed to call his superiors, but due to too much excitement, his cell phone shook right off. Maru Spice. In the event of the god's wrath, Cangnan will surely fall into a scorched earth. Su Ming, what are you doing? Really drunk? Everyone was very confused. However, Su Ming didn't care if others understood or not. You can't deal with a psychopath, even a god, by normal means. Su Ming raised his own palm once again and chided Pai Deshing Merlin contemptuously. Art is Patrick? No, just remember, Art is the big BB. Snap. Another resounding slap in the face. This forced pocket goes down and Merlin's SpongeBob SquarePants worldview crumbles. With 2 slimy tentacles, he covered the reddened slap marks on the left and right side of his face and shuddered. That furious expression, like a beast about to come out of its cage. It's so tempting to bite Su Ming. However, Su Ming didn't give him a chance. Snap. Another crisp slap, with an irresistible reprimand in passing. Get your ass back in therapy. Psycho. 3 slaps down. Nix got excited. Fatty Bailey and Xiao Yuan were stunned. Lin Chie, Lang Xian, Yuan Gang, and the others were scared to death. And the man in question, the Grand Wizard Merlin, with his face reddened by the beating, actually showed a look of happiness. Healing progress, directly soared to 10%. Lin Chie was dumbfounded. Holy, learned. So that's how it's going to be against the psychotic gods? It turned out that he had been too conservative in his previous treatments, causing Nix to be slow to open the door to his next patient. So, learned. Just as Lin Chie was filled with admiration for Su Ming, stating that he had learned, he had thought that things would end here. Patrick Star Merlin's happy expression then disappeared and his eyes became clear. He regained his sanity. moved to retaliate. He was going to return 3 slaps to Su Ming. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, having found Su Ming's soft underbelly. This moment, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. He stared at Su Ming, and a majestic divine power was released from his body, spreading out in all directions, and the massive pink color almost twisted together. The pink body then disintegrated in formed channels of filaments wrapped around a red star core, which then changed color to a vibrant red. It was accompanied by a wild wind that was appalling. Immediately afterward, a thunderous sound rang out, and his feet were transformed into a sea of fire and flames. It was so hot that it baked the eyes of those around them. Wrapped in a sea of fire, Merlin cast flame magic and transformed into the great summer sword Saint Zhoping as recalled in Su Ming's mind. His feet stepped on the hot flames and slowly rose into the air. A divine breath that overwhelmed everything emanated from his body, and his entire body was like a volcano erupting, spewing flames into Cangnan city. His divine power was so strong that it caused the earth to shake violently, and various streets opened up with terrifying cracks. This grandiose scene was incomparably frightening, causing everyone who stood below the Merlin sword Saint Zhoping to be creeped out. They all stared blankly at Zhoping. Lin Shi, as few people didn't recognize him and didn't know who this was, but judging from the sword he was carrying, it must not be simple. And Yuan Gang and the other instructors had looked dumbfounded. Holy, one sword Zhoping? Daxia sword saint? How did this god know about Zhoping and how did he incarnate as a sword saint? Doesn't give them time to think. In a flash, Zhoping's long sword was sheathed, and a heaven-destroying aura swept out, shocking this side of heaven and earth. Zhoping appears. Cousin shows up. Su Min is a bit square, although the brothers are close and there is not much separation or conflict. But, as a result of outside opinion, it could be said that the sword Saint Zhoping, in Su Ming's mind, was the high mountain that stopped in front of him. It was a mountain that had been planted from childhood and was insurmountable. In the eyes of outsiders, the two brothers, one was a dragon and the other a worm. One is a nationally renowned sword saint, and the other is a plain and ordinary waste. Before obtaining the Sword Immortal system, cousin Zhoping was, in fact, Su Ming's greatest heart demon and nightmare. After obtaining the Sword Immortal system, Su Ming's goal was also to become stronger, to become a supreme god, and not to disgrace his cousin, the sword saint. So, this demon and nightmare, all the time, Merlin understands psychology. From the very beginning, it was searching for Su Ming's heart demons and nightmares, and it was found by Merlin as a game winner for this game. All of this, in Merlin's eyes, was just a game. These 3 slaps, he must return them to Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming tensed up in the flesh. He panicked when confronted by his cousin Zhoping, even though he knew that it was fake. In his heart, it was an absolutely unwinnable existence. Su Ming, who had been grabbed by his soft underbelly. At this moment, the bottle in his hand fell to the ground and landed on top of Nix's Law of Darkness. At this moment, Zhoping is extremely confident and arrogant. A mere glance of the eyes was as sharp as a sword, forming a sword light that ran through the sky. An oppressive to the extreme aura spread out. This sword light caused the entire space to freeze. Su Ming couldn't avoid it, couldn't hide from it. At this moment, everyone is trapped by time magic. Even if it's Nix, it's no exception. At this moment of crisis, mundane divine realm, open. In an instant, 3 figures moved quickly and blocked in front of Su Ming. Lin Qi's voice came out. It's not a powerful divine ruin, but it's enough to protect my master. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 146. A strong man is one who makes your enemies more afraid than you are. Su Ming's demon, figuratively by Merlin. Su Ming's nightmare, amplified by Merlin's precision. At this moment, it was Su Ming, losing the will to fight, in the face of his cousin Zhoping, even if he had surpassed him in strength. But in his heart, Su Ming actually had a very low self-esteem, feeling that he had been behind him and was inferior to Zhoping. Even now with the Sword Immortal system, it clearly told Su Ming that it was already better than his cousin Zhoping. However, when Zhoping really appeared in front of his eyes, Su Ming instinctively felt that he was not as good as Zhoping, couldn't beat Zhoping, was not Zhoping's opponent at all. Therefore, at this moment, after Grand Magician Merlin incarnated Zhoping, Su Ming lost his battle spirit, not even the heart to drink. The entire person stood frozen in place, instinctively having to give up resistance. This gave Merlin a chance to take advantage of the situation, and Merlin instantly cast a glare to break Su Ming's defense first. Merlin is psychologically savvy and knows that it's hard to crush the enemy from the outside, to dismantle the enemy from within, to dismantle the enemy's will, to dismantle the enemy's will to fight. That's what they always say in the art of war. Soldiers are tricky. The upper army is to attack the strategy. The second is to attack the communication. The second is to attack the army. And the next is to attack the city. The best of the best without a fight. At this moment, Mei Lin just took on the appearance of Zhou Ping, but just to show the strength of the great summer sword saint. It disarmed Su Ming, making his mind explode and wanting to raise his hands to surrender. There's no way around it. There is always something to fear. Something buried in the heart that loosens the will. It's like a child who has been domestically abused by his father since he was a child. And even though he grows up and grows 100 times stronger than his father, every time he meets his father, he is terrified and trembles. Even when you are far away from home, you panic to death when you get a call from your father. Afraid. Will be afraid for the rest of my life. This feeling had a similar effect as Su Ming had on Zhou Ping. Su Ming had been compared to Zhou Ping since he was a child, called a loser, called a worthless piece of trash. In Su Ming's heart, Zhou Ping was the perfect, exalted god, the Red Dust Sword Immortal. Although Zhou Ping was good to Su Ming, invincibly good, but the contrast, the looks from the sidelines, the comments from loved ones, is planted in the heart. A word of trash will carry an inferiority complex for the rest of your life. It was like now, except that after seeing Zhou Ping's appearance, even though he knew that the other party was a fake, he would feel inferior to the other party. Now that the other party was going to intimidate himself and kill himself in a while, Su Ming felt powerless to resist even at this moment, because the hands and feet were unconsciously weak. He lost his confidence. He couldn't even hold the bottle in his hand. It fell. At this moment, in Su Ming's heart, there seemed to be the voice of a woman with very long legs, calling out to him to regain his self-confidence and bravely face his past. However, at this moment Su Ming has been Zhou Ping aura to cover. He was powerless to face Zhou Ping. So, facing Zhou Ping's sword-like eyes, Su Ming was unable to dodge. He closed his eyes and felt the pain of his heart being pierced. However, right this minute, he didn't care at all. Originally, or the disciple Lin Xie, who couldn't look at him, suddenly struck out. Everyone was unable to move under Archmage Merlin's time magic. However, seeing Su Ming in danger, Lin Xie forcefully used the Divine Ruin, Mortal Dust Divine Domain. Protect the master. Lin Xie unknowingly stood by Su Ming's side and opened the black box. A knife in one hand and a sword in the other. Swords in 2 lines. He stood against Merlin's divine might and resisted the impending eye of the god that was to come. In front of Su Ming, although he was now panicking, he still laughed in a very pretentious manner. Master, I caused all this trouble. I'll take care of it. By Lin Xie's side was Chubby Bailey. He was also one of the 3 dark shadows. He had only a bath towel all over him, and his fat body was beyond snowy. In his chubby hands, he held 2 seals and stood in front of Su Ming with a resolute expression. Although scared to death, but still tilted his head to look angrily at Zhou Ping, pretending to roar out a sentence. Who dares to touch my big brother? Next to Chubby Bailey was Chao Yuan. After Chao Yuan realized that he could move while in the Mortal Dust Divine Realm, he didn't hesitate to run to Su Ming's body, directly opened his arms, with a body full of hideous scars, blocking the line of sight of Zhou Ping. Use your own body to ward off the eyes of the gods that are about to fall. He also roared very pretentiously. For my honored one, a heart. People are here. Your people are here. Without waiting for Su Ming to push the 3 brats away, Merlin's eyelet sword shadow had already arrived. In a flash, the sword might fell. The sword light flashed, and the sword landed. The cold light was like an ocean, endless at a glance, and the divine aura flashed, tickling everyone's heartstrings, oppressing Yuan Gang and the other instructors, and oppressing Long Xian in the distance. They all became delirious. Just a single glance was so terrifying. Once Zhou Ping really wielded his sword, how terrifying it would be. Unimaginable. It was simply too late to imagine. At this moment, the 3 of them, Lin Xie, blocked the sword light for Su Ming and all spat out blood. In a violent tremor, bright red blood spurted and splattered in the air. In this moment, it was like a splash of ink painting in front of Su Ming's eyes. Those heartfelt feelings of inferiority, trepidation, weakness, the sneers, the scorn, the insults of those others, the disappointment, the laughter, the abuse of those on the sidelines, all swept away. At this moment, in Su Ming's mind, a family photo appeared. That's cousin Zhou Ping, family member 3rd uncle, companion Red Tassel, friend squad 136, friend Mask Squad, apprentice Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Xin Qingzhu, wife Nix. Wait, this family photo shown in Su Ming's heart, and all the people on it, all the people Su Ming cared about, whoever touches them, dies. At this point, Nix used the laws of darkness to hand over the bottle of wine he had just dropped in front of Su Ming, and put that ring on. For Su Ming, the laws of darkness and the laws of the Sword Immortal, entwined together, erupted into an unprecedentedly powerful divine aura. At this moment, they shone above the great Tao, causing countless outer gods to tremble. Su Ming took the bottle of wine and drank it all in one go. This moment, the law of the Sword Immortal awakens. Su Ming radiated a dazzling divine aura all over his body. It caused the gods of the 4 divine realms to tremble. His brows furrowed, seeing that Lin Xie's trio was injured. Su Ming was truly angry. Powerful Sword Immortal laws flickered from the 2 seals of Chubby Bailey, wrapping around the 3 Lin Xie and healing them. Carrying an empty bottle of wine, he slowly walked to the side of the 3 Lin Xie, facing the nightmare Zhou Ping in his heart, and making a break with his weak self in the past. Su Ming didn't take it slow, taking one step at a time. With every step that fell, the sword intent on his body was a biting point. As he walked to the front of Lin Xie's trio, his majestic sword intent suppressed 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. There were no waves in his eyes, and he was calm. Su Ming, the Wine Sword Immortal, is back. He faced the fear head-on, faced that insurmountable mountain head-on. Sword Saint Zhou Ping. He threw away the empty wine bottle, and the bottle solidified the foundation for Daxia. That way, no matter what divine power he, along with Merlin, used, it wouldn't destroy Daxia. He's staring at Ping Chao in the air. This moment, there is no fear, only anger. Only the anger of wanting to smash Merlin's face in. He stood in front of Lin Xie's trio and said with the majesty of an instructor, "Stand back. I told you, one day is your instructor, and none of you will die." Lin Xie, fear isn't a weakness. To be strong is to make your enemies more fearful than you. Watch it. I'll teach you a trick. Hopper. The sword comes. This author is super popular with readers, and those who clicked on the hypes, favorites, and rewards have since gotten rich. A free power for love. The author would be satisfied, begging for some pocket money, buying candy for the children, adding a bun for the elderly, kneeling to thank the good people. Chapter 147 Merlin's sword with fire magic attached. I am the cataclysm. Su Ming lightly called out, sword come. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 chilling lights blossomed in an instant. A sharp air-breaking sound resounded steeply. The green steel sword flew in. The magic sword flew. The sword blade was as fast as it could be, and it arrived in Su Ming's hand in just an instant. The cold wind whistled, and Su Ming's clothes scattered. The calm face and serious look can charm thousands of girls. He held the magic sword in one hand and the green steel sword in the other. Eyes bloomed with cold electricity. Cold light shot out, coldly looking at Zhou Ping. Awesome. Nix looked at him imploringly, thinking that he was worthy of being his husband. So damn handsome. Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, and Chao Yuan looked at him with a face of adoration. It's really worthy of being Su Ming. It's awesome. Especially Lin Xie. At this moment, pressed Bailey Chubby head first,